Who understands family? I dressed up as Uchiha Sasuke, and on the first day of school, I got smashed mouth to mouth by Kushina Uzumaki. The garlic breath almost made me pass out on the spot. Who understands family? I've never been this speechless in my life. Just went to school normally, and boom, the classroom door exploded right in my face. A little red-haired girl with garlic breath smashed the door with a punch, and then smack. She kissed me right on the lips, and she even stuck her tongue out to lick me. No, this has to be explained from the beginning. Let me tell you, everything was pretty normal this morning. I, Uchiha KageyukiGets, an ordinary 9-year-old transmigrator, was enjoying a heartfelt breakfast made by my genius Jonin sister, Uchiha Kyuka. The fried egg was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with flavor. I couldn't help but shower her with compliments. Sis, your fried egg is even better than Michelin 3-star dishes, even when it's cold. I'm going to crown you the fried egg princess. My sister was overjoyed, but you know how it goes sometimes, joy turns to sorrow. In my excitement, I slipped and called her older sister. Oh my God, her Sharingan activated with a buzz, turning as red as blood, and her tone was menacing. Am I old? Do you understand bloodline suppression? I was so scared my soul almost flew away. I grabbed my bento and bolted out, moving so fast that even Bolt would have to hand me a cigarette. Just a couple of steps later, I ran into my sister's friend, the future mother of the second pillar, Uchiha Mikoto. I thought ID solved the big problem of Uchiha Itachi at its root and teased her. Mikoto, want to be my girlfriend? As soon as I said that, I sensed movement in the bushes. Suddenly, I threw a piece of broken mirror over there. And guess who popped out? Uchiha Fugaku, the future clan leader, standing there like a fool. The 18-year-old big brother, who follows my 12-year-old sister around every day. I immediately snapped, Fugaku, you're too old, stop bothering my sister. Goodness, he looked completely stunned, frozen in place. What's this called? This is called failing to gain points and then stealing home, right? Unfortunately, Mikoto wasn't his crystal. Anyway, ignoring him, I took the application form my sister filled out for me to graduate early and strolled toward the office. Just as I reached the door, my hand hadn't even touched it yet when I heard a booming debane from inside, followed by a huge explosion that turned the entire door into a chips right in front of me. A little girl with a red ponytail, a fierce little girl, was charging toward me. Kushina Uzumaki, the female Tyrannosaurus of our class. At that moment, my mind went blank. Instinctively, I used my transmigration sheet, mirror creation, and 3 mirrors popped up in front of me. But what happened? They shattered like paper with one punch. Then, the most outrageous thing happened. I dodged her fist, but didn't dodge her mouth. She couldn't stop in time and crashed in my arms, mouth to mouth smack. Let me tell you, that garlic breath nearly sent my soul flying. She even stuck her tongue out to lick me. I went crazy, pushing her away while spitting and yelling, "Are you crazy? Why are you eating garlic so early in the morning?" She looked quite aggrieved and muttered softly, "Ramen without garlic tastes half as good." I actually found her reasoning quite persuasive. Seeing the concerned look on my childhood friend Minato's face, I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. I just threw in a line, "Make sure to drink milk after eating garlic to get rid of the smell," and hurriedly left. Cut to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was having a headache over class assignments, especially since he pointed out that Kushina couldn't graduate, citing special circumstances. I figured it was because of the Nine-Tails incident. Just then, his 3 troublesome disciples Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru burst in. The old man saw them and thought, "Hey, free labor." He pointed at them and said, "You 3, go babysit." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, whoosh, Tsunade and Orochimaru bolted, leaving Jiraiya standing there in the wind, looking utterly disheartened. At that moment, my sister arrived. She was an honest kid and immediately wanted to pull some strings to get me into her team. The third Hokage thought about it and realized it wouldn't work. Having a sister as a leader would be favoritism. With a glint in his eye, he pointed at Jiraiya and said to my sister, "Kyuka, don't let your brother follow you. Let him be my disciple and become Jiraiya's student." When my sister heard that, she thought, the Hokage's disciple, the legendary 3 as teachers? What a steal. She immediately agreed and kept thanking the third Hokage, leaving Jiraiya looking completely bewildered as he was sold by his own teacher. By the time I returned to class in the afternoon to wait for the class assignment results, my childhood friend, the third Hokage's niece, Sarutobi Haruna, came up gossiping. "Hey, I heard you kissed the little pepper. What was it like?" Wow, the rumor spread faster than 5G. Just as I was about to explain, the teacher started reading the class assignment list. I felt a murderous aura behind me. Turning around, goodness, it was Kushina Uzumaki, her gaze like a knife, as if she wanted to execute me. Am I someone who would take that line down? I immediately glared back at her, activating my Sharingan, turning it on and off, and provoking her like crazy. I aimed for emotional stability while continuously outputting. The little redhead exploded, her face puffing up like a balloon, her hair standing on end. Just as we were glaring at each other fiercely, the teacher's voice rang out. Class 9, Uchiha Feigen, Hyugashin, Oil Girl Chiyu Class 8. Yamashiro Hachi, Nara Shikaku. Akimichi Chuze. After finishing that, the teacher cleared his throat, and the next second, my name hit me in the face. Class 7, Namikaze Minato, Akimichi Jairu, Uchiha Kyogetsu. Let me tell you, at that moment, my mind went buzz like, what the heck? Namikaze Minato? In the same team as me? What a joke. The whole class was clapping, and that little redhead's face turned as red as a steamed bun, while I was completely dumbfounded, walking up to the stage like a puppet, taking the forehead protector, my mind filled with garbled code. Why did I transmigrate here? Wasn't it just to live a stable life and survive until the end to witness the Naruto versus Sasuke epic battle? The plot hasn't even started, and the director is already throwing me a curveball? Who can withstand this? In a daze, the three of us went up to the rooftop, waiting for the legendary guiding Jonin. Minato and that chubby boy Jairu were like kids with a new toy, putting the forehead protectors on their heads, arms, and various poses, almost putting it on their ankles. Only I was heavy-hearted, feeling like my life plan had been wiped clean with one click. Suddenly, the chubby boy Jairu handed me a piece of jerky and broke the silence. Kyogetsu, what are you thinking? So lost in thought? I thought about it and decided not to overthink it, taking the jerky and munching on it, jokingly saying I was wondering if our teacher would be a big beauty. Hee, I know that when my sister comes later, ITLL definitely drop their jaws. As a result, the chubby boy's eyebrows shot up as if they were about to fly away, wearing a lewd expression of I know what you mean. Oh, I didn't expect there would be someone like you in Uchiha. I roll my eyes at him. Why are you being so unserious? The chubby boy then threw his arm around my neck, completely letting loose. Bro, want to exchange insights? Do you like to type like the little monkey? Beside us, Minato, munching on jerky, perked up like a radar. I understood this guy was probing for information after seeing my earlier encounter with the little redhead. I smirked, looking at the chubby boy. You're so nosy, is there someone in your heart? Is it the class flower Hinata, or the little pepper? The fat guy was immediately flustered, looking around like a thief and lowering his voice to say, I'm telling you, you mustn't tell anyone I like teacher on ma. Wow, I was taken aback. Both I and Watergate were frozen in place. Dude, your taste is a bit heavy. That's a married woman. Even Boss Chow would give you thumbs up. Seeing our expressions, the fat guy got anxious. It's your turn. Hurry up. I chuckled and quickly passed the blame to Watergate. Watergate, I'm the youngest. You go first. Watergate's face turned beet red in an instant, stammering for a long time without being able to say anything. I thought, this future fourth Hokage is too innocent to first have to tease him. I came up with an idea and shouted toward the rooftop entrance. Kushina, why are you here? Watergate looked like had been struck by lightning. Shivering and with a thud, he fell face first down the stairs. Ha ha ha. I burst out laughing. Who understands how funny this is? I patted the fat guy on the shoulder and said, you idiot, can't you see? He likes little pepper. Wow. The fat guy blurted out a classic phrase, probably also stunned. Watergate was so angry and embarrassed that he got up and lunged at me, looking like he was ready to take me down with him. Seeing the momentum wasn't right, I turned and ran. Come on, who can outrun the little son? I was caught up in just a few steps. Realizing I couldn't escape, I made a quick decision, hit the brakes, turned around, raised my hands, and instantly switched to puppy mode. Big brother, I was wrong. Hey, it actually worked. Watergate softened up immediately. But then that fat guy yelled from the side, don't be fooled. He's acting. We exchanged glances. I awkwardly smiled, and the next second, I bolted. On the rooftop, the three of us were chasing each other, creating a ruckus. As a result, I was caught off guard and was directly pinned to the ground by Watergate's flying tackle. Bro, I really made a mistake. What's wrong with calling him bro? A real man doesn't take a loss in front of him. Then that fat guy came over, rubbing his hands with a wicked grin. Watergate, hold him down, he'll come over. Tear off his clothes. Let all the students see. Give him some benefits. Wow, is this something a person can do? Do you want this luck? I was so anxious on the spot, really about to be stripped. I turned and ran to find Jiraiya, to create a world without clothes. Minato, spare me. I'll help you pursue Tsunade. 1 month holding hands, 2 months kissing, 3 months getting to the next base. For the sake of dignity, I decisively sold the future mother of my disciples. Guess what? Little son actually hesitated. Just when he relaxed his grip, I suddenly pulled my hand out and quickly formed a seal. Ha ha, you guys are done for. I laughed wildly, looking at their stunned faces. The seduction technique, Tsunade's ultimate temptation. With a bang, white smoke exploded, and an adult version of red-haired swimsuit-wearing Kushina made a dazzling entrance, blowing a kiss to Minato. Minato. Moi, let me tell you. The scene was something else. The fat guy immediately sprayed blood from his nose and shot up into the air. As for Mizuki, he covered his face with his hands, but there were still big gaps between his fingers. Even more absurd was a large red toad that fell from the sky, and Jiraiya, who was standing on top of it, hadn't he finished his sentence before he too was sent flying by the recoil. Poof, and he vanished. When the smoke cleared, only the three of us were left on the rooftop, tissues stuffed in our 6 nostrils, staring at each other. The fat guy, still oblivious, said, "This is too much. You're tarnishing classmate Kushina's name. Let us do it again, this time with teacher Anko." In the end, Jiraiya just punched him down, then dragged me into a corner, claiming he needed to give me a thought education, and asked if I knew Tsunade. I just tilted my head and looked at him with disdain. "Who are you, old man? Are you trying to scam me?" This old pervert's pride was hurt. He struck a pose he thought was cool and started introducing himself. After waiting for a long time, the only sound in the air was the cawing of crows, which was super awkward. Finally, in a fit of anger, he mentioned a meeting time and place and vanished in a flash. As soon as I saw the situation, I quickly decided to leave, too lazy to even say hello to them. Just after I walked a short distance, I felt a surge of murderous intent. When I turned around, good grief, little red hair was sitting on a stone bench not far away, his gaze piercing into me like a knife. I thought to myself, since I've graduated anyway, she can't touch me anymore, so why be afraid? I made a face at her and shouted, "La la la la. Stupid tomato." Then I ran away, just for the thrill. Behind me, I heard her furious shout, "Hey." Later, I found out that she was waiting for her supervising jonin at that time. And guess who that jonin was? It was my sister, Uchiha Kyuka. When she saw my sister, she thought it was me transformed, and without a second thought, she threw a punch. Who was my sister? She caught her with one hand, steady as a rock. The next second, this girl went straight into Oscar mode, tears flowing as she started to give me a hard time, saying I scared her with my Sharingan, giving me nicknames and even kissed her. My sister exploded on the spot. That night, our house was brightly lit, and my beautiful screams echoed throughout the night. The next day, I dragged my weary behind, being escorted by my sister to apologize to that little red-haired kid. That guy acted all obedient in front of my sister, but the moment she turned her back, he flashed me a victorious smile. I was forced to bow 90 degrees. Damn it. As a result, she helped me up, leaned in close to my ear, and said in a voice only the two of us could hear, "I drank milk today." Wow. This move could make even AI crash for 3 seconds. The damage isn't great, but the insult is extremely strong. At that moment, I exchanged a glance with her and family. I understood what a lifelong enemy is. This is it. Later, my sister kicked me out and told me to hurry to gather with my own team. I limped my way to Training Ground 13, where Watergate was already there reading a book. I grabbed his hand and reasoned with him. "Minato, aren't we brothers? If we are brothers, sacrifice a bit of your charm and help me deal with that witch." Minato was so scared he shook his head. I had no choice but to hang on to him and let him support me as we walked. Suddenly, he sniffed and asked me with a strange expression, "Did you put on perfume?" What the heck? A pure man like me using that stuff? I immediately showed him my skill, water release. One key beautification technique. It creates a layer of water film under the skin using chakra to flush out the dirt. Pretty impressive, right? Minato looked at me even more strangely, as if he was questioning whether I was a pervert. I can tell you, he absolutely didn't know that was the scent from my sister. We spent every day together. How could there not be some smell? Just then, the chubby guy Jiraiya arrived right on time, and when he opened his ninja tool pouch, a bunch of novels spilled out. There wasn't even a single shuriken. I thought to myself, is he planning to crush the enemy with the weight of knowledge? Then the three of us started reading novels, each with one in hand. Minato still wasn't giving up. He poked Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, can you smell anything on Mitsuki?" Jiraiya jumped back at that. Did he poop his pants? Get lost. You're the one who pooped your pants. I got so worked up that I tugged at my wound, causing me to gasp in pain. Only then did Jiraiya lean in to sniff and grimaced in disdain. TCH, there's no manliness at all. He sounds like a sissy. I have to tell you, Jingwei exploded on the spot. He was already feeling uncomfortable because of that strange vibe. And now he was being directly called out for being effeminate? Who understands family? Isn't this just a matter of Uchiha's dignity being challenged? You fat piece of trash. What are you spewing nonsense for? Looking for trouble, huh? That fat guy is also quite bold. He spread his hands and shook his flab, saying, "Come on. I'll take you both on. Today I'll show you what a real man is." Goodness, it looked like these two were about to have a real-life PK, but then Watergate. That honest kid grabbed them both and with a face like he was constipated said, I seem to have a bit of problem. Can you help me? As soon as he said that, the scene went completely silent. The fat guy and Jingwei, one had a shocked face, the other, staring at each other, their CPUs almost overheating. Silence was the theme of the night. A few seconds later, the fat guy started laughing like a hen that just laid an egg, cackling nonstop. Ha ha ha. Watergate. Effeminate. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Why don't you two just get along? Ha ha ha. Watergate's face turned as red as a monkey's, but wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Jingwei too, veins popping on his forehead, without saying a word, lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick filled with chakra. I'll make you laugh. With a loud smack. Accompanied by a scream of awe, that fat guy, unable to stop laughing, shot into the water like a cannonball, successfully cooling down the situation. 2 minutes later, the three of them sat in a circle like three fools. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Jingwei was the first to speak, looking seriously at the still dripping, wet fat guy. Fat guy, as the only senior member in the team, what do you think about Watergate's orientation issue? The fat guy was dumbfounded, pointing at his own nose. Huh? Me? Why is it me? Jingwei gave him a look that said, don't you know yourself? Because you're the most lecherous. Watergate was nodding vigorously next to him, showing extreme agreement. The fat guy was immediately annoyed, thinking, what do you mean I'm the most lecherous? You, who can develop such techniques, have the nerve to say that? This is ridiculous. But he pondered for a moment, cleared his throat, adjusted his non-existent glasses, and struck a pose like an emotional master. Ahem, this issue is actually quite simple. Watergate immediately leaned in as if he had seen an old Chinese medicine advertisement on a telephone pole. The fat guy continued his analysis. This is a typical case of puberty syndrome, because the wonderful fantasies about the opposite sex have nowhere to go. They're transferred to someone like Jingwei, who, looks rather delicate. Therefore, my solution is, he suddenly slapped Watergate on the shoulder. Go find a girlfriend. I really want to thank you. What's the difference between this plan and just drinking more hot water? But Jingwei surprisingly gave a thumbs up, professional. The fat guy's tail shot straight up, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a proud face. Of course, I'm a man who has thoroughly read the forbidden section of the Konoha bookstore. Jingwei quietly added a jab. Professional old pervert. The air froze again. The fat guy slowly lowered his head, glaring at Jingwei with his nostrils, and pronounced 3 words slowly. Mama, Mana, Queen. Good heavens, in the blink of an eye, the two faced off again. This time, it was a battle for dignity. Minato was almost in tears. Wasn't it agreed that they would help me solve the problem? Why are you two fighting again? Just as he was about to mediate, he was shouted back in unison by both. Mind your own business. This is a duel between men. The tension was such that anyone who didn't know would think a father-son showdown was about to happen. The two yelled and charged at each other, fists clenched. It was clearly going to be a clash of strength. Minato was so scared his face turned pale. This fat guy's strength is T0 level. Jingwei's small frame would fall apart with just one hit. He hurriedly used a body flicker technique to leap forward to intervene. And the result? When Minato jumped in, he saw, good heavens, one was throwing a hammer and the other was throwing a cloth. At that moment, I just wanted to say, let it all be destroyed. I'm tired. What kind of ridiculous teammates are these? Jingwei angrily retracted her little fist. I lost. I Uchiha Jingwei. Hereby declare you the strongest. The fat guy pretentiously commented. Hee, your transformation technique is not bad. If it weren't for my slightly slow reaction, I would have lost instead. Upon hearing this, Jingwei got even angrier. Damn it. So it's because you didn't react in time. The two fools reconciled like this, with their arms around each other's shoulders. Minato, standing nearby, held his forehead, feeling that besides himself, there might not be a single normal person in Team 7. Just as he was complaining, the fat guy suddenly asked, Hey, it's almost 11 o'clock. Where's Jiraiya-sensei? So what is our Jiraiya-sensei doing? Those who understand know, it's his old profession. At this moment, he was crouching outside a women's bathhouse wall, drooling and collecting material, but was mistaken for a peeping Tom and directly blew up the entire bathhouse with a jutsu. Meanwhile, at another training ground, our little hot pepper Kushina was practicing tree climbing like crazy. Bang! She fell down again. Under the tree, Jinghua, Jingyue's older sister, gently handed her some snacks to comfort her. Kushina felt a bit inferior. Sister, how long did it take you to learn tree climbing? Jinghua thought for a moment. She couldn't say she learned it in one go. That would be too discouraging. So she smiled slightly. I can't remember. But that idiot Jingwe took a full 2 days to learn her, but got all swollen from falling, and she cried to me. 2 days. Kushina's eyes instantly lit up. All right, how stupid. Jinghua smiled and nodded, silently adding in her heart. When I was 3, I climbed trees one day and splashed water the next. Little Hot Pepper instantly revived, jumping 3 feet high. Sister, I'm going to continue my training. I absolutely can't lose to that Uchiha. As the sun set, Kushina and Jinghua happily walked home, only to bump into Jiraiya, who had his head wrapped in bandages, his arm in a sling, and dark circles under his eyes. Jinghua's heart sank, thinking could it be that my troublemaking little brother caused trouble again? She hurriedly stepped forward to ask, Jiraiya-sama, Jinghua didn't cause you any trouble, did she? As soon as Jiraiya heard the name Jinghua, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, terrifying memories flooding back to him. He laughed awkwardly and ran away in a flash. At that moment, our 3 unfortunate souls were already starving at the training ground, their stomachs growling like a symphony. Jinghua weakly announced, It's dark now. It's not safe for boys to walk at night. I want to go home. Minato wanted to insist. This must be a test from the teacher. Just then, the fat guy suddenly jumped up as if resurrected, looking up at the sky and howling. Barbecue. It's the signature barbecue from the barbecue restaurant. I can smell it. Minato and Jinghua exchanged glances, thinking, this kid is so hungry he's hallucinating. Who would have thought that in the next second, with a bang, a toad bigger than my house fell from the sky. Jiraiya stood on the toad's head, shamelessly announcing, Congratulations, you have passed the first stage, the test of patience and perseverance. I told you that old Dang has a thick skin that can withstand bullets. He clearly lost track of time while peeping. Then he took out 2 bells and a large bag of food. Now it's the second round. Whoever grabs the bells gets the pass and have dinner. Those who can't will be tied to a tree and hung overnight. At this moment, all 3 of them had green eyes. But the problem was, after being hungry all day, where was the strength to fight him? Just then, Jinghua squinted and quickly formed seals with his hands. Jiraiya saw the hand signs and panicked. Jinghua, what are you trying to do? No seduction techniques. Not today. If you use it, it's a foul. Jiraiya's expression at that moment was like someone who had been constipated for a week, frantically wavering between dignity and awkwardness. In the end, he painfully closed his eyes, choosing face over everything. And the result? The seduction technique. It was shouted out, but it wasn't a beautiful woman that appeared. It was a flash of yellow light. Minato instantly appeared behind Jiraiya and grabbed for the bell. He succeeded. The crisp sound of the bell rang out, but the next second with a bang, Jiraiya and the toad turned into a puff of white smoke. Shadow clone. Damn, that old fox. Both Minato and Jinghua cursed in their hearts. Just as Jiraiya, hiding behind a tree, let out a sigh of relief, he felt the ground start rumbling. Turning around, good heavens, the fat guy, drawn by the smell of food, charged over like a meat cannon. The scene was like a giant bowling ball, crushing everything in its path. Jiraiya was chased all over the place, while Jinghua and Minato took the opportunity to encircle him from both sides. Just as he was about to be wrapped up like a dumpling, Jiraiya decided to take care of the charging Jinghua first. Sharingan? Kid, relying on just that won't bridge the gap between us. Jiraiya growled and accelerated toward him. Just then, Jinghua also completed his hand signs. Oh my god. In an instant, blue lightning crackled around his hand, like he had activated some supercar mode. At that moment, Jiraiya's expression was like an old man on the subway looking at his phone, completely stunned. The intensity of this move was clearly not something a genin should have. He didn't dare to slack off and charged toward the streak of blue lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye, with Chidori only 3 centimeters from his chest, he slammed one hand down on Jinghua's wrist, while the other elbow struck fiercely toward Jinghua's stomach. Cough. Jinghua couldn't catch his breath, and the lightning in his hand instantly dissipated. Kid, facing head-on is the dumbest move, Jiraiya smiled as he taught. Little did he know, Jinghua raised his head and smiled back at him. Sensei, you're right. Just as the words fell, Jinghua's entire body exploded with a buzzing sound, turning into a dazzling lightning flash. Lightning clone. Crackle. Strong currents instantly coursed through Jiraiya's body, and he was paralyzed on the spot, twitching and starting to beatbox with a sour rhythm. Before he could enjoy it, the fat meat cannon was upon him, and Minato executed a flashy kick that sealed off his escape route. Not bad. Jiraiya forcibly dispelled the current, extended his hands, one stopping the fat guy's roll while the other grabbed Minato's ankle. Just as he was about to throw the 2 of them away, the bell rang again. He looked down in shock to see Minato shaking the 2 bells in his hand. Does anyone understand? This operation was out of this world. It turned out that Minato's kick was merely a feint intended to force Jiraiya to defend with both hands, and then, taking advantage of the situation, he stealthily took the bells from his waist while in a hanging position. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Not bad, not bad. I declare, everyone from class 7 passes. Jingwei, come out. Teacher will treat you all to barbecue. After shouting for a long time with no response, Minato went to the bushes and dug around. Good heavens, that kid Jingwei had already fallen asleep like a dead pig due to chakra exhaustion. Minato shook his head helplessly and carried him on his back, smelling the familiar faint aroma, feeling a little happy inside. This feeling of being completely trusted by teammates is really nice. The group marched toward the barbecue restaurant, but when Jiraiya checked his wallet, his face turned green. He remembered that Tsunade had praised his wallet for looking nice yesterday. With no choice, he could only run to Orochimaru to sign a bunch of unequal treaties to borrow money. Minato watched his teachers disappearing back, feeling anxious inside, thinking he might have to wash dishes until dawn tonight. He turned to look at the 2 teammates who had already started crazily ordering, sighed, and thought, forget it. If we die, we die together. Just as he turned around, he instinctively sniffed, why do I feel that special scent from Jingwei seems to be getting stronger on me? The next morning, Jingwei yawned and came downstairs, only to see his sister, Jinghua, busy in the kitchen. Sis, aren't you a jounin? Why are you busier than I am? You know I'm busy, so hurry up and help me braid my hair. Jinghua commanded without turning her head. Poor Jingwei had no choice but to accept his fate as Tony the teacher. Just as the braids were finished, Jinghua sealed a 3-layer food box into a scroll and stuffed it into his hands. At that moment, Jingwei was so moved that he was almost in tears. Having a sister is really great. Just as he was about to say, Sister, you're so great, Jinghua spoke first. Please give this to Kushina. Let her train without overdoing it, and remind her to rest. Oh, and apologize for me. I will definitely be there tomorrow. I tell you at that moment, Jingyue's heart shattered with a crash. Love will disappear, right? The scroll in his hand instantly turned into a knife, piercing his heart. Just as he was about to throw a tantrum, his sister's teammate, Mei Qin, shouted from outside, Jinghua, we're leaving. Jinghua patted her brother's head and left without looking back, saying, Training ground 14, 9 o'clock, don't forget. Jingwei stood still, his eyes instantly turning blood red, and a pair of Sharingan slowly emerged. Vortex Kushina, you and I are irreconcilable. At 8:30, the trio of Team 7 arrived at the training ground registration desk. The chubby guy boldly slapped down 2,000. Old man, book a room. But the old man didn't even raise his eyelids. We're out. Just as the 2 teammates were feeling down and preparing to go to the park to fight over territory with the old men and women, Jingwei had a sudden idea and turned to the old man. Old man, training ground 14, Uchiha Jinghua. The old man looked up at him, found the key, and tossed it over. Wow, Brother Jing is awesome. The chubby guy jumped up on the spot. Minato curiously asked, Jingwei, how did you do that? Jingwei gave him a mysterious smile. He, sharing with someone else. He had a little scheme in his heart. He thought it would be just right for Minato to meet that little pepper and straighten out his strange orientation. By the way, once these 2 got together, if Kushina dared to provoke me again, I'd beat up Minato, torture her beloved, making her suffer, wahaha. When they arrived at training ground 14, Jingwei first demonstrated for the 2. He focused his chakra in his feet, then walked up a tree, just like this. He stepped up the trunk and easily hung upside down on the tree. Thank you, Jingwei. Minato watched with great interest and was already eager to try. Oof, it looks so simple. The chubby guy also started looking around for a towering tree that would match his impressive stature. But before he found his towering tree, Minato was already soaring up, quickly climbing up, and came to hang upside down next to me. I was shocked at that moment and directly gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, my friend. I remember I practiced all day to learn that. This talent is just incredible. If he were born into our Uchiha clan, even Madara would have to step back a bit. This kid, Minato, was a bit shy, his face turned red, and he was scratching his head, just about to say a few humble words. But then, out of nowhere, a loud voice came from the entrance of the training ground. Why are you guys chatting here? As soon as I heard that voice, my heart skipped a beat. It was over, Little Pepper had arrived. Sure enough, Watergate and that fat guy acted like they were electrocuted, and with 2 thuds, they fell from the tree in a free fall. I was puzzled at the time. What is so good about Kushina Uzumaki? ISNT, just that she is a bit cute, comes from a wealthy family, has impressive sealing techniques, and keeps a tail beast as a pet? How did Minato end up falling for her? I just couldn't understand. I performed a flawless backflip and landed steadily. walking up to her and tossing the scroll given by my sister without saying a word. Your teacher can't come. The girl with red hair caught it in a daze. Her little face instantly turned pale, probably imagining a sob story in her head about being abandoned by her master, because I was too stupid. Once she snapped back to reality, her big eyes glared at me fiercely. I thought to myself, don't we look somewhat similar? Why do I seem so displeasing to her? Why can't she come? She asked. Mission, I replied succinctly. She let out a sigh of relief and asked again, when will she be back? Tomorrow. She raised the scroll in her hand. What's this? Well, my temper flared up instantly. Am I being interrogated? I turned around angrily and walked away. I don't know. This little firecracker tilted her head with a puzzled expression and opened the scroll herself. In the next second, her little face brightened up as if it had blossomed. With a big food character on the scroll, she hugged the scroll happily and murmured to herself, I'll work hard, sister. When she looked at my back, she was so pleased with herself, humming quietly, Humph. You look down on me. Now I'm taking your sister. How infuriating. After saying that, she joyfully found a tree to start practicing on her own. I just came back, and that kid from the Watergate approached me, looking guilty, and asked, Jingyue, how could it be her? I directly wrapped my arms around his neck and said with a smirk, Bro, stop pretending. Don't you want to know if you like guys or girls? To my surprise, he actually nodded. I pointed to the little red-haired girl struggling with a tree over there and said, Go, take her down, and you'll be a real man. The chubby guy had somehow joined us and shouted with a loud voice, Charge, Watergate. I support you. This shout startled the little red-haired girl, who had just climbed up a little, causing her to fall down, and she shot us a deadly glare. Watergate froze, probably cursing us in his heart for being useless teammates. Hey, you're not getting scared, are you? I kept stirring the pot. Watergate looked at the red figure in the distance, who kept falling and getting back up, and suddenly, it seemed like he had an epiphany. A hint of maturity and weariness appeared on his face as he started to get all poetic. I just want to watch her from afar. Her strength inspires me, and I'm willing to silently protect her. That's enough for me. At that moment, I was so shocked that I couldn't hold back anymore and slapped him on the back of the head. Satisfy your nonsense. You're just too scared to go up. Shui Min covered his head, looking full of resentment. Can you show me some respect? Kushina is watching. I exchange a glance with thee and roll my eyes at the same time. Forget it. This coward is beyond saving. I pulled and said, let's go. I'll teach you how to climb trees. Ignore this coward. Yeah, coward. Family, who understands? The atmosphere in the training ground suddenly got lively. I taught, while practice water walking over there was struggling with climbing trees. You wouldn't believe it, maybe because she has the inner body, she was really struggling. I watched as was steadily hanging on the tree and was already playing with his light footwork on the water while she was still going bang, bang, bang falling down. Then she started crying. It was the kind of silent cry, crying while falling, wiping her tears when she fell, then continuing to climb, falling again, climbing again, and after several times, she couldn't get up anymore. It was heartbreaking to watch. I was munching on snacks with Fatty, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Shui Min, aren't you going to help? But this guy with severe bro mentality actually shook his head. Chakra training can only rely on oneself. She's very strong. She could definitely do it. What the heck? The girl is about to fall apart. Wait, kill you to go give her some guidance and boost your favorability? She has clearly been provoked by you two. Honestly, seeing that little red-haired girl on the ground, unable to move but silent, it would be a lie to say I wasn't touched by her spirit. If it were me, I definitely couldn't do it. There's nothing I can do. My sister told me to keep an eye on her, but I really didn't want to deal with this spicy little pepper. I thought for a moment and decided to let our destined prince take action. I quietly approached Shui Min and placed my hand on his shoulder. Don't say I won't help you. I know some medical ninjutsu, and I'll teach you a couple of moves right now. I tell you, when Watergate heard this, his eyes lit up and he stared at me intently. Goodness, it scared me so much that I directly hid behind the fat guy. Poking my head out, what do you want to do? I warn you, I can discharge electricity. On the other side, Kushina was indeed stimulated badly. She originally knew how to balance work and rest, but when she saw Watergate and the fat guy's rapid progress, she instantly broke down. Especially that fat guy, whose grades were far worse than hers, but with my help, he learned it in no time. It turned out I was the only fool. Woo-woo. The more anxious she got, the more her chakra went out of control, and with a bang, she fell again. Tears mixed with dirt, her whole body ached, and it felt like she really couldn't get up. She thought those three must be laughing at her. Just then, a voice she hated the most rang out. Ha ha ha. Can't move now, huh? Stupid tomato. My handsome, yet annoying face directly blocked her view. Her big eyes instantly ignited with anger. Get away, you annoying jerk. I don't need your pity. I can't be bothered with her. Just give orders. Fatty, hold her down. Her arm is dislocated. Apply medicine on the water gate. Use medical ninjutsu faster. Don't touch me. I'm losing it. I'm losing control over my girly side. Kyojutsu. I can't apply the medicine. I told you. 3 big guys were on top of an injured little girl, and the scene was extremely out of control. It was really troublesome. I carefully supported her arm. My eyes focused. Sharingan, activate. I directly mocked. What are you shouting for? If you have guts, come bite me. Silly tomato. The hatred surged instantly, and she suddenly turned around, baring her little tiger teeth, and lunged at me. Now's my chance. My eyes flickered with a Sharingan. Illusion technique. Sharingan. That little head instantly looked like it lost power, her gaze vacant as she stared blankly at the sky, but her mouth still reflexively opened and closed. Her obsession with biting me was truly deep. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I cast this illusion lightly. It can't last long. I dare not use too much force. If I provoke the 9 tails, it would be a big mess. With a click, I first reattached her arm. Then the 3 of us scrambled around, applying medicine, treating, and bandaging, going through the motions. In fact, they didn't know that Kushina had already woken up. From the moment I appeared, she knew I was there to help. But she was just so angry. This jerk mocked her, called her names, and bullied her. Couldn't he say something nice? What nuisance. Tears rolled down the corners of her eyes, not from pain, but from grievance. By the time we finished, I was almost out of chakra. That brat Minato acted up again and asked, what about the injury on her? But, wow, I was shocked at that moment and hugged him tightly. You sly one. So you're this kind of person. You actually want to see little girls, but, but, well done. No. Shui Min's face turned red, wanting to explain. The chubby guy over there directly gave me a wink and said in a high-pitched voice, Jingwei, I need to pee. Can you go with me? I understand in a second, and replied in the same tone. All right, then little go-go. Let us pull it for an hour, hey. Don't mess around. The water gate is urgent. These 2 idiots are clearly planning to sell him. As a result, no need for a just in case. The next second, a red shadow suddenly sprang up from the ground, long hair flying. Da-bang! Bang! I was completely unprepared and was directly taken down by her with a double knee choke. She sat right on my stomach. I looked at her angry little face in terror, along with that fist raised high. This is bad. Just as Watergate and the fatty were about to come over to intervene, Kyushinai suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Her red hair flailing around like 9 tails. They were instantly stunned and didn't dare to move. Kyushinai squeezed out a word through her teeth. Get lost. The clever fatty immediately covered Watergate's mouth, nodding and bowing, saying, all right, Sister Jiao, take your time. Please leave a complete corpse. Then he dragged the still protesting Watergate away. I shouted in despair at those 2 traitors. You heartless ones, come back. Selling out a teammate for 5 centimeters shorter than Ding Ding. It's over. My chakra is depleted. I can't even resist. There's no avoiding this beating. I steel my heart and locked eyes with her. Come on. I'm ready to take it today. 30 years in the East and 10 years in the West. Don't underestimate a young one without chakra. After saying that, I closed my eyes and waited for death. In the end, her fist stopped right at the tip of my nose. I felt like she hesitated for a moment, but the sense of grievance hadn't faded. She lowered her head to look at my neck, narrowed her eyes, opened her small mouth to reveal her canine teeth, and bit down hard. Oh, ouch. My scream echoed throughout the training ground. Family, let me tell you, getting punched really isn't as painful as being bitten. I'm in so much pain that tears are coming out. You're a dog. Still biting. Let go. Ow, ow. She's still grinding her teeth hard. Damn, little pepper. I'm sorry I was wrong. Ooh, it hurts so much I've already apologized, but she still won't budge. What should I do? Just when I was worried about my life. I caught a glimpse of footprints on the tree, trunk out of the corner of my eye. I've got it. I speak so fast it's like I'm on double speed. Little Pepper, I have a way for you to learn how to climb a tree today. She was indeed taken aback, her energy on her teeth lessening a bit. I quickly added, really? More real than pearls. Don't say climbing trees, even stepping in water. I can teach you. Her eyes lit up. The bloodied little mouth finally moved away from my neck, sat up straight, and wiped her face with her dirty hand, leaving a muddy mark. Okay, if you teach me how to climb trees and step in water today, I'll forgive you a little bit first. I can't believe it. Thank you, everyone. Can this thing be paid in installments? Looking at the blood on her lips, I felt like a piece of flesh was missing from my neck. In the afternoon, the entire training ground 14 was taken over by a group of little red-haired ones. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of bangs and white smoke, dozens of Kushina rushed towards the trees, and there weren't enough trees to accommodate them. I cover my neck and angrily accuse those two friends who sold me out. You two have gone too far? Is there no loyalty left? They grinned and said, Aren't you fine? I knew it. With your delicate skin, Little Pepper definitely can't bear to go hard on you. I kicked him into the river. The Watergate was clever and quickly changed the subject. Kagetsu, will Kushina be okay like this? I sneered and approached him with my fists clenched. This guy's also learned to be bad, immediately deflecting blame. Come on, let's talk nicely. I was trying to save you. It's all Kayamaru's fault. Hee. As the sun was about to set, we finally heard Kushina's cheerful laughter from the water. Ha. I did it. I succeeded. She excitedly ran towards us, splashing through the water, but halfway there, probably exhausted, she suddenly softened and fell down, just as I was about to move. That kid from Watergate had already dashed out in a flash. I silently withdrew my foot, preparing to witness this historic first contact. In the end, I was overthinking it. With a whoosh, a shadow appeared out of nowhere, much faster than Minato, and a hand steadily reached through Kushina's red hair, wrapping around her waist. Minato immediately hit the brakes, completely stunned. The newcomer wore a tight black combat suit and carried a long sword. That face resembled mine by 9 parts, but was much more stunning. I could only hear Kushina mumbling in a daze. Sister, I did it. I saw it. Kushina is amazing. My sister, Uchiha Kagura, has a voice that is incredibly gentle. She carried the sleeping Kushina to Minato and handed her over, saying, Can you help take care of my disciple? Minato mechanically accepted her, his face turning red. The next second, my sister instantly appeared beside me, and then the shore echoed with my screams. Hey. Sister, what do you want to do? Don't hit your own people. You little rascal. Who told you to teach forbidden techniques recklessly? Don't you know that the shadow clone technique is dangerous? Sister, I know I was wrong. If you know you're wrong, then stop right there. I'm not stupid. Smack. Don't hit my butt outside. Smack. Woo, I beg you, big sister. Old, you'd better die. Mom and Dad, wake up. Your daughter is going to beat me to death. Minato, holding Kushina, listened to my screams with a face full of envy. He was an orphan and must have longed for this kind of family affection. He lowered his head and sniffed the faint fragrance in his arms, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he muttered to himself. I told you. How could I be a pervert? Finally, the knot in this kid's heart was untied. In the following days, my sister took over the training of our Team 7. One morning, I was using fire release and water release to style my sister's hair, while secretly glancing at her as she wrote and drew on paper, feeling like she was writing a love letter. I casually asked, Sister, what are you writing? She replied, without looking up, It's about the specialties and tactical ideas of the 3 of you. I asked, Why are you writing this? She said, You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I'm writing it for Watergate. In future missions, just listen to more. With your brain, you'll need to rely on Watergate at critical moments. Well, she really is my sister. When we arrived at the training ground, the 3 boys were chatting, and Kushina suddenly pounced into my sister's arms, rubbing against her like a little kitten. I rolled my eyes in annoyance. Hey, this is my sister. You should call her teacher. Kushina turned back and made a face at me. You have to call me sister. What do you care, annoying brat? TCH, childish tomato. Stupid, annoying brat. Idiot tomato. Foolish, annoying brat. I'm going to fight you. Minato and the fat guy simultaneously face-bombed. Our elementary school argument mode just couldn't be changed. My sister couldn't stand it anymore. Enough. You two love to argue so much. Today we'll have a practical match, and you guys will go first. Just as I thought. We both said in unison and immediately got into position. The next second, with a bang, we collided with each other. She was stronger than me. I was knocked back several steps, losing the initiative. She landed a Superman punch right on my face. I quickly blocked it and followed up with a swinging punch. She reacted quickly, grabbing my hand and delivering a classic knee strike. Damn, this bitch is really ruthless. I quickly executed a 360-degree whirlwind kick, but she retaliated even harder, directly headbutting me. With a thud, our foreheads collided, and then we fell to the ground, entangled in a struggle, turning the fight into a street brawl. We were grappling with each other, and I could see I was about to lose. Her big eyes were fixated on my neck again. Hey, what do you want to do? Stop it. Oh. Big sister, save me. That tingling sensation shot straight to the top of my head. My sister actually laughed and said, You can surrender. Wow, this heartless older sister. ISNT, she just enjoying the show. The fat guy is still fanning the flames. Come on, fight back, you wimp. As soon as I heard it, it seemed to make some sense. I focused on her earlobe, which was so close, and took a bite. She shivered all over, immediately let go, jumped back far away, covered her ears, and her face turned as red as an apple. You dare to bite me? I stood up covering my neck. The villain complains first. You bit me first. Zaya Hongmyo immediately took out a kunai. I'm going to kill you. I'm afraid of you. Clang, clang. We were at it again. But I wasn't as strong as her, and soon I was at a disadvantage. As I saw her heavy punch coming, I quickly sidestepped to avoid it, and my eyes flashed red, Sharingan. But my sister on the sidelines directly intervened. Jingyue, no using illusions. Me? All right. You're my sister. You decide. I curled my lips, pulled back, and threw out a few shurikens, but she immediately used the shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. And suddenly there were 30 or 40 little red-haired versions of her on the field. It's always like this, sis. Aren't you going to do anything about it? I protested. You taught me yourself. I was left speechless. Here comes the nuisance. A group of Kushina clones rushed forward, howling. Damn, how am I supposed to fight? In close combat, I'll definitely get beaten into a pig's head. My ninjutsu chakra isn't enough, and jinjutsu is banned. This is so troublesome. I suddenly became serious and shouted, Attention! I'm about to unleash my ultimate move, mirror creation. Countless mirror shards instantly surrounded me, sparkling under the sun, making me look like I had a beauty filter on. The fat guy excitedly yelled, This move looks so cool, you sissy. Minato nodded in agreement. Only my sister shook her head. She knew that my move was purely for show. Aside from being used as a mirror, it had no real destructive power. However, it would be enough to deal with shadow clones. With this skin of mine, I dove right into the crowd of beautiful girls. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. As soon as I walked in, it felt like I was at a 3D surround concert, with debate echoing from all directions. Family, who understands? This is pure psychological warfare. I could only poke at those inflatable dolls like I was playing whack-a-mole, desperately trying to break them. But good grief, these things can even create shadow clones. It felt like I was dealing with a Russian nesting doll. The key was that my chakra was running low, and I could see myself getting drained. Over there, Minato and that chubby guy Jiraiya were just munching on snacks, saying something like Kagetsu is going to lose again. Just get used to it. I would really appreciate it if you could help me out instead of reminiscing about how I once won using Jinjutsu, which got banned right after. Bringing that up is just pouring salt on my wounds. Then, in the next moment, wow, Kushina, that little redhead, appeared right next to them, starting to extort the chubby guy for his jerky. Just when she thought she had it in the bag and was about to enjoy her spoils, bam, the jerky was gone. Turning around, it was my sister, Kawana. My sister was so cool. She flaunted the jerky and then glared fiercely at Kushina, as if saying, Try bullying my brother again. Kushina instantly backed down, started a fake cry, but my sister wasn't falling for it. She grabbed the nape of Kushina's neck and, like tossing a little chick, flung her back into the battlefield. As soon as I heard that soulful sound, I instantly regained my strength. It's you. The last chakra ignited. With the Sharingan activated, I smoothly repositioned myself and teleported to the point where she was falling. Minato was still shouting for Kyogetsu to stop, but it was too late. Let me tell you, even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't stop it. I mean it. I formed hand signs with both hands, tiger. Then, facing that free-falling figure, I unleashed all my life's resentment and shouted the forbidden spell. 3 years without diarrhea. Then, with a loud bang, that feeling, those who understand, understand. The little redhead was launched into the air, but up, and lay there motionless. Immediately after, all the shadow clones in the arena vanished with a series of pops. I stood there, laughing maniacally. Ha ha! No one could dance in front of Uchiha Kyogetsu. No one. Just as I finished speaking, everything went dark in front of me. Chakra exhausted, vengeance fulfilled, I fell to the ground with a smile, leaving peacefully. My sister covered her face with one hand, probably thinking that it would be better to not have this brother and that she was already prepared to be single for life. She ran over to comfort Kushina, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, asking, Am I not clean anymore, sister? My sister is also quite a character. To comfort her, she immediately said, If you can't get married, I'll let Kyogetsu marry you, and he can take responsibility. Goodness, when Kushina heard this, she shook her head frantically, saying, I don't want to marry that annoying guy. Then my sister changed her target, pointing to the nearby Naruto, who was pinching his own nose, and asked, What about him? Kushina's face turned red at that, and although she complained that he was a bit feminine, her eyes secretly glanced over in his direction. When I woke up, wow, I was once again in my sister's arms. This VIP seat is so comfortable. I got up and started munching on the rice balls my sister left for me. Following her finger, I looked over and saw Naruto, Kushina, the chubby guy, and an unfamiliar white-haired uncle, all gathered in a circle, each holding a water balloon, looking like they were trying to summon something. My sister said that the white-haired guy was my teacher, Jiraiya, and I was dumbfounded. Even more shocking was that my sister actually taught them the Rasengan. Isn't that our secret ninja technique? I was really annoyed at that moment and started to throw a little tantrum. As a result, my sister immediately raised the intensity and seriously told me that Kushina is actually tough on the outside, but fragile on the inside, lacking love. She is my sister's first disciple, so I should treat her better in the future. After saying that, she gave me a kiss on the forehead. Who understands family? My sister has already pleaded like this. What can I do? I just gave in. Fine, I'll let that little redhead go, as long as she doesn't bother me again. My sister saw that I agreed, so she let me go over and greet the teacher. I ran over with a 3-colored dumpling in my mouth, and then Jiraiya, that old lecher, came up and whispered in my ear to ask if there were any tricks. I looked around, and to my surprise, Minato, Kushina, the fat guy, and the 6-eared ones were all perked up. I cleared my throat and casually said one word, yes, seeing their eager little eyes. I immediately turned around and gave them a backstab. I won't tell you. Looking at their murderous glares, I slowly explained that my sister was trying to train their chakra control, and if they wanted to take shortcuts, there was no way. After sending these lazy guys away, I noticed Kushina struggling with a balloon, and thinking of my sister's request, I took a deep breath and said, for my sister. I strode over to Kushina and shouted, hey, it scared that little beauty so much she jumped. Then I said, I'll help you. The next morning, I heard that Kushina was playing with shadow clones in her room, wanting them to help her make breakfast and fold her blankets. However, those clones rebelled, with one saying it would do it itself, another asking if she didn't want to do it. Then they all disappeared with a bang. Kushina was completely stunned. It was hilarious. In a bad mood, she went to train, only to find it was just her and my sister. My sister said they would practice the infinite evasion technique, which sounded impressive, but it turned out to be my sister continuously throwing shurikens at her while she dodged. The little redhead turned pale. Meanwhile, our side, Jiraiya's team, officially started, taking on their first mission, a C-rank task to eliminate bandits. However, the fat guy said, teacher, you forgot to book the training ground, and I chimed in that it might be because he ran out of money, which embarrassed the old lecher. But when I heard the mission involved killing, I felt uneasy. Although I had been here for nearly 9 years, my previous worldview still lingered. I wasn't even finished being scared when the fat guy, Jaru, softened first. I just described the scene to him, talking about blood splattering on faces and guts flying everywhere. And he immediately went weak in the knees and ended up throwing up. It was truly a sight to behold. While we were slowly making our way, chaos had already erupted in the bandit camp. 2 newly debuted members of the Mist 7, Kurizumi Kiri and Wuji Shinpachi, had killed a bandit leader for talking too much, causing a rain of blood and flesh. These 2 were pure psychopaths and even got into an argument with a boy named Yagura, their target being a sealed artifact in the mountains. When we reached Aoba Mountain, we saw villagers being forced to sift for gold. I was worried about how many people there were, making it difficult to rescue them, and that old lecher Jiraiya was actually lying on a tree writing his little yellow book, saying it wasn't his concern. Just as we were discussing our evening operation, the keen-nosed Minato suddenly frowned. There's a smell of blood. I looked up, and even Jiraiya put away his paper and pen, his expression instantly changing. Inside the mountain's mining tunnel, the sound of chiseling was incessant, and the villagers were working numbly under the bandits' whips. 3 mist ninjas, led by a lackey, arrived at a recently excavated rock wall. The lackey wanted to take credit for more rewards, but in the next second, Kurizumi Kiri's needle pierced his throat, and he stepped on the guy's head, enjoying his last moments. That scene was something else. Another green-haired boy named Yagura couldn't stand it anymore and scolded him, almost leading to a fight. It was still Wuji Shinpachi who came out to mediate, and the 3 then entered the huge cave behind the rock wall, which clearly looked like an artificially excavated ruin. I tell you, right in the middle of the ruins, there's a broken stone platform with rusty iron chains leading in 8 directions, looking like it's been there for a long time. That green-haired guy, Yagura, went up and formed seals, putting all his strength into shouting open. Goodness, the way he looked was like he had been constipated for 3 days. And what happened? Nothing at all. That seal didn't budge. Meanwhile, his 2 heavyweight teammates, one named Wooly Shenba, directly pulled out a scroll and waved it, which said evil blood unsealing. At that moment, my heart sank just hearing that name. It was clear it wasn't anything good. Sure enough, this guy ordered Kirisame to catch someone and let them bleed. Yagura, that little guy, was quite nice, getting anxious right there and shouting, "No, give me more time." Unfortunately, his teammate was a pig teammate, and Wooly Shinba directly blocked him, saying something about how this was enemy territory and to put away unnecessary sympathy. As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of wails came from outside. Family, who understands? It was a live broadcast of a massacre. It was simply unbearable. Yagura clenched his fists. I bet his nails were digging into his flesh, and his eyes were filled with the determination to change this damned blood mist. Then, one body after another, still warm, was thrown in like trash. Wooly Shinba tossed the scroll to him, making it clear, "Stop talking, get to work." On the other side, I tell you, Jiraiya-sensei's side blew up too. He directly told Minato and the others that the mission was upgraded to B rank. If they didn't go, the mission target would be physically transcended. Minato and KageyukiGets understood immediately. They were slaughtering the village. That fat guy Jimuru heard there was 150,000 Rio, and his eyes turned green, howling that he wanted to fight for a family bucket of roasted meat. The three of them dashed over in a flash. The plan was simple. Fat guy Jimuru would go first, create a big commotion to lure the ninjas inside. He shouted, "Partial multiplication technique," and with a fist the size of a pot, he smashed the mountain gate to smithereens, standing there, bellowing with full force. "Akito Jiraiya from the Leaf Village is here. Hurry up and release the hostages." The momentum was incredible. When the villagers saw reinforcements arriving, they got all fired up and pushed back the bandits. Just like in the 2025 conspicuous bag competition, flipping the situation around. However, Jimuru's bravado lasted less than 3 seconds. As soon as he entered the house, he saw the floor covered in mosaics and immediately vomited. This vomit was a big deal, as it directly exposed him. A mist ninja leaped down from the beams, raining shurikens down like they were free. Fortunately, it was just a substitution technique, and the next second, KageyukiGets' Sharingan lit up behind him, disdainfully saying, "Turns out it's just a rookie." With a puff, he was taken away. Minato also easily took care of the other two. But this bloody scene was too intense. Jimuru couldn't stand up from vomiting, and KageyukiGets, even more absurdly, stared at the brain matter on the ground and started laughing, muttering something about sweet tofu and salty tofu, which also rendered him useless. Minato saw this and thought, well, these two are unreliable now, so he had to go in alone. Inside the cave, the blood was almost up to the ankle, and the unsealing ritual was going exceptionally smoothly. The last chain snapped with a clang, and Yagura quickly told Wooly Shinba to stop. That guy pouted and turned to leave, claiming he was going to deliver a message, but in reality, he was just itching to go out and kill a couple of people. In the mine, it was a real hellish scene. Kirasame was using his sewing needle to play human stitching, with 7 or 8 people getting turned into meat paste with a flick of a wire. He was laughing maniacally when Minato arrived. A shuriken flew over, and he jumped back to dodge it. Just as he landed, a yellow shadow flashed past him, and Minato's blue eyes were filled with fire. Goodness, what speed! Kirasame was shocked. The two of them clashed violently, with Minato angrily accusing him of being a disgrace to ninjas. As they fought, KageyukiGets, outside with the Sharingan, acted as a tactical analyst and suddenly shouted, "Minato, retreat." Underground. It turned out that Kirasame's needle was connected to a wire, setting a trap from underground, preparing to play a spider sewing technique. Minato immediately retreated, and KageyukiGets had already charged up with Chidori, planning to surround the enemy. Kirasame felt a strong sense of crisis behind him, turned around, and swung his knife, but ended up hitting nothing. When he looked up, he saw 2 crimson Sharingan staring back at him. Oh no, Genjutsu. He was immediately controlled, watching helplessly as KageyukiGets' Chidori came straight for his heart. At that critical moment, Wooly Shinba, that crafty guy, made his entrance. He tossed out a scroll, and with a whoosh, it was filled with explosive tags, directly surrounding KageyukiGets and Kirasame. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, blowing half the passage away. Minato's eyes turned red. KageyukiGets, Wooly Shinba, holding his explosive knife, laughed maniacally. "Stop calling. You're doomed." He cruelly added, "Someone like Kirasame, if he dies, he dies. He's just a tool." Those words completely enraged Minato, and the two instantly clashed. Just then, the whole mountain suddenly began to shake violently. Wooly Shinba became even more smug. Looks like Yagura succeeded. He slashed Minato away, but turned out to be a shadow clone. The real body circled around, and the two faced off again. Suddenly, Wooly Shinba saw Kirasame behind Minato and thought reinforcements had arrived. Filled with joy, he grabbed Minato and shouted, "Kirasame, kill him." The next second, with a puff, The sewing needle executed a one-for-one deal, stringing them together. Wooly Shimba was stunned, his face filled with confusion. Minato looked at his teammate from under his armpit and asked, "Right, Kyogetsu?" That Kirasame suddenly poofed and turned back into Kyogetsu, grinning. A total schemer. It turned out that Jimaru had protected him with a multiplied hand at the moment of the explosion, suffering heavy injuries himself, which was why Kyogetsu was fine. At this moment, the main character appeared. The green-haired Gyagura walked out slowly, holding a half-person tall, broken mirror. He was quite polite, giving a slight bow. "My name is Yagura. Although I don't like those two guys, as a fellow villager, I need you to stay." As soon as he finished speaking, the mirror shimmered, and good heavens, it directly copied out two identical Minatos and Kyogetsus. The most outrageous part was that the Minato across from him raised a hand and created a Rasengan. Minato himself hadn't even learned it yet. Kyogetsu immediately started yelling, "Hey, green hair, didn't you say they would be exactly the same? Is this thing cheating?" Yagura looked equally confused, only able to stiffly say, "This is a divine artifact." Kyogetsu realized, understanding that this guy didn't know what was going on either. He rolled his eyes and conjured up a mirror himself. "See, this is the Shichiji mirror, the brother of the Hachiji mirror." He started frantically talking nonsense to buy time, making Yagura furious, who waved his hand. "Kill them." Oh no, the hate was released. Kyogetsu turned and ran, cursing as he went. "Damn, trying to kill witnesses. I curse you to never reach a height of 145. His copy was speeding up, about to catch up. Kyogetsu gritted his teeth and went for broke. He shouted Kitsadori and actually used Chidori again. He turned back and collided with the copy, resulting in both of them passing through each other. What was going on? Then the copy started mimicking his movements like looking in a mirror. Kyogetsu Sayagura was about to escape, so he didn't care anymore, grabbing Chidori and chasing after him, with an identical copy following behind. Yagura was so scared he froze, using the mirror to block. Crack! The mirror shattered. With a hum, a strong shockwave knocked everyone out. The countless flying mirror shards zoomed in and pierced into Kyogetsu's forehead. In the mine, Minato's copy also exploded into light points. When Jiraiya returned carrying a corpse, he saw Minato taking care of the two injured. One was lying down and vomiting, and the other was lying down sleeping soundly. As for Jinghua, let me tell you, he was pulled into a place full of mirrors, almost driving himself crazy, screaming and losing his mind inside. In the end, all the mirrors merged into one, reflecting a face he particularly hated, making it feel like a horror movie. When he regained consciousness, he was already in Konoha Hospital, and it had been 7 days. Jiraiya-sensei brought a team of Jonin to hunt down other mist ninjas, while Minato stayed behind to act as a full-time caretaker, taking care of him and the still-vomiting Jimaru. Minato is really honest, I tell you, just like a character from a Chinese folktale. As soon as Jimaru raised his bandaged hand and opened his big mouth, Minato really fed him bite by bite. Goodness, this fat guy is living a life where food comes to his mouth. Just as Minato picked up an apple to peel, Jimaru suddenly shouted, "Wait," startling both of us. His fat face had his nose twitching like a radar, his eyes squinting into a slit, and his expression was so serious that Minato thought an enemy had sneaked in. Then Jimaru began to count down. Barbecue 5 meters, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! With a creak, the hospital door opened. At that moment, I had one thought. Impressive. 2 beauties were standing at the door, one black and one red, carrying bags full of food. "Good afternoon. Look at what we brought." Sister Jinghua held up a paper bag, and the aroma instantly filled the entire ward. Kushina also greeted cheerfully. "Minato, Jimaru, I'm here to see you again." Jimaru's drool was almost flowing like a river, and he shouted, "Barbecue. Sister Jinghua, you're my goddess." Sister Jinghua laughed brilliantly and said, "You little fatty, isn't Barbecue your goddess?" Ever since she learned that Jimaru got hurt to save me, she's been really nice to this fat guy, providing unlimited barbecue. The 4 of us were happily eating when Kushina suddenly started showing off. "How's your Rasengan practice going?" Jimaru stuffed his mouth full of meat and muttered 2 words, "Give up." Minato felt a bit embarrassed and looked down, saying, "I'm at the 3rd stage." Sister Jinghua praised him. "Minato is amazing." Jinghua took a month to reach the 3rd stage. As a result, Kushina became unhappy and snorted. "A month? That annoying guy must be an idiot. Minato, watch me." Saying this, she stood up, made a cross sign with her hands, and with 2 bangs, produced 2 shadow clones. The 3 Kushinas began to form a Rasengan together, and in 3 seconds, a bright blue sphere appeared in her hand. Take this. She held up the raisin gan. Looking so proud, look how amazing I am. Minato genuinely admired her, continuously praising her for being impressive. But then Jimaru, with both his bandaged hands resting on Minato's shoulder, quietly said, "Don't mind her, it must be that sissy giving her special training. Hurry, take me to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore." Kushina, her cheeks puffed up in anger, glared at the fat guy being helped out the door. "So disgusting, we're still eating." Sister Jinghua couldn't help but laugh at her, reaching out to pinch her puffed-up cheeks. Just then, a nurse came in and asked, "Is there a family member of Uchiha Jinghua here? If you need to renew the nutritional meal, please come sign." Sister Jinghua followed the nurse out. This left only Kushina and me, the sleeping beauty, in the ward. I can tell you, I felt a chill running down my back. Sure enough, Kushina's eyes sparkled with revenge, and in an instant, she appeared by my bedside, staring at my face and letting out a villainous laugh. "Ha, you look quite cute when you're asleep. Let me take good care of you." Then my face was doomed. With both hands, she pulled, stretched, squished, and flattened my face. It was like playing with modeling clay while muttering, "This is for bullying me. This is for calling me an idiot. This is for giving me a nickname." Finally, she pinched my nose fiercely and said, "You're not allowed to go against me from now on, understand? If you don't speak, I'll take it as you agreeing." At that moment, I was watching this scene in the mirror of my mental space, almost exploding with anger. "Uzumaki Kushina, just wait for me. Once I get out, I'll poke your butt." As my rage hit the maximum, a crack suddenly appeared in the space above my head. Then, with a series of cracks, the entire space shattered like broken glass, and with a bang, it all exploded, all the fragments being sucked into that one circular mirror. The special effects were off the charts. I almost wanted to double tap to like it. Then that circular mirror cracked, reassembling into countless oddly shaped mirrors, instantly filling the entire space. A piece of information directly drilled into my brain. Hall of mirrors. At the same time, in reality, my eyes suddenly opened wide, shining brightly. Kushina was having a great time when she heard me say, "Huh." Then with a smack, she fell face first onto me, unconscious. Our lips collided, and blood mixed together, a stream of red chakra flowing into my body. When I fully woke up, good grief, Kushina was sprawled on me like an octopus, sleeping soundly. My face was covered with her drool and the grease from the barbecue, and my lips were still bleeding. But looking at her silly expression, forget it. I wouldn't argue with a fool. I felt full of power, as if I had just been rejuvenated. Ugh. At that moment, Jimaru and I were each on one side, my left hand feeding the fat guy, and my right hand feeding myself, wildly enjoying the barbecue. Sister Jinghua had been taken away by Minato to train, leaving me here to fend for myself. While I was eating, I felt something was off. My whole body was heating up. I asked the fat guy, "Do you feel like this barbecue has some forbidden drugs in it?" Jimaru finished another skewer and smacked his lips. "No, it tastes perfectly fine." "Really?" I took another skewer, and it got even hotter. "No way. I need to see a doctor. I'm a life lover. I don't even have a girlfriend. I can't die." Just as I stood up, Jimaru called out to me, pointing at the food on the table. I haven't finished eating yet. I really wanted to punch him. I'm sick, and he's still thinking about eating. Just this little delay made me feel all the heat rushing to my chest, then surging up my esophagus. Ugh, puke. I tilted my head back, mouth wide open, feeling something trying to come out. Jimaru was still covering his nose and shouting, Hey, sissy, don't puke here. I'm still eating." I couldn't care less about him anymore, only feeling a smooth, round object slowly pushing its way out of my mouth. Ugh, what the heck? The fat guy's eyes were almost popping out, pointing at me and shouting, "Egg. Sissy, you're laying an egg? What the heck, laying an egg?" My mouth hurt like hell, feeling a pain level of 13, and with him saying that, I was so mad I wanted to die. With a thud, a head-sized white egg slipped out of my mouth and fell to the ground. I sat down on the floor, feeling completely broken. The fat guy jumped off the bed and leaned in to take a look, his face full of wonder. "Awesome. How did you do that? Does Uchiha have this function? Bloodline limit?" I started crying on the spot, rubbing my face and cursing. "Get lost. Go to hell with your egg laying. This is a stone, a gastric stone. It must be that barbecue that's the problem." Anyway, I absolutely refused to admit I laid an egg. Then the fat guy pointed at the egg and said, "It looks like your gastric stone has cracked." I leaned in to take a look, and indeed, it had cracked. Then with a crack, the eggshell broke, and a cute little white fox emerged from inside, eyes closed, pushing against the eggshell, starting to nibble on it. Once it finished eating the eggshell, its body grew to about 30 centimeters, completely snow white, with 9 fluffy tails. It opened its eyes, a pair of ruby-like big eyes, tilting its head to examine me. The fat guy's eyes were shining with paternal love. A nine-tailed fox? So cute. I frowned, looking at the sleeping Kushina on the bed. This matter definitely has something to do with her. Just then, a soft and sticky little girl's voice rang out, "Daddy." Both Jivan and I were instantly petrified, staring intently at the little fox. The little fox looked at me and called out again, "Daddy." What the heck? It can talk. It was shocked. With a thud, I fell to the ground, unable to get up. Just destroy me. I'm tired. This body must have serious issues. But the little fox didn't let me off the hook, jumping onto me and licking my face furiously, giving me a drool bath. I could only surrender. Okay, stop licking, I surrender. I lifted it up and looked into its eyes. Who are you? Why are you in my body? The little fox wagged its tail, with eyes full of confusion. Not understanding what I was saying, its 1,000 words condensed into 2. Daddy. I had no choice but to activate my Sharingan, only to find it was just a blank slate, with no information at all. Great, I've given birth to a fox, a female one, but I'm male. I wave my hand, get my daughter a skewer of grilled meat to calm her down. She needs something good to eat right after being born. The raised his 2 plaster hands. No hands. Sigh. There's not a single reliable one. By evening, Kushina woke up. As soon as she saw the little fox, her eyes lit up, and she hugged it tightly, shouting kawaii nonstop. The little fox also cooperated, opening its mouth and calling out, "Mommy." I was not happy. How could my own child recognize a stranger as her mother? I immediately scolded. Daji, don't call out randomly. I'm the one who gave birth to you. I named the little fox Daji, Uchiha Daji. What a match. As soon as I raised my voice, the little fox's eyes filled with tears, and Kushina exploded, her red hair standing on end. You horrible guy, try scolding little Daji again. I snorted, not wanting to argue with her. Then she actually said, "Are you scolding me?" Goodness, this woman has become a spirit. She can even sense my chakra fluctuations. When Sister Jinghua came back and learned I had given birth to a fox, her expression was like this, winky face, and she fainted on the spot. The first thing she did when she woke up was to take me and the little fox for a checkup, even secretly doing a paternity test. When the results came out, I was stunned. Biological 99.9. The way she looked at me was like she was seeing a wayward youth who had been ruined by a fox spirit. This quickly reached Danzo and the 3rd Hokage's ears. Danzo thought it was the Nine-Tails fox and even sent one of his silly subordinates to the front lines. The old 3rd Hokage took it lightly, smiling and saying it was fine to just raise it as a cute little animal. After that, my mirror ability also upgraded. The mirrors could carry and transmit chakra and connect to each other to show images, just like 5G surveillance. This became even more fun, especially after Jiraiya-sensei returned. That afternoon, I, Jiraiya, and Jivan sat side by side on the hospital bed, each holding a small mirror, drooling over the women's bathhouse while laughing lewdly. It was quite the spectacle. Once Jiraiya-sensei learned that my mirror ability could absorb artifacts for upgrades, his expression turned serious, warning us not to make it public to avoid trouble. Then he waved his hand. "Let us go. Call Minato over. I will teach you the summoning technique." This guy finally remembered he was still a teacher. When we arrived at the training ground, Minato was already there. Jiraiya-sensei was so proud, saying this was the legacy of the 3 great sage lands. Very impressive. Minato was also very serious, forming hand seals, summoning technique. With a bang, the smoke dissipated. Out came a fist-sized red little toad, looking all high and mighty. Who summoned Lord Gamamaru? The whole place fell silent. Minato's face turned red, embarrassed, and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Jivan whispered, Son, this thing is small and stinky, can I not sign?" But then the toad turned its head and saw my daughter Daji. Its eyes instantly widened, drool flowing, and it pounced over. Huh? Lord Gamamaru is very satisfied with this offering. It started rubbing against Daji's tail. Minato's face turned green. Jiraiya-sensei, can I erase the name on this scroll? Just then, Kushina dragged a corpse over. That was me, having just been knocked out by her. When she saw her baby being approached by the toad, she couldn't stand it and was about to smash me. I instantly woke up. Hey, little Pepper, I'm going to die. After finally controlling the situation, it was my turn to sign the contract. Let me tell you, I was so excited at that moment. Ninjutsu, protagonist treatment. I happily pricked my finger, just about to press it on the scroll, bang. The scroll disappeared. The entire place fell silent again. Jiraiya-sensei was also stunned, but he quickly realized that the scroll had been recalled by Mayaboka Mountain, meaning it didn't want to play with me. The awkwardness on his face was something else. He could only laugh awkwardly. Ha. Maybe there are others signing. Let us wait until next time. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a feast. Minato and Jivan noticed something was off and didn't move. Sister Jinghua was also squinting at Jiraiya. Seeing the atmosphere, I understood. It seemed I had no fate with Mayaboka Mountain. Not a protagonist after all. Forget it. If I don't learn, I don't learn. Who cares? Don't ask me to save the world in the future. I'll just go with the flow. So I quickly stepped in to lighten the mood and help Jiraiya call everyone. Let us go. Time for a feast. I'm hungry. As soon as I finished shouting, Kushina came charging over like a runaway husky, howling, "You annoying brat, stop right there. Leave Daji behind." Goodness, only she, with her carefree personality, didn't notice how strange the atmosphere was. I led my cyber daughter Daji out without looking back and casually corrected her. "I've told you many times, don't call me dad. Call me brother. It sounds younger." "All right, brother." The little fox replied in a cute voice from my shoulder, being exceptionally well-behaved. My sister Jinghua saw that I didn't care much, so she didn't say much and just walked with us. I guess she was already planning where to get me a more powerful spirit beast. I saw Jiraiya alone in a mess in the wind, probably pondering that next time he goes to Mayaboka Mountain, he must have a good chat with the Toad Elder about what the hell is going on. I tell you, ever since Jiraiya took my mirror, he started slacking off in all sorts of ways, getting sick every few days, and our training was all left to my sister. As for me, I originally didn't want to be with that violent QB, so I followed suit. The fat guy, Jamaru, saw this and thought, "Hey, this trick works." And he started getting injured every few days too. We became a pair and formed a mutual aid group for the injured. Just like that, time passed, and it was already April. Of course, we weren't just idling around every day. We were also engaged in some extremely necessary secret training to improve ourselves. For instance, right now, in the darkest corner of the Konoha bookstore, the two of us squatting on the ground had several academic materials laid out in front of us, engaged in a sacred, eye-opening activity. "Hey, look at this." I pointed to a page and excitedly said in a low voice, "This curve, this composition, TSK, the golden ratio, simply amazing." The fat guy scoffed, pointing at what he was holding. "Yours is too girly, look at mine, it's a giant." "Now that's impactful. You don't understand a thing. This is called taste. Yours has no taste." Just when we were deep in our academic atmosphere, a small white head peeked out from the corner of the bookshelf. It was our professional lookout, Daji. "Dad, fat bro, the boss uncle is here." "Well done." I quickly shoved the books back into place while correcting it. "Call me brother." "Where's he?" The little traitor then silenced me with its next sentence. It scratched its little paw innocently and said, "Got it, brother. The boss uncle is right behind me." Me and the fat guy. "What?" We both stiffly looked up and saw the bookstore owner, whose face was darker than the bottom of a pot, holding a wooden stick and slapping it against his palm, clearly wanting to beat us up. We're done for. We're in big trouble. The next moment, the entire bookstore was filled with the sounds of a chase. How many times have we been told that little ghosts are not allowed in this area? We were wrong, boss. I rolled out of the bookstore with the chubby guy and began our usual long run training for the day. Half an hour later, we breathlessly ducked into a meatball shop, ready to treat ourselves to afternoon tea. Aunt Eugene, 15 skewers of 3-color meatballs, 2 cups of hot drinks. As soon as we placed our order, a white shadow darted in and landed steadily between us, skillfully raising its little paw. "Auntie, add 5 more skewers and a cup of strawberry-flavor hot drink." The boss lady, Aunt Eugene, couldn't help but smile brightly when she saw Daji. "Oh, little Daji is so cute today." The little fox seemed a bit shy and wiggled. As a result, 2 deadly glares instantly locked onto it. Little Daji looked up in confusion, blinking her innocent big eyes. "Dad? Brother? Chubby brother? What's wrong with you guys?" I squinted my eyes, mimicking my sister's serious expression as I conducted a mission review. Today, there was a severe delay in the intelligence transmission, which directly led to 2 of our key members suffering heavy losses. Conclusion: mission failed. The punishment is you get no meatballs. The fat guy added fiercely from the side. "No drinks either. My butt still hurts." Who understands? Family? This is such a huge blow to a little fox. Wah! The little one instantly burst into tears, sitting down on the table with all 9 tails drooping, 2 tiny paws frantically wiping away tears, crying heartbrokenly. "Daji wants to eat meatballs. Wants a drink." Wah! That little milk voice, combined with such a pitiful look, had a devastating impact. It was a golden legendary level critical hit. I, along with the chubby guy, were starting to feel overwhelmed and were hesitating whether to just give up when 3 people walked into the store. 2 men and 1 woman, looking worn out from their travels. The woman, let me tell you, was dressed in all white, a white hoodie and a white miniskirt, with bandages wrapped around her long legs, wearing white-framed sunglasses. She looked so cool. The two guys next to her were one with a typical Uchiha skin tone and the other with a typical Hyuga skin tone. As soon as that cool girl finished placing her order, her gaze suddenly fixed on our table, specifically on the tearful little Daji. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Kawaii. The next second, she rushed over and embraced Daji, wildly showering her with affection. Little Daji was completely taken aback by this sudden turn of events, even forgetting to cry. I was momentarily stunned along with the chubby guy, and then I recognized them. They were those few from our class, Class 9, Yun Chongyu, Uchiha Fei Yun, and Hinata, Xin. Chongyu, Fei Yun, Xin, long time no see. I greeted them. The two guys coolly nodded, and Chongyu squeezed in next to me while holding Daji. Then, her expression instantly darkened. I swear, I even saw little bugs buzzing around her. She said in a low voice, "Shout, Jingzi. Could you please repeat that title you just used?" I swallowed hard, scared out of my wits. The aura of the Oil Girl clan is just too terrifying. Bug sister. As soon as I finished speaking, the sun suddenly shone brightly, and the bugs all went home. Buggy smiled as she pinched my face. Hee. Still so cute. How about being my boyfriend? You. I'm almost 3 years younger than them. I look like my sister. I'm indeed quite popular with the girls in class. In the end, Daji still got to eat the beloved meatballs because Sister Chong treated us. I pretended to be polite and said, "Oh, Sister Chong, this is really embarrassing." The little fox was quite straightforward, with its mouth stuffed full, and didn't forget to mumble a thank you. "Thank you, sister." After saying that, it casually took a string of meatballs from in front of Chongyu. Chongyu was so cute that she couldn't help but start to show off while stroking the fox's tail. Don't be polite with me. In this month, we've completed 5 D-level missions and 2 C-level missions. Impressive, right? We're not short on money. Her two teammates, Uchiha Fei Yun and Hyuga Xin, immediately lifted their chins at a 45-degree angle, their faces practically saying, "Come on, praise me, praise me." I exchanged a glance with the fat guy, communicating at the speed of light with our eyes. "Fat guy, how about it? Should we show them an A-level mission to scare them to death?" "Me, don't be shy. Bro, this meal is on me." "Fatty, makes sense." In an instant, we both put on the same worshipful expression, and our acting was so good that even the Oscars would have to award us overnight. "Wow, you guys are amazing." Fatty's expression switched from admiration to inferiority so smoothly. "I'm even more exaggerated. Oh my, this must be celebrated. How about we go eat barbecue later? I'll treat with the fat guy. I'm hitting crazily." The fat guy gave me a thumbs up under the table. Those three were being flattered by us, practically floating. Uchiha Feigen cleared his throat, putting on a senior's attitude. "Ahem, Jingwe, since we're all ninjas now, let's not waste our family's money. I'll take care of the barbecue." Hinata Shin next to him wasn't happy, rolling his eyes. "What do you mean you'll take care of it? As if all the missions are done by you alone." "I'll pay." "Hee. Do you even know how much effort you put in? Looks like you're not convinced." Goodness. It seemed like they were about to fight over who would treat. Gumi was holding his forehead in headache, while the fat guy and I quietly high-fived under the table. Yes, dinner barbecue is secured. At this moment, Gumi might have felt that we were discouraged, and comforted us. "Don't worry. Our teacher said that the supply lines in the village have been frequently ambushed recently, and they're planning to change to a squad escort mode. So there will be plenty of missions in the future, and they will probably all fall to us low-ranking ninjas." When I heard this with the fat guy, it was big news. Doesn't that just mean we'll be exhausted from now on? We quickly finished our dumplings, got up, and said we were going to confirm with Jiraiya. "Sister Chong, we're leaving now. See you at the barbecue place tonight." I picked up Daji and reminded her not to forget to treat us. After we left, Sister Chongyu was about to continue watching her two lively teammates argue, when she suddenly caught a glimpse of something that had fallen from my seat. It was a ninja identity card. Hee, little mirror is still so careless. She picked it up with a smile and took a look. Uchiha KageyukiGets, age 8, number of missions, D rank 0, C rank 0, B rank 0, or rank 1, S rank 0. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. A rank. One time. Nanny. Holy crap. That scream almost blew the roof off the dumpling shop. Feigen and Shernai were shocked too, leaning over to take a look. When they saw the A rank one time on the identity card, the expressions on all three of their faces were like they had swallowed a fly. I can already imagine the expressions on their faces, like the clown, is actually me. It's just ridiculous. Just a moment ago, they were flaunting their C-level missions in front of us, and now their faces have turned green. Chongyu gritted his teeth and said, "Tonight, we have to take them down." "Absolutely." Fei Yun and Cinny echoed in unison. Meanwhile, on my way to find Jiraiya with the fat guy, we both sneezed loudly. Achoo! Daji, who was dozing off on my head, got startled and rolled right off my head. I looked at the seriously and asked, "Did you give me the cold?" The jumped in anger and said, "Get lost." We both caught it together. I picked up Dodgy and placed her back on my head, calmly saying, "Don't get excited. Think quickly about where to find Teacher Jiraiya." "How would I know?" I smiled slightly. "A small case." I snapped my fingers, and a mirror appeared out of nowhere, then zoomed up into the sky above Konoha, reflecting the entire village's scenery. I clapped my hands and shouted in a dramatic manner, "Mirror ninjutsu. The chosen handsome guy technique." The next second, a blinding beam of light descended from the sky, landing precisely in a corner of the village, prompting countless people to look up in curiosity. Found it. At the end of that beam of light, let me tell you, the scene was too beautiful for me to bear. Jiraiya was sneakily hiding behind a tree, looking melancholic as he observed a couple by the river not far away. The girl was Tsunade, and the guy was Kato Dan. Wow, this was a breakup scene. Just as he was looking up at a 45-degree angle, with sadness flowing like a river, we arrived. I led the and sang passionately behind him. "I want to secretly gaze. Just take a look at her, pretend to admire a bottle of flowers." Jiraiya's face instantly changed from melancholy to a grimace. Uchiha, Kyogetsu. A chase of masterly love and filial piety began. That night, I took 2 beatings. One was my sister's loving education because Big Mouth revealed our observation and learning session. The other was my classmates' friendly punches, as I was half dead from drinking at the barbecue shop. Also that same night, Jiraiya received a notice that he was to be reassigned to the front lines. The atmosphere in the whole village changed. The next morning, it was raining outside, and I sat sleepily at the dining table. My sister served us breakfast with annoyance, saying that training was canceled due to the rain and asked me to inform Kushina. I contacted Kushina using a mirror, and I happened to see that silly girl in her pajamas brushing her teeth. When she saw me, she froze for a moment, then raised her hand and threw a punch. With a cracking sound, the mirror on my side shattered. TSK, so violent. I had no choice but to use ninjutsu to restore the mirror, held up the prepared note for her to see, and quickly cut off the connection, fearing she might crawl through the mirror to hit me. After having breakfast, I went out wearing a raincoat. The streets were filled with hurried ninjas, and there were long lines in front of the ninja tools shop. The atmosphere of war was getting thicker. I was also quite annoyed, not knowing how long this battle would last. I bumped into Watergate and the fatty under the South Bridge. Not long after, Teacher Jiraiya arrived. This time, he was surprisingly not late, but he was already wearing a full set of combat gear, clearly ready for battle. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Both the fatty and Watergate had red eyes. They were truly reluctant to part. As for me, I didn't feel much. After all, I knew he wouldn't die. Given the atmosphere, I had no choice but to swallow the last piece of jerky in my mouth, forcing a sad expression and lowering my head. As a result, Jiraiya happened to see me, and the farewell emotions he had been building up shattered in an instant. He came over in a huff, gave Minato and the fat guy a hug, and then took us to the training ground for our final lesson before departure. That afternoon, the sky cleared up. At the village gate, Jiraiya gave us a few last reminders before walking away without looking back. The 3 of us waved goodbye vigorously behind him, and I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Teacher, you must defeat the pufferfish Hans. I want to eat the full pufferfish feast." I seemed to see the teacher's back stagger for a moment. On the way home, I felt empty inside. Jiraiya is gone, and my sister will probably leave soon too. When I passed by the ninja tool shop, I remembered that my sister's chakra blade had long been broken, so I plunged right in. My sister also practices Thousand Birds, and the chakra knife is very important to her. But that thing is extremely expensive. A regular one costs tens of thousands of taels, and she has never been willing to buy another one. I rummaged for a long time and finally settled on the cheapest short knife, which still costs 500,000. I took out all the money in my pocket, a total of 60,000 taels, which I earned from the last mission. I walked up to the counter and began my lifetime's worth of bargaining skills. "Boss, I really want to buy this knife. Look at my sister. She's been on the front lines after sacrificing so much for the village. I just want to give her a little more protection." I spoke with tears in my eyes, almost moved by my own words. To my surprise, the boss's chubby face showed a hint of softness. "So, how much are you thinking?" As soon as I saw the opportunity, I quickly slammed the money on the table. "Boss, let's drop a zero. How about 50,000? The boss's face turned dark immediately. Dropping a zero from 500,000 to 5,000 was a bit harsh. He took a deep breath. "Kid, the cost price is 400,000. It can't go any lower." As soon as I heard that, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a handful of coins. "Boss, I'll add a bit more, 50,233 taels. Is that okay?" The boss looked at the pile of coins, and the flesh on his face trembled wildly. "Are you kidding me? Get out of here!" With a roar, I felt the entire shop shake. Just then, a red figure flashed in, followed by a delicate shout. "Hey!" As I looked up, I saw a small foot precisely the boss's big belly, the fat rippling like water waves. With a loud bang, the boss was sent flying out. I watched as that boss, good grief, was just like a mural directly pressed into the wall. It was so seamless. I was thinking, how much effort would it take to pry him out? Then the culprit stood right in front of me, with a head full of red hair, hands on hips, and a little face tilted up, looking so haughty. "Hey, you annoying guy, look at you, when did you become so useless?" I wanted to kneel down to her at that moment. "My young lady." I was in the middle of bargaining. I was just about to finalize the installment payment. "And you kicked my knife away." I sighed, pushed her aside, and walked towards the wall. Excuse me, why are you hitting people? I need to get him off." This little firecracker wasn't happy about it, pouting like a dumpling and huffing. Let me tell you, her little expression was practically screaming that she wasn't doing this just to help me. As she passed by, she heard the boss scolding me, and her anger flared up, resulting in a flying kick like Ultraman. In the end, I didn't appreciate it, which made her even angrier. She glared at me with her big eyes, and that look was just begging to use cuteness to make me melt. I was struggling to pick someone out when I suddenly turned around and glanced at her. Wow, I scared her. Her little heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned her head to look outside, pretending nothing happened. "Little Pepper, what are you dawdling for? Come help me. I can't do it alone." Oh, only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and hurried over. We worked together and finally managed to take that figurine off the wall. I know a bit of medical ninjutsu, so I quickly gave him a dose of healing, hoping he wouldn't actually be killed. That kick was really harsh. If it were someone else, they would probably be preparing for a funeral by now. At this moment, Kushina was getting scared, her little hands entwined, and she quietly asked, Is he okay? He won't die, right?" I shot her a glance. "Now you know to be afraid? Or were you earlier?" Seeing her aggrieved expression, I didn't say anything harsh. After all, she was standing up for me. I was pondering whether to be a bit more accommodating to her in the future. Forget it. Let's deal with the person first. It's not life-threatening, just some superficial injuries. Now the two of us had nothing to say, and the atmosphere became very awkward. She knelt beside me quietly, watching me treat the injuries. Honestly, her focused look reminded me a bit of my sister. She was quite cute when she was being well-behaved. No wonder so many girls in class liked him. Liked me. A bunch of looks-obsessed, shallow people. Kushina must have thought that way in her heart. She liked the kind of guys who were masculine, but unfortunately, there wasn't anyone in class who could fight. Thinking of this, she probably tightened her buttocks. After all, I was one of her few defeats, a lifelong humiliation. She angrily turned her head away, no longer looking at my handsome face, and ended up noticing the scattered money on the ground. 50,233 taels. Is it all yours? She picked it up and asked me. I nodded. Okay, just put it on the counter. Consider it compensation. JoinsTeam and I was so happy, thinking that sister was right after all. This guy really is soft-hearted. He has no masculinity at all. I can't stand it. Just then, the boss woke up. I'm telling you, in the next scene, it directly burned my CPU. Then the boss struggled to get up, and with a thud, he knelt down in front of Kushina. My head is full of question marks. What's going on? Is this the 2.0 version of scamming? As a result, the boss cried with snot and tears. Please spare me, Lady Kushina. I will never dare again. I will pay the overdue rent immediately. Right now. Rent? I was dumbfounded. Then I heard a burst of laughter from the side. Huh? You look like a big fool now, you annoying brat. Ha ha. So just like that, we walked along the river, one in front and the other behind. She was invited by my sister to come home for dinner. My sister, you see, always makes a big meal before going on long missions. So I figured this time going to the battlefield was a done deal. I, holding 3 newly acquired knives, couldn't take my eyes off the little red-haired girls. Ahem, the absolute territory between her skirt and long socks. Let me tell you, when the sunset shone, it was blinding. I felt like my Sharingan was about to evolve. Is it pretty? A voice suddenly spoke up, and I instinctively replied, Yes, it's pretty. Have you seen enough? No, I just realized, good heavens, the little red-haired girl in front stopped and was glaring at me. Who saw it? Who saw it? How could you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? I was struggling desperately. Her cheeks were flushed, and she hurried forward holding 2 short knives. As soon as I saw her speeding up, I panicked and quickly caught up, fearing she would go home and complain. I needed to find a topic to divert her attention. I said, Isn't it a waste to exchange that more than 10 million in rent for knives? Isn't cash more appealing? To my surprise, this rich woman didn't even look back and replied, What's the waste? My sister is going to teach me swordsmanship, and it's perfect for practice. Money? To her, it was just a number. I felt a pang of jealousy. Damn. Suddenly, I envied that kid from the Watergate. The feeling of spending freely was a dream I've had for 2 lifetimes. I started calculating which rich women from Konoha I could target with my conditions. I could definitely find a rich woman to rise to prominence in 10 years. No bad thoughts. Suddenly, Kushina shouted sharply, interrupting my beautiful fantasy. Who understands, family? This girl is toxic. She always gives me a blow when I'm imagining a happy life. She rolled her eyes, raised a white short knife in her hand, and with a tone full of capital temptation said, "Hey, annoying brat, do you want it?" I squinted my eyes. This little red-haired girl definitely had bad intentions. Conditions. She smiled like a little fox. Hee hee, call me sister and let me hear it. Get lost. I decisively refused and walked forward confidently. If you want to take advantage of me, not a chance. She quickly caught up. Hey, you're a year younger than me. What's wrong with calling me sister? I'm not calling you that. You annoying brat. Don't copy how I talk. La la la. Sister, sister, sister. Sister. Then we acted like we were in an idol drama. One of us holding a knife in front while the other made faces and ran behind. As we chased each other, we ended up at home. I dashed into the house. Sister, I'm back. She followed right in. Sorry for the intrusion, sister. We both froze. Wow, there were guests at home. In the living room, Uchiha Fugaku and my future sister-in-law, Mikoto, were sitting there playing cards. When Mikoto saw us, she laughed. Oh, what's this, bringing your girlfriend home? Don't say that. She's not. We both spoke in unison, and Kushina's face instantly turned red to her ears. I quickly shot a glare at Mikoto. Her name is Uzumaki Kushina, my sister's apprentice and my classmate. She's already taken, so don't say anything inappropriate. Kushina over there was completely stunned. Taken? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Mikoto made a meaningful sound and then introduced each other to Kushina. When it was time for Fugaku, my expression turned unfriendly. New teammate. Fugaku, what is going on? This guy still has the audacity to sneak into my sister's team. Fugaku looked awkward under my questioning as he got in through connections. Miketsu, how can you talk to the young clan leader like that? My sister's voice came from the kitchen, saving me from the situation. Fugaku even pretended to be nice and said, It's fine, Mikahana, I have a good relationship with Miketsu. I made a face at him and said, Who do you have a good relationship with? Want to pursue my sister? No way. We hadn't even sat down yet when a little furball came running over, holding a chicken leg. Dad, it shouted and pounced on me. Everyone in the living room turned to look. Was that a little fox with 9 tails? And it could talk? But the next second, smack. That cute little fox was sent flying by a big slap from me. Kushina exploded at that moment and kicked over, You annoying brat. What are you doing? I took out a small handkerchief to wipe the oil off my hands and snorted coldly. Want to rub the oil on me? Don't even think about it. This little thing is quite cunning. Being so affectionate can't be a good sign. The little fox spun in the air with a 720-degree turn and landed smoothly, its cute face filled with disappointment. Sigh, trying to find someone to take the blame, but it failed. Kushina ran over in concern and picked it up, but the little guy, covered in oil, jumped straight into Kushina's arms. Calling out in a baby voice, Mama, Kushina didn't mind and rubbed its head, correcting it. You should call me sister, okay? Sister. The little one complied readily, though would still dare next time. I sneaked into the kitchen and, seeing the spread, my heart skipped a beat. There were more than a dozen dishes. My sister only does this before going on a long mission. Where are you going this time? Is it for a long time? I asked softly. It's a secret, but it won't be too short, she said casually. I sighed and said, Don't push yourself too hard. You still have me, your little brother, to take care of. My sister was taken aback for a moment, then immediately laughed and tapped my head with a soup spoon. Little silly. After dinner, after seeing off Fuyuki and Mikoto, my sister gossiped with me, saying that Mikoto actually likes Fuyuki. I was shocked at the time. Wow, a love triangle, exciting. As a result, my sister kicked me into the house. In the kitchen, Kushina was washing dishes with the little fox on the assembly line, with the little fox standing in the sink, rinsing itself along with the dishes, having a great time. When we finished, my sister took out the newly bought fox pajamas for Kushina, and she was so happy that she jumped up. Come on, let's take a bath together. The way Daji's tail scrubs is so comfortable. Really? The little fox, who was wondering why it didn't have new clothes to wear, suddenly woke up and ran away. But my sister grabbed its tail and cruelly dragged it into the bathroom. Dad, save me. That scream made me drool downstairs. No, it was envy. I just like the excitement. Half an hour later, after taking a shower, a new problem arose. Kushina and I were each holding a blanket, stuck at my sister's door. No way. Tonight, my sister can only sleep with me. I don't care. Now she's my sister. Boys shouldn't sleep with girls. So embarrassing. We locked eyes passionately, neither of us willing to back down. In the end, my sister got fed up and decisively said, "Stop arguing. We'll all sleep together tonight. Kagey on my left, Kushina on my right." We both let out a hum, which was our tacit agreement. As the night grew late, my sister sang songs to lull us to sleep. Once we were all asleep, the scene shifted to Kushina's ceiling space. Our little Daji, groggily opening her eyes, was scared straight to the ground. In the sky, a gigantic nine-tailed fox was pinned to a large stone by countless chains, its gaze fierce and intimidating. "Hey, a monster! Help!" Daji immediately took off, darting around in panic. The nine-tailed fox, confused, thought, "Aren't you also a creature with 9 tails? This fox is really hard to manage." It was driven to distraction by the noise, yet unable to move. It could only watch helplessly as this little creature howled until it finally tired out and disappeared with a poof. The next morning, still shaken, Daji told Kushina about her nightmare, only for Kushina to point to the mirror showing Daji's own reflection and say, "Is it this one?" Daji immediately went silent. On the way down the stairs, I was brushing my sister's hair, and Kushina's envious little gaze was impossible to hide. My sister loves to be a sidekick, directly pressing Kushina down in her seat, and said to me, "Do what you want. If it doesn't look good, I'll break your legs." I couldn't hold it in and awkwardly said, "Welcome, Uchiha Tony at your service." Little red hair burst out laughing. "Humph, enoyim brat, I want a lady's hairstyle." "Lady?" I could hardly believe my ears. "Little Pepper, can you even write the words lady?" Goodness, her red hair practically floated up right then. "Hey, keep your hair still. I can't catch it." "Sister, he's bullying me." "Mirror Moon, Dad, did you skip breakfast?" "Little one, don't touch my porridge." In the little building by the river, that was how a noisy morning unfolded. After breakfast, we went to the village entrance to see them off. Kushina still wanted to give my sister a bunch of knives, but my sister only took one and then handed over Kushina's future training tasks to me, also entrusting little Daji to Kushina. Watching the three of them disappear into the distance, I felt a bit uncomfortable inside. I handed the little fox in my arms to Kushina. "I'm going to assemble too. Please take care of Daji." The atmosphere was a bit silent, and neither of us had much to say. "Well then, I'm leaving." I had just turned around when I heard a shout from behind. "Hey, you nuisance." As I turned around, a white short knife flew towards me, and I caught it steadily. "You hold this for me first. It's too heavy to take home." After Kushina finished speaking, she didn't wait for my response and turned to run away, looking quite flustered. I think I even saw her blush. I looked down at the short knife in my hand, named Jiayue, which is a pair with my sister's moxing. This thing is much more expensive than those long knives. I weighed it in my hand. It was clearly not heavy, yet it felt burdensome. This guy suddenly pulling this stunt has left me with no momentum for future arguments. I suddenly figured it out. Damn, so that's how it is. This woman is cunning. I must be careful in dealing with her from now on. I tied the bright moon behind me, pondering about Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Sigh, I don't know how much saving them would affect the storyline. When the time comes, they definitely have to treat me to a meal. Or should I have Naruto acknowledge me as his godfather? No, that kid is too much trouble. If he punches me, I'd be a huge loss. I'll walk towards the task center while talking to myself, feeling the weight of the knife on my shoulder increase. When I reached the square, our group of 3 from Class 7 had finally gathered. When Jiwamaru saw the knife on my back, he exclaimed in surprise, "You can wield a sword, you sissy?" I placed my hand on his shoulder and pulled hard, saying, "You have no idea how much you don't know." With that, I unsheathed my knife with a clang, performed a cool flourish, and then flicked it into the air. The short knife spun rapidly and, with a whoosh, returned precisely to its sheath. Wow, that was so cool, Mirror Brother taught me. In an instant, Shunji Kimura lost all composure. Watergate also gave a thumbs up from the side. I chuckled to myself, just about to start a crash course on flirting with girls, when a girl approached me on her own. "Little Mirror, you handle that knife pretty well. Why not show me another trick?" The oil girl wrapped her arms around me right away. Just as she did, another girl with a fierce-looking black hair bun charged over and shouted, "Hey, Bug Girl, get away from Mirror Moon." I told you, the girl with the sky-high braids exploded on the spot, directly confronting him. First come, first served? I've been sleeping on Mirror Moon's bed since I was 3. Saying that, she swiftly grabbed one of Mirror Moon's arms. Well, things got lively. The 2 girls each held onto my brother's arms, like a tug of war, heads butting against each other, baring their teeth, looking like they were staging an epic showdown. My brother Mirror Moon, caught in the middle, turned pale his expression one of utter despair, as if screaming for help. His two teammates, Fei Yuan and Xin, couldn't bear to watch, covering their faces in unison, wishing they could dig a hole and bury themselves right there. Watergate, the old good guy, couldn't he stand it anymore and poked the chubby Jiwang beside him. Should we go break it up? But Jiwang, the chubby guy, wrapped his arms around him, his small eyes full of jealous flames. Break it up? Watergate, let me tell you, you don't understand his happiness at all. Imagine yourself in the middle, and the two girls on each side as Sister Mirrorflower and Little Chili. Savor that, really savor it. Watergate let out a sound, briefly picturing that scene in his mind, and suddenly his handsome face flushed bright red. Happiness indeed, it was a bit too much happiness. Just at this awkward moment, reinforcements arrived. The brave girl's teammate rushed over, pleading, "My lady, please stop making a scene. You're embarrassing the whole class." Unfortunately, no one paid attention. Even the neighboring class came over to watch the drama. In the end, it was the third Hokage who descended from the sky, calling for silence, which finally suppressed this farce. The old third Hokage rambled on for a while, but it boiled down to one thing. We're going to war. We're short on people. You young ones hurry up and get to the front lines to deliver packages. The tasks were divided into two types. One was transportation, and the other was patrol. In plain terms, it was just like being a courier and a security guard, with the patrol being the more dangerous option. Our class 7 soon met our senior, a middle-aged man who looked very honest. As the captain, Mizuki politely went up to introduce himself. "Hello, senior. This is my teammates Kyogetsu and Yashimaru." The man chuckled and said, "Oh, just a bunch of kids. My name is Marahoshi Coke, and like you, I'm also a genin. Just call me Uncle Coke. Let me tell you about that fat guy, Jamaru. His skill at buttering people up is top-notch, and he's definitely a lower-level ninja. As soon as he hears the conversation, he immediately pulls out his family's specialty jerky to start bribing. Uncle Gyuk, come on, try this, it's so delicious." After a few exchanges, the atmosphere instantly lightens up. Jingwei, standing nearby with his eyes narrowed in a smile, knows what's up. This is going smoothly. This Gyuk from the Maruxing family, nicknamed the everlasting lower ninja of Konoha, is definitely at the level of a jonin. The third Hokage sent him to lead us, clearly giving us special treatment. Then Uncle Gyuk began our pre-job training, explaining how certain mission scrolls have special openings, that the letter C on the map represents safety while S represents danger, and that we need to plan our routes and prepare multiple backup plans. He was very detailed. Suddenly, he asked, "Who here is good at sealing techniques?" Jingyue and Minato immediately raised their hands, just like eager students in class. Uncle Gyuk was delighted and emphasized, "I mean skilled like being able to seal a cart full of supplies in one go." The two didn't think twice and shouted in unison, "I can." Uncle Gyuk was so impressed he praised them as geniuses. The fat guy beside them became displeased, snorting, "What's so great about that? I can carry a cart full of supplies myself." Jingyue and Minato exchanged glances and silently reached a consensus. Next time, they must let this fat guy personally experience the joy of running long distances while carrying a cart full of supplies. Uncle Gyuk explained that teams skilled in sealing techniques could take on more transport missions because transporting is much safer than patrolling. When they arrived at the supply center, Jingyue and Minato demonstrated right there, sealing 3 times the amount that others could, thus earning 1.5 times the reward. By noon that day, they were well-fed and officially started their courier careers in Team 7. The scene shifted quickly, and time flew by. Little hot pepper Kushina was soaking in a hot spring at home, accompanied by her little white fox. She was complaining to the little fox. "What do you think that annoying guy is now?" The little fox replied, "Mom, I wasn't talking about Dad." Kushina immediately dunked the little fox underwater. "Go blow your bubbles." That night, after the little fox fell asleep, guess what happened? It sleepwalked directly into the ceiling space of the Nine Tails. Wow, it didn't stop there. For nearly a year, the little fox went to the Nine Tails every night to report, focusing on a kind of companion-style imprisonment. Finding the place too desolate, it even started digging with its little paws to build itself a mansion. At first, the Nine Tails was quite aloof, but eventually, he couldn't hold back anymore. Watching the little one who had been digging for a year and hadn't even made a foundation, he nearly cracked a smile. "Hey, little one, do you want to learn the ninja technique of digging pits?" The little fox immediately knelt down. "Brother, you are my real brother. Teach me." The Nine Tails cleared his throat, but upon seeing his bound paws, he stuttered, "This sealing technique. You have to learn it outside first before coming back." So, Team 7 was out there being ruthless workers, while the little fox was coaxed by the Nine Tails into the world of ninja techniques. In the blink of an eye, 2 years flew by. During these 2 years, the ninja world became a chaotic mess. There were incidents of the Eight Tails going berserk, internal strife in the Mist Village, and the Konoha White Fang's beheading operation that made him famous. The title of the three ninjas was also earned during this time. Meanwhile, our behind-the-scenes big boss, the cult leader Uchiha Madara, was conducting HR interviews underground. A white Zetsu was reporting Lord Madara among the children of the Uchiha clan who meet the age requirement. There are 11 with potential, such as Uchiha Figen, 12 years old, with a single Sharingan. Madara didn't even lift his eyelids. Skip anyone without friends or who has a withdrawn personality. Those kinds of people are prone to problematic thinking. The white Zetsu cut down the list and finally read out Jingwei. Uchiha Jingwei, 10 years old, with double Sharingan and 2 bloodline limits. Huh? Madara finally showed some interest. 2 bloodline limits? The white Zetsu quickly explained. Yes, the Sharingan and a technique called mirror release, which is a very weak ability. His most important person is his sister, Uchiha Jinghua. I tell you, the old man band CPU burned out on the spot. He remembered that this pair of siblings was simply the top material tailor-made for the eternal kaleidoscope. As long as he manipulates a bit and causes one of their beliefs to collapse, won't the moons I plan have successors? This old man has ill intentions. He's planning to create a bone-related bee aesthetic, specifically to pair them for the eternal kaleidoscope. After pondering for a while, he finally ordered, let's start by testing a few others first. Also, send me 2 Sharingan back. I hate the dark. On our side, the delivery took a full 22 months. Jingwei finally shed some of his girlish appearance, and Minato welcomed the boy's first salute at the age of 12, making Jingwei and Jamaru envious. That day, we were once again on the delivery route. Jamaru complained, stop whining, you sissy. Last time, it was your singing that attracted the enemies. Jingwei shot him a glance. One illusion took them all down. Are those called enemies? They're just walking bounties. If you're so capable, why don't you give me back the share? The chubby guy immediately changed his expression. Ah, we're all brothers. Talking about money hurts feelings. I have to say, the ability of Jingwei to use this gadget is just outrageous. He directly tossed a mirror into the sky, and wow. He pulled up a satellite map with 1,000-degree detail, making everything within a few kilometers crystal clear. This reconnaissance capability is simply like opening the heavenly eye. Even the drones of 2025 can't compete with him. After confirming safety, these 2 jokers started teasing Shueimen, saying he was eager to return to the village because he missed Xiao Lajiao. Shueimen, being sensitive, blushed on the spot and got so mad that he chased after the 2 to hit them. But while they were playfully fighting on the other side, Fei Yuan and his team ran into trouble. It was because Fei Yuan and his teammate Hinata were racing ahead, leaving the scout, Chongyu, behind, which resulted in an ambush by the enemy. By the time our 7th squad finished delivering supplies, we were still at the outpost taking private orders. Can you believe it? We were buying specialty dog food from Inazuka's family for the frontline heroes, 50 servings of roasted meat family buckets, and even foundation and limited edition nail polish in the same color as Daming. Guys, this business scope is too broad, right? As a result, Jingwei ended up letting the fat guy steal Dong Ji's roasted meat and slyly shifted the blame. Sorry, Dongo, I didn't get your roasted meat. It's all my fault. Definitely not, because the fat guy ate it on the way. The next second, the fat guy was beaten into a pig's head by his cousin. We just hit the road, and Mirror Moon is helping the fat guy reduce his swelling. The mirror on him reacted. As a result, the mirror shone brightly. And lo and behold, it was little Pepper Jioshinai. Mirror Moon's face darkened, and he directly tossed the mirror to Minato. It's for you. You talk. Minato, still foolishly accepting it, started chatting with her using a writing board. Just then, Minato's eyes suddenly narrowed, pointing to a barely visible red light in the distant sky. There's a distress signal. Red enemy attack from the south. The 3 of us instantly stopped joking, without a word, and directly turned to charge at full speed. Meanwhile, Fen was frantically fleeing while holding the blood-soaked Chongyu. His heart was filled with regret and self-blame, and tears were streaming down his face. He hated himself for his competitive spirit that had caused his teammate to be seriously injured. Just as he was blocked by a Mist Ninja and fell into despair, suddenly, with a whoosh, a powerful air cannon passed by him and hit that Mist Ninja hard. Goodness, this hit sent that Mist Ninja flying. Let me tell you, this air palm was really solid. Unfortunately, the force was still a bit lacking, and that guy wobbled but got back up, not dead. At that moment, I heard a shout in my ear. Fen, hurry and run. I'll hold him off. Turning around, it was Hinata Shin. His Byakugan was wide open, and the corners of his eyes were about to crack, looking like he was ready to fight. Family. Who understands? The guilt he felt inside was no less than Fei Yuan's. Even if he died today, he had to let Chongmei live. But they didn't know. Not far away in the woods, there was an old six quietly observing. A strange person with a half-black, half-white face, like chewing gum stuck to the ground, emerged from the earth. Let me tell you, this guy is Heibai Ju, a pure behind-the-scenes mastermind, here talking to himself in a split personality. Oh, killing them directly is so boring. Watching their hope turn to disappointment and then to despair, that emotional explosion is what is really interesting. Listen, is this even human speech? This guy is even complaining about the coup in the Mist Village, saying these ninjas are the henchmen he painstakingly convinced, so don't mess it up. Seriously, treating human lives like a game. His mentality is something else. At the same time, another support team from Konoha, Minato, and his 7th squad was rushing over. This guy, Jingyue, is practically a human early warning system, running while using a small mirror for reconnaissance. Let me tell you, his mirror ninjutsu is really impressive, reporting intelligence one after another. Mist ninjas, at least 17 of them. Team 9 is under attack. Shin is fighting, and Fei Yuan is running. Not good. Chongmei seems to be gravely injured. Upon hearing this, the fat guy, Jaimel, exploded. Damn, where did so many Mist ninjas come from? What is the intelligence department doing? Minato remained calm. After all, he is the future 4th Hokage, and immediately ordered. No time for nonsense, Jaimel. Fire 2 signal flares to the west and north. Jingyue felt it was unsafe and immediately took out the mirror to contact the rear. I need to inform Little Pepper to send reinforcements. The mirror flashed, and Kushina's iconic red hair appeared, looking impatient. Annoying brat. Hurry up and say it. I'm busy. Wow, the temper hasn't changed at all. On the other side, Fei Yuan kicked open the dark door of the B-046 outpost while holding Chongmei, but the next second he was stunned. What was before him was not an outpost at all, but pure hell. There were dismembered limbs everywhere, not a single survivor. The feeling of helplessness instantly overwhelmed him. No wonder the signal flares had been fired for so long without anyone coming. It turned out all the nearby outposts had been wiped out. A loud explosion outside reminded him that the enemy had caught up, and Shin was still holding them off outside. He looked at the barely breathing Chongmei in his arms, worried about the brothers outside, and for a moment didn't he know what to do. Suddenly, Chongmei squeezed out a few words. Go, help. Shin. Finn gritted his teeth, gently laid Chongmei down, and turned to charge out. Wait for me. Outside the outpost, Hinata Shin was being chased through the forest by a dozen Mist ninjas. Those Mist ninjas were even chatting. This little Hinata brat can really run. Be careful not to kill him. We need him alive to breed. Let me tell you. Hearing this made Shin's eyebrows knit into a shape. He glanced at the outpost with his Byakugan and saw the horrific scene inside, and his heart instantly sank. He realized in an instant that it was over. He couldn't run towards the outpost anymore. That would lead the enemy to a total annihilation. He had to lure these guys away. He took one last look in the direction of Fei Yuan and Chongmei with a single thought in his mind. Bro, sis, you must live. With a whoosh, he summoned the last bit of chakra, suddenly turned sharply, and accelerated. The Mist ninjas behind were startled. Damn, this kid still has strength left? Chase. Shurikens and explosive tags rained down like a storm toward Shin. He counted the heads with his Byakugan. 12, 15, 17. Great, they're all following. Just then, his eyes suddenly hurt, and his Byakugan forcibly closed. He forced a smile. I've reached my limit. I'm still too weak. He stopped, suddenly turned around, and had already prepared several explosive tags in his hand, ready to go down together with these guys. Come on, you miss scum. But then, a flash of a blade passed by. He felt a chill in his arm, and his entire arm flew off, still tightly holding the explosive tags. That arm was kicked away, exploding in the distance. A cold voice from a Mist Jonin came. Kid, don't underestimate the strength of a Jonin. Shin was sweating from the pain, but his eyes were still fixed on the opponent. Just as that Jonin took out shackles to capture him, Fei Yuan arrived. Several kunai forced the opponent back, followed by smoke bombs. In the thick smoke, Fei Yuan rushed in, picked up Shin, and ran. Shin, in his arms, was both angry and anxious, cursing, You idiot, why are you back? Take Chongyu and go. By the end, it turned into a plea. Please, let this be my loss this time. Just go quickly, or we'll both die here. Fei Yuan's eyes, let me tell you, went from 1 tomo to 2 tomo in an instant. He stared ahead and said word by word, I will never use my comrades' lives to solve some damn math problem. Shin was stunned. He felt Fei Yuan's determination. His remaining hand slowly reached into his ninja tool pouch. I'm sorry, Then let my life be added to yours. Help me live well. With a soft thud, Fei Yuan felt a weight in his arms. Shin, that Byakugan boy, with his last breath, whispered in his ear, you must protect Shongnu. Then, there was no more movement. Fei Yuan's scream echoed throughout the entire forest. That pain, let me tell you, could shred a person's heart. His Sharingan, in that instant, spun wildly, directly reaching 3 Tomo. That power surged through his body, making him feel stronger than ever and crazier than ever. He slowly laid down his already cold brother and stood up. The surrounding mist ninjas had surrounded him completely, but he was not afraid at all, his eyes filled with blood-red hatred. Those mist ninjas were still chattering. TSK? The eyes didn't T self-destruct. Looks like he has a split family. What a waste. No worries, he still has a double Sharingan. Hearing this, Fei Yuan suddenly raised his head, his gaze like a demon crawling out of hell, sweeping over each person, and shouted word by word. Kill all of you. After saying that, he charged forward with 2 kunai in hand. But to be honest, he might have gone mad, but the opponents were a group of serious ninjas from the Blood Mist, not some fruit ninja for him to slice. In just a few moments, Fei Yuan was kicked to the ground, covered in injuries, blood spraying everywhere. A scarred mist ninja stepped on his chest, even tasting the blood on his face with his hand, mocking, you can really fight, kid. Fei Yuan tried to fight back, but with a crack, his wrist was broken by the opponent. Just as that mist ninja was about to incapacitate him completely and take him away, suddenly, it got dark. Everyone instinctively looked up, and then they were all shocked. A gigantic black shadow fell from the sky. Scatter. The group of mist ninjas were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Summoning technique. Miniature stand collapse. With a loud bang, a red giant toad over 3 meters tall, carrying Minato and Kyogetsu, fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. The shockwave directly sent all the mist ninjas flying. Let me tell you, the way they made their entrance was explosive. Watergate and Mirror Moon leaped down from the toad's head, heading straight for the mist ninja holding Fei Yuan. The big toad, Toad Hongwan, stood firm with his sword. Meow Moo Mountain Toad, Hongwan is here. You shall not advance any further. But those mist ninjas quickly came to their senses and drew their swords, charging at the toad. The mist ninja Jin-san, seeing his teammates blocked and 2 murderous foes charging at him, panicked and held Fei Yuan as a shield, shouting, stop, don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. And guess what happened? Suddenly, the slime Mirror Moon shouted in a high-pitched voice, hey, handsome, come check out my new contact lenses. The sweetness of that voice made the mist ninja shiver all over, wondering where this cute girl came from. Instinctively, he glanced over. What he saw, however, was not a cute girl, but a pair of blood-red Sharingan. He was so scared that he closed his eyes and tried to retreat. But what he faced was the future fastest man in the ninja world. In that moment of hesitation, it was enough. Whoosh! A flash of yellow lightning zipped past him, and the sharp kunai pierced through his heart, with Watergate kindly giving a twist. Before he died, he saw a tuft of yellow hair, as if asking him, hey buddy, am I fast? One down, but the toad couldn't hold on any longer. With a loud roar, shouted Wind Titans. And then, boom, it was out of commission. The remaining dozen or so mist ninjas surrounded Watergate and Mirror Moon, brimming with murderous intent. Mirror Moon, furious, cursed, Hongwan, you trash. But his hands moved quickly, forming the signs. Snake, horse, monkey, pig, horse, tiger, and unleashed a great fireball. Watergate, already prepared, formed a sphere in his hand and threw it. The 2 techniques merged instantly, transforming into a massive fiery tornado. And this Chinibu Watergate even shouted out the name of the technique. Fire Release, Spiral Flame Dance. Fire Red, Tornado, Zero Style. I looked in the mirror and was almost embarrassed to the point of having a 3-room apartment. Jingwei directly complained, Minato, I beg you, stop chanting, it's too embarrassing. Minato, looking adorably confused, replied, really? I think it's cool. Whether it's cool or not is another matter. But there were a lot of mist shinobi on the other side. 2 water-style barriers and 2 water dragon bombs came charging in. There was a loud bang as water and fire collided, instantly filling the entire forest with steam, making it impossible to see anything. When the mist cleared a bit, the people were gone. Those mist ninjas were not to be underestimated. The leader immediately ordered barrier technique. Illusionary light barrier. Mist conseil technique. With a hum, the entire forest was covered by a transparent dome, and then 6 jonin simultaneously released mist. The density was, I tell you, even more exaggerated than Beijing smog, cutting off the chakra. Jingyue's mirror also malfunctioned, completely losing contact with the outside world. Minato carried the unconscious Feiyuan, and he and Jingyue set traps while feeling their way through the mist. Jingyue complained that the mist was disgusting, and Minato comforted him, saying they were stalling for time until reinforcements arrived. Jingyue laughed directly. Hee, do you believe that fat guy will just rush in without a care and signal for help? He doesn't have that kind of common sense. Upon hearing this, Minato turned pale. It seemed that Gimar really was that kind of person. At that moment, Minato suddenly blushed and shyly asked Jingyue, do you think it's possible for someone to like two girls at the same time? Goodness. Jingyue couldn't hold back anymore and directly activated his soulmate mode, grinning mischievously. Why not? Look at Jiraiya-sensei. He likes all the big sisters. Look at the fat guy. He likes all the round girls. You only like two. That is already pretty pure love, right? Minato was left speechless. Just then, Feiyuan woke up and weakly said, Chongyu. You guys hurry to Chongyu. She is seriously injured. Minato and Jingyue exchanged glances, looking at the surrounding white mist, and fell silent. Where were they supposed to find her? Guess what? Feiyuan actually had a tracking bug left by Chongyu on her. My goodness, my bug sister is amazing. The three of them followed the little bug and made their way back to the slaughtered outpost. Jingyue used the mirror to scout, and the three slipped inside, where they indeed found Chongyu leaning against a wall, spitting blood. Minato decisively said, Don't treat her here. This place is exposed. But the outside was filled with mist, and they couldn't get out, falling into a stalemate. Just then, they heard the voices of the mist shinobi outside. There are bloodstains over here. Notify others to tighten the perimeter. This was trouble. Feiyuan immediately said, Leave me some explosive tags. You guys take Chongyu and go. He intended to stay behind to hold them off. Jingyue quickly told him to shut up, but it was too late. Two mist shinobi had already found the hidden door. One water-style clone entered first to scout, finding no one, but a female ninja named Ryue, with sharp eyes, noticed an unnatural footprint in the corner. She signaled her companion to back off, her right arm instantly swelling, and she punched the wall. With a loud boom, there was actually a passage behind the wall. But they didn't know that just as they chased in 5 meters underground in a small dirt hole at the outpost, Minato, Jingyue, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Jingyue had studied earth style as a child to hide from his sister, and had left fake footprints on the wall, digging a tunnel to hide. Minato took out ink and began to draw a concealment technique on the ground, while Jingyue hurried to treat Chongyu. I tell you, these two worked together seamlessly. Now, they could only huddle in this small dirt hole, waiting anxiously for rescue. But sometimes, rescue can be quite abstract when it finally arrives. I'll tell you, while those three were burrowing like gophers underground, that fat guy, Jomaru, outside the forest was already crying like a 200-pound child, lying on the ground with his limbs sprawled out, saying he couldn't get into the forest and would be laughed at for half a year, unable to live on. Tears were streaming down his face, and the setting sun shone on his round face, which reflected nothing but sadness. Just when he was crying the hardest, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. He looked up to see a little girl with a high ponytail, Sarutobi Haruna. She immediately asked, Why are you crying? Fatso, we're KageyukiGets and Minato. Jomaru jumped up in an instant, grabbing the girl's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. Little monkey, you're my goddess. Please save me. Haruna's face darkened at that moment, and she almost turned to leave. Luckily, her two teammates also arrived, one with a long knife at his waist, Takuyama, and the other carrying a large scroll, Senji-yun. They were from Team 10, patrolling nearby, and had come over upon seeing the signal. Jomaru quickly explained the situation, and Haruna, being the captain, immediately started assigning tasks. Yun and I will scout. Yama, you light the signal fire, and Fatso, you recover your stamina quickly. After hearing this, Jomaru slapped himself on the face, leaving the other three dumbfounded. He cried out, I'm such a fool. How did I not think of lighting the signal fire? The little brown-haired Senju-yin patted his shoulder and delivered a sharp comment. Don't blame yourself. After all, brains are a scarce resource. Not everyone can hit the jackpot. Jomaru felt like he couldn't breathe at that moment. Meanwhile, in the forest, the group of mist ninjas was still playing cat and mouse. Minato and the others had already been driven to a dead end. KageyukiGets was cursing angrily, saying he had never lost at hide-and-seek. How was it that in front of these people he felt like he was transparent, getting caught while digging pits and hiding in trees? It was ridiculous. Minato furrowed his brows tightly, saying no more complaints. They couldn't shake them off this time. He glanced at KageyukiGets, who still had fighting spirit. But Noyuin had a broken right hand, and he himself couldn't fight while carrying the bug girl. Given the situation, they could only resort to a desperate escape. Noyuin, you take the bug girl and go first, KageyukiGets, and I will lead them away. No way. Noyuin immediately opposed. KageyukiGets shot back. No way, my ass. Your hand is broken. Are you going to stay behind his target? Minato, give the bug girl to him. I tell you, Feiyuin is really uncomfortable, gritting his teeth, feeling like a burden. Watergate gently tied them up and said, don't mind it. Jingwei is just like this. We'll catch up with you soon. Feiyuin looked into Watergate's blue eyes and nodded heavily. As soon as he left, Watergate and Jingwei exchanged glances, ready to start their work. How many explosive tags do we have? 21. I still have 45. Let's give them a blasting lock on the river first. Goodness. The two pulled out wire shurikens and quickly set up a deadly trap behind them. Before parting, Jingwei couldn't help but tease. Later, you go left and I go right. Make sure you don't get caught, or I'll marry your little chili back home, and you'll have to watch us show off our love from underground. Turning your head green with grass. Watergate's face twitched, thinking that he wanted to be your brother-in-law. Let you call him brother every day. Just as they were speaking, the Mist Shinobi caught up. The two acted in perfect harmony, simultaneously attacking with shuriken clones and explosive tags, instantly turning that area into a sea of fire. Boom! Boom! The explosions were deafening. And what happened? As the smoke cleared, the enemy emerged unharmed, shielded by a water wall. Jingwei pouted, saying that the damage was so low that it could barely be considered scratch. To share the pressure on Watergate, this kid was also ruthless, standing still and directly using the mirror escape. Mirror clone, creating over a dozen copies of himself, charging at the Mist Shinobi. This move didn't deal much damage, but was extremely humiliating, primarily aimed at disfigurement, as the shattered mirror fragments could smear people's faces. Seeing this, the Mist Shinobi's hatred instantly skyrocketed, especially a female ninja who screamed to kill him. The leading Jounin also ordered, Teams 2 and 3, go after the other one. The rest, let's take down this Uchiha brat. Now, 3 squads, 10 people, were chasing after Jingwei alone. The pressure on Watergate suddenly eased, and sensing he thought, hey, only 6 people? His gaze immediately turned cold, filled with killing intent. He tightened his grip on the kunai, ready to strike. Meanwhile, outside the forest, the signal smoke of Team 10 had already risen. Senju Yunin was breaking the illusion barrier of the forest, tossing out a large scroll that flew into the air above the forest, then clapped his hands and shouted, break. Buzz. In an instant, the entire forest scene transformed. Dense fog appearing before them. It's the mist technique. Chu and I recognized it at a glance. The fog hasn't dispersed, meaning the people are still alive. Go. Fatty charged ahead. Just after they rushed in, 3 faster figures, accompanied by a small fox, arrived at the signal smoke as if teleporting. Let me tell you, these are the real reinforcements. Jingyue's sister, Jinghua, along with Fugaku and Kushina. Without saying a word, Kushina closed her eyes and activated her Kagura Heart Eye, instantly transforming the entire battlefield into a 3D map in her mind. She got excited. Sister, I found him. That annoying Jingyue is at the 6 o'clock position. Watergate is at 11 o'clock. Wow. There were originally 6 over there, but he's already taken down 2. Jimar and the others are also there, surrounded by 7 people. Time rewinds slightly. Jingyue was being chased through the forest by 4 Jounin and 6 Chunin. Those guys were like dog walkers, just toying with him, waiting for him to run out of chakra before catching him. Jingyue was clear in his mind, sneering, and with one hand, he formed seals, instantly creating 10 identical shadow clones to scatter in all directions. The Mist Shinobi were left dumbfounded, 10 people chasing 10 clones, scattering like headless flies. However, Jingyue was also unfortunate. With a 60% chance of running into a Chunin, he was being pursued by that Jounin who he had blinded in one eye. That Jounin muttered to himself, saying he had to personally gouge out Jingyue's eyeball. Just as the two were closing the distance, Jingyue suddenly turned around and threw 3 explosive tags. The Jounin had just spat out a water dragon bullet when the dragon's head was blown back. While he was still in the air, Jingyue already held the electrified Chidori blade, descending from above. This guy was really clever. In the air, the mobility difference between Jounin and Chunin was minimal. The Jounin reacted quickly, shooting a shuriken to try to bring him down. But in front of the Sharingan, those attacks seemed to be in slow motion. Jingyue easily dodged them. As they brushed past each other, Jingyue suddenly shouted, "Hey, isn't that shameless?" The Jounin instinctively feared his Sharingan, subconsciously averting his gaze, and in that split second, the kunai he used to block was sliced in half by the Chidori blade, and the cold edge then sliced open his throat. With a thud, The Jounin fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Jingyue sheathed his blade and even wiped his clothes, casually saying, "I just wanted to remind you, your saliva splattered on me." After taking one down, he was just about to head for the next target when he suddenly realized that all 9 of his clones had been destroyed. He was shocked, knowing that those foolish teammates were in trouble, and hurriedly sped up. However, just after running a few steps, a pair of delicate white hands reached out from the fog, shooting 2 water bullets at his head. Bang! Bang! Jingyue's head exploded like a watermelon on the spot. From behind a tree, a beautiful Miss Shinobi girl emerged, looking at the decapitated body on the ground, clicking her tongue, saying how nice it would be to have such a handsome guy as her boyfriend. Just as her words fell, a knife suddenly pierced through her chest. She was stunned, looking down to see that the body on the ground had already turned into a pile of glass shards. From behind her came Jingyue's teasing voice. "Really? Missy, you're also very beautiful. How about we date?" Goodness, this woman wasn't easy to deal with either. Despite having her chest pierced, she was still smiling, and her body suddenly transformed into water. It's the water transformation technique of the Hozuki clan. Jingyue was also startled, but his actions didn't stop. He formed seals with one hand and electrified the blade. Lightning release. Yang's love for you. ZZZZ. The electricity spread throughout the Hozuki girl's body. Folks, who understands? That girl immediately trembled all over, mumbling, feeling like she was about to smoke from the electric shock, both pleasurable and numb, primarily targeting physical addiction. She wanted to curse, but as soon as she opened her mouth, it came out as, "You give in and me wait in." Jingyue was still teasing. "Wait for what? For you to marry me?" Just when he was about to go for the kill, it got awkward. ZZZZ. With a flash of electricity, the blue bar was empty. On the other side, Fen, carrying the bug girl, was already running out of breath, his stamina long depleted, relying solely on willpower. The Chunin chasing him saw him hide behind a tree, sneered, first creating a water wall to block all the hidden weapons, then waited for Feiyuan to rush out, slicing away his only weapon, the long knife pressed against his neck. Feiyuan was utterly desperate, his red eyes filled with determination as he prepared to charge into the blade. As an Uchiha, he would rather die than surrender. However, that Chunin wanted to capture him alive, so he moved the knife away, looking down at him from a height, and began to mock him with a smug face. Is this the strength of a Konoha genin? Just as he was about to flaunt his superiority a bit more, a voice suddenly interrupted, blah blah blah. "Are you performing a solo comedy here?" As soon as I finished speaking, good heavens, it started pouring down red-haired rain from the sky. Can you believe it? Strands of red hair, as if they had eyes, were raining down, each holding a little ball densely falling down. The pressure was something else. I tell you, the fog-hidden ninja's eyes nearly popped out. He probably had never seen such an abstract ninjutsu in his ninja career. He didn't even have the thought of resistance. All I heard was a scream, and with a boom, he lay peacefully beside my buddy Feiyuan. As the dust settled, a little red-haired girl walked over with her hands on her hips, looking so cool. I tell you, Feiyuan's eyes were wide open, probably regretting not noticing such a treasure of a girl back in school. "Hey, Uchiha Feiyuan, I hope I'm not late." That girl, who was Uzumaki Kushina, casually greeted him. Feiyuan's face softened. He probably didn't even feel the pain anymore, stuttering. "No, thank you, Uzumaki Kushina." They were reminiscing over there, while I was in a dire situation. Who understands, family? Halfway through the fight, my blue bar was empty, my legs felt like noodles, and there was still a girl from the Akatsuki clan standing opposite me. What am I supposed to do? Waiting online urgent. I was in a panic at that moment, but I had to keep a steady face. My mind was racing, and I quickly sheathed my knife, made a cool turn, and looked up at the sky at a 4 to 5 degree angle. Making sure my demeanor was perfect, I gathered all my strength and calmly said 3 words. "You go." That girl, the Ghost Lantern girl, was completely stunned, probably still recovering from the effects of the electrotherapy. With a look on her face like, "What the hell are you doing?" By the time she collected herself, the fog had cleared a bit, and the evening glow was shining on my back, creating a sense of solitude and a broken yet handsome vibe. I felt like her heart skipped a beat, and she ran over to ask me, Why? Sister, I'm out of blue. If we keep going, I'm done for." Although I was raging inside, I had to maintain my cool. It wasn't tea, just an act. It was a matter of life. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and spontaneously composed a poem for her. "I hope the moon in the long sky remains. Don't wait for the night to seek the brightness." It meant, "Sister, please leave quickly. I don't want to fight." But guess what? She seemed to misunderstand. She even blushed. "Sister, don't blush. If you don't leave soon, I'm really going to kneel." Just when I felt like I was about to be done for, she suddenly made a move. With a swoosh, a torrent of water gathered, and her originally slightly enchanting face suddenly kissed me. My eyes were as wide as bells. What the hell is this operation? First a kiss, then a kill? I'm still a baby. She even bit my lips until they bled. I tell you, it hurt like hell. Just when I was in despair, a savior, or rather another devil, came crashing down from the sky. With a loud shout, Kushina rushed over like a little cannonball, and with a bang, she knocked Kaido into a splash of water. But that girl was tough too. In just 2 seconds, she reformed in midair, wearing that charmingly wicked smile again. Hee hee. Little brother, the mark is on you now. You're my brother. She tossed the knife she had swiped from me, and, seeing the name Kaido on the sheath, her smile grew even wider. This is our token of love. My name is Kaido. Remember to come to the Mist Village and marry me, or else. After saying that, she disappeared with a splash. I still haven't reacted when Kushina has already exploded with anger, her pupils turning vertical. I've never seen her so angry, like a child whose lollipop has been snatched away, mumbling something about a token of love, kissing, saying that all of that belongs to her. I was still there touching my lips and secretly feeling pleased, thinking to myself that this round was not a loss at all. I had saved my life and even picked up an unwed wife for free. I really am a genius. But when I turned around, I met a pair of eyes that looked like they wanted to eat me alive. What do you want? Little hot pepper? Before I could finish my sentence, bam! A punch sent me crashing to the ground. What do you have to say for yourself? She asked through gritted teeth. I'm completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How do I know what you're going crazy about? She seemed a bit stunned as well, right? Why is she so angry? But then she quickly found an excuse, pointing her finger at my nose and asking, Where's my knife? Great. A knife worth over 3 million taels. I couldn't afford to sell it. I hurriedly tried to talk my way out. Don't worry about those details. Saving people is more important. But then she leaned in, her nose almost touching my face, and said fiercely, I have 100 shadow clones saving people. I don't need your concern. I'll ask you one more time. Where's my knife? I felt guilty to death, my eyes wandering everywhere, and accidentally caught a glimpse of the flesh squeezed out by her long socks. TSK, she really knows how to dress. Bang! Another punch landed right next to my ear on the ground, dirt splattered all over my face. If you look again, I'll smash your head. Am I supposed to pay you back in installments? I asked tentatively. Who wants your stinky money? Then, after the fight, should I go to Hidden Mist Village to get it back from her? You still dare to look for that woman? Are you planning to marry her? Her teeth ground together with a creaking sound. I didn't hear it at the time, and I really thought about it seriously. That girl was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs, looking quite nice indeed. So I casually said, It's not impossible. And then, there was nothing after that. Damn it. Accompanied by a roar, I only remember countless punches raining down, and my cries, Don't hit my mouth. It's already broken. It's better to break dirty things. Damn it. When I woke up again, the moon was already hanging in the sky. The main group had arrived, the injured had been sent back, and we were resting. My sister Jinghua was not at ease and was about to bring people to find us when she saw Kushina carrying a pig's head, which was me, emerging from the forest. Watergate and the others were shocked to see me and asked if the enemy was too strong. The little fox Daji was about to tell the truth, but was shot down by a glare from Kushina. That little pepper, without a change in her expression, started to act dramatically, saying how strong the enemy was, even pretending to wipe away tears, claiming I was hurt badly. If I had been awake at that time, I would have definitely bitten her to death. Everyone actually believed it. My sister came over to check and found that I had just exhausted my chakra. Then she patted Kushina's head and told her to take care of me until I was no longer swollen. At that moment, something even more explosive happened. A fool named Senji Yun came up and first apologized to Kushina, saying he shouldn't have called her tomato before bowing at a 90-degree angle and shouting, Uzumaki Kushina, please be my girlfriend. The whole place was stunned. Kushina was so shocked that she screamed, No way, and started running away with me on her back. That kid chased after us, yelling why? I really like you. Another girl in our class, Chu and I, got anxious and rushed over, shouting, Little Pepper, put down the small mirror quickly. You can't run fast with it on your back. I was lying on Kushina's back at the time, feeling like a trophy as she ran around the place with me. 2 infatuated guys were following behind, and my head was bouncing around so much it felt like it was about to fall off. When we set up camp at night, I finally woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, there was Kushina's big face right in front of me, sleeping soundly and breathing all over me. I wanted to give her a good kick, but then thought better of it. I shouldn't argue with a crazy person. Turning my head, I saw my sister. It had been 2 years. Although we could meet using jutsu, it was still different. I really couldn't hold back and directly hugged her, calling out sister. After eating and drinking, I decided to discuss some serious matters with them. I activated my Sharingan and brought my sister and Minato into the Genjutsu space. I showed them a scene I had recorded with my Sharingan, where that black and white face guy, Zetsu, was peeking at us. Minato immediately understood. No wonder I kept getting discovered even after drawing the Jutsu formula. It turned out he was behind it. This guy, who could evade everyone's perception, had been watching the show from the side all along and even deliberately provoked us into a battle with the Mist Village. This was definitely not simple. Once we exited the Genjutsu, my sister and Minato stared at me intently, their gazes as if they could see right through me. And they asked in unison, "You really didn't know?" I was dumbfounded at that moment. Those two or something? What could I say? I quickly found an excuse to slip away, saying I needed to take over the night watch for Fujikage. The next day, the journey was chaotic. This honest guy, Minato, insisted on digging up my old past from 2 years ago, asking which girl in the class I actually liked. In the end, Kushina and Haruna joined in the fun, and everyone teamed up to catch me. Even the little fox I raised came to backstab me, turning into a big fur ball and rolling over, taking us all down. Once everyone calmed down, I had some free time and started pondering my mirror technique. I thought I needed to develop some new features like flying. So I got to work. Right there, I used countless mirrors to assemble a pair of wings behind me. Let me tell you, under the sun, the effects were amazing. Super cool, dazzling enough to make Jimaru curse. The result was cool, but after flapping for a while, all I did was stir up a bunch of mud and stayed in place. Alright, plan B, mirror flight. I created a long rectangular mirror, trying to learn how to ride a flying sword like others, but as soon as I stepped on it, bam, it shattered. Am I heavy? I'm only 31 kilograms. Kushina is laughing so hard beside me that she's clucking like a chicken, saying I'm too fat. Can I take this? I have to prove myself. I went big again, placed it on the ground, carefully stood on it, and then increased the chakra output. Guess what? The mirror wobbled. Hey, finally lifted off the ground. Hey, let me tell you, this feeling is amazing. But I looked down and saw, wow, the chakra was dropping like a waterfall. It's practically a luxury item among fighters. I can't afford this little bit of savings. At this speed, it's about the same as an old man's joyride. If I dare to speed up or climb higher, I'd probably be drained dry in less than 3 minutes. Forget it, as long as I can fly. Who needs a bike? I started to hover aimlessly in the sky, instantly becoming the center of attention. Kushina, that little redhead, looked like her eyes were about to pop out, dumbfounded. Murmuring, did it really take off? I could feel her face burning from afar. Who told her to mock me earlier? Even a future clan leader. My cheap brother-in-law, Uchiha Fugaku, couldn't he help but praise me. Not bad. It seems our Uchiha is finally going to have a flying ninja. That look in his eyes was incredibly satisfied. He was probably still calculating how to make me his brother-in-law. My sister complains about my recklessness, but the worry in her eyes is almost overflowing, afraid that I might overexert myself and ruin my body. The funniest part is the little fox in my arms, its eyes sparkling with excitement, bouncing on me and saying, "Daddy, Daddy, take me." Daji wants to fly too. I thought about it, and adding the weight of a fox isn't a big deal. I waved my hand, and a small mirror flew in front of her. Hold on tight. The little one quickly hugged the mirror, and whoosh, I brought her to the big mirror below my feet. Wow, haha, we're flying. Dad, higher. Dad, faster. This little one immediately started directing like a commander, and since I was testing it anyway, I just indulged her, making her extremely happy. We drifted slowly in the sky like this. Yes, you heard that right, just drifting. Speed up? I tried it, and the chakra consumption doubled instantly, and I backed down right away. It seems I need to practice more if I want to show off while commuting with this thing. But even just drifting was enough to make the group of ground-dwelling chickens below envious. Kushina was eyeing it with envy, but she couldn't bring herself to ask me. So she turned her head away in frustration, pretending to be indifferent. It's just flying, what's so great about it? But those eyes still secretly glanced my way. She had her concerns, but her best friend, Haruna, didn't he? This girl, my childhood friend, boldly shouted at me. Let me ride the small mirror. I want to fly too. Kushina, who had just turned her head away, quickly whipped it back, her eyes full of warning. You annoying brat. If you dare to take her, I'll ignore you forever. I didn't plan to go down. After all, chakra is precious. But at that moment, the king of the dog-licking world, Jimaru, made his move. Seeing Haruna's excited expression, he knew an opportunity to perform had come. This guy quickly took out a communication mirror and wrote 2 characters on it. Help me. I replied in seconds. Taste of the sea, supreme set for a week. Okay. In just a few seconds, the deal was done. Jamaru immediately turned into a drama queen, boldly waving at me. Get down here, you sissy. I'll take you, fat lord, and little monkey for a ride to the sky. I gracefully floated down, giving face. Since I had a test anyway, I could enjoy a week of free meals. I was simply brilliant. I just jumped down from the mirror, and Chun and I eagerly climbed up. Quick, take me flying, big sister. Hold on, little monkey. Let me catch my breath. My face turned a bit pale, and I patted Ji-won's shoulder. Buddy, I'm feeling pretty empty. Give me something. Sure thing. The chubby guy didn't say a word and directly poured his chakra into me. As he was doing it, he seemed to remember something and leaned over to ask quietly, Hey, I'm pursuing the little monkey, you won't mind, right? As I absorbed the chakra, I glanced at him disdainfully and said, So you finally remember to ask? Hee. The chubby guy scratched his head awkwardly. I shot him a glance and lowered my voice to confide in him. Don't worry, buddy. I have a stunning fiancée, in the Hidden Mist Village. When we meet, it's all hugs and kisses and she bites and nibbles. It's so annoying. In a few years, I'll bring her back to let you see those long legs, that lively spirit, that tiny waist. Tsk, enough said. The fat guy shivered on the spot. His chakra got so excited that he drained himself completely, feeling empty to the depths of his soul. As a result, Chu and I ascended. The fat guy fainted, and only the little fox could take his place, fulfilling the dream of soaring together with the goddess. On the other side, Kushina's eyes were red, glaring at me as I slowly ascended. I felt it and cheekily turned back to her with a big smile, as if to say, Come on, see how amazing I am. She bit her lip, looking at my sweaty face, but ultimately held back the impulse to hit me. What is so funny, you idiot? Oof. I'll remember this and settle the score later. Amid this commotion, we finally returned to Konoha ahead of schedule. Watergate and I received an A-rank task record for taking down the Jainin, while Kushina and the others managed to get a B rank. After finishing everything, the 7 of us decided to visit CHG and Hinata at the hospital. When we arrived and asked, we found out they were gone. The nurse said they had applied for discharge that morning, saying they were going to a funeral. Should we go see them off? I suggested. I wanted to go, but our Uchiha and Hyuga families didn't have the best relationship, so it would be a bit awkward for me to go alone. Go ahead. Watergate was understanding. So, the 7 of us hurried over to the Hyuga family's territory. Wow, those rows of vintage houses were dazzling to us. The problem was, does anyone know where the new house is? Everyone collectively shook their heads. I was speechless. Here we were for a condolence visit, and we didn't even know which way their door faced. What a mess. Let's ask someone. With no other choice, I randomly picked the most impressive-looking house and knocked on the door. It even had a brass knocker clang, clang, clang. Please wait a moment. A slightly nasal, yet unexpectedly pleasant female voice came through. Jairus suddenly said, That voice sounds familiar. I shot him a disdainful glance. Are you sure it's not just infatuation? We all instantly started to snicker. Yashimura huffed in dissatisfaction. Humph, with his first love sound, just hearing it a couple more times could get you pregnant. I don't believe you didn't feel anything. Of course I have a feeling, and I'm a bit excited inside. But I turned my head and patted his shoulder, starting to educate him. Listen, let me tell you, identifying people by their voices? That's like cyber pulse diagnosis. Voice actors are all monsters. It could be a guy who's 6 feet tall with an 18-inch waist, picking his toes while talking. Hey, what's wrong with you all? I suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit off, as everyone was staring intently behind me. My pupils shrank, and out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the door seemed to be open. No way. I awkwardly turned around, bracing myself, and then I froze. Dressed in black morning clothes, with long purple hair and a pair of white eyes like gemstones, she emanated a chilling aura that screamed, keep your distance. The key point was, this was someone I knew. Our class's beauty, Hinata Shinkai. Heh, hee, beauty, have you eaten? You developed, huh? Your voice has changed quite a bit lately, hee. Your house is also very big. Hee, very big. Hinata Shinkai remained silent, staring coldly at me. Who understands the pressure? My social life was dying right there. My mind went blank. This girl is the representative for the body technique class. I was afraid that saying another word would get me beaten up. A laugh I couldn't hold back broke the silence. We all turned to look at the culprit, Kushina. That little redhead was desperately covering her mouth, claiming her innocence. Everyone ignored her and turned their gaze back to me, as if to say, go on. I didn't dare to continue. We guys felt useless, collectively speechless. In the end, it was Haruna who stood up, disdainfully pushed us aside, and walked to the door to ask, Hinata, do you know where Hinata's house is? Hinata scanned us with her gaze, as if she understood our intention, and her expression softened a bit. She stepped over the threshold and closed the door. They're at the cemetery. If you want to go, follow me. After saying that, she walked ahead on her own. We can only silently keep up. Yashimaru leaned closer to my ear and whispered, "This voice actor is pretty good, right? Beautiful and sweet voice." I nodded. Yeah, her appearance, voice, and figure all perfect, but she's a bit cold and likes to roll her eyes. The chubby guy gave me a direct eye roll. If you want her to roll her eyes black, she needs to have that function too. Sighing, I shook my head and started to show off my Sharingan. Look at me, I can turn red if I want, black if I want, and I can even spin around. Ta-ha, ugh. It's Kushina again. This little redhead burst out laughing, covering her mouth and shaking all over. This completely lit the fuse. Hinata Mikan, who was at the front, instantly activated her Byakugan, and in a flash, she dashed in front of Kushina and slapped down. No, Minato realized the situation, but it was already too late. Just when we all thought the little hot pepper was about to get hit with a loud smack. That fair hand stopped just 10 centimeters away from Kushina's face. Only then did everyone see that I had firmly grasped her wrist. Our eyes, one red and one white, locked onto each other, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Just as everyone was pondering whether to help me beat up the class beauty or to hold her down so I could hit her, I suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I'm sorry, you annoying brat." Kushina wanted to say something, but was yelled back into silence by me, and her eyes immediately filled with tears. I didn't pay attention to her and continued to apologize. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't consider the occasion while joking. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Hinata Kanai stared at her wrist, which I had pinched red, and said coldly, "Can you let go now?" As soon as I looked, I was taken aback. The feel was nice, but turning red was a bit excessive. I quickly released my grip. Who would have thought? Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed, and 5 finger marks firmly landed on my face. The whole place was stunned. In the next second, Kushina's pupils instantly turned into slits, and she roared, "Damn it!" swinging her fist towards Hinata Shinkai. How dare she? No one could hit him except for me. Little chilly, no? My head was buzzing, and I couldn't care less. I tightly hugged the almost uncontrollable Kushina. This matter couldn't escalate. Let go of me. I want to bite her to death. Awoo. Seeing her fierce and clawing expression, I could only hold her tighter. Damn it. How dare she hit my little mirror? Does she think I'm easy to mess with? Haruna also reacted, grabbing something to join in. Fortunately, Jamara was right next to us and quickly hugged one of them. Enough, I shouted. We're here to send off Shin, not to cause trouble. This farce finally stopped. Hinata Shinkai coldly glanced at us, threw out a line about going to the morning clothes shop to change, and then turned to walk away. We silently kept up. Suddenly, Kushina, who was walking behind me, grabbed my arm, lowered her head, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Thank you." I was stunned at that moment. Is this still the Kushina I know? I reached out to touch her forehead. No fever, huh? You haven't been possessed, have you? You actually said thank you to me? Umph. Kushina pushed me away and walked ahead, fuming. A nuisance is always a nuisance. Dressed in black and arriving at the cemetery. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Hyuga Niji and Shino were also there, one with an arm in a sling and the other in a wheelchair. Watching my former classmates being buried little by little made me feel particularly uneasy. I've always thought being a ninja was a high-risk job. You work for a few years, save enough money, and then retire. But Niji's death made me realize that this risk might be something I can't afford. As we left the cemetery, it was almost dark. Everyone said their goodbyes. Niji, pushing the wheelchair, looked at me and Minato with a determined expression. I will definitely catch up with you guys. I smiled and reached out to hook my fingers around Shumen's neck, only to find that he has grown too fast in the past 2 years, and I could barely reach him. TSK, we want to wait for you to catch up. Chonyu also joked, "Little mirror, your sister might be falling for someone else. So don't be too sad, okay?" We immediately started cheering and gave a thumbs up to Fei Yuen, making this honest kid blush all over his face. I started talking nonsense. Don't worry, Sister Bug, I'm hanging in there. With so many Konoha girls, as long as I Uchiha Kyogetsu can get half of them. Ouch. Before I finished speaking, my sides were grabbed by Kushina and Haruna. After sending them off, I called out to Minato and Kushina. My sister said you two go home alone, so I invited you to my house for dinner to celebrate surviving the ordeal. As soon as Kushina heard she could eat my sister's cooking, she jumped up in excitement. Minato seemed a bit shy, but I directly hooked my arm around his neck and pulled him along. Let's go. We're already this familiar. Why act shy? When we arrived at my house, wow. Fugaku and Mikoto were also there, and it immediately became lively. As soon as I stepped inside, a bundle of white fur rushed towards me. I grabbed Daji by the scruff of her neck. How many times have I told you? Call me brother. Oh, brother. The little fox humbly accepted, but she still didn't change her ways. Kushina snatched her away and even stepped on my foot. Minato, this woman is not worth it. I suggest you get a new one, I said while rubbing my foot. As a result, Minato squinted his eyes and, taking advantage of no one noticing, quickly stepped on my other foot too. I was in so much pain that I jumped up and shouted angrily, "You two dog lovers, just wait. Watch me give your son expired milk every day." Just then, a shuriken-shaped pillow hit me on the head. A fierce battle was about to break out. I picked up the pillow, made a shadow clone, and a bunch of pillows flew towards them. Kushina charged at me with a pillow, but I took her down with a shoulder throw. Ha ha ha, do you want to dance too? Just as I was feeling proud, Minato launched a sneak attack from behind, and a pillow hit my butt, knocking me down. Just when I was about to be defeated, my General Daji burst out. "Daddy, I'm here to help you." Ninja technique, great tail, slap. 9 fluffy tails instantly overwhelmed Minato and Kushina. Ha ha ha. With General Daji by my side, how could I worry about not getting this beautiful kingdom? I laughed wildly and threw all the remaining pillows at them. In the end, my sister came out with dishes and taught us a lesson before the dinner officially started. At the dinner table, my sister announced some good news. The third Hokage said you can take a month off. The land of rain is going to hold peace talks. Yes, I immediately clenched my fists. After 2 years of working hard on missions, I had saved almost 1,000,000 Ryo, and I could finally go to the brothel to learn a thing or two. Hey. My kidneys suddenly hurt. I turned around to see Kushina squinting her eyes and frantically working on my waist. Don't think about bad things. Damn, how does this spicy pepper always know what I'm thinking? My sister glared at us and said, "Mirror Moon, you need to go to the Hokage's office tomorrow. The third Hokage wants to see you. It seems he is interested in my mirror technique communication." At 8:30 in the evening, after the banquet, my sister surprisingly arranged for Minato and Kushina to spend the night at my house. Minato slept with me, and Kushina slept with my sister. Some stimulating images flashed through my mind at that moment, and I ended up getting knocked down by my sister with a punch. That night, Minato and I wore matching fox pajamas, squeezed together on one bed. I drew a line down the middle of the blanket and warned him, "I know you have a little spear. If you dare to backstab me tonight, I will. I will go and backstab little Chili Pepper." To my surprise, Minato pretended to look ominous and said, "I remember you already. 2 years ago. So can I." I was instantly intimidated. "Masterman, I was wrong." He laughed and burrowed into the blanket, then suddenly brought his face close to mine, scaring me so much that I rolled under the bed. When did this guy become so bad? After enough fun, he suddenly became serious. "Mirror Moon, don't joke about me and Kushina in the future. I can feel that her heart is not on me." I smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry. She'll soon fall hopelessly in love with you. I know the future scenario of flirting under the moonlight, and I must watch the live stream when it happens." Feeling a strange sense of anxiety, I fell asleep. In my dream, it was their wedding, and I turned away sadly, alone. When I woke up, my pillow was surprisingly a bit damp. The next morning, I lingered in bed, only to be physically awakened by a daji sent by my sister using a ninja technique called Fox Bounce, and it was quite a brutal experience. I stepped out of the house with a messy hairdo, mumbling to myself, "Damn it, asking me to meet at 8 in the morning. This is way too much of a generational habit." Just as I was complaining, a pleasant female voice sounded beside me. "Excuse me." I looked up and saw a petite beauty with short black hair, dressed in a martial arts uniform, exuding a unique vitality, and she looked a bit familiar. "Do we know each other?" I tried to recall. The beauty smiled and said, "No, we don't know each other. I just wanted to ask you where the Uchiha and Mingji family lives." "Oh." I nodded and noticed the same forehead protector on her arm as mine. "Mingji? Isn't that my childhood rival?" I blurted out, "Has that little rookie Mingji graduated too?" "Ta!" The petite beauty burst out laughing right there, holding her stomach and laughing without any restraint. Let me tell you, this little beauty has such a low sense of humor that she could dig the ground with it. Which is such a lame joke, she could squat on the ground laughing until the roosters crow. I couldn't help it at the time and casually floated over and said, has anyone ever told you that when you laugh, you look just like our hen that lays eggs?" Goodness, as soon as I finished speaking, her laughter abruptly stopped, and the air suddenly filled with a murderous aura. Family members who understands. That look in her eyes felt like she was about to pull out a 40-meter-long knife in the next second. I sensed something was off and thought, this is not a place to stay. I quickly pointed her in the opposite direction and even coolly mentioned Uchiha Fugaka's name. Then I slipped away on the spot. The sound of bones cracking behind me gave me a chill. The scene shifted, and I was already in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was looking for me. What was he saying? He said that my mirror technique, the one that allows video chatting, had great potential and he wanted to develop a military version. Wasn't that just aligning with my interests? I immediately agreed and even performed a live demonstration for him. I pulled out a mirror, looked into it, and shouted, "Nishinos, come out and take customers." With a swoosh, an Umbu wearing a monkey mask appeared. He was my childhood friend and also the third Zelda son. While he complained about me calling him that, he took the mirror and ran outside the village, truly a tool person. Next, I demonstrated to the third Hokage what the first generation of Ninja World handwriting input video calls looked like, leaving him dumbfounded. He asked me how far this thing could transmit, and I calmly replied, "My sister is at the northernmost part of the rain country, and I'm at the southernmost part of the fire country. Full signal, the call is super stable." He then asked if others could connect separately. I pretended to think for a moment and said, "Theoretically, yes, but it requires a particularly powerful sealing technique. The kind that's the size of a fingernail but has strong functionality, must be stable, have good compatibility, and be upgradable at any time." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage frowned so hard he could crush a fly and said Konoha currently doesn't have such advanced technology. I was waiting for this. I immediately said, "Third Hokage, how about you grant me some permissions, and I'll learn sealing techniques myself and develop it." The old man hesitated. He surely thought that if I learned sealing techniques with my personality, I might blow up Konoha. Seeing his expression, I immediately brought out my trump card. I leaned in close to his ear, lowered my voice, and said, "Uncle, I have many functions in this technique. In the future, I can also develop text chatting, create group teams, allowing you to command battlefields thousands of miles away from home, focusing on cyber cultivation, staying ahead of the game." The old man was dazed by my pile of incomprehensible terms. Seeing that the debuff had already taken effect, I quickly delivered the final blow, whispering, "The most crucial part is, with one mirror in hand, I have the world. Various beauties, anytime, anywhere you can see, and you can even have one-on-one intimate interactions with close sisters." Before I finished speaking, the third Hokage slammed the table, his eyes sparkling, and immediately granted me permission, a sealing technique database, for me to browse at will. I tell you, when I walked out of the Hokage building, my mouth was almost stretching to my ears. Once I learn the 4-symbol seal and get a portable charger, I will be the most stylish guy in the ninja world. Just as I was thinking happily, my eyes widened, and the mirror lit up by itself. It was a video call from my sister and the little fox. Goodness, they immediately shoved a whiteboard in my face, which had written on it in a flamboyant style, "By the village lake, picnic, bring food and drinks, plenty to fill you up, and by the way, call that fat guy, hurry up." After reading the message, the video call ended abruptly. I was stunned. Isn't this just treating me like a delivery guy? No choice. It's my sister, I have to go. I first used the mirror to call that fat guy, but it was pitch black on the other side. After a poke, an impatient fat face appeared, with a girl in pigtails in the background. I wrote to ask if he was coming to the picnic, and he just mouthed back, "Get lost," before stuffing the mirror back into his pocket. Goodness, what a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. Forget it. I won't wait for him. I carried a big bag and a small bag, looking like a mobile supermarket with a giant kite on my back, and headed to the lakeside. When I arrived, wow, what a scene. My sister and Minato were having a great time fighting, while little red-haired Kushina and the little fox were playing with knives. This was not a picnic. It was clearly a wilderness training session. The little fox spotted me first, dropped the knife, and dashed over, shouting "Daddy," and diving into the snack bag. I grabbed its tail and lifted it up, tossing it aside. Just as I let go, those three surrounded me and instantly divided up my stash. My sister and the red-haired girl even pinched my face, and even Minato tried to get in on it. But I gave him a fierce look that scared him back. After they were full, Kushina, the little fox, and I started flying the kite. The kite was huge, and the little fox immediately sat on it, excitedly shouting from the sky, "Higher, Daddy, higher." The wind was too strong, and I couldn't hear clearly. So Kushina acted as an interpreter. Once I understood, I thought, "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." I loosened my grip, and the line unwound quickly. Kushina was so eager to play that she insisted on having a turn. At first, I didn't want to let her, but then she used her trump card. "Then I'll want my money back." "Fine, go ahead." Once the kite line was in her hands, it was a different story. I watched as the spool was almost empty, and I hurriedly called out to her, but she looked down and said, "No, it's still long." Just as she finished saying long, the last few loops of the line went whoosh and snapped. We both froze in shock, completely dumbfounded. The little fox in the sky had no idea it was about to embark on an impromptu journey and was still jumping around. How we save it? We can't fly. I exchanged glances with the red-haired girl, both of us thinking, why not? have a second child. Just as we were in a dilemma, my sister and Minato arrived with a swoosh. Throw the mirror, they shouted in unison. I instantly reacted, swinging the mirror up to create a path for them. They stepped on the mirror and shot up, but the kite was drifting too fast, and by the time they stepped on the last piece of the mirror, they were still dozens of meters away from the kite. In a critical moment, I heard my sister shout, "Minato, use the Rasengan to push me over." Goodness. Minato directly unleashed a double Rasengan aimed at my sister's feet, and boom, she was launched into the air like a human cannonball. In midair, she adjusted her direction with a Rasengan and used another to slow down, landing steadily on the kite and grabbing the little fox. Then, the real show-off moment came. My sister stood on the kite and began gliding through the sky. The three of us below were dumbfounded. It was just too cool. I looked down at the mirror in my hand, wondering if I should also try stepping on the mirror to fly up. The result was that when the barrier team and Umbu from the village arrived at the scene, the lakeside was echoing with our cries. My sister was holding a branch, giving us a brutal on-site lesson on what not to do. The next day, I limped out, ready to find Minato to learn sealing techniques. Just as I reached the entrance of the clan grounds, I ran into that Hinata beauty from the other day. I couldn't help but tease her again. Before she could respond, a guy from the Uchiha clan rushed out, looking very displeased, and shouted at the beauty, "I told you not to wait for me." The beauty huffed back, "Uchiha Mingji, you little rookie, you're always so slow." As soon as rookie was said, the guy exploded, shouting that he wanted to take down Uchiha KageyukiGets together. The beauty looked totally confused and said the person who told her that nickname was Uchiha Fugaku. My friend was completely petrified, feeling like his life had turned gray. I didn't pay attention to him and ran straight to Minato's house. I knocked on his door loudly, using my highest pitch to shout, "Hello, Mr. Minato Namikaze, your technician number 66 is here for service." As a result, the door next door opened, and a lewd uncle poked his head out, looking at me with gleaming eyes. "Come here, little girl. Uncle will give you double." I was just about to teach him a lesson when Minato suddenly opened the door, yanked me inside, and shouted outside, "This is my brother, he's a guy." Then he slammed the door shut. I rolled on his sofa laughing, while Minato's face was as dark as a pot bottom. After I laughed enough, I pulled him up and said, "Let's go, bro. I'll take you to learn advanced sealing techniques." On the other side, Kushina was also called to a laboratory by the third Hokage. He asked her to teach a personal sealing technique, and she was initially quite arrogant, saying that the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques shouldn't be shared. Just as the third was persuading her, I burst through the door with Minato, stumbling inside. When I looked up, I saw Kushina's mischievous grin. "Oh no, why is it her?" I immediately clung to the third's leg, begging him for a scroll so I could self-learn. But it was too late. The old man pried my hands off and said with a smile, "Kushina is the heir of the Uzumaki clan, so make sure to learn well." After saying that, he slipped away. Kushina grabbed me by the collar and pulled me in front of her, gritting her teeth and asking, "Why didn't you come to me to learn sealing techniques? Do you look down on me? Family, who understands?" Just like that, our noisy study and development group was tragically formed. The next half month was simply hell. This little spicy pepper, when she became a teacher, was a devil. Every day, she either scolded me for being stupid or complained that I was foolish. The lab was filled with our arguing and Minato's attempts to mediate. But honestly, when three smart people come together, the efficiency is high. In half a month, we managed to grasp the theoretical foundation of the Ninja World phone. Minato was in charge of drawing the seals. He said I needed to add a firewall to my mirror, otherwise, if too many users accessed it, my brain would explode. I smiled proudly and said, "Don't worry, I've already thought of it. I'll set the login password to point to block any chakra that isn't from friends." Minato gave me a thumbs up on the spot, while Kushina rolled her eyes, looking displeased and muttering that it was just average. I leaned over to tease her. "If you want to compliment me, just say it." The hot air hit her face, and she blushed, punching me down to the ground. Minato quickly intervened, saying the mirror was too small, and we were about to run out of space for the seals. I suggested, "How about making it 6 inches?" Minato said no. It was too big and would be a live target on the battlefield. In the end, we decided to create 2 versions, a mini version and a plus version. Kushina then asked how to implement point-to-point communication, and I said that was simple. We could do it along with the friend function. We would engrave each mirror with a unique chakra mark and then write a recognition program. She rarely complimented me, saying I was smart, and I was so pleased I felt like my tail was about to wag in the sky, boasting that I was the champion of the A creative team for elementary and middle school students nationwide. They both looked confused, so I quickly changed the subject. Next, We need to solve the problem of image storage and retrieval, which requires a large central server. But before that, you might need to learn a machine language. As my inspiration hit, I directly explained the programming logic of zeros and ones to them, ready to bring a little technological shock to the ninja world. Guess what happened? The three of us, along with my shadow clone, entered 007 mode, living in that small building for a month and a half, and finally managed to whip up this ninja world version of the phone. Let me tell you, while we were focused on our closed-off research and development, the outside world was not idle. The negotiations among the four countries ended up being fruitless. In the end, the Rain country couldn't reach an agreement with the Earth country. Once Konoha and Sunagakure withdrew their troops, they directly sold the Rain village, leaving it to fend for itself against the Rock village. Our main force is retreating, but that guy Jiraiya refuses to leave. Tsunade tried to persuade him, but he insisted on staying to take care of the 3 war orphans from the Rain country, claiming it's to atone for his sins. Good grief, he is off to atone, while we, his direct disciples, are left to fend for ourselves, right? 3 years. And in 3 years, Minato and I will be almost adults. And here he is, this teacher of ours, with such a big heart. He even wanted Orochimaru and Tsunade to help pass on messages, but those two just brushed him off with a simple get lost, which was quite satisfying. On the other side, things aren't peaceful in Sunagakure either. There's an old lady named Chiyo, who lost her son and daughter-in-law, and she has been scheming on how to stab Konoha in the back. In a meeting, she suggested taking advantage of Konoha's recent troop withdrawal when their guard is down, and to launch a surprise attack by sea on their homeland. Wow, this old lady is ruthless. But we had no idea about these undercurrents at the time. Konoha was peaceful. That morning, Kushina, that little redhead, bounced into my house like a rabbit, saying she had an idea about her so-called mirror wings. As soon as I opened the door, good grief, Minato was over at my place again, mooching off my food. My sister Jinghua saw that I hadn't gotten up yet, so she sent Kushina to wake me up. Who understands what family members go through? I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my lower back. I let out a yelp and jumped up. When I opened my eyes, I saw that Kushina, that female demon, was looking at me with a smile like an ant. I tell you, at that moment, I doubted whether my happiness for the rest of my life was over. When we got to the bathroom, we started bickering. She mocked me for being short and not being able to compare to Minato. I was so annoyed that I shot back. Of course you think he's great. He's your man. And just like that, I stirred up a hornet's nest. As soon as I finished speaking, the smile on her face instantly disappeared, and her gaze turned ominous, as if she was going to eat me alive. A fist gripping a towel came to a halt right at the tip of my nose, and I didn't dare to breathe. I thought I was going to meet my end today, but instead, she used the towel to wipe my bear-like face, vigorously rubbing it for over 10 seconds, then leaned close to my ear and said in a chilling tone, "Little brother, if you talk nonsense again, I won't just be wiping your face next time." That look in her eyes felt like she wanted to twist my neck off and kick it like a ball. Once she left, my legs felt weak. This little red-haired girl must have been possessed by something dirty, right? After I recovered, I realized she had left me a scroll in her hand, called Feiyu Feasibility Guide. When I went downstairs, I heard her bragging in the living room to my sister and Minato about how she scared me silly. I rolled my eyes at her, too lazy to respond. After dinner, it was time for the main event. Phone testing. I stood directly on the head of the third Hokage and made the first video call. Hello. Can Uncle Hiruzen hear me? To my surprise, the quality was excellent. The picture was crystal clear. When I tested the zoom function, I could see that old man in the Hokage's office clearly. He was so excited he was shouting, saying he wanted to assign me an S-rank mission. I could tell he was thinking of some shady business. Next was the group chat test with Minato, Kushina, my sister, and my little fox, Daji, all online with perfect signal. I gave the order, and everyone split up to test the upload and download functions. Just when Kushina was testing the camera, something went wrong. She was cornered by that persistent guy, Senju Yun. He was like a broken record, insisting that Kushina be his girlfriend. Kushina, feeling pressured, blurted out that she already had a boyfriend, and he was the most handsome in Konoha. Senju Yun didn't believe her and insisted she call him out to prove it. Well, Kushina was in a tight spot. She pulled out her phone, and there were only 3 contacts. The third Hokage? Pass. Me? She probably knew I would sell her out, so pass. That left Minato. I tell you, she must have hesitated, probably recalling how I often joked about them, and her desire for revenge surged. She directly sent Minato 2 messages. Urgent. Help, come quickly. And another one. Don't tell that annoying guy. We just finished summarizing the test results in the Hokage office when Minato's phone rang. He glanced at it, and his expression was like someone who had been constipated for 3 days and nights. His eyes were evasive, and he stammered something about having something to do before using the flying thunder god technique to leave. The gossip vibe suddenly intensified. Can I let this go? I just left a shadow clone at home to keep my sister company, while my main body quietly followed along. But when I got to the place, I saw, wow, it was a class reunion, not a date at all. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I noticed Kushina seemed to have spotted me. She actually hugged Minato's arm in front of everyone and loudly announced, "This is my boyfriend, you know?" At that moment, I felt a buzz in my head. Everything went blank, and my heart felt heavy, like I had just eaten 10 pounds of lemon essence. I thought, what's going on? Are these two acting like I'm being tested? My heart was racing, so I hurried home. If I didn't, I was afraid I would be suffocated by this old vinegar. Later, I heard that Watergate and Thousand Hands Yin had a fight, and Watergate won, leaving Thousand Hands Yin looking disheartened. At the gathering, that chubby guy, Jamaru, was being mouthy and told others that I had a stunning fiancé he named Ghost Lantern Jiaoyu, and even said that we kissed when we met. I really have to thank him for that. KageyukiGets, who was listening nearby, looked furious. That night, my little fox and I got punished by my sister for blowing up the table during an experiment, and we were made to stand facing the wall by the river. Then Watergate and KageyukiGets strolled over, and Watergate cluelessly asked KageyukiGets if her boyfriend was fake. KageyukiGets admitted it, saying it was just to get rid of Thousand Hands Yin. Then that little redhead turned and saw me, running over to mock me again. I was in a terrible mood at that time, too lazy to pay attention to her. As a result, she was bold enough to hug Shui Min right in front of me and said in a teasing tone, "Shui Min, I want to go in with you." Damn, this was simply outrageous, dancing wildly in my danger zone. When I went inside, my daughter Daji blinked her big eyes and asked me, "Daddy, does mommy not want you anymore?" I immediately corrected her, No, you don't have a mother. You were born for me alone, experiencing the pain of 13 levels. From now on, you're not allowed to call her mommy, got it? My daughter was very obedient and nodded, saying she understood. I felt a bit better and stroked her 9 tails, saying, "Good girl, Dad will make you a beautiful foxtail." During dinner, I fed my daughter the whole time. Fatherly love is like a mountain, you know? Shui Min looked confused and asked my sister what was going on with us. My sister helplessly said it might be because my fatherly love suddenly overflowed. Jyoshi was laughing on the side, asking if I had grown up and become responsible. Huh, women, they don't understand anything. I call this strategic distraction. As a result, this little girl became even more energetic, seeing that I was ignoring her. She boldly grabbed a big chicken leg and, without hesitation, stuffed it into my daughter's mouth. My daughter was choking, rolling her eyes, her little paws clutching her neck, as if saying, "Dad, save me. I might become the first fox in history to choke on a chicken leg." Who understands, family? I endured. Today I was going for a strategic forbearance. Shui Min, being a typical straight man, completely failed to grasp the undercurrents between us and foolishly suggested, "Sister Jinghua, Shu and I said she wants to go to the beach to relax together." And then, let me tell you, the topic among women instantly took off. As soon as Jyoshi heard this, she forgot about the grievances between us father and daughter and excitedly joined the fray. Yes. Many classes are going. My sister is even more extreme. She looked down at her own figure and then said in a very Versailles manner, "Oh dear, at the beach. It seems I have no swimsuits to wear." Who is she trying to impress with that Versailles attitude? Next came their fashion discussion, which made Shui Min, an innocent little virgin, blush and feel embarrassed, as if he were being interrogated during the meal. After eating, my sister sent that pair of tomato and scrambled eggs away and specially reminded Shui Min to be careful on the way back, sending JoinsTeam home. Those in the know understand, she was creating a world for them. Once they were gone, I quickly found an excuse and cleared my throat. The old man from the 3rd generation asked me to help stock up on some mirrors, and I also need to do a product presentation for the higher-ups. So I won't be going to the beach. I felt a bit uneasy in my chest as I said this. Let me tell you, my sister's gaze is like a human x-ray machine, instantly scanning. Do you have something on your mind? Me? What could I possibly be worried about? I quickly tilted my head and pretended to be clueless. No, not at all. It's just that recently 007 has been a bit tired and wants to lie flat at home, so don't overthink it. She directly cupped my face with both hands, forcing me to make eye contact with her, looking very serious. Really nothing? Definitely nothing. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and pat my head. "You must tell your sister if there's anything going on. You're my only family now." I quickly nodded. As a result, my daughter, who was watching the scene, got really into it and started crying, tears streaming down like they were free. Sister, isn't Dodgy your family too? Wow, such acting skills. She could win an Oscar. My sister was amused and quickly pulled her in for a hug. Yes, yes, yes. We are family. Meanwhile, at that moment, another big fox wasn't having such an easy time. In Kaibai no Yoko's ceiling space. The old brother was tied up like a big crab, staring at the virtual projection of my home, counting the days, 31 days, 32 days. Why hasn't this brat come in yet? Is there another fox outside? 3 days later, early in the morning, my daughter and I stood in front of the sink, synchronizing our actions, and both spat out the mouthwash at the same time. What do you want for breakfast this morning? I asked. My sister isn't here, so I have to take care of it. She, on the other hand, started listing off her requests with her little fingers. Roast chicken, fried chicken, mouth-watering chicken. I rolled my eyes and handed her a towel to wipe her face, saying irritably, "You're a fox, not a weasel. Eating a chicken feather duster this early in the morning." Honestly, not going to the beach isn't because of any press conference. In March, the beach would be freezing, wouldn't it? Uchiha Kyojutsu, the only man in Konohagakure still wearing thermal underwear, am all about health punk. Only a fool would go. My daughter is smart like me. It's much more comfortable to stay at home. 2 hours later, I was holding my daughter, and she was holding a roast chicken, striding confidently into the Hokage building, ready to draw up big plans for the village's big shots. Meanwhile, my sister and the others had also arrived at the beach. Kushina was still mumbling about my big idiot self, but once they saw the ocean, that group of kids dashed over like unleashed huskies. That fat guy, Jiromaru, was sighing while changing clothes, saying, "Sigh, the sissy didn't come, so the fun is cut in half." Damn, so I'm just a walking transparency cheat in their eyes. Huh. What they don't know is that a fleet had already set sail from the land of wind a day earlier. At the bow stood a fierce-looking woman. Her gaze sharp. "Konoha, White Fang, I'm here for you." In the Hokage conference room, the atmosphere was solemn and serious. The third Hokage, Danzo, the heads of various clans, a bunch of old men sat neatly in their seats. And I, Uchiha Kyojutsu, was here today as the chief product manager and god of PowerPoint. My daughter is holding a 6-inch small mirror and walking on the conference table, showcasing it to the big shots. I held a small stick, pointed at the big mirror, and started to boast. "Leaders, please take a look. This is a revolutionary product, the mobile phone. With one device in hand, I have the world. One video call, and we are close. Owning a mobile phone means owning the future." I tell you, the old men in the audience turned green, and I could hear the grinding of their teeth from 800 meters away. That kid Fuyue was even more heavyweight. He directly buried his face in his hands. Probably wanted to expel me from the clan on the spot. The 3 old men couldn't stand it anymore and quickly interrupted me. All right, Zaya Jinjiu, get to the point." "Fine, I can't afford to offend them." I directly dialed Shumen's number. The next second, a bare-chested blonde kid appeared on the big screen, with a beach and ocean as the background. Goodness, this kid was so scared that the image was shaking. And he started manually greeting a room full of big shots. TH3. 3 generations. "Good day, Danzo, good day." But no one paid attention to him. The old men were fixated, not on him, but on the background behind him. That beach, those waves, those long legs in swimsuits. The ability to transmit information in real time made 2 words pop into their minds. Divine artifact. Why did I hang up so quickly? No kidding. My sister, Mikoto, and Pepper were all wearing swimsuits and just happened to walk into the frame. Those 6 long white legs were making me dizzy. How could I let those old perverts take advantage of this? No way. Look at Fujiwara. He's almost drooling, and the 3 old men have started wiping their noses. After hanging up, I acted as if nothing happened and continued to introduce things like pagers and communication earpieces, just pulling off a whole act. The press conference was quite successful, but afterward, that old creep Danzo still wanted to pull me into his schemes, but the 3 old men blocked him. Then the 3 old men called me into the office and said they wanted to reward me. Can I be polite? As soon as I opened my mouth, I asked for Flying Thunder God. The old man was instantly stumped. His expression was like a burnt CPU. Uchiha wanted to learn the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God. Even his teacher's coffin board couldn't hold it down. He started talking to me about talent, danger, and in short, just refused. As soon as I saw a chance, I quickly upped the ante, saying to include the rewards for Watergate and Kushina. On Kushina's side, 10 boxes of ramen would do the trick. Then, the key moment came, and I began to act, looking up at a 45-degree angle, tears welling in my eyes, my voice quivering as if I were crying. "Uncle, I'm not doing this for the reward. I'm just afraid. Afraid that next time I won't be able to save my companions." Knew him. It was just a little bit away. Family, I nailed it. The third Hokage was completely caught off guard. patting my head with a fatherly kindness. Good child, you're still young. In a few years, I will take charge and teach you the flying thunder god technique. After leaving the Hokage building, my daughter and I each had a roasted chicken. That third Hokage is really stingy, not even treating us to a meal. As we walked, lo and behold, what did I see? The neon lights of a brothel beckoning me. Who can resist that? Just as I was sneakily planning to turn around and check it out, my phone rang. It was Little Pepper. I hung up. It rang again. I hung up again. Damn it. Is this ever going to end? I answered it irritably, spit it out. As a result, this girl was like a supervisor, examining me from the other end. Humph. Are you up to no good? We were just exchanging insults from a distance, with comments about married women and fried eggs, all at a grade school level. Suddenly, a cute girl from the Hyuga family on the street called out, Uchiha Fugaku. As soon as I heard, the opportunity had arrived. Little Pepper stopped chatting. Fuji was insulted by a beautiful girl, and my brother was going to save him. Slap! I decisively hung up. Over at the beach, Kushina was in a daze, and when Mikoto heard this, her face darkened instantly, radiating killing intent. On my side, I had just run a short distance when someone patted my shoulder. I turned around and wow, it was Tsunade and Orochimaru. These two looked like they had just come off the battlefield, covered in the smell of blood, probably just back to the village. Without saying a word, they shoved a medical kit and a seemingly impressive black-sheathed, long sword into my hands. Tsunade even pinched my cheek. I didn't want to get involved in Jiraiya's affairs. But who told you to be both cute and interesting? After saying that, the two of them left, exuding a sense of coolness. I ran a kilometer before I remembered. Where's my daughter? Forget it. The Hyuga family probably doesn't eat foxes, right? At worst, I'll just burn a couple more incense sticks next year. My daughter was over there, gnawing on a chicken leg, when suddenly she was swept away by a little beauty named Hinata, who solemnly announced that she had been captured. My daughter was completely confused the whole time. Who am I? Where am I? Where's my dad? As a result, she was treated even better than at home, with delicious food and drinks served to her at night. My sister and the others video called, and they immediately noticed the two extra Hinata sisters in the frame, and the atmosphere became a bit off. The most explosive moment was when my daughter sincerely said, I'm at my brother Fugaku's best friend's house. As soon as she finished speaking, Mikoto on the other end of the video exploded with rage. Her killing intent almost spilling out of the screen. Uchiha, Fugaku, get out here. The communication was cut off on the spot. Poor Fugaku had just finished feeding his dad in the Uchiha clan territory when he suddenly sneezed for no reason, wondering what was going on today, completely unaware that a huge black pot was about to fall on him. That night, the sea breeze was icy. In the middle of the night, the patrolling Jonin suddenly sensed something was wrong. The sea was dark and filled with battleships. Get up. Everyone get up. Enemy attack. His shout woke everyone up. But it was too late. Spears were raining down like rain. Luckily, this Jonin was quick to react and used Earth Release, Earth Wall. A wall sprang up from the ground, finally blocking the first wave. But immediately after, the sound of wooden joints cracking came from all directions. My sister's expression changed. The puppet army of Sunagakure. Before she finished speaking, a dense barrage of poison needles shot towards us like dark lightning. Just when Kushina thought she was about to be turned into a hedgehog, my sister sprang into action. Chidori flow. Boom. A massive blue electric net instantly enveloped the sky, catching all the poison needles. I tell you, that scene was incredibly cool. Everyone quickly retreated. At my sister's command, those little kids finally reacted and started a run. But dozens of puppets had already swooped down, and the hunters wouldn't let their prey escape easily. You all go. Leave this to me. Kushina, that little firecracker, also jumped in, clapping her hands to use the multi-shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of little red-haired clones appeared, forming groups of 3 to start making chakra balls, then throwing the clones with the balls like bowling, creating a spectacular explosion of fireworks in the sky that blocked the first wave of puppets. Go. Hurry up. The team advanced at full speed. Suddenly, Minato shouted, Jimaru, duck. The chubby guy instinctively dove down, accidentally knocking down Haruna beside him, as a knife narrowly grazed his rear. Minato unleashed a Rasengan, smashing the ambushing puppet to pieces. Everyone look above. Minato warned again. Everyone looked up, and more puppets were already circling around, opening their mouths to unleash another storm of poison needles. Oomph. Haruna, fuming, made hand seals, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Watch this. That guy Senji Yuna was even trying to show off, stepping on a scroll and shouting. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. A roaring water dragon charged towards the puppets. The next moment, countless puppets skillfully dodged the water dragon, brandishing their poison blades as they continued to dive down. Senjiyuna was immediately embarrassed. Just as his embarrassment hadn't even lasted 3 seconds, I tell you, something big happened. Enemy attack. Over there, Kuruma was shouting loudly. Good grief, puppets were coming from all directions, raining down poison needles like dumplings. Bu. This was the most annoying thing. We couldn't finish fighting them off, and the team was directly bogged down. My sister was anxious at that moment. Seeing the small team surrounded, and with Jian Sr. holding up an earth wall, she shouted, "Senior, I'm retreating." Jian was also a tough guy, shouting back, "Don't mind me. Save the kids." In the next second, both of them withdrew their ninjutsu, and my sister drew her sword and charged forward. With Chidori blade and Chidori sharp spear, she wielded the two light swords like a spinning fan, blue light flashing everywhere. And those broken pieces of junk couldn't even get close. Kushina behind was dumbfounded, shouting, "Sister is so strong," perhaps seeing my sister being so fierce. Those puppets opened fire all at once, attacking her from all angles without any blind spots. Normally, this would be the time for Makoto to go in and coordinate. But guess what? Someone jumped in first. Let me tell you who the most impressive one is. Watergate. This guy got right up against my sister in one move, blocking all the attacks on her back with a spiral bullet and shuriken. Makoto was standing next to them, completely stunned. Her expression practically said, "Okay, fine. I'm on a job. Does anyone understand? Family? It's all about getting laid off on the spot." My sister was also taken aback for a moment. But the situation was urgent, so she immediately took command. Jian Sr., Makoto, lead the team forward, don't stop. Then she turned to Minato and said, "I'm going to speed up. Let me know if you can't keep up." Minato was serious. "Sister Kagami, trust me." Wow, these two were in perfect sync. They switched positions quickly, and Minato's perception was incredible, perfectly synchronizing with my sister's movements, like they were one person. As the main force ran far ahead, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. My sister even praised him. "You're really amazing, Minato." I bet she was already considering swapping out my noob teammate Makoto for him. Minato appeared humble, but he must have been overjoyed inside. After clearing a wave of enemies, my sister began live teaching, explaining tactics and how to throw smoke bombs in a fan shape, telling him to grab some from my leg pouch. But this kid, wow, his eyes went wide. He saw that my sister had a cut on her leg, and it was black, poisoned. Now he felt guilty, blaming himself for not protecting her well. My sister slashed the last puppet and called out Minato. He snapped back to reality, and the two took out smoke bombs, throwing them all at once, instantly creating a cloud of thick smoke. As soon as the smoke bombs were thrown, wow, 10 puppets with a completely different style burst out. The Janine of the near Matsuke's. My sister recognized them at a glance. It was that old lady Chiyo. "Let us go." The two dove into the smoke. But that old lady was even tougher. She directly used 3 puppets to perform some sort of suction technique, like a giant vacuum cleaner, instantly sucking all the smoke away. My sister and Minato were exposed. The suction was outrageous. My sister handed her knife to Minato, telling him to hold on tight. Then she stuck the knife into a tree to secure it. Then she began to gather her chakra, compressing it wildly, and unleashed 4 fire dragons in one breath. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. The moment the fire dragons collided with the puppets, my sister activated her Sharingan and shouted, "Explode." Boom! Parts exploded everywhere. "Minato, let us go." Taking this opportunity, the two ran desperately into the woods. Chiyo and her people arrived, looking at the scattered parts and issuing a deadly order. Block their path back to Konoha. Continue the pursuit. We absolutely cannot let them relay the message back. On the other side, the message had already been relayed. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, received the call and was stunned. What? He immediately told Kagami and the others not to come back, to hide at a supply point coded C063, saying he would send Umbu to pick them up. I bet at that moment he was thinking, this phone is really a great thing. We must have the research department work overtime to produce more. As for me, I was still at home, sleeping like a dead pig, surrounded by scrolls, stuff like chakra pulse cannon theory. Suddenly, ding ding ding, the phone rang. I was so startled that I rolled off the bed. Who is it? In the middle of the night. I picked it up and saw it was that little redhead Kushina again. I was furious and wanted to curse as soon as I answered. But the moment I picked up, I saw her crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. My heart sank. Oh no, something happened. She didn't speak, afraid of being overheard, and sent a text. We were attacked by Sand Shinobi. My sister was poisoned while protecting us. She doesn't want me to tell you. Boom. My mind exploded on the spot. My 2-tomo Sharingan activated, and I was almost about to unlock the 3rd tomo. I quickly replied, "Where are you?" "A lookout post. Code C063. Wait for me. I'll find you." After hanging up, I grabbed my clothes and rushed outside. Stay calm. I told myself I must remain calm. Since my sister didn't want to say, it meant it wasn't the worst case yet. I needed to find a 3rd Hokage for a pass. But after running a couple of steps, I realized how foolish I was called them. I was anxious, while on the other side, at the C063 lookout post. Kushina wiped away her tears and instantly turned smug, leaning next to my sister to show off. "Sister, I got the 3 tomo. Aren't I great?" My sister leaned against the wall, her lips pale, yet smiling and giving her a thumbs up. "Really great." Wow, these 2 women teamed up to play me. Minato was focused on sucking out the poison from my sister's leg, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and said seriously, "Isn't this a bit unfair? Kagami must be very anxious." My sister explained that the village had already entered a state of war, and she definitely couldn't come out. So it was better to stimulate me to activate my eyes and exert some remaining value. I really can't believe it. She has indeed been poisoned, and it's a potent poison. It's not just her. Several others, including Hajin and Jamaru, have been affected too. Minato is there huffing and puffing as he takes the drug, while Kushina watches him with suspicion, thinking, is this really effective, or are you just taking advantage of my sister? Mikoto, enjoying the spectacle, teasingly says, Minato, your little girlfriend is jealous." The outpost bursts into laughter, with jokes about kneeling on washboards, durians, and shurikens flying around. Minato nearly chokes on the toxic blood and quickly changes the subject, claiming this method is something he has used before and is indeed effective. Upon hearing this, everyone agrees and starts to imitate him. However, when it comes to Jamaru, a problem arises. He is injured on his backside. Who can possibly do that? The fat guy gets anxious and offers himself, which scares everyone else away. In the end, Yamamoto comes up with a terrible idea, suggesting that Kushina use a shadow clone to suck it out. Upon hearing this, Jamaru acts as if he's found a lifeline and shouts, "Sister Jiao, I stopped the sissy from dragging Minato to a brothel. You can't just stand by and do nothing." "A brothel?" Kushina's red hair stands up in anger as she strides towards Jamaru. The fat guy trembles in fear, and finally, it's Rikuju with the sky-high ponytail who can't stand it anymore and steps in, saying, "You don't need to, I'll do it." The fat guy is so moved he nearly tears up. The next morning, because I couldn't get permission to leave the village, I could only video call my sister outside the mission hall. "Sister, are you eating enough? Your complexion worries me to death. Make sure to rest well. Let little Pepper suck the toxic blood out for you. That's all she's good for." "What? Minato sucked it out? And it turned red? Damn, I've never even sucked it out. Don't drag me into this, or I'll beat him up." After hanging up, I could only wait anxiously at the mission hall. The war had begun, and there would definitely be related missions. I had to find a way to sneak into the front lines. In the 39th year of the Hokage era, early March, the war officially broke out. Konoha reacted swiftly, with Tsunade, Danzo, Orochimaru, and other powerful figures all mobilizing. Meanwhile, over in Sunagakure, Chiyo was furious due to the failed surprise attack. She couldn't understand why Konoha reacted so quickly, and ultimately concluded it was due to the secret techniques of the Yamamoto clan, ordering an intensified search for my sister's small team. I'm furious as well. I want to take on a reconnaissance mission, but the girl at the window directly rejected me. "Can't you read? The team is already formed." I tried to persuade her, but she simply told me to get lost. With no other choice, I had to find a way to recruit teammates myself. I used Earth Release to set up a monument for myself, with the inscription, "Long knife slashing through sand dogs, Chiyo in a swimsuit hanging from the castle. The Leaf's righteous warriors are of my generation. Join hands to fight, one short of two." Then I sat there, waiting for a fateful encounter. Believe it or not, I actually waited for one. A guy wearing sunglasses, trying to look cool, stood in front of my monument and said, "Yamanaka Shimmy." Great. I immediately changed the one short of two on the monument to "only waiting for you." Then I thought it was inappropriate, so I simply dismantled the monument and took out my phone to start contacting people. On the other side, at the Hyuga family, Hinata May had gone out on a mission. Her younger sister, Hinata Kanai, a daughter of the main family, had her life all planned out. After graduation, she couldn't take on missions and could only wait to get married in the big house. She was feeling sad when her pet fox, Daji, received my call. "Daji, hurry to the mission office. The world is so big. Let Dad take you to see it." Goodness, as soon as this little fox heard it, She didn't even finish her food and dashed out. Kenai watched its disappearing figure, feeling envious and muttering to herself how she wanted to see the world too. Then, 3 minutes later, this daughter of the main family quietly slipped out of the house. At the entrance of the mission office, I was squatting side by side with the guy in sunglasses, Yamanaka Shimi. I first laid down the ground rules. You have to listen to me during the mission. I will leave the team midway to save my sister, and I will help you complete the mission, but you have to go back by yourself. Shimi exuded an aura of death, reminiscent of the former Feiyuan. After hearing this, he dramatically spoke to the son, whatever. I just want to find that person and let her know what cruelty is. As soon as I heard it, I understood. This was about revenge. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's a pity I'm not the main character, so I won't advise you to let go of your hatred. Let's kill all those sand dogs together." After hearing this, he nodded heavily. Just as we were filled with murderous intent, a white figure pounced over. "Daddy, Daji is here." I hugged the little fox and proudly said to Jiwei, "Look, our third member has arrived." Jiwei was dumbfounded at that moment. His expression seemed to say, "You call this thing a teammate?" I confidently replied, "Don't worry, Daji is really powerful." Daji transformed into an older sister to open his eyes. "No problem, Daddy." The little fox clapped its paws and with a bang, transformed into my sister, dressed in a swimsuit with seductive eyes. I was shocked on the spot. I punched her back to her original form, pointed at her nose and scolded, "You stupid thing. Is this something people can see for free? Bah, even if you pay. You can't. I'm going to break your dog legs today." As a result, the righteous messenger, Jiwei, grabbed my hand and said coolly, with the sunglasses reflecting the light, "Please don't be so rude to my teammate." I looked at him disdainfully. "Before teaching others, can you at least wipe your nosebleed clean?" It turns out that no matter how cool the appearance, it can't hide a repressed heart. Me, Jiwei, and the little fox that turned into my sister's likeness walked to the window together. That oil-skinned boy didn't take his eyes off Jinghua the entire way. "Is she really your sister?" I turned his head around. "Get your dog eyes away. The women of the Uchiha clan don't marry outside." He actually had the audacity to retort, "What if your sister likes me and insists on marrying me?" I sneered, "Then I'll castrate you." The three of us stood by the window, and I proudly reported to the girl, "Uchiha Kyugetsu, Oil Girl Shirwei, Uchiha Kyuka, applying for A-rank reconnaissance mission." As a result, that girl was also an Uchiha, named Uchiha Huasha. She let out a cold laugh and directly activated her Sharingan. Oh no! Both Shirwei and I felt a jolt in our hearts. We were exposed. Sister Hua Sha immediately tried to crawl out from behind the counter to hit me, but her colleague dragged her away. A stern-faced person took over and coldly said, "The highest task level for a genin is C rank. Please show me the identity cards for all three of you." Where would the little fox get an identity card? This was a total disaster. Just then, a delicate white hand reached out, and an identity card was placed on the counter. Hinata Kinzai, their teammate. At the entrance of Konoha Village, our small team finally gathered. Although in the end, we only took a C-rank transport mission. I carried 2 large scrolls, Shirwei carried a jar, and Kinzai and the little fox each had their backpacks, striding out of the gate with great momentum. I turned back to Jinkai to thank her. "Thank you for your strong support, to Banhua." As a result, this girl coldly replied, "No need," leaving me shivering. To ease the atmosphere, I started introducing myself and casually bragged that I had completed an S-rank mission. Next to me, Jiwei stiffened upon hearing this, then expressionlessly added, "UN Jiwei, CH Nin, and the brother-in-law of Jinghua." Damn, I exploded on the spot. Bastard. Don't even think about it. My sister hates bugs the most. He actually had the nerve to lie with his eyes wide open. I also hate bugs. I have to tell you, Jinsai's cool and aloof goddess demeanor is about to break, her shoulders shaking slightly, clearly trying to hold back laughter. She looked up and happened to see the little fox staring at her, and then remembered that she hadn't introduced herself yet. She cleared her throat, and that icy face forced out a hint of awkwardness, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. "Hinata Jinkai, skilled in body techniques and Byakugan mission. Wow, I'm stuck." Me, Jiwei, and the little fox all stared at her with wide eyes. Her little face turned red all of a sudden, and after holding it in for a long time, she finally squeezed out 2 words through her teeth, 0 times. Wow, just like me. The little fox jumped up on the spot, its eyes shining like light bulbs, so happy to finally find a group and no longer be the bottom-tier, useless one. Jinkai instantly shut down. Who understands family? Having 0 mission experience is on the same level as a pet fox. This blow is simply devastating. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward, and Jiwei and I exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. The impact of that 0 times is comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu. Luckily, my little fox is the atmosphere maker, immediately jumping in to lighten the mood. Sitting cross-legged, it started its self-introduction. My name is Uchiha Daji. I can roll the ball. The big tail, slapping technique, and the fox bouncing. I have to tell you, Jinsai's aloof demeanor completely collapsed. She was holding herself back from pouncing on the fox. While we were having our little team-building session, the southern part of the Fire Nation had turned into a complete mess. Sandhidden's surprise attack plan fell apart right from the start, devolving into a tug-of-war spanning dozens of kilometers along the coast. On the main battlefield, the Nin and Jinin were charging in groups, just like in a team fight, and in the mountainous jungles, what we commonly refer to as the wild area. Various experts formed teams of 3, ganking each other, stealing buffs, cutting off supplies, and playing dirty. The Sandhidden knew they couldn't win in a head-on fight, so they put all their bets on an old lady. Chiyo, the old man, Chiyo's assistant, treated her like a revered ancestor, saying, "Sister, the outcome depends on your poison." The old lady smirked ominously and said she had prepared more than a dozen kinds of lethal poisons, with enough materials to arm 1,000 people overnight. However, she had one condition. I must be the first to know if there was any news of Konoha's White Fang. Well, she's still thinking about avenging my father. On the other side, my former classmates were having a rough time. In a stinky underground outpost, 6 people were poisoned, vomiting and having diarrhea, unable to extract any chakra, and they were on the verge of collapse. That chubby guy, Yashimaru, was being taken care of by Haruna, so emotional that he was about to make arrangements for his funeral, holding Haruna's hand and saying, "Little monkey, you and that sissy are quite a match. I'm about to kick the bucket. You two must be happy." Haruna slapped him back without a word, but I understood the implication. Being moved is one thing, but we haven't even started anything yet. In that stinky space, a sour smell of love began to permeate. On Minato's side, he was tenderly using magic to boil water and cool it down to feed my sister. My sister, after drinking the water, smiled at him and said, "Minato, you really are a gentle boy, but you can't be this nice to all girls, or Kushina will get angry." Kushina, with her big heart, directly hugged Minato's shoulder and sold him out. "Sister, feel free to use him, I won't be mad." Well, that completely flustered my sister. Looking at the blonde and red-haired boys, probably giving up on matchmaking me with Kushina in her heart. Back to our journey, I noticed it was getting dark, so I suggested we eat something first. We could still catch up with the late-night snack at the camp. What happened? Jiwei and Jinkai, these 2 workaholics, ignored me completely and kept charging ahead. I was speechless. "Fine, you guys work 996, you're awesome." I quietly took out some biscuits to share with my daughter and deliberately ate them with loud crunching sounds. Crunch, crunch. Munch, munch. The 2 of them had their stomachs growl, and their eyes looked like they wanted to snatch both me and the biscuits away. Just then, a faint explosion sound came from the side front. The 3 of us instantly became alert. Jinkai rolled her eyes. Jiwei released the bugs, and I immediately sent a mirror flying into the sky. My high-tech was much faster than theirs. As soon as the image on the lens magnified, the situation became clear. Less than 2 kilometers to the southeast, 6 sand ninjas and 2 puppet masters were ambushing a Konoha team. There was a Hyuga in the team. Damn, and that Uchiha Mingji kid too. As soon as I finished speaking, the frost on Jinsai's face melted away, filled with worry, and she shouted Yazi, before bolting out like a cannonball. I was stunned. "Hey, can we at least discuss tactics first?" The little fox was more sensible, stuffing cookies into her mouth, clinging tightly to my head and mumbling, "Okay, Papa." I could only teleport after her. A kilometer away, at the foot of the mountain, it had already turned into a chaotic mess. Uchiha Mingji's team was ambushed. The teacher and another teammate were poisoned and unconscious, leaving only Hyuga Yazi, who was stubbornly holding on with her Byakugan activated. Mingji told her to run away quickly. And guess what this girl said? With a determined look, she replied, "As a branch member, I cannot choose how to live, but at least I can choose how to die. This is my only freedom." I tell you, at that time Mingji's eyes were all red. He was so moved, he almost activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan on the spot. But then, with one wind release, great breakthrough. I blew away all the hidden weapons, and then tossed out more than a dozen smoke bombs, instantly turning the battlefield into a place where you couldn't see your own hand. Mingji saw that just a second ago, Yazi, who was ready to face death, plopped down on the ground, closed her eyes, and started grinning foolishly. "Hee hee, I made it. Finally don't have to die." Turns out she had already seen us coming to support with her Byakugan, putting on an act. This girl is simply a demon. In the smoke, Jinkai had already dashed to her sister's side, and the two sisters were carrying the injured and preparing to run. The sand ninjas reacted quickly, with the puppet master launching an overwhelming attack while the others sealed off the area. I couldn't see anyone in the smoke, so I had to play around with that sand ninja Jonin first. This guy was also quite experienced when I launched a sneak attack from underground with my sword. He instinctively dodged the vital point and countered with a knife. We exchanged a couple of blows, and he was still marveling. What a terrifying little brat. I smiled at him, my eyes flashing red. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Sorry, I have an advantage. Taking advantage of his brief moment of stiffness, I crossed my kunai and directly sealed his neck with a cross seal. Captain, the remaining sand ninjas were stunned. At this moment, the smoke was blown away, and the Hyuga sisters carrying the injured were completely exposed. A sand ninja Jonin immediately commanded, Puppet Master, hold the Sharingan. The rest, take out those two. 3 sand ninjas charged towards the sisters, while I was entangled by 4 puppets, which was really annoying. Seriously, these guys really can't play fair, always bullying women. I unleashed 1,000 birds flow with poison needles, cutting down a puppet with my sword, but it was simply too late to save anyone. Just as those 3 sand ninjas were about to catch up, Jinkai gritted her teeth, put down the injured, and assumed a gentle fist stance. Yazzie, you go? How could Yazzie agree? She also stood up, and the sisters stood back to back, ready to fight hard. The 3 sand ninjas were not fools either. They kept their distance and simultaneously performed hand seals, wind release, fire release, earth release, launching 3 ninjutsu from 3 directions to block their escape. These 2 girls couldn't turn the tide. In that critical moment, the 2 of them clapped their left hands together, their chakra instantly merging, and then they shouted in unison, guarding the heavenly return. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed them. My heart sank, no way. The class flower couldn't just be gone like this, right? Just as I was thinking I had to pull someone else back, suddenly, 2 cries of agony, and the 3 puppets that had been entangling me fell apart in an instant. I was overjoyed. It must be Ji Wei's brooding guy who has outsmarted the puppet master, hiding in the shadows. As the flames dissipated, the 2 sisters were surprisingly still alive, though exhausted. There were still 3 enemies left, so there was no point in running. We would kill them all and exchange them for money. A flash of electricity sparked in my hand, and Chidori was ready. The enemy Jonin was ruthless, having 2 Chunin hold me back while he turned around and used a wind release technique, heading straight for the immobile Jinkai and the others. Ji Wei's bug wanted to save them, but the Jonin used the recoil from his wind release to retreat, leaving the bugs empty-handed, and that fierce air cannon shot straight forward. It's over. Both Ji Wei and I felt a chill in our hearts. Sister, hurry and run. Yazzie shouted desperately. Jinkai turned back and smiled at her sister, then resolutely stretched out her hands, chakra surging wildly as she prepared to block the wind blade. The moment the wind collided with her hands, flesh and blood flew, and the wind blade sliced through her tender white arms, but she didn't utter a sound or take a step back. Just at that critical moment, I tell you, even heaven couldn't bear to watch. A white shadow suddenly leaped down from the nearby low mountain, and a soft, adorable voice shouted the most domineering phrase. Super multiplication technique. A thunderous boom. I was stunned. A fox over 10 meters tall, completely pure white with 9 large tails, smashed down like a small mountain. That massive paw lifted and with a loud slap, exploded the deadly wind ball. The wind pressure blew Jinkai and all the injured lying on the ground away. But the next second, they all landed perfectly into the soft, fluffy white fur of the fox. Wow, what a perfect soft landing. Then, that big fox howled to the sky, cutely and fiercely announcing, Uchiha Daji is here. A family who understands. This entrance was simply stunning. At that moment, both sides, enemies and allies alike, were left speechless. The hidden figures in the distant valley were dumbfounded, and Black Zetsu mumbled, Nine tails? No, this color is off. Beside him, White Zetsu looked even more confused, probably seeing such a scene for the first time. It was still that sand-hidden Jonin who reacted quickly, shouting at the top of his lungs. It's a large summoning beast. Disperse and retreat. Run. He was so cowardly, it was almost comical. My father, Jingwei, burst into laughter on the spot. Ha ha, good daughter, well done. Take them down for me. With that smug look on his face, one might think he was about to transform into a Jinchuriki. Ji Wei adjusted his sunglasses and smirked coolly. Yeah, we've got this. The 2 Hyuga sisters, nestled in the fox fur, were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes, constantly shouting, Little Daji. And what happened? The highlight lasted only 3 seconds. Our little hero fox raised its paw and noticed a tiny scratch the size of a sesame seed from a windblade. Instantly, its jewel-red eyes filled with tears as it spotted my father in the crowd and cried out in a heart-melting tone, "Daddy, my paw is hurt. Daji is in so much pain." Woo woo woo. As soon as the words left its mouth, with a bang, its chakra was depleted, and the 10-meter-tall beast instantly transformed back into a palm-sized little fox, crying as it rushed into my father's arms. The entire place fell into silence once again. My father was stunned. We were stunned. Everyone was stunned. The sand ninja, who had just run a few steps, turned back and turned pale. They had thought a king had descended, only to discover it was a weaned bronze-level fox. The embarrassment of this was worse than being slapped in the face. In a fit of rage, the 3 sand ninjas turned around and charged back. "Let's kill them." The leading Nin bypassed Wei and headed straight for the injured Jinkai and the others. The other 2 Nin, with red eyes, viciously lunged at my father and the little fox. At this moment, my dad finally realized that he had used his last Qian Yao when he was showing off just now. Goodness, the situation turned around in an instant. The little fox was still there, raising its little paw for comfort, saying, "Dad, look at my paw." My dad was almost in tears. What a trap. He stuffed it into his clothes and, with a knife in hand, charged forward. On the opposite side, one was wielding a kunai, and the other was carrying a large sword as big as a door, both being quite cautious, reminding each other, "Be careful not to clash with him. That little brat sword is extremely sharp." My father smirked, knowing that being sharp was useful. With his right hand holding the sword, he charged directly at the large door panel sword, while his left hand, hidden in his sleeve, moved as fast as a phantom, instantly forming 5-hand seals. Substitution technique. With a whoosh, to the onlookers, my father's head seemed to be severed on the spot. The 2 sand ninjas were stunned. He died just like that? Too easy, right? But the next second, the corpse exploded into 2 halves of a wooden block. It's a substitution technique. The 2 were shocked. Just as they realized, a flash of sword light appeared, and my father appeared like a ghost behind the sand ninja, who was holding a kunai. Seeing this, the other sand ninja let out a roar and swung the large door panel sword towards my father, clearly intending to take 1 for 1. Sand ninja, it was clever and immediately lunged forward to dodge. But my father had no intention of dodging at all. He looked cold, gripping his sword and continuing to strike down, ready for mutual destruction. Now Sand Ninja panicked, seeing his teammate was about to be gone. He roared in grief and anger, "Yen, go well. I will avenge you." The stance he took made it seem like his teammate was already dead. And what happened? The door panel sword struck my father, as if cutting through air, passing right through him. Meanwhile, my father's sword pierced into the body of the Sand Ninja named Yen, which was also an illusion. Jinjutsu. By the time Sand Ninja realized it, it was too late. He couldn't stop the momentum of his large sword. And with a whoosh, it solidly struck into his teammate's body. Good heavens, he just achieved the kill your own teammate achievement. Yen. He completely lost his composure on the spot. In that split second of distraction, with a whoosh, a cold blade pierced through his heart from behind. Struggling, he turned around, only see the boy's blood-red Sharingan. "Sorry, my surname is Uchiha, and I'm good at the Sharingan. Just be more careful in your next life." TSK. Killing people and also targeting the heart. That's just too much. After dealing with these 2, my father's chakra was almost running low. He glanced over at Jiwei's side. A Chunin dealing with a Jonin while also having to protect his teammates was too strenuous. He muttered a word of trouble and disappeared from the spot with a one-handed hand seal. On the other side, Jiwei was being pressured by the Sand Village Jonin. Waves of insects were sent out, only to be blown away by wind techniques. As the Jonin prepared to use a wind release, Death Sword Spiral, a tornado filled with countless shurikens was about to shred the Hyuga sisters into pieces. Jinkai and Yuzuko despairingly closed their eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Huh? Why was there no movement? The 2 sisters opened their eyes to see a familiar figure kneeling in front of them, hands on the ground, with a thick earthen wall in front blocking all attacks. "I said you 2. That's enough. Stop showing off your love." My father's disdainful voice came from the front. He slowly stood up, half closing his eyes, with a pair of Sharingan exuding an aura of disdain for everything. Pointing the Kusanagi sword at the Sand Village Jonin across from him, raising the stakes. "Hello, walking 1 million Ryo?" Jiwei cooperatively put her hands in her pockets and leisurely walked to the back of the Sand Village Jonin, casually releasing a swarm of insects as a background effect. As the 2 created a perfect surface sandwich. At this moment, the little fox in my father's arms peeked out its little head, one hand on its hip, the other pointing at the Jonin across from them, arrogantly beckoning. "Big bad guy, come over here." My dad almost couldn't catch his breath. This girl really wishes he would die faster. Fortunately, that sand-hidden jonin was instead intimidated by the situation and became more cautious. His gaze was wandering, searching for his two Chunin teammates. My dad saw through his thoughts and coolly said, "Look a bit more to the right. The one on the ground isn't dead yet. You can still go over and discuss how to write his epitaph." The jonin glanced over and felt a chill run down his spine. He really was taken out. With that kind of strength, what is he even doing as a Chunin, playing the pig to eat the tiger? He forced himself to stay calm and snorted. But my dad pointed at the body of the previous sand-hidden leader. "That one seems to be a jonin too." At this point, the guy completely broke down. He quickly formed hand seals, and a gust of wind and sand rose up, obscuring everyone's vision. When the wind and sand settled, he had vanished, leaving behind a fierce yet cowardly remark, "You all wait for me." Once everyone was gone, my dad finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was a coward. During the break, my dad started acting inappropriately, holding the special antidote made by Tsunade, teasing the Uchiha clansman who was also poisoned. "Ha ha ha, little chicken, if you call me daddy, I'll give you the antidote." That guy, Uchiha Mingji, was so furious his face turned purple, and he shouted, "Get lost. I don't need your help." My dad didn't take it seriously and playfully winked, pinching his throat to mimic a silly voice. "Go ahead, idiot." Little chick with a thud, Mingji fainted from anger. Yazi, unable to stand by, rushed over and shouted, "Uchiha Fugaku, stop messing around. Get out of here." Uchiha Fugaku, Jiwei and Jinkai both looked confused. Jinkai quickly corrected her. "Yazi, he's my classmate, named Uchiha Jinwei, not Fugaku." Yazi exploded on the spot, glaring fiercely at my dad. "Oh great, you even used a fake name when going out." My dad was so embarrassed that he could probably dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Quickly grabbed the little fox and made a run for it, casually tossing the antidote bottle to Yazi. Unfortunately, the antidote was only moderately effective. The poison from Sunagakure was too special. There was no choice but to make a large stretcher and carry the 3 poisoned, unfortunate souls, rushing through the night to the camp. By the time we saw the outline of the camp, it was already 8:30 p.m. As soon as we entered the camp, we were stunned by the scene. There was a long line outside the medical tent, all filled with poisoned individuals, and the stench in the air was simply overwhelming. The little fox quickly burrowed into my dad's clothes, exclaiming how smelly it was. Tsunade, wearing a gas mask like a chemical soldier, shouted at us, "Don't come in. Leave the people at the entrance. The air inside is toxic." Goodness, this was no medical tent. It was practically a biochemical weapons testing area. Saving lives was out of the question. We could only go to the supply point to grab some food. Yazi leaned over, eyes shining, and asked, "Uchiha Jinwei, can I hold little Daji, please?" My dad said to ask for yourself. As a result, the little fox directly stretched out a small paw. Yazi was confused. 5 roasted chickens. The little fox said in a sweet voice. "Deal." Yazi was overjoyed and pulled the little fox into her arms, saying from now on, "You'll follow your sister, and I'll give you 10 roasted chickens every day." "Sister," the little fox called out sweetly. My dad shook his head nearby and sighed, "Well, this daughter has been raised for nothing." A few of us found a big tree to sit under and eat rice balls. While munching, Jinkai suddenly hissed, and the wound on her hand opened up and started bleeding again. Her sister Yazi was so anxious that her eyes turned red. My dad sighed, "Hey, class flower, stretch out your hand." A green light appeared on his hand. "I know a bit of medical ninjutsu." "If you know medical ninjutsu, why didn't you treat my sister earlier?" Yazi questioned angrily. "What do I owe you?" My dad shot back directly. It was still Jiwei who mediated from the side before. Our main combat power was only left with Jingyue and me. Wasting chakra on treating someone weaker than yourself is not the right choice. The words were harsh, but both sisters understood. Their faces reddened and they fell silent. When my dad was treating Jinkai, his serious profile under the campfire light was surprisingly handsome. Jinsai's big white eyes were secretly watching him, and her gaze was almost sparkling. Just as the atmosphere became a bit subtle, my dad's mirror phone vibrated. He jumped to a higher branch to answer the video call, and immediately, Kushina's energetic voice came through with complaints. "Why haven't you answered for so long? Annoying guy, are you up to no good again?" The two of them started their usual banter, arguing and making noise. After chatting about some serious matters, it turned out that the situation on Kushina's side wasn't good. Several people were poisoned, and they had to conserve food. Then she started ranting, saying there was no bathroom at the outpost, no ramen, and she felt like she was being pickled. As they chatted, my dad, who had been running around all day, started dozing off while holding the phone. Seeing that he was tired and reluctant to hang up, Kushina softly said, "Annoying guy, sing to me to help me sleep." "I can't fall asleep." My dad didn't argue this time. He just hummed and really started to sing softly. His singing was quite gentle, and as the evening breeze blew, we all listened below. Yazi fell asleep in her sister's arms, while Jiwei and Jinkai quietly gazed at the starry sky. The little fox, tired from playing, also secretly snuggled into my dad's embrace, and the whole camp seemed to quiet down. But the good times didn't last long. In the dead of night, when everything was silent, boom, boom, the continuous explosion sounds woke the entire camp. Countless puppets with detonating symbols rushed out from the darkness. Enemy attack. It's puppets. Quickly find cover. The flames instantly illuminated the entire camp, revealing our bewildered faces as we just woke up from the trees. The little fox poked its head out from my dad's collar, rubbing its eyes and grumbling with morning grumpiness. "It's so noisy, Daddy. We were ambushed." My dad scratched his head and complained, "It's troublesome. Staying up late will stunt your growth." "You're still thinking about this at a time like this?" Yazi didn't know when she had stood behind him, looking utterly hopeless. Jiwei, however, was very calm and directly looked at my dad, asking, "Jingwei, what should we do?" I tell you, at that moment I was numb. 3 pairs of eyes were staring at me, meaning, "Big boss, take us to the top?" What the heck? Family. Who understands? I'm just a pure support. Watergate. Where are you, my good brother? I miss you so much. There's no choice. I just had to tough it out. I put on a sad face, extended 3 fingers, and snapped my fingers. Suddenly, a giant mirror taller than us rose from the ground, enclosing the 4 of us tightly, with several smaller mirrors flying above. Forming seals, let's go. Magical 404. No such person. The mirror rippled, and our figures instantly disappeared from the tree. Then I lowered my voice and spoke in a mysterious tone. "Class Flower, Senior, that person, you all are responsible for reporting. Pull out those hiding puppet masters one by one. The camp doesn't lack our fighting power. Our task is to find the enemy. Of course, it's dangerous to rush out and fight, so it's safer to hide." Outside was chaotic. Tsunade was knocking out little kids one by one. But there were just too many enemies. Puppets everywhere, like a market gathering. There were at least 50 puppet masters from Sunagakure, in the dark, with poison gas filling the air. Konoha was in a mess, unable to find anyone. Tsunade was so anxious she was about to go all out, shouting, "Recon team, find people, get those bastards out." As soon as she finished speaking, bang, a beam of holy light descended from the sky, like a concert, precisely hitting a poor guy hiding in the grass. That dude was still holding up his hand connected to the chakra line, just poking his head out, looking completely confused. His expression as innocent as a summer day in 2025, thinking, "Who am I? Where am I? Did I just see something?" The next second, Tsunade came crashing down with a thunderous kick, accompanied by a shout of "Wash away." Boom! The world was suddenly quiet. This kick filled Konoha's momentum. Then, more beams of light came down, turning the entire battlefield into a large scene of Pictionary, but guessing wrong meant death. The Konoha folks rushed in, shouting, "Where do you think you're going, brat? Light Technique Master, looking for a team. I'll give you 10% of the bounty, after tax." The scene was incredibly lively. Tsunade was laughing while smashing puppets, mumbling, "Jiraiya's little brat, really interesting. What about us? Let me tell you, we've gone completely crazy. I'm just lying down ready to sleep, and the rest of them each have a small mirror, playing with it like it's a tablet. They're tapping and swiping on the mirror's surface, injecting chakra to make it light up, and with a swipe of 2 fingers, they can zoom in. It's like they're using cheats to find faults. I see it. To the left, to the left. Oh, you idiot, let me do it. Daddy, I want to play too. Go away, you little kid, don't mess around. Your sister will play with you. It's ridiculous. They're just short of live streaming for gifts. In the distance, the 2 little commanders from Sunagakure, Rasha and Karura, were completely stunned. They thought they had the advantage. From the blink of an eye, they were about to be wiped out. Rasha wasn't convinced and shot his sand gold to grab a small mirror from the sky. What happened? As soon as he got it, bam, 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 3 beams of light hit him right in the face, scaring the 2 of them into rolling away. "Hey, you little rascal, dare to steal my stuff?" That sand ninja who ran away, after returning, started to add drama to avoid embarrassment, claiming I summoned a giant 9-tailed fox over 10 meters tall and crushed his wind release with a flick of my hand. Wow, I went from a low-ranking ninja to a 9-tailed Jinchuriki just like that. When the commander of Sunagakure, Ayuzo, heard this, he actually believed it, thinking it was great. If this Jinchuriki went out of control, Konoha would be finished. Then he happily went to find his sister, the Poison Master, I woke up and heard that the antidote was ready, so I rushed to get it. My sister and the others were still poisoned. I ran to Tsunade's tent and counted on my fingers, asking for 30 doses of the antidote. Tsunade didn't even lift her eyelids and said, "The people you brought yesterday have already been cured. Why do you need the medicine?" I quickly came up with an excuse, saying, "My friend is in the village." She then waved her phone, saying the formula had already been sent back, and it seemed that what I invented was quite useful. Damn, how did I forget about that? Then she started to pry information from me, asking, "Are you classmates with Kushina?" I replied, "Yeah." "Is her hair red?" "Yes." "Does she have a bad temper?" "Very." "How many of them are poisoned?" "6. Damn, I fell for it. This woman is more cunning than a cold briquette. I quickly covered my mouth. Tsunade looked at my silly expression and laughed. "All right, kid, don't worry. The umbu left this morning with the antidote." "Phew, that's good." Just as I was about to slip away, she called me back. "I heard you have research on medical ninjutsu." "What the heck? Is she trying to make me work for free? Can I even do that?" I instantly acted, covering my butt and shouting, "Ah, my hemorrhoids are acting up." And then I bolted out of there. Just kidding, I still have to call my sister to share the good news. When the call connected, I explained the plan, and the people at the outpost finally calmed down. Before hanging up, my sister kept reminding me to be careful. After hanging up, I received a video call from the red-haired Kushina. Then it turned into a long phone conversation with my little spicy pepper, chatting for 2 hours about everything, like whether I could avoid biting my noodles in half. I just bit them in half, on the other end. Senior Jouet looked like his face was black as a pop bottom, full of resentment that he could activate his observation hockey. He coughed several times, and I thought someone had logged into QQ. Finally, he coughed so hard he seemed like he was about to run out of breath, and I realized there was someone else sitting across from him. Little Spicy Pepper hung up, and my teammate was looking for me. Yeah. Remember not to rush in recklessly with your skills. Watergate and I aren't covering your share of the meal. This red-haired guy is too ruthless. I put away my phone and looked at the resentful guy opposite me. "Senior, did you call for me?" He sneered and pointed at my phone, asking, "Is that red-haired girl your girlfriend?" "Of course not. That's my brother's girlfriend," I replied matter-of-factly. Jiwei silently gave me a thumbs up, his eyes seemingly saying I was a good brother. Then he looked at me seriously and said, "Jingwei, is it really okay to flirt with someone else's girlfriend?" My hand trembled. He added another stab. "You like that girl, don't you?" This time, even my heart trembled. It's over. I'm done for, it seems. It really is. What should I do now? Steal someone else's girlfriend? Wouldn't that get me in trouble? Forget it. I lowered my head and said, "Thank you, Senior. I'll be more careful in the future." But it turned out this brooding guy wasn't trying to advise me to give up. He was actually encouraging me to go for it. I couldn't be bothered to engage with him and ask what he really wanted. It turned out he wanted me to help him find a girl from the sand-hidden village. Earlier this year, his team was wiped out, and he was the only survivor. That girl didn't even bother to finish him off. He couldn't swallow this anger and wanted revenge. As soon as I heard this plot, I was familiar with it. This isn't revenge. It's clearly a quest to find a wife from 1,000 miles away. I made the decision on the spot. My brother's lifelong affair is on me. Now let's discuss how to shake off Jean Minufai. It's inconvenient to take her along. "Thank you." Jiwei sincerely expressed gratitude. I pondered and suggested, "How about we make an excuse to go to the bathroom? It's not polite for a girl to follow us, right?" Jiwei's eyes behind the sunglasses began to signal wildly, but unfortunately, I didn't see it. I was still showing off. "You don't understand our class, Flower. She's very stubborn and has a cold demeanor. Discussing things won't work. How about we leave 2 shadow clones to fool her? She doesn't seem very smart anyway, so she definitely won't notice. I'm doing this for her good, to let her understand how treacherous human nature can be." "Huh? Why aren't you speaking?" Human nature is treacherous." 2 clear and pleasant voices floated from behind me. My neck creaked as I turned around, awkwardly smiling while raising the bowl of noodle soup in my hand. "Oh, what a coincidence. Have you eaten? Do you want some more soup?" Just as my words fell, I was awkwardly digging my toes into the ground, while on the other side, chaos erupted in the sand-hidden village's headquarters. A sand ninja rushed into a room, rolling and crawling, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Lord Chio, the poison has been cured. Our main battlefield has been pushed back by 5 kilometers. Let me tell you, those 2 old geezers in the room at that time, Chio and her brother, looked like their eyes were about to pop out. What the heck? Chio's old face twisted in an instant. Her expression was one of disbelief. No way. Absolutely impossible. How could someone undo my poison in just one day? This is simply a challenge to her professional knowledge. That sand ninja was almost in tears. "It's true, Lady Chio. The front line just reported that many Konoha ninjas who were dead yesterday are back on the battlefield today, full of life. This was solid proof. Chio's fists clenched so tightly they were making cracking sounds, and that indomitable spirit flared up in her eyes. Let me tell you, this old lady was fired up. She directly exploded into action, shouting at her brother, "Udo, bring me all my materials. Tomorrow, I want those little brats from Konoha to experience what true despair is." As she spoke, she casually tossed the small mirror I was hiding behind onto the table, screen down, directly blacking it out. Good grief, I wanted to curse. Why don't you put it upright? This broken mirror, after I finally managed to infiltrate the enemy's lair, ended up going into silent mode, just serving as a companion in captivity. Huh? Trash. Meanwhile, in Konoha's temporary command center, it was bustling. Position 11 is set up, ready for debugging. Position 3 failed. Someone come take a look. Position 1 has successfully connected, starting to sync reconnaissance mirror signals. Hey, anyone want to go shopping? Come grab a mirror and go have fun at the front line. In the middle of the command center, on a large pillar, big mirrors were hung up, with a group of tech geeks from the research department busy as bees. Their system, to put it simply, upgraded ancient warfare directly into a modern RTS game, real-time maps. Shared by everyone, extremely high-end. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was holding the product manual I wrote, grinning like a 200-pound fat cat. He had already tasted the benefits, saying that Tsunade's antidote recipe used to take a letter back and forth. By the time it got there, everything would be cold, and they might even be ambushed on the way. But now, ding, sent instantly, all troops received it in a flash, logistical pressure directly reduced to zero. A staff member ran over to report. Third Hokage, the system works well, but our mobile phones can't keep up with production. That compression technique is too difficult to engrave. The third Hokage thought for a moment, waved his hand, pull all the barrier team and sealing team over to help. The staff member was dumbfounded. Third Hokage, what about the village? The defenses will be empty. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a sideways glance, implying, "Do you think I am just a decoration as Hokage?" The staff member shuddered and quickly ran away. Let me tell you, this old man was completely immersed in the flattery I gave him about being the strongest Hokage when suddenly an Umbu member popped up. Third Hokage. The old man was still grinning foolishly. The Umbu waited for a long time without a response, then looked up and saw that Third Hokage was smiling like he was in a trance. He had to raise his voice. Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen jolted awake, quickly cleared his throat, and regained his authority. What's the matter? The Umbu pretended not to see anything and began to report. The casualty rate of the Yamashiro clan has been unusually high these past few days, and also, the ambush probability for Uchiha clan members aged 10 to 13 is absurdly high. Now, there are only 3 left in that age group still outside. We suspect there's a spy specifically targeting these 2 clans. The third Hokage's heart dropped, feeling anxious. Which 3 are left? The last thing he wanted was for me to get into trouble. Uchiha Mingji, Uchiha Kyogetsu, Uchiha Feigen. Mingji's team almost got wiped out yesterday. Luckily, they were saved by Kyogetsu's team. Feigen is currently trapped behind enemy lines, his life or death unknown. Upon hearing that I was okay, the old man visibly sighed in relief, but his brows immediately furrowed into a frown. In this situation, everyone else was in trouble, so wouldn't I be the next target? He quickly ordered, relay the information to the Inazuka, Nara, and Aburame clans as well as Fugaku. I allow them to recall their clansmen. Once the Umbu left, the old man couldn't wait to pull out his phone to call me, but another person arrived. Third Hokage, a Byakugan uncle. Great. The third Hokage had to shove his phone back into his sleeve. The one who came was Hyuga Kaguya, an elder of the Hyuga clan. These people are straightforward. My daughter Hinata Kinai has run away from home. Please help check the mission records to see if she has left the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, thinking even the Hyuga family had rebellious kids. He nodded. Sure. As a result, the 2 ran to the mission office to check the list. And the third Hokage's face immediately darkened, as black as the bottom of a pot. I tell you, just when the village was in chaos. A heavyweight named by Ju took advantage of the barrier team being reassigned and pulled off a stealthy act, easily sneaking into the archives of the route. He rummaged through a trash can and found the complete physical examination report of the little fox, Naruto, from 2 years ago, and on his way out, he casually swiped 2 newly made mirror phones from Danzo's Research Institute. At this moment, in our camp number 2, 4 young boys and girls were gathered around a map, holding a small meeting. I pointed at the map, spitting as I spoke. My sister's location is here, 55 kilometers away in a straight line. There are 2 major rivers in between, and all around are the strongholds of the Sand Ninjas. Our task is to find a safe route within 2 days and figure out the enemy's distribution along the way. I spoke until my mouth was dry. While Jiwei and Jinkai listened with serious expressions, only the little fox in my arms was gnawing on a chicken leg, leaving its mouth covered in grease. Next to us, a girl named Yazi had stars in her eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, sister is trapped in a siege, and brother travels 1,000 miles to save her. This is just too picturesque." I rolled my eyes and said, "Sister, who are you? We're having a secret meeting here. What are you doing intruding?" This girl was a teammate of Yanzi and somehow managed to sneak in. She puffed out her little chest, and threatened me. "Stinky Mirror Moon, if you don't take me along, I'll report you for going to the enemy-occupied area." Huh? I sneered, pointed at my Sharingan, and said, "Come here, darling, look over here." The silly girl really looked over. With a thud, she fell down. I turned my eyes to the violet flower again. This girl reacted quickly, shutting her eyes with a snap and covering them tightly with both hands. "If you dare to use illusions on me, I will get angry." The voice was tinged with a sob. Let me tell you, this once aloof goddess had her persona completely shattered in just 2 days. I can only put on a smile. "Oh, dear class flower, look at what you're saying. Am I Uchiha KageyukiGets, that kind of person? I would never use Jinjutsu on my teammates. I can't believe you." Jinkai covered her eyes, and I guess she's already cursed me 1,000 times in her heart. We packed our things and walked through the camp to report to the main tent. Along the way, there were missing person notices everywhere. Looking for the lighting expert. "Where are you, lighting brother?" Zhihui suddenly asked me. "Why don't you team up with them?" I spoke with great righteousness. "What will you two do if I leave?" "They only want me. We are teammates. We can't abandon our teammates." Zhihui smiled with satisfaction, and Jinkai squinted her eyes in laughter. But what I was really thinking was teaming up with those guys who only have money on their minds. I'll be doomed sooner or later. When we entered the main tent, we unexpectedly saw Tsunade. She looked exhausted, like a streamer who just finished a broadcast, slumped over the table with drool almost dripping down. We tiptoed to register, and just as we were about to sneak away, her lazy voice rang out. "Jiraiya's kid, come over here." I was taken aback, pointing at myself. "Tsunade-sama, you called me?" "Nonsense." I felt a sudden panic. Could it be? Has our little plan been exposed? I hesitated and walked over, only to see her squinting her eyes, unlocking her phone. "Come on, let's add each other as friends." I was shocked at that moment. Who understands family? ISNT this the legendary heavenly thigh descending? If Uchiha Itachi causes trouble in the future, I'll take my sister and directly hide at Tsunade's place. Who would dare to touch me? I immediately took out my phone, laughing so brightly. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Sister Tsunade will always be young and forever 18. Tsunade laughed at me, reached out, and patted my head. "You're sweet talking. If you have trouble in Konoha in the future, just mention my name." The three of us swaggered out of the camp under the shocked gazes of everyone. Shortly after, a thunderous roar came from the camp. "Stinky Mirror Moon." Just you wait. Just a kilometer away from the camp, my phone rang. I took a look, and wow, it's Hokage. "Good afternoon, Uncle Hizashi." Great. "Little Mirror Moon, I heard you completed another A-rank mission. Not bad. The old man started off with a round of praise. "To be honest, it's just okay. The teammates are too bad, and one even ran away." As soon as I said this, the faces of Jiwei and Jinkai darkened. On the other end of the phone, Sarutobi Hiruzen began his lengthy speech again. As expected of Kyogetsu, but even with strong abilities, you shouldn't look down on your teammates. You need to help each other. Just as he was about to instill the will of fire in me, he suddenly changed the subject. "Kyogetsu, is there a little girl from the Hyuga clan among your new teammates?" As soon as I saw the caller ID, and then glanced at the pleading little eyes of the violet beside me, I understood. She clasped her hands together, silently mouthing, "Help me. What can I do?" I had to shout on my phone. "Oh, Uncle, can you speak louder? I can't hear you. Hello? Hey, why is there no signal? Is it a problem with the technique? Uncle, I'm hanging up for now. I'll call you back when it's fixed." Beep. I decisively hung up the phone. I shrugged at the dazed Shinkai. "This is the best I can do. Your family is probably already on the way, so take care of yourself." Who would have thought? The girl suddenly brightened her eyes, her face flushed, and she slowly leaned towards me, closing her eyes and moving her face closer to mine. "Thank you, Kaigetsu." I was stunned. My pupils dilated, and alarm bells went off in my head in an instant, as a red-haired figure directly performed a roar of the East River Lion for me. I instantly flashed 3 meters away. Jinkai stumbled and missed, opening her eyes with a face full of embarrassment and anger. The atmosphere on the scene was awkward to the extreme. I could only cough lightly and point at the little fox in my arms, forcing an explanation. Be careful when walking. It's fine if you bump into me, but Daji is sleeping, so don't scare her. Oomph. Jinkai was so angry that she turned her head away and ignored me. Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses beside me, looking disappointed as if the show had just ended. Meanwhile, in Konoha Village, Sarutobi Izashi was holding the disconnected phone, staring wide-eyed at Hyuga Kyuya, and the scene was quite awkward. We continued on our journey, and by sunset, we finally reached the bank of a large river. I scanned the opposite shore with my binoculars, and to my surprise, there were flickering lights across the river. A group of sand ninjas was grilling fish. I withdrew my gaze and said to my two teammates, "There are teams of sand ninjas every 1 or 2 kilometers along the riverbank, and there are ambushes all over the bridge. Swimming across will definitely drown us, and running across will make us sitting ducks. So what do you think now? Wait until it gets dark. Take a detour. Let's have a meal." The little fox in my arms suddenly chimed in, completely derailing the conversation. So, the 3 of us plus 1 fox started eating right there. While slurping up ramen, I was observing the opposite shore through a mirror. Suddenly, I saw a familiar figure. It's the woman with the fireball. I immediately called Jimmy over and handed him the mirror. "Senior, take a look. Isn't your wife green-haired with yellow bangs and wearing her clothes inside out?" Jimmy was taken aback, confused about what Wi-Fi was talking about. He didn't even know himself. He leaned in to look at the reflection in the mirror and instantly gasped, his breathing quickening. Jinkai also curiously leaned over. I tell you, at that moment, Jiwei's whole aura changed. That murderous vibe was emanating even through the sunglasses. He coldly asked, "Where is she?" I pointed to the tiny campfire on the opposite shore. "Over there, 3 people. 1 is your wife, and the other 2 are the ones who ambushed the camp last night. The one with the sand gold, and a woman, both tough to deal with." Jiwei stared intently in that direction, reason telling him that now was not the time to act, but the images of his teacher and teammates dying were playing back in his mind like crazy. After a long while, he turned back to me, his eyes full of pleading. I smiled faintly and understood. He struggled to speak. "Help me." I shrugged. "Let's get one thing straight. I can only hold those 2 off for a maximum of 15 minutes. Once the time is up or I can't take it anymore, I'm leaving right away. My sister is still waiting for me to save her. I can't risk my life here." Jiwei straightened up and bowed deeply to me. "Thank you." On the side, Jinkai got anxious. "What the hell are you guys doing?" I pointed at Jiwei and asked him. "I'm just a struggling worker." After saying that, I sat cross-legged and began to adjust my state. Jinkai had no choice but to glare at Jiwei. The boy in sunglasses hesitated for a moment and said, "Jinkai, your strength is lacking. How about you stay here and accompany Daji in playing chicken?" Upon hearing this, Jinkai almost exploded. "Oil girl Jiwei, even if I'm weak, I'm still your teammate now." Jiwei lowered his head in shame. As night deepened, danger lurked everywhere. Luasha's small team crossed the river and walked into an open area. Suddenly, the 3 of them stopped simultaneously and looked ahead. In the moonlight, a boy wearing sunglasses and carrying a large jar stood quietly. It was Jiwei. The woman named Yetsong recognized him and sneered. "It's you actually survived? Not bad luck." Luosha crossed her arms, acting all high and mighty. "Since you let this small fry slip by, handle it yourself." Yetsong felt stifled by this remark, but still ignited the blazing fireball in her hand and approached Jiwei. "Since you survived, why come to seek death again?" "Because." Jiwei extended both hands, and from the jar behind him, a swarm of dark insects surged out, overwhelming and terrifying. Buzz! The cloud of insects charged towards Yetsong in an instant. "Then I'll send you down." Yetsong swung the massive fireball and charged forward. Crackle! The moment the insects touched the fireball, they were instantly reduced to ashes. This was a complete attribute counter. Jiwei's insects were dying in droves. Not far away in the pit, Jinkai and I were watching the battle. Jinkai was anxious. "I'll deal with that woman." Saying this, she was about to rush out. I pushed her back and said, "Are you silly? Those 2 haven't made a move. Isn't it better for us to just lie down and work?" As we bantered back and forth, we started chatting about the gossip surrounding my favorite character, Kushina. Just then I noticed something and said, "Senior, it's almost over. Get ready to make a move." On the battlefield, Jiwei was already panting, and the number of insects was decreasing. Yakura sneered, and a fireball pierced through the wall of insects, heading straight for Jiwei. "It's over," she said. "Yeah." Jiwei adjusted her sunglasses, surprisingly calm, then let it be over. Yakura felt a sudden unease in her heart. Jiwei then quietly said, "The poison from Sunagakure works quite well. It took me a long time to get my insects to carry the poison. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and each one carries too little. Yakura's eyes widened in shock as a wave of dizziness hit her, and the fireball in the air suddenly extinguished. Thud! She knelt on one knee, feeling weak, unable to even muster her chakra. She looked up at Jiwei and forced a smile, saying, "So, I fell into your trap from the very beginning, using my fire release to kill the poisoned insects to spread the toxin. Heh, I underestimated you. Go ahead, make your move." With that, she tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and appeared resigned to her fate. I tell you, at that moment, Jiwei just glanced at her lightly and said 4 words, "I'll return at once." After saying that, he turned and left, so carefree. As a result, goodness, that kid Luo Sha was unprincipled and directly summoned people from the sky. A river of sand gold rushed towards the back of Jiwei's head. Yitsong was immediately anxious and blurted out a warning. "Be careful. What kind of situation is this?" She couldn't even understand why she was reminding the enemy. She could only close her eyes and silently chant, "This damn war." Just at this critical moment, suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and a dark figure fell from the sky, directly stomping the river of sand gold to pieces. The shockwave blew Yi-song's bangs up into the air. Let me tell you about that scene. A 9-tailed fox over 5 meters tall, with Jingwen and Jinkai standing on top. The atmosphere was absolutely incredible. Then the fox opened its mouth and said, "Wagagaga, Uchiha Daji is here. Anyone who dares to take a step forward, I'll let my dad bite you to death." "Oh no," then it cried out in pain, starting to sob. The 3 from Sunagakure directly short-circuited, while Jingwei and the others covered their faces, unable to watch. Luo Sha, that guy, was initially quite alert, but upon seeing this setup, a goofy fox and 2 half-grown kids, he instantly relaxed. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. A Chunin dares to come and offer themselves up? Is it the summoned beast that gives you courage? Or the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodlines that make you arrogant? As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand, magnet release. Sand gold technique. Wow. Golden spikes shot up from the ground everywhere. Jingwei reacted quickly, slapping the little fox back to its original form and flying up into the air, stepping on 2 mirrors beneath him. That was a close call. He almost got turned into a hedgehog. Now, the little fox was so scared it wet itself and burrowed into Jingyue's arms, refusing to come out, acting like an electronic pet accessory. Jingwei was at a loss and could only point at Luo Sha and scold. "You can actually hurt such a cute little creature? Does Sunagakure have no compassion?" Luo Sha couldn't even be bothered to respond, pressing both hands to the ground. Suddenly, it was like opening the floodgates. Sand and gold surged out from underground. Even Yazong was trapped inside, unable to move. Jinsai's Byakugan looked dumbfounded. The amount of chakra was on a completely different level. Seeing this, Jingwei thought, what is the point of fighting? The best strategy is to retreat. He quickly bought some time for Jiwei, turned around and called out to Jinkai, "Run on the mirrors. Don't touch the ground." The 2 crazily laid down mirrors in the air, jumping forward like they were playing hopscotch. But Luo Sha wasn't slow either, stepping on the ground. A golden cloud rose up, arms crossed, looking all smug. He chased right after them. His female teammate, Karura, watched with stars in her eyes, shouting that she wanted to fight alongside him, and followed, leaving the poisoned Yazong behind. "Hey, guess what?" Jiwei came back, grinning at Yazong. "Sorry, but you'll have to be our hostage for a bit." On the other side, Jingwei and Jinkai were being chased in the sky, looking quite flustered. Luo Sha was behind them, shooting sand gold like a shooting game. The mirrors along the way shattered with a crackling sound. Jingwei realized they couldn't escape. He directly tossed the little fox to Jinkai. "Class flower, take care of my daughter. You guys get into the forest." Then he drew his sword, turned around, and charged up. Just as Jinkai landed, the female from Sunagakure, Karura, caught up. The 2 introduced themselves, taking up a fighting stance, and hey, General Fist faced off against a flying kunai. The little fox was still there, urging, "Sister Jinkai, don't be afraid, it's 2 against 1, we've got this." Meanwhile, in the sky, Jingwei and Luo Sha had already started fighting. Let me tell you, Jingyue's mind works really fast. He knew he couldn't win on the ground, so he dragged Luo Sha into the air for an aerial battle. Because sand gold is heavy, controlling it in the air consumes chakra like flowing water. He calculated that Luo Sha's chakra wouldn't last long. The distance between them shrank from 50 meters to 15 meters. Jingyue moved like a swallow, darting through the sand gold barrage. Luo Sha saw this and thought, this kid's got some skills, but he was even sneakier, pretending to be at a disadvantage. He waited for Jingyue to get closer, and suddenly, a huge sand gold curtain slammed right in his face, followed by a sand gold block that directly enveloped Jingyue. Luo Sha was waiting for Jingyue to run up, knowing there must be traps above. But guess what? Jingyue conjured a concave mirror out of thin air, aimed it at Luo Sha's eye of sand, and with a sizzle, a beam of light shot out. The brightness turned night into day. Rosha! He screamed as he covered his left eye, kneeling down, losing one eye on the spot. This completely enraged him. He didn't care about tactics anymore, and unleashed his ultimate move, Die. Boom! The sand gold curtain and the sand gold block crashed together, swallowing Jingyue along with a scream, finally compressing into a massive sand gold ball. Magnet release. Sand gold burial. The entire world fell silent. Luo Sha was panting, covering his eye, swearing to kill all the Chunin from Konoha. But guess what? You can't kill anyone. Jingyue's voice rang out from behind him again. Damn! It turns out that it was just a few seconds when my eyes were dazzled that allowed him to escape. Luo Sha reacted quickly and instantly activated his sand gold defense. But Jingyu was even faster, Konoha style, blade draw slash. The blade light effortlessly pierced through the sand gold, directly opening a wound on Luo Sha's back. After landing the hit, Jingyu immediately created distance, pulled out a few gray shurikens, and threw them out, even using a shadow clone, instantly filling the sky with them. Luo Sha sneered, playing with metal in front of a magnetic release ninja? Ridiculous. But as soon as he activated magnetic release, he was dumbfounded. The shurikens were completely out of control. They were all made of stone. This kid is really malicious. Luo Sha quickly wrapped himself in sand gold like a ball. Jingyu chuckled, connecting 2 steel wires to the shurikens, tightly binding the sand gold ball. Then he took a deep breath and performed fire release. Dragon fire technique. A fire dragon surged along the steel wires, scorching the entire sand gold ball red hot. The scene looked just like roasting a chicken. Jingyu lamented, Sigh, Gaara is so cool. What a pity his dad is about to be roasted by me today. Gold conducts heat quickly, but this sand gold isn't pure enough. After burning for a long time, Luo Sha surprisingly wasn't cooked yet, and could still control the flowing sand gold to counterattack. Jingyu noticed that the space to dodge was getting smaller, and that if he kept burning, he would be done for 2. Fine, my life is important. After half a second of deep contemplation, he decided to run. Stopping the fire, he threw a mirror and dashed away. Before leaving, he turned back and spat out a water release, water chaos wave. He directly performed physical quenching on the red-hot shell, making it hard and brittle. Hey, this move is really malicious. When Luo Sha finally burst out from the hardened shell, his body was covered in blisters, and it was a tragic sight. He frantically chased after Jingyu, but ended up going the wrong way. On Jingyu's side, he quickly returned to find his teammates. What a chaotic scene. Jinkai and the little fox were hanging from a tree by Jiaoyuola, while Jiwei was holding Yitsong hostage, playing a math problem of exchanging 1 for 1 with Jiaoyuola. Jingyu wanted a sneak attack, but then, his precious daughter Daji, upon seeing him, excitedly shouted, Dad, Dad, quick, beat her. Family, who understands? This is simply the best undercover moment of the year. Now it's all exposed. Jingyu awkwardly waved his hand, while Jiaoyuola was so scared that she tensed up, all her kunai aimed at the hostage. Jingyu had no choice but to pretend to surrender, slowly raising his hands. At the moment when Jiaoyuola was the most nervous, the small mirrors in his palms with blood-red Sharingan suddenly lit up. Genjutsu! With a thud, Jiaoyuola collapsed softly to the ground. Just as he finished dealing with that, Jingyu was about to practice the Ito-style binding technique when Jiwei also released Yitsong. Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly the ground began to shake. That little brat Luo Sha came back with a face full of blisters. Columns of sand gold shot up into the sky, dense and numerous. One of them wrapped around Jingyu's ankle, preventing him from escaping. Without thinking, he countered with a water chaos wave, using the impact to push Jinkai and the little fox, who were still tied up, far away. Class flower, take care of Daji for me. This was his last sentence, and he was swallowed by the giant mouth of sand gold. Pain surged through him, consciousness slowly fading. And in the darkness, he could only hear Jinkai and Daji screaming with sobs. Up in the sky, Luo Sha was about to finish them off. But Jiwei quickly came up with an idea and sent insects to bite Jiaoyuola and Yitsong. Luo Sha was startled, and to save his teammates, he had to roll them up into the sky first. Just that delay allowed 4 shadowy figures to dash out of the forest, rescuing Jiwei, Jinkai, and the little fox. It was the timely arrival of Yamashiro Hirokage and his team. Luo Sha saw that people had been rescued, and his teammates were poisoned. so he could only snort coldly, grabbing the unconscious Jingyu and quickly flying towards the sea. Meanwhile, far away at the outpost, Jinghua and Kushina both woke up at the same time from nightmares, dreaming that Jingyu was in trouble. The two of them coincidentally took out their phones, but then stopped simultaneously, afraid of disturbing his battle. After a moment of silence, they both looked up and said in unison, "Find Daji. Send a message. Send a message." I tell you, at that moment, the atmosphere was simply frozen. Jingyu was captured, and the mood on our side dropped to freezing point. Jiwei and Jinkai were like withered eggplants, constantly arguing with each other. One said it was all her fault for insisting on revenge, and the other said it was all her fault for holding everyone back. Oh my, I felt tired just listening to them. The worst was my little fox girl, Daji, who suddenly burst into tears, finally understanding what heartache meant. Her small body curled up into a ball, saying just one thing: "I want to find Dad." Jinkai, that girl, immediately overflowed with maternal love, holding my little fox. "Oh no," my daughter, gently saying, "I'll take you to find him." She had a lot of thoughts in her heart, saying that if she couldn't save Jingyu, she'd die on the battlefield, but if she saved him, she'd go home to be a young lady. At that moment, I thought, "Sister, just give it up. With your combat power, you'd just be a burden." Just when we were putting on a tragic show, Uncle Yamashiro Hirokage came over with a basin of cold water, saying in a leadership tone, "You guys don't even think about it. Stay obediently at the camp." Wow, that one sentence brought the atmosphere to freezing point. My daughter exploded on the spot, baring her teeth and glaring at him. "I want to find Dad." That uncle was also stubborn, refusing to budge. One person and one fox stared each other down, and we were all sweating nervously, thinking if this turned into a fight, we would have to help Daji hold down Teacher Hirokage. Just as the tension was high, ding, 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 a series of ringing sounds. Guess where it came from? From my daughter's tail. We were all stunned, and we saw her leisurely stretching out a fluffy tail, and inside was actually a special phone. Then, this little one, oblivious to the world, tapped on the screen, starting a video call. The screen lit up, and on one side was Sister Jinghua, and on the other was Kushina. When the two saw Daji, they both asked in unison, "Daji, where's Jingyu?" I'll tell you just this one sentence. My daughter couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes filled with tears blinked once, and then she cried out loud, "Daddy, Daddy is gone." On the other end of the phone, I heard a thud, and Sister Jinghua rolled her eyes and fainted. Jioxi was also stunned, her mind blank. Fortunately, Jinkai reacted quickly and shouted into the phone, "Don't misunderstand, he's not dead. He was just captured by the Sand Ninja." Only then did Jioxi catch her breath and pat her chest, saying, "You scared me to death. I thought he was just captured by the Sand Ninja." Just as she was halfway through her sentence, her little brain reacted, and just as she was about to scream, Jinghua, who had woken up, covered her mouth. Jinghua was incredibly calm, lowering her voice and saying, "Don't make a sound. We can't let others know." She didn't want to implicate anyone else. Her brother was her responsibility to save. On the other side, Konoha White Fang, Kakashi's father, along with a group of people, also sneaked into the previous battlefield. There was also a heavyweight guest there. Who was it? Orochimaru. Uncle Snake pinched his chin, looking at the battle traces on the ground. Analyzing with a sly tone, "There are no traces on the ground. The battlefield is in the sky. There's fire style, and it must be able to fly." Beside him, Maru Hashikage picked up a piece of broken mirror and narrowed his eyes. "I think I know who it is. Uchiha KageyukiGets, a very cute little guy." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru took out the phone, which was actually a mirror given to him by the third Hokage, and, without saying a word, directly called the third Hokage. "Sensei, has a child named Uchiha KageyukiGets gone missing in the village?" On the other end, the third Hokage was overwhelmed, issuing a strict order. "Orochimaru, search with all your might. We must bring him back safely." Meanwhile, over here with Minato, he and his teammate Byun were hiding in a dirt pile, scouting. His teammate was like a kettle. Once he started talking, he wouldn't stop, insisting that he and Jioxi were a perfect match, with shared dreams and special hair colors, a match made in heaven. Let me tell you, Minato's handsome face at that moment lost all expression control, feeling so awkward he could scratch out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room with his toes. He was definitely shouting inside, "Brother, please stop talking. I beg you, let me be alone for a moment." Just then, a loud explosion sounded from afar. Fire shot up into the sky, finally rescuing him. The scene switched to our unfortunate protagonist KageyukiGets. He was tied to a chair, his eyes dazed, clearly under a genjutsu. The interrogators began to ask, "What's your name?" KageyukiGets opened his mouth and replied, "1 against 7, paint, 1 against 7. In the interrogation room, Chiyo, Raza and a few others looked at each other in confusion, their CPUs almost overheating. Raza still stubbornly insisted. Maybe the Jinjutsu has failed. After all, he's an Uchiha. The interrogator, not believing in evil, took matters into his own hands and asked professionally, "Who is Kyogetsu, the handsomest in the ninja world? Who is Uchiha Itachi, AB's favorite? Who is AB? Just a guy who draws comics. Family who understands." This answer was completely off topic, but it also seemed particularly honest. The interrogator's face turned green. After holding back for a long time, he finally said, "How about we torture him?" Raza, hearing this, got excited. After being blown up by Kyogetsu last time, he was eager for revenge, rolling up his sleeves to go. "All right, I'll do it." But then Chiyo stopped him with a single sentence. "Wait, you have something more important to do. Come with me to the lab, deliver the new type of poison to the battlefield before dawn." Raza was so disappointed, he could only glare fiercely at Kyogetsu in command. "Lock this kid up, maximum security." On the other side, at the post, JoinsTeam was holding her phone, not sleeping all night. Her eyes were as red as a rabbit's, almost rubbing the phone to a shine. She muttered, "Damn you, reply to me. If you don't reply, I'll bite you." Just when she was about to lose hope, ding, the phone lit up. The most annoying person, 100681. "Miss, what time is it? Are you letting anyone sleep?" "I told you." Kushina burst out laughing at that moment, tears streaming down her face. It was a scene of both crying and laughing. With a bang, she launched into a rant. 12 o'clock. "Uchiha Kyogetsu, you are super annoying. Ghost." Minato couldn't sit still either, quietly pulled out his phone to send a message. "Kyogetsu?" Kyogetsu replied in seconds. Here. "Minato, what you doing?" Guess what Kyogetsu replied? "Flirting with your girlfriend." Minato was instantly petrified, silently stuffing his phone back. It's fine. On Kyogetsu's side, after waking up, he found himself with a hood on, hands and feet locked up, and the shackles even sealed his chakra. He checked his body, and wow, his right hand was dislocated. He's tough, so he snapped it back into place against his thigh, gritting his teeth in pain. To summarize his current state, trapped in a small dark room, with several external injuries, chakra restricted, but he could still use the mirror technique. Plus he had a little red-haired companion to chat with, not too shabby. As he was pondering how to escape, he suddenly sensed that the mirror previously snatched by Rasha was nearby, within 50 meters. He chuckled and started plotting, secretly generating a small piece of mirror inside the hood. He remotely controlled the stolen mirror, inching it towards the edge of Chiyo's experimental table, testing it wildly. Finally, a big wave came, the ship rocked, bang. The mirror successfully shattered into pieces. Old Lady Chiyo thought one of her subordinates broke a test tube and came over cursing to check. Although she didn't find any problem, her old instincts made her seal all the fragments. But she never expected that during the sealing, 3 tiny fragments had quietly slipped away, one sticking to the window, one to a picture frame, and one to a glass container. Wow, the entire laboratory instantly turned into a live broadcast room. In the small dark room, Kyogetsu let out a lewd laugh, and the guards outside thought he had gone crazy. He didn't care about that and immediately sent the livestream link to Tsunade. At that time, Tsunade was almost pulling her hair out over the new poison version 2.0 from Sunagakure when she suddenly received a message. "Sister Tsunade, let me show you a treasure. Remember to maintain your chakra." She puzzledly opened the video, and in the next second, she was dumbfounded. Baskets of materials, step-by-step instructions. Isn't this Chiyo's poison-making laboratory? Formulas, steps, high-definition clarity. Wahaha, good kid. I love you to death. Old Lady Chiyo, let us see what you can use to compete with me. Tsunade's hearty laughter echoed throughout the camp. After laughing, she realized that this kid was in the enemy camp. This was information sent back at the risk of his life. She instantly imagined a tragic drama where her brother infiltrated the tiger's den to save his sister, fully immersing herself in it. Without a second thought, she sent a video to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, go to the ship in Sunagakure and bring back that little brat Uchiha Kyogetsu." Orochimaru was still aimlessly searching around when he received the message. A playful glint flashed in his golden snake-like eyes, and he smirked. He's on the ship. Meanwhile, our classmate Kyogetsu had already split his mirror into 16 parts, floating above the Sunagakure fleet, turning the entire base into his monitoring headquarters, just waiting for his sister to arrive, so he could be her top navigator. The navigation was all set up, but the problem was, I had nothing to do. Just when I was feeling bored, my stomach betrayed me and started growling, gurgling, good grief. I was so hungry I could feel my stomach touching my back. I hadn't eaten for almost 20 hours, and at my 10-year-old age, this was the time for growth. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Hey, is anyone there? I'm hungry. I'm going to starve to death." And what happened? The guard outside just stood there like a wooden man, motionless, with a look in his eyes that seemed to say it was better for me to be hungry. So I wouldn't cause trouble. Fine, you won't feed me, huh? I see how it is. Talking to these people is just a waste of energy. Huh, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. I was calculating my next move in my mind. Hey, since I could connect my sister's perspective to that old witch Chiyo's lab, why couldn't I live stream the entire Sunagekure headquarters to the third Hokage? So I took action. I logged into my mirror of 10,000 reflections system in my consciousness, found the third Hokage's account, and sent a message. Uncle Hizashi, I have infiltrated the enemy's headquarters and completed the drone deployment, requesting headquarters to take over the drone monitoring. Guess what? The old man replied instantly, with just one punctuation mark. I tell you, at that time the command center in Konoha was like a battlefield of the future, with various intelligence reports flashing across the screen. Area 7 is 25 poisoned, requesting rotation. Be cautious in Area 11. There's an ambush. The efficiency was off the charts. The third Hokage was standing on a high platform, looking at the chaotic scene below, feeling quite pleased, thinking this war was under control. Then ding, his phone rang. He looked down and saw a message from me, followed by a series of system notifications about drone permissions. The old man was stunned. What the heck is a drone? Is that brat Mikitsukami alive or dead? He didn't dare to make a video call, fearing it would expose me. So he sent me a text. Little Mikitsukami, what is your situation now? The opportunity had come. I tell you, that brat Mikitsukami deserved an Oscar. He immediately started to act, his emotional value hitting the max, his hands trembling as he typed. Uncle Dian, you have helped me take revenge. Woo woo woo, they broke my hand. There is not a single good piece of meat on my body. It hurts so much. The old man's heart tightened, feeling like I might not make it. I continued to perform. When they got tired, they locked me in a small dark room. My lips cracked and bled. But don't worry, uncle. I didn't confess anything. You quickly receive the drone. Don't waste my last wishes. For the Leaf Village, where the leaves dance, the fire also lives on. Goodness, after my set of combo moves, the third Hokage instantly imagined a story of a young hero's suffering, and tears started flowing down his face. He replied to me, Little KageyukiGets, listen to your uncle, confess, and all I want is for you to stay alive. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I went for the kill, no? I, Uchiha KageyukiGets, will never betray Konoha. Quickly take control of the drones, and then fire at me. Winky face at this moment. The third Hokage was completely broken, tears streaming down his face as he blew his nose. His assistant beside him was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, what's wrong with the Hokage? Did he look in a mirror and cry because of his own ugliness? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, took control of all the drone permissions, then stood at the command center, his voice choked with emotion as he began his impromptu speech. Comrades, we have received real-time footage from the enemy's main base. And providing all of this is our hero, Uchiha KageyukiGets. He is now trapped in the enemy camp, with his hands and feet severed, enduring extreme torture. Yet he is still using his last chakra to transmit information to us. I tell you, as soon as he said that, the entire command center exploded. Family, who understands? 1 second we were slacking off. The next second, we were pumped up. Konoha will definitely win. Hero Uchiha KageyukiGets. Uchiha KageyukiGets will be immortal. Goodness. They directly made him immortal. The third Hokage only realized it after leaving. Oh my gosh, did I overdo it a bit? How am I going to explain this when that kid comes back? But people still need to be saved. So he hurriedly took out his phone and notified Orochimaru and Kakashi to quickly come to the Sand Village's ship to rescue him. And what about our classmate, KageyukiGets? He was asleep, with no food or drink. He could only sleep to save energy and reduce emissions. Just as he fell asleep, Kushina's little spicy message popped up in my mind. Is that annoying guy still alive? I'm too lazy to care about her. She's dead. Whoa. Why did you leave us, the mother and child? I really can't stand her. Are you really that bored? Crying here with me. Yes, I'm very bored. They all went out to scout without me. It's driving me crazy. Well, isn't this just a ready-made labor force? I immediately gave her permissions for 6 reconnaissance mirrors. They don't want you, I do. Officially appointing you as the ace scout. Keep an eye on things for me. I want to save some energy. Scarlet Pepper received. Love you, moi. I told her not to use catchphrases, and she immediately flooded the chat with a string of DB any fine. You win. I was just about to continue sleeping when suddenly I jolted awake. Oh no, this little pepper isn't acting right. The words are brimming with springtime vibes. She can't possibly like me, right? What am I going to do? How do I tell Mizukic? Hey, buddy, your girl seems to have run off with me. No, I would get beaten to death. Just as I was lost in thought, the entire situation took a dramatic turn. The next day, every Konoha ninja had a detox jelly bean too. 0. Completely nullifying the Sand Ninja's poison mist tactics. The old man Otozo Isin T stupid either. He immediately switched to poison 3. 0. What happened? Konoha still had a jelly bean for everyone. You use 3. 0. I counter instantly. You use 4. 0. I counter instantly. You use 5. 0. I still counter instantly. Otozo was dumbfounded. How could they continue fighting? That old lady Chiyo exploded in the lab, flipping the table. She couldn't understand how an antidote could be produced faster than the poison. The only explanation is, they're S.A. mole. Then, let me tell you, the scene was bloody. Without saying a word, she summoned her puppets and brutally killed all her assistants in the lab, not letting a single one escape. And this brutal scene was being watched in its entirety by our sister Tsunade through my live stream. She was enjoying herself, munching on sunflower seeds, crossing her legs, and clicking her tongue in amazement. Wow, that's really unjust. This old lady is both old and ruthless. I can't end up like her. 3 whole days passed. Let me tell you, 3 whole days, family. I hadn't had a drop of water, starving to the point where I saw stars, feeling like a salted fish about to dry out. On the sand-hidden side, due to intelligence leaks, their transport and medical teams were getting beaten as soon as they stepped out, forced back more than 10 kilometers. The third Hokage ordered Danzo and Kato's troops to launch a feint attack at night to create a rescue opportunity for Orochimaru and the others, putting pressure on the Sand-Hidden. On my side, I directly opened a family voice channel in my mind. Jinghua, Jusenai, and a little fox who sneaked and I don't know when, are controlling my reconnaissance mirror, chatting while scouting. It's simply my electronic pickled vegetables. Just when I was about to faint from hunger, the little fox brought me a huge piece of good news. Dad. Jiwei-gu asked if you want some water. Yes. Tell the senior that I love him for a lifetime. I was so excited that I was about to cry. Jiwei-gu said if you call him brother-in-law, he'll bring you water and a breadcrumb beef jerky set. At that moment, I didn't even think twice and directly sold my sister. Brother-in-law, Uchiha KageyukiGets. And my sister was roaring in her mind. You annoying brat. You're done for. Ha. Kushina laughed the loudest. Dad, Yako said to tell you that Jinkai is a good wife, or else she will cause trouble for Jiwei. Jinkai is a good wife. I've already sold my sister. Do I still need to sell myself? Uchiha KageyukiGets. I'm gonna bite you and that vixen to death. Kushina exploded in anger. Over at the outpost, Minato had been suspicious for days as he watched Kushina and Kyuka secretly playing on their phones. What kind of person is Minato? A genius among geniuses. He casually leaned over and instantly saw the sand-hidden fleet map on Kyuka's phone screen. He immediately understood that KageyukiGets was in trouble, so he didn't expose it, just cheerfully sat between the two, and our little rescue command group went from 2 to 3. Meanwhile, at Danzo's camp, his subordinates brought in the third Hokage's orders. The third Hokage has commanded you to launch an offensive tonight to put maximum pressure on the Sand-Hidden. After hearing this, Danzo narrowed his one eye and sneered. Nonsense. Why waste the advantage of day and fight at night? That's just ridiculous. He waved his hand dismissively. No need to pay attention. Am I supposed to obey you? Haha. I have my own orders when I'm outside. Good grief. This guy is really pushing it. Let me tell you, the next second, his future little wife, Kushina, jumped out, patted Minato's shoulder, and said, Don't worry. Leave the annoying guy to my sister. You just focus on being handsome. The look on her face was so smug. Minato was speechless at the time, thinking to himself, Who are you showing off to? Sure enough, karma came. Her sister, Kyuka, shot her a glare. You're not allowed to go either. Goodness, Kushina was instantly petrified, her lips pouting like she could hang an oil bottle. Why not, sis? Do you look down on me? Family, who understands? The next second, this girl started performing, her eyes reddening and tears welling up, looking like a weeping pear blossom, which made Minato feel heartbroken and overwhelmed with guilt, just as he was about to comfort her. Her sister Kyuka shot him a roll of her eyes. Minato, don't be fooled by her. This girl has been led astray by that brat KageyukiGets. She's just acting. I took another look at Kushina, and wow, she had already turned her head to whistle, while her phone was wildly criticizing her sister. Those little eyes were darting around, clearly not holding back any good intentions. Minato's mouth twitched crazily, thinking that these two siblings really were cut from the same cloth. Mikura also knew that this girl was troublesome and directly issued a stern command. Minato, I'm leaving her to you tonight. Keep an eye on her. Upon hearing this, Minato felt defeated, realizing he wouldn't be able to go himself, and instantly wilted. Meanwhile, the real action team had already taken their positions. In the shadows of the seaside rocks, Yako was teasing a little fox with a chicken leg. Hey, little Daji, do you want to eat a chicken leg? Yes, yes. Yes. The little fox was almost drooling. He sent a message for sister, just right. Call me little treasure, eat until you're full. Yako was grinning slyly. All right. The shameless little fox quickly typed away. Next to her, her sister Jinsai's face was completely flushed, both embarrassed and angry. But she had no way to deal with her sister. Yako was still gritting her teeth. Damn Jingwe, daring to use illusions on me. Just wait and see how I break you and that whirlpool Kushina apart. They had been observing the network of relationships on Jingyue's side through the little fox's phone for 2 days and had already figured it all out. At this moment, the real technical expert, Aburame Shibi, was closing his eyes, fully controlling his army of bugs. Thanks to him, Jingyue, who was locked in a small dark room, finally got to drink some water. I tell you that seeing a row of plump little bugs crawling through the corner of the wall and into Jingyue's hood, then popping in his mouth and bursting into droplets. Jingyue was so moved that tears streamed down his face, howling, "Whoa, thank you, senior. You are like my reborn parents." Daji, quickly give your father a kiss on the cheek. The little fox was also a sincere child, immediately rubbing its greasy mouth against Jiwei's face. Jiwei was stunned. After drinking enough water, this little guy's brain started to work again. Daji asked the senior if there are any iron-eating bugs. Dad, Jiwei said he knows. Jingyue smirked. Hey, this senior is reliable. He immediately connected through the lens to a small shard of mirror behind the guard, observed the angle, and quietly moved his shackled hands and feet into the blind spot of the guard's line of sight. Half an hour later, a group of hardcore demolition team with black-faced tusks mixed into the army of bugs. At that moment, in the command center of the sand-hidden main ship, the atmosphere was tense enough to kill. Hai Laozong slammed the table. The transport team, the medical team, the support team, all the teams that went out have been ambushed. The timing and route were so precise as if the orders were issued by me at the Konoha Command Center. The people below were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe, all swearing loyalty and saying they were willing to accept Jinjutsu interrogation. Hai Laozong waved his hand. I trust you. This is not something a spy can do. Konoha must have other ways to steal intelligence. Everyone started brainstorming, guessing all sorts of things like Hyuga's Bikugen, Oil Girl's bugs, and Kato's spirit severing technique. Just as Hai Laozong was about to order a cleanup of the bugs, a messenger rushed in. Report. The right wing is under heavy attack from Kato's unit. Everyone was stunned. Hai Laozong immediately asked, just his unit? The main battlefield was also moving, but there was no activity on the left wing. Luo Sha clenched his fists in anger, but Hai Laozong squinted his eyes. He knew Konoha had an intelligence advantage, and now engaging in large-scale frontal conflict was simply a waste. There must be something fishy going on. He immediately ordered all troops to defend. Open a gap in the right wing to let them in. Let's take a bite and see. As soon as he finished speaking, another messenger came. Report. We found the traces of the Konoha ninja who escaped earlier in the right side area of our camp. Hai Laozong's eyes brightened instantly. Kato was attacking on the right, and the escapees were also on the right. So that's it. There must be someone very important there. The night deepened, and Jinghua and their escape team were quickly moving along what they thought was a safe route. Everyone thought they would soon escape danger, and Minato even began to ponder whether to leave a shadow clone and sneak back to save Jinghua. Suddenly, the corner of his clothes was tugged. Without looking, it was definitely Kushina. This girl also wanted to go, and Minato could only pretend not to know, afraid that if he spoke, he would soften and agree. But Kushina was so persistent, tugging and tugging, her little face puffed up like a bun. The onlookers who didn't understand the truth thought the young couple was having a quarrel. Just when Kushina was about to tear Minato's clothes apart in anger, she suddenly said him and let go, closing her eyes and forming seals. Kagura's hard eye. The next second, she was stunned and exclaimed, "What the heck? Kushina, what are you doing?" Yamashiro Hachi admonished in a low voice. Kushina shrugged, looking indifferent. "Don't worry, we are surrounded 720 degrees without dead angles." What? Everyone was shocked. The Umbu leading the team immediately contacted the support personnel, and what responded to him was a signal flare that exploded in the distant sky. The light instantly illuminated them and the surroundings. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sand ninja appeared in an instant, a dark mass. Granny Chio walked out from the crowd, holding 2 communication ear studs, casually throwing 2 corpses in front of them. "They can't answer you anymore," she said through gritted teeth. "Hiding right under our noses while sending our operational intelligence back to Konoha. You are really something." Most of the people from Konoha were confused. What the heck? What intelligence? Why are you randomly throwing accusations? On the other side, Yamashiro Hiroko and Jiwei, who were preparing to dive underwater, were just about to enter the water when a hoarse voice suddenly emerged from behind. "If you're going to save someone, I have a better suggestion." The 2 turned around abruptly, and in the darkness, a pair of golden slit pupils and a streak of white hair lit up. Orochimaru, Hatake Tsukumo. In the small dark room of the ship's cabin, Jinwei was silently counting. The moment he counted to 0, the guard outside promptly changed shifts. The new guard looked inside, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Little 5. Where is he? Just as Little 5 was about to leave, he leaned over to take a look, and the room was left with only a pair of chewed shackles and a hood. The person was long gone. The 2 were so scared that their souls almost flew away and hurriedly opened the door to search. The guard named Fengfan went in to search, leaving Little 5 to guard at the door. As soon as he walked in, Little 5 couldn't help but peek through the small window on the door. He didn't notice at all that the wall behind the door was rippling, and Jinwei had already slipped out. He activated his Sharingan and directly locked eyes with Little 5's curious gaze. "Hey, Magic, I am your father." Little 5's expression instantly changed from fear to adorably dazed. Jinwei chuckled and appeared at the window. "Son, help your dad open the door." "Okay, Dad." Just like that, Jinwei tricked his new godson into lying down inside, locked the door, and prepared to slip away. Just as he was about to send a message to report his safety, he heard footsteps. Damn, so soon? He hurriedly performed a transformation technique, turning into Little 5's appearance and sitting at the door. The person who came was indeed Fengfan, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he asked, "What is the status of the captive?" Jingyue's heart sank. This question was off. Before he could react, the other party waved his hand, and a large black snake lunged at him. "Shadow Snake Hand." "A snake? It's Orochimaru." "No, we're on the same side." "Snake Aunt." "Snake Uncle." "Snake Brother, come on." Jinwei was so scared that his soul almost flew away. The snake's tongue flicked over his neck and slowly retracted into Orochimaru's sleeve. "Let me tell you, that Fengfan just now was the guard who had long infiltrated." "Hee hee, clever little guy." Orochimaru didn't care about this title at all. "Hey, thanks for the rescue, Snake Brother." Jinwei quickly climbed the ladder. At that moment, a white-haired figure carrying a sword walked out from around the corner. "Lord White Fang." Jinwei was shocked. It was actually Hatake Tsukumo, the father of Hatake Kakashi. "Uncle Hizashi is amazing. This rescue lineup is simply top tier." Orochimaru smiled. "Let's go. The people outside are still waiting." "Wait for me a moment." Jinwei ran to the wall, cut his finger to draw a sealing technique, and formed a seal. Sealing fire technique. 15 minutes later, "Let me see if I don't burn your broken ship." "How dare you not feed me?" he said fiercely. White Fang shook his head, complaining about his strong sense of revenge, and casually drew a bigger one on the wall. "You need one this big." "I can't believe it. Are these 2 actually comparing?" What's even more incredible is that Orochimaru turned around and left, and behind him was a technique even larger than the one drawn by White Fang. Jinwei and White Fang both twitched their lips at the same time. This competitive spirit is simply leaps and bounds ahead. The 3 of them successfully slipped off the ship and met up with another team by the reef. As Jinwei emerged from the water, Junkai and the little fox rushed over. He caught the little fox in one hand, skillfully dodging the girl's embrace and using the fox fur to wipe the water off his face. Just then, a burst of light suddenly appeared in the eastern sky. It was the place where Jinghua and the others were surrounded. Jinghua took a look with his mirror. Although it was blurry, he could see countless shadows. Fire and lightning were flashing continuously. "Sister." His heart tightened. Disregarding his injuries, he shot off like a bolt of lightning. Junkai and Ji Wei followed closely behind without a word. On the battlefield, Kato Dan and Tsunade also saw the signal. Tsunade hurriedly contacted Orochimaru and learned that the trouble was on Kushina's side, feeling anxious. Kato Dan made a quick decision. "I'll go." He directly used the spirit transformation technique to project his spirit out to provide support. Meanwhile, in the Konoha command center, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry he could almost crush his phone. "Danzo, I command you as Hokage. Attack immediately." He never expected Danzo would dare to defy him at such a critical moment, putting the entire plan in a passive position. But Danzo ignored him completely. waiting for the clam and the clam digger to contend, so he could profit from the chaos. Back to the surrounded fleeing team. They had been forced into a desperate situation, with enemies surrounding them from all sides. The attacks from the puppet army were overwhelming. Jinghua directly asked Kushina, which direction is the weakest? The west, but that's the Sand Village's main base. It's a trap. Where's the strongest? It's all the same. There are people everywhere. Several jonin. Just as everyone was in despair, Kuruma Lee stepped forward, saying she had a way to deprive everyone of their 5 senses. But it required absorbing negative emotions and might accidentally harm their own. After hearing this, Jinghua immediately activated her Sharingan. Leave it to me. You all prepare to break through to the north. I'll clear the way. Without waiting for others to react, she stepped on the wall and shot out like a cannonball. For roaring fire dragons howling out of her mouth as cover. In the sky, attack. The Sand Village side was thrown into chaos. Boom! The fire dragons exploded in the enemy ranks, and amidst the flames, lightning flashed. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I'm telling you, that scene was full of the shrill cries of Chidori. The light of blades flashed, and the ground was littered with severed limbs. The key is, Sister Jinghua was doing it on purpose. She didn't deal fatal blows, specifically targeting hands and feet, causing as much pain as possible, with screams echoing one after another. My hand. Don't come over. Emiru. Me lito kumkuen. My sister is fully focused on delivering emotional value this time, aiming for their terrified screams. Watching the flames, with Jinghua descending like a Valkyrie, all the little ninjas from Konoha behind her were left in awe. So damn cool. So damn strong. So damn beautiful. Let me tell you, the scene at that time was simply a beautiful blood-colored azura. The flames flickered, and my sister Jinghua fought alone in the crowd. Her clothes soaked in blood. Hard to tell if it was her own or that of the enemy. The commander of the Sand Ninja, an old lady named Chiyo, sensed something was wrong the moment she saw this situation. She shouted for the puppets to come forward and ordered all the living to retreat, fearing that we were trying to deceive them with a diversion. On our side, we had long been unable to wait, hiding behind the earthen walls. At the command of Brother Hejian, retreat. The walls collapsed with a bang, and we all rushed towards my sister. As we emerged, what a sight! The ground to the north was full of pits, still burning, surrounded by charred bodies and severed limbs. My sister stood in the midst of that sea of corpses, wielding that glowing ink star, cutting through them like chopping vegetables. Just as the Sand Ninjas spotted us and prepared to encircle us again, our team's illusion master, Li, clapped his hands together, illusion technique, confining disaster punishment. Buzz! In an instant, all of the Sand Ninja's 5 senses were stripped away. Imagine that scene. Eyes closed, seeing nothing. Ears silent, hearing nothing. And then smell, taste, and touch, all gone. Those Sand Ninjas went completely mad, unable to feel that they were still alive, starting to run around wildly and strike at each other. We also fell for it, but it was random. Uncle Hai couldn't smell anything and was there feeling lucky. Uncle Ding couldn't hear, just watching his mouth move. The worst off was Qinsho Yun, who went completely blind. His good buddy Yesan was dragging him away in that scene. TSK. Our teammate Chunai, who has a sky-high ponytail, also went deaf. The chubby guy Jamaru seized the opportunity and shouted at her, "Little monkey, I love you. I want to have monkey babies with you." After shouting, he looked so satisfied. We all rolled our eyes at him. What a big fool. Not all of us are deaf. We all heard it. We hurriedly protected Arima Lee as she ran. But this method was too burdensome for her, and her nose and mouth were covered in blood. Just then, we realized that my sister hadn't caught up. She was also affected by the illusion. She wasn't a sensory ninja, and without her 5 senses, she could only rely on her weak chakra perception to evade, making her movements slow. Minato, Kushina, and Mikoto didn't hesitate and turned back to charge. Hikian was furious and cursed, but he couldn't stop them at all. He was about to say for them to keep running while he held the rear, when suddenly there was a loud rumble, and countless sand gold pillars surged up from the ground around us, trapping the rest of us. It was magnet release. Sand gold. That guy named Rasha. What was worse? Arima Lee was weakened from casting the technique, and her feet were entangled by the sand gold, rendering her unable to move. Hikian reached out to pull her, but it was too late. The sand gold seemed alive, instantly engulfing her up to her chest. Dingswa and the others wanted to help, but it was too late. We heard a cold snort from the sky. She must die. The sand gold instantly swallowed Arima Lee whole, and with a splatter, bright red blood seeped out from the seams of the sand gold. We were all stunned, breathless. Sisterly. Just like that, she was gone. There's no need to be so sad. You will reunite soon. That guy named Luo Sha, with arms crossed, floated down from the sky on a cloud of sand gold, looking quite disdainful. Then he pressed his hand down, and the overwhelming sand gold came crashing down on us like a dark cloud. On the other side, the Watergate team rushed to my sister's side. It was at that moment that the illusion was lifted. My sister reacted quickly and immediately understood that they were surrounded. She shouted to Kushina, "Kushina, push everyone out." Kushina didn't need to think twice. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. A screen full of little red-haired clones instantly appeared, squeezing the sand ninjas, who had just regained their senses, into a mess. The scene was like the Scarlet Legion descending, and the sand ninjas were dumbfounded. Where did all these people come from? Is this chakra a power bank come to life? My sister commanded the Kushina Corps to clear a path to the north, wanting to send them out first. But how could the sand above let them go? Did I let you leave? A furious roar echoed, and the wave of golden sand changed direction, crashing towards them like a tsunami. There was no way to evade that range. Everyone despairingly closed their eyes. At that critical moment, a flash of lightning appeared on my sister, and she instantly materialized among Kushina and the others, forming a lightning-style barrier with hand signs. Boom! The lightning was instantly swallowed by the endless golden sand. On the entire battlefield, only 2 small hills made of golden sand remained. The sand ninjas began to cheer, thinking we were completely annihilated. The sand above was smug, but suddenly, it started to rain. His eyes narrowed, and with a firm grip, he prepared to use the golden sand barrier to crush us completely. Just then, I finally arrived. My heart raced, and an ominous premonition sent chills down my spine. Then, my mirror received the last message from Kushina. "My sister and I will always love you." My head buzzed, and my nails dug into my flesh. In that mountain of sand and gold, my sister was holding up the lightning release barrier with her last ounce of strength, the electric light flickering. She was bleeding from all 7 orifices, kneeling on one knee, her hands trembling. She looked at Kushina and smiled sadly. "I'm sorry, Kushina. As your teacher, I couldn't protect you well." Kushina cried out heart-wrenchingly. The electric light on the barrier grew weaker, and my sister slowly collapsed. The sand and gold came crashing down without any obstruction. Meanwhile, in another mountain of sand and gold, that fat guy, Yashimaru, swallowed a forbidden drug pepper pill to protect the unconscious Haruna. In this moment of despair, Minato summoned a spirit. Yashimaru also activated his butterfly transformation and super multiplication technique. Boom, boom. Both mountains of sand and gold exploded simultaneously. A gigantic red toad and a giant with butterfly wings on its back, resembling a Gundam, appeared on the battlefield. All the sand ninjas were left dumbfounded. The grumpy toad boss, Bunta, was awakened and was not pleased, almost ready to fight Yashimaru. Minato tried to negotiate, but became haughty and said it would handle it itself, then poofed away. Minato was almost in tears. He didn't have time for that and rushed to my sister's side to start rescue efforts. But Kushina could no longer feel my sister's heartbeat, staring blankly while holding my sister's cold body. Just when everyone was distracted, a pale hand emerged from the ground, and a needle quietly pierced Kushina's thigh. On the battlefield, the transformed Yashimaru was rampaging, while Rasha could only use all his strength to hold him back with sand and gold. The old lady Chiyo commanded her puppets to bypass Yashimaru and attack Minato and the others. Mikoto anxiously shouted, "Minato, get out of the way." Kushina move. But neither of them listened. Just as the puppet's blade was about to strike, suddenly, the rolling sand and gold transformed into a shield, blocking the attack. Everyone was stunned, and Chiyo erupted in anger. "Rasha, what the hell are you doing?" The response she got was more sand and gold. Rasha in the air smiled slightly, as expected of Lady Chiyo. It was Kato. He used the spirit transformation technique to control Rasha's body. This move was an ultimate turnaround card. He suppressed Chiyo while dividing the sand and gold to try to send us away. He asked Yashimaru to deactivate his state, but Yashimaru shook his head with a bitter smile. He had taken the pepper pill, and stopping meant death. All our hearts sank. Chun and I also woke up, looking at the huge figure, speechless with tears. At that moment, a mournful cry tore through the night sky. "Sister!" I finally rushed to her side. I trembled as I touched her blood-stained face, then reached for her neck. No pulse, no breath, no chakra. I feel like the sky has collapsed. The Watergate is still futilely trying to save her. I shout recklessly, "My sister is not dead. She is not dead." I dumped out the entire medical kit given to me by Granny Tsunade took out the last heart-protecting pill and 3 adrenaline shots, dissolved the pill in my mouth and passed it to her, then plunged the syringe deep into her chest and crazily performed CPR on her using medical ninjutsu. The non-source from our team even came to persuade me. Jinghua is already dead. You should go take revenge. Fuck revenge. I exploded at that moment. I just want my sister to be alive. Alive. My entire body's chakra is burning, and the tomo of my Sharingan is spinning wildly. Just at the moment of impending change, a light cough. Cough, cough, cough. My sister. She coughed out a mouthful of turbid air. She is alive. Watergate shouted in surprise. Tears immediately streamed down my face. She slowly opened her eyes, looked at me, and weakly smiled. Good girl, your hair is messy. From now on, I'll have to help you style it. I couldn't hold back any longer and threw myself in her arms, crying uncontrollably. Who understands the feeling of losing and then regaining something? We were playing out the scene of family members arriving, albeit late, when suddenly Chongyu shouted, "Be careful, Fei Yuan." We turned around abruptly and saw Kushina. Her whole body wrapped in ominous red chakra, her eyes pitch black. Her hand was already piercing through the chest of the bug jade. Crack! A flash of lightning split the night sky. Kushina, bug jade, boom! With a loud bang, I tell you, the 2 puppets exploded into countless pieces. Minato and my brother Gimar each took one out with a clean and swift move. I couldn't help but shout, so handsome. But the next moment, who understand my family? My brother Zhuang, that chubby guy who always brags about his low looks, suddenly started to become transparent, and then he transformed into a butterfly. One, then another. Blue butterflies flew around us, and then they just flew away. Tears started to flow from Shui Min, and she tried to hold on while telling my sister and the others that Ji Wang had turned into the most handsome butterfly. My sister also covered Xiao Daji's eyes and said that fat brother had turned into a butterfly and flown away. I tell you, at that time I was still in the spiritual world of Kushina, having a showdown with that old Sundara, the Nine Tails. We were exchanging trash talk when suddenly I saw a blue butterfly flying in. At that moment, I was being cheeky and said, "Wow, Julama, your environment is pretty good. Even has an ecological garden?" I was laughing, but then I couldn't laugh anymore. The butterfly landed on my forehead, flapping its wings at me nonstop, and I instantly understood. I shouted at the butterfly, "You idiot. You didn't even hold the little monkey's hand when you caught up. You can't see the limited edition album I just bought either." It seemed to understand, rubbed against the tip of my nose, and then just like that, it shattered into light. Damn fatso. I couldn't hold back at that moment, and tears streamed down my face. When I closed my eyes, I couldn't see anything. As a result, my control over the Nine Tails broke. That old guy, the Nine Tails, got anxious and yelled at me. "Hey, kid, don't close your eyes. Your wife and kids are still out there." It was too late. The moment I closed my eyes, Chio, that old witch, released 2 more puppets, charging at my sister and me. My sister was already injured, and her knife shattered on the spot as the big axe was about to come down. Guess what happened next? My new teammate, Oil Girl Sherway, arrived with her group of bug minions. The bugs dismantled the puppets from the inside, saving my sister. Now things were looking good. Uncle Kakashi and the others finally freed their hands and surrounded Chio. Just when it seemed like we were heading toward a big finale, that old madwoman suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Kushina and shouting, "Do you think you've won? That girl is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the ultimate weapon of Konoha." At those words, everyone went dumbfounded. At that moment, Kushina completely lost control. The dark energy within her surged back, her eyes turned pitch black, and she screamed at Minato and the others, "Run! Get away! I can't hold on any longer." In the next second, dark red chakra erupted into the sky, and 4 tails burst out behind her. Her flesh started to burn from that chakra. But that wasn't the end. The sneakiest guy in the crowd made his move. It was that Rashi, the 4th Kazekage I had previously controlled. He had actually been playing dead all along, taking advantage of everyone's attention on Kushina. He summoned a large amount of sand from underground, silently sweeping it towards me. At that time, I was being carried away by that girl, Jinkai, and didn't pay attention at all. As a result, my daughter, Daji, who was so small, directly jumped out from me. With a quick hand sign, she used the ninjutsu taught by the Nine Tails, performing a super multiplication technique to transform into a 10-meter tall big white fox, blocking in front of me. Then she was crushed alive by the endless golden sand. Daji, I'll never forget Kushina's scream. In an instant, a devastating killing intent erupted from her, completely consuming her rationality. Boom! The terrifying chakra shockwave sent everyone around flying. I was thrown out by Jinkai and fell heavily to the ground. That old lady Chiyo went completely mad, actually ordering Raza to raise a wall of sand and gold, sealing off the entire battlefield, wanting to watch us play a real-life caged fight. I really appreciate it. Uncle White Tooth and the others want to stop Luo Sha, but that guy was flying in the sky, and they couldn't reach him at all. Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, a red light flashed. Luo Sha, who was flying in the sky, had one of his arms, along with the sand gold armor, chopped off directly. Luo Sha turned around in shock and anger, and when he saw who it was, his eyes nearly popped out. "It's you?" "That's right, it's me." At that moment, I felt a buzzing in my head, as if something had shattered. When I regained consciousness, I found that I was floating. Really, I was floating in midair, holding the Kusanagi sword in my hand. Even more absurdly, when I looked down, I saw another version of myself, walking numbly step by step towards Daji. One me in the sky, and one me on the ground. Luo Sha was dumbfounded, pointing at me in the sky and then at me on the ground, unable to say a word. How is this possible? He couldn't comprehend it, and neither could I, but that didn't matter anymore. Luo Sha wrapped his severed arm with sand gold, staring intently at me in the sky, shouting as he controlled the sand gold to attack me. And guess what happened? With a puff, I vanished, right in front of him. I turned into a gust of wind and scattered. Luo Sha was stunned on the spot, shouting illusion. "Hey, too late. I tell you, just as the warning from that old lady Chiyo reached me, I flashed and appeared behind him, and with a swift motion, I struck. With a whoosh, another arm flew into the sky along with the sand gold. Now, it was completely symmetrical. This guy screamed in pain and quickly wrapped himself in sand gold like a rice dumpling, floating backward. He turned around and saw that I was still hovering there. My expression, posture, and the sword in my hand exactly the same as before. It was like a copy-paste. He was stunned and asked, "What is going on?" Suddenly, it seemed like he figured it out and looked down at my real body. At that glance, his soul almost flew away. The 3 Tomo in my eyes had stopped spinning, turning into 3 black shurikens connected together. He instantly broke down, screaming, "You actually awakened the legendary Kaleidoscope Sharingan." His voice was so loud that not only Chiyo and Shomo heard it, but even the hidden 6th members turned their attention to me. Goodness, the pressure skyrocketed. But I had no time to care about them. I had to quickly save my little fox. Seeing that I was about to run, Luo Sha hurriedly conjured a pile of sand to block the space between us, then turned to flee without looking back. What a cowardly sight. I couldn't bear to watch. I gently picked up the nearly lifeless little fox Daji from the ground. Blood foam was bubbling from her mouth, and she still wanted to tell me how amazing she was. Who understands, family? My heart is shattered. I smiled at her and said, "Daji is super awesome, Dad knows." Then I turned my right eye like a kaleidoscope and unleashed my new move on her. Flower Moon Coexistence. In the next moment, the little fox's body began to twist, slowly merging with mine. This move, to put it simply, binds her to me. I share half of her life, but I also have to take half of her injuries. She finally mumbled in a daze, wanting to eat a whole chicken feast, and then completely merged into my body. Just after the fusion, I knelt on one knee with a poof, spewing blood from my mouth, my right hand tightly covering my eye. I had taken on all of her nearly fatal injuries. The old woman Chiyo saw that I was weakened, and the opportunity had come. The remaining pile of broken puppets charged toward me. Just as Shomo and the others were about to move, I could only use one eye. I turned around and glared. Whoosh! All the puppets fell flat. In the next moment, the old woman Chiyo, covering her recently severed wrist, appeared in terror dozens of meters away, leaving only a hand behind. Who understands, family? It was just a matter of a single glare. Shomo and Orochimaru were stunned. A 10-year-old child crushing an S-rank ninja with just a pair of eyes was simply like cheating. I was just about to take advantage of the situation and deal with that old lady, but then the child's mother wouldn't allow it. Kushina is half human. Half fox 4-tailed form didn't recognize me at all and directly regarded me as the biggest threat in the room. In a flash, she appeared in front of me, and a dark red, giant claw, bigger than my head, came swinging at me. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a 10-meter-wide pit. My sister was stunned from a distance, screaming my name. "Hey, I'm tough." The voice came from the spot where Chiyo's severed hand was just now. "Sister, I'm fine." I used the ability of my left eye, Mirror World Duality, which simply means creating a living clone that can swap places with the main body at any time and can take a hit from me once. Just now, I instantly swapped and conveniently recalled the clone. Luo Sha and Chiyo took advantage of the chaos and flew away with the sand gold. It seemed their ship was also on fire. These two leaders directly abandoned their employees and ran away. Unbelievable. I had 1,000 complaints in my heart, but there was nothing I could do. My chakra was running low, my body was still injured, and to make matters worse, Kushina was completely unrecognizable. I shouted at the people by the water gate, "Take my sister away. Stay far away." The four-tailed Kurama tilted her head at me, as if wondering how I was still alive. "Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll just attack again." With a whoosh, I charged forward again. Another big showdown. Boom! I appeared in the distance and shouted at her, "Hey, stupid tomato." That shout seemed to take me back to the afternoons at school. A glimmer of anger flashed in her beastly eyes, and then she charged at me even more wildly. "Ha! Can't catch me. Boom! Stupid tomato, come bite me." Boom! 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 I directly activated the walking the fox mode, focusing on pulling her further and further away. Watergate and the others also breathed a sigh of relief and began to clean up the battlefield. Watergate wanted to come help me, but was stopped by my sister. She patted his head and said, "Watergate, Mirror Moon is my younger brother, and Kushina is my younger sister." Then she walked over to me by herself. Watergate sighed and could only follow helplessly. What I don't know is that several groups have secretly set their sights on me. Danzo's root organization. A guy named Oil Woman Ryoma has already sent back intel saying that I've opened the Mangeki Sharingan. Danzo's orders are just 4 words: get at all costs. On the other side, a red-eyed Uchiha is also hiding in the trees, eager to swallow me whole. As soon as he leaves, a yin-yang face appears on the trunk. It's Kaguya. Black Zetsu has sent White Zetsu to help me, saying there's a good show to watch. At that moment, I had no idea I had become a hot commodity. All I knew was that I was about to be finished. This woman was too fierce. If it weren't for my clone taking the hit, I would have been done for a long time ago. Just as I saw her teleport in front of me again, ready to slap me down, I was about to run when a sudden sharp pain shot through my left eye. Damn, I was at my limit. Boom. Crash. I was just a fraction of a second too slow. My clone didn't manage to retract the mirror in time and was directly smashed into countless fragments. Four-Tails Kushina stood amidst the shards of mirrors, howling at the sky, as if to say, "You thought you could escape." I cover my left eye from 100 meters away, sweat mixed with rain streaming down. My alter ego was gone, and now I had a big problem. I really wanted to slap myself twice. How could I have fallen for such a little firecracker? I must have some kind of special preference. After she finished yelling, it seemed she remembered the people from Konoha a few kilometers away and turned to go back and continue her rampage. Could I let her go? I gritted my teeth and decided to fight for it. A bicycle becomes a motorcycle. I shouted at her, "Hey, dumb tomato, where you going?" She turned around, looking confused, but that didn't stop her from getting angry. With a roar, she charged at me like a train. So fast, it scared the baby out of me. I suppressed my fear, gathered my courage, looked up, and crazily activated my ocular power, while also using the ultimate technique of my lifelong training, the art of confession to beautiful women. Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Kyogetsu. Like you. A black and red fist stopped 2 inches in front of my nose. The punch's wind made the flesh on my face tremble. The attack stopped. I swallowed hard, my heart almost jumping out of my throat. Because she was too fast, I didn't even have time to cast my illusion. In other words, could it be that the charm of the handsome man has taken effect? Is this little firecracker craving my body? I was daydreaming when suddenly a man's voice came from Kushina's mouth. "Hey kid, what are you dawdling for? Get to work." Damn, I felt like the CPU was overheating, and I was completely drained. It took me 2 seconds to react, and I tentatively asked, "Kurama?" As a result, Kushina immediately showed a struggling expression on her face and began to groan in pain. Suddenly, countless golden chains flew out from her back, tightly binding her up and then deeply embedding themselves into the ground. The black-red chakra started to peel away from her face little by little, revealing her severely burned skin. It was heartbreaking to watch. She slowly opened her eyes and saw my concerned gaze just inches away. Though in pain and unable to speak, she still managed to give me a reassuring smile. I hurriedly told her to hold on, squeezing out the last bit of chakra and eye power from her body to prepare for the technique. Seeing my serious expression, she seemed to feel less pain and began to daydream. Was he just confessing? What a perfect time to do it. This doesn't count. He must confess again, and it needs to have a sense of ceremony. At the very least, we have to share a bowl of extra ramen together. Just as she was trying to distract herself from the pain with these thoughts, I finally finished my preparation. Jinjutsu, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the next moment, the 3 of us, me, Kushina, and the little fox, appeared together in the ceiling space of her heart. As soon as the little fox opened her eyes, she began to bounce around, promoting the ugly house she had built. JoinsTeam and I just quietly looked at each other. We used to argue whenever we met, but now we suddenly can't even speak. It was she who spoke first, her eyes smiling like a crescent moon. I want to hear again. I understood in an instant, my face turning red all the way to my neck. I hesitated and finally said, I like you. Wow. I was directly kissed. The little fox beside me covered her eyes and peeked. After a moment, she happily let me go and said with a smile, just like the first time, this time you can't wipe your mouth. I can only laugh foolishly there. Hey, you two, enough is enough. A big black fox in the sky couldn't stand it anymore and treated me like a background prop. We were so scared that we quickly turned around. The little fox innocently asked, Dad, why is Fox Brother burnt? It's overcooked, I said, slurping. The nine-tailed fox almost fell apart on the spot. I chuckled and told my daughter, the nine-tailed fox is dirty because it doesn't like to take baths. I'll wash it right now. I clapped my hands, opened my eyes wide, and helped the nine-tails regain control over the out-of-control chakra. Once it turned back to orange, with only one black tail remaining, I shouted to Kushina, Little Pepper, unlock the chains, let's give Granny Chio a gift. She snorted in a haughty manner and said, That doesn't sound good, try again. Fine, who told me I liked her? I awkwardly dug my toes into the ground and shouted, Dearest, dear Little Pepper. Only then did she smile in satisfaction and excitedly ask what the gift was. The three of us, along with the nine tails, wore mischievous smiles. Our plan was a success. A few minutes later, a pitch-black-tailed beast ball streaked across the night sky, exploding precisely on the surface of the sea. The brightness was like the sun rising, causing everyone within 100 kilometers to stop what they were doing. The morale on the Sunagakure side instantly collapsed, and they began to flee in panic, crying out. We didn't directly bomb their base. After all, the guilt of evaporating thousands of people is too heavy. A little deterrence is enough. Kushina looked at the explosion art and sighed. So beautiful. I, on the other hand, regretted the seafood and said, even if it's fried with shit, it probably won't be edible. Kurama has already lost control. She gave me a roll of her eyes, but seeing me carefully bandaging her wounds, she couldn't help but laugh. That look in her eyes was overflowing with affection. I was tending to my wound when I suddenly asked her awkwardly, even though cheating is exciting, how are we going to explain this to Minato? Kushina was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter, clutching her wound and gasping for breath while calling me an idiot. Just as she was about to explain her relationship with Minato, whoosh, a shadow suddenly appeared behind me. I was in such a poor state that I didn't notice it at all. Kushina's pupils dilated, and before she could react, that person's hand reached for my eye socket. Whoosh, the shadow flashed by, and everything went dark in front of me, blood streaming down from my eye socket, causing me to cover my eyes in pain. Mizuki, Kushina was almost going crazy with heartache, hugging me tightly, filled with guilt. I told her not to panic and quickly sense the enemy. As soon as she sensed, she screamed. Underground. Crack. The ground split open, and a long sword with 2 points of red light burst forth. It was Uchiha Feigen, who hated me to the bone. He shouted for Kushina Uzumaki to die and lunged forward with his sword. Kushina wanted to push me away, but she was injured all over and couldn't evade. How could I let her push me away? I held onto her arm, pulled her with strength, and used my body to shield her. Thud! Thud! I heard 2 sounds of blades piercing flesh. The sword pierced through my body, and the tip stabbed into Kushina's chest. I coughed up blood, and with a bitter smile, asked her how she was. She choked back tears and said she was fine, but the tears kept flowing. Feigen laughed sinisterly from behind. One who kills his comrades, and one who seduces a comrade's girlfriend. What a perfect match. Let us go together. He loosened his grip on the sword and was about to make hand signs to set fire. At that moment, 3 shurikens shot out, hitting Feigen directly. It was Kyuka and Minato who had arrived. Kyuka saw us like this, her eyes turned red, and with lightning flickering in her hands. She was about to finish Feigen with a technique called Thousand Bird Sharp Spear. Feigen closed his eyes, waiting for death, but after a long wait, there was no movement. When he opened his eyes, everything around him was pitch black, and a voice came to his ears. Welcome, heir of Uchiha Madara. On the other side, Shimi and Jinkai were originally chasing the person who had stolen my eyes, that sunglasses-wearing leaf ninja, Oil Girl Ryoma. However, the opponent was a Jonin, and they could not catch up, so they could only remember his features. Jinkai looked with her Byakugan and was stunned, turning back to Shimi and saying one word, bug. Oil Girl Ryoma ran far away, stopped, and prepared to seal my eyes. Just as he placed my left eye into the container and turned around, the container on the ground had disappeared. Where are my eyes? Back on the battlefield, Kyuka's attack missed, and she spat out blood in anger. Minato ran to our side, while I was using medical ninjutsu to anesthetize Kushina, trying to prevent her from going berserk in pain. I softly hummed a song, coaxing her to sleep. Sleep now. I will wait for you in your dreams. As Kushina's breathing stabilized, my face turned ashen, feeling like I was reaching the end. I asked Minato to check on Kushina's injuries, and fortunately, she hadn't been hurt critically. I struggled to pull myself off the sword but found that I had no strength left. At that moment, a pair of cold little hands supported me. Cease. I smiled. You idiot. Kyuka gently pulled me off the sword and sat down with me in her arms. She didn't pull the sword out of my chest because that would only make me die faster, leaning against my sister's embrace. It felt just like countless nights in my childhood, bringing me immense peace. I smiled and extended my fist. Sister, let's bump fists. She trembled as she bumped fists with me. The next moment, I stuffed all the futures I knew in her mind, the Moon Eye plan, the Black Zetsu, everything. She was shocked beyond measure, but I interrupted her. Sister, hold me tighter, I'm cold. With tears in her eyes, she hugged me tightly, just like when we were kids. Sent me to sleep, just like before. Okay. She tried to hide her sadness and began to sing our song in a sweet, gentle voice. The warm sun of the past shines on the little stream. The small building by the river is you and me, memories etched in our minds. There's a sister who loves her brother. You sang it wrong. It's the beautiful sister who loves her brother. The beautiful sister loves her brother. Time takes away the past. Listening to the familiar melody, my consciousness gradually blurred. The little boy and girl from my memories ran past. Little Dodgy. The book of the chubby guy. I'm sorry, Watergate. I really want to travel the world with my sister. The girl's singing continued. But this time, no one corrected her lyrics anymore. Watergate gritted his teeth and desperately tried to heal, but the tears just wouldn't stop. In the distance, Jiwei and Jinkai stood silently in the rain. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed from the ninja tool bags of everyone. Jinghua, Watergate, Kushina, Jiwei, Jinkai all at once. Jinkai couldn't hold back and took out the mirror she had secretly kept from the incident with the Sand Ninjas at Camp 2. A deep crack running through the entire mirror pierced her eyes painfully. Ooh, ooh, Unable to suppress her sorrow any longer, she covered her face and cried out loud. The boy who made her heart race was gone. The singing stopped, and Jinghua's whole body trembled. Jinghua, she tightly embraced her brother, shutting her eyes tightly to prevent others from noticing the changes happening to her. She needed to take revenge for her brother. Some powers needed to be hidden. Those behind the scenes, wait for me. The moment her power fully awakened, it seemed to respond to her feelings. The heavy rain suddenly stopped, and moonlight cast down on her and her brother. Then, a crisp sound came from Jinghua. Jinghua suddenly opened her eyes and looked at her brother's corpse. How could this happen? She saw Jinghua's body transforming into shards, and it was happening faster and faster. In just 3 seconds, Clang, the sword that pierced through her body, fell to the ground with her clothes, and Jinghua's body turned into sparkling stardust, drifting away in the moonlight like a river of stars flowing eastward. Jinghua reached out to embrace him, her small hands passing through the glowing light and touching nothing. Brother. Unable to accept the ending where her brother was left with nothing, she cried out. Don't go, Kushina's murmurs. In the Konoha Command Center, the explosions on the sea subsided, and the estimated destruction of the Sand Hidden Headquarters was over 95. The Mito Gate Fire Department requested to attack the headquarters. The Narashikamaru Brigade requested to go out. The second operations team judged the request to be rejected, stating that the Sand Hidden Headquarters had no attack value. Its main force was not at the headquarters and had not suffered fatal losses, suggesting a sheep-style encirclement. The staff was busy. Suddenly, crack, crack. All the mirrors suddenly shattered, and then the ninjutsu on the mirrors collapsed, turning them back into ordinary mirrors. The entire command center fell silent in an instant. Then everyone turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen in the main seat. There were no newcomers, and everyone knew what the shattering of the mirrors represented. The caster has fallen. Third Hokage, an assistant, called softly, reminding everyone that they were waiting for him to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the broken mirror and said expressionlessly, the operations department will formulate a plan, and the communications department will prepare the Ninja Hawks. He waved his hand. That's it for tonight. Everyone else go back and rest. After saying that, he left alone. He suddenly wanted to go see the spirit tablet and apologize to Jing. He didn't know if he would get beaten up when he went to Pure Land in the future. So I'm sorry, little Jinghua. That night was particularly long. Volume 2, Chapter 1, Future Dreamscape. Mayo Cousin. The first ray of morning sunlight shone into the deep temple. In fragments of broken dreams. The sleeping giant toad sage frowned. Dream fragments. On top of the Hokage rock. Ding ding dang dang. A 15 or 16-year-old girl wielding a long sword fought against a man swinging a long staff. Why did you kill Danzo? Why did you betray Konoha? He deserved to die. Turn back. Your brother is a hero of Konoha. I wish you weren't. In a dark cave. A mass of black jelly was sealed. Thud, an old man with white hair fell to the ground. His crimson single eye unwillingly staring at an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Why? Relics of the old era should rot underground, honestly. The girl bent down and plucked out the left eye of the dead old man. In the rain country, corpses were scattered everywhere. Beside a giant newt's corpse, 3 young boys and girls, covered in wounds, helped each other stand up painfully. In front of them stood a red-eyed woman, expression cold. Sword held sideways. Thank you. Help me resurrect someone or die with them. In the east, daybreak broke. The woman sat quietly on a rock with her sword, gazing at the horizon where the sun was rising as the 3 young boys and girls approached. I'm sorry. I have done my best these past 2 years, but your brother's soul is indeed not in the Pure Land. The red-haired boy appeared anxious. A pair of cold eyes suddenly turned back, and the 3 were soaked in a chill, trembling. After a moment, as if confirming they were not lying, the woman retracted her aura and stood up to leave. Wait, the orange-haired boy suddenly called out to the woman. She stopped. However, the orange-haired boy knelt down directly. Please help us change this crying world together. The woman was silent for a moment. Not interested. Her tall figure gradually walked away. In the distant future, the war was fierce. Strong ninjas from various villages gathered for a battle. 4 Hokages, 3 Mizukages, 1 Kazekage, 2 Tsuchikages, 2 Raikages. Several figures in black with red clouds, and countless elites from each village. They were not fighting each other, but battling a group of monsters created by beings who called themselves gods. The Great War lasted for several days. The monsters were exterminated, and the gods fell one by one, leaving only 1 in 10 human warriors, and the heavens and earth changed color. At that moment, an elderly woman stepped into the battlefield, unconcerned, and approached a corpse less than 145 centimeters tall, picking up the coral staff that had fallen beside it. Bang! The coral staff shattered, revealing a piece of grayish fragment. The woman held the fragment in her hands, tears in her eyes. Finally found you, brother. Time passed unknowingly, and rivers ran dry. Mountains crumbled, planets withered, but a giant tree was blossoming and bearing fruit. In an inconspicuous corner under the giant tree, a mini magic array quietly operated, gathering the surrounding energy bit by bit into the gray fragment at the array's eye. Suddenly, the fragment flashed with light and transformed into a mirror. Not long after, buzz space ripples surged, and an unknown species appeared, a humanoid with fox ears and a tail. Resembling both a human and a fox, yet youthful. The boy with fox-like pupils looked bewildered at the giant tree and its fruits, scratching his head. Does this count as receiving the god tree's fruits at the start? It seems like no one is guarding it. So should I eat it? Or should I eat it? The scene shifted. The beast-eared boy pressed one hand on a trapped 10-tails giant monster. In the next moment, a giant double-sided mirror appeared between the two, and then the 10-tails beast was slowly absorbed by one side of the mirror, transforming into chakra and flowing out from the other side, gradually infusing into the earth. Roar! Anger, irritability, pain, and tragic howls echoed on this desolate planet, while an oasis appeared at the same time, adding a touch of vitality to the planet. When the 10-tails beast completely disappeared, the boy flew into the sky, taking one last look at the planet behind him. Goodbye, Ninja World. He rushed into the starry sky. At this moment, the dream awakened. In the temple of Mount Mayaboku, the great toad sage sat quietly for a moment. Shinsaku, call for little Jiraiya. In the land of rain, somewhere. Splash. Got one. Plop. The red-haired boy fishing was pulled into the water by a fish. Ha ha ha. Silly Nagato. Ouch, the orange-haired boy laughed loudly, only to be kicked by the purple-haired girl beside him. Yahiko, you can't laugh at Nagato. The purple-haired girl picked up the fishing rod and ran to rescue the red-haired boy. This scene reflected in the eyes of a nearby white-haired youth, a faint smile appearing on his lips. They were indeed Jiraiya and his little companions, Konan and Yahiko. Jiraiya withdrew his gaze, and the smile faded. He took out 2 mirrors from his pocket and stared at the cracks on them, his eyes revealing sadness. Kagetsu, I am sorry. It's all my fault as your teacher. These were the mirrors he had obtained from his disciples Kagetsu and Gimar, connected to the Konoha women's bathhouse, and had been a source of spiritual nourishment for him over the years. But just last night, the mirrors cracked, and the chakra connection could no longer be established. As a Jonin, he naturally understood the reason. His disciple was very likely gone. Although he didn't understand why the mirrors hadn't disappeared, he was certain that something major had happened. The summoning frog had already been sent out last night. It just hadn't returned yet. According to the frog's special channel, it should have contacted the teacher by now. Calculating the time, he felt it was time to summon the contact frog back. He sliced his finger. Summoning technique boom, the contact frog appeared with a puff of smoke. Ribbit phew. A scroll was spat out from its mouth. Inhale. Exhale. Jiraiya took a deep breath and opened the scroll. His fingers gripped the scroll tightly, knuckles turning pale. Suddenly, boom, his eyes remained open as the scene switched. He stared blankly at 3 toads in front of him, 1 big, 2 small. Big brother, big sis. Great Toad Sage? Shima waved her hand. Hey, little Jiraiya, long time no see. In the past, Jiraiya would probably have acted goofy and complained about why he wasn't greeted before being summoned, but he wasn't in the mood for that now. Did the 3 sages come to find me for something? Shinsaku and Shima looked at the Great Toad Sage simultaneously and said, It's the old man who wants to see you. He has received a new prophecy from his dreams. Old man, little Jiraiya has arrived. The Great Toad Sage's eyes barely opened a slit. What? Shima was speechless. Here we go again. It's little Jiraiya. The little Jiraiya you were looking for has arrived. The Great Toad Sage waved his hand with a smile. Oh, I know. Little Jiraiya, I'm not senile. You are senile. At that moment, 1 person and 2 toads shared the same thought. Fortunately, he didn't cause any more trouble and directly stated the reason for finding Jiraiya. The future in the dream has undergone a tremendous change. I saw a distant future. Decades from now, the ninja world will engage in a great war against an extraterrestrial enemy, leading to the extinction of living beings and a scarred Earth, with the planet's vitality completely drained. What? Jiraiya was stunned. The end of the world? That's too explosive. The Great Toad Sage continued without stopping, due to Jiraiya's surprise. In that distant future, there will be a boy who controls the mirrors, who will preserve a glimmer of hope for this planet. Jiraiya's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. Mirrors, boy, isn't that Kagetsu? He is the only one I've ever seen in the ninja world. But he clearly... Could it be that there's a bloodline left? Kagetsu seemed only 10 and a half. He shouldn't be that mature. The Great Toad Sage continued. I hope you can find this boy in advance and guide him to Mount Mayaboku to awaken his power as soon as possible. Sage, are you sure this boy from the distant future is already born? Jiraiya couldn't help but interrupt the Great Toad Sage, as there was a serious logical flaw. Hee. The Great Toad Sage waved his hand. Of course he's already born. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking for you, and he should currently be in the form of a boy. Jiraiya was surprised. Mirrors, boy. If we place the time now, then can only be him. His gaze suddenly fell dim, and there's no need to look. He is my disciple, but he can't come to Mount Mayaboku. The 3 toads looked at Jiraiya simultaneously. Why? Jiraiya's face showed sadness as he opened his hand to reveal the cracked mirror. He died just last night. The Great Toad Sage was taken aback. Is it too late? If that's the case, finding that child again will be a bit troublesome. Jiraiya noticed the key information in the Great Toad Sage's words. Finding him will be a bit troublesome. Chapter 2. Revival Kagetsu isn't dead? Yes, he isn't dead. The news from the Great Toad Sage filled Jiraiya with questions. I received news from my teacher, the 3rd Hokage, that last night, Kagetsu indeed died in battle against the Sand Shinobi. My teacher wouldn't joke about something like this. Moreover, Jiraiya stroked the mirror in his hand. The technique on the mirror had disappeared. The 3 toads all looked at the 2 mirrors. After staring for a long time, both Shinsaku and Shima revealed a hint of doubt in their eyes and looked towards the Great Toad Sage. Old man, what's on this? Hee. The Great Toad Sage laughed. That's right, it's the all-encompassing, although it's just a very weak fragment, but it's indeed this child. He extended his hand. Little Jiraiya, give me the mirror. Jiraiya honestly handed it over, filled with questions. He wanted to believe the Great Toad Sage's words that Kagetsu wasn't dead. But what about his teacher's side? Sigh. I really want to go back to the village to see for myself, but I can't leave Nagato and the others. The Great Toad Sage took the mirror and began to sense it. There seemed to be a faint connection behind the mirror. He gathered sage chakra containing natural energy in his hands and infused it into the mirror. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. The mirror, which had originally lost its chakra affinity, began to accept this energy after being nourished by sage energy. It seems my thoughts were correct. The all-encompassing on the mirror hasn't dissipated, so there must still be a connection with that child. He muttered to himself with a satisfied smile. Then, he continued to explain to Jiraiya. In the dream, in the future, there will be a human woman who has been searching for a way to resurrect this child. But she always fails, because he hasn't actually died. Instead, he is residing within a fragment of the mirror. And it is also possible that there's another world inside the mirror. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the woman spent most of her life searching for the mirror fragments. And only before her death did she figure out a way to revive the person in the mirror, leaving behind only a glimmer of hope for this planet. But now, looking at the mirror in his hand, he found that the crack in the center of the mirror was actually healing, and he couldn't help but feel much more at ease. He looked back at Jiraiya. All right, little Jiraiya, you can go back now. Since we have this mirror, there's no need to trouble you to run another trip. Bang summoning technique released. Jiraiya, still not understanding the situation, was sent out of Maiboka Mountain just like that. Losing 2 mirrors in one trip feels like a big loss. However, his mood improved quite a bit. He should still have a chance to teach little Kyogetsu ninjutsu. He must teach seriously, on the side of the great Toad Sage. After spending some time completely repairing the mirror, he began to transfer his power into it, which continued until the next day. When he handed the mirror to Shima and Fukasaku, he looked extremely weak, as if he had released all of his essence. Taking the mirror, if there is. Come to Maiboku, then, see me. Zzz before he could finish speaking. The great Toad Sage fell into a deep sleep, looking truly exhausted. What is coming to Maiboka Mountain? The old master? Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances in silence. What do we do if he only spoke half a sentence? Should we eat first? What do you think? Shima suggested. Fukasaku nodded. Yeah, we haven't had breakfast. Then the 2 toads picked up the mirror and left. Meanwhile, before the Toad Sage met Jiraiya, a streak of light crossed the sea and disappeared in the land of water. In the land of water, somewhere. B00M. B00M. Continuous explosions erupted in a lake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures, small, thin, and large, were frantically running across the lake's surface amidst the water mist. Roar! A giant beast, as big as a small mountain, was chasing from behind. Yagura, are you sure we can handle this thing? The large figure shouted loudly. He appeared to be a chubby teenager of around 16 or 17, with orange hair down to his waist, sharp teeth typical of the Mist Village, bandages wrapped around his neck, and green stripes painted on his cheeks. His name was Suigetsu, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. As long as you don't throw explosive tags and piss it off, I can handle it. It was just waving at me a moment ago. Yagura, who is not even 145 centimeters tall, shouted back irritably. He wanted to try communicating with the 3 tails to turn it into an ally, but unexpectedly, his companion got scared and threw a string of explosive tags. Is it possible that it wants to slap you to death? The reasonable analysis came from the boy with the white short sword, Kaigetsu. In the tense atmosphere, the 3 of them dashed ashore, successfully escaping the pursuit of the 3 tails. Finally safe. Yagura suggested, how about we try a different approach? Suigetsu plopped down on the ground and made a rational suggestion. Yagura wiped his sweat. What approach? Right now, we are all wanted in the land of water. We will be chased until we defeat the Mizukichi. I've seen the bounty. You 2 are worth 5 million Ryo. I'm worth 5.01 million. Kaigetsu took out a bamboo tube and took a sip of water. The 2 turned to look at Kaigetsu in unison. Why do you have 10,000 more Ryo? Kaigetsu proudly raised his head of white hair and said, of course, it's because I'm a little stronger than you guys. Whoosh, a fireball arced through the air. Just as one wave calmed, another arose. The 3 of them dashed away. Boom! Explosions and flames erupted from their previous position, halting their casual chat and immediately drawing their weapons. Swish, 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 3 Mist Village Jonin appeared. Are you 3 done playing? First, you conspired with a rogue ninja to stage a coup, and then you disrupted the ninja exams. You do it once, and you ruin it once. Do you know how much this affects the talent selection in Mist Village? A man who seemed to be the leader spoke. Yagura held his coral staff across his chest, his expression serious. We want to rest until the blood mist ends. The Mist Ninja captain looked helpless, then there's nothing to discuss. He felt he had been overly lenient with these 3. If it weren't for their family backing, they would have been eliminated long ago. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, capture them all alive. Yes. X2, the 2 Jonin beside him, charged at the 3, and both sides immediately engaged in battle. The Mist Captain formed hand seals. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Roar. The Water Dragon opened its massive mouth and roared. Yagura scoffed dismissively, just a small scene. With one palm extended, The water quickly gathered into a mirror reflecting the water dragon. Then chakra was injected into the coral staff. Pulling down the mirror's edge, water style, water mirror technique. Quack, quack, quack. Yagura was stunned. Roar. The water dragon came rushing towards him. The water mirror didn't do anything. The ninjutsu failed. However, chakra uncontrollably surged into the coral staff, leaving him unable to resist for a moment. Seeing the water dragon close at hand, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It's over, boom. The massive water engulfed the bewildered three. Damn, Yagura, you idiot. Shit, three. The roars came from Sujetsu and Kaigetsu. They could have dodged, but now, annihilation. No one noticed that at this time. A piece of shattered mirror within the coral staff emitted a faint glow, and a streak of light was attracted and drawn in. Moments later, the shattered mirror lost its luster and turned a gray color like stone. Meanwhile, in the space known as the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors, as countless specks of light gathered, a boy whose body resembled shattered glass gradually took shape. Chapter 3 Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. Resurrection, the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. A trial realm. The Hall of 10,000 Mirrors exists in the gap between reality and illusion. In the center of countless shattered mirrors, 3 massive mirrors stood at equal angles. At this moment, suspended between the 3 mirrors was a boy whose body looked like shattered glass. The boy's eyes were tightly closed as if he were sleeping. It was Kyogetsu. Not knowing how long had passed, crack rustle on 2 cracked, translucent mirror shadows. The cracks were gradually disappearing as they flew towards the suspended Kyogetsu. The mirrors created by Kyogetsu in the real world had their shadows in the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. And these 2 shadows were precisely the 2 pieces of mirrors in the hands of the great Toad Sage. But when the mirrors were completely repaired, a subtle ripple emerged, and 2 streams of natural energy-filled sage chakra flowed out from the 2 mirrors, enveloping Kyogetsu's body. In no time, he was completely wrapped within, and at this moment, 3 patterns shaped like the 3 giant mirrors appeared on his forehead. Plop, a faint heartbeat also began to appear in this broken body. Zing! One of the giant mirrors simultaneously radiated fluorescence, and then images and sounds appeared. You were reborn in a riverside small building on the edge of the Uchiha clan. The voice was exactly like Kyogetsu's. The image on the mirror showed a man holding his newly born son. Why isn't my son crying? The man curiously asked the midwife. It's okay. Just give him a good smack, the midwife replied calmly. Oh, slap, slap. Wow, wow, wow. Your birth was a bit bumpy, but fortunately, the smacking issue isn't a big deal. Mom, is this my little brother? So cute. A little girl with big, beautiful eyes stared at the tiny baby in the woman's arms. Yes, Kyuka, you need to protect your little brother, okay? Little brother. Moo, hee, giggling. Moo, pew, pew, mom. The little brother spit water into my mouth. Hee, little Kyogetsu really likes his sister. Your sister kisses your cheek. But you steal your sister's first kiss. I have to say, that's a bit perverted. The scene quickly shifted, and a joint grave appeared before the 2 little ones. At 9 months old, you experienced the loss of your parents, and from then on, you depended on your sister. The scenes in the mirror and the narration alternate continuously. A 1-year-old toddler follows a 4-year-old to buy groceries. A 2-year-old is being scrubbed in the bathtub, screaming. A 3-year-old boy is being chased and spanked by a 6 or 7-year-old girl. A small boy, barely a little over 1, carries a school bag that almost drags on the ground. A 10-year-old girl is carrying her younger brother home. All these scenes combine to show the process of a little boy growing up, until that rainy night arrives. Kushina, Uzumaki. I, Uchiha Kaimazuki like you. I really want to travel the world with my sister. The warm sun of the past reflects on the stream. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. It proves that if you don't work hard, you may not even have the chance to grow up. As the last narration ends, the screen fades, and 4 words appear on the mirror. Trial mirror. Crack. With a crisp sound, the mirror splits in half. Following this, a fragment pattern on Kaimazuki's forehead also disappears. Then a second pattern detaches and flies into another giant mirror. Buzz. The mirror flickers with fluorescence, not displaying images but directly showing text. Space mirror. Void realm. Then the 3rd pattern on his forehead flies into the last mirror, which is a double-sided mirror. Buzz. Similarly, fluorescent text appears. Source mirror. Reversal of heaven and earth. All things return to source. By this time, Kaimazuki's forehead is completely smooth, and the text on the trial mirror, space mirror, and source mirror gradually fade away. When everything ends, The two mirrors, which were flowing with sage chakra, stop leaking and slowly fall to the ground, plunging the hall of mirrors into silence. The young man quietly hovers. The high concentration of sage chakra surrounding him is gradually absorbed, and his wounds are healing. Time passes slowly. After an unknown duration, when all the wounds are healed, Kageyuki frowns in silence, letting out a painful groan. Then a ring of orange shadow appears around his eyes, and his body begins to swell and transform, indicating that it can no longer accept more sage chakra. Rejection has begun. As the left half of the cracked trial mirror trembles slightly, and sage chakra begins to peel away from Kageyuki's body, flowing towards this left half of the mirror, and the transformation finally stops. Once all the sage chakra is absorbed, a toad pattern appears and then disappears on the left mirror surface. At this moment, Kageyuki's hollow eyes open. The void in front of him and his floating body make it hard for him to distinguish whether he is alive or dead, or where he is. He lies quietly, thinking, remembering, sensing everything around him. I'm not dead. After a while, he reaches this conclusion. Aside from being blind, his body feels normal. He can sense that he has become stronger, especially in mirror technique, as the sense of loss he once felt has vanished, and his abilities have been fully restored. Not only that, he has now completely mastered the Yada mirror and can use its ability, Mirror Shadow. Its main ability is to analyze and replicate chakra. It analyzes the chakra pheromones reflected in the mirror target, then simulates and replicates the caster's chakra into the target. This is also the origin of the little fox. At that time, he had just absorbed the Yada mirror and couldn't control it. The semi-activated Hall of Mirrors used Mirror Shadow on Kushina without his knowledge. Who is Kushina? A Jinchuriki. Reflecting on her is equivalent to reflecting on the Nine Tails. And at that time, the medium for casting Mirror Shadow was not the mirror but him. A living person. Perhaps due to the special nature of the Nine Tails chakra, it prompted the fusion of the pheromones from the three, resulting in a new life, a little fox. As for why the little fox is female, it's because he is male. Yin and Yang give rise to each other. So if it were Kushina, it would give birth to only male foxes. Back to the main topic. Through sensory feedback, he discovers he can float and fly in this unknown space. And although there is no air here, he miraculously feels no discomfort. Breathing through his mouth and nose has turned into consuming chakra for internal breath, a very novel experience. Frowning, he thinks, where am I? He forms hand seals. Daji, lend me your strength. The little fox, feeling drowsy inside him, doesn't respond. But it doesn't affect his ability to use the little one's power. Russell pop whiskers, canine teeth, sharp claws, fox ears, fox tail, fox eyes. Kageyuki transforms into a half-beast boy. This is one of the abilities of the symbiotic relationship with Huayue. Those who have completed the symbiosis can mutually use each other's powers. Light reappears, and then he is momentarily stunned, because he is familiar with this place. Hall of Mirrors? How is that possible? He never imagined he would appear in the Hall of Mirrors because, in his understanding, the Hall of Mirrors has always existed only within him. He couldn't possibly enter his own body. Now it seems that perhaps he has always just been connected to the Hall of Mirrors. I should get out first. I don't know how long it has been outside. My sister must be heartbroken. He imagines his sister's feelings at that moment. He flies towards a large area of mirror projections, which are all connected to the outer mirrors. He can feel that he can now shuttle between mirrors. But when he arrives at that area of mirror projections, he is stunned again. Why are they all cracked? Where's my mark? The area is filled with cracked mirror projections, indicating that the outer mirrors must also be broken, meaning the mirrors have become ineffective and cannot be used. If he wants to use them again, he needs to inject chakra for repairs to reactivate them. But the target for repairs must be the physical mirrors, that is, the outer mirrors. How am I supposed to get out? Without a mirror that connects to the outside, it's equivalent to having no passage to the outside world. How did I get in? Am I going to starve to death here? Without food or water, even the most abundant chakra will eventually run out. He hurriedly flies around the Hall of Mirrors, thinking that since he could get in, there must be a way out. Finally, hard work pays off. After flying a few laps, he finally discovers two intact pieces among the pile of mirrors. Phew, that scared me. He breathes a sigh of relief. I don't know whose mirrors these are since the mark is gone. Let's take a look first. He points with his little hand at the mirror projection, and an image appears on the other side of the mirror. A simple wooden ceiling with abundant sunlight and good lighting. It doesn't seem like a place where Danzo, the villain, would live. I can go out and take a look. He activates mirror technique and sticks his head out. Then he hears a loud shout. Who are you? Demon. Ah, slap. Winky Face, Chapter 4, Training at Mayaboka Mountain. Mayaboka Mountain, Toad's house. Ah, so cute. I want to have a little fox spirit. An elderly female, Toad, smiles widely, hugging a beast-eared boy and rubbing her face against him, while the beast-eared boy looks utterly uninterested. Kayamizuki never expected that even Mayaboka Mountain would have its own mirrors. As soon as he comes out, he gets knocked out by Shima, who drags him, and then becomes her pet. Of course, he is not just being a pet. He also learns from Fukasaku and Shima that the reason for his revival is that the great sage Toad had prophesied something related to him. So, you're saying that in the future, this planet will cool down and I will be the only one alive? Fukasaku nods. That's what the prophecy says. Kayamizuki feels cheated. He has already lived to the end, yet now he has been revived early. So cute. So cute. Shima keeps rubbing against him. Tears everywhere. Cough. Cough. Fukasaku can't stand it and clears his throat. That's enough. We need to take little Kayamizuki to see the great sage. Only then does Shima reluctantly release her pet boy. Come back quickly. I'll make you the most delicious bug feast. Terrifying images jump into Kayamizuki's mind. Two beast ears twitched, and one said seriously, "Old frog, let's hurry up and not delay important matters." They stood up and pushed the door open. 20 minutes later, deep in Mayaboka Mountain Temple, a person and a frog stood in front of a large frog. "Old master, wake up. The boy who can use the mirror has arrived." No matter how loudly Shinozaki shouted, the large frog sage sitting in the seat remained unmoving, as if dead. He can't be dead, right? Kyogetsu speculated. Who's dead? Is the banquet starting? I'm sitting at the children's table. The dead large frog sage suddenly spoke up. Kyogetsu and Shinozaki's expressions were surprisingly unified at this moment. "Old master, this child is the one you are looking for. The boy who can use the mirror," Shinozaki introduced. "Hello, frog sage. My name is Uchiha Kyogetsu." Kyogetsu politely greeted. "This is the hidden B0SS." The large frog sage squinted at Kyogetsu for a long time. "Am I seeing things? Why do I see a fox?" Kyogetsu helplessly removed the little fox's ability, returning to being a blind person. "Can you take another look?" The large frog sage squinted again and observed carefully for a moment. "How did you turn back into a little girl again?" "I'm freaking out. Old master, can you stop playing around?" Shinozaki expressed his inability to watch. "Ha ha. I just thought the atmosphere was a bit dull." Kyogetsu and Shinozaki both didn't want to speak. "Don't you dare joke like that." The large frog sage chuckled, this time getting serious. "Child, I need you to stay in Mayaboka Mountain until you master the power of the mirror." "What?" Kyogetsu was puzzled, transforming back into a beast-eared boy, raised his hand to generate a row of mirrors, then floated between them gracefully. "Look, I've already mastered it. I can move between any mirrors within my perception range. Impressive, right?" The large frog sage shook his head with a smile. Hee, that's not it. It's the true power of the mirror." "True power?" "Yes. The power to eliminate tailed beasts, the power to revive this planet." Kyogetsu was dumbfounded. Eliminate tailed beasts? What does that mean? Isn't this thing impossible to kill? You can do it, or rather, your mirror can do it, so you must master this power as soon as possible. The large frog sage took out the Mayaboka Mountain Inheritance Scroll. "Child, come write your name. Inherit Mayaboka Mountain just like your master Jiraiya." Kyogetsu looked at the scroll and recalled the scene of himself, the fatty, and Minato learning summoning techniques that year. "Don't turn away. I don't want it." Shinozaki and the large frog sage were both stunned for a moment. "Why? This is the inheritance of Mayaboka Mountain. Others can't even ask for it." Kyogetsu said, "Back then, you already rejected me. A good horse doesn't eat back grass. There's no need to lose this person over a few useless frogs." Shinozaki didn't understand. "So it was you who was supposed to sign the contract with Mayaboka Mountain back then." The large frog sage had already remembered. Since that's the case, let's save it for next time." He smiled meaningfully and then retracted the scroll. "Can you send me back to Konoha now?" Kyogetsu felt that since he had already refused, there was no need to stay here any longer. Going home early to accompany his sister and chasing Little Pepper to grow the Otsutsuki was the right path. The large frog sage shook his head, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Haven't you seen yourself clearly? Child, please do not fear power." Kyogetsu suddenly froze, as if his inner thoughts had been seen through. He confirmed that he was afraid, had been afraid since the moment his sister picked him up. The curse of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. To gain you must lose. He didn't want power. He only wanted his sister. In his past life, he was just an ordinary person. His vision was short and shallow, enough only to see the beauty before him, unlike those powerful travelers who all wanted to save the world. Chasing power was too difficult. The cost too heavy. It could lead to failure and loss, but grasping the beauty of every moment was very real. So he had an instinctive resistance to pursuing power. But he heard the large frog sage continue. You are different from your kin, different from most people, out of sync with this world. You have no desire for power, and because of that, you will not lose yourself in power. Now, he gazed at the boy before him. Pick up your power and use it to protect those you love. KageyukiGets' heart tightened. The image of his sister on the brink of death, Kushina's painful expression, that blue butterfly, the insect jade, Shin, each scene flashed by. Yes, he was no longer that ordinary person from his past life. He had already enjoyed beauty and experienced it. Now he had to go protect it, to protect those he loved. His gaze gradually became firm. He could no longer be the brother protected by his sister. The growth of a boy might just take a moment. Stay, child. You need the sage arts of Mayaboka Mountain. Listening to the large frog sage's voice, KageyukiGets raised his head. Can you send me back first? My sister and the others must be very sad right now. The large frog sage shook his head. The latest prophecy tells me that if I send you away from Mayaboka Mountain, you may encounter danger again. What danger? KageyukiGets asked curiously. This prophecy seemed like a bug. I don't know. The large frog sage shook his head again. The future has become unclear. I can only confirm that you must stay in Mayaboka Mountain to practice. When Shinozaki and KageyukiGets walked out of the temple, the sky had darkened. Little KageyukiGets, you will live in my house from now on. Thank you, Shinozaki. He had already agreed to stay and practice. The large frog sage's words were too scary, and there was danger outside. He could only hope that his sister and little Pepper wouldn't miss him too much. The children's mother's cooking should be ready. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Let's hurry, Shinozaki urged, swallowing. KageyukiGets felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. No way. He gasped in surprise. Only then did he realize how terrifying it would be to live in Mayaboka Mountain. Eating bugs every day and raw ones at that. He would die. No, I want to go home, KageyukiGets shouted, conjuring a mirror and diving into it. Eating bugs was far too terrifying. Kids can't be willful. Shinozaki grabbed his tail with one hand and pulled him back, dragging him home. 2 deep claw marks stretched all the way to Shinozaki's doorstep, where they saw Jima holding a large bowl of live, soft-bodied worms. Little cutie, come see the worm feast Grandma prepared for you. No, KageyukiGets exclaimed in horror. Realizing he couldn't escape, closed his eyes, and directly entered the consciousness of the little fox that was sleeping, giving it a big push. Slap! Dodgy! Wake up! Then he decisively gave up control of his body. Daddy's at dawn? When KageyukiGets opened his eyes again, his voice had turned into a soft, cute girl's voice. This made Jima's eyes light up instantly. Your voice has become so cute. I can't resist. Grandma will feed you. She picked up a worm and fed it to KageyukiGets. Slurp. Slurp. The little fox hadn't fully woken up, instinctively accepting it. Delicious, slurp big bites, so fragrant. Ha ha ha. If it's good, eat more. It's fine if you finish it all. Jima was extremely happy to hear the praise. Thank you, Grandma. It's so delicious, slippery, tender, it bursts. Bursts? The child instantly woke up, eyes wide open, locking onto a green, unidentified creature dancing on the chopsticks. Chapter 5. Your future should not be wasted on sadness and waiting under the starry sky, lying on the roof among the leaves. He gazes at the stars with a sense of loneliness, once again experiencing the solitude of being in a foreign land. He remembers the last time he looked at the stars like this was when he was 1 year old, also alone on the roof, enjoying the solitude. And then he ended up having a midnight feast of stir-fried bamboo shoots with his sister. For the rest of that year, his sister would hug him tightly while sleeping, afraid that if she fell asleep, he would disappear again. He chuckled at the thought, but quickly composed himself. His sister must be very sad now, and he wondered how the battle was going and when they would return to the village. His thoughts flowed, recalling his sister's peril, the death of Ju, the departure of Kushina losing control, the awakening of the kaleidoscope, its loss, and finally being killed by Uchiha Fuyuin. That night was so intense that he didn't want to experience it again. He never expected to be taken down by Fuyuin, that sly guy. He didn't hate Uchiha Fuyuin. He always thought hatred was just a way to torment oneself. Next time they met, he'd give him a beating first, then talk reason. If that didn't work, he'd beat him again. Everyone has a breaking point. But thinking about it, Fuyuin must be suffering. His best friend Hinata Shinko had just died in his arms, and his supposed lover Ju was killed right before him by a companion. He must be questioning this world, with revenge becoming his only support. This guy has suffered so much, yet hasn't awakened his kaleidoscope. Could be true love? But his determination to kill little Chili was evidently resolute. Shaking his head, he couldn't understand the thought process of these Uchiha. Speaking of which, he really needed to put in some effort, but it seemed that effort didn't help much. Even if Kai worked hard his whole life, it just meant kicking a ball with his life on the line. He needed to find another way. After venting his frustrations, he formed hand seals and exited the fusion state. Although the kaleidoscope was gone, the effect of the moonflower symbiosis he had used remained. Daji came out to get some fresh air. He pressed his hand on his belly and pulled, gradually separating the little fox from within him. Dad. The little one rubbed her sleepy eyes. Good girl. He closed his eyes and found her head, rubbing it and pulling her into his arms to alleviate his loneliness. Sleep. Good night, Dad. The little fox nestled her side against her father's heart, the sound of his heartbeat reassuring her. As silver rays poured into my byKushina, the young white fox fell into a dream. An old toad climbed onto the roof and sighed, covering them with a blanket. Meanwhile, under the starry sky, a team filled with injured soldiers entered KageyukiGets. In the hospital of KageyukiGets, in a single room, Kyuka was stained with blood, watching over the bandaged Kushina. They had just returned and hadn't had the chance to go home. She quietly stared at the unconscious Kushina. Brother, future, power, resurrection. One by one, thoughts intertwined in Kyuka's mind. The best way to resurrect her brother seemed to be through the power of the Rinnegan, which was not easy to possess and master. Kyuka, don't go. Please. A whisper pulled her thoughts back, her delicate hand wiping away the tears at the corner of the girl's eyes. Kyuka already knew that this world originated from an anime from another world, just a false world, yet the feelings felt so real. I'm sorry, she softly murmured, leaning over Kushina as her Sharingan activated. Live well, Kyuka will be back in a long time. Your future should not be wasted on sadness and waiting. Kushina's eyelids slowly opened. 10 minutes later, click the door creaked open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the ward, his expression grave. He needed to talk to Kyuka about the matters of the Jinchuriki and the Sharingan. Kyuka, 3rd Hokage. I request to resign from being Kushina's guiding jonin. The stars and moon shifted, mist rose, and faint light painted a gradient in the sky of my byKushina. Little Kyuka, get up. The old toad, Shinsaku, shouted with vigor throughout my byKushina. Bang, boom, crack, ouch. Dad, that hurts. The father and daughter both sat on the ground, wiping away their sleepy tears in unison. What are you doing? Can't let anyone sleep? Shinsaku shook his ruler as he approached them. What? Of course, it's for training. The early bird catches the worm. Get up and start running. Daji, is it already dawn? Kyuka's biological clock clearly told him it was the best time for sleeping. The little fox half opened her eyes to look at the sky. It was still dark. Very dark. Kyuka skeptically asked, Shinsaku, did you wake up too early? Old people wake up early. Shinsaku raised his ruler angrily at both the boy and the fox. Smack. Smack. Ah, that hurts. The father and daughter both hugged their heads in unison. Train hard, or watch out for my ruler, Shinsaku threatened. Kyuka struggled to stand up from the ground with tears in his eyes, while the little fox rolled her eyes, leaping onto her dad and starting to fuse. Unexpectedly, Shinsaku's ruler came down the next second. Smack. Ah, X2, a double hit. The little fox not only got hit, but also caused her dad to take a hit for no reason. No cheating, Run. Fusion could enhance Kyuka's physical qualities, but was not beneficial for training. Then, an old toad was seen waving his ruler, driving the boy and fox to run through the morning mist of my byKushina. Smack. Run faster. Smack. Stand tall. Smack. No using chakra. Smack. 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 Stop hitting us. We'll work hard. The rising sun pierced through the morning mist of my byKushina. After more than an hour of morning running, the boy and fox returned to the starting point, lying there with their tongues out. Wawa, dead. Daji wants to go home. I want to too. Compared to the little fox who still had the energy to cry, Kyuka was much more exhausted, struggling to speak. Without being able to use chakra, he was not much stronger than an ordinary person. Before he could catch his breath, Shima, with a beaming smile, brought over a large basin filled with vibrant, wriggling worms. Tired? Have some nutritious breakfast. Kyuka couldn't see it and tried hard not to imagine the scene. But his daughter wanted him to know. Daddy, the worms are moving. Slurp. The little fox drooled in terror. Worms were also on the fox's menu. But her instincts had not developed yet. My stomach feels terrible. Kids, today's worms are so plump, the sauce could burst out. Shinsaku had already started eating. Shima opened Shinsaku's hand. Yours are inside. These plump ones are for the two kids. Ugh, the scene is too strong. Kyuka could no longer hold back. After a breakfast filled with eating and throwing up, the training continued. Chakra control training, carrying a boulder while walking on a cliff. Meditation training, calming the mind to comprehend the natural balance of body and mind. All of this training was preparation for mastering sage arts. Kyuka had decent talent, but his foundation was too weak. Years of laziness had prevented his body and talent from receiving the necessary training and development, and his chakra was too low to support sage arts training. Fortunately, he was still young and had enough time to build a strong foundation. Compared to him, the little fox had a much easier time because Shinsaka discovered that she did not need training. The little fox's genes were different from normal people. She would possess an extraordinarily long life, and in that long process, she would grow stronger on her own. Training couldn't speed up that process. Chapter 6. Uchiha Madara. As the morning dawned, the starry-eyed youth stood tall, holding a boulder. The sun rose, and along with it, a boy carrying a giant rock rose as well. Heave, heave. Dad, keep it up. Slurped. Kyuka's face contorted, his fingers nearly digging into the boulder as he struggled to walk on the almost vertical cliff, his body drenched in sweat. Every step was a life-and-death test. A small fox is sitting on a giant stone, hugging a sea bowl while having a breakfast of worms to cheer on its old father. It turns out that the fox really eats worms, and after just 3 days, its instincts were activated. Sweat keeps flowing, and tears of regret from the boy fall as well. Boo-hoo. Indeed, those who come out to mix with the world will eventually have to pay the price. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have slept in, but sleeping in really feels good. Maybe it's just too sad. Boop, its paw suddenly leaves the mountain wall. What the heck? Here we go again. Swoosh. The giant stone, carrying one person and one fox, plunges straight down from a height of 100 meters, with the sound of wind rushing past their ears. A toad down a mountain, having breakfast, shakes its head. Another failure. Carrying weight while walking vertically requires a very high level of chakra control and concentration. I need a poop. I need a poop. Slurp. The little fox finishes the last worm while screaming, and the next second, it finds itself in a world filled with mirrors, landing safely. Oh no. Chakra, empty. Almost gone. Mirror Moon sweats coldly while floating in the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. In the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors, he can float and fly, alleviating his fall in this way. Just as he prepares to leave, a voice suddenly appears. You were born on a snowy morning during the Warring States period. The voice is old and full of the wind and frost. Mirror Moon is puzzled. He didn't sense anyone else in the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations, Chief, it's a boy. Ha ha ha. Different voices continue to come out. Who? Mirror Moon frowns, confirming that it's not a problem with his ears. Daddy Mirror. There's someone giving birth inside the broken big mirror. The little fox sees a huge, cracked mirror, where a few people appear on the left side. Daji is here. Mirror Moon calls out to the little fox. He wants to see what it is. Okay. Hearing his father's call, the little fox drops the bowl and rushes over, completing the fusion in 1 second. The fox's eyes reappear, and Mirror Moon also sees the scene in the cracked mirror, a middle-aged man holding a newborn baby. Then he hears, haha, from now on, you will be called Madara. Paint it, Madara. What the heck? Mirror Moon is dumbfounded. The young Uchiha Madara? Time rewinds to the mountain graveyard. In a dim cave, a huge magic statue, and an aged man opens his left eye. A red light flashes, and the spinning tomo in his eye transforms into 3 arrows, but the old man frowns. This eye seems to require some other power to control it. Could it be related to that little brat's mirror technique? There may be a possibility of ability fusion with the double bloodline limit. A black pudding offers a guess. The two conversing are Uchiha Madara and Kageyuki's Black Zetsu. Because Uchiha Madara's body is too old, it took some time to adapt to the transplanted eye. After hearing Black Zetsu's guess, Uchiha ponders, his eyes turning toward White Zetsu, who is admiring itself in the mirror, holding a mirror that came from Konoha, but cracked because the user died. He extends his palm. Give me the mirror. White Zetsu, lost in admiration of its own beauty, is oblivious, gazing at the mirror with a lovesick expression. It seems to say, so beautiful. I'm captivated by myself. Madara, impatient, waves his hand. A confused head takes off with a question mark. Another White Zetsu is startled and quickly takes the mirror from the flying White Zetsu and hands it over. Madara is Madara. Can't mess with him. Madara examines the mirror closely. As with the last inspection, it contains the essence of all things but is very faint. He tries to input chakra. He is taken aback. It actually went in. He had tried to input chakra when the mirror first cracked, but at that time, the mirror couldn't receive chakra. Interesting. Since it can receive chakra again, let's see what happens. He continues to input chakra and after a few seconds, the cracks in the mirror miraculously begin to disappear. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the cracks shrink until they vanish. Then the mirror lights up and ribbit. A toad croaks from inside. Buzz! Before Madara can finish his confusion, a beam of light bursts from the mirror and shoots into his forehead. Before he can react, the surrounding scene changes and his own voice emerges. You were born on a snowy morning during the Warring States period, accompanied by the narration. Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations, Chief, it's a boy. Ha ha ha. A simple room, a crying baby, a midwife announcing the good news, and a laughing man. Madara watches this scene from a god's perspective. Genjutsu? He tries to channel chakra, but there's no response, as if his consciousness has been separated from his body. From now on, you'll be called Madara. Paint it, Madara. The man's voice pulls Madara's attention back, and he is astonished to focus on these people. Father, mother, when I was just born? What on earth is happening? Is someone attacking me? The usually calm Uchiha Madara is no longer calm. Everything exceeds his understanding. His astonishment does not stop the unfolding of the scene before him. Instead, it accelerates the flow of these images. The first time he babbled, the first time he walked, the first time he held a knife, the first time he met him. Although many are just fragments and not complete, they are enough to evoke Uchiha Madara's long-sealed memories. In your youth, a chance encounter brought you lifelong friends and rivals. You shared your ideals shoulder to shoulder. The narration reappears, still in his own voice, as if he is speaking to himself. Hashirama Madara watches the person in the scene with some choking emotion. His life seems to pass by like a parade before his eyes. Conflicts, battles, the death of his brother, the handshake between the two clans, the establishment of Konoha. Discovering the secret of the Uchiha stone tablet, the valley of the end battle. Joy, hope, sadness, despair, family, friendship, all sorts of feelings intertwine, making one sink deep. What kind of power is this? It can completely reveal my life, and it doesn't seem like a Genjutsu attack. Old Madara is pondering, and after experiencing the past and present in the images, they move towards the future. On a certain day, 2 years later, you lead a girl into darkness. Uchiha Kagami? 2 years later? The future. Madara is shocked again. He indeed has a plan to lead Uchiha Kagami. He carefully watches his past self leading the girl. I can hand over the murderer who killed your brother. But the one who truly caused his death and took his eyes is the higher-ups of Konoha. This world has fallen and sees no hope. Humanity cannot save itself. Only the world of infinite Tsukuyami is the true refuge. Kulme, join me. Become me. Create a world with your brother. You succeeded. The girl soon avenged her brother by severely injuring Danzo and betraying Konoha. Looks like it worked. Madara expresses satisfaction. You begin teaching her yin-yang release, Uchiha secret techniques, and the secrets of the Rinnegan, continuously instilling your grand plan. She is very intelligent and talented, mastering all your lifelong learning in just 3 years, which makes you very satisfied. So you confirm that she is your walking embodiment in the world, preparing to cast a curse on her. But why? Chapter 7 Future Why? In the scene, the girl's sword pierces his heart, and beside her is a toilet sealing black Zetsu. Relics of the old era should honestly rot underground. As the girl's voice fell, the screen turned black, and the final narration appeared. Without any preparation, and without a trace of hesitation, it appeared in your heart, piercing it with sharpness and coldness, ending your life blinded by lies. In his slightly mocking voice, the old man's eyes returned to the dim cave. Confused. Did she just kill me like that? What does it mean to have a life blinded by lies? Did this girl kill him after learning everything from him? Even Black Zetsu didn't spare him. Is she a white-eyed wolf? Or did I expose my flaws? Unable to accept that he died before achieving anything, Obito picked up the mirror, preparing to try again. Lord Obito! Lord Obito! He heard Black Zetsu calling him. Annoyed, he replied, "Is there something?" Black Zetsu's expression suddenly became excited. "Lord Obito, you finally woke up?" Obito frowned. "Finally? What time is it now?" "It's already noon. You've been in a daze for 6 whole hours." 6 hours? I didn't expect so much time to have passed. "Lord Obito, do you feel unwell anywhere? Should I call Lord Black Zetsu back?" Black Zetsu asked while reporting to the main body. "No need, I'm fine." Obito rejected the suggestion, preparing to look at the future again. He wasn't worried about the time passing because connected to the outer path, he no longer needed to eat. He picked up the mirror again. It's cracked? He discovered that the mirror was cracked again, with more and larger cracks. He input chakra to repair it, but this time the recovery speed was much slower. During this time, He calmed down and began to think. What is going on with this mirror? Did that little mirror technique ghost not die? Is he playing tricks? The thought just appeared and was immediately dismissed by himself. Impossible. Only I and Zetsu know about the plan. This means that if this future is not an illusion, it could be real. His eyes narrowed slightly. Can it be changed? Thinking of this, he looked at Black Zetsu. You go notify Black Zetsu to stop targeting Uchiha Kagura and instead focus on nurturing Uchiha Feiyuin with full effort. Black Zetsu was taken aback. Understood. He then sank underground. At this moment, the mirror restored, and Obito cast his gaze again. The mirror reflected an aged face. Nothing happened. Obito's decision left Black Zetsu confused. Somewhere underground, near Konoha village. What? Abandon the training of Uchiha Kagura for Uchiha Feiyuin? Hearing the order from Black Zetsu, he doubted whether Uchiha Obito was suffering from dementia. The potential of Uchiha Kagura was obviously higher than that of Uchiha Feiyuin and more aligned with the requirements of the Eye of the Moon plan. Plus, even without awakening the Manjiki, she now has her brother's Manjiki, which can be perfectly used among blood relatives. There was no reason to give up. Keeping both would create a balance, wouldn't it? Black Zetsu. Lord Obito said this. His tone was very certain, obviously already having a plan. Black Zetsu was helpless, but he couldn't question it. He was now the embodiment of Obito's will and could only find a way to induce. Feiyuin is Feiyuin. At least this kid isn't very smart. I'll go back and let Konoha's Black Zetsu continue monitoring Uchiha Kagura. He could only self-comfort like this, then quietly left, preparing to adjust his plans accordingly. The scene flipped back. Mirror Moon was studying the 3 large mirrors in the Hall of Mirrors while watching Uchiha Obito's life experiences. Earlier, he was in a hurry to go out and didn't examine them closely. Now, looking at these 3 mirrors, which were originally useless, had changed significantly. First, the cracked mirror on the left, playing a short film, was called a trial mirror. This mirror is used to test one's character. It seeks the most beautiful, softest, and most cherished things in a person's heart, then cruelly shatters them to temper the heart. Unfortunately, it cracked and broke. Only a small part of its ability to reflect memories and that mocking narration remained. The essence of a narration is to induce subconscious self-denial. But due to the damaged state, its aggressiveness was weak, leaving only mockery. What a pity. This mirror could be said to be customized for the Uchiha clan, and passing the trial is basically equivalent to unlocking the Manjiki. The second mirror is the space mirror. As the name suggests, this mirror connects to a different space. An empty and desolate space, truly a void. The space mirror is different from the Hall of Mirrors. The former is a real space, while the latter, upon research, is similar to a time-space gap. The third mirror is a double-sided mirror, the source mirror. The introduction is impressive, the reversal of a universe, the return of all things. But it needs further development. He cannot control this mirror, and when he touched it, a very obvious sense of repulsion was felt. He strongly suspected this was the mirror mentioned in the prophecy of the great sage Toad, which might need Senjutsu to activate. Mirror Moon was mainly studying the trial mirror now, because this mirror surprisingly opened its ability for others to use, and the user was Uchiha Obito. He found a shadow of Uchiha Obito's mirror in the Hall of Mirrors. Looking at his Manjiki on the other side of the mirror, he resisted the impulse to pull his eyes back. What if his hand reached out and got cut? The loss would be greater. Checking it out, he found that the chakra on the shadow resonated with the trial mirror, and it was already impossible to block. How did this connect? Interesting. He stroked his chin, thinking, his 9 tails swaying involuntarily. Uchiha Obito could not have actively connected to the trial mirror because he didn't know there was something behind the mirror. It looked more like the trial mirror was actively using the chakra that intruded into the Hall of Mirrors, which was problematic. The earliest method of using the Hall of Mirrors involved chakra flowing in, which he would sense, then guide that chakra to connect to other mirrors, allowing those 2 mirrors to communicate. After that, he would use a set of techniques with a certain level of judgment to directly let the mirrors connect based on the techniques, essentially making mirror phones. During this process, he could still feel chakra appearing in the Hall of Mirrors and needed to actively shield it. But now he seemed unable to sense any chakra flowing into the Hall of Mirrors, suspecting it might be related to the activation of these 3 mirrors. But why didn't the other mirrors have this situation? Could it be due to differing abilities? He needed to think of a way. It couldn't just be for one person to use. Before he could think of a solution, he was startled by Uchiha Obito's movie. On a certain day, 2 years later, you will lead a girl into darkness. The aged voice pulled his attention back. No way. Can the trial mirror see the future? Did it bug out after cracking? The trial mirror should only be able to see the lives that have been experienced. Without thinking too much, he saw an old man trying to deceive his sister, and, crucially, it seemed his sister had fallen for it. I can hand over the murderer who killed your brother to you, but the one who truly harmed him and took his eyes is the higher-ups of Konoha. Sister, don't. That shouldn't be right. Didn't the memory show clearly? He calmed down, feeling that his sister might be acting because he had shown her the plot. Theoretically, she shouldn't be deceived. So he focused on watching the movie. To be honest, this movie had real content. Inyan released from beginner to advanced, Uchiha fan usage manual, Black Zetsu's postpartum care, the correct way to open the Rinnegan, etc. Aside from the progress bar being too fast to remember, everything else was great. Without any preparation and without a trace of hesitation, it appeared in your heart, piercing it with sharpness and coldness, ending your life blinded by lies. The final narration appeared, watching his sister seal Black Zetsu and stab Uchiha Bido. Mirror Moon just wanted to shout, 666. Using the intelligence from the abandoned, I killed Danzo, infiltrated under Uchiha Madara's command, and endured for years before taking them all down in one go. My sister is going against the heavens. Isn't the ninja world at peace now? I feel like if my sister were a time traveler, she would unify the ninja world. She is amazing. He suspects that the Great Toad Sage is preventing him from leaving because he fears he might disturb his sister in maintaining world peace. Crack the sound of shattering brings him back to reality. Looking down, he sees the illusion of the mirror from Uchiha Madara shatter, which means his mirror broke. Was it due to excessive force? It seems the quality of the mirrors made in the past can't keep up with the current abilities. Instantly, he realizes the reason. The mirror technique was incomplete before, and the mirrors he created couldn't withstand the trial mirror. Wait, Jingyue suddenly freezes, realizing a serious problem. Uchiha Madara saw the future. Oh no. Sister, I'm unfilial. I've aided the enemy. I must find a way to prevent others from connecting to the trial mirror again and go out to warn my sister. Gugu. A thunderous sound interrupts his self-reproach. Dad, I'm so hungry. Another sad thing. Jingyue leaves the Hall of Mirrors in a tragic manner. As soon as he steps outside, he hears an explosion. Little Jingyue, where did you run off to? I've been waiting at the foot of the mountain for ages, and no one has fallen down. It's a roar from Shinsaku. Damn it. Afternoon, training doubled. Damn it. 5 seconds after Jingyue leaves the Hall of Mirrors, a girl's voice appears. You were born on a beautiful island with a pleasant climate. Then a scene of a red-haired baby girl being born appears in the trial mirror. At the same time, the toad pattern displayed on the trial mirror dims significantly. Someone stole Uchiha Madara's movie ticket. Chapter 8. Don't come to see me again. More than a week has passed since that rainy night, and the war between Konoha and Sunagakure has reached a temporary conclusion. All ships and supplies of the fleet sent by Sunagakure have been destroyed, and they have lost the possibility of fighting again. A weary Sunagakure troop arrives at the border of the land of fire and the land of rivers, and the leader glances back into the land of fire with a hint of caution in his eyes. This war, from surprise attack to stalemate to retreat, has happened so quickly that it's hard to believe and will be their lifelong shame. Chiyo holds her severed right arm with her left hand, a flash of unwillingness in her eyes. Yukura, she calls to someone beside her. Lady Chiyo, infiltrate Konoha. I need to know the reason for our failure. Yes. One member of the team leaves. As the Sand Ninja retreat, Konoha is celebrating their victory and, morning, in Konoha, a small building by the river. Bright sunlight shines through the window, and a beautiful girl slowly opens her eyes, the corners reflecting last night's longing. Quietly lying on the bed where her brother once slept, the faint scent surrounding her nose seems to tell her that her brother has never left. She picks up her brother's clothes, the fading scent making her nostalgic. She gets up, washes up, and changes into black clothes. A quiet morning, a dead heart. Her slender hand gently brushes over the cracked mirror on the dining table. Her bare feet tread softly on the wooden floor as she walks towards the entrance. Her lifeless gaze sweeps over the shoe cabinet, where men's and women's shoes are placed in disarray, memories stirring within her. Sister, one for me and one for you. A mischievous little boy misplaces the shoes. Silly Adudu, if you place them like this, it will affect how fast we can put them on. The little girl scolds. The little boy grins and turns back. But this way, I could be with my sister. Brother the girl bites her lip, forcing back tears as she walks outside. Outside the door are Mikoto, Minato, and Fugaku, all dressed in black, waiting for a long time. Today is the first day after the official ceasefire, and the four walk silently towards the cemetery. Konoha Cemetery, a heavy and oppressive crowd gathers. Va? Even in victory, cannot hide the sorrow. Orochimaru and Tsunade stand silently in front of the Kado Dan's tombstone. Beside them, a black-haired little girl around 3 years old looks bewildered, having lost her last family member. The Inoshikacho trio from Team 10 hang their heads heavily. Mourning their teacher, Irika, Minato stands in front of his 2 teammates' tombstones, feeling sorrowful about the past when 3 boys used to play on the school rooftop. Now he's the only one left, Jiraiya-sensei. Haruna cries uncontrollably while holding the tombstone of Yashimaru. I just decided to accept you in a relationship, and now you're gone. I always thought we had a long time, but it turns out our time was so short. Crying until old injuries flare up. She has to be carried away by her 2 teammates. In the mountains, Hiroshi and his 3 disciples pay their respects in front of Jingyue's tombstone, feeling they could never repay the kindness. Jinghua, dressed in black, lightly traces the character's Uchiha Jingyue with her slender fingers, forcing her eyes shut to hide certain powers. Sister Jinghua. Minato wants to comfort her, but clumsily doesn't know how to start. Jinghua stands up. Ie mifine. She looks at Minato and gently ruffles his hair with her hand. Who would have thought this half-disciple and half-brother would become the future 4th Hokage? But her gaze deepens. Her path has already diverged, and it's very likely she will stand on the opposite side of Konoha in the future. He might also become a thorny opponent, and it seems he couldn't protect Kushina well. Throwing aside some dark thoughts, she returns her gaze to calmness. Minato. Minato is slightly dazed because he just felt a killing intent from Jinghua. Jinghua withdraws her hand. There is time to find the 3rd. He has something to give you. Oh, he is absent-minded. You must protect Kushina from now on, and don't let her get hurt. Jinghua makes her final reminder, not trusting Minato with Kushina at all, as he will surely prioritize the village. But there is no one else she can entrust her to. She sealed away all memories related to Kushina and the 3 others. Knowing her future path would deviate from the village, needing to make sacrifices and not wanting to cause difficulties or sadness for Kushina. Also, don't come see me again. Minato snaps back to reality, stunned in place. In his flickering blue eyes, he sees the slender figure of the girl gradually fading away. Loneliness, desolation. She seems to be isolating herself from the world. Sister Jinghua. How a gust of wind lifts the scattered petals, fluttering past him one by one. Some flowers, not yet in full bloom, have already withered. Minato stretches out his hand, but the petals slip through his fingers, flying toward the unreachable distance. Without Jingwe's door, no one can enter Jingwe's world anymore. He steps toward the Hokage building. Outside the cemetery, Aburame Shimi leans slightly against a tree, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, not knowing what he is thinking. When Jinghua walks out of the cemetery, he steps forward. Senior Jinghua. Jinghua looks at this temporary teammate of her brother. Jingwe's eyes are among Konoha's upper echelons. Shimi reveals shocking information, saying he will ask the clan head for the clan record when he returns to the village. After comparing age characteristics, he finds a crossed-out name, Aburame Ryoma. The note only contains a short line. Aburame Ryoma, born in Konoha 10 years ago, entered school at age 6. After that, there is no information. Not dead, not missing, not defected. The only remaining possibility is entering the Umbu. Jinghua knits her brows. You shouldn't say that here. She senses the presence of hidden Umbu nearby. There is Danzo and the 3rd, both observing her since her brother awakened the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. But Shimi doesn't care, compared to his clan. He cares more about avenging Jinghua, as Jinghua helped him as well. Revenge is destined to make him an enemy of the village. But I used insects to vibrate their wings around, forming a soundproof barrier so they can't hear us. Jinghua smiled slightly, feeling happy that Jinghua could make such friends. Thank you, but please go back. Jinghua must hope that you friends are happy. Without waiting for Jiwei to say more, she had already turned and left. She could handle things on her own and didn't want to burden this good young man. Underground in Konoha, at the root base, Danzo had put on his new colored contacts and was currently in a small room, feeling very happy and excited, his whole body trembling. Is this the legendary kaleidoscope, Sharingan? Ha ha, such powerful ocular abilities. I can feel the power contained within. Then his expression changed. The Flower Moon symbiosis, that idiot Uchiha Jinghua. He actually used this power on a worthless ninja beast. What a waste, simply a waste. Raising his hand to touch his right eye, Danzo's face became increasingly grim, resembling a husky that had its sofa stolen. 20 years, I can only use it once in 20 years. Why not leave it for me to use on the 9 tails? With endless vitality and infinite chakra, This is the power of immortality. Immortality. Uchiha Jingwe. You idiot. Hearing the sound of knocking. Clang. Various instruments fell and shattered on the ground, leaving the room in disarray. Jingyue's right eye ability has a long cooldown time, especially for someone like Danzo who obtained it through transplantation. The cooldown time would be even longer. The feeling of having power right in his hands but being unable to use it was unbearable. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound calmed Danzo down a bit. Lord Danzo, the third Hokage requests your presence at the meeting. Understood. Danzo's mood had settled by this point, and he picked up a bandage to cover his right eye again. I need a research expert. As he walked out of the room slowly, a dark glimmer flashed in his eyes. Chapter 9. Dismissal at the Hokage building. The high-level meeting of Konoha was underway. The head of the intelligence department. Last night, the last remnants of Sunagakure escaped the borders of the Land of Fire. The head of the military affairs department. Each department has reported and summarized the latest kills from the pursuit teams. In this war, Sunagakure has suffered over 500 casualties, and with the fleet and supplies completely destroyed, their current strength has dropped to its lowest point in nearly 20 years. The military affairs department suggests that, in the name of Sunagakure's unprovoked invasion causing significant losses to the Land of Fire, we deploy troops to the borders of the Land of Wind to apply pressure and demand war reparations. At the meeting table, the high-ranking officials of Konoha and the clan leaders listened quietly as the department head spoke, then proposed suggestions for the subsequent operations to discuss together, with the Hokage making the final decision. Just as the discussion was underway, creak, the door to the meeting room opened, and everyone's attention was drawn to Danzo entering the meeting room at a leisurely pace. Upon entering, he couldn't help but frown. It was clear that this meeting had been going on for quite some time and was nearing its end. How could a strategic meeting not have called him in advance? His gaze shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen at the main seat, full of questioning. Hiruzen, what's going on? But Hiruzen ignored Danzo's questioning gaze and redirected everyone's attention. Today's meeting content ends here. We still need to fight. The military affairs department will provide a combat plan by tomorrow night, and each clan leader should prepare for mobilization within their clans. The Land of Fire has been attacked, with over a dozen villages and towns devastated. The daimyo is very angry, so we must give him an explanation for the Land of Fire. For a major nation to be attacked on its own soil, even if the war is won, it is still a disgrace, a violation of the dignity of a major nation. If we do not smooth over the daimyo's anger, Konoha's position in the Land of Fire will be affected, and funding may be reduced. Therefore, this war must be fought. Everyone present understands this reasoning and is getting up to prepare to leave. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had more to say, continuing expressionlessly. Next, regarding Shimura Danzo's disobedience leading to the casualties of half of the Kato unit and the death of Kato himself, the Hokage's office and the advisory council have reached a unanimous decision. Shimura Danzo's position as Hokage's assistant is hereby revoked, and his combat command duties are dismissed, effective immediately. At this moment, Danzo stared intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who met his gaze defiantly. What? The entire assembly was stunned. No one expected the third Hokage, who had always protected Danzo, would take such decisive action. Everyone thought that Danzo's disobedience would be overlooked in light of the current victory in the war. As there had been precedents before, it seems that the third Hokage was genuinely angry. Fugaku clenched his fist secretly. If Danzo had not held back, the Sand Ninja would not have been able to disperse their forces to encircle and kill Kato and Jinghua. Kato might have been able to reach them, and Jinghua would not have died. The awakening of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan in Jinghua was extremely significant for the Uchiha clan. It could be said to mark their return to the peak, giving them more voice. At this moment, Danzo withdrew his gaze, ending the silent conflict with his former friend. As he changed his heart, At this point, Danzo no longer cared about momentary gains or losses. He held the key to immortality in his hands. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan of Uchiha Jinghua combined with the Nine Tails would allow him to possess both immortality and power. What he needed to do now was merely to find a way to make that day come as soon as possible. The Hokage would eventually be his. Calmly turning around, he left behind a single word and walked away slowly, like a high monk who had seen through the world, serene, composed, and transcendent. The people present looked at Danzo's back and then at the third Hokage, who seemed lost in thought, deciding not to involve themselves in their matters, and one by one, they left the meeting room, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting there in silence. Hiruzen was angry, but his actions were not heavy-handed. They could only be considered a warning. Root had not moved. The intelligence network had not been retracted, and it had not touched Danzo's core power. It was merely trimming the branches and leaves, reminding him that this incident was indeed very serious. Jingyue's death had brought Konoha, which had already possessed overwhelming intelligence capabilities, back to square one, resulting in a series of already initiated plans being wasted. Kato's death also caused Tsunade to develop hemophobia. This disciple's future was likely ruined. Kushina's identity as a Jinchuriki was exposed, and it was estimated that a detailed page about Konoha's nine-tailed Jinchuriki was already on the desks of the major ninja villages Kage, leading to targeted actions in the future. Moreover, with the Jinchuriki exposed, Jinghua could no longer be Kushina's teacher. Fortunately, Jinghua was very smart and had already realized the problem, voluntarily withdrawing. He had absolute trust in Jinghua, otherwise, he wouldn't have made that decision to make her a bond for Kushina. But now everyone knew about the Jinchuriki's matter. Even if he trusted her, there would always be people who did not trust her. The Sharingan, the tailed beasts. Hachimadara. He was the embodiment of fear. He could only put Jinghua in a difficult position. Finding a new bond for Kushina would require some effort. There were many ways to restrict a Jinchuriki, but he preferred emotional constraints. In the kaleidoscope Sharingan that Jinghua lost, who knows how many waves it would stir in the ninja world. Sigh. If only I had given him a flying Thunder God Scroll to keep him in the village. I never expected this child's talent to be so high. The key is that he particularly respects and admires me as Hokage. With Jinghua around, the entire Uchiha clan would be closely aligned with him. The strongest Hokage. This little guy truly recognizes me. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought a lot, slowly getting up to leave the meeting room, smoking as he walked towards the Hokage office. Upon arriving at the office, he saw Minato waiting outside for a long time. Third Hokage, Sister Jinghua said you were looking for me. Minato held his hands tightly, feeling very restrained. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato and smiled slightly, recalling the recent development and testing of the Mirror Dune mobile phone, as well as the relationship between Minato and Kushina in the intelligence reports. Minato, I heard you have a good relationship with Kushina. Huh? Minato was taken aback. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the door. Come in, Kyogetsu left some things for you and Kushina. Minato was stunned again. Kyogetsu? An hour later, Minato left the Hokage building with a stack of boxes taller than him, his eyes red. Kyogetsu. He held a scroll tightly in both hands. The title clearly visible, Flying Thunder God Technique, Volume 1. Meanwhile, Danzo had also found his target. In a training ground in Konoha, a young man with white hair and red eyes, with a small dot on his forehead, was surrounded by two open scrolls, constantly changing hand seals. At the moment the last seal was completed, the young man's eyes focused, and his expression became serious. He stomped his foot on the ground, and the characters lightning and water on the two scrolls glowed simultaneously. Storm release, lightning, flow shockwave, crash, zzz. The water surged with lightning, creating a grand spectacle at first glance. Go! The young man pointed with a large hand, and the electrified water surged straight towards the training target. Boom! Splash up. It was just a water column hitting the target. Bang! Damn it! The young man hammered the ground with his fist, extremely frustrated. Calling it storm release is just a combination of water release and lightning release, and it still relies on the scroll to activate. I must develop a Kekei Genkai. His name was Baruhu, a struggling man living in the shadow of geniuses. He dreamed of surpassing his three friends, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, collectively known as the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, but he fell short in every aspect compared to them. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from the entrance of the training ground. Baruhu turned around in confusion. Lord Danzo? Danzo, with one dead fish eye and an expressionless face, had an imposing aura. Very good chakra control, and you have potential. Come to Root. We have everything you want. Baruhu stared blankly at Danzo. A day later, Root had one more person. The person Danzo wanted to find the most was Orochimaru, but currently, Orochimaru was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Land of Wind and was not in Konoha. Chapter 10. Kushina knock. In a luxurious but quiet mansion in the southern outskirts of Konoha, knocking sounds echoed. Knock. In a young girl's room within the mansion, a faint groan came from the bed, where a mummy wrapped in bandages was awakened. The mummy struggled to lift a hand to push the drunk woman at the bedside. Sister Tsunade, wake up, someone is knocking. The drunken Tsunade remained unmoved, prompting the mummy to exert more strength. Sister Tsunade, wake up, ouch. It hurts. The mummy successfully pulled at her wound. Boo-hoo. You said you'd take care of me, but all you do is drink. Gritting her teeth, she slowly sat up from the bed, unable to rely on the drunk maid, preparing to open the door herself. At this moment, the knocking had reached outside the room. Knock knock, Kushina. Someone asked me to deliver 10 boxes of ramen. Just put them in the living room on the right. Remember to eat? I'm leaving now. Wait. Minato, wait a minute. Whoosh, the door opened, revealing a puzzled Minato. What's wrong? The mummy, Uzumaki Kushina, showed a shy expression that no one could see, pressing her hand on her stomach. Can you help me cook a bowl first? Gurgle. 20 minutes later, in the kitchen. Drip. Drip, strong and healthy Minato was washing a mountain of dishes. Hi. So full, so full. Kushina happily rubbed her big round belly. Who knows what she went through under Tsunade's care? She showed a grateful expression to Minato at the sink. He's a good person. Thank you, Minato. If it weren't for your ramen arriving in time, I would have starved to death. The money is in the cabinet. Remember to take it yourself. I can't move right now. Minato glanced at the round figure on the chair, smiled knowingly, and blurted out, no need for money. This ramen was a trick from KageyukiGets. Realizing he misspoke, he immediately fell silent. Kushina tilted her head, her small face puzzled. KageyukiGets? Who is that? Minato's hands trembled while washing the dishes. He didn't want to lie to Kushina, nor did he want to remind her of those things. Minato? Kushina was curious about Minato's reaction, waiting for him to answer, with a hint of unexplainable anticipation in her heart. Gulp. Minato's Adam's apple bobbed. Well, the conversation with the third Hokage suddenly flashed in his mind. Minato, are you and Kushina a couple? No, not at all, Lord Third. KageyukiGets is the one Kushina likes. I see. Then would you be willing to take care of Kushina in place of KageyukiGets? Minato, I know this is difficult, but Kushina needs bonds, and she needs someone to protect her. The memory broke off, and Minato couldn't bear to look at Kushina. I just remembered I have something at home. Kushina, I'm going home first, bye. He hurriedly bolted for the door, quickly leaving the mansion, his mind in chaos about how to cope. What's wrong with him? Did he forget to turn off the fire at home? Confused, Kushina didn't think much, leaning against the chair to digest, recalling the troublesome events of these days. She woke up in Konoha Hospital, having reportedly been in a coma for many days. With extensive burns all over her body, she felt her memory was missing, with many things having no clear beginning or end. Later, Uncle Third told her that this was because the nine tails within her had gone out of control, and she had rampaged. The rampage caused her consciousness to be overtaken by the nine tails, damaging her brain. Fortunately, Uncle Third said the rampage didn't cause any harm. It just overturned a few small boats that were supposed to be dismantled anyway, saving the village a lot of trouble and helped a great deal. However, for the next 2 years, she would still need some restrictions, such as not being able to leave the village and needing to live under the surveillance of the Umbu, etc. She didn't say anything, accepting it all. After all, the rampage was a fact, and even though it helped this time, what about next time? She didn't want to hurt others. Although she didn't have memories of the rampage from the reactions of some people in the hospital, it was clear that it was indeed frightening. It seemed that the small boats Uncle Third mentioned might not be too small, and the help was mostly comforting words. Afterward, unable to bear the strange gazes in the hospital, she requested to be discharged and return home to recover. Sister Tsunade volunteered to provide one-on-one treatment and care, but she didn't seem very reliable. Sister Tsunade's boyfriend had just died in battle against Sunagakure, and now she looked like a wreck, drinking herself into a stupor day by day. If it weren't for Minato coming to deliver things this time, she might have gone hungry for a long time. Sigh. How pitiful. Thankfully, I don't have a boyfriend. I need to find a boyfriend who can live longer. The Uzumaki clan has a long lifespan, and finding a short-lived one would be too lonely when old. After a sigh, she felt her bloated stomach had gone down quite a bit. It seems like it went down a bit too much, heading straight to the sphincter. Gritting her teeth, she rushed to the bathroom. Ouch, it hurts, boo-hoo. Kushina was doing her business, tears streaming down her face. The skin under the bandages had just healed and was still very tender. Pulling the muscles would cause tearing pain. After completing the difficult process, she went to the sink. Her gaze fell on the bathroom mirror, where she saw a long crack running through the entire surface. When did the mirror crack? I wonder if the warranty has expired? Her eyes unconsciously focused on the crack, unable to look away, and tears began to flow for no reason. Kushina wiped her eyes with her fingers, looking at the wetness on her fingertips, feeling inexplicably confused. What's wrong with me? Why am I suddenly crying? The bandages on her face soaked with tears. She forced herself to look away from the mirror and left the bathroom. She didn't want to return to her room. Tsunade's current appearance was hard to bear. Arriving at the viewing hut, she leaned back in her recliner to admire the spring scenery. She reached for a tissue to wipe her eyes. Instead, she picked up a mirror, another cracked one. Why are all the mirrors in the house broken? Which store sells such poor quality? With a complaint, she looked into the mirror. The reflection showed her head and face wrapped in bandages, with the crack right in the middle, as if dividing her in two. Her brows furrowed. Suddenly, she felt an impulse to understand why the mirror was broken, thinking it was important to her, as if she had lost something significant. But after staring for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. It was just an ordinary cracked mirror, just as she was about to put it back. Her hand reflexively sent chakra into the mirror, and strangely enough, the mirror started to absorb it. Then, the crack was healing. Kushina looked at the mirror in her hand in astonishment, watching it gradually heal, transforming from shattered to as good as new, feeling a sense of wonder. Could this mirror be a magical artifact? Thinking she had discovered a treasure, she examined it closely while continuing to channel chakra into it. Suddenly, ribbit accompanied by a croak. A beam of light shot from the mirror into her body. You were born on a beautiful island with a pleasant climate. Chapter 11. Kushina's future. You were born on a beautiful island with a pleasant climate. Kushina activated the mirror before Uchiha Madara made his decision. Unable to contemplate why the scene before her was changing or why someone was speaking in her voice, Kushina was already lost in it. For she saw two vaguely familiar figures from her memories. Dad, Mom. The carefree days of her childhood replayed before her eyes. And Kushina watched everything seriously, not wanting to miss a single moment. From babbling to taking her first steps, to running freely by the seaside with her parents, grandparents, and elders, life was peaceful and happy. Until, on a night in your 6th year, a massive explosion shook the island, your mother, holding you in fear. Fled with the crowd, you didn't know where to go or could go because home was gone. Home, distant memories awakened. And Kushina seemed to relive that terrifying night once more. She didn't dare to look away, yet couldn't bear not to look, because she wanted to remember her mother's already blurry face clearly. The scene continued. You and your mother followed your clan to escape the island, heading toward Konoha village. The leader said they were allies and it was safe there. Those who were capturing you gradually appeared. The distinctive red hair of the Uzumaki clan made you conspicuous, and every day, clan members fleeing were captured or killed. Because of the large number of people, you began to disperse, no longer daring to approach any villages or towns. You and your mother then left the group and hid in the mountains, but soon you faced new enemies, hunger and cold. Mom, in the scene, the woman left all the food she could find for her daughter while she ate grass roots, tree leaves, and fish bones. Kushina could only watch, watching them hide and seek, watching them endure hunger, watching that woman grow increasingly thin. The physique of the Uzumaki clan could not sustain your mother, and finally, on a night in early spring, you were left all alone. Mom, all Kushina had now was a silent scream. After all, she was just a spectator. The scene continued. Not long after, you were found by a search team from Konoha. Their kind chakra and the Uzumaki symbol on them reassured you. And you followed them to Konoha Ninja Village, where your life returned to stability. The scene shifted to a red-haired little girl in new clothes entering Konoha village, followed by various people entering her life. The third Hokage and his wife, Uzumaki Mido, Rope Tree, Tsunade. Then school, becoming a Jinchuriki, graduating. The scene of graduation appeared before her, and Kushina saw herself bursting through the classroom door, colliding with someone behind it. But that person's face was very blurry. Who is he? Kushina tried hard to see him clearly, feeling that this person was very important to her. But in the next moment, the scene turned chaotic, with blurry images of a boy and a girl flickering in and out. Silly tomato. You must be Uzumaki Kushina, such beautiful red hair. Let me hear your voice. Your future shouldn't be wasted on sadness and waiting. What is wrong? Why does it feel so painful? Kushina felt a sharp pain in her heart. One day you woke up from a coma, finding yourself injured and lying in a hospital bed. The third Hokage said that the nine tails inside you had gone out of control, causing you to lose part of your memory. Why did this happen? In disappointment, her life entered the future. Unable to bear the gaze of others, you chose to recuperate at home, but the caretaker was rather unreliable. Looking at Tsunade, who slept soundly inside, Kushina fell silent. Suddenly, a scene caught her attention. At night, a figure stealthily emerged from the mirror placed on the bedside. A boyish figure, but with white fox ears, vertical red eyes, and 9 white fluffy tails. Is there a monster living in the mirror? So cute. She examined the beast-eared boy closely, feeling no fear, but inexplicable joy in her heart. After the beast-eared boy came out, he cupped her sleeping face and gave it a kiss, then tiptoed out of the room. He took advantage of me? Pervert. Kushina was both amused and exasperated. What kind of monster is this? So naughty. When the window lit up with morning light, the beast-eared boy returned to the room, gave her another kiss on the cheek, and then dove back into the mirror, disappearing. She didn't want to say anything anymore. Pervert. But why was her heart feeling all tingly? At this moment, the scene showed her waking up. It smelled so good. The girl inside followed the aroma to the dining room, where she saw fragrant rice porridge, fried eggs, and a blonde boy at the door holding milk and fruit. Thank you, Minato. It smells so good. The girl shyly began to eat breakfast. Huh? The blonde boy looked a bit confused. Are you an idiot? Minato just arrived. Kushina watched anxiously, knowing that the girl inside was clearly misunderstanding. The camera continued. Days turned into weeks, then months. Every night, that beast-eared boy would come out of the mirror at midnight, give her a kiss, then leave, and in the morning, he would return to kiss her before diving back into the mirror. And the girl inside could see more food on the table every day, from just breakfast at first to several dishes later on. After your injuries healed, you noticed that some people in the village showed fear and distance towards you, and feeling dejected, you gradually went out less. Fortunately, there was someone who often came to accompany you, and that was Namikaze's Minato, allowing you to live a life where meals were served to you. As the days passed, you gradually realized that you had developed feelings for Namikaze Minato. What is going on? Uzumaki Kushina, are you an idiot? It's him. It's the little monster. Kushina almost panicked. Her lack of focus caused the scene to speed up. After carefully getting through a year, the village's conflicts gradually decreased, but you, who had been living in seclusion, didn't care about these things. However, soon, a major event would happen to you. Me? Kushina pulled back her attention. Staring at the image of herself returning home in the evening, she couldn't understand how anything could happen since she hadn't even left the village. You felt something was off when you returned home that day, because you didn't sense the chakra of the Umbu watching you. Is anyone there? The red-haired girl called out at home, but the one who responded wasn't the Konoha Umbu, but a Jonin from the Cloud Village. Run. Kushina was already immersed in it, her emotions excited for the version of herself in the picture. The village's defense system didn't activate for some unknown reason, and you were successfully captured by the Cloud Ninja. Just like that, I got caught? The village's barrier and guards can't be just for show, right? And am I really that weak? Kushina was taken aback. She felt she shouldn't be this weak. At least she should be able to put up some resistance. Moreover, she vaguely felt that she knew 2 very powerful ninjutsu. But what were they? Why can't she remember? Keep watching. You were taken out of the village, secretly glancing back at the gradually disappearing Konoha. You thought no one would come to save you, since the people in the village didn't like you, but you still pulled out a few strands of red hair, letting go of a bit of hope. Why hasn't anyone come to save me yet? Boo-hoo. Looks like I have to change villages to live in. But I wonder if I'll be dissected for research. Watching this, Kushina couldn't help but feel nervous, lamenting her social standing, and couldn't bear to imagine her future fate. Suddenly, a flash of yellow passed by, and the Cloud Ninjas fell one after another. Then the boy held the girl in his arms. Minato? Kushina recognized him. It's okay now. Such beautiful red hair, I noticed it right away. So, I don't want to lose you again. It seemed like a pink aura was spreading. The boy and girl under the moonlight were so tender and romantic. Kushina watching was dumbfounded. Is Minato confessing? I, seen have fallen. Little monster, why don't you come out and explain? The narration appeared again. The red hair you once hated the most eventually became the fateful red thread that led you to find your loyal partner, binding you tightly together. And from then on, you began to like your red hair. More importantly, you fell in love with Minato. Well, the protagonist looked a lot like me. Chapter 12. Kushina's future. 2. How can there be nothing? Under the mountain graveyard, Uchiha looked at the mirror in his hand, which had regained its shine, in confusion. This time there was no toad, and he couldn't see the future. Can it only be seen once? Or just once a day? Try again at night. Uchiha closed his eyes and dozed off. He was getting old and couldn't take it anymore. The trial mirror can only be used by one person at a time, and right now, it's being used by Kushina. You and your beloved Minato became a couple, and your life became vibrant again. You started learning to cook, learn female crafts, do housework, and learn to care for someone. Minato treated you very well, gentle, caring, and considerate. You never had any fights or quarrels, and you were the model couple in the eyes of others. Uzumaki Kushina. You're an idiot. Didn't you notice no one was bringing you food? Kushina sadly discovered that ever since she confirmed her relationship with Minato, the beast-eared boy never appeared again. He must be very sad. She could imagine a certain lonely figure leaving. Another year passed, and you noticed that Minato seemed to have something on his mind, his smile becoming increasingly forced, and the rumors in the village about you being a Jinchuriki were getting worse. You thought Minato was unhappy for this reason. Oomph. What's wrong with being a Jinchuriki? I just lost control once, suddenly feeling insufficiently confident, even if it was just once. She didn't know how many people would die, and fearing for herself was normal. You prepared to tell Minato that you didn't care what others thought or said, that he shouldn't be unhappy, but that night, the Hokage rock collapsed. The village was attacked. Kushina focused intently on the unfolding events. The next day, you learned from Minato that a member of the Uchiha clan had betrayed the village after killing the high-ranking Shimura Danzo and severely injuring the third Hokage. Minato seemed very angry while speaking, and indeed, the Uchiha were evil. You joined him in his anger. However, strangely, since that day, the rumors about you in the village seem to have started to diminish and gradually settled down. The Uchiha betrayed, severely injuring the third Hokage and killing high-ranking officials in Konoha. Kushina noted this and planned to remind the third Hokage when she had the chance. The injury to the Hokage made other ninja villages stir again, and the village's combat missions began to increase. At your strong request, you joined Minato's team. His teammate, Shino Aburame, was strange, always wearing sunglasses, but you could feel his gaze on you, making you feel guilty. Looking at me? Old pervert? Kushina was speechless. The scenes flashed quickly. War, peace, war, peace. She tried hard to remember some important events that happened. For example, the death of the Kazekage, the start of the Third Great Ninja War, the battle at Kaiki Mountain, and Minato's disciple being severely injured or disabled, etc. The Ninja World War gradually reduced. Moving towards peace, you and Minato began preparing for your wedding. Since both of you were orphans, the wedding was very simple, inviting only disciples and a few comrades who had fought together, but surprisingly many people came. This idiot. She was too tired to complain. Forget it. This person has nothing to do with me. I'm just watching the story. The guests were numerous. Some she recognized, some she had impressions of, and some she didn't recognize at all. For example, Mikoto Uchiha, a friend she would meet on the battlefield in the future, who cared for her, and they later became close friends. The girl named Hinata Hanabi was her classmate, but they weren't close. She didn't recognize her sister at all, but the girl seemed to know her and had a sullen expression. So strange. Kushina didn't understand the Hinata girl in the picture who kept rolling her eyes at her. They had never met. Tsunade didn't come. It must be because she couldn't afford the betrothal gifts. Halfway through the wedding in the picture, the arrival of two people attracted her attention and the attention of the entire venue. They are. The moment Kushina saw those two, a strong heartbeat arose in her heart. She observed carefully. The woman was very beautiful, beautiful enough to make one feel ashamed. The forehead protector she wore had a scratch, indicating she was a Konoha rogue ninja. Looking at the man again. So handsome. Is he the little monster? The beast-eared boy's appearance overlapped with this person, and a sense of panic surged in her heart. The man and woman looked very similar. They must be siblings. Who are they? Who is he? Who? Kushina wanted to cry now, very much, but she couldn't find a reason to cry. And in the picture, Minato, Shino, Hanabi, Mikoto, and even herself were inexplicably shedding tears, except for the bewildered younger generation. Everyone was crying. At this moment, the siblings. The sister removed her forehead protector, and the brother took out a white short knife, handing them both to Minato. Don't take it. Minato, you mustn't take it. She was going to die of anxiety. She strongly didn't want to see Minato accept these two items. But contrary to her wishes, Minato accepted them, and the siblings left afterward. After the wedding, Minato succeeded as the fourth Hokage, and a year later, you gave birth to a boy named Uzumaki Naruto. The subsequent scenes had no major events. Kushina couldn't bear to watch any longer. She just wanted to know who that pair of siblings was. They must be very important to her. But why can't she remember? As she struggled to recall, the scenes sped away. In the year you turned 60, the ninja world, which had enjoyed peace for over 30 years, was struck by an invasion from aliens. You, along with your husband, the fourth Hokage, your husband's disciple, the fifth Hokage, and your son, the sixth Hokage, rushed to the battlefield. At this moment, the major ninja villages put aside their past grievances and united against the enemy. What? Hearing the narration, Kushina snapped back to reality, where a great battle was unfolding. The 3 generations of ninjas from the 5 great nations appeared together, and all members of the peace organization Akatsuki were deployed. Yet they still struggled against those who called themselves gods, the Otsutsuki. Ninjutsu was ineffective, taijutsu was powerless, and it seemed that all attacks posed no threat to them. Even techniques like the Reaper Death Seal, which involved a 1-for-1 exchange, were difficult to execute. Shadow-level ninjas fell one after another. Jinchuriki were captured in succession. Entailed beasts were extracted one by one, leaving their side weaker while the enemy grew stronger. The ninja world. Kushina was shocked. The apocalypse. She never imagined she would witness the end of the world in her lifetime. At this moment, her future self in the scene seemed to gain some power in a crisis, suddenly transforming into gold and catching the opponent off guard. Yes, Kushina felt her blood boil as she watched. At a critical moment, it was still up to me, Uzumaki Kushina, to save the ninja world. But as if to slap her in the face, the next moment, that old lady Kushina was pinned to the ground. Fine. I won't say anything. After all, she was a 60-year-old woman, having been a housewife for nearly 40 years, and both her physical strength and battle experience had severely declined. What she had just shown was merely a flash in the pan. It's over. The war was exceptionally brutal, with shadow-level powerhouses feeling like helpless children before those aliens. Years of peace had severely weakened the combat power of the ninja world. In her critical condition, she once again saw that pair of siblings. Time seemed to have forgotten them. The younger brother was still young and handsome, and the sister remained beautiful, as if frozen in her 20s. But they each had lost an eye, which was a pity. In the scene, a giant white 9-tailed fox, fully armored in a 2-tone battle suit, charged into the monster horde, wielding dual blades and slaughtering all around, sending the Otsutsuki who were extracting the 9 tails flying. So cool. Kushina stared at the scene, somewhat dazed. Why don't they age? Where did their eyes go? The pair of siblings stood alongside a red-haired woman atop the white fox. The sister had a serious expression. The brother held his sister's hand with his right hand while intimately intertwining his left hand with the red-haired woman. Her gaze involuntarily fixated on that red-haired woman. Who is this woman? A nameless fire ignited within her, burning rapidly. At that moment, the red-haired old woman below, who was looking at them, slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. The scene then plunged into darkness, and the final narration emerged. Memories long dormant began to stir, in a daze. It seemed she heard a boy shouting loudly, "Uzumaki, Kushina! I, like you. You annoying brat, I, like you too. You bastard. How dare you look for a mistress?" The surge of anger made her lose her rationality, and Kushina could see and hear nothing anymore. When her rationality returned, her surroundings transformed back into her home, a cracked mirror quietly lying in her hands. The sunset bathed her in light, her hands trembled, and tears welled in her eyes. At this moment, she recalled what she had just shouted. What did I just say? Looking for a mistress? Why did I say that? She was sure she was angry, very angry. She had an impulse to monopolize that pair of siblings, wishing that the person standing beside them was herself. But she didn't know them at all, which was completely incomprehensible. Cradling her head in her hands, Kushina desperately searched her memories. Who are they? I must find out. Kushina picked up the cracked mirror again and injected chakra into it. She needed to see once more. But when a mirror was repaired and activated again, what met her eyes was a vast, dark emptiness. What the heck? Where's my toad? Chapter 13. Little monster, where are you running? Mayaboka Mountain. Huh. The boy ran towards the sunset. I'm dying. The feeling in his lungs was as if they were about to explode, and his legs were completely out of his control, moving mechanically. After eating a bug feast at noon, he was forced to train without having time to throw up. First, he had to meditate to digest, followed by all physical activities. He felt he might not survive to leave Mayaboka Mountain. Go, my son. Come on, little KageyukiGets. Only 100 meters to go. The little fox and Shimasu cheered for him ahead. 90, 60, 30, 10. Boom. Finally, KageyukiGets collapsed and slid to a large dining table, not wanting to move a single finger. Shimasu warmly greeted him. Gome. This is a feast I prepared with great care. Little KageyukiGets needs to replenish. Leeches from the hidden mist village, snails from the hidden leaf village, earthworms from the Dragonland cave, slugs from the wet bone forest. Wow. The little fox's eyes sparkled, completely ignoring his father as he quickly climbed onto the table to wait for the meal. Grandma is amazing. Everything looks so delicious. Is there chicken flavor? This guy had clearly become a devoted bug lover. Shimasu laughed heartily. Haha. Yes, yes, they're thunderbugs from the hidden cloud village, super fragrant. Right? That's my favorite. Shimasu's partner, Shinsaku, was a bit impatient. Kyogetsu, lying on the ground, immediately burst into tears. Are you devils? I'm blind. Can you not say that out loud? Just hearing it makes me sick. This meal, he absolutely couldn't eat personally, not knowing where he found the strength. He suddenly stood up and merged with the little fox at lightning speed. Shinsaku, Shimasu, I just remembered something very important. Let Daji eat for me. After saying that, he poured his consciousness into the Hall of Mirrors, allowing Daji to control his body to eat. Facing a table full of bugs, he activated his potential and finally figured out how to solve the problem of the trial mirror being activated passively. Guide, Hall of Mirrors. Huh, another mirror has been restored? As soon as Kyogetsu's consciousness entered, he discovered that another intact mirror's phantom had appeared, with chakra gathering on it. Since he was in a conscious state without sight, but only perception, he didn't rush to see who the mirror's holder was, but instead tried to guess. Sensing that the trial mirror was about to be activated due to the chakra on the mirror's phantom, he quickly intervened. Once the two connected, it would be unstoppable. Controlling this chakra, he tried to guide it to the space mirror, where there was an alternate space to store chakra. The more he stored, the more it could serve as a blue buff in the future. Good. Kyogetsu was delighted, sensing that the chakra was flowing into the space mirror. Then he gradually released the guidance. Then, the connection between the chakra and the space mirror was cut off. It began to gather again, waiting to resonate with the trial mirror. Speechless, this thing still had to be done manually. He complained and continued to guide the chakra into the alternate space. Waiting for about 3 minutes, the chakra finally stopped flowing in, so he ceased the guidance. He had to think of a way. He couldn't stay here for 24 hours a day. He needed to create an automated guide. After thinking for a moment, he decided to activate the trial mirror himself first and see his future movie. If I have a child with little pepper, will it be the reincarnation of Ashura or Indra? Or will it directly integrate into an Otsutsuki? With a strong sense of curiosity, he injected chakra. Buzz the frog pattern on the trial mirror flickered with a faint light, and his chakra was repelled. Huh, what is this logic? Even the owner isn't allowed to use it? Kyogetsu was bewildered. He didn't know that it was the power of the Great Toad Sage at work. The healing chakra from the Great Toad Sage had not completely faded, and the residual power was interfering with the fate lines, which meant he was repelled by the same force, just like fortune-telling that doesn't consider oneself. Since he couldn't use it, he could only work and decided to first resolve the issue of passively activating the trial mirror. He began to think. Guidance, automation. The mirror was compared to a user terminal, and the trial mirror was compared to a server. Now he needed a mediator to transfer users. The automatic activation of the trial mirror required chakra accumulation to exceed a certain amount, which meant that the chakra required for the guiding mediator he created had to be less than that of the trial mirror. Considering the number of mirrors left outside, more people might activate mirrors in the future, so the guiding mediator must have multiple interfaces, strong capacity, and a certain logical judgment ability to handle various situations. Let's write a small AI program. It shouldn't be a big deal. When he previously created a mobile phone for the ninja world, he had developed a technique writing method based on cut and open logic with Kushina and Minato. Now he just needed to apply the algorithm to the technique, write a small program with logical judgment capabilities, and then add his own chakra to give it control over the mirrors and chakra. Theoretically, it's very simple. Jingwei casually picked up a mirror and began to deduce. He needed to recompile the core AI logic from his previous life into the ninja world technique. This was originally a lengthy process, but fortunately, with chakra, he didn't need to type on a keyboard, and the speed would be much faster. Before long, he saw lines of intricate spell formulas slowly appear. He worked diligently until late at night, and only when the chakra flowed into the mirror belonging to Uchiha Madara did he put down the draft mirror filled with formulas and went to stop Uchiha Madara from using the trial mirror. At this moment, he remembered the newly restored mirror. It reminded him that there was something more important to do, which was to return to the village and inform his sister that Uchiha Madara had seen the future and to advise her to halt her plan and be more cautious. Once Uchiha Madara stopped sending chakra into the mirror, his consciousness returned to the body in Mayaboka Mountain, and then he re-entered the Hall of Mirrors with his body. Standing before the shadow of the mirror, he silently prayed, hoping it was in Konoha village, hoping it wasn't someone from Danzo, hoping it was his sister. After praying, he concealed his chakra and quietly peeked into the mirror. Then his pupils suddenly dilated. In the southern suburbs of Konoha village, Moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting a sprinkle of silver light in the girl's bedroom. A wave of alcohol scent spread. Tsunade propped her head up, which felt like it was splitting. She glanced at the bed. Kushina, half covered by a thin blanket, had already fallen asleep, and the moonlight coming through the window left a glimmer in the corner of her eye. Tsunade shook her head, showing a bitter expression. Is her subconscious still blaming herself for killing her comrades? Memories can be sealed, but how can emotions be sealed? She thought Kushina was struggling emotionally because she had personally killed the oil girl, CHJR, and this was the reason her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, told her to seal her memories. The matters between Jingwe and Kushina were unknown to others in Konoha village, except for a few people who were present at the time. Tsunade quietly tucked the girl in, and suddenly a ray of light flashed into her eyes. Looking for the source, she saw the girl tightly hugging a mirror. Not caring, she turned to leave the room, preparing to have another drink to recover from her drunkenness. When she reached the door, she suddenly froze and frowned. That mirror. Something flashed in her mind, but her drunken state made her thoughts chaotic. Shaking her head, she continued to look for alcohol to recover, but did not see the girl on the bed twitch slightly at her words. Time slowly moved into the late night. Swish the mirror in the girl's arms flickered with a faint light, and a bee-steered head quietly poked out from within. Jingwe was stunned on the spot. Kushina. He didn't expect it to be her who activated the mirror. Could it be that she missed him too much? Hee. His expression retracted in the next moment. Looking at the girl so close, he felt a pang of pain at her body wrapped in bandages. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to wake her. Right now, he had big ears and a tail, looking neither human nor ghost. He was afraid it would scare her, and what if she ran away? Fully emerging from the mirror, he quietly climbed off the bed, just as he was about to leave. He felt a bit reluctant and bent down to peck at her bandaged face. It smells so good. Waving his tail in satisfaction, he turned around. Time to find his sister. After taking a couple of steps. Why am I still in place? Why is my tail so tight? Confused, he turned his head. An invisible, expressionless mummy was sitting on the bed, holding his tail tightly with both hands, and her big eyes were filled with a smug smile. Hee. It was worth my waiting for half the night. Little demon, where do you think you're going? Splash as soon as he finished speaking. He was bound by silver chakra chains. Chapter 14 Reunion in the girl's bedroom. A suspected fox demon was enjoying the classic binding from Mummy. Tell me, where did you come from, you demon? Kushina said with a fierce expression, masking her racing heart. Just now, she was violated, and she hadn't mustered the courage to resist. Jingyue's eyes were watery. He was caught as soon as he left Mayaboka Mountain. The great toad sage did not deceive him. There was danger outside. He wouldn't dare next time. You might not believe it, but we are a couple, the kind that fights and kills. He suspected that this situation was due to Kushina's memory problems and should be his sister's doing, as she had his sister's chakra aura on her. Shameless. Kushina's face under the bandages flushed slightly, but she immediately put on a fierce expression again. Behave yourself. Being bound by my diamond lock means you have nowhere to escape. She rubbed her hands and grinned mischievously. Hee. Next is the interrogation time for Lord Uzumaki Kushina. If you don't want to suffer, you better honestly confess. Do you understand? Clack clack, Jingwe nodded. Please command me, Lord Kushina. He felt that this girl seemed to be enjoying some kind of fun and decided to cooperate. Name? First question. Uchiha Jingwe. He answered honestly. Uchiha. Kushina looked him up and down, noticing his beast ears and 9 tails. Feeling her intelligence was insulted. Nonsense. Your kind isn't even human, yet you claim to be Uchiha? Do you take me for a fool? Jingwe could only cancel his transformation and revert to a blind person. How about this? As soon as those hollow eyes appeared, Kushina felt as if she had been electrocuted. Kushina, are you okay? Say something, Kushina. Let me hear your voice. On a rainy night, the image of a boy with bloodied eyes and his voice flashed through her mind, causing her heart to tighten. Jingwe, unable to hear the voice on the other side, couldn't help but ask, Lord Uzumaki Kushina, why aren't you asking anymore? Kushina forced herself to calm down. Age? 128 months. Wait a second. She started counting on her fingers. A year is 12 months. 1, 2, 3. Winky face. Jingwe suddenly felt stupid. One day, more than 12 months younger than you. Why did you say that? I was about to calculate it. Kushina was annoyed. I didn't ask, so you're not allowed to speak. Yes, Lord Uzumaki Kushina. Family address. My last name is Uchiha, so I live in the Uchiha clan area. That seems to make sense. How embarrassing. She quickly composed herself. Family situation? 1 older sister, 1 fiancé. What? You have a fiancé, E? How can someone so young have a girlfriend? Who is it? Kushina jumped up. Kagetsu shrugged. Uzumaki Kushina. You bastard. You're taking advantage of me again. The two were having a great time, but outside the room, Tsunade frowned after taking a couple of swigs. Kushina, who are you talking to? She walked over. With a whoosh, the door was pulled open, and she saw Kushina lying quietly on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Am I drunk? With a whoosh, she closed the door and left. At that moment, the girl on the bed opened her eyes, gritting her teeth. Tomorrow I'm going to Uchiha. If they dare to lie to me, just wait until I rip their ears off. The clouds hid the moonlight, and the Uchiha clan's territory sank into darkness. Whoosh, a small black dot silently streaked through the darkness and finally shot into a small riverside building. Inside the building, the eyelashes of the sleeping girl quivered. Moments later, in the dim room, I'm finally home. The familiar room, the familiar smell, made Kagetsu's tears almost fall. He didn't want to go back to Mayaboka Mountain. He just wanted to stay at home and not go anywhere. He never wanted to eat bugs again. Kagetsu? A trembling voice appeared behind him. The clouds parted to reveal the moon, and the pure white light streamed through the window. Kagetsu's body trembled beneath his pajamas. Although the creature before him didn't look human and its chakra was hidden, he was sure this was the person he loved most, his family. I'm so scared. So scared this is just a dream. Kagetsu's lips curled up as he turned around, quietly watching the enchanting figure under the moonlight, revealing a big smile. Sister, I'm back. Familiar voice, familiar tone, tears streamed down. Kagetsu. Kagetsu's sister could no longer suppress her emotions, rushing forward to tightly embrace her brother. Even if it was a dream, she just wanted to feel her brother's warmth one more time. Kagetsu, 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 repeatedly, over and over. Her heart had been shattered these days. If it weren't for the thoughts of revenge and resurrecting her brother, she would have long since collapsed. I'm sorry, sister. Kagetsu reached out to hug his sister back, very tightly, wanting her to know that he was truly back. The siblings held each other for a long time, feeling each other's presence. At this time, outside the small building, a white shadow slipped out of the wall. That kid didn't die? I need to inform Lord Madara and Lord Kuro. The white shadow sank underground and departed. Kagetsu and Kagetsu embraced for a long time, recounting what had happened recently. There wasn't much to say about Konoha. It was either fighting others or being fought by others. The main thing was Kagetsu listening to his brother's experiences, from resurrection to wandering in Mayaboka Mountain eating bugs. Sister, I never want to leave you again. Tears filled Kagetsu's eyes. That place was not somewhere a person could stay. Kagetsu's beautiful eyes widened. Go back to Mayaboka Mountain and train properly. What a joke. Others would beg for such an opportunity. And this stupid brother wanted to give it up, and he even knew the plot. Since his brother was back, some plans needed to be adjusted. But one thing remained unchanged. They had to get stronger. Kagetsu looked pitiful. Sister, shut up. When her sister's aura opened up, she didn't give her brother a chance to speak. You know how strong the enemies in the future will be. Without strength, how can you protect yourself? And how can you protect me and Kushina? Kagetsu pouted and lowered his head. He was just complaining and seeking comfort. And he definitely wouldn't slack off in training anymore. But what his sister said next shocked him. Kagetsu's eyes showed a kaleidoscope, revealing a pair of petal-like eyes. We know the truth about this world, so we need strong power to explore it, discover it, conquer it, break through it, and then find that bastard who brings pain to this world and beat him up. This was her grand goal she had thought of these days. Kagetsu had a faint feeling that something was wrong. Sister, can I ask who that bastard is? Kagetsu's gaze hardened, and she squeezed out a sentence. ABQS, the one who draws comics. All the pain comes from him. Kagetsu was dumbfounded. His sister wanted to defy the heavens. As a time traveler, he didn't even dare to think about beating Uchiha Bido, and she, a native, actually wanted to break through dimensions to beat the author. Gulpy swallowed hard. Sister, I think the ninja world is actually pretty good. Oh, my sister, wake up. Even the Sage of Six Paths doesn't have that ability. Besides, what would they do after going back? Continue scratching their bald heads to write his thesis? Or support their old parents? It's been 11 years. And with the time needed to get stronger in the future, by the time he went back, his generation of relatives would probably have been wiped out. Not to mention how to go back. It's simply impossible. Kagetsu. Kagetsu's sister grabbed his shoulder, her small face serious. As long as the story of this world continues, that person will keep creating new enemies. We must break through this cage. Looking at his sister's serious expression, it was the standard Uchiha straight-mindedness. And he couldn't persuade her. Forget it. Just consider it a crazy adventure with her. After all, he had already decided to get stronger. Even if his sister wanted to destroy the world, he would accompany her. Don't talk to me about morals. My sister is my morality. All right. Kagetsu nodded heavily. Kagetsu's gaze was fixed on her brother's serious face, and a smile blossomed. Originally, she planned to use Uchiha Bido to learn everything from him, then kill them all to resurrect her brother, then collect the tailed beasts to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and then hunt down the Otsutsuki to devour their powers. When she had enough strength, she would seek a way to break through dimensions, and if successful, she would take her brother away. In her understanding, since they could definitely go back as long as they found a way. Chapter 15. Night talk. The night covered Konoha village, and everything was silent. An invisible barrier sealed the dark room. A pair of siblings squeezed into the quilt, whispering, discussing their unreliable plans for a cross-dimensional trip during the May Day holiday. The sister wanted to act crazy, and of course, the brother couldn't be a normal person. There are actually very few ways to get stronger in the ninja world. There are basically only a few directions: Hashirama's cells, Jinchuriki, Rinnegan, Reincarnation Eye, Sage Arts, and finally becoming an Otsutsuki. But even Otsutsuki can't break through dimensions. Do we have to go plant trees and keep eating fruit? Kagetsu had transformed back into human form, eyes closed, looking troubled. The power system of Hokage continues to approach Otsutsuki, ultimately turning into a new Otsutsuki, yet even by the time of Naruto, there hasn't been a sign of the ability to break through dimensions. The weak moonlight poured in, and Kagetsu turned on her side, her beautiful eyes fixed on her brother, the corners of her lips unable to hide her smile. Breaking through dimensions is just our ultimate goal, a goal for 20 years, 40 years, or even 100 years or longer, so there's no need to think about this problem now. We need to take one step at a time. She leaned closer to her brother, feeling the warmth of the small boy, and felt at ease. If you haven't reached that height and experienced that upper-level power, you won't understand them. We need to first have a bit of power, understand it, subdue it, and then seek more power, searching for clues in the process. Those Otsutsuki in your memory, I only feel they are slaves to power and do not truly possess it. That makes sense. After listening to his sister's analysis, Kagetsu nodded in agreement. Otsutsuki are very strong enough to traverse the vast universe and complete interstellar travel. But they're also very weak. Even Naruto, who can ignite, can step on them a few times, and that Jin-Puzi combination is simply unbearable to watch, so bad it's laughable. These people resemble those new players who just started playing with full-level characters and then get bloodied by players just coming out of the newbie village. This should be the manifestation of not truly mastering power. Turning to face his sister, he asked excitedly, "Sister, where should we start first? How about Hashirama's cells? This thing can strengthen the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I have a mirror that's just right at Uchiha place. I could try to steal a bit." Hey Mirror Flower gently bumped her forehead against her brother's, scolding, "Don't mess around. I don't want to have to visit your grave again." A blind person daring to have ideas about Uchiha Madara. This annoying brother is both weak and reckless. I don't want to take him along. Mirror Moon reluctantly reached up to touch his forehead. "So where do you suggest we start?" The Rinnegan is in the land of rain, with Jiraiya-sensei watching over it. He definitely won't stand by. Even if I try to act cute, it won't work. The Reincarnation Eye is on the moon. We need to find a passage first. However, the Otsutsuki branch up there probably hasn't gone extinct yet, and it won't be easy to approach them. That thing is quite powerful, so it's best to wait a bit longer. Sage techniques aren't a problem. I just need a few more years to gather my chakra before I can learn them. The only option left is the Jinchuriki. Should we try to trick Kushina into bringing half of the Nine Tails over? Just as she finished speaking, Mirror Flower gave him a headbutt. Thud. Ouch. Sis, that hurts. Don't have bad ideas about Kushina if you just ask. She would probably give you the whole Nine Tails right away. When she sealed Kushina's memories, she felt how much Kushina liked her little brother, so she would really give it. I know, I was just joking. Mirror Moon touched his reddening forehead with tears in his eyes. But in the future, if I want to become the Sage of Six Paths, that half of the Nine Tails will definitely need to be extracted. There's no way around it. We don't have an absolute genetic database to perform the Edo Tensei on the golden and silver horns, and besides, Edo Tensei is hard to learn. This is also one of the reasons he doesn't want to pursue power. Gaining something means losing something. Mirror Flower frowned and remained silent for a moment. There will definitely be other ways in the future. For now, let's focus on improving ourselves. You should practice sage techniques well, and I'll find a way to get your eyes back from Danzo. So the other eye is with Danzo. Mirror Moon didn't expect both of his eyes to be in the hands of two villains. What do you mean the other one? Are the two eyes not together? Mirror Flower asked. Mirror Moon nodded helplessly. The left eye is in Uchiha Madara's eye socket. That's a problem. Mirror Flower felt it was tricky. She didn't have confidence in taking the eye back from Uchiha Madara, even though he was already an old man. So we need time now. With the G around, I can see the eyes, so there's no rush to get them back. Let's focus on developing ourselves until we become stronger, and then we can get them back. Mirror Moon dispelled his sister's idea of stealing the eye. Their current strength was still too weak. Mirror Flower nodded, still calculating how to get one eye back from Danzo. Sis, let's make a plan. You should fully develop the abilities of the kaleidoscope. And it's best if you can study Uchiha Madara's ability to use Susanoo without eyes. As for me, I will learn Sage techniques first. Then I'll teach you Sage techniques. And you help me get my eyes back, then teach me how to use Susanoo. By then, our eyes will fuse into an eternal kaleidoscope. One for you and one for me. After that, we'll go find Nagato to get 2 Rinnegan, one for you and one for me. Once we have the eyes, we can also get 2 power banks. The 7-tail from Takegakure is relatively easy, and the 1-tail from Sunagakure is also possible. After all, beating them up is also revenge. With that, we can basically walk sideways in the ninja world. Then we can start collecting tailed beasts from the great nations. Speaking of this, Mirror Moon frowned. This job seems quite offensive. How about we find a thug to do the work? I think Uchiha Madara would be good, but he's too old. We need to find another worker. Actually, we can first take half of each tailed beast, and then wait for Kaguya to resurrect before extracting that 9-tails Rinnegan. It's the strongest in the ninja world. The night wind gently swayed the curtains. The girl listened to her brother's endless plans for the future. Her beautiful eyes gradually hiding, her body instinctively seeking warmth, her white arms tightly locking the temperature in her embrace, not wanting to lose again. Mirror Moon, don't leave your sister behind, she murmured in her dreams. With his eyes tightly closed, Mirror Moon was momentarily stunned. He felt the breath blowing on his face, felt the unease in the tight embrace, and sensed their hearts beating in unison. A smile blossomed with warmth. My sister and I will always be together, forever. The curtains gently swayed, and the breathing in the room gradually became even. The 2 similar faces faced each other, their bloodlines connecting their fates, emotions difficult to part. Mirror Moon knew in his heart that choosing to resist the future would be very difficult. Becoming stronger isn't as simple as it sounds. It's not like just inserting an eye will let you use it, and even if you can use it, it doesn't necessarily mean you're strong. It requires effort, but also a different approach. Chapter 16. A dog's life matters. The first rays of sunlight quietly peeked over the horizon, and the small building by the river was filled with fragrant aromas. Fragrant rice porridge, fried eggs, woo. Seeing human food again, Mirror Moon couldn't help but tear up. Beside him, a girl with long black hair and an apron propped her chin and tilted her head, her eyes full of the boy. Her brother's useless look made her angry, but she couldn't help but smile. Last night, she felt particularly at ease sleeping next to her brother. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, go back to Mayaboka Mountain to practice. The Rudenbu comes by every day. Don't let Danzo find out you're here. Danzo would eliminate any potential threats and wouldn't allow her brother, the original owner of the kaleidoscope, to appear again. Mirror Moon pouted. Got it, I'll be back soon. Once I learn Sage techniques, we'll take him down and dominate Konoha. Mirror Flower revealed a pretty Byakugan. Her brother's fox demon appearance, with big ears and a swishing tail, was both silly and cute, truly a stupidly adorable little guy. She grabbed his big tail and gave it a rub. Just as her brother asked, Sis, do you want to see the future? She shook her head. No need. We have a farther future. Adding in her heart, you are my future. Just looking at you is enough. As expected of my sister. Mirror Moon gave a thumbs up to his older sister, praising her for having a big vision, while Uchiha Madara was always thinking about cheating by looking into the future. By the way, sis, let's cast a limited illusion on each other to forget the future plans. I haven't sorted things out on my side yet. Uchiha Madara should still be able to see into the future, and it would be bad if he discovered it. Mirror Flower squinted and smiled, clever. Then the 2 of them looked at each other and used their Sharingan to cast an illusion, sealing part of their memories, with the condition that the illusion would automatically lift once they completed the trial mirror. The little fox has Sharingan. After finishing, Mirror Moon finished the porridge in his bowl, casually summoned a mirror, and prepared to return to Mayaboka Mountain. At this time, Fuka should already be looking for people. Sis, Kushina will be coming over later. Got it. Go on. Mirror Flower stroked her brother's fox ears. They felt really good. This brother was just too wonderful. He could be both a brother and sister with fox ears and a big tail, making her a little reluctant to let that little girl, Kushina, have him. Hee. I'll come back for dinner tonight. With a laugh, Mirror Moon sank into the mirror. Stupid little boy. Mirror Flower caught the falling mirror, shaking her head. There were more and more mirrors at home as she tidied up the dining table. It wasn't long before a red-headed mummy appeared at the door. After a long time of nervousness, he finally gathered the courage. "Excuse me, is this Uchiha Mirrorflower's house?" After shouting, his eyes kept glancing inside the house. In the expectant gaze, a graceful girl with a slender figure entered his sight, sending a smile full of apology. "I'm sorry, Kushina. It's all my sister's fault." "Sister." In a mountain graveyard, under the Outer Path magic statue, Uchiha Mirror Moon's resurrection is seen as an opportunity to make Uchiha Mirrorflower even more desperate. Kurizetsu suggested to Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the stone chair, that he still felt that Mirrorflower was more reliable than the non-source. Uchiha Madara half-lidded his eyes and spoke. "Women are ultimately a bit lacking. There's no need to consider it further." "What a joke. Do you still want to go down the toilet?" "Considering it would have to wait until I look at the future again," Kurizetsu asked. "Then how should we handle this Uchiha Mirror Moon? He is after all the original owner of this kaleidoscope, and using this eye in the future may bring trouble." Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment. Let it become the trial stone for Uchiha Fuyuin's first phase. Uchiha KageyukiGets' strength seems quite good. Kurizetsu, yes. I will take my leave first. It seems Jiraiya over in the Land of Rain does not intend to teach Nagato ninjutsu and needs to handle that. Go ahead. Uchiha Madara stared blankly at the spot where Kurizetsu had disappeared. Uchiha KageyukiGets' resurrection, the mirror's restoration, and the future he saw. What is the connection between the three? Could it be that Uchiha KageyukiGets is setting a trap for himself? No, if it were truly a trap, he wouldn't have seen the future of failure. He was killed. Kurizetsu was sealed, and the Moon Eye plan completely failed. Upon realizing this, he could have eliminated the threat in advance. The other party had no reason to betray his sister. He raised his hand to touch his left eye, and a guess arose in his heart. Could it be that because he obtained this kaleidoscope, it triggered the power within the mirror? That would be the most reasonable explanation. He wondered if he would be able to see a new future again. With this thought, Uchiha Madara picked up the mirror again, and chakra slowly flowed in. He had tried it once in the early hours of last night, but failed, only seeing a pitch-black void. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. In anticipation and hope, a croak from a frog made his heart leap with joy. Then, a flash of white light. You were born on a snowy morning during the Warring States period. Reliving his life. Meanwhile, KageyukiGets, who was in Mayaboka Mountain, was completely unaware, as he was lifting a stone toad while practicing squats. 230. 231. 232. 2. KageyukiGets' legs trembled in struggle. While on the stone toad's forehead, a fox and 2 toads were playing cards. A 3 of a kind. 3 also explodes? Little guy, can you even do that? I can't. Huh. The little fox tilted its head and noticed that the stone toad below was no longer moving. It shouted down, Dad. No more shaking. What's shaking? I'm your dad, not a shaking car. KageyukiGets was so angry that he lost his breath. Boom! The stone toad hit the ground. It hurts. The little fox felt as if its body was hammered, and when it separated from KageyukiGets, their life force was shared. During fusion, all senses were shared. Grandma Toad, quickly save my dad. A minute later, KageyukiGets was pulled out from underground by Shinsaku and received a half-day injury leave. He grabbed the little fox to fuse, speeding up his recovery, and went to find his sister and little Chili for comfort. But as soon as he entered the Hall of 10 Mirrors, he lost interest because Uchiha Madara was watching a big movie again. You chose a boy named Uchiha Fuyuin to inherit your will. Although this boy has poor talent, you do not care. As long as his heart is dark and fallen enough, he is a qualified representative. What the hell, this time it's Fuyuin. This old man is indeed trying to cheat by trial and error. The trial mirror was showing an old man guiding a boy. KageyukiGets couldn't help but muster his spirits despite the pain. The old man Madara, guiding Fien, was much more detailed than when guiding his sister. After all, the two had vastly different talents. However, the playback was still very fast. Obviously, Uchiha Madara was not interested and was not watching seriously. He didn't have time to learn and had to activate the little fox's Sharingan to copy. Record it, give my sister a little extra, But it didn't take long before the scene switched. You taught him everything you learned in your life, implanted Hashirama cells for him, and set up a backup plan. He did not disappoint you and mastered them all skillfully. Then you gave him his first mission, to assassinate Uchiha KageyukiGets. This old bastard actually sent Fuyuin to deal with me? KageyukiGets was stunned. Who does he look down on? With Uchiha Fuyuin's level, he wouldn't be able to handle me with one hand. Sending him was about right. The next line of narration made him even more stunned. Uchiha Fuyuin successfully completed his first mission, and from then on, you let him roam the ninja world freely. Why am I in trouble again? With the power of the mirror escape and the ability to fuse with the little fox, he believed that in the ninja world, if he wanted to escape, no one could kill him. This is cheating. Is this what the great Toad Sage meant when he said that as long as he leaves Maiboka Mountain, he would be in danger? He started to believe it a bit. In the future, he should go home less. A dog's life is important. Chapter 17, Uchiha Madara's future from Uchiha Madara's perspective. You chose a boy named Uchiha Fuyuin to inherit your will. Although this boy has poor talent, you do not care. As long as his heart is dark and fallen enough, he is a qualified representative. As expected, changes appeared. The future changed, and Madara confirmed his guess that he could alter the future's direction through different choices. This mirror is simply a divine artifact. Even Uchiha Madara, who was well informed, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards this mirror. He didn't know the connection between this little brat Uchiha KageyukiGets and the mirror. It didn't seem like a bloodline limit, but more like a ninja tool. The scene continued. You began to teach him everything you learned in your life, implanted Hashirama cells for him, and set up a backup plan. He did not disappoint you, and mastered them all skillfully. Then you gave him his first mission, to assassinate Uchiha KageyukiGets. Uchiha Fuyuin successfully completed his first mission, and from then on, you let him roam the ninja world freely. You did not stop researching this kaleidoscope, and finally discovered its mysteries. Although missing the key core, you still used other means to utilize some of its abilities. However, for someone like you who has the power of the Rinnegan, this ability is not important. The myriad phenomena give birth to the duality of yin and yang, so it is. However, forcibly splitting will only weaken strength, which is inadvisable. He saw his future self forcibly using KageyukiGets' kaleidoscope. It had the effect of splitting one's self, capable of separating body and soul to create another self, but it would also become very weak. This technique's effect is even worse than the shadow clone. Generally, only those who are extremely afraid of death would use it. Useless. While complaining, the scene of his future life also came to an end. After arranging everything, you entrusted the kaleidoscope and your will to Uchiha Fuyuin, then severed your own life. The good show is about to begin. The elderly Madara felt that it had been a long time since he had such a strong sense of anticipation for something. At this moment, the scene shifted from darkness to light. Lord Madara, congratulations on returning to the ninja world. Well done, Kurizetsu. With a compliment, you returned from the Pure Land in peak condition, and what you faced was another god of ninjas. Has it finally come to this moment? Madara looked contentedly at the scene of Fuyuin being controlled by Kurizetsu. Indeed, it's better to choose a weaker one to control, unlike the last one who directly stabbed him. In the scene, Fuyuin had a single Rinnegan, and he looked like he was about to die after just using the Rinnegan. However, Madara was not concerned about this pawn. The 4 words in the narration caught his attention even more. God of the ninja world? Who else besides Hashirama deserves that title? He looked disdainfully. Opposite them was a giant 10-tailed beast, and on top of the beast stood a person with a kaleidoscope in his right eye and a Rinnegan in his left eye, his gaze looking down on everything. Beneath the torn armor was a familiar face, Hashirama's. Madara couldn't help but feel jealous. It's unbearable for anyone to see their beloved in someone else's heart. A guy who stole the powers of Senju and Uchiha, while he gritted his teeth in anger. In the scene, the person on the 10-tail spoke with an expressionless face. Uchiha Fuyuin, a pitiful waste, spending your entire life causing trouble for others. The person's gaze shifted to the recently resurrected Uchiha Madara, who had no eyes. Madara, this is no longer your era. Return to the Pure Land. After saying this, the person raised a hand, and countless hands reached out from the 10 tails. Eta, he. Inside, Uchiha Madara calmly attached Fuyuin's 2 eyes to himself, and at the moment the tentacles approached his right eye, the Rinnegan opened wide in anger. I am the era. The battle between the two immediately commenced. Your opening battle lasted a whole day and night. The opponent's ability to coexist with the 10 tails made it quite challenging for you, as he had become an immortal existence. During the fight, you learned the opponent's name from Kurizetsu, Shin Uchiha, an ambitious figure who sought to unify the 5 great nations by gathering 8 one-tailed beasts to control the world, and one of Kurizetsu's most successful pawns. The elderly Madara watched this future battle of his own, as if watching a movie, though it lacked the joy of drinks and popcorn. Relying on transplanting Hashirama cells to shorten the cooldown of the Uchiha KageyukiGets Sharingan, and then using the coexisting abilities of Sharingan to subdue Hashirama's power, ultimately coexisting with the 10 tails in a manner of iterative evolution. This Shin Uchiha is quite imaginative. But what use is that? He is merely helping me collect tailed beasts, saving me some effort. The battle situation in the scene was just as the elderly Madara described. What use is it? Shin Uchiha is merely coexisting with the 10 tails. His power limit is only this. Under Kurizetsu's backup and Uchiha Madara's dance, he was ultimately absorbed into Madara's body along with the 10 tails. Then, facing the full moon, he opened his third eye. As the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, at this moment you transcend to become a sage, achieving the 6 paths, completing your lifelong moon eye plan. And true peace in the ninja world is about to arrive. This will be a world without war, without pain, a lonely world without people. The perfect world in your heart. I succeeded. I succeeded. The elderly Madara excitedly watched his future self fulfill his dream. The moon eye illuminated the earth. The roots of the god tree emerged from the ground, and everyone was bound into a dream in the next moment. Hashirama, did you see that? I am the one who is right. I have brought peace and happiness to the ninja world. He now desperately wanted his friend Hashirama Senju to witness all of this. To witness his success. In the scene, it's over, severing the causal relationships of the world, cutting off pain and worries to welcome true happiness. Hashirama, I have finally eliminated conflict and saved the world as a savior. The future Uchiha Madara was also smiling, happy to realize his ideals, and Kurizetsu's was also laughing. A very strange laugh. The elderly Madara felt something was off. Kurizetsu was controlling Feigen's hand to reach towards the back of his future self. Be careful. The excitement warned him, but he was just a spectator. Thought a black hand pierced through the heart. Wrong, Madara. You are not the savior, just a ridiculous pawn. Everything has just begun. Why? I created you. You are my consciousness. Why? Both Madaras, inside and outside the picture, asked the same question. You are mistaken. My consciousness is Kaguya. Kaguya Otsutsuki, Yatsum, Yui, Indra Azura. The secrets hidden for millennia were revealed in Kurizetsu's display, fooling, deceiving, and calculating. In this 1,000-year-long game, you were merely a successful pawn of his. The Uchiha Madara in the scene wailed. As the god tree consumed the chakra of the beings on the planet, infusing it into his body, which then began to expand and transform. Hashirama, where did I go wrong? The falling Uchiha Madara issued his last inquiry, still searching for answers. Dad, hurry! A weak, barely audible voice abruptly stopped, and the scene froze on a woman's face as the closing narration appeared. With your final question, you step into the last chapter of a life wrapped in lies. Although it is sad and laughable, at least you completed your ideal, creating a peaceful world without conflict, which is also a world without people. Bang! The mirror was smashed to pieces. Impossible. The elderly Madara let out a hysterical roar beneath the demon statue. His beliefs, his ideals, his betrayal of the village he built with his friends, and now you say this was just a lie. How could he accept that? It must be fake. This mirror has a problem. It's that little brat. It must be him. He must be hiding in the mirror, trying to deceive me, denying the future he saw. He picked up the shattered mirror shards and began to channel chakra to repair it. 20 minutes later, the elderly Madara looked at the ugly black and white blocks on the screen, along with the large words Tetris and Start Game. Unable to contain himself for a long time. What is this? Where's my future? Chapter 18. Ninja Technique AI, Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. The left image of the cracked trial mirror disappeared, along with it the permanently vanished toad pattern. The essence left behind by the great toad sage had completely disappeared from the trial mirror. No one knew it had been there, nor did anyone know it had left. On the right side of the trial mirror, chains of techniques, composed of incantations, spread out from Kyogetsu's hands, ultimately forming a formation with a hollow circle in the middle on the right mirror surface. Kyogetsu didn't look at the ending because he was too busy. Moreover, Kurizetsu had already bared his heart, and it was just that, but the fact that Shin was using his eyes to coexist with the 10 tails was an unexpected move. This old thing is somewhat impressive. Just one step away, he needed ACU to complete the technique array. Hand signs. As the hand seals were made, a faint white light emanated from his body. Suddenly, the hand sign stopped, and his right hand turned into a blade. Slash! The hand blade quickly swept across the surface of the white light, scraping off star-like dots. His soul cutting really hurts like hell. Kyogetsu winced in pain, unable to pause. His palm brushed over the star-like white light, absorbing the residual consciousness and forming small light points, then quickly made hand signs. Een, dog, ox, rabbit. Seal. The small light points were instantly sealed into the formation on the right side of the trial mirror, and a soul character appeared in the hollow circle, followed by chains of incantations connecting around the circle. Ha! Finally done. Testing can wait until tomorrow. My head hurts. I'll go out and take a nap to recover my soul. Procrastinator Uchiha KageyukiGets happily left the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors, leaving the technique on the right side of the trial mirror quietly lying there. What is this? While watching the grand movie of Uchiha Madara, KageyukiGets was also rushing to finish his ninja technique AI mini-program. The initial draft he compiled last night was almost complete. After all, there was no need to code, and it was very fast once he understood the core logic. He even casually wrote a puzzle game for the little fox. However, during this process, he encountered a problem. Running software requires hardware support. He could use sealing techniques to replace storage, chakra as energy, and incantation techniques to replace circuits. But now relying solely on the logic of circuits seemed insufficient. When they made the mirror phone before, they actually didn't create a complete program. It was just a collection of functions and corresponding switches with very simple logic. But now, making a complete AI program required making these circuits, which only had simple switch logic, more practical, more logical, and smarter. This required algorithm support, and complex algorithms couldn't rely on a single circuit. They needed to be integrated into an integrated circuit or even a central processing unit that could handle various information exchanges. CU. Of course, at this point, he wasn't stumped, as he could draw on the AI core algorithms from his previous life. The difficulty lies in the fact that after finally completing a large integrated ninjutsu circuit, he found that it could not operate independently. Due to its overly complex components, the input chakra could even get lost in the technique and create many logical dead ends. He needed to add a coordinating core to this circuit. After research, he discovered 3 alternatives: chakra, spiritual energy, and soul energy, all of which could accomplish the overall invocation of the technique, as they all represented the caster themselves. The original plan was to use chakra, but thinking about how the increasing chakra connected to the Hall of Mirrors could interfere with his own chakra made him reconsider. Then he thought of pure spiritual energy, but without human support, it would quickly be depleted. Thus, he had no choice but to choose the last option, as soul energy would not dissipate under chakra support and could even be enhanced, generating spiritual energy for use. This led to the scene above, where Mirror Moon was cutting into his own soul. Of course, he did not yet know the specific effects, as the pain from severing his soul was unbearable, and he went to recuperate. However, not long after, Uchiha Obito, the black powder of the mirror, experienced the effects first. He saw that the previously dormant soul character in the technique on the right side of the trial mirror flickered with a faint light as Uchiha Obito's chakra entered the Hall of Mirrors. Then, that chakra was guided to the right side of the trial mirror. Instead of being drawn into the space mirror, as initially intended, it flowed into the formation, layer by layer, converging into the central soul character. If someone could break the seal at that moment, they would see a small light point growing into a larger one. Unfortunately, Uchiha Obito soon stopped sending chakra, and the trial mirror fell silent again. In the mountain tomb, Uchiha Obito stared blankly at the mirror in his hand, displaying the prompt game over. Of course, he wasn't focused on the game, but rather on other matters. The mirror, Uchiha Mirror Moon, the future, Black Zetsu, Kaguya, Indra Ashura. A multitude of information converged, igniting his CU. His entire life, countless experiences, replayed in his mind as he searched for any possible clues. He didn't want to believe the future in the mirror, yet he dared not disbelieve it. And he could not avoid doubting reality. Once the seeds of doubt were sown, everything seemed suspicious, and nothing could withstand scrutiny. The stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. The process of Black Zetsu's birth, including his own Moon Eye plan, suddenly felt full of coincidences and doubts. Now he felt he could trust no one, not even his own will, which might be a fake. What else in the world could he trust? His eyes narrowed slightly. There was one thing he could confirm first. He closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and his perception sank into his body, spirit, soul. What he was searching for was Indra, the so-called previous life. Under deliberate perception, the anomalies hidden within the soul that were easily overlooked were finally found. There really is something. Obito self-deprecatingly chuckled, as he realized he was one step closer to being a deceived fool. He probed into the soul, trying to separate Indra's soul. In order to prevent his soul from entering the Pure Land, Indra had transformed part of his soul into a special soul chakra, enveloping the main soul. Obito sensed that these soul chakras were like roots, deeply embedded in his own soul, making separation difficult. After all, ever since he was born, this thing had attached itself to his soul, accompanying his growth, shaping his character, influencing his choices, deeply intertwined with his soul. It could be said that unless he walked away himself, it would be impossible to separate. Damn it! How could the proud and arrogant Obito accept this feeling of being manipulated like a puppet? After a lifetime of struggles, you tell me that my efforts, my successes, my strength are all because I am some broken reincarnation of Indra? He even thought of committing suicide to take this thing down with him. But then he realized that even if he died, it would just find a new target, so he gave up on the idea of going down together. No, he still had to get rid of it. Otherwise, he would always feel unclean. Except for Hashirama, he would not accept any other man into his body. The only good news now was that Indra's soul was in a hazy state, with the main consciousness not awakened and non-aggressive, giving him enough time to think. However, his brain was not cooperating. After a while, he began to feel a headache. He raised his hand to rub his temples. And that one, I suddenly stared blankly at his hand. He thought of a method. This kaleidoscope might be able to do it. The future version of himself had used this kaleidoscope's ability to undergo a split, a process he remembered well. Could he try using this method to split Indra's soul out? Although he might lose a part of his own soul in the process, it felt feasible. Then, Uchiha Obito closed his eyes to experience the left eye's kaleidoscope ability, gathering chakra to gradually activate his ocular power. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. Suddenly, the kaleidoscope manifested. Mirror realm dual birth split soul. A silent roar rose from his body, filled with pain and wails, struggling. The battle-hardened Uchiha Obito clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The pain was unimaginable. Mirror Moon was already on the verge of death from just a slight scrape. After a while, he sensed that the soul had been split into 2 parts. The elderly Obito endured the pain, scanning his surroundings for a container to hold the soul. The outer path golem? Impossible. That would aid the enemy. White Zetsu? No. If Indra awakened, he could be counterattacked. Finally, his gaze fell on the mirror in his hand that reflected himself. This thing could accept chakra, so it should also be able to receive souls. The kaleidoscope focused. Go. After a soft command, a mass of spiritual energy rose from his body and plunged into the mirror. Bang! The mirror shattered in the next moment, turning to dust with no chance of repair. The elderly Obito closed his eyes and tilted his head, fainting. Not far away, White Zetsu happened to see this. Oh no, Madara-san is in big trouble. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Mirrors, at the moment the soul entered, the soul character released chakra, activating all the techniques on the trial mirror, which projected chakra threads toward that massive soul. Zing! But at the moment of contact, it was repelled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The soul character trembled, seemingly having judged that it lacked the ability to pull that thing in, leading to a surge of more chakra extraction. Suddenly, this chakra was absorbed by the trial mirror. Zing to the right side of the trial mirror, where the soul character was located, the side that had originally seemed broken lit up. Then, a beam of light shot out from it, entering the space mirror. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A spatial vortex appeared, and before the massive soul could react, it was sucked in. The spatial vortex disappeared, the trial mirror fell silent, and a small point of soul light in the soul character dimmed, returning the Hall of Mirrors to quiet. Only on the mirror surface of the space mirror was a silent short film of 2 people playing. Chapter 19 Indra, Uchiha Obito in the empty and vast. A massive mist was howling silently, within which something seemed to be struggling. Occasionally, 2 human faces appeared, sometimes hands and feet, sometimes bodies, as they seemed to pull and separate from each other, a scene terrifying like a horror movie. Of course, theoretically, they were no different from ghosts, because they were 1.5 souls. After a long time, the massive mist finally split into 2 parts, and then they twisted and deformed, finally revealing 2 spiritual bodies in this empty. Both looked like young men, one brown-haired and one black-haired, with long hair and a pair of Sharingan eyes. Precisely the souls that were thrown into the mirror by the old man Madara. Indra, half of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Indra let out a soul-shattering roar. He certainly knew what had just happened when their souls intersected. Damn it, the reincarnator has exiled his own ancestor. And the reincarnation conflict with Ashura is likely to come to an end. This is a breakdown. What are you shouting about? I can hear you. Uchiha Madara impatiently retorted, as he was reviewing the memories obtained from Indra, becoming more and more enraged. This guy actually killed his best friend for power, and wanted to kill his own brother for authority. What a scumbag. I love my brother so much, Having such an ancestor is truly embarrassing. The key is that he is both stupid and stubborn, causing calamity for 1,000 years over a victory or defeat. From Indra's life, it is clear that his ambition is enormous. Kaguya's influence is at most one of the factors. Such a person is destined not to be satisfied with being behind others. Not just Ashura, even if others surpass him, he will still fall into darkness out of jealousy. Unlike myself, who has a vision of peace, merely deceived by his setup. He found many appearances of Kaguya in Indra's memories, which proves that Kaguya is not his will. Was deceived. Reincarnation, Kaguya. These basically confirm that the future he saw is genuine. Bastard. Without Kaguya, without Indra, I could probably grow old together with Hashirama in Konoha. Now it's too late. Uchiha Madara. Indra is still calling out. Are you annoying? Uchiha Madara glanced at him, with a glare and clenched fists. He looked like he wanted to fight, but was suppressing himself. It was obvious that this guy wanted to fight him, but didn't want to waste soul power. A soul without a body and chakra supply is like a tree without roots. The more power is used, the less remains, and without a body. The cost of using ninjutsu will be even greater. As long as he still wants to get out, he cannot waste his power on pointless fights. If you want to fight, come at me. If you're scared, get lost. I'm only half a soul. What is there to be afraid of? Indra tried to calm himself. Calm. Must stay calm. If I can get in, I can definitely get out. I need to preserve my strength. Looking at Uchiha Madara, it would be best to involve him. He has had the Rinnegan and must understand space-time better. Your Moon-Eye plan is actually fine. It can definitely be executed. Time to persuade. TCH Madara sneered, not even lifting his head. You still want to fool me? Go eat shit. I'm holding back. Indra swallowed his anger. You already know Kaguya is behind this. As long as you kill him before becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, you can still achieve your dream. Uchiha Madara, are you really willing to give up the ideals you've pursued your whole life? Think about Hashirama Senju. Don't you want to create a world with him in it? Indra kept speaking, while Madara only felt a buzzing noise. He raised his head and spat out a word. Scram. This is all leftover for me. Hand seals. A stone chamber appeared out of thin air, and he moved in, setting up a barrier. He wanted to leave, but didn't he want Indra to escape? Indra helplessly began to study space-time ninjutsu to find a way to break through the alternate space. In a mountain graveyard, in an underground cave. Hey. A young man was sweating profusely while facing 2 white Zetsus. Uchiha Hayu had been here for a while. Aside from seeing Uchiha Madara once when he first arrived, he hadn't seen him since, as White Zetsu was responsible for his training. However, even so, his growth was incomparable to when he was in Konoha, proving he was indeed Uchiha Madara as descendant. Kushina Uzumaki, I will definitely kill you myself. Sweat trickled down his cheek, red light flickering with determination. At the cave's top, Kaguya, who had just returned from a game in the Land of Rain, wore a silent smile. Good eyes, although the talent is a bit lacking. It loves this young man filled with hatred. He is easy to control. Suddenly, a white Zetsu poked its head out from the wall beside it, anxiously saying, Not good, Madara-san is dead. Nanny. Kaguya was shocked. This old man died? How could this happen with the outer path demonic statues, chakra, sustaining him? It couldn't he believe it. Let us go. We need to check it out. Kaguya and White Zetsu then sank into the cave wall, reappearing near Uchiha Madara. Then Kaguya felt something was off. The aura was really faint. White Zetsu went up to amplify his life force. One White Zetsu quickly attached itself to old Madara, visibly shriveling away. Thud! Madara's aging body felt like it had been injected with a powerful stimulant. His heart began to beat strongly again, but he still hadn't awakened. Kaguya's gaze was fixed on old Madara. It was the soul that had weakened. It sensed that this old man had changed. A part of his soul was missing, the part that belonged to Indra. It was shocked. Did Indra leave Madara's reincarnation early? What exactly happened? While Kaguya was stunned, in Konoha, a little red-haired mummy finished dinner, carrying a food box back to the mansion on the outskirts of the village. Annoying brat, smelly moon. Little monster, big fool, la la la. Kushina Uzumaki retrieved her lost memories and also the lost people. Although she was very angry at her sister's unilateral decision, kind-hearted Kushina still generously forgave her. It definitely wasn't tea because her sister gave her too much. Burp, so full, letting out a long belch. The distressed little redhead struggled to touch her round belly. She pushed the door open and entered. Shunadane, dinner, Shunadane. After shouting twice with no response, she sighed and sat down at the dining table, her mood becoming heavy. With her memories restored and having learned some things from her sister, She of course knew the large part of the reason for Kakashi's death was because he came to save them. The fat guy, teacher Nara, and even the oil girl who she personally pierced through the heart. Sore. Raising her right hand to her eyes, the warmth of that heart seemed to linger at her fingertips. At that moment, she really wanted to find someone to talk to, instinctively pulling out a mirror to activate it to chat with her boyfriend. She paused for a moment, focusing her gaze. Tetris start game, what is that little moon doing again? With a little tap of her small hand, the ignorant girl fell into the trap. Not long after, Tsunade stumbled in looking for alcohol to get drunk, rummaging through a few storage points. Annoyed, she frowned. Kushina, there's no alcohol at home. Go buy some if there's none. Kushina was completely focused on the mirror. No money. Sudane rubbed her throbbing head and pulled out a chair to sit down. There's some in the cabinet. I don't want to go. Eat first. I'll go out tomorrow to buy it for you. Kushina quickly pushed the food box over, then quickly withdrew her hand to point at the mirror. Tsunade glanced at the food box in front of her, feeling a bit hungry, so she opened it. It smelled good. The aroma instantly wafted over, and she took out the dishes and rice and began to eat heartily. How did you think to buy dinner today? Have you quit ramen? She asked between bites. My sister made it for me. Kushina replied without looking up. Your sister? Sudane was bewildered, thinking for a long time. Me? Kushina rolled her eyes at her. What are you thinking? You're, at most, a giant baby. Little girl, are you healed yet? TCH, if you dare hit me, I'll let the nine tails bite you. Kushina still kept her head down. Nine tails, get lost. Little girl, tell that guy to bring me a big mirror. I'm so bored to death. Kushina, I can't get in touch right now next time. At this moment, Tsunade noticed that the girl was staring at the mirror and couldn't help but feel curious as she approached her with a bowl in hand. Another victim. Meanwhile, two teams of Umbu were sending their daily reports on the Jinchuriki back to their respective leaders outside the mansion. Chapter 20. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, quietly watching the moonlight illuminate the Hokage rock. The Leaf Ninja forces had already entered the Wind Country, and war had begun again. However, this time, the situation had returned to its previous tense state, because the Leaf Village no longer had the benefit of the mirror technique. They couldn't relay information in real time across vast distances, determining the outcome from miles away, especially with the Wind Country's vast expanse and harsh climate. Communication was even more difficult. Mirror, I'm sorry. You personally gave me this treasure to give to the village, and I've lost it. The images and expressions of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Kagetsu lingered in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized its importance, and the more guilty he felt. The key was that after experiencing that feeling, he could no longer accept the current outdated methods of warfare. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts, and he collected himself. Come in. An Umbu entered and handed over a report. Lord Third, this is the report on Uzumaki Kushina's activities from today. All right, you can leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the report, and the Umbu left. The thin page didn't contain much, and he wasn't worried that Kushina would go berserk, but the process still had to be followed to reassure the villagers, the clans, and the higher-ups in Konoha. He opened it and casually glanced through it. Left home at 6 a.m., arrived at Uchiha Kagami's house at 6:25 a.m., returned home at 6:33 p.m. His attention was caught. Kushina went to see Kagami and stayed for a whole day. His brows furrowed. Kushina took the initiative to find Kagami. Was there a problem with the memory seal? Given Kushina's understanding of sealing techniques, it was possible she could discover and break it. This could be troublesome. A Jinchuriki who had exposed their identity visiting the Uchiha clan every day. How should this be handled? Not allowing her to go would hurt Kushina's feelings and make the Uchiha feel mistrusted. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on, but soon it intensified. Creek Danzo pushed the door open with his dead, fish-like eyes, and his first words were, Hiruzen, how do you plan to handle the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, as he was emotionally compromised and could not respond. Danzo seemed to have anticipated this and immediately proposed a solution. Hand over one of the Jinchuriki or Uchiha Kagami to me for training. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rejected the idea. Kagami could not be handed over to Danzo. He didn't want the daughter of his friend to fall into darkness. As for the Jinchuriki, that was even more out of the question. No matter how good his relationship with Danzo was, he could not agree, because the Jinchuriki must be under the control of the Hokage line. That was a bottom line. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Do you want to see the Uchiha regain control of the tail beasts? Think about Uchiha Madara. Kagami is not Uchiha Madara. She is Kagami's daughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. Her name is Uchiha Kagami, the Uchiha of Uchiha Madara. Danzo shouted sharply. Danzo, Hiruzen. The two faced off, and the atmosphere in the office became tense enough to hear a pin drop. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen collected his emotions and spoke expressionlessly. You are no longer the Hokage's advisor. A flash of sharpness crossed Danzo's eyes. Hiruzen, be careful. I'm doing this for Konoha. With that, he turned and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up a cigarette and quietly inhaled, exhaling smoke. He knew Danzo's intentions, to take advantage of Kagami losing her only relative, destabilizing her emotions, and turning her into a tool. If it were someone else, he might have agreed, but Kagami was after all Kagami's daughter, and Kagetsu had just sacrificed himself for the village. Sighing, he continued to think about how to ensure that Kagami and Kushina could be together while reassuring the various clans and others. Meanwhile, Danzo was also thinking about how to get Kagami and the Jinchuriki into his hands. With his Manjiki Sharingan, he wasn't worried about the Uchiha controlling the Jinchuriki. He knew better than anyone the power of the Manjiki. The three Tomo was nothing compared to the Manjiki. As for why he wanted both of them, of course, it was also for his right on Manjiki. After the addition of Obito to the Root Research Department, they quickly proposed a hypothesis to accelerate the cool-down time of Flower Moon symbiosis. That is, the blood relationship between Kagami and Kagetsu might help with the cool-down. So he wanted to bring Kagami into Root for research. As for the Jinchuriki, that was just a casual thought. If he could get her in, that would be best. So they could start researching in advance to facilitate the extraction of the tailed beast for symbiosis later. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was watching these two closely, and he hadn't managed to get either. It seemed he needed to use some special methods. Danzo scanned the bustling street with his one eye and vanished in an instant. Shortly after, he returned to the Root base. Swishinambu, wearing a sheep mask, appeared. Lord Danzo, prepare the public opinion. I need to test whether the Jinchuriki is stable. Yes. The subordinate left, and Danzo stood still in thought. Testing the Jinchuriki was just a cover. He wanted to use the close relationship between Kagami and Kushina. Kagami would never stand by and watch Kushina be bullied, which would allow him to make her heir. Once she made a mistake, Hiruzen would have no reason to protect her. While Danzo was scheming, Kagetsu was very confused. The day after completing the Ninja World version of the small program, Kagetsu arrived at the transfer station, the Hall of Mirrors. He couldn't directly travel through the mirrors from Mayaboka Mountain to his home, so he needed to use the Hall of Mirrors as a transfer point. Now he was preparing to go home for a loving lunch from his sister and then take the opportunity during the lunch break to do the test for A. However, he discovered something strange yet again. Why was it getting more confusing to use this Hall of Mirrors? Arriving in front of the space mirror, the originally smooth mirror surface was now pitch black, with only a stone house and a figure sitting cross-legged hanging oddly on it. Why did another person and house suddenly appear? Could this alternate space be connected to somewhere else? He pressed his palm on the mirror, trying to enlarge the image. It worked, just like the mirror's operation. The image kept enlarging, and the person next to the stone house became clearer, wearing white clothes with a tomo pattern. With brown long hair, short eyebrows, and closed eyes with eyeshadow on the lower eyelids, he looked quite handsome and somewhat familiar. Kagetsu's expression gradually changed. Indra, what the heck? How did he get in? He was dumbfounded. Just then, it seemed that Indra in the space mirror sensed his gaze, and a pair of Manjiki suddenly opened, mouth moving as if speaking. However, Kagetsu couldn't hear, only catching a glimpse of the Manjiki before quickly averting his gaze and anxiously forming hand seals. Release. I'm not caught in a Jinjutsu. Feeling safe and steady, Kagetsu hurried to check what was happening with his AI. Upon looking, he found that there were indeed some additional techniques listed. These added techniques were log records, essential for better understanding whether what he created could operate and its operational status. He casually summoned a mirror to the trial mirror, ignited chakra on his finger to activate the log technique, and these techniques crawled onto the mirror in his hand, then transformed into text. Record 1, 3 to 0. 1 to 0 record 2, 3, record 3, 3xx record 4, 4 to 0, 0 1, 0 record 5, 4 to 0, 0 1 0. Record 9, 6 to 0, 0 1 0. Looking at the long line of logs, Jingyue felt overwhelmed. The number 3 represents the mirror of Uchiha Madara, as it is the third activation, and so on. 1 and 2 are in Mayaboka Mountain, for his Kushina. 5 is the older sister, and 6 is unknown. 0 01 represents the amount of chakra flowing in, measured in cards. One card equals 4 Chidori Ray cuts, early Kakashi's blue chakra. The third 0 represents the amount of chakra flowing to the space mirror. 3XX indicates that this mirror has completely disappeared. If 1X is damaged and temporarily unusable, the projection of the Hall of Mirrors still exists. Indicates that the chakra cannot be calculated or is not chakra. The current situation is likely that Uchiha Madara has thrown Indra's soul into the mirror. Jinwei chuckled bitterly. Madara, you're so impressive. Do you think this is the underworld? But seeing that string of zeros again made him puzzled. The chakra flowing and didn't enter the space mirror. Where did it go? There's no log of the trial mirror being activated, and chakra that hasn't been consumed wouldn't just disappear. There's no choice. He placed his hands on the technique array and began to manually check one by one. When he reached the core, he found a problem. That little soul was very weak and sent a signal of longing. Jinwei slapped his forehead. He forgot to provide power to see you. Fortunately, this little soul was clever enough to leave a rebate for himself. Souls need chakra to sustain themselves, so he hurriedly sent some chakra in, hoping not to get himself into trouble. He didn't want to scrape his soul again. All right, the matter is clear now. Time to eat. He flashed into the mirror, leading home. As for the suspicious soul in the space mirror, who cares? It can't escape anyway. Chapter 21. The 1 million Kakashi plan, so delicious. Home is the best. In a hidden small room, Jinwei was enjoying a happy lunchtime. Why a hidden room? Of course, it was to avoid being taken out. He dared not ignore the prophecy of the great toad sage. If it weren't for his older sister softening at the sight of him eating bugs, he wouldn't have been allowed to come home at all. At this moment, a mummy appeared at the door, sneaking in. Upon seeing the beast-eared boy, Kushina's eyes lit up, and she flew directly into the air. Little yeah, dumb. Jinwei could only watch helplessly as a flying mummy crashed towards him, too afraid to dodge, fearing she would hurt herself if she fell. Bang! Ouch, ouch, ouch. The girl and boy tumbled into a heap, one with a sore back and the other with a hurt wound, but thankfully, the tail was enough to cushion the fall. Miss, your injuries haven't healed yet. Jinwei couldn't help but laugh. However, Kushina began to touch his ears and tail. So soft and cute, where's Daji? Did you eat her? No, she's not here. Don't be stingy, let me see. Daji is fused in my body. No need to look for her. But I want to find. On the ground. One was frantically searching while the other was desperately defending, afraid to use too much strength for fear of hurting each other. But the atmosphere gradually became quiet, Kushina's strength dwindling, and her smile slowly fading. A drop of water splashed on Jinwei's face. His heart trembled slightly, and looking at those crystal eyes beneath the waterfall of red hair, they were already brimming with tears. He raised his hand to reach for that little face wrapped in bandages. Slap! She pushed his hand away. Liar! What are you waiting for in my dreams? You don't exist in my dreams, liar! Tears streamed down, soaking the bandages. No one could understand her feelings. Just when she confirmed her feelings, she faced loss, and then everything was gone, like a fool. Then she saw the future, regained memories, and that feeling was like being abandoned by the closest and most beloved person. She didn't want to be abandoned, even if those memories were painful. She wanted to hold on. Jinwei reached out again, this time successfully touching her cheek. I'm sorry. Apart from apologizing, he didn't know what else to say. His hands passed through her body, pulling her into his embrace. Kushina's body trembled lightly, and she hugged him tightly in return, leaning against his shoulder and whispering in his ear, I want to hear it again. The dampness on his shoulder made Jinwei feel guilty and moved. This girl really liked him very much. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Uchiha Jinwei, I like you, Uzumaki Kushina. Tears like pear blossoms. Uchiha Jinwei, I also like you, Uzumaki Kushina. Outside the door, a girl with a curtain of black hair held a plate of braised meat in one hand. Her face pressed against the door, her pink lips slightly curled. It's done. Immediately, her pure white face showed a bitter expression. I feel a little reluctant. Jinhua felt conflicted inside. She was anxious that her brother didn't have a girlfriend, yet felt empty when he did. Why does it feel like lifting a stone and smashing my own foot? If in the future I can break through dimensions, I'll just take my brother. The trial mirror problem has been solved. The memory seal has been lifted. But this way, Kushina would be so pitiful. My brother is mine. My sister is also mine. Creaked the girl pressed against the door, her expression constantly changing with worry. And in a moment of distraction, she failed to notice that the door had already opened. Jinhua looked at his oddly shaped older sister, wanting to laugh but didn't dare. Sister, What martial arts are you practicing? Jinghua instantly straightened her back, looking serious. Kushina is here. Add a dish, move aside. Don't block the door. She angrily pushed her brother aside. Jinghua shook his head, closed the door, and went back to eat. He had just felt someone coming at the door and didn't expect to catch an eavesdropping sister. Sister, have you ever played Tetris? Kushina's mood had calmed down. Having just gained a boyfriend, she happily took out the mirror to show off the game. What Tetris? Jinghua asked while picking food. Look, Kushina excitedly activated the mirror, pointed to start the game, and reached over. See, it's this super fun. I reached level 1000 last night, but unfortunately there's no record. Jinghua tilted her head to look at the flying blocks on the screen, then glared at her brother. Not practicing properly, just messing around with nonsense. Jinghua innocently took a bite of braised meat. We don't talk while eating, and we don't speak with those who don't understand games. Watching the two beauties eat made the food taste fantastic. Life felt complete. However, seeing Kushina, this internet-addicted girl, reminded him of the countless 648s filled with recklessness from his past life. He picked up another piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He thought of another question. In this world, no one plays games. Could I also earn someone else's 648? Seriously thinking about it. If he could promote games in the ninja world and then have a recharge window, what would be recharged wound TB money, as that S not very useful. But chakra. It is said that everyone in the ninja world has chakra. How many people are there in the ninja world? Is it 100 million? If everyone recharges 0.01 cards, then wouldn't I have 1 million cards? 1 million Kakashis would make Kurama shout, wow, invincible. So exciting. He excitedly picked up another piece of meat to calm his nerves. However, promoting games could be troublesome. He needed to develop quietly in Mayaboka Mountain without time. And if he stayed out too long, what if Uchiha Madara sent someone to take him out? The great toad Sage's Crow's mouth can't not believe. There's also another problem. If the mirror reappears, everyone will think he is still alive. But thinking about it again, it doesn't matter. Uchiha Madara already knows he is alive. As for the likes of Danzo, they're nothing to worry about. Even if they all know, so what? I just want to show up. If they can't find me, they want to have any way to deal with it. 1 million Kakashi can't be ignored. Looking at the little red-haired girl among the pile of blocks. ISNT, she just a ready-made boss lady? With an idea, I picked up a piece of meat and held it to her mouth. Open wide. Ah. Kushina obediently opened her mouth. I stuffed it in. Little yeah, you're so good. Hiss. Kushina enjoyed the delicious braised pork, while Kyuka gulped down a whole bottle of lemon juice, staring intently at her brother. Just as KageyukiGets was about to distract the little red-haired girl, she suddenly felt a chill. Their killing intent. She looked up and met her sister's deadly gaze. Having lived together since childhood, she understood that look. It meant she wanted to stab him. The two exchanged glances. KageyukiGets, sis, what's wrong? Kyuka, you little brat. I raised you for so long with no gratitude. KageyukiGets, cease. Why does your gaze get fiercer and fiercer? Kyuka, you little brat, who forgot your sister after getting a girlfriend? I won't cook for you anymore. You heartless little thing. KageyukiGets, sis, why are you activating your Sharingan? Is it that time of the month? Kyuka, no way, no way. I must find a reason to beat you up tonight to relieve my anger. KageyukiGets looked at his sister's Sharingan, feeling terrified. She always had that look before they ate bamboo shoots with meat. Calculating the time, today wasn't a day for relatives to visit the elder sister, right? Did it come early? Never mind, don't guess a woman's mind. He hurriedly picked up a piece of braised meat, put on a smile, and brought it to her mouth, trying to rescue himself. Sis, eat some meat to calm down. Let's be honest, I'm almost 11. You can't spank me anymore. The Sharingan faded, and Kyuka opened her small mouth to take in the braised meat, the shiny sauce staining her red lips. Who wants to hit you? I just wanted to ask how the meat tastes. I believe you, sis. It's delicious. Your cooking never fails. KageyukiGets smiled and picked up a tissue to help his sister wipe her mouth. You flatterer. Kyuka rolled her eyes and snatched the tissue away. Hee. Seeing his sister's momentum weaken, he immediately changed the subject. I got something good yesterday. Let me show you. Meeting her gaze. He activated his Sharingan and transmitted the teaching video he had copied from Uchiha Madara's movie yesterday. Those images were at least 5 times faster, and some were even hundreds of times faster. Being a mediocre student, he had no way to deal with it. So he could only rely on his talented and diligent older sister to try and study it. If she could learn it, she would teach him. Moments later, Kyuka stared blankly, absorbing new knowledge, while KageyukiGets finally had time to distract Kushina, smiling at his internet-addicted girlfriend. Is the game fun? It's fun. Do you have any vacant shops? Do you want to be a boss lady and play every day? Chapter 22 Preparation Work. There should be some. I haven't T-checked in a long time. Kushina lowered her head, focused on stacking the black and white blocks. She really hadn't T-checked the shops in a while. Only going to collect rent when she remembered. KageyukiGets picked up a piece of meat to feed her. Are you interested in starting a game company? What is a game company? Kushina opened her mouth to take it in. It's something where you can play a lot of games. Hearing a lot of games. She finally lifted her head, revealing her mouth smeared with sauce. Is it more fun than Tetris? KageyukiGets used a tissue to wipe her mouth. Of course. That's the most basic one. Not only is it incomplete, but it doesn't even have textures or coloring. I'll get you a standard version later. He had just casually made it. Switching back to the original code was only about 30 lines, and using chakra made it easy. Great. I want to be able to see myself clear 1,000 levels. What a simple request. There's no reason to refuse. No problem. You can play this afternoon. KageyukiGets patted his chest in assurance. Really? Kushina hugged him. Muah. Little yeah, you're amazing. Hey. Kyuka, who had just woken up, was about to break down. He really doesn't take his sister seriously, learning ninjutsu, but practicing dog abuse? KageyukiGets, don't mess around. You still need to go back to Miyaboka Mountain to train. You can't let your brother waste his opportunity to learn senjutsu. Sis, this is serious. As long as the mirror game becomes popular, we can collect more chakra than tailed beasts to help us wreak havoc. Kyuka met her brother's gaze and knew he wasn't joking. Be careful. You're not safe in Konoha. If the mirror is leaked, it will definitely cause trouble. Looking at her brother's intent to let more people use the mirror, isn't that just telling others that Uchiha KageyukiGets is still alive? She couldn't guess others' reactions, but Danzo definitely wouldn't want her brother to be fine. Don't worry. As long as I don't show up and stay in Miyaboka Mountain, it's very safe. When the time comes, I'll have Kushina say that the game was all her doing, and then find a way to get some mirrors from the third Hokage to sell the new and old ones together, keeping this line of work under wraps for a short time. Over time, once everyone has become dependent on the mirror, it won't matter anymore. He'll just come back every day to eat. It's not a big deal. Beside them, Kushina listened, quite puzzled. Why is KageyukiGets not safe in Konoha? She had always been confused about her little boyfriend's secretive behavior. KageyukiGets and Kyuka didn't know how to explain. They didn't want Kushina to get involved in this. Idiot. Can't you see? The one who took this kid's eyes is from Konoha. Hurry and get me a mirror and make it a big one. The Nine Tails, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but speak up. He was waiting for the little girl to ask for a mirror, but clearly, she had completely forgotten. What? Why would people from the village want to steal his eyes? Kushina exclaimed. Kushina, who are you talking to? It's the Nine Tails. Kyuka and KageyukiGets replied one after the other. Kushina looked at the two, seeking an answer. Is it true? She couldn't believe it. If the people who took KageyukiGets' eyes belonged to Konoha, plus the Uchiha non-source that assassinated them, all the damage was caused by their own people after a battle with Sunagakure. Facing Kushina's eager gaze for the truth, Kyuka nodded. Yes. Kushina's worldview was shaken. Images of a future she had seen before flashed in her mind, where a Uchiha clan member killed Danzo and severely injured the third Hokage before defecting. It was Shimura Danzo, right? How do you know? KageyukiGets asked, puzzled. He was aware of his girlfriend's intelligence level, and it wasn't to this extent. I saw a future through the mirror once, where a Uchiha clan member killed Shimura Danzo and severely injured the third Hokage before defecting. Kushina was almost certain that this Uchiha clan member was her sister, since her sister was wearing a rogue ninja forehead protector in the latter part. So you've seen it too. No wonder I was caught as soon as I came out. KageyukiGets was stunned, then quickly reacted. It was already her second time preparing to activate the trial mirror when he first guided the mirror. Curiously, he asked, what else did you see? Do we have a son or a daughter? Kyuka also looked at her with curiosity. Kushina's gaze flickered, feeling a sense of guilt for cheating. She couldn't just say she married Minato. Are you kidding me? A son. KageyukiGets was disappointed. He preferred a daughter. Not bad. Kyuka was quite satisfied. He let us talk about how to get the eyes back. Should we go find Uncle Third to report him? Kushina changed the subject, secretly deciding to move in today to accompany her sister, thinking that if she married in first, there wouldn't be any more problems. No, KageyukiGets said urgently. If you tell the third Hokage, my sister and I will really have to go onto the world. Why? Surely the third uncle can't be bad too, right? Kushina didn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bad person. Kaika patted Kushina's head. The third Hokage is certainly not a bad person, but he represents more than just himself. Once he knows that we have a mortal enemy in Danzo, he will inevitably have to choose a side. Either help me and KageyukiGets take down Danzo, or help Danzo take us down. On one side is the pillar of Konoha Village, and on the other are two insignificant individuals. How do you think he will choose? Kushina lowered her eyes, understanding Ka's explanation clearly. After a moment, she raised her head again, her eyes sparkling as if she had thought of a solution. How about I let Kurama take him out? I can't control the rampage anyway. It's all because of the uncooperative Ninetales. Thank you. Give me a mirror. I want a mirror. Kurama shouted in the ceiling space, wondering why getting a mirror was so difficult. Should I rampage once? Norus. He could see that Kushina really wanted to help him get his eyes back, but how could he bear to see her get hurt again? He didn't want to see her skin burned again, and if another rampage happened, he could only take Kushina and flee, as she might face permanent imprisonment if they didn't escape. If that happened, his mirror business would take a long time to recover. I'm currently training in my Bokuzen. Once my strength increases, it'll be easy to get them back, right? Let's talk about our married life instead. What are we done in the future? He changed the subject. Kushina's big eyes rolled left and right. I want to know too. Speaking of which, I can tell you that when I'm about 60 years old, aliens will come to attack the ninja world, and they'll be super strong. The 5 Kage and Akatsuki won't be able to compete. He diverted the topic again. Ka and KageyukiGets exchanged glances, guessing what it was about. Atsutsuki, of course I'm super strong too, but unfortunately, I'm getting old and my stamina can't keep up. Otherwise, I would have sent them flying, Kushina said, waving her little fists, determined to study that sparkling technique well. KageyukiGets curiously asked what happened in the end. I don't know. Kushina shook her head drooping sadly. I died when I saw you and my sister appear. She thought of the third person standing beside, KageyukiGets, feeling envious and inferior. She always felt that the woman looked better than her, with a sharp chin, big eyes, and a noble queen-like demeanor. But thinking about that future, it was herself who chose Minato first, and there was nothing she could do about it. Sigh. It's all Minato's fault for being so charming. Which girl can resist? She secretly glanced at KageyukiGets. This time I've made my choice, and you better not choose anyone else. KageyukiGets didn't know that Kushina's mind was filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts. He only thought she was worried about future strong enemies. He comforted her, don't be afraid. Since we already know, it's not too late to start getting stronger now. Let's open the shop first. By then, with all the chakra from the ninja world backing us up, we won't have to fear a few aliens. We'll beat them together. Yeah, we'll beat them. Kushina pretended to agree, then stated her main purpose. How about you let me see the future again? Let's see if your method works. She didn't believe that next time the woman standing on Daji's head would be someone else. Believing her, KageyukiGets nodded. That makes sense. Cool, me. I'll teach you how to do it. Instead of inputting chakra bit by bit, gather more and inject it all at once. Ka shook her head, feeling speechless at the two who were preparing to cheat. The future is ever-changing, and the future that can be seen is no longer the future because it is destined to be altered. Not bothering with her brother and Kushina's antics, she continued to study Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu to improve her strength. After teaching Kushina how to activate the trial mirror, KageyukiGets discussed with her about opening the shop to earn chakra and some precautions. After finishing his explanations, he plunged into the Hall of Mirrors to prepare for the 1 million Kakashi plan. Since they were going to make a game, the ninjutsu version A on the trial mirror had to be revised, updating algorithms, enhancing logical interaction and information processing capabilities, and establishing a database, etc. Then, using AI as the core, he would reconstruct a central server, followed by creating rows of mirrors with sealing techniques as subservers to enhance load capacity, expand storage, and improve computing power, aiming for 100 million users. Preparing more definitely wouldn't be a mistake. Next, the user's mirrors also needed changes. A client needed to be created to add an operating interface to the mirrors. The current setup where entering just leads to Tetris definitely wouldn't work. Icons, chakra tactile feedback, chakra conversion sounds, chakra storage, etc. all had to be included. However, there would be trouble for ordinary users, as they wouldn't know how to extract and use chakra, so someone would need to guide them. That could be addressed once the shop opened. The client needed to be made into a sealing package stored in the server's technique sequence. It would detect whether the mirrors connected to the Hall of Mirrors had the client installed. If not, it would issue a prompt. After the user confirmed the installation, it would use the user's input chakra to copy the sealing package and then reverse unseal it onto the user's mirror. The client also couldn't be too large, as the mirror space for techniques was very limited. For the game, 2 simple ones would suffice for now. After all, they were just a bunch of newbies. So they should be able to play for a long time. None of this was difficult. The most troublesome part was that thing inside the space mirror. He didn't want to make money for other men to spend. He bit his finger and drew the sealing technique on the lower half of the space mirror. He tried to split the other space in two, isolating Indra to create space for storing chakra. Just as he made the next mark, he was stunned in place. Someone came out of the stone house inside. Uchiha. In the afternoon, Kushina awakened from the trial mirror. Why can't I see the future anymore? Her bandaged little face frowned as she could only see scenes from her birth to the present. Unable to understand what was happening, she couldn't ask KageyukiGets either. I'll talk about it tonight. First, let's get the shop ready and be the boss lady. Then she dragged KageyukiGets to go shopping. The village and the matters regarding KageyukiGets and her sister had become quite complicated. She couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think it through. As long as she could go with them, they would save the ninja world together in the future. Am I byKushina? A white-bearded toad waited from noon until sunset. This little brat is slacking off again. It's driving me crazy. Deeply annoyed, he puffed his cheeks and glared. It was said that the Uchiha were fervent pursuers of power. Now, anyone who dared to say that in front of him would definitely get spat on. Damn it. It's only been a few days of training. Either the person disappears while training or while eating, or they can't be found all day long. Next time, I must get him to sign a contract scroll. Otherwise, this training can't continue. Having made up his mind, he returned home to warm up by the Khan. Chapter 23 Indra, Uchiha 2 in the alternate space. Indra sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to deduce space ninjutsu. The place he was in was no longer the ninja world. To return, he needed to cross two spaces with ninjutsu, and since this space was a bit special, ordinary reverse summoning techniques could no longer achieve space transfer. But who is he? The ancestor of ninjutsu, Indra. His eyes suddenly opened. Hand seals. The summoning technique beneath him unfolded, and chakra surged around him as he attempted to resonate with his remaining chakra in the ninja world. For example, the other half of Uchiha. Bang! The stone house opened in the next moment, and Uchiha looked sternly at Indra, having just sensed someone resonating with his chakra, knowing without a doubt who it was. His Sharingan transformed into Rinnegan, and he held his hand in a tiger seal and stepped forward. Shinra Tensei! Boom! The repulsive force spread. In the moment Indra was stunned, he was blown away, and his ninjutsu was interrupted. Flying back in a disheveled state, Indra angrily questioned, Uchiha, what exactly do you want? Just when he felt something, this bastard, an unfilial descendant. Isn't it obvious? Uchiha shrugged. I just don't want you to go back. Just kidding, if you go back, my main body is definitely doomed. All of this would be for nothing. Would he not consider space-time ninjutsu? He has been prepared for Indra for a long time. Damn. Indra gritted his teeth, and at this moment, he understood that if he didn't deal with this guy in front of him, he would definitely not be able to escape. Half a soul, an incomplete Rinnegan. Are you looking for death? His right hand flashed with silent lightning. Because there was no air here, sound traveled silently. Their conversation is a soul exchange. Uchiha strength was incomplete with only half a soul, and the power of the Rinnegan was only a fraction, making him not his opponent at all. The reason he hadn't killed him was simply to avoid wasting energy. But now, he had to be eliminated. Uchiha was equally unyielding, revealing a black staff in his hand, his face full of combat intent. Then let us have some fun. So what if he had half the power? He could still dance if he wanted to. Arrogant. Indra transformed into lightning, his chakra pulling his soul body towards Uchiha. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. An invisible repulsive force sent him flying, causing him to briefly lose direction. Then Madara gripped with his left hand and held the black staff upright in front of him with his right hand. Bansho Tenin. Indra hadn't been able to control his rebounded soul body before feeling the pull of the attraction locking onto him. Seeing his soul body rapidly crashing into Madara's black staff, a purple skeleton rapidly grew around him. Bang! Crack! The black staff shattered. Madara pouted. A blue skeleton had already surrounded him. Boom! A blue skeletal fist simultaneously smashed into the purple skeleton. Crack! Cracks appeared on the hastily formed skeleton, and Indra was sent flying again. Perhaps because there was no resistance, he disappeared from sight. Madara frowned, his battle instincts alerting him that the opponent couldn't possibly be this weak. A moment later, whoosh, a fireball shot from afar, approaching in the blink of an eye. Madara's Rinnegan glared. F Injutsu, SH10. Zing! The fireball stopped half a meter in front of Madara and slowly reverted to chakra. But it hadn't been absorbed halfway yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fireballs shot one after another. The incomplete power of the Rinnegan absorbed too slowly. He decisively gave up on absorbing it. Shinra Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. The resulting explosions were blocked outside the invisible repulsive force. But the subsequent fireballs did not stop, and the exploding flames quickly spread into a semicircle. The moment the repulsive barrier disappeared, the sea of fire surged towards the center where Uchiha Madara was, calmly forming seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Whoosh! The waves of fire clashed head-on with the sea of flames. Boom! Crackle! Fire clashed with fire, lighting up the pitch-black space like the sun, bringing light and heat to this void. The sea of fire burned for a long time before slowly weakening until it disappeared. The two peaked figures of a ninja world stood facing each other, silently observing one another, the first wave of probing having ended. I admit you're strong. Indra spoke first. Uchiha Madara's strength exceeded his expectations. It was impossible to end the battle in a short time. This made him not want to continue fighting. In a soul state like a sourceless water, using power would diminish it. If his soul power was insufficient, he wouldn't be able to respond to the chakra existing in the outside world, and thus wouldn't be able to perform reverse summoning techniques anymore. Oh, you're quite ordinary. Madara's expression was infuriating. He felt quite satisfied with the fight and could continue. You. Indra suppressed his anger. I will teach you how to get out and guarantee that you will reincarnate immediately without harming your main body. I don't believe you. Damn it. Indra sat down cross-legged, continuing to study a faster and more concealed space-time ninjutsu. It was impossible to fight again. It would purely be a waste of energy. Uchiha Madara also did not take the initiative to attack, lying down not far from Indra. He actually wanted to get out. The memories he obtained from Indra needed to be known by his main body to find a way to deal with Kaguya and destroy the Rinnegan. Now he understood that if he and Kaguya didn't stir things up, Hashirama could still maintain the balance of the ninja world for a while longer. The wars of these years were mostly related to him and Kaguya, using the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to control the information about tailed beasts. They induced various nations to work together to destroy the Uzumaki village and seize the sealing technique as Jinchuriki, while also weakening Konoha. Then they handed over the situation of the various nations destroying the Uzumaki village to Konoha, and coupled with the existing resource issues, they ended up fighting. There was also the sale of information regarding various ninja villages' bloodline limits, luring them into mutual slaughter and hatred. There were countless other things. Looking back now, perhaps Hashirama was right. The conflict between people could never stop. It could only be maintained through a balance of power. Just like now, the state between him and Indra, wanting to fight but not daring to this peace. Although it's a false peace, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, enjoying the solitude of this void space, reminiscing about the bits and pieces of his past life. But the next moment, he had to open his eyes again. And not just him. Indra also opened his eyes in shock. Rumble. In the distance, a 5-layered light curtain rose, splitting the entire space into 6 pieces like a world barrier. Seeing this, Indra launched a wind release, and Madara quickly followed. The two arrived at the light curtain shortly after, each probing. It was a barrier, and the technique was very sophisticated. The source of the technique was not here. They could only break it by force. They each reached this conclusion. The barrier's strength is average. Why don't you try breaking one? Uchiha Madara teased. Indra sat down, continuing his research on space-time ninjutsu. He wasn't foolish. This barrier was merely used to isolate space. Breaking it wouldn't change anything. He would still be stuck here, purely wasting energy. Uchiha Madara saw that he couldn't trick him, smiled, and continued to lie down. He was a bit curious about what that guy named Uchiha KageyukiGets wanted to do. Let us take a nap first. We're already souls, let us take a break. Chapter 24. Provocation. Really? Why aren't they fighting anymore? KageyukiGets felt that it was very unsatisfying. They had just started, and it was over, faster than Minato. To be honest, those two exchanged only a few moves, and he couldn't take a single one. After activating the Sharingan and using his imagination, he could only guess a rough idea. It was too fast. Get it together, I will definitely surpass them. Even if I can't surpass them, they're still my sister. He drew a 5-layer barrier on the space mirror, using the farthest place from Uchiha Madara and Indra as a chakra storage area. He knew that if those two really wanted to fight, this barrier wouldn't be much use since there was no chakra to support it. But it didn't matter. The chakra hadn't started to store yet, and if they broke the barrier, he could just rebuild it. They wouldn't be so bored as to break it every day, right? Primarily, it was to make himself feel at ease. Feeling like there was a barrier made him feel safe, just like being afraid of the dark and crawling under the covers. After finishing the barrier technique, he worked all night on the basic framework, hoping to finish it early, start operations early, and earn chakra early. With a massive amount of chakra, wouldn't this ninja world be able to walk sideways? As the sun rose in the east and set in the west, day and night turned. Life drifted by in a blur. The morning bird awakened the riverside cottage. My sister is going to decorate the store today. Let's go take a look. Kushina sat in front of the dressing table, swinging her little feet. Behind her, the mirror reflected her combing her red hair. I still have some materials to organize. The teaching videos on Uchiha Madara from her brother were too fast. She found it very difficult and needed a lot of time to interpret them. Kushina's lost pal. All right, do you need anything? It's on the way. Buy some chicken wings. We'll have braised chicken wings for dinner. Sure. An hour later, Kushina happily ran out of the Uchiha clan's territory. Behind her, two groups of Umbu followed closely. One of the Umbu, with a sheep face, whispered to his companion. Inform the others. The target has left the Uchiha clan territory. We can begin. In the Konoha village market, in one of the shops on a street of wealthy Lady Kushina. 2 stories, 180 square meters. A red-haired mummy was followed by a few lackeys, circling around the shop, choosing the location yesterday and deciding on the decoration today. Cover the entire floor with solid wood flooring. Use the best materials. The wall covering must be seamless. Overall, I wanted to feel bright and open. Let's have a chandelier in the middle, the kind with crystal pendants. Against the wall at the corner, set up a sofa and coffee table. The second floor should be decorated for living with a bedroom. Kushina took a stroll with a few people. Finally, she returned to the entrance and said to the person in charge among them, "Money is not a problem. My requirements are to be good and fast. If you dare to cut corners, next month's rent will double." Yes. Our shop has a good reputation in Konoha. There will definitely be no quality issues. The decoration shop owner nodded and bowed repeatedly. Well then, let it be. Notify me when it's finished. After giving her orders, the shop owner Kushina stepped out of the shop. Then, Demon Fox, whoosh accompanied by the shout. An unknown object flew straight towards her. Bang! Kushina caught the unknown object with one hand. It was a rotten black egg. How disgusting. Looking at the source, it was a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The surrounding passersby, not knowing what was happening, looked at the two. You little brat. The red hair danced as Kushina's low anger was instantly ignited. If it weren't for her quick reflexes, she would have been stinky. The demon fox is going to kill someone. The boy shouted and turned to run. Kushina locked on her target, a standard throw. Wash an eye. Whoosh, the rotten egg vanished in an instant. Bang. Kushina was stunned, suddenly calm. The egg hit the ground. The boy actually dodged it. How could a child dodge a full-force throw from a ninja? Looking again, the boy was already far away, seemingly waiting for her to chase. A monster that kills companions. Another loud shout came from afar. Kushina squinted slightly. In the past, she would have definitely chased after him, but now. She pouted and turned around. She had seen enough of such scenes in her future. Chasing after him would definitely cause chaos in the whole street, leading to a wave of curses and disgust, and then everyone would want to know what the demon fox the boy mentioned was. A few know-it-alls would pop up in the crowd, and in the end, all the blame would fall on her. This script had repeated itself several times. She would end up stinking. Danzo wants to set me up again. In the future, after Danzo's death, the rumors started to dwindle, but it still couldn't be seen that she was just a fool. Kushina gradually walked away. The decoration shop owner and staff silently watched her leave. One employee leaned closer to the shop owner and whispered, "Boss, should we really take her order? She's a demon." "Shut up," the shop owner scolded. Glancing at his subordinate, "We run a shop to do business. If a customer wants to buy, we sell. Do you need to talk too much?" Kushina looked fierce, but she was actually quite nice to them, the tenants. Rent was collected very casually. If someone had a meal or took something, it would be considered as having paid the rent for the month, and she often forgot to collect it. Is this a demon fox? This is a reincarnation of Saint. Sorry. The employee bowed and stepped back. Kushina's situation was different from Naruto's. Most people in the village had not seen or personally experienced the Nine-Tails rampage, so they had little fear. On the other side, the little boy turned into a dark alley with a serious face. Bang, after a puff of white smoke, he transformed into a dog-headed Umbu, kneeling on one knee. "Sir, I failed." The sheep-faced Umbu emerged from the shadows, a look of confusion in his eyes. The data clearly stated that she has a volatile and irritable personality. At this moment, Kushina had already thrown these trivial matters to the back of her mind, because she was thinking about a question. Should she go home for a bit? To see if Tsunade had drunk herself to death at home since she hadn't returned last night. Sigh, she'd better go take a look and also grab some clean clothes. Not feeling at ease, she decided to head back. After buying the chicken wings for dinner, she stopped by to get a bento and a box of alcohol. And upon returning home, she saw two yellow-haired kids playing with a mirror in the living room. Minato had been very troubled and worried lately. The third Hokage's intention was very clear, to have him pursue Kushina and become her bond. But he just couldn't do it, not to mention his lost crush. He simply didn't know how to flirt with girls. Fortunately, in the past few days, whenever he went to find Kushina, she wasn't home, allowing him to avoid awkwardness while fulfilling the third Hokage's request. You see, it's not that I don't flirt, but if she's not there, what can I do? However, today, he discovered something incredible. Tsunade was playing a game with the mirror. What does this represent? The mirror recovery means the caster is likely still alive. KageyukiGets hasn't died. This made him ecstatic, wishing he could tell this news to Sister Kyuka immediately. But he held back. He needed to confirm before telling Sister Kyuka to avoid causing secondary harm from hope and disappointment. Hearing that the first person to play games with a mirror was Kushina, he decided to wait to see her in order to understand the situation. While waiting, he attempted to activate the mirror and took a look. First, it prompted him to input 1 chakra, installing something called Little Chili 0S1. 0 system. He tried it. 1 chakra was quite a lot, consuming about 1/30th of his chakra. Then many techniques appeared on the back of the mirror, and several icons appeared on the surface. Chakra balance, app store, power on off. Volume. Let's study it. The chakra balance is used to maintain the mirror's activation state. When activated, a thin layer of chakra covers the surface, able to feedback the contact status of fingers, compared to the previous mirror phone that required chakra to be condensed on the finger for use. This function seems specially designed for ordinary people. The power on-off button is at the bottom of the mirror. As long as you tap this area with your finger, the mirror will activate, and tapping it again will turn it back into an ordinary mirror. Keeping the mirror on for 1 hour will deduct 1 chakra, and turning it off deducts very little because only the switch area retains chakra. Besides that, the balance can also be used for payments. The App Store has 2 games available for download, one called Tetris and the other called Sheep Go Home, costing 1 chakra to download one. After downloading, the back of the mirror will add more techniques, and the surface will show icons for the blocks and sheep. He tried them out, and they were very fun, but a bit of a chakra drain. Tetris had a very ugly interface, and you had to buy skins to make it look better. The 1 chakra skin only changed the color and was still ugly. At least 0.05 chakra was needed for it to look nice. Skins above 2 chakra became very cool, and those above 5 chakra had special effects and exclusive sound effects. There was also a VIN level, and the names on the highest leaderboard would turn gold. Breaking the highest ranking would also announce it to the whole server. She'd Go Home was better, but he couldn't get through the second level no matter what. He had to keep buying revives, which cost 1 chakra each time. And even after buying it a dozen times, he still couldn't clear the second level. It was a huge trap, reminiscent of KageyukiGets' style of specifically setting traps. He couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. The sunset shone into the room as Minato was playing Tetris with Tsunade, casually asking her for advice. Lady Tsunade, if the mirror can restore, would it be related to the caster KageyukiGets? It's hard to say. These mirrors are very special and have essentially transcended the realm of ninjutsu. Tsunade stared at the falling blocks in the mirror, her hands moving quickly, her speed impressive. She had considered this idea when activating the mirror, but upon further examination, she realized the mirror resembled a real substance. She couldn't understand how that little ghost, Kageyuki, managed to do it, so she couldn't confirm whether he was still alive. Oh, Minato felt disappointed, thinking that Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sannin, would have the answer. At this moment, Kushina came in, carrying things. Tsunade, I'm home for dinner. Huh, Minato, hello. Tsunade didn't look up. Hello, Kushina. Minato lifted his head. Then, ha ha ha, little ghost you lost. Pay up, a big spender quick. Tsunade excitedly handed the mirror to Minato for him to buy skins, and after an entire afternoon of not winning, he finally redeemed himself. After playing all afternoon, the two had become quite familiar. Minato took the mirror and charged his chakra. He didn't approve of gambling, but the other party's persistence had left him with all his skins, so he thought a small bet could be enjoyable. Kushina placed her things on the table. Minato, are you here to find me? Without waiting for Minato to speak, Tsunade interrupted. That little ghost has been coming to find you every day since the morning 2 days ago. So lovesick. Tsunade smiled as she opened a box and took out a bottle of wine, even raising an eyebrow at Kushina. Hee. Minato awkwardly charged his chakra, not daring to look at Kushina. Big sister, I only won against you for one afternoon. Is that really necessary? Kushina looked at Minato, recalling the future she had seen, and felt like the floor was about to rot. Minato, you guys chat. I'm going back first. You seem lively, so your injury should be fine. Tsunade interjected. Kushina looked at her suspiciously. Are you okay living alone, Tsunade? I'm worried you might get drunk, and no one would know. I'm not alone. I have my niece to take care of. Tsunade's brown eyes suddenly dimmed. Kushina immediately interrupted her rising sadness. Are you sure you can handle it? I think it might be better for her to stay in the orphanage. This woman didn't look like someone who could take care of a child at all. She glanced at the car lights. Oh, the child should be fine. After all, it's quite grand. So envious, it seems like. Tsunade felt her dignity was being provoked. Naruto. Kushina. Chapter 25. Minato's speculation. Tsunade left with a box of wine, leaving only Kushina and Minato sitting across from each other. The atmosphere was awkward. Kushina was anxious, her mind filled with the future she saw in the mirror. After being flirted with by Minato and having his child, why did she have to see that? She felt like she had to tread carefully, fearing she would be caught in Minato's exceptional flirting skills like the little red-haired child from the future. She had already confirmed her relationship with Kageyuki and needed to hold on. Minato wanted to ask about the mirror, but as the words approached his lips, he felt guilty and didn't know how to say it. After thinking hard, he finally mustered his courage. Kushina, suddenly. Kushina jumped up from her chair and bowed. I'm sorry. Minato was stunned, but he heard Kushina continue. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have disregarded your feelings and used you as a shield. Please forgive me. Her attitude was unusually sincere. She was afraid Minato would flirt with her again, afraid Kageyuki would misunderstand. She regretted it deeply. Minato realized that Kushina was rejecting him. Her fake boyfriend status was essentially over. Wait, he suddenly thought of something. Kageyuki had sealed Kushina's memories, so she shouldn't remember this matter, coupled with the fact that the mirror could play games. Has her memory recovered? Is Kageyuki still alive? Winky face. Wow, how'd you guess? You're so smart. Hubby, come save me. There's a monster. Kushina stared in shock, not daring to speak anymore. She cheerfully pushed the bento that Tsunade hadn't taken away towards Minato. Minato, you're hungry. Eat some bento. Minato didn't even look at it and urgently asked, tell me, is Kageyuki not dead? Do you have news about him? Kushina's reaction made him more certain that something was wrong. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Oh, my head hurts. Kushina held her head with an exaggerated expression. I can't take it anymore. I think I've forgotten again. Who am I? Where am I? I want to go home. She shoved the bento into Minato's hands, grabbed the chicken wing bag on the table, and then ran away. She decided never to come again and to live peacefully with her sister. Minato quietly watched as Kushina's figure disappeared at the door without chasing after her, as she wouldn't say anything even if he did. Leaving that house, he came to a riverside under a tree and opened the bento box. He ate while pondering. The mirror's restoration, Kushina's concealment, and her stable emotions after regaining her memory all indicated that Kageyuki was indeed still alive. Kushina had very few friends in the village, and if she went out during mealtime, it should be to Kage Hanabi's house, which meant Kage Hanabi also knew that Kageyuki was still alive. But they were all concealing this news, and even Kageyuki hadn't returned to the village. Concealing news and not returning to the village. Could it be that someone in the village still wanted to harm him? Impossible. Minato dismissed his thoughts. The third Hokage treated Kageyuki like a nephew, and the Uchiha clan's young leader regarded him as a younger brother. The village, the family, Kageyuki had good relationships with everyone. The key was that Kageyuki would also dominate the battlefield information transmission of the mirror release. Who in the village would be foolish enough to want to harm him? He was so troubled that his head hurt, and he hesitated but still decided to go to Uchiha and ask. Namikaze Minato. Suddenly, someone called him from behind, and he turned around. It was an oil woman clan member wearing sunglasses. He recognized her. He had seen her recently during Kageyuki's sacrifice. A glimmer passed through Minato's eyes, and then a smile appeared on his face. Hello, Senior Shimi. Are you out for a walk? The oil woman Shimi sat down beside him, extending a finger to watch a bug crawl on her fingertip. Looking for bugs, clear my mind. Oh, Minato put down the bento. Senior, can I ask you a question? You don't need to call me Senior. I'm not as strong as you. Shimi continued to expressionlessly watch the bug. He felt flattered, but also found it strange. Ask. Minato no longer hesitated and asked. I want to know who it was that night when you and Jinkai chased someone. His eyes narrowed slightly. Who was it? One with Byakugan and one oil woman. He didn't believe they came up empty-handed. Shimi finally took her gaze off the bug and turned it towards Minato. What made you suspicious? He knew something must have happened to prompt this former teammate of Kagesuki to bring it up again. Do you have a mirror on you? Minato didn't answer directly. Shimi frowned and took a cracked mirror out from her ninja tool pouch. Inject chakra, Minato reminded. Shimi's hand glowed blue for a moment. Her expression changed, and the mirror started to restore. Can you tell me who that person is now? Minato's face grew serious. I don't want my teammates to die again. Shimi slowly raised her head, her finger lightly touching her nose, and the sunglasses reflected the setting sun. My clansman, Konoha Umbu. By the riverside, under the tree, in the gentle breeze and the setting sun, the two boys sat in silence, digesting their respective shocks. Shimi was astonished by the mirror's restoration and couldn't discern whether it was a problem with the mirror or if Kagesuki was alive. Minato, on the other hand, felt his worldview tremble. He couldn't believe the third Hokage would do such a thing, but Umbu acted under the orders of the Hokage, which put him in a dilemma. The village cannot harm Jinghua. I need to find Sister Jinghua to clarify things and uncover the truth about Jinghua. I advise you not to go. Shuemin looked at Jiwei in confusion. Why? The latter adjusted his sunglasses and said expressionlessly, You are helping those people. They definitely want to confirm Jinghua's life or death more than you do. We can't just do nothing. Shuemin was unwilling. It was a lead he had worked hard to find. A bug flew by, and Jiwei stood up after a moment of hesitation. Go visit his grave more often. Maybe you can stir him up. Keep it up. Work hard to become stronger to protect your companions. After saying that, he quickly left. Shuemin shook his head, knowing the other was joking. He input Dian Duan Dian Duan Duan Dian into the mirror, which was a code between him and Jinghua. If you're alive, reply to me. Otherwise, I really will go visit your grave. He retracted the mirror and walked into the setting sun. Shortly after, Jiwei, wearing sunglasses and a hood, stepped into the Hyuga clan's territory. Knock, knock. Naki knocked on the door of Hinata Shinkai's house. Creaked the door opened, revealing a servant. May I ask who you are? The servant asked. I'm looking for Hinata Shinkai. I'm sorry, Miss Shinkai is not in the village. She will return in 3 months. Sorry to disturb. He turned to leave. As he walked out of the Hyuga clan's territory, he glanced back. He let out a breath. He had originally wanted to tell Shinkai about the possibility that Jinghua was alive. Now, this teammate of Shinkai could only be sad for a while longer. Suddenly, Jiwei stopped, waiting for a bug to land on his shoulder. After a moment, he sighed. Sigh, why did you come to Konoha? Are you going to capture him or not? The moon hung above the willow treetops in the Hokage's office. Bang! A piece of paper was slapped down on the table by a delicate hand. Old man signed the adoption agreement. Who came up with the ridiculous rule of running around? Tsunade said impatiently, having run around 3 or 4 places to adopt a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to get off work, had to pick up the pen again and admonish his disciple. Where have you been during the day? Why do you have to cause trouble for others at night? They also want to get off work. I forgot while playing games. At least you're honest. Sarutobi Hiruzen found a merit for his disciple. After signing, he handed the agreement over. Take care of the child properly. Don't teach him badly. He reminded her with concern. He felt uneasy about Tsunade taking care of a child. Stop nagging. Can't you see Kushina is doing just fine? Tsunade snatched the paper and stuffed it into her chest. How can you say that? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared. He reads the Umbu reports every day. How could he not know? Although the Umbu cannot see what happens inside the house. They can tell from the comings and goings that Tsunade had not left the house since she started taking care of Kushina and even had Kushina bring food back. All right. I still have work to do. I don't have time to listen to your nagging. Tsunade impatiently walked out, suddenly remembering something as she was about to leave. She turned back and said, That mirror, you could try inputting some chakra to see. There might be a surprise. Regardless of whether Jinghua is alive or dead. Since the mirror was made this way, it must be meant for someone to play with. So, just go ahead. Bang! When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, the door had already closed. A mirror? Chapter 26. Retrieving the mirror, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who should have been off work, ended up working overtime again. But when he saw the mirror in his hand, receiving automatic repairs, he felt it was worth the extra hours. Little Jinghua isn't dead? Or is it a problem with the mirror itself? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Ding, a crisp sound startled him from his contemplation. He looked down at the source. Installing Little Chili 0S1. 0 system yes. Input 0. 1 chakra? No, what is this? Little Chili? Kushina? Out of curiosity, he clicked yes and injected chakra. Then, black runes crawled out from the mirror's surface, spreading to the back of the mirror. Stabilizing chakra technique, self-fund sealing technique, storage technique. He identified the techniques appearing one by one. The techniques were compressed smaller than before. Was it Kushina or Jingwe? After a while, the system installation was complete. After another while, the game installation was complete. Then, the lights in the Hokage's office shone all night. The next morning, Sarutobi Shino, wearing a monkey mask and carrying his mother's heart-shaped lunchbox, arrived at the office. "Dad, why are you working overtime again? Is there a problem at the front lines?" He placed the lunchbox on the table and opened it to take out bowls and plates. Behind the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen was focused, fingers dancing as he manipulated the mirror. "What are you doing with the mirror?" Seeing he received no response, Shino curiously moved behind him. He saw shadows falling and accumulating on the mirror's surface, then disappearing. With great effort, he could see there were different shaped blocks. Looking again, the edges had the level 955 written on them along with a string of numbers that were 5 lines long, and the level was still increasing. In no time, it reached 999, and just as it jumped to 1000, his current eyesight could not fully see it again, requiring him to use chakra enhancement once more. "What is this? Are you training your eyesight?" Shino's eyes lit up, feeling this was quite interesting. Just as he finished speaking, the screen stopped, and the words "game over" popped up. Then, the mirror erupted with the sound of firecrackers, and a string of golden characters floated across the mirror. "Congratulations, player the Will of Fire has reached level 1005. Currently ranked first in the entire server, earning the title of the strongest king." Ha 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 ha. "Yeah, what do you have to compete with me? The number 1 in the entire server can only be me." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly laughed heartily. Shino looked down, as if he had discovered something. "Dad, don't tell me you were in the office doing this all night instead of coming home." "What? It's already dawn?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked blankly out the window. Sure enough, the eastern sky was already bright. How did time pass so quickly? I feel like I only played a few rounds. For the sake of his image, he couldn't let his son think he was playing games. He straightened his posture. "Son, retrieve all the mirrors made by Uchiha Jingwe from Danzo and notify the research department to restart the research on the mirror technique." He couldn't be sure whether Jingwe was still alive, but the mirrors might become a non-renewable resource. Shino was astonished. The mirror? Jingwe? It was only then that he reacted, thinking of a possibility, and his heart immediately filled with excitement. "All right, I'll go right away." He instantly vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head as he watched his son leave, picked up the mirror to take another look, but found system maintenance. "Please wait." Helpless, he took out his breakfast to eat. There were many worries. After indulging, he still had to think about what needed to be done. The mirror was restored. Kushina's memories returned. Was Jingwe still alive? After finishing his meal, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and left the office. In the root base of Konoha, Shino met the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. "Lord Danzo, under the orders of the 3rd Hokage, I'm here to retrieve all the mirrors left by Uchiha Jingwe." The suspicious Danzo did not respond immediately, staring at Shino with a scrutinizing gaze, his thoughts swirling. The mirrors? Those things are clearly already ineffective. Moreover, Uchiha Jingwe is confirmed to be dead. Why does Hiruzen still want these mirrors? "Lord Danzo." Shino saw that the other party was silent for a long time and couldn't help but remind him. Danzo withdrew his gaze. "Based on the principle you want it, so I won't give it," he said flatly. "The mirrors have all been destroyed. Let's leave it at that." After saying that, he turned his back and walked into the shadows, not giving Shino a chance to speak. "Damn, this old guy doesn't take my father, the Hokage, seriously at all." Shino clenched his fist in frustration. Zhongzong knew that he was being perfunctory, but there was nothing he could do about it, because his father, Sarutobi Hizashi, wouldn't react to this matter, and the other party was fearless. He glared in the direction where Zhongzong had disappeared. Swish, he vanished in an instant. Soon after Zinzasuk left, Zhongzong's figure reappeared from the shadows, holding a cracked mirror that was beginning to repair itself. He ordered the research on the mirror to be restarted. "Yes." A shadow responded and disappeared. Zhongzong stood still for a long time, lifting the bandage around his right eye to reveal a red glow. Was it Uchiha Kaimitsu? Or the person who took away the other Sharingan? Or the mirror itself? The more he knew, the more guesses he had. In the Hall of Mirrors, there had already been significant changes. A massive trial mirror stood among countless mirrors, half of it covered with dense techniques, while rows of mirrors surrounded it in a circle like pilgrims. The basic framework of a Ninja World-esque computer room was finally completed. Kagemitsu stretched lazily. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Initially, he just wanted to create a small program, but gradually, without realizing it, the technology had undergone geometric changes. A small program could assist him in completing more tasks. Then the small program evolved into a large program. And then more complex techniques were born, leading to another upgrade of the program. After several rounds, I actually replicated a computer using ninjutsu. A sense of achievement surged in his heart. He shouted passionately, "Kid!" The word soul on the trial mirror flickered. Here, a voice identical to Kagemitsu's appeared, but the tone was stiff, mechanical, and emotionless. A simple AI program, Moon Mirror. He placed his palm on the trial mirror, and chakra surged. Activate. Received. Accompanied by the voice, the word soul shone brightly. Beginning to receive chakra, and all the techniques on the trial mirror lit up step by step. System activation started, all service functions halted. Basic infrastructure connection normal, beginning database creation. Reading data. Chakra. Incantation. Function. Technique. Ninjutsu. Accompanied by the voice. More than a dozen mirrors connected to the trial mirror, and then some techniques climbed onto these mirrors. These were all inputs he had entered in advance, and A was categorizing this knowledge to create the database. Database construction completed. Self-check program generated. Another mirror connected to the trial mirror, and soon it was filled with techniques. Beginning system self-check. As the self-check began, all the techniques on the trial mirror seemed to come alive. Detected 66 errors in stable techniques, 99 optimizable storage techniques, 666 errors in the arrangement of incantations, 404 errors in technique connections. Self-check completed. A total of 2,333 errors detected, 6,666 risks. The system has significant risks, no optimization necessary. Reconstruction recommended. Kagemitsu's face darkened. He thought he was an exemplary student. Fortunately, this AI with a soul core was powerful, otherwise with this amount of errors, he would have to do it at least 4 or 5 times to drop below the safety line. He weakly spoke, reconstruct, received, beginning simulation of new system architecture. Mirrors floated up one by one, connecting with the trial mirror. Rehearsing basic structure group, extracting database incantation group, chakra module generation. Chapter 27. Sarutobi Hizashi's speculation. The stars fall at night, like morning comes. In the Uchiha clan's territory, by the riverside small building, in the bathroom. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't move around. Be careful not to leave scars. Kagemitsu doesn't want you. Kyoko was carefully changing Kushina's bandages, and due to Tsunade's irresponsibility, many places had adhered, so pain was inevitable. He wouldn't want me. Even if he dared not to, my sister would definitely help me. Kushina was smug, thinking she had double insurance. Kyoko tossed aside the bloodstained bandage and brought over cleaning tools, unable to help but smile at Kushina's proud look, pinching the growing little dove. I won't help you. Go cry by yourself. It feels nice. After being attacked, Kushina's little face turned red. Sister, you're so mean. Let me pinch it back. Don't move. I'm cleaning for you. Don't hurt it again. No way, I want to pinch it back first. Don't even think about it. Whoa, no. He. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. Ouch. Serves you right. Morning light illuminated the small building, and the two girls were already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Sister, is this okay? Kushina held up the batter for her sister to see. She felt it necessary to master some skills as a member of the family and couldn't let her sister do everything. Kyoko, who was frying crispy pancakes, glanced over. A few more times, it's still a bit thin. Oh, Kushina added some strength and continued stirring. They were having a kind of grain pancake she hadn't heard of for breakfast, something she had never eaten before. She heard that this dish was thought up by Kagemitsu, and then her sister was responsible for making it. It wasn't tea sold anywhere else. Just thinking about it made it sound delicious. Slurpshy worked even harder. After happily busying themselves for the whole morning, the two didn't wait for Kagemitsu to come home for a meal, but instead, they were met by a shameless old man looking for food. Is Kyoko home? Sarutobi Hizashi entered without invitation. When Kyoko saw him, she remembered that she had forgotten to report Kushina's situation to the third Hokage. He must have come over on impulse. Lord Third, please come in. She had no ill feelings towards Sarutobi Hizashi. On the contrary, she felt a familial warmth from him. However, her goodwill inevitably decreased upon seeing the future, as his indulgence had led to Zhongzong's evil. Who is that sister? A red-haired head munching on a grain pancake popped out. Kushina is here too, Sarutobi Hizashi asked knowingly. But he could only say that, Otherwise, the conversation would go in another direction. I unlocked the memory seal myself. Kushina panicked, revealing too much. She had already understood the relationship between the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha, and was afraid that the third Hokage had come to question her sister. Kyoka held her forehead, her gaze powerless. My foolish sister, confessing without being asked. Kushina realized she'd said the wrong thing upon seeing Kyoka's expression, her pink tongue poking out slightly. Hee. I know, I just came to see you. Sarutobi Hizashi pretended not to know and cheerfully entered the house. He sniffed. Smells great. Are you having a meal? Just right. I haven't eaten either. You don't mind, do you? He was trying to create a relaxed atmosphere, as he wanted to see what had happened. Lord Third, please wait a moment. I'll prepare it right away. Kyoka turned to go to the kitchen, but Kushina hurriedly rushed in front of her. Sister, I'll do it. She wouldn't be able to speak up for herself, and if she was alone with the old man, she might leak everything. What if Kyomitsu found her too stupid and broke up with her? Kyoka smiled and patted the little girl's red hair, soothing her feelings. The third Hokage wasn't bad. He was just a bit muddled and hesitant, with no need for much worry. She placed a cup of water on the dining table in front of Sarutobi Hizashi. Thank you. Sarutobi Hizashi picked up the cup and took a small sip. You and Kushina's relationship reminds me of the bond one had with your father back in the day, relying on each other. My father said you took great care of him. Kyoka sat down. Ha ha. Sarutobi Hizashi seemed to recall something happy. Not at all. I'm always forgetful. On the contrary, your father was thorough in his work. It was I who was grateful for his care. Mirror and I are actually like you and Kyomitsu, so every time I see little Kyomitsu, I see my own shadow. The mirror flower lowered her head and didn't respond, as if Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit late to realize the situation. Sorry, I unconsciously thought of him. The mirror flower raised her head and forced a smile. It's nothing, Lord Third. You don't have to apologize. For me, Kaguya has always been here. Right in this house. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily unsure what here meant. Was she alive or not? In the kitchen. Learned it. My sister is amazing. Kushina perked up her ears to eavesdrop, making a grain pancake that was about to burn. It turns out the highest level of bragging is to tell the truth. I've learned it. My ears are trained. She took out a plate and served the crumbled grain pancake. At the dining table, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a mirror to activate it, turning the system maintenance interface towards the mirror flower. Did you know Kaguya's mirror could be restored? I know. The mirror flower admitted directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen then asked, what about the origins of these things? Uncle Third is having dinner. Kushina appeared at the right moment, placing the crumbled pancake in front of him, exaggeratingly smiling. Hey, you play games too. I made this. Isn't it fun? You made this? Sarutobi Hiruzen completely didn't believe it. Kushina seemed to have known he wouldn't believe her, taking the mirror from his hand and operating it. Uncle Third, you eat first. I'll let you play the game in a bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently glanced at the chaotic items on the plate, deciding to see what Kushina was up to first. The system is currently under maintenance, but if you want to continue playing, you can first clear the spells on it, and then I'll rewrite it for you. Kushina turned back to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, blinking her innocent big eyes. Why aren't you eating? Is it that bad? Gulp. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed, forcing a smile. Of course not. I was just about to eat. He then picked up a chopstickful of layers, with lettuce, burnt pancake, and ham sausage, a chaotic mix, and closed his eyes, biting down with a heart full of resignation. Crunch, huh? His eyes lit up. The taste was surprisingly good, and he took another bite. The mirror flower held her forehead to hide her pretty face, trying hard not to laugh. When Sarutobi Hiruzen finished the plate, Kushina's minimalist version of Tetris was also completed. Here, Uncle Third, you can play now. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, and after taking the mirror to experience it, he found that aside from being ugly, low quality, and having fewer functions, it was basically the same as before. Could it really be made by Kushina? A glance at the smug little redhead out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. There was no sadness. Minato said that Kushina liked Kaguya, and the memory recovery had no sadness. Kaguya is alive. He instantly confirmed his guess. But why hasn't she shown herself? Does she not want to? Or can't she? The former suggests a possible change of heart, while the latter indicates a threat. Impossible. Kaguya admires him as the Hokage. Her cheerful personality makes betrayal impossible, and there is no reason to betray. No one in the village would harm him, and with the mirror technique, they would treasure it. Moreover, the mirror flower, his sister, is still in the village. Could there be some other resistance? For example, Uchiha Fugaku, who wanted to kill him, and the person who took his eyes. Unable to understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided not to dwell on it and waited for Kaguya to show herself. He had great trust in Kaguya. This little guy admires him so much, with a will of fire so strong. As a hero of Konoha, she wouldn't betray the village. After getting what he wanted and chatting a bit with the Mirror Flower, he stood up to take his leave. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll take my leave now. Lord Third, take care. The Mirror Flower politely saw him to the door. No need to see me off. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back and suddenly said seriously, if there is anything difficult or any requests, don't hesitate to say. I'm friends with your father. And Kaguya is also a hero of the village. Any request you have is not too much. The Mirror Flower glanced at Kushina, her bright, beautiful eyes looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Can we let Kushina live with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, his mind racing. Pros and cons, emotions. And Kaguya, gritting his teeth, he said yes. He was willing to believe that Kushina wouldn't go berserk, and he also wanted to trust the Mirror Flower more, hoping Kaguya would see his trust and come back to find him or tell him what trouble there was. Yay, Uncle Third, you're so nice. Kushina jumped up happily, knowing she could now legally stay. He. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen kindly patted the little girl's red head, feeling her joy. At this moment, Kushina became clever. She thought of her shop. Uncle Third, can you give me some of Kaguya's mirrors? I want to develop a new mobile phone for the village. You can go to the storage room and take some, but only a small portion. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled nonchalantly. After all, Kaguya was still alive, and when she returned, would there be a shortage of mirrors? Thank you, Uncle Third. Kushina's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy, eager to set up a stall to try it out. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried back to the office, seeing the waiting Shino. Old man Danzo, doesn't he give you any respect at all? Shino complained. Don't worry about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. There are more important things to do now. Shino put away his displeasure, waiting for orders with a serious expression. Deploy 3 Umbu teams to track down the rogue ninja, Uchiha Fugaku, and the whereabouts of the Manjiki. Alright, Chapter 28 System Activation. Hall of Mirrors. Dozens of mirrors full of spells floated around the trial mirror, and the spells on the huge mirror were collapsing. When the last spell was cleared, only the character soul remained on the mirror. Formatting complete. New system loading. Swoosh. The floating mirrors approached the trial mirror, and the spells on these mirrors crawled along the connection, flowing into the soul character. After a moment, intricate runes spread out from the soul character, forming spells that quickly filled nearly 1/5 of the mirror's surface on the right side of the trial mirror like a circuit. The dense spells formed a black circle, within which, whether intentional or unintentional, 12 characters were hollowed out at 12 surrounding positions. Z, Cho, In, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun Yu Su, and Hai. At this moment, the central soul character flashed and disappeared, only to reappear as the character mirror. Spell array construction complete. Chakra storage module starting to charge 10. 20. Database loading. The last few spells on the floating mirrors were cleared. Loading successful. Initiating self-check. Self-check complete. System activated. System name, Moon Little Mirror. Owner, Uchiha Kaguya. Hello, Dad. What the hell? Upon hearing the last sentence, Kaguya was completely stunned. Before, he only felt that this AI program was far better than expected, but it still fell within the framework of the information he provided, belonging to algorithmic intelligence. However, the appearance of the last sentence directly crossed over to linguistic intelligence, or even higher. Because he had never taught it the term dad, it wasn't T in its database. It created it itself. This was no longer strong AI. This was damn super AI. He couldn't help but ponder what caused it to become this way. The core was an ordinary AI program from his past life, which meant something went wrong in this ninja world. Chakra? Spells? Or the soul? It seemed to be the soul, but it was very strange. Could that little bit of soul truly awaken consciousness again? Why do you call me old man? Jingyue asked tentatively. Sun corresponds to the title Old Man, probability 70, source, a segment of fragmented audio played at this moment. The voice of a young man, old man don't. I last night was doing this. The voice of a middle-aged man. Sun, recycle Danzo. Mirror, connect. Restart the mirror technique. Winky face, Jingyue recognized it was Sarutobi Shino and Sarutobi Hizashi. This AI can even eavesdrop. Fortunately, the term old man wasn't created by it. Otherwise, that would be too terrifying. Currently, it seems the system is quite intelligent, but not to the point of super artificial intelligence. He breathed a sigh of relief. All he needed was a tool. If it became too powerful, Exceeding expectations too much would be frightening. However, there was still one question. I didn't draw the sound reception technique. How did you receive the sound? Sound effect technique activated. Sound generates feedback vibrations. Fine. Add a complete audio module to the installation package. The habit of eavesdropping is good. Keep it up. Received Jinghua revealed a sly smile. If mirrors become widespread in the future, there will be no secrets in the ninja world for him. Of course, the premise is to further enhance computing power. Fortunately, he has the entire hall of mirrors as a server room, and mirrors provide unlimited power. Each mirror is a unit of computing power. As long as there is enough chakra, he has infinite computing power. Old man, remaining chakra 2, expected to enter standby mode in 5 minutes. The beautiful fantasy was shattered. Sigh indeed, nothing is perfect. The original small AI program didn't consume this much. 5 minutes? Who can stand that? Go into standby mode and wait for someone to recharge. Your old man hasn't eaten and has no chakra. The third generation has already restarted the mirror technique research. Will there be a lack of chakra? Received the next moment, the character mirror on the trial mirror became dim. Knowing about the mirrors is a bit alarming. Jinghua left the hall of mirrors, being more cautious when going home to eat. In a dark room of a small building by the river, a mirror rippled. After a while, a beast-eared boy was nibbling on a grain cake, sneaking around the small building. Where is everyone? Out shopping? The house was empty. Only a bit of food remained in the kitchen. Jinghua felt he needed a communication tool. Previously, he could sense it by injecting chakra into the mirror. Later, he used a technique to connect a smartphone to the mirror with chakra. But now that the communication function has become stronger, it has instead disappeared. After injecting chakra into the mirror, it directly charged the system, so he couldn't sense anything. The previous smartphone used stored chakra in each mirror to sense each other. Completing the connection in the hall of mirrors, drawing techniques took up a lot of space in the mirror itself. Now he had to make games to earn chakra, and a single client occupied half the space. Adding 1 or 2 mini-games left no room for drawing techniques. So naturally, there was no way to create a communication module. Picking up a third grain cake, he thought while eating. He must enable cloud technology to redo the client, moving all games to the server, leaving only basic functions on the mirror. This would not only increase new features and enhance user experience, but also facilitate the development of large-scale games in the future. However, if he did this, users would consume more chakra, limiting ordinary people's usage. What if he monetized chakra? The skins have been selling well these past 2 days. Ordinary people spend money, and ninjas recharge chakra. Would this widen the wealth gap? Who cares? As long as people recharge, it's all mine. Finishing the grain cake in his hand, he summoned the mirror and jumped back in. He still needed to cultivate, so he had to resolve all issues quickly. Suddenly, there was a lot of work to do, as if it would never end. For 1 million Kakashi, he would give it his all. AI lacks the ability to innovate. He needs to create concepts, frameworks, and standards, then let it fill in, expand, upgrade, and optimize. It probably won't be sorted out in a few days. However, compared to a proper software development process, he was already hundreds of times faster. With chakra, artificial intelligence, and ready solutions, his efficiency soared. Even Boss Ma would cry and add another Ferrari to his garage after seeing this. Jinghua was busy, and both Jinghua and Kushina weren't idle either. Pushing a small cart straight to the Hokage building's storeroom, loading it with stacks and stacks. Lord Kushina, it's a disaster. The stockroom manager knelt on the ground, wiping his tears as he watched the 2 robbers' figures disappear. There were over 800 mirrors in total in the storeroom, half of which were taken away. Before long, these mirrors appeared in the basement of Jinghua's house. In the living room, the underachiever was playing games while the overachiever was doing homework. Sister, I want to sell mirrors. Kushina put down the mirror displaying a failed game. Isn't the store still under renovation? Jinghua didn't look up as she scribbled. We can set up a stall first. Kushina pointed at her lower lip, thinking she could get into character early. If you get tired of the game, you can go to the study and read. There are plenty of ninjutsu to learn at home. Jinghua saw through the truth at a glance, feeling bored and idle. Oh, sister, come with me. Chapter 29, Setting Up a Stall, Uchiha Clan District. A long line formed in front of a specialty pancake shop, and Hinata Yako, waiting for her teammates, had been in line for a long time before it was her turn. Is the little girl still the same? The pancake shop owner, Uchiha Sho, recognized the Hinata girl in front of him, having seen her often in the past 2 months. Yes, for big portions of pancakes, uncle. Yako nodded, and at that moment, a woman rushed out of the shop, catching her attention. I'm off to work, bro. What work? The shop is too busy. No way, I don't want to sell pancakes. Jinghua always calls me Uchiha Pancake. Come back here, you. Sorry for the wait. Here are your pancakes, sir. Watching his sister slip away, Sho could only helplessly continue serving customers. Thank you. Yako took the pancakes and sat on a bench by the roadside, enjoying the food while casting a pair of big white eyes at the bustling street. The war from half a month ago saw a hero with Sharingan, who flickered like a flower, sacrificing his life to end the war and bringing victory to the village. This made the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha much better, and the Uchiha district became livelier as a result. Grandma, I want to eat pancakes too. There are too many people, right, Obito? Can we buy them in the afternoon instead? We still have to go fruit picking to prepare for spring brewing. The conversation between the elderly and the children beside her pulled Yako's gaze back. She saw a tiny tot about 2 years old, sucking on his fingers with big eyes, drooling over the pancake in her hand. Giggle, she couldn't help but smile. The cute appearance amused her. She took out a pancake from the bag and handed it over. Call me sister, and I'll give you one. Sister. The little one raised his small hands and walked over, eyes fixed on the pancake, looking not very bright and easily fooled. Obito, the old woman scolded, pulling her grandson, who was about to grab the pancake. The little one struggled in place with his hands raised. Pancake, my pancake. The old woman looked apologetically at Yako. I'm so sorry, miss. The child doesn't understand. It's fine. Grandma. Yako stretched forward, placing the pancake in the child's hand, smiling as she said, You're very cute. Upon receiving the pancake, the child seemed to become smarter, immediately shoving it into his mouth without giving anyone a chance to stop him. The old woman shot a glare at her grandson. What should Obito say to sister? The child puffed out his cheeks. Sister, thank you. Giggle. The three were laughing and chatting when suddenly there was an explosion on the street. Bang, 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 bang. Emiru. Ah. Following the sound, several Uchiha clan members were lying on the ground, with a black-haired girl standing in the center and a red-haired girl beside her. Yako's gaze froze, filled with fear, surprise, and sadness. Time rewinds to 9 a.m. 2 girls, one red-haired and one black-haired, were carrying tables and chairs and bags as they walked along the streets of the Uchiha clan territory. We agreed that I still need to organize the materials and won't help you sell. On the side of the street, Kagami helped set up the folding tables, giving an early warning about the chaos. She had always been skeptical of her brother's idea of starting a game company to earn chakra, asking, with just 0.01, how much can you save? It's better to catch a tailed beast and extract chakra every day. But seeing him so enthusiastic, she didn't want to discourage him. So she thought she would just work a little harder herself. No problem. Just have my sister cover for me. Kushina dropped the small stool and patted her chest in assurance. Setting up a stall. I've never done it before, but it sounds fun. However, she was too shy to do it alone, so she brought her sister along. Quickly, they laid out the tablecloth and arranged a few mirrors attractively. The 2 legally blind girls didn't realize that their illegal business activities had already caught the attention of the city management team and the Uchiha security department. 4 Uchiha members were watching the 2 sisters setting up their stall from a distance at the street corner. This is too much. They're simply disregarding the law. Uchiha Hakadai, male, 25, with short brown hair and a thin face. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had gone to the battlefield in the Land of Wind, where he was entrusted with the important task of protecting Konoha as part of the security department. Now, someone dared to openly set up a stall in the Uchiha territory. It was simply like running around the streets with a basket of manure, asking for death. Arrest them. They must be arrested. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge forward. Vice Captain No. One subordinate quickly grabbed his left arm. The vice captain saw clearly that it was Kagami and thought, I can't beat her. Another rational member grabbed his right arm. With Kaguya just dead, maybe we should just turn a blind eye. The last one, a sympathetic type, also tried to dissuade him. Kaguya's death brought victory to Konoha, which also allowed the entire Uchiha clan to enjoy the benefits. First, the family has more say, and currently, clan leader Uchiha Fugaku is just a minor commander on the battlefield in the Land of Wind, with subordinates who are no longer just their clan members. Also, with increased foot traffic in the clan territory, the family's income has also increased, and the security department's enforcement has been much more cooperative with the villagers than before, with friendly gazes everywhere. How could they have a nerve to arrest Kaguya's sister under such circumstances? Of course, not being able to defeat her is a small reason too. Hakadai pondered silently, staring at the girl who possessed both beauty and strength for a long time. He said solemnly, as a hero's family member and a genius of the Uchiha clan, she should adhere to the law and protect the honor of the Uchiha. He walked over with righteous indignation. The remaining 3 exchanged looks and could only follow him helplessly. At this moment, Kagami was feeling a headache. Without the yang attribute, she couldn't try yin-yang release. Was she really going to have to transplant Hashirama's cells? How disgusting. Could she transplant her brother's? He has all attributes. But it seems that to become stronger, one has to stuff strange things into their body. That cartoonist is really perverted. She just wanted to become stronger cleanly. Uchiha Kagami, have you given up on honor? This is really disappointing. A scolding startled Kagami, who wanted to become stronger cleanly. Her long hair slid down her shoulders, and her confused head tilted back to see the righteous Uchiha Hakadai. Sister, who is he? Kushina, who was writing an advertisement, also looked over. Before Kagami could answer, Hakadai said, "You are a jonin. How can you fall so low as to set up a stall? As a genius, you should take up your sword and fight bravely like your brother. If I were your brother, I would be ashamed." This barrage of attacks left both Kagami and Kushina stunned, and the two girls displayed dazed expressions, caught off guard by what was said. What nonsense! After a while, Kagami regained her composure and looked at the four people surrounding her stall with cold eyes. Hakadai, Bambashi, Tetsu, Itada, are you all so idle that you come here to cause trouble? The cold goddess emanated an imposing aura. A thin young man, Uchiha Tada, trembled all over and, steeling himself, stepped forward to explain, Kagami, setting up a stall is not allowed here. Please don't make it difficult for us, Kagami. The strong young man, Uchiha Bambashi, stood firm and supported the vice captain. As Uchiha, your actions will impact the security department's image in the eyes of the villagers. The last Uchiha Tetsu also stepped forward. So that's what this is about. Kagami retracted her speechless aura. If it's not allowed, then it's not allowed. Why say so much useless talk, making it sound like she was trying to exterminate the clan? Anyway, she didn't want to set up a stall, so this excuse was perfect to scare Kushina. But Kushina had already spoken up first, putting on a pitiful expression. Uncles, please do us a favor. Our little stall isn't for business. She turned over the advertisement sign in her hand towards the four. Uchiha Kagami Commemorative Merchandise Stall. Let Uchiha Kagami be with you. The four finally noticed Kushina's presence, their eyes widening in shock. Fugaku had already mentioned the matter of the Jinchuriki in the family meeting, warning all Uchiha clan members not to provoke Kushina. The Nine Tails. Uchiha Hakadai was taken aback and lost his voice. Kagami's Sharingan appeared, and a fierce killing intent swept through. In the crowd, a tattooed man's lips curled into a smile. Good. It seems we don't need Lord Madara to take action. The Uchiha are all idiots, helping us test the Jinchuriki. Chapter 30. Setting up a stall, 2 swish bang. Thud, there were no screams, no wails. A peaceful body suddenly appeared on the streets of the Uchiha clan. Vice Captain, the remaining 3 members of the security department exclaimed in shock, glaring at Kagami. Uchiha Kagami, don't go too far. Exactly. How can you hit someone? We are enforcing the law normally. Your brother. The 3 were about to continue their accusations when they saw Kagami's figure blur, and a series of sounds followed. Bang, bang, bang. Emiru. Thud, thud in the span of 2 breaths. They all fell down. Clap, clap. Kagami dusted off her hands and glanced at the 4 on the ground. My brother said, women can be unreasonable. Sister is so cool. Kushina excitedly clenched her fists. Her sister was standing up for her, and she was so happy. The 2 sisters turned around and sat back down behind the stall. Kagami had originally thought about persuading Kushina to pack up, but now she decided to continue selling and see who dared to say another word. She had raised her brother alone since he was 4. What kind of scene hadn't she seen? Sometimes one cannot be soft. Otherwise, others will think you're easy to bully. Excuse me, how do I get this commemorative item? A curious voice asked. Hearing someone inquire, Kushina was delighted. Business is coming. She quickly called out, play the mirror game, and if you clear the 2nd level of sheep, it's all yours. When she looked up to see who it was, she instantly recalled the future image of the girl rolling her eyes continuously at her wedding. The Hyuga girl across from her forced a smile. You have a good memory, Uzumaki Kushina. I'm Hyuga Yako. Yako was panicking. She had witnessed the girl in front of her go berserk, and the feeling of being swept by that terrifying chakra still gave her nightmares. But curiosity overcame her fear, prompting her to come over. Kushina's eyes narrowed as a series of chat records from half a month ago surfaced in her mind. After a big data analysis in her little head, she concluded that this Hyuga Yako, like her sister Hinata, was also after her man. But no need to panic now. Besides her sister and herself, no one could see little Suki, so it was very secure to enjoy him alone. She switched to a big smile, bubbling with enthusiasm. Hello, Yako. Your sister and I are the best friends at school. Come on, Joshi and I will teach you how to play games. Get addicted to games, girl. Don't come and steal my man. On the side, Jinghua looked speechlessly at the unreliable younger sister-in-law, raised her hand to cover her face, and turned away. We are not familiar. Yako was startled by JioShinai's enthusiasm. Could it be that she was stimulated by the death of Jinghua? How pitiful. Instantly, her fear of her diminished a lot, and she leaned over to take a look. This is a trembling white eye, a mirror with a picture. Mirror ninjutsu? Jinghua, she exclaimed in surprise. How could she not be shocked? She and her sister still owe this guy a favor, and her sister has become depressed because of it. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. JioShinai advised. Introducing. This is a game console made based on a mirror left by Jinghua in the village, and the techniques used on it come from the secret tradition of the Uzumaki clan. Pull out the Yang Lu Yang and hand it to the other person. Play it, and if you clear the second level, this original flavored mirror of Uchiha Jinghua will be yours. Yako stared blankly at the small carrot and cabbage block in her hand. Original flavor? Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately resisted the impulse to smell it. How embarrassing. Her fingers followed the prompt and clicked. Huh, it seems quite interesting. Then, a Byakugan girl appeared next to the stall, her expression gradually distorting. Jinghua glared at the little red-haired girl. What the hell is original flavor? JioShinai playfully winked. Uchiha Hakadai, who was lying on the ground, also blinked and woke up. Uchiha Jinghua. The clan land does not allow stalls the long black hair swayed. Bang! Thud the just-woken Uchiha Hakadai fell to the ground again, while the three people around him simultaneously closed their eyes into narrow slits and lay quietly. Soon, a Uchiha boy with a dumpling nose suspiciously looked at the four humanoid figures. What kind of shape is this? Is it now popular to lie on the street during the day? Uchiha Mingji tiptoed over and came to his teammate Yako. Yako, he called out. Seeing no response, he raised his voice. Yako is going to be late. Yako frowned and impatiently said, Little chick, help me ask the teacher for leave. Just say my period came. Mingji cracked a smile. There should be a limit to lying with your eyes open, okay? Am I blind? There's only a little red-haired girl and a Uchiha here. Where did the ant come from? Just as he was about to step forward to question, for shadows sprang up beneath his feet. Jinghua, you the shadows flashed. Bang, 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 bang. Thud X for the four continued to lie down. Jinghua clapped her hands, calmly sat back on a small bench, and picked up a scroll and pen to write and draw. Damn, Mingji was startled, not understanding how these four seniors offended the Uchiha clan's beauty representative. But he saw the little red-haired girl with bandages beside Jinghua, smiling brightly and waving at him. Handsome guy, come play. Then the number of people standing at the stall turned into two, while the four lying down remained the same. An hour later, a black-haired ponytail girl rushed over angrily. What is wrong with you two? It's almost noon. How long do you want me and Sensei to wait? Come play, beautiful. It was that bright, smiling, little red-haired girl again. Then the number of people being punished turned into three, while the four lying down still remained the same. Half an hour later, a middle-aged jonin rushed over angrily. You three, uncle, come play. Still that bright, little red-haired girl. 4 against 4. Jinghua, we were wrong. One person on the ground couldn't hold on and begged for mercy. Inada, where is your honor? Uchiha Hakadai lay on the ground angrily. It turned out he fainted. Uchiha Inada cried. Senior, I need to pee. I can't hold it anymore. Jinghua and JioShinai couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee hee. JioShinai held Jinghua's shoulder, laughing so hard it hurt her wounds. Sister, let them go. Blocking the way here makes others afraid to come over. A batch of onlookers walked away, but the 4 members of the security department lying in front of the stall made it hard for people to approach. Jinghua's lips curled slightly. Everyone, get up. Zang zang zang, the 4 stood up at once. Jinghua picked up the 4 cracked mirrors from the table and threw them one by one. Inject chakra to repair the mirror. Then click that sheep. If you clear the second level, you can leave. The 4 obediently followed the operation, not daring to disobey. Otherwise, they would have to lie down. Among them, Uchiha Inada trembled and raised his hand. Can I? He really couldn't hold it anymore. Jinghua rolled her eyes. Go ahead. Thank you. Uchiha Inada didn't forget to bow and thank her very politely. The members of the security department began to play, and naturally, others curiously gathered around. Then, 5, 6, 7, 20, 30. As more and more people arrived, an outdoor game venue appeared within the Uchiha clan land. Jinghua even specifically went home to get another mirror. Until the afternoon, an old lady and her grandson returned with a basket, and at a glance, they saw a long queue. Grandma, what are they doing? The little one asked in confusion. The old woman shook her head. I don't know. Grandma, I saw that sister. Can I give her some fruit to eat? The little one noticed sharply. The old woman smiled. feeling happy for her grandson's gratitude. Take it home and wash it first, then you can bring it to her, okay? Grandma, let's hurry home. The little one pulled the old lady home, and soon a person ran over holding a food box. And then, little friend, come play. JoinsTeam didn't even let the kids go. The stall was open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., attracting one batch after another of people to be punished, and the name Uzumaki JoinsTeam spread widely among the Uchiha clan on this day. Chapter 31. Clan Appearance and Ethos at 10 p.m. The shimmering river reflected the lights of the small building. 71 people registered for the account, with an average of 0. 6 cards, 0. 6 multiplied by 71. JoinsTeam lay on the sofa, counting her fingers, finding it a bit difficult. The water is ready. Come up. Jinghua's voice came from the second floor. Coming. JoinsTeam leaped up from the sofa like a carp, excitedly rushing to the second floor. Sister, do you know how much flow we had today? How much? Over 40 cards, more than 100 Chidori. Xiao Yiya is simply a genius. My brother is of course a genius, taking off clothes to change bandages. I don't want to. Then don't get on my bed. Sister, the girl's wail echoed. Whoosh, a figure darted into the surrounding woods of the small building. Rustle, rustle as the leaves rustled. 2 masked Umbu swung their blades towards the figure. Umbu, I am Uchiha Nada from the security department. The figure reported its identity. The 2 Umbu sheathed their blades, and one of them coldly spoke. Leave. Uchiha Nada did not leave, but instead asked, Umbu, may I ask why the Jinchuriki is an Uchiha? By the order of Lord 3rd Hokage, a long-term stay. You don't need to ask more about the rest. Yes, thank you, Umbu. Rustle, rustle. The night wind blew, and no one was left in the woods. On the other side of the small building, the rude Umbu were monitoring here. Dog-faced Umbu, Lord Wei, the security department members were subdued by Uchiha Jinghua. I know. The sheep-faced Umbu spoke with a hint of helplessness, originally thinking that with Uchiha's temper, they would make a big deal out of it and anger the Jinchuriki, who knew that without saying a word, they were pressed down and rubbed by a girl, not even daring to resist. Useless. Our control over Uchiha is weak, and the spreading of rumors is greatly obstructed. The dog-faced one continued. Let her go out. She still needs to run the stall. The sheep-faced person helplessly said that claiming to have weak control is an overstatement. The root scant reached the Uchiha security department. Uchiha Atada hurriedly crashed through the door. Vice Captain, I contacted the Umbu. Uzumaki Kushina is currently living in the Mirror Flowers house, and it's a long-term arrangement. Approved by the 3rd Hokage. What? Uchiha Tetsu stood up in shock, his face filled with fear. The Jinchuriki living in our clan's territory. Another clan member hesitated to speak. Others felt similarly, their minds unsettled. The Jinchuriki living nearby, every day, inevitably instilled fear in them. Uchiha Hakadai scanned his subordinates with anger. A bunch of cowards. Have you all thrown away the glory of the Uchiha? Everyone lowered their heads. Hakadai continued. The 3rd Hokage, placing the Jinchuriki in the Uchiha, is the highest trust in our clan. Are you all going to abandon this trust just because you're afraid? Everyone looked up at Uchiha Hakadai, right? Being able to entrust the Jinchuriki to the Uchiha is, in itself, the 3rd Hokage's recognition and trust in the Uchiha clan. How can you betray the 3rd Hokage's trust just because of fear? This trust is something they have waited for decades, ever since Uchiha Madara defected. They have longed for the village's trust. Everyone's eyes sparkled with determination. Vice Captain, what should we do? Yes, Vice Captain. We need to show our stance and not betray the 3rd Hokage's trust. Vice Captain, facing the enthusiastic gaze of his subordinates. Uchiha Hakadai pondered for a moment before speaking. First, we cannot affect Kushina's normal life. Second, we cannot interfere with the work of the Umbu. Based on these 2 points, we will do our best to ensure Kushina's safety, calm the emotions, and make her feel at home, preventing the Nine Tails from going berserk. The security department was brightly lit, staying up all night. 10 kilometers outside Konoha village, in a Hyuga ancestral land, the ancestral shrine. A girl sat quietly on a cushion. The night breeze carried in by the moonlight swayed the candle flames and brushed against her long hair. Her slender fingers pressed down her hair, but could not calm the waves in her heart. Clearly just a boy who hurried through her life, yet he occupied her memories. Classmates, teammates. They had known each other for a long time, but spent little time together. The debt she owed could never be repaid. Hinata Jinkai had been here for nearly half a month, and her heart still could not find peace. She knew she liked Kagetsu, and also knew that Kagetsu had someone she liked. Originally, she wanted to repay the favor and then interact as classmates, teammates, and friends. But in the end, the favor could not be repaid, and their interactions became an illusion. Many things that cannot be repaid would become a burden, especially favors and debts from someone one cares about. A rustling sound came from the window. Jinkai smiled and turned back to see a messenger pigeon perched on the windowsill. She got up, took the letter from the pigeon's leg, and opened it. Huh? Her gaze froze. The paper read, "Sister, input chakra into the mirror, and it can be restored." She hurriedly took out the cracked mirror. Moments later. She was stunned on the spot. Another trap. The next day, morning lights spilled over the riverside small building. Two girls, each carrying a large bag of mirrors, went out, ready for a new day of mark experience. But when they reached the spot where they had set up their stall yesterday, they rubbed their eyes in unison. The street had completely changed its appearance. Umbrellas opened like mushrooms along the street. Rows of tables and chairs were neatly arranged under the umbrellas, and groups of people sat down, eating breakfast and chatting. "Sister, someone is encroaching on our territory." Kushina put down her bag, rolled up her sleeves, her big eyes glaring fiercely, ready to fight. Just one day of setting up, and someone is causing trouble. Do they not know that I, Uzumaki Kushina, don't eat meat? Kagetsu frowned. No one from the Uchiha would be bored enough to come and steal a stall. At this moment, Uchiha Tada from the security department ran over from a distance, his face awkwardly smiling, his gaze towards them quite restrained. "Kagetsu, Kushina, good morning." "Good morning, Tada. What's going on?" Kagetsu asked. Uchiha Tada secretly glanced at Kushina and immediately looked away, then smiled. "This is specially prepared for you by the vice captain." "Prepared for us?" Kushina couldn't believe it. Why would that stern and rigid city management do this? "Yes, it's prepared for you." Hee. Uchiha Tada awkwardly smiled. "Why?" Kagetsu squinted her eyes, suspecting ulterior motives. "The vice captain said that everyone standing on the street would affect the Uchiha's image. Sitting is better," Uchiha Tada explained. Kagetsu's pretty face was confused. "Image? What the heck?" "So that's how it is." Carefree Kushina believed it, putting down her sleeves and smiling. "The city management brother is a good person with a cold face and a warm heart." She bent down and took out a dozen mirrors from the bag and handed them over. "Uncle Atada, these are a token of gratitude. Please help pass them to the uncles and brothers in the security department. It's a matter of reciprocity. I, Kushina, am a person who understands the ways of the world." Uchiha Tada's eyes lit up. "How can I accept this?" "Thank you on behalf of the vice captain." Happily accepting the mirrors, which are good items. He had to play games at work yesterday and found it super enjoyable. The key is that currently, besides one or two people who have cleared the game, no one else has mirrors. So now he can show off a bit, flaunting the glory of the Uchiha. His gaze towards the two became much friendlier, enthusiastically snatching the bags from their hands. "Let me carry it for you. Everyone is waiting." The three then walked into the Uchiha market. Under the deliberate accommodation of the security department, Kushina's trial stall was upgraded to an outdoor game hall. Then, with mutual promotion, more and more people came to the Uchiha clan territory, making it increasingly lively. Nearby shops like the pancake shop, senbei shop, drink shop, and other snack shops saw their business soaring, and the shop owners were smiling from ear to ear, naturally becoming more enthusiastic towards Kushina. Chapter 32, Little Chili OS2. 3 days later, on a morning, the streets of the Uchiha clan were bustling with activity. Come, Uchiha special pancakes, one for each person. Today I'm treating." A woman enthusiastically distributed pancakes from her own shop. Ever since Uchiha HSH started playing games, she hadn't gone to work, and her gaming friends were all talented and good at talking. She loved being here. "Thank you, HSH Nay. I wish you clear the game today." "Ha ha ha. Thank you for your good wishes. I will definitely get the mirror today as I analyze the patterns all night." "What patterns?" "That thing can't be cleared at all. I'm just here to stack blocks. Today, I want to clear 233 levels and be among the top 100 in the server." Uchiha Meiji had rarely gotten up early these past 2 days. "Unknown. I remember there are only 101 people on the leaderboard. Little chicken brother, I'm ranked 100, the second to last." A 2-year-old kid, Uchiha Obito, added. Uchiha Meiji. When the name Little Chicken was confirmed, 2 girls carrying bags appeared. "They're here. Kushina and Kagetsu are here. Hurry to help." "Let me do it." "Don't snatch. Mind your manners." "Did you just say mind your manners after being the first to act?" "Don't curse. There are children." In less than 2 minutes, only the 2 girls remained empty-handed in the morning breeze, looking disheveled. "Sister, were we just robbed?" Kushina pouted. Who would have thought business would explode like this, not even experiencing any semblance of running a business? "Just laugh." Kagetsu pinched her chubby cheek and walked towards their boss's seat. Now, she somewhat believes in her brother's method of accumulation. In the past 3 days, except for the first day, the estimated daily chakra flow for the last 2 days has been no less than 50 calories. According to her brother, if 1 calorie equals 4,000 birds, that would be 200,000 birds of chakra. Although she doesn't know the operational cost of the mirror, it would still be impressive even if it's just half. Now, before the shop even opens, there's already such an effect. Just imagine when it opens and everyone uses the mirror, the daily chakra gained would be terrifying. One can only say, as expected of my brother. The two took their seats, and Jinghua continued to study Uchiha Madara's teaching videos, while Kushina took out the mirror to play games. Tap tap, Uchiha Sha placed 2 cups of juice and some snacks on the table. Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, Huasha. Jinghua and Kushina expressed their gratitude. These were sent by the shops on the street. They come every day. Uchiha Sha smiled and sat next to Kushina, picked up the mirror, and opened the game Yangla Sheep to log in. Kushina asked, when will your mirror go on sale? Everyone is waiting. The day after tomorrow. The renovations are almost done, and I'll be cleaning and ventilating the place today and tomorrow. The renovation workers report their progress to her every day. Really? That's great. I'll go notify the others to support you the day after tomorrow. Wait, Kushina called out to the enthusiastic Uchiha Huasha. By the way, tell everyone that the mirrors won't be collected today. I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't come. I'll come back to hang out with you once the shop is ready. Since everyone is so familiar now, she felt embarrassed to ask people to buy mirrors again. Uchiha Huasha's eyes lit up, and she cupped Kushina's face and kissed her. Mua, love you to death. And she jumped up and ran off to spread the news, leaving Kushina wiping the drool off her face, feeling both amused and helpless. Sister, are all Uchiha so enthusiastic? It's different from what the village says. Over the past few days, Kushina has experienced the V treatment of the Uchiha clan. Not only was there food and drink, but everyone was also warm and welcoming. Jinghua shook her head, not understanding what was wrong with these clansmen. They weren't like this before. Could it be that the game made them all silly? It's been a few days, and she didn't know what Xiaoye was up to lately. It had been a long time since she last saw her little boyfriend. If it weren't for the food, left at home, disappearing every day, Kushina would have gone out looking for him. Of course, he's training. You need to step it up too. Once your injury heals, you should train seriously. Jinghua imagined her brother training hard and nodded in satisfaction. Impossible. If you're training now, I would have cleared the sheep pen today. How could I not know what kind of person my boyfriend is? Kushina said, he won't move forward unless you whip him. Jinghua shot her a glance. You don't even trust your boyfriend. You fake girlfriend. Her brother promised her, so he must be working hard to get stronger. You don't even understand your brother. You fake sister. Kushina refused to back down. Jinghua narrowed her beautiful eyes. You've gotten bold. Now you dare to talk to me like that? The teacher's account is cancelled. Now you can only be my sister. Hee, you little brat. Sister, how about we open a shop here too? It's close to home, and I can come every day. Kushina sipped her drink and played games, enjoying life. No, you still need to train. Jinghua held a pen and paper, struggling to write yin yang done from 0, which was quite difficult. All right, I'll send some more mirrors for Huasha to help sell. Kushina thought about training and sadly sipped her drink. Xiaoye, where are you? Come take me away. Boo-hoo. As the day progressed and approached noon, ding, a pop-up appeared on everyone's mirror. System upgrade notification, Little Chili 0S2. 0 official version is online. Please input 0. 2 calories to complete the update. In the root base underground in Konoha, the research department analyzed that the mirror is a physical object. After repair, its functionality remains the same, and the previous techniques can still be effective on the mirror. The 2 techniques belong to the same origin, and Uzumaki Kushina is confirmed to have the ability to achieve this. If only analyzing the mirror and techniques, it is impossible to determine Uchiha KageyukiGets' life or death. A root member was giving a report. It cannot be determined. Danzo played with the mirror in his hand, observing the techniques on it, trying to discern something. He also knew what Kushina had been doing in the Uchiha clan these days, but he couldn't gauge the situation. Is there a possibility that someone can observe us through the mirror? Is it safe for us to use the mirror? He asked, voicing his concerns. After a moment of thought, a subordinate analyzed. Both sides of the mirror show chakra reactions when connected, and we can research corresponding warning techniques. Moreover, according to intelligence, although Uchiha KageyukiGets can sense the chakra input into the mirror, this sensing is blocked by her techniques, as using the mirror simultaneously by multiple people would cause significant interference for her. Additionally, without the assistance of techniques, the mirror cannot receive sound. After a pause, there was also a situation where connections could not be made during battles with the Mist Shinobi. It should be affected by sealing techniques or chakra interference. Therefore, there are many ways to avoid observation. Overall, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, and the long-distance communication means are too powerful. Uchiha KageyukiGets alone cannot monitor everyone. We just need to pay attention to one point. After listening to his subordinate's analysis, Danzo nodded. Mirror communication is too important for him as an intelligence chief. He won't give it up easily. Just then, a bright red dialog box suddenly popped up on the mirror. System upgrade notification, Little Chili 0S2. 0 officially launched. Please input 0. 2 calories to complete the update. This update includes Chili Flying News, Chili Payment, Chili Weibo, Chili Browser, Chili Live, Chili Games. Danzo felt a wave of spiciness even through the screen. What is this? He handed the mirror to his subordinate. You updated. The subordinate reluctantly took it and started injecting chakra. Lord Danzo is indeed safe and cautious. Danzo did not waste time on the update and continued the previous topic. What actions are being taken at Hizashi's end? The subordinate replied, enhancing the wanted level for Uchiha non-sources. Upon hearing this, Danzo smiled slightly, as it seemed his work to keep the eye theft a secret was very successful. If it can't be determined, then handle it as if they are alive. Take a photo of Uchiha KageyukiGets and go to the black market. Yes, he didn't want to waste manpower on a person whose life or death could not be confirmed. A bounty in the black market would be enough to get those rogue ninjas to help. After all, he had plenty of money. And what if they are alive? Just a little blind person. Once caught, they can be imprisoned. How is the rumor about the Jinchuriki spreading? Is it stable? The subordinate's expression changed. Danzo's expression darkened. He disliked bad news. Speak? According to the report sent by Lord Mizuho, because of the inheritance merchants of Lord Mizuho, the rumors about the Jinchuriki are not very popular. Furthermore, the Jinchuriki has been living in Uchiha Jinghua's house recently, and the Uchiha clan is not within the infiltration range of Root, so the subordinate lowered his head and stopped speaking. Danzo's face turned dark. He had planned to use rumors to provoke Kushina into a breakdown, thus attracting Uchiha Jinghua to stand up for her, and then he could find a way to make her make mistakes. However, Hizashi is currently very determined in protecting Uchiha Jinghua, making it impossible for him to act against her at will. He can only wait for her to make a mistake on her own. As a result, truly the evil Uchiha. Knock, 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 a knocking sound came. Kumin. The door was pulled open, and an Umbu knelt outside the door on one knee. Lord Danzo, Lord Bruhua has requested 2 samples of the first-generation cells. Toanzo listened in silence, pondering. The task he assigned to Beilu was to study the Sharingan, and the previous plan required the bloodline of Uchiha Kyuka. It seems he has found a new direction. Although he didn't understand the connection between the first Hokage cells and the Sharingan, he still picked up a pen and paper to write a hand order. The best candidate he had in mind for recruitment was Orochimaru. Orochimaru not only had superior talent, but he could also sense the darkness growing within him. As long as he provided enough bloody experiments in the name of research, he could extinguish the last remnants of humanity within Orochimaru and gain control over this disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was currently in the land of wind and might not return for some time, and Toanzo didn't want to wait even a moment. He handed over the written order, opening one dead fish eye and said, "Tell him that I will do my utmost to fulfill his needs, but the results must satisfy me." Yes. The Umbu bowed and respectfully took the order. At this time, the subordinate also completed the installation of Little Pepper 2.0 and returned the mirror. Lord Toanzo, it's ready. Toanzo took the mirror and saw the numerous peppers on its surface, too spicy. He flipped it over and saw a network of fine lines, and couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell? What kind of technique is this? In the past, he could recognize some of the meanings and functions of techniques, but now he couldn't understand it all. He just instinctively felt that this should be a technique. The subordinate frowned in thought and speculated. It should be a brand new system of techniques with a very high and refined degree of compression for the incantations. Toanzo's fingers kept clicking and scrolling through the software descriptions, unable to maintain a calm expression. A super enhanced version of the mirror phone? Increase the manpower to study the mirror technique and let them investigate the method of Uchiha Kushina's drawn techniques thoroughly. I need you to replicate this thing. The communication method must be completely mastered and ensured to be safe. The subordinate hesitated. Uchiha Kushina is protected by Uchiha Kyuka, making it difficult to act. Toanzo squinted one eye. I'll think of a way. Chapter 33. mature thoughts in the hall of 10,000 mirrors. The trial mirror was now surrounded by a cluster of mirrors like stars surrounding the moon, with countless data storing techniques interacting with each other. After more than 3 days of relentless work, KageyukiGets and the system's Kyuko finally replicated most of the basic functions and applications of smartphones from their previous life. They also had to thank their sister and Kushina for their chakra support. The chakra flowing in every day was substantial. Beilu Hashirama cells. It seems Tawanzo has found the right direction. KageyukiGets rubbed his chin and eavesdropped on Tawanzo's conversation with his subordinates. Just as they finished everything, they received a signal triggered by keywords and began to eavesdrop on Tawanzo's words. Increase the manpower to study the mirror technique and let them investigate the method of Uchiha Kushina's drawn techniques thoroughly. I need you to replicate this thing. The communication method must be completely mastered and ensured to be safe. Tawanzo's voice came through. Replicate? Replicate what? KageyukiGets was indifferent. The techniques generated by the system had incantations that were no longer in a conventional arrangement, possessing inherent encryption properties. The technique itself was composed of a combination of incantations. To save space, he borrowed principles from his previous life about compression and memory. First, he let the system number all the incantations, then added an incantation pool and RAM pool for the client, and in the technique, apart from the necessary connecting incantations, only a string of marked codes remained. The technique would send a request to the incantation pool each time it was activated, and the incantation pool would copy the required incantations into the RAM pool for activation based on the code. Once usage ended and there was no further activation for a long time, the RAM pool would automatically clear the incantations to free up space. To crack his technique, one must first understand his coding method, as most of the content in his technique would be gibberish to others. However, suddenly he had a mature idea. Now that he had computers and artificial intelligence, why not help this guy accelerate the research on Hashirama cells and then reap the benefits himself? The scheming KageyukiGets began to write down his mature ideas. After a while, kid, send the plan to your mother and organize a new tutorial for writing techniques. Tell her not to hide it too well, and by the way, send Tawanzo's recording to the family group. Received. After the response, a smooth mirror flew towards the trial mirror, and then new techniques appeared one line after another. Yawn. So tired. KageyukiGets glanced at it and no longer paid attention. First, I need to go back to Mayaboka Mountain and sleep for a solid while. After 3 days without sleep, he felt like he could sleep to death, so he abandoned the idea of visiting his sister and Little Pepper for now. Kid, filter all the mirrors activated by the root organization for key listening and send a message to your aunt that I don't need food saved for me today. Okay, old man. With the artificial intelligence of Kyuko, they could totally become behind-the-scenes big shots in the future. With a smile, he dove into a mirror to go to Mayaboka Mountain to sleep. As a result, a series of gloomy laughter echoed. KageyukiGets, with dark circles under his eyes, looked around in confusion and saw a green, slimy old toad with a malicious expression. It's over, I forgot about this. He hurriedly put on a flattering smile. Lord Shinsaku, let me explain. Do you think I would listen? Shinsaku would never listen to his explanation. This little brat had been at Mayaboka Mountain for so long, and the total time spent training was less than half. It was ridiculous. He waved his hand and delivered a heavy blow. Smack! KageyukiGets fell to the ground peacefully. Boom! Then Shinsaku summoned the Mayaboku contract scroll and opened it. Grabbing KageyukiGets' hand to draw blood, he wrote the characters Uchiha KageyukiGets on the scroll and pressed his handprint to seal it. Let us see if you still dare to slack off. Shinsaku also pulled out a trump card. The Mayaboka contract was an equal relationship, and if KageyukiGets dared to run around again, he could summon him back. Looking at those dark circles, Shinsaku frowned. How long has this kid not slept? I'll let you off today. He picked up KageyukiGets and tossed him onto the bed. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of the boys snoring. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, a heavily injured ninja hawk landed shakily on Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm. It untied the message pouch on its leg and took out a mini scroll, handing the ninja hawk to the nearby Shino. Take it to the medical department. Yes. Shino carefully took the ninja hawk and quickly departed. Sigh, only one returned. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed, forming seals to open the scroll and read the intelligence from the battlefield in Sunagakure. The weather in the land of wind was harsh, the journey long, and coupled with the treacherous battlefield, each intelligence transmission was a life or death test for the communication hawks. A powerful steam ninja appeared in Awagakure. The situation has changed again. After reading the intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and glanced at the position of the sun. It takes 7 hours to transmit intelligence. Why hasn't KageyukiGets returned yet? At this moment, he recalled KageyukiGets and his mirror phone. Third Hokage. A figure leaped onto the rooftop with a shout. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around. It was the head of the research department, Tenpu, running over with a beaming face. Third Hokage, good news. The communication function has been restored and further enhanced. Nanny. 30 minutes later, in the Hokage office. Bang. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen excitedly slammed the table with his hands. He had just finished testing the 3 functions of flying messages, live streaming, and payment, which were nothing short of perfect. With features like Pepper, flying messages, video, voice, text, friends, groups, and more, it not only facilitated remote intelligence transmission, but also made office work more convenient. Chili Live, no need to say more, even Sand Hidden praises it. Chili Payment, this is already out of this world. Storing and transmitting chakra remotely. What else could it be but extraordinary? He instantly thought of the correct way to utilize this feature. In the future, it would completely allow the ninjas in the village to continuously supply chakra to the frontline combat units. How could the enemy fight against that? He could already imagine scenes of ninjutsu bombarding the battlefield. Little Mirror Moon, hurry back. Uncle Hiruzen wants you to be Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with tears. He just wanted to find Mirror Moon and tie him firmly to Konoha village. How could he tie him the most securely? Of course, by making him the Hokage. As for Mirror Moon's unreliable personality, he could just act as a regent, while he himself could just pose as a mascot. Anyway, Mirror Dune must stay in Konoha. He also needed to make him have more children. The Mirror Dune bloodline must branch out. This auxiliary ability is too strong, and its offensive power won't pose a threat to the village. Which leader wouldn't like such a safe and powerful ability? Someone, Lord Third, an Umbu appeared. Immediately gather personnel to repair all the mirrors in the storehouse. Yes, the Umbu left, and Sarutobi Hiruzen then took out the roster to filter the escort team. Escorting is a C-rank mission and not difficult, but it's troublesome because it's not just delivering to one person. Konoha's battlefield in the Land of Wind is large, needing to send supplies to every dispersed unit. This means the escort team must include sensory ninjas to connect with the hidden frontline ninjas. Being cautious, he first checked which elite J-Nin teams were still available in the village. The Kawakami team, S guiding J-Nin, is still injured. The Inazuka team, S guiding J-Nin, has fallen. Jiraiya S team had Jiraiya absent. Why does it feel like the elite J-Nin teams are all incomplete? Flipping to the regular J-Nin roster. The Yamanaka Hirokazu team, this one is okay. It has Byakugan and sensory capabilities, though it's somewhat lacking in strength. But it's sufficient for delivering something. Creak the door was pushed open, and without looking up, Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew who it was. Danzo has something to discuss. He picked up his pipe and looked at his old friend standing at the door. Danzo stepped forward slowly, his eyes scanning the roster of ninja teams on the table. It would be safer to assign the task of escorting the mirrors to route, he said lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe. If you're willing to deliver those 800 mirrors from the route base to my storehouse, I wouldn't mind. Previously, Danzo had suppressed the mirrors, which he didn't care about. But now he couldn't let him have any ideas. Otherwise, asking Kushina for the mirrors would be too embarrassing. That girl was really ruthless, almost emptying him out. Danzo didn't respond. He couldn't spit out the mirrors in his hands. As this thing could even transmit chakra, its value is too great. He came to the table and flipped through the ninja roster. White Fang, Orochimaru, Jiraiya are all absent. Tsunade is like that. And there aren't many completely reliable and strong people under you. Forcing the conversation back on topic. Don't you know why Tsunade has become like this? Mentioning Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Danzo. Hemophobia, his disciple, was ruined just because this guy disobeyed orders. And then their S Mirror Moon. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He snatched back the ninja roster and retorted, "The escort mission doesn't need your concern. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Oof. I'm just worried you don't have anyone to use. The mirrors are very important for the front line. Danzo left a parting remark and turned to leave, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen frowning. Being reminded by Danzo, he felt that Yamanaka Hirokazu seemed a bit weak. Looking down at the roster, the name Uchiha Kagetsu caught his eye. After pondering for a long time, he crossed out the Yamanaka Hirokazu team. He wrote down Uchiha Kagetsu and added guiding J-Nin of Team 8, Yamanaka Aichi Narashikaka. Akimichi Choza. Chapter 34. Family group prohibits dating. Gentle winds and slender willows send the sunset falling. The water reflects the rosy clouds dotting the makeup. Ah, I am exhausted. A person who lies around all day has no right to say such things. Not all. I've been diligently reading the script. The two girls returned home with the evening glow, and as soon as they entered the house, the little red-haired one collapsed onto the sofa, making Kagetsu shake her head. This appearance is a complete copy of her younger brother, and seems even better. She must get this sister-in-law to get moving. Should she just throw her in a Mayaboka mountain too? Sister, don't bother making dinner. I want to eat either. Kushina lay down for 2 seconds and then sat up, rummaging through the cabinet for paper and pen, remembering she still had things to do. At noon, Mirror Moon sent a message, asking her to copy down the new technique writing method and not hide it too well. ISNT this obviously trying to trap her? I like it. Finding paper and pen, she moved to the dining table, swinging her feet and scribbling furiously, laughing as she wrote. Kagetsu shook her head. It's over. This girl has already been ruined by her brother. She also saw the message sent by her brother, as well as Danzo's audio. Not only that, activating the mirror, she opened Chili Flying Message, then clicked on the private room, entering the password. Flower moon moon flower pepper pepper flower pepper. Then, Danzo, unnamed route 1, unnamed route 2. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Shino, unnamed Umbu 1. These are all listening channels. The two big ruffians of Konoha Village and some of their subordinates are already under surveillance, and it also supports audio to text conversion. She could only say, Little Brother 666. A bloodline limit. Normally people would either focus on attack or defense, but her brother turned it into high-tech. Her eyes looked out the window. It should be coming, right? She had already eavesdropped on the news about her upcoming mission, and this type of recorded message would automatically push notifications to her. Highlighted in red, she glanced at the little red-haired one who was foolishly smiling and copying homework, feeling somewhat uneasy. Kushina. Kushina was so focused on her copying that she didn't have time to look up. I'm going to the Land of Wind. Probably one TB back for a short time. Mirror Moon will be handed over to you. She wanted to try capturing a tail beast. Don't worry. I'll definitely raise it plump and healthy. Remember to change the medicine and bandages on time. I know. Once you're healed, make sure to train hard. Don't get caught by Cloud Village again. TCH. That's not me. I could never be that weak. With Kurama, I dare go and take down Danzo right now. You still remember me? Mirrors, mirrors, mirrors. Why don't you send me a piece in here? Kurama shouted in frustration. I just wanted to pass the time. Why is it so hard? This girl is definitely doing it on purpose, trying to control him. Got it. Didn't you see my boyfriend, ISNT here? He wasn't here before either. A girl is shy and embarrassed to speak up. Little scumbag. Don't mess around. The extreme one-for-one ninjutsu from Danzo will definitely not be lacking. Kagetsu earnestly reminded the two chatting Kushina. Relax. I'm not stupid. Kushina suddenly frowned. It's here. 3 seconds later, Wushin Umbu appeared out of nowhere. Lady Kagetsu, the third Hokage requests your presence. His tone was very respectful, even using honorifics. Do we know each other? Kagetsu felt puzzled. The eyes behind the Umbu mask flashed with admiration. You are the sister of the hero Mirror Moon. Well, fine, it's nice to benefit from my brother for the first time. She turned back to remind again. Kushina, take good care of the house. With graceful steps, she walked towards a weapon rack and picked up the Kusanagi sword. Let's go. 1 hour later, at the gate of Konoha Village, Kagetsu took on the role of leading J-Nin for the second time. Teammate, led by former J-Nin Kuruma, includes Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Aichi, and Akimichi Choza. At this moment, the three of them stood neatly in a row, all carrying standardized backpacks marked with a character. Each backpack contained 100 mirrors, which, after upgrading, could not be stored in ordinary sealing scrolls and could only be carried personally. Facing them was Jinghua, dressed in a black combat uniform. Jinghua, please take care of us. X3 Jinghua smiled gently. These were all familiar faces. I'm only a year or two older than you, so you can just call me sister like Kushina does. The three boys, faced with Jinghua's radiant smile like that of a celestial being, were at a loss for where to put their eyes and could only bow collectively. Sister Jinghua, please take care of us. X3 Jinghua's pink lips curled slightly. Let's go. The news of the new 8th class leaving the village reached Danzo's ears merely 5 minutes later. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Jinghua has left the village. A dark-clothed Umbu with a sheep mask knelt outside the door. With a rustle, the door opened, revealing Danzo, who was studying the mirrors. He put down the mirror and glanced indifferently at the Umbu named way outside the door, then called out. Swish. Another Umbu with a crow mask appeared outside the door. Lord Danzo, The person slightly raised his head, revealing a hint of red light beneath his mask. It turned out to be a Sharingan. How's the training with the Sharingan going? Danzo asked. This was a Sharingan he had replaced, usually lent to Obito for research. And this subordinate had become a vessel for the Sharingan due to his special chakra. Fully mastered. Good go. Work with Wei to extract all the information regarding the mirrors. Yes, sir. The two left, and their task was to obtain information about the mirror moon, the mirrors, and the new techniques from Kushina. After they left, Danzo quietly pondered for a while. He was considering whether to send someone to capture Uchiha Jinghua now. This was a rare opportunity. After thinking for a long time, he ultimately gave up. The matter of those mirrors was crucial to Konoha's situation in the Wind Country and could not be overlooked. Jia, Lord Danzo. A cat-faced Umbu appeared outside the door. Bring a small team to follow Uchiha Jinghua's movements. Capture her when she returns to the village after completing her mission. Understood. With a rustle, the door closed, and Danzo reactivated the mirror, continuing his research on why the cubes did not disappear. Meanwhile, at the small building by the river. This building, belonging to Jinghua and Jingwei, had already been occupied by Kushina. Focus on Uchiha Jinghua's movements and capture her when she returns to the village. That old dog is indeed cunning. Kushina held the mirror in her hands, her face filled with anger. Danzo was going to interrogate her with illusions and then capture her sister, truly despicable. She had originally had some doubts about whether Danzo was loyal or treacherous. After all, she had not seen it with her own eyes, but now. Sooner or later, I'll let Kurama go berserk once. However, it seems that the person coming has a Sharingan. Should I capture him for Xiaoya to use first? Kushina's eyes darted around, and her hand reached up to her left eye, immediately forming a wicked idea. One-hit kill, and I can't damage the house. Buzz suddenly, the mirror in her hand vibrated twice. She looked down at the mirror surface. Family group message 1 Hua How Yue, Kushina, hide tonight and leave a shadow clone. How Yue got it. Sister, you also be careful. That old dog is after you. Huayue, who? Which bastard is after my sister? Hua How Yue, captured a missing person. How Yue, stinky Xiaoya, where did you go? Huayue, just woke up from hunger. Is there anything to eat at home? How Yue, I'll go cook you some ramen now. Do you want fried eggs? Huayue, too. Thanks, wifey, you're really virtuous. How Yue, moi Hua How Yue, no dating in the family group. Huayue, How Yue. Chapter 35. Harvest Jinghua woke up from his small bed in Mayaboka Mountain around 7 p.m. He mixed in the family group, took a bath in the pond, and casually learned about current events from the system Xiaojing. His sister went to the Wind Country, noted a follow-up. Danzo was causing trouble. He would handle it tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been repeating his name 800 times a day. I'm scared. After taking a shower, he went directly home. In the dark room, Jingwei emerged from the mirror and saw a bowl of ramen and 2 poached eggs on the table. He grinned broadly and went up to eat heartily. He felt that he was incredibly happy in this life, having his sister take care of him since childhood, and later having a rich woman support him, along with his daughter Daji and son Xiaojing. It was all set. After finishing the noodles, he glanced at the time. It was 7:30. He sent a message to Kushina. Huayue, wifey, what's the situation outside? How Yue? There are 6 hidden chakra guys around the house, but I've found them. Praising myself. 2 are from the 3rd Hokage, and the rest are all old dog-ass men, probably waiting for me to sleep. You should leave quickly after eating. Their sensory range will scan every 30 minutes, and there are 13 minutes until the next scan. Huayue, can you handle it alone? How Yue? Don't worry, it's all good. I placed mirrors in every corner of the house. You and sister can watch the live broadcast. How Yue? Weren't you supposed to use shadow clones? Jinghua suddenly popped up. How Yue? No way. I'll be discovered. Huayue, sister, I'm watching. I'll support you at any time. How Yue? Be safe. If anything happens, bring me back. How Yue? It's fine. I'm a Jinchuriki, roar. Super fierce. They should be the ones afraid of me. How Yue? Huayue. The 3 of them chatted, and Jingwei had already returned to the Hall of Mirrors. Kid, import all the visuals from home. Received. Swish, swish. A series of approximately 30-inch mirrors floated, forming a curved display wall in front of Jingwei, giving a clear view of the situation at home. Kushina was bent over the table in her room, writing and drawing, occasionally picking up the mirror to perform a couple of techniques, looking very professional. Feeling a bit stuffy, she put down her pen and opened the window, even fully opening it, then sat back down at the table with satisfaction. Huayue, wifey, your acting is amazing. How Yue? I'm playing a game. Can't you tell? Huayue, professional slacker. Liking it. Jingwei acknowledged Kushina's acting skills. After thinking for a moment, he realized that these people wouldn't act until midnight. He needed to do something instead of just waiting. His sister was being targeted by Danzo, and Kushina wasn't very safe either. The weapon and equipment system could be prepared in advance. Currently, their strength was actually quite good, but just good. His sister's Manjiki Sharingan could explode in power for a while, but it wouldn't last long. After all, it wasn't an eternal Manjiki. Little Pepper and Kurama could only coexist at most. They hadn't reached the point of mutual recognition. As for himself, I am support. Jingwei had a very clear understanding of his current position. If he could survive before becoming invincible, he wouldn't act recklessly. What equipment should he make? Defense, mobility, attack. It would be best if he could do everything. Suddenly, he thought of something. Kid, activate support mode. Record my design process to create the equipment module. Received. Loading completed. I'm starting now. Jingwei casually created a 4-meter square double-sided mirror, igniting chakra in both hands and pressing it down. Closing his eyes, he recalled the wings his sister had once designed for him. The chakra in his hands transformed into blue threads extending toward the mirror surface, drawing various diamond shapes of different sizes with a strong sense of layering. As the chakra lines filled the mirror surface, a pair of blue outlined wings appeared. Jingyue's eyes sharpened. Open. Crack. A pair of mirror wings detached from the mirror surface. The child numbered each mirror according to the current sequence, recording size and shape data. Received. The spell on the trial mirror flashed, and the image of the mirror wings appeared on one of the mirrors floating around it, with lines of parameters dancing on it. After a moment, recording complete. Next, record various forms. Then, Mirror Moon reached out to control the transformation of the mirror wings. Fully spread, half open, folding, and so on. Next was action simulation, sensing spell, chakra storage, chakra compression, chakra form solidification, control, terminal. Before finishing, it was already 2 a.m. 2 uninvited guests appeared on the live broadcast wall. Mirror Moon set down the work in hand and approached the live broadcast wall, fully alert and ready to assist. Midnight, Riverside small building. Hot at the table, Kushina stretched her waist and yawned, then climbed onto the bed. Just as she got into bed, she seemed to remember something and got up, ran to the table to tidy up, organizing all the manuscripts into a scroll and sealing it before placing it in the drawer. But not 3 seconds later, she seemed to feel uneasy again, quickly running out of the room and climbing up to the small loft. 2 minutes later, she returned to her room empty-handed, peacefully lying back on the bed, closing her eyes and drifting into dreamland. In the dead of night, the frogs and insects were silent, and time flowed unnoticed. Suddenly, rustled 2 dark figures flashed through the forest and rushed towards the small building. Swish, swish, another 2 figures emerged, blocking the 2 people. Who are they? The opponent said nothing and split to charge towards the small building. The latter 2 had no choice but to split and confront them. Clang, clang. Swords clashed, and both sides fell into a struggle. Swish, swish in the darkness. 2 more figures swooped in from the other side towards the small building. In Mirror Moon's room, on Mirror Moon's bed, a small red-haired girl hugged a pillow and drooled. Rustle the curtains suddenly lifted, and 2 masked figures appeared in the room. One with a sheep face and the other with a crow face. You go to the loft. I'll use illusion to interrogate. The crow-faced 1S, right? I flashed red. That scroll should have what we want. There's no need to use illusions on the Jinchuriki. It would be risky. The sheep-faced one was more cautious, fearing that a careless mistake might cause a big problem. I still need to ask for other information, and my Sharingan is no weaker than the Uchihas. The crow-faced one was very confident. The sheep-faced one said no more and turned to run towards the loft. This was the Uchiha clan's territory, and the noise outside would soon attract Uchiha members. After the teammate left, the crow-faced one approached the bed where the drooling girl lay. He pinched her chin with his left hand to face him, and his right hand went to lift her eyelid. But just then, Kushina's big eyes suddenly opened. Her left pupil turned red and blossomed like a flower. Transcription sealing. Departure of sorrow. The sheep-faced one didn't react in time, and a bright moon appeared in his eyes. He seemed to see a stunning woman in the pitch-black night sky, her jade arm reaching for the heavens, but unable to touch the distant bright moonlight. Then his heart seemed to be dragged into an inexplicable sorrow of parting, wanting only to become that bright moon to accompany the beauty. Departure of sorrow, the kaleidoscope illusion of Mirror Flower's left eye, drags the target into eternal silence in the dark night. Hey. Kushina looked at the crow-faced one, who was in a daze, wiped her drool with a sly smile, and picked up the mirror to send a message. Good round. Husband got the goods. Then she aimed the mirror at the sheep-faced one. Buzz ripple spread, and the crow-faced one was sucked in. Kushina turned over and lay back down to continue sleeping. Sister's eyes are really useful. I'll ask her to come again next time. 2 minutes later, the sheep-faced one returned to the room holding a scroll. Where are the others? The room only had the small red-haired girl sleeping soundly in the swaying curtains. They left first? No team spirit at all. What are you doing? Bastards dare to cause trouble in Uchiha. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The light from the fire illuminated the river surface. The security department has arrived. The sheep-faced one didn't dare to linger. Taking advantage of the security department being attracted by others, he silently left with the scroll and hurried back to route to report. A minute later, a small red-haired girl rubbed her eyes and peeked out the window. Can't anyone let people sleep in the middle of the night? Can you stop making noise? The three parties fighting on the riverbank paused simultaneously. Sorry to disturb you. We're catching a spy. Kushina, close your window and sleep. We will try to be quieter. Uchiha Tada from the security department greeted apologetically. Seeing a familiar face, Kushina smiled brightly. It's you, Tada. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing, just some minor issues. You should sleep. Uchiha Tada pretended to be unconcerned, tightly gripping his kunai, not daring to relax. MHM. Itada, good luck. Kushina waved her hand, closed the window, and went to sleep. The few people on the river looked at each other. Then, fire release. Great fireball technique. Don't shout it out, you idiot. You're disturbing the peace. Oh. The battle continued. Chapter 36. What are you doing? Halt of 10,000 mirrors. Mirror Moon received a delivery sent by his wife, but the packaging was not easy to open. Dog Danzo was too cautious. The middle-aged man from the Rudumbu in front of him had his right eye sealed with a cursed mark, making it impossible for him to act. Danzo had planted the cursed mark to protect the Sharingan, locking it within this person's eye socket. Forcibly taking the Sharingan would lead to its destruction. Child, crack it. Received, creating analysis module. A mirror as tall as a person floated up. Countless spells formed on it, and soon covered the mirror surface. Creation complete, starting scan. The mirror adhered to the delivery, half of the spells crawling onto his body, and lines of data continuously jumped on the mirror surface. Dad, detected target's heart rate change. He is about to awaken. Oh, Mirror Moon raised his fist. Haha, after taking a couple of breaths, he punched down. Bang. Detected target entering deep coma. Mirror Moon nodded in satisfaction, then used a chakra scalpel to cut the tendons in his hands and feet. Forget about interrogating Danzo's people. They certainly wouldn't get anything useful, not as good as what he overheard. Seeing the cracking still needed time. He flew to the workbench to continue finishing the mirror wings. Pulling an all-nighter night, aiming for his sister and Kushina to be able to fly tomorrow. While Mirror Moon was working overnight, Danzo couldn't sleep either. Root base. Find me. The entire base echoed with Danzo's furious roar. Saliva spraying slightly on the masks of a sheep-faced and dog-faced Umbu in front of him. Losing a subordinate who carried a Sharingan was a pain he could not bear. Lord Danzo, the chance of betrayal is very low. The dog-headed strategist analyzed. Danzo glared with one eye, gritting his teeth. Then tell me what is going on? Are you saying they're deceiving me? There are no signs of battle, silent and without a trace. What else could it be but running away? Could it be that Uzumaki Kushina ate them? The sheep-faced one glared at the dog-faced one, quickly kneeling on both knees and looking up. Lord Danzo, you can use illusion to interrogate me. Danzo cooperatively untied the bandage on his right eye and looked into his subordinate's eyes. 5 minutes later, order given. Place a bounty on the traitor and conduct a comprehensive loyalty check within route. Yes. The dog-faced one stepped back. He then looked at the sheep-faced one. Send the scroll for cracking. They need to be quick. Yes. The sheep-faced one also left, and Danzo stood in the shadows, his face dark and terrifying. Such a severe incident had never occurred en route. Who sent those people? At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen dragged his exhausted body out of bed and walked into the study. Swish, a battered Umbu appeared. Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at his appearance. What happened? 2 people tried to approach Kushina Uzumaki, but were stopped by me and the captain. Soon after, the security department arrived, and the 2 of them self-destructed. What about Kushina? Safe. How about Akane? The captain is slightly injured. Can we confirm the identities of the attackers? No. Go get treated. And inform Akane that your team will take a break for a while. Come back when you're fully healed. Understood. The Umbu left, and Sarutobi Hizashi picked up the pipe on the desk and lit it. Soon the room was filled with smoke. How could he not see that this was obviously a bait? But nothing happened to Kushina, which is quite strange. It seems I need to find time to check on that girl Kushina. He took another 2 puffs of smoke and went back to sleep. The next morning, at the Riverside Small Building, in the kitchen. Milk oatmeal porridge. Should I have milk first or oatmeal first? Kushina tied on a cartoon apron and held milk in her left hand and oatmeal in her right, looking conflicted. After staring at the bubbling pot for a long time, she decided, let us do it together. She poured both in at the same time. All right, let us add some goji berries. The book says boys should eat more goji berries. Then she poured in half a bag of goji berries. Today is the first day her sister is on a business trip. She must be able to take good care of her boyfriend. In the small building's dark room, the panda-eyed vixen emerged from the mirror, holding a thick mirror shaped like a shuriken. Her beast ears twitched. The mirror wing transformation device 1.0 test version. Let us have Kushina test it later. After staying up all night, Kaigetsu finally produced a highly likely usable mirror wing, just short of tester. Squeak the tester has arrived. Kushina pushed the door open, holding a large bowl and wearing her apron, looking like a virtuous wife. Husband, it's time to eat. Thank you, my wife. Seeing her like this, Kaigetsu felt an infinite sense of emotion. I'm also someone with a family now, and my wife is particularly virtuous. I should find a time to apologize to Minato and help him get a lifetime membership at the club. Otherwise, I would feel bad about it. Happily, he took the large bowl. Looking confused, what is this? In front of him was a layer of red goji berries. After pushing them aside, he found complete oatmeal, and the white mush should be poured for sure. He vaguely guessed the answer. Looking at Kushina, he tentatively asked, oatmeal porridge? Bingo. Milk oatmeal porridge. It's very nourishing. Hurry and drink. Kushina's little face was full of expectation, her big eyes sparkling as she stared at her boyfriend. Very nourishing. Kaigetsu's gaze fell on the red layer of goji berries, then on the sharp oatmeal, and finally on the bowl, which was bigger than his face. He felt like he had returned to the time when his sister trained him in cooking. Is this something every man must go through? The expectant gaze on his face made him grit his teeth and stomp his foot as he picked up the large bowl. Slurp. Delicious. No sugar added. Wife, your cooking is truly amazing. His throat was sore from the oatmeal. Kushina's eyes were squinting happily like crescent moons. I'll make it for you again tomorrow. Please spare me. 5 minutes later. All right. Hick. A horse burp. Bang, the large bowl was slammed on the table, and Uchiha Kaigetsu, was still alive. Kushina took a handkerchief to help her boyfriend wipe his mouth and cleaned up the battlefield. Once everything was tidied up, Kaigetsu finally calmed down, and his throat could finally produce sound. He took out the shuriken-shaped thick mirror. This is the mirror wing transformation device. After infusing chakra, just shout transform to activate it. The instruction manual is in the family group. Mirror wing transformation device. Kushina's eyes gradually lit up. You finished it? Kaigetsu nodded. Just finished. I haven't used it myself. You're the first. Be careful when using it. Kushina pressed her face against his. You're so good, yay? She kept playing with the mirror in her hand, wanting to try it immediately, completely ignoring the safety warning. She then remembered another thing. The new store is about to open. We should prepare more mirrors. Let us go together and dress you up in women's clothes. No one will guess it's you. She felt a bit excited. During the day, she could be with her best friend, and at night, with her husband. Plus the ability to transform. Just thinking about it made her feel good. Full transformation boyfriend. No, I'm breaking apart. So soon? Kaigetsu thought of Kushina's suggestion while making mirrors. Of course, not the suggestion about women as clothing, but about going out in disguise. Some may ask, why not use the transformation technique? The transformation technique has chakra fluctuations that would only attract trouble. There are too many experienced Jonin, Sharingan Bikugan, and people in Konoha who can see through it. Getting discovered would only lead to questioning. Kushina was organizing the mirrors she made and remembered the resentment of Kurama. She transformed into a larger mirror. Kurama wanted to play. Kurama finally remembered, Kaigetsu reached out. Suddenly, bang, the person disappeared. He quickly reacted. Reverse summoning technique? Damn. He immediately used the mirror to send a message. Good round. Xiaoya, Huayu, Mayo cousin safe? Phew, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the shuriken-shaped mirror in his hand, he grinned. Fly, fly, fly. He excitedly ran out the door. Flying, just thinking about it makes him thrilled. Kurama, what are you doing? No way. I must go berserk once. He arrived at an empty area in front of the door, holding the mirror and infusing chakra into it. The complex techniques on the mirror lit up layer by layer, and soon the central circle lit up, revealing the character test, followed by a sound effect. Chakra binding successful. For the first activation, please continuously input at least one card of chakra for charging. Chapter 37. Devour, Shinazuki. How could you do this? The boy shout disturbed the morning mist of Myokuzen. Having been inexplicably summoned to Myokuzen, Kageyuki knew exactly what had happened. He had been signed into the Myokuzen contract without his knowledge. An old toad jumped directly onto his face. You little brat, how dare you say that? Get over there and train. The force of Shinazuki's aura blew his clothes, hair, and tail into disarray, and he could only cover his ears and resist desperately. After a while, the wind finally stopped. It was indeed strong. Kageyuki glared angrily. I'll go. Shaking his big tail, he ran towards a gigantic stone frog, ready to practice squats to strengthen himself. Wait, Shinazuki suddenly called out to him. He turned back. What? Shinazuki said angrily, take out little Daji and train using your own power. Merging form increases Kageyuki's power, which is not conducive to training. Kageyuki slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot. Recently, he had been using his eyes a lot, so he had been maintaining the merged state out of habit. The little fox would sleep after merging, making no noise and not speaking. He almost forgot he had such a daughter. Releasing the transformation, he felt a tickle on his face and head. Not noticing, he continued to separate the little fox. Kageyuki felt something was off. This time the separation process was unusually slow. After a full 5 minutes, he finally separated the curled-up little creature. Not hearing any sound, he patted her. She should still be sleeping. Daji, wake up, let's play. He created a set of mirror installation systems for her to play with as a game console. At this moment, the little fox slowly opened her eyes. Her jewel-red fox eyes filled with fatigue and weakness. Daddy, Daji is so tired. Saying this, she fell asleep again. Kageyuki suddenly felt something was wrong. Just hearing her voice made it sound very weak. Why is she still tired after sleeping for so long? They have a symbiotic relationship, and he did not feel any weakness in the little one's body. Shinzua, come help me see what's wrong with Daji. He could only seek help, as he couldn't see anything himself and had no issues with his perception. Shinzua had already begun to scrutinize Jingyue and the little fox, because he noticed that after the little fox emerged from Jingyue's body, Jingyue still retained some fox traits. Jingyue touched his face and head, then reminded himself to check the little fox after taking it from him. Jingyue touched his face and head, then froze in shock. Whiskers? What is that fluffy thing on my head? Could it be ears? Didn't I undo the fusion? No, wait. Listening to the sound of the wind in his ears. I can't hear. I'm using human ears to listen, and that on my head shouldn't be ears. He tugged at it. It hurts so much. It really is growing there. Shinzua, what is this on my head? He asked without understanding. Shinzua glanced over. 10 centimeters, white, fox ears. 3 whiskers on each side of your face. Correct, boom. A thunderous shock. A terrible piece of news. Jingyue felt like everything was falling apart. How could this happen? Does the Huayue symbiosis have such side effects? In the future of the trial mirror, Danzo fused with the 10 tails, and he didn't mutate. Could it be because the eyes are not on him? Shinzua, am I still human? If the species has changed, that would be truly shocking. Shinzua's hands left the little fox and jumped onto Jingyue for a thorough check. His expression became very serious. For now, yes, but if you keep misusing the fusion, it might not be the case in the future. Why? When you fused with Daji, you should have been absorbing her spiritual and physical energy. Jingyue was stunned and hurriedly denied it. I didn't. How could I do that? Your current appearance is proof. Shinzua delivered a fatal blow. Jingyue was taken aback, unable to argue back. What about Daji now? I can't feel anything unusual about her body. Shinzua jumped off him and picked up the little fox. Let's go find the old master. I've never encountered this situation before. After saying that, he led the way deeper into the Myogi mountain, and Jingyue immediately released his perception to follow. Not long after, at the Myogi mountain temple, the little fox lay quietly in the hands of the great toad sage, sleeping. Little Jingyue stopped merging with little Daji. If they used this ability again, they might never be able to separate and become one, or rather, the great toad sage paused briefly and said solemnly, your body will absorb little Daji. Jingyue was astonished. Shinzua's guess was confirmed, and it was even more serious. Absorb? It seems that the Huayue symbiosis really has side effects. He hurriedly asked, why didn't I feel this absorption? I didn't sense anything unusual. The great toad sage touched the little fox, sensing her weak soul energy. The absorption is mostly of soul energy, and little Daji's vitality is very vibrant. masking her internal weakness. It's normal for you not to feel it. The main thing is she won't resist you and will even actively conform and assimilate with you. Jingyue fell silent. Indeed, she is only 2 years old. Her young heart wouldn't believe that her father would harm her. What should the Great Toad Sage do now? He needs to heal the little one. The Great Toad Sage gathered sage chakra, and his glowing hands slowly covered the little fox. She'll stay with me for now. I'll use sage techniques to help her recover. Hearing that she could recover, Jingyue breathed a sigh of relief. He was scared to death just now. The Great Toad Sage's horizontal pupils, however, were still fixed on Jingyue. He could sense that within this young man's body, a seed was nurturing, seemingly needing more nutrients. Uchiha, Uzumaki-tailed beasts. Fate seemed to be intertwined within him. Since little Daji is fine, you should go train. Shinzua had not forgotten. Goodbye, Great Toad Sage, goodbye, Daji. Jingyue, with his head down, clumsily followed Shinzua out of the temple. It would be a bit troublesome without Daji in the future, but fortunately, there is now a Sharingan in the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. A transplant shouldn't be a big problem. Dad, there's an anomaly detected. Am I being targeted? Just when I thought it wasn't a big deal, an anomaly occurred. Shinzua, take a leave. There's something urgent, and when I come back, I will definitely train hard. After saying this, he immediately dove into the mirror. Little rascal! The Myogi mountain echoed with the anger of an old toad. Shinju, codename me, a member of the Root organization. From the codename, it can be seen that he is highly valued by leader Danzo Shimura. The most core 22 combat members of the Root organization are ranked as A, B, C, D, Y, X, Z, and he ranks second. For this, he wants to repay Lord Danzo's favor and contribute himself to the Hidden Leaf Village. Therefore, when he found himself captured in a strange space without air or gravity and subjected to violent treatment, he used a secret method to lock his inner breath and feign unconsciousness while waiting for an opportunity. How could a professional like him be knocked out with a single punch? But as he waited, he couldn't find an opportunity. What greeted him was the imminent release of the Curse Seal, sealing his Sharingan, and that couldn't wait. The Sharingan absolutely cannot be lost. With all his limbs severed, he could only resort to desperate measures, immediately biting down to poison the Sharingan, and peacefully passing away himself. Crazy. Jingyue sensed the corpse and the removed eyeballs in the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors, and tears fell. He was still a step too late. The chakra wrapping the eyeball faded. Dad, harmful substances detected at the optic nerve. Transplantation is not recommended. I know. He knows medical techniques, even without seeing. He knows this person poisoned the optic nerve of the Sharingan. Establish a medical and biological database, and make sure to collect data in the future. Suddenly thinking, he has artificial intelligence now. Why not store knowledge as much as possible? With enough data support plus artificial intelligence, the eyes suddenly lit up. Mastering all the knowledge of the ninja world, Orochimaru's dream. Starting today, collect big data to establish a comprehensive classified database. Received, adding keyword search to the monitoring system. Building infrastructure. Many mirrors began to float around the trial mirror, and then a large amount of chakra surged into the system, entering high-power operation. System energy reserves will be emptied in 1 hour. Please recharge in time. With tears still not dried, Jingyue cried again, poor and crying. Originally, he intended to create AI to earn chakra. Why did it turn out like this? The space mirror had not stored even 0.01 chakra. Dad, special energy fluctuations detected at the corpse. Database screening shows a 75 probability of being a soul. Analysis shows the effectiveness of mirror shadow exceeds 60. Jingyue was stunned and pulled back his tears. This can still be played like this? Chapter 38. Girls can't handle this. Jingyue extended one hand, controlling a mirror to aim at the area above the corpse. Mirror shadow. When the ninjutsu was activated, the originally empty space above the corpse in the mirror displayed a mist. Under the influence of the technique, the mist in the mirror changed, writhing and expanding, forming a middle-aged man with the same appearance as the corpse, the only difference being that this man's eyes were ordinary. Then the middle-aged man stepped out of the mirror, looking blankly and waiting for orders. Can it really be done? Jingyue couldn't see it, but he could sense that the technique had succeeded. This made him think, if all it takes is to shine on the soul to replicate it, then could those two old monsters in the space mirror also be utilized? In the future, during battles, he could directly summon Uchiha Madara or Indra. Just thinking about it was cool. The chakra consumption can't keep up. The strength of those two is a bit exaggerated, and the replication cost will be enormous. At this moment, something unexpected is happening. That invisible soul seems to be summoned, flying directly into the replica's body. The replica blinks its eyes, showing a glimmer of spirit, then looks around, pausing when it sees its own corpse before quickly turning away. Finally fixing its gaze on Jingwei. Frowning in confusion, it contemplates who this blind little demon with beast ears and whiskers is. Some information flashes through its mind, matching the appearance and age of the boy before it. Uchiha Jingwei, you're not dead. Startled, Jingwei was thinking about using the replicated Uchiha Madara and Indra as henchmen when the sudden voice startled him. How can it speak? The replica created by Jingying should not have independent consciousness. It should only obey the commands of the caster. Kid, analyze the report. Detected soul drawn into the replica. Insufficient other data for in-depth analysis. Uchiha Jingwei, what conspiracy do you have hiding here? Shinjue asked, instinctively wanting to gather more information. Jingwei ignored him, deep in thought. Why didn't the soul go to the Pure Land? Is it related to being in the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors? Is the Pure Land unable to reach here? Why can Jingying replicate even souls? Suddenly realizing something, the soul also contains information about the original body. Jingying extracts this information from the soul and then generates a chakra body, allowing the soul to find a new vessel. Can this situation be considered a form of alternative Edo Tensei? As his thoughts expanded, the potential uses suddenly multiplied. The first thing that came to mind was resurrection. The original body could walk the world again in the form of a chakra body after death. Uchiha Jingwei, are you even listening to me? Shinjue wanted to eliminate the little demon before him, but his body wouldn't cooperate at all. Jingwei stroked his smooth chin. Kid, establish a new project, Jingying and Soul Chakra Form Life Continuation, and he turned to Shinjue and asked, what is your name? Shinjue angrily replied, don't think you can get any information from me. Oh, Jingwei turned back. Collect information using material number 1 as the test subject. Project established. Current chakra cannot generate more computing power. Unable to support multiple large-scale projects simultaneously. Please increase chakra or allocate computing power. Distributing evenly while reserving 40 chakra. Take it slow. No rush. I'll train first. He felt safe now. He had plenty of time to develop. Received. Dad, little mirror request to use this Sharingan. Jingwei, about to go out, hit the brakes in surprise. This unexpected AI seems to be becoming more human-like. It's making requests to him. You can use it? I can't see through the chakra connection to the optic nerve. The system does not possess the ability to see. Things are just a pile of data and commands in its eyes. Go ahead and try to analyze the Sharingan. Thank you, Dad. No need to be polite. You're my son. By the way, if there is spare computing power, try to digitize the chakra. I'm leaving. He recalled that in Naruto, Otsutsuki seemed to be able to digitize itself. Okay, Dad. Also, I found that mirror no. 9 has been repeatedly cutting off, supplying chakra. Jingwei was momentarily stunned, immediately thinking of who it was. Minato, this is their secret code. Should I go back? I feel embarrassed to see him after taking his wife. Let's not worry about it. He flew into the mirror connecting to Myobo Kuzan, unsure how to face Minato, and decided to delay as long as possible. This time, he was genuinely prepared to train, really very seriously. In the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors, System Little Mirror was also busy. Various mirrors flew back and forth in an orderly manner, constantly exchanging data and information, leaving a middle-aged man ignored. Shinjue, what's going on? Aren't you going to interrogate me? You can torture me, you know. I'm all set to show my unyielding will of fire. Jingying data collection initiated. Project 1. Pain perception. Huh. Shinjue was taken aback, only to see a mirror shatter into countless sharp spikes aimed at him. His mind was shattered. Damn it. I was joking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Replica pain, feedback normal. Report 1. Chakra body possesses pain perception. The hard-working and diligent Jingwei went to train, and we briefly returned to see Kushina flying by the riverbank. The spring breeze rippled over the shimmering water, lifting her red hair. Charging complete. Yes. Hearing the prompt, Kushina excitedly grasped the glowing mirror and raised it high. Uzumaki Kushina, transform. The crimson wings respond to your call, accompanied by sound effects. Buzz. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Mirrors of various shapes burst forth, swirling in the air before flying towards Kushina, then continuously circling around her. So cool, like stars surrounding the moon. Kushina's eyes sparkled with little stars, momentarily captivated. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Lost in her reverie, Kushina finally sensed something was off. Why is it still spinning? Isn't it supposed to take me flying? What does it mean for the mirrors to fly by themselves? Hurry and turn into wings. Unable to resist reminding it, but there was no response at all. Right, the instruction manual. After a while, she finally remembered what Jingwei had said earlier and hurriedly searched her pockets for the communication mirror. However, left it at home, watching the mirrors flying around. The originally splendid mirrors now appeared like a collection of cold, gleaming knives, leaving her with no desire to rush out. Time ticked by, 10 minutes passed, and the standing Kushina suddenly felt the urge to urinate. Boo-hoo, what a troublesome thing. I'm not flying anymore. I need to pee. Stinky Jingwei, you're a scammer. I want to make you breakfast anymore. In her urgency, another 10 minutes passed. The more anxious she became, the more she felt the need to pee. She sensed she was about to burst. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, wavering between resolving it on the spot or rushing out. Gritting her teeth, she thought, to hell with it. Urinating in broad daylight on the street is not something she could do. Stinky Jingwei, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Just as she was about to break down and prepare to rush out, the voice of hope appeared. Chakra remaining 5. Crimson Wings will stop operating in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please recharge in time. Recharge my foot. She couldn't help but curse. Whoever recharges is a fool. I'm about to wet my pants. Hurry up, hurry up. She decided to wait for this minute and a half, for the sake of her dignity. Finally, the torturous 90 seconds came to an end as Kushina alternately tapped her feet. Victory was in sight. Kushina was already prepared to sprint. 3, 2, 1. Activating backup chakra reserve. Crimson Wings are expected to stop operating in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Damn! The word echoed by the riverside, lingering without dispersing. Uchiha Jingwei. I endure. Kushina gritted her teeth, pressing down her skirt, already plotting a plan to kill her husband in her mind. Another 90 seconds that felt like a year passed. Ding, 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 ding. The mirrors collectively shattered and fell to the ground, this time truly stopping. Out, out. Don't. A small red-haired girl dashed into the house, her short skirt fluttering, and faintly, one could see a few sparkling reflections in the air. Perhaps it was tears. Girls can't handle these things. Chapter 39 Escort. The warm sun shone as the gentle breeze blew, causing the black short skirt, long socks, and white underwear to sway on the rooftop. A family of 6. How you on? Uchiha Jingwei, get out here. How you on? Uchiha Jingwei, stop pretending to be dead. Why how you on? What's wrong? How you on, sister? Jingwei is bullying me. Wah 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 how you on? Aren't you two getting along well recently? How you on? Not anymore. How you on? Uchiha Jingwei, come out. Why how you on? Did you guys have a fight? How you on? Winky face sister. Stinky tricked me into thinking I was going to heaven. And then, the underwear just wah. Why how you on? You little rascal, get out here. At the border of the land of fire, a black-haired girl broke a tree with one strike, startling the 3 members of Team 8. Why how you on? Did Kushina bleed? No, I need to handle your matters first when I come back. Pay attention to your menstrual cycle. If it doesn't come, you must tell me. Don't do any strenuous exercise recently. And what does it feel like to go to heaven? How you on? Sister, what are you thinking? How old is my little brother? Do you not know? Why how you on? At the border of the land of fire, the blushing Jinghua broke another tree. LOL, Team 8 was on edge. The pretty lady was terrifying. Miamo Mountain. A blind person walked along a nearly vertical cliff with a giant stone. Old man, there's a message in the family group mentioning you. Hatred value 200. What? Jingwei was stunned. 200 hatred? Did his sister get her period again? Chakra simulation text signals came in. After the trial, mirror and artificial intelligence. The chakra entering the Hall of Mirrors would no longer trigger a response. The chakra slowly simulated into text in his mind. Then, puff, it's over. Jingwei felt a sudden alarm, knowing that something must have gone wrong with Jingy. At this point, whoever replied would be a fool. Pretending to be dead was the way to go. He checked Jingy's log to see what went wrong. 15 seconds later, the user's physical state difference during preparation cannot find the starting point, entering a logical dead loop. Fine, Kushina is taller than him, and her shoulders are wider. He didn't add an adaptation module. He allocated some computational power to assist his mother in completing the use of the mirror wings. Received. Sigh, better not go home lately. Bugs can actually be eaten. Jingwei continued to climb. By the riverbank, Kushina appeared once again, holding the mirror wing transformation device. Really possible? Mother, I have connected to the controller and can adjust it at any time. The voice coming from the mirror was similar to Jingyue's, but a bit stiff. This was the voice of System Moon, Little Mirror. This made the mother very happy. She shook her head and raised the transformation device again. Transform. The crimson wings respond to your call. Buzz. Whoosh whoosh. Light burst forth, and the mirror light flickered. Kushina's big eyes darted left and right, watching the mirrors flying around, feeling anxious. Body adaptation posture adjustment. Whoosh whoosh. With the assistance of Moon, Little Mirror's corrections, the mirrors gathered orderly behind Kushina, transforming into a pair of shining mirror wings. The controller was correcting the anomaly. Kushina noticed the transformation device in her hand was shrinking down to about 3 centimeters and then flew out of her palm to stick to her chest. Adjustment complete. Mother, please use chakra to connect to the controller. Oh. Kushina hurriedly called up the connection. Chakra connected to the mirror wing control center, and the chakra-simulated neural network connection was successful. What? Kushina's beautiful eyes widened. With the prompt sound from Moon Little Mirror, she felt as if a new part had appeared in her body. Mother, please refer to the instructions for flying. I will collect data afterward to upgrade the mirror wings. All right. Immersed in the feeling of having an extra pair of wings, Kushina snapped back to reality and quickly opened the manual in the family group to read. The manual was full of graphic sketches depicting various flying postures, all hastily compiled by Jingyue, as he had never been a birdman. However, Kushina didn't know this and earnestly learned at once. After finishing, she felt she could already fly. Isn't it just mirrors pulling and floating, flying like a bird? Simple. She stuffed the mirror into her pocket, channeling chakra into the mirror wings. Go! Zing! The mirror wings instantly turned a fiery red as if burning, with red chakra feathers appearing around each mirror, transforming into a pair of fiery wings. Kushina then understood why they were called crimson wings. The multiple compressed chakra solidified its form, making the feathers more robust and preventing chakra leakage. Unlike before, when only 5 could be used for a minute and a half. How did this guy come up with so many ideas? No matter how smart he is, he's still mine. Whoosh whoosh, she tried flapping them a couple of times, feeling pretty good. Ha 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 ha. Little Yaya sister. I forgive you this time. Take off, fly, fly, fly. She pushed off the ground and jumped high, then activated her wings and flapped them vigorously. Then, whoosh splash. The river surface splashed up a spray of water. As the sun rose high, a row of little girls' clothes swayed in the wind on the rooftop. Oh ho ho! Excited shouts echoed in the sky as a red figure flew towards the center of Konoha. Around the small building, 2 waves of Umbu were dumbfounded, looking up at the sky. Umbu, hey, what should we do? Umbubi shrugged. Let's report to Lord Hokage first. We can't keep an eye on her anymore. In another wave, Rabbit Face, Lady May. Sheep Face, don't worry. Her store was renovated yesterday. She's definitely going there now. Notify to execute a probing plan. Rabbit Face, yes. The tail end of spring swayed lightly, bringing the freshness of April. Konoha Cemetery. Minato walked slowly, holding flowers, his mind occupied with thoughts. These days, apart from training, he had been pondering. Ever since Jingyue and Yashimaru left, he felt incredibly lonely. Now, he couldn't involve himself with the mirror's matters and didn't dare to look for Jinghua. He could only listen to Jiwei's words to visit the grave. He hoped Jingyue would send him a message in return, giving him some peace of mind. Suddenly, a distinctive sky-high braid caught the eye. In front of 2 tombstones, a doll-faced girl sat cross-legged in the middle, dancing with her hands. Fatty, you say I'm right, don't you? Little Mirror is being too much. How can he flirt with little Spicy Pepper when he has such a big beauty like me? I've been protecting him since he was little. He doesn't even put me, the big sister, in his eyes. That little redhead has nothing on me. She is not as good-tempered as I am. Little Mirror, what are you chatting with her for? In the end, you're still Minato's. Fatty, don't be jealous. We haven't defined our relationship. I can like whoever I want. Don't say Little Mirror. Even if I go and confess to your brother Minato now, you can't stop me. Can you? Who told you to send it first? Besides, she has looks and talent, and apart from being not too bright for liking a little redhead. Minato, standing behind her, didn't know how to greet her, but couldn't let her continue. It was too embarrassing. Haruna, I'm not as good as you say, Ghost. Haruna was startled, immediately dropping to the ground, hugging her small head with both hands, her bottom sticking up and her sky-high braid swaying chaotically. Escort. Fatty, Little Mirror. Quickly escort me. A ghost is here to assassinate me. Minato was speechless. Miss, with your courage. Who gave you the audacity to chat aimlessly in the cemetery? Chapter 40. A Chance Encounter. In the Konoha marketplace, pedestrians strolled along the streets, which felt a bit deserted. Due to the war, people were worried about their loved ones far away on the battlefield, and their enthusiasm for consumption was low. The blonde-haired Minato Namikaze and the little monkey, Chuanai Surutobi, walked side by side, seemingly chatting about amusing things. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. How could someone like Little Mirror choose you as her boyfriend? Little Pepper must be a fool, Chuanai laughed, bending over in amusement. Minato chuckled helplessly. Maybe she didn't even know her feelings back then. She was just pushed into a corner by Yoon. I just wonder why Little Mirror, who loves to play, didn't travel with us. Turns out she was stimulated and became withdrawn. What a pair of awkward guys. Memories flashed through Chuanai's mind. It is quite awkward. Mirror Moon always jokes about me and Kushina, yet he likes Kushina the most himself, Minato sighed. Oof. Don't mention that blind broken mirror. Chuanai was still hung up on Mirror Moon's feelings for Kushina, which didn't include her. She pointed to a drink shop by the store and said to Minato, "You scare me just now. You have to treat me to a drink now. I was just greeting normally, okay?" Minato, feeling both amused and exasperated, walked toward the drink shop. A short while later, the two walked down the street, each holding a cup of juice, easing their moods by chatting about past amusing stories. At first glance, they looked like a couple strolling down the street. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze came a furious shout from behind. The two couldn't help but turn around. They saw Senju Yoon charging forward, pulling Hayama with all his might. Don't be impulsive, idiot. They're just out for a walk, having tea, chatting, and enjoying their time together. It was clear that Hayama understood how to mediate. Damn, don't stop me. I want to help Kushina take down this scumbag. The effect of Yoon's provocation was significant, and soon his fist was in front of Minato. Then, Chuanai's high ponytail swayed, along with a fist. You idiot. Boom. Senju Yoon crashed to the ground. Scum. Baggy stubbornly reached out and grabbed Minato's foot. Hayama stepped over his convulsing companion and apologized to Minato. This guy's not very bright. I'm really sorry. He had a very good impression of Minato, who was gentle, caring, strong, and easy to get along with. Minato awkwardly glanced at the twitching Senju Yoon on the ground. It seemed the injured person wasn't himself. It's nothing. Suddenly, everyone looked up at the sky, sensing something approaching. They all froze. There was indeed something in the sky. A red figure was descending, and as it got closer, they heard a voice. Move, move. Everyone, get out of the way. I can't control it. I haven't learned how to land yet. Kushina. The three exchanged glances, scanning the surrounding pedestrians. Help! They all shouted in unison. Swish, swish. Swish, they quickly moved the pedestrians aside, then heard Senju Yoon scream. I'm falling. Boom. Clank, clank. The red light burst upon impact on the street, scattering countless diamond-shaped mirrors everywhere. 10 minutes later, in a newly opened shop without a sign, clank pieces of diamond-shaped mirrors left someone's back, bringing out streams of blood. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Is this little injury even worth mentioning? Are you still a man? This is not you getting stabbed, so you can just say whatever. Yoon, don't move. If the wound heals crookedly, it will be troublesome. Minato used healing techniques to stop the bleeding. Unexpectedly, when Senju Yoon heard him speak, he became even more agitated, twisting his butt. Scumbag, I don't want your treatment. Slap. Chuanai angrily delivered a hard slap. Idiot, shut your mouth. It's Little Pepper who the scumbag, Minato. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Senju Yoon shouted, Kushina is so innocent. She can't be a scumbag. If she has the ability to scumbag me, I'm not afraid of it. Kushina, who was handing over the gauze, felt extremely awkward. Unable to refute her own foolish actions, she could only keep silent. Your whole body full of holes enough excitement? Kushina hit him a few more times. Hayama misinterpreted the meaning and handed the mirror in his hand to Kushina, trying to ease the awkwardness. Then everyone looked at the mirror and then at Kushina, suddenly falling silent. They had seen the pair of wings wrapped in red chakra before. Chuanai took the mirror from Hayama's hand and held it out in front of Kushina. Aren't you going to explain? Where's Little Mirror? Why hasn't he come back? She didn't believe anyone besides Mirror Moon could handle mirrors. Kushina's mind raced quickly. She and T thought that she would have further interactions with these classmates. As the Jinchuriki, they should be avoiding her. After thinking for a while, she decided to say what she could and tell them what she couldn't. She had witnessed Minato's intelligence before. Lying would only expose more information. So she shook her head. I can't say. Why? Chuanai pressed. It would be dangerous, Kushina answered honestly. Chuanai laughed. What a joke. What danger could there be in the village? He must be out having fun, and doesn't he want to come back? I know him. Minato's blue eyes narrowed as he recalled his earlier conversation with Shizumi. Could it be that someone in the village really wanted to target Mirror Moon? Suddenly, he turned sharply to look outside the shop, where he saw a child playing with stones. In no time, the child threw a stone and chased after it out of sight. He couldn't help but frown. Did Minato see someone he knows? Hayama called out, seeing him staring curiously outside. Minato shook his head. I sensed someone spying, but now it's gone. The shop fell silent as everyone released their senses to investigate. Seeing this, Kushina frowned and said, Please don't ask anymore, okay? There are really bad people in the village. The others frowned. Hayama asked, Who is it? Kushina shook her head. I can't say. You would be in danger. Kushina, don't be afraid to say it. Stay in the Senju clan, and no one would dare to touch you. Senju-yun on the coffee table still didn't forget to coax the girl to go home. Slap. Idiot. Chun-Nai sent her teammate another big blow. This guy is beyond saving. She raised the diamond-shaped mirror in her hand to look at Kushina. Are you still flying around with the mirror when there's danger? Are you afraid others won't guess he's still alive? Or do you have another purpose? This can surely be said, right? The mirror is already out. The others also looked over, faced with the gazes of several people. Kushina found herself unable to speak again. Wait for me. She rushed upstairs with the mirror, leaving the four behind to exchange glances. Spread out and guard the surroundings. Don't let her sneak away, suggested the meticulous Chun-Nai. The three nodded in agreement. Chapter 41. Free Labor byKushina. Huff. Huff. After working hard all morning, Jinghua lay on the ground pretending to be a dead dog, too tired. He felt like his body wasn't his own anymore, having accumulated too much debt over the past 10 years. Get up. Let us go back to eat. Shinsaku lightly kicked him twice. You. Huff, go. Back. I'll take my time. He really couldn't speak anymore. He now held great admiration for Might Guy and Lee, both of whom are tough. His training volume was probably at most 1/10 of Lee's, and he wasn't even carrying weights. Shinsaku shook his head, feeling that the path of training was long and arduous. He picked up the boy from the ground and carried him home. Jinghua didn't resist, really having no strength left. Then they returned to the Toad House, where Jima enthusiastically stuffed him with a big bug feast. And then he lay on the roof to sunbathe, digest, and recover. Ding-dong, the mirror in his pocket made a sound. Kid, help me see who it is. Mother is asking if you are there. Ask her if she can talk. I can't see right now. Beep beep. The next second, a call request came through. Jinghua curled his finger, and the mirror phone flew to his ear. Connected. What is up, wife? Kushina's intentionally lowered voice came through. Emergency. Minato and Chun-Nai are certain you're still alive. What should I do now that I'm surrounded? For a moment, he couldn't react. After thinking for a while, aren't they all free laborers? Besides, it's entirely possible to mobilize them. It doesn't seem reliable to let Kushina run the shop and sell mirrors alone. Have you finished? Kushina urged. I'm done. Hurry up and say it. They're blocking the way. Tell them I'm not safe in the village and can't return for now. I've already said that. Then tell them to train well and help sell mirrors when they have time. And let them know there will be very strong enemies in the future. Everyone should work hard to become stronger to maintain world peace and protect the universe's tranquility. Beep, beep, beep. Busy tone. Why'd it hang up? Unable to finish, Jinghua reluctantly put the mirror phone back, continued to bask in the sun to rest. There was hell training in the afternoon, and he needed to rest well to withstand it. In a dark alley of the market, a little boy was talking to the shadows. Adult May. The rumors on this street have been completely suppressed by the merchants. Even communication among employees has been prohibited. We need to send a few newcomers from the organization. Yes. After the little boy left, a sheep-faced Umbu appeared, his eyes behind the mask showing irritation. The rumor offensive against the Jinchuriki was not going smoothly. The main purpose of rumors is to isolate the Jinchuriki and put psychological pressure on her to make her collapse, but so far, it has had no effect at all. Firstly, Kushina has been living with the Uchiha. Being there, she eats well, drinks well, and has fun, almost treated like an ancestor. So whereas the isolation and psychological pressure. Secondly, regarding the spread of rumors, no one has seen the Ninetales rampage. This street belongs entirely to Kushina. The merchants would be foolish to offend their landlord. Furthermore, several attempts to provoke her have failed. This Jinchuriki's emotions are as stable as Kaiki Mountain. We'll find another opportunity to try again. If it doesn't work, report to Lord Danzo. The Jinchuriki is indeed fine. The headache-inducing sheep face vanished into the dark alley. Inside the shop, a small barrier rose. Kushina had returned to the first floor. Sitting seriously opposite the four, trying hard to imitate the mature aura of Minghua, looking as if she wanted to seriously deceive them. Men are unreliable. It's up to women to take charge. The four opposite her felt this seriousness and sat up straight to listen. No. Three were sitting, while Senji Yun was lying down. What I'm about to say is related to the future of the ninja world. You must not speak of it. The four nodded seriously. Kushina expressed satisfaction with this and continued. I have seen the future. More than 40 years from now, when I'm 60, there will be a catastrophe in the ninja world. Aliens will attack the ninja world, and we will all die. The three were astonished, feeling it was somewhat frightening. Only Senji Yun looked excited. I can live to be over 60? Kushina looked at him and shook her head. It seems 2 or 3 years later, Minato took me to attend your funeral. How did I die? Was it heroic or not? Senji Yun thought that if he died and was celebrated by the whole village like Jingwei, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Kushina tried to recall. At the funeral, it seemed I heard something about an experiment. I don't know anything else. We didn't team meet much, and no one in the village mentioned you. Senji Yun fell silent. What about me? When did I die? Chun-Ai also curiously asked, her expression like she was listening to a story. A little earlier than me. At that time, we 2 old ladies were having afternoon tea, and then you just evaporated. Minato and I went to avenge you, and we were also taken down by the aliens. Not mentioning himself, Yama was puzzled. How was he taken down by the aliens? Kushina shook her head. I don't know. We hadn't team met for decades after that. Another one fell silent. Can you provide more details? Especially about those aliens. Minato straightened the tilted building. He needed more details to verify if Kushina was deceiving them. Of course, Kushina readily agreed. Since Jingwei said it was okay to talk, she would speak freely. They are from the Tsutsuki clan of another planet. They came to the ninja world to plant the god tree and collect chakra. They evolved by devouring the fruits of the god tree and possess both Byakugan and the legendary Rinnegan. Most ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and sealing techniques are ineffective against them. Kushina joked that ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and sealing techniques are all ineffective, and they also have Byakugan and Rinnegan. How can we fight? The protagonists of novels are not this strong. Senji Yun didn't believe it. It was too fantastical and thought she was making up stories. Kushina shrugged. So we all died. She had seen the brutality of that battle. Even Minato, a future god of ninjas, was caught by the throat the moment he approached with Flying Thunder God. And then? The ninja world was finished? Yama frowned and asked. He didn't believe it, but he felt Kushina wasn't lying. Kushina, I don't know after I died. The future vision disappeared. I swear I'm not lying to you. When was the ninja world at peace before the Tsutsuki came? Chun-Ai threw out a question. She was also confirming. Kushina looked at Minato. After Minato becomes the 4th Hokage, the ninja world will gradually move towards peace for more than 30 years afterward. There will be no major wars in the ninja world. What? The three simultaneously looked at Minato, who was sitting next to them. Can you believe that a future Hokage is sitting next to you? The latter smiled awkwardly. Hee ha ha. I didn't expect my Hokage dream to come true. I'm so happy. So what does this have to do with the mirror? Chun-Ai returned to the initial question. She was at most half convinced of the future Kushina spoke of. It's very relevant. Let me show you something. Kushina took out the mirror from her pocket and lit it up for them to see. Is this that phone? They had seen Kushina and Minghua use it before. Uh-huh. Look here. She clicked on the Chili Pay icon, then tapped to recharge and inject chakra. After a while, the balance displayed 0. 1 cards. Look, I've charged the chakra, she said. The 4 curious kids nodded. Now let me show you again. She clicked to withdraw, and then the chakra flowed back from the mirror into her body, resetting the balance to 0. Did you see that? Impressive, right? The red-headed girl proudly raised her head. Senji Yun looked confused. Isn't that just like swallowing back the spit you just spit out? I don't see any usefulness in that. Yama and Haruna frowned, sensing something. Amazing, Minato exclaimed, his eyes shining. The others looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Minato smiled and looked at Kushina, asking, this is a chakra storage function, right? Yes. Kushina nodded with a smile. Minato continued. With this function, we can completely store some chakra during normal times and withdraw it when needed. Wow. Senji Yun finally reacted. Unlimited water dragon bullets. I'm going to be invincible. Kushina squinted her eyes with a smile. Not only that, chakra can also be paid to others. She introduced another function. Little Yaya is a genius. Ha, my boyfriend mine. The other 4 were stunned. They could already envision the future battle tactics of the Leaf Village ninjas. Frontline ninjas would cover the battlefield with ninjutsu, while rear ninjas would supply ammunition, significantly enhancing battlefield pressure. Minato suddenly narrowed his eyes, thinking of something else. So you will promote the mirror, right? Collecting chakra to prepare for the future. Bingo. That's correct. Kushina playfully winked. Not just promoting, we will also connect everyone through phones, spreading the idea of peace to everyone, encouraging them to put down their hatred and embrace peace, and unite against powerful invaders in the future. After embellishing a bit, she glanced at the four. Will you help me? Come work at my shop. For the peace of the ninja world. She seemed to have forgotten to hire employees for the opening tomorrow, but luckily a big spender showed up. Absolutely. Senji Yun was the first to jump up. Who could refuse unlimited firepower? The others exchanged smiles. Even just the payment function of the mirror was worth their help. Thus, the first batch of employees for Kushina's shop was decided, and everyone began preparing for the opening tomorrow. Checking, stocking inventory, and training employees. The mirror's phone service was aimed at everyone, including civilians. So many functions require guidance for these civilians to use. For example, extracting chakra. Although a simple and easy-to-learn chakra extraction manual had been made in the phone, the method extracted very little chakra, necessitating someone to guide them on basic chakra knowledge. Moreover, it's likely that a large number of people would still be unable to learn it, but one more person is one more profit. There were also new input method usage instructions. Even if civilians could extract chakra, many would struggle to control it well, making functions like converting chakra to text unsuitable for them, leaving only the input method to use. There were many such instances, and Kushina learned and taught while looking at the user guide organized by Little Mirror. She had no experience running a shop and thought of things as they came up, only realizing them when encountered. An entire afternoon passed in the busy efforts of the five. In the evening, Kushina looked at the sunset outside the door and realized it was getting late. The sun has set. Let's go eat. I'll treat. Of course you're treating, Big Boss Kushina. Haruna rolled her eyes. Kushina laughed, grabbing Haruna's arm. Let's go eat barbecue and order the most expensive. She could feel the warm kindness in her classmates' chakra, and knowing she was a host, she felt very happy. Everyone tidied up and headed straight to the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 42, Opening Day the next morning. In the Uchiha clan territory, the row of sunshades and tables had not been removed just because Kushina wasn't setting up a stall. Uchiha Kitsuya took over the outdoor game hall. Kushina had given her quite a few mirrors, but she didn't sell them. Instead, she placed 2 mirrors on each table for people to use for free. Those who had already gotten mirrors often gathered here, ordering snacks, playing games, discussing strategies, or exploring other functions of the mirrors, such as flying messages, live broadcasts, and social media. They would also actively teach newcomers how to use the mirrors, making the Uchiha clan territory increasingly lively. Ha 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 ha. I cleared it. Everyone come and see. I cleared it. 9th in the entire server. Ha ha. Hinata Yako shouted excitedly, holding up her mirror. Wow, that's just 1 spot away from the top 10. Grint, grint, grint. Uchiha Minji closed the Tetris game, saying Goddess 9th. I'm 10th. The script is already written. Congratulations, Yakone. Net-addicted Uchiha Bido sent his congratulations. The pancake shop celebrated Yako's achievement. Today, everyone gets a pancake. Don't be polite. Boisterous Uchiha Kitsuya treated everyone generously, spending some of her elder brother's money. Sister Kitsuya is awesome. Pancake Princess is lavish. Inside the pancake shop, Uchiha Hondan listened to the cheers from outside, kneading his resentment into the dough. We must quickly get this brat married off, or else the shop will go bankrupt. 10 minutes later, after finishing the pancakes, Uchiha Kitsuya sat down with a mirror game console, suddenly jumping up again. Oh no, how could I forget this? Konoha Village Market. A shop suspected of selling mirrors quietly opened, without firecrackers, shouting, or even a sign. Inside the shop, from the owner to the employees, the 5 sat around the coffee table, eating lunchboxes and playing games, not having seen a single customer all morning. At this moment, they were puzzled, sitting together to brainstorm. You all, haha. Senji Yun's laughter interrupted what she was about to say. He was staring intently at the screen, bumping into his teammate beside him. 666. Yama, I'm at 667. Ha! Stop laughing. Your screen is half filled with pits and unstable foundations. It's about to cool down. Bayun Yama quickly glanced at him. Full of disdain, he was very stable himself, never letting the blocks exceed 1/5. Minato, any tips for the second level? Why can't I get past it? Haruna was watching Minato play a game, while her screen displayed game failure. Pay attention to handling 2 rows at a time. Only 1 block can be displayed. You need to be careful with the elimination order and arrange the elimination sequence reasonably. Game Master Minato spoke confidently. So impressive. No wonder you're the future Hokage. Kushina gave up on brainstorming with her 4 engrossed employees. Sighing, she took out her mirror phone and flooded the family group chat. What do I do if the store opens, but there are no customers? KageyukiGets Henahayuan not bad. Not bad. My sister is impressive, Henahayuan replied. They just open? My wife is powerful, go for it. All in. KageyukiGets replied. I'm asking what to do if there are no customers. Not for you to praise me, Kushina said. I encountered a team of sand shinobi. I'm logging off, Henahayuan said. New game inspiration has come. Can't control it. I need to think it through tonight and grind it out, KageyukiGets said. Fine, although there are no constructive suggestions. At least I can play a new game tomorrow. Come back tonight and bring a big mirror. Karama has been urging for a long time, Kushina added. Okay, finally remembered. In the sealed space, a fox shed tears of emotion, wondering why playing a game was so difficult. Kushina closed the communication and opened the game to free her mind. In the store filled with mirrors, the owner and employees gathered around the coffee table to play games. Across the street, two kids playing rock, paper, scissors occasionally glanced into the store. Aren't adults supposed to be organized? Why isn't anyone moving? One customer didn't even budge. The two continued their game. Suddenly, a crowd gathered at the street corner. Sister Fire, where are you? Has anyone asked the name of the store? Where exactly did the store open? It can't be at Dongji, right? Impossible. I've checked. This street is all hers. There is no reason for her store to be elsewhere. Here, come quickly. I found it. Damn it, there's not even a sign. How can you run a store? We've been looking for ages. Let's go. Let's blow up her store. The two heard the commotion and looked over to see more than 20 men and women of all sizes searching along the street, then rushing into the store across the street. They exchanged a glance, both delighted. An audience had arrived. Action. Yes. Meanwhile, Kushina, who was comfortably lying on the sofa stacking blocks, was forced to open for business. What are you doing here? Facing the suddenly packed store, Kushina's expression first brightened, then darkened. She thought customers had come, but all of them had mirrors. Didn't we agree the other day that we would come to support you? Uchiha reminded her. Kushina tilted her head to recall, and it seemed there was such a thing. But didn't I give you all the mirrors? I said beforehand that there are limited mirrors, and I won't sell them again to those who already have them. Uchiha held her head in frustration, laughing and crying. Do you even know how to run a business? Forget it. Let me teach you how to do it. She turned to the people who had come with her. Yazi, Jino, go to the street and pull in some customers. You guys from the security department, stop scaring people at the door. You might have frightened some away. Go set up an experience area on the sofa to teach people how to play games. Little chicken, go make a sign just right. She looked at the dazed red-haired boy and asked, what is the name of this store? Huh? Name? Uchiha had already lost hope in Kushina and turned to Uchiha Mingji, instructing, call it Game House Konoha Village Central Branch. And make another sign for Game House Konoha Village Uchiha main store for us to use later. Got it. Mingji dashed out of the store, and who also took on the role of the boss to organize things. It must be said, as the second in command of the pancake shop, it didn't take long for customers to start coming into the store one after another. Then another new problem arose. Kushina, how much are you selling these mirrors for? Who asked? Huh? Another moment of confusion. Kushina realized she hadn't thought about this question at all. This time, not just Hua, even Haruna and Minato couldn't stand it anymore. What kind of boss is this? Fortunately, with their classmates, friends, and enthusiastic gamers, the store finally started operating in the afternoon, with handsome men and beautiful women attracting customers. And influenced by the mirror phones, the store became more and more lively, learning to refine chakra, guiding mobile phone use, chakra recharge, discussing games, recording and posting videos. In the adoring gaze of a group of newbies, the old player's vanity was greatly satisfied, as everyone immersed themselves in their own happiness. A couple with their child entered the store, resembling a family of three. Welcome to Game House. Yazi, who was playing games at the entrance, greeted them enthusiastically. Kushina, who was serving customers, sensed something and turned to look at them. They also looked over, and then the child, seeing something scary, showed a terrified expression. A demon fox. Mommy, I'm scared. The child exaggeratedly pointed at Kushina and shouted before diving into the mother's arms. The woman glared angrily. Why is the demon fox that killed companions here? The store instantly fell silent as everyone looked at the family of three. Then, with a swish, several figures flashed from the sofa and the family was pinned to the ground. The deputy captain of the security department, Uchiha Hakadai, finally came before them, his Sharingan eyes looking down at the three. You are under arrest for provoking trouble and defamation. I don't need to use the Sharingan to interrogate you, do I? Everyone is watching. The three were bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why are there police? Why is the captain setting us up? Then Uchiha Hakadai and the others racked up some achievements, while Kushina shook her head and continued selling mirrors. On the street, the two kids playing rock, paper, scissors looked at the three being taken away by the security department, glancing at each other. Adults, forget it. Let us just wait a couple of days to get them out. He gave up. Chapter 43. Working a few days at Konoha Village Root Base Secret Research Department. We did it. Come quick, we succeeded. A surprise erupted in the laboratory. What? A group of white-coated researchers gathered around. Look at what I made based on the example in the scroll. This kind of technique can actually perform calculations. In the middle, someone held up a mirror to demonstrate, and the mirrored screen displayed a simple calculator. Wow, a genius. The researchers went crazy. To modern people, a simple phone calculator, but in the context of ninja techniques. It was revolutionary because it represented the breaking of the technique framework. Not long after, Danzo arrived at the research department. The scroll he stole from Kushina contained information that could overturn the technique system of the ninja world. The new technique could generate techniques with certain computational abilities. If developed and applied specifically, it could greatly enhance work and research efficiency. This meant that the cooldown of his Manjiki Sharingan could potentially end sooner. This good news eased his mood, having just lost one of his Sharingan. We tried to create 3 simple new technique circuits from the notes and found they have huge potential for data integration and calculation. If we can expand and develop these, we expect it will provide convenience and enhance research efficiency and speed. The key was that this technique had a built-in confidentiality feature. As long as the coding combination was hidden, it would be nearly impossible to crack, and the codes could be changed at any time. The new research director of the Root organization, Bailu, was accompanying the leaders for inspection and reporting. So how long do you estimate it will take to achieve results for the research on the Sharingan and would release? Danzo was more concerned about his immortality. Bailu thought for a moment. New techniques are being developed for these 2 research areas, and the development process requires a lot of time, so I can't give a precise answer. However, based on current performance, if successful, it is estimated to shorten the research time by at least 5 years. Danzo frowned. That's too long. Spending a lot of time developing new techniques only to shorten it by 5 years is critical, and we can't even determine how many years it will take in total. It's very likely that by the time I research a method, the cooldown of the Manjiki will have ended. I need it faster. Bailu hesitated and said, if there are developers for new techniques involved, it will definitely speed up this process significantly. Based on the notes and scrolls you brought, we found a concept called mathematical model that is very valuable. If we could. He didn't finish, knowing the origin of the scroll. Danzo shot him a glance, understanding his meaning. Forget it. If she goes missing, the entire Konoha would be turned upside down. I'm joking. That's the Jinchuriki. If we capture her, Danzo will definitely turn against us. Bairu thought for a moment. Can we arrange for her to go to the Konoha Research Institute? We can place personnel to learn her knowledge. Danzo's eyes lit up. Feasible. I will find a way. You must quickly establish a communication system for Root using the Kimui technique. All mirrors here are not allowed to install that chili system. The upgraded mirrors have very powerful functions, but he dared not promote them within Root, as using unfamiliar techniques carries the risk of leaking secrets due to not understanding the function of the techniques. Of course, Danzo also knew that the mirrors themselves might pose a risk, but they were too tempting. Communication, chakra transmission, accelerating research, he simply could not give up, and could only ensure safety as much as possible. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already started using mirror communication. If he didn't use it himself, in the near future, this Konoha intelligence chief might very well be unemployed for not keeping up with the times. It's like how everyone knows that Windows, Android, and Apple systems might leak information, but they can't do without them. Swish at this moment, a member of the ANBU with a sheep face appeared. Lord Danzo, the test has failed, and we can no longer proceed. Originally calm emotions turned bad again, but thinking about how he needed Kushina's knowledge now. Stirring up public opinion would not be beneficial for future matters. So he waved his hand. The Jinchuriki should be fine. Abandon the mission. Yes, Myobo cousin. Splash, splash, splash. Kagetsu sat cross-legged under the waterfall, accepting the impact. Dad, Danzo triggered the keyword. Switching to chakra signal reception. Amidst the noisy sounds of the explosive cloth, several recordings entered his mind. Kagetsu's lips curled up slightly. It's a hit. Danzo has already acquired a new technique programming method specifically for him and verified its success. Next is to send the research software. Why not get it all at once? Aside from not being too deliberate, he simply can't write it. He can't design it. All research software is targeted development. requiring the collection of a large amount of user needs and professional knowledge for design and production. So, to send Danzo software to accelerate the research on the Hashirama cells, it must be done indirectly. Kid, tell your mom to work hard in the research department for a couple of days. Received. Gamehouse Village Central Store. Ding dong, busy Kushina received a message and opened it. Wow. So many lines, I can't remember them all, but it seems quite interesting. He. She wore the same smile as Kagetsu, who was far away in Mayobo-kuzen. She took out her bulging wallet and found Hayashi and Haruna. Sister Hayashi, Haruna, could you help me watch the store for a couple of days? Let's have a few nice meals together. And then, in the confused eyes of the two girls, Kushina, who had only been the boss for a day, threw the store away. Hokage Building. Konoha's new tactical command center. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood, especially seeing the command center that was originally prepared for abandonment back in operation. The mirrors that had been dismantled were once again hung up in the command center, with a small portion transmitting images back, indicating that the Kagura team had already reached the land of wind, significantly ahead of the standard speed. Truly efficient, as expected of the daughter of Kagetsu. Taking a puff of smoke, his gaze swept across the command center, finally resting on the large screen broadcasting the battlefield live. Kagetsu, Kagura. He murmured the two names, and his expectations for this brother-sister pair grew higher. Lord Third, Lord Danzo requests an audience. A subordinate reported. Let him in. Yes. A moment later, Danzo appeared with a dead fish eye. Hiruzen, I need Uzumaki Kushina to contribute her techniques to Konoha. No beating around the bush. She has already contributed. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the large mirror display screen showing the live battlefield. Danzo recited the rehearsed words. Her techniques have greater value and application space. The research department is where she should go. Kushina, you can't go in. Move aside. I have very important matters to discuss with Lord Third. The two stopped their conversation and looked towards the door, where the voices of the guards and Kushina could be heard. Let her in. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to allow entry, Kushina rushed in with an anxious expression, calling out as she ran. Oh no, Lord Third, it's bad. Something big has happened. Winky face, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was filled with black lines. This little girl came in cursing him. Stop yelling like that. What kind of behavior is that? If you have something to say it slowly. This is the command center. No loud noises allowed. Kushina came to a sudden halt in front of the two, glancing at Danzo, then looking back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third, my home was burglarized. A dog stole the new technique tutorial I wrote for you, ugh. What a piece of trash. Adding a bit of drama, her gaze caught Danzo's face out of the corner of her eye. Expressionless, that old dog was very stable. She didn't see that Danzo's hand under his sleeve had already clenched into a fist. What? A bewildered Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. It really was a big deal. Losing something like this meant that the techniques they were currently using were no longer safe and could likely be deciphered by others. When did this happen? He asked urgently. If discovered early, the item might still be in the village. Kushina shook her head with a troubled expression. I don't know. I hid it in the building next door the night before yesterday, thinking I would finish the remaining bit after the store opened these days and then deliver it to you. I didn't expect to just get home and find it missing. What should I do? She stomped her foot in place. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He had already guessed when it was lost. That very night when he arranged for guards for Kushina, those subordinates had been injured at that time. Originally unclear about the purpose of those attackers now, the whole truth was out. But it was too late. Chapter 44. New technical advisor in the command center. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave. The item had already been missing for more than a day, making it very difficult to find, since that was the case. The only option was to find a way to minimize losses. He was prepared to temporarily halt the use of the new command system. Looking at Kushina, he asked, if the new technique of Kushina is obtained by enemy countries, what impact will it have on us? No impact. Then let's stop, huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he had misheard and uncertainly asked again, did you just say no impact? Yes. The little redhead said matter-of-factly. The new technique has very strong confidentiality. If they change the core coding, others won't be able to decipher it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. You little brat. Then why did you yell for so long? Claiming there was a big deal, and it's bad? Are you messing with me? Kushina glared back. Lord Third, are you mistaken? Isn't this a big deal? I'm the Jinchuriki. Someone came to my house to steal things, and your ENBU didn't even notice. If one day I go missing, won't you know? What valid point? Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless. And also, if people know about the things I hid in the next building, I highly suspect that someone from the village is guarding and stealing. That night, I sensed that among the 6 A and B you arranged, someone was constantly scanning my house with sensing techniques. Kushina kept adding drama, trying to annoy Danzo. 6 A and B? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at Danzo. He had only sent 2 A and B. The other 4 were self-evident. The answer was already forming in his mind. No wonder he suddenly rushed over wanting to pull Kushina into the research department. It turned out he'd already researched it first, strongly suppressing the urge to question. He left some face for this former friend. Tuanzong also felt the gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he knew the other person's character and that such trivial matters would not be mentioned. So he took the initiative to change the topic. Kushina Uzumaki, I need you to join the research department of Konoha Village to develop jutsu with auxiliary research functions for the village. Kushina shot him a disdainful look. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. That is called software. Do you understand software? Jutsu is a single function thing that is already outdated. A software can integrate dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of jutsu. If you're uneducated, read more books instead of making a fool of yourself. If outsiders hear you, they might think our village is called a literate village, not Konoha Village, and it would be embarrassing. Also, I want to go to any research department. I still want to open a store. She crossed her arms, showing a sense of superiority, and raised an eyebrow at him. I'm a Jinchuriki. Come bite me. If you blow me up, I'll have a reason to let Kyubi bite you to death. Sooner or later, she would help Kyogetsu get his eyes back. And she didn't mind doing it early. Tuan Zhang's hand in his sleeve tightened again, his nails digging into his flesh. So infuriating. Uneducated, read more books, and bring shame to Konoha. When had he, Tuan Zhang, ever suffered such humiliation? If it weren't for the fact that she was a Jinchuriki, she would be dead tonight. I'll endure. Uzumaki Kushina, there will be a time for you to be dealt with. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. My subordinates analyzed that as long as the research can match the corresponding techniques. He paused unconsciously. A laugh escaped. Tuan Zhang glared at the source of the sound. Kushina turned her head 45 degrees to look at the ceiling, while Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. He had no way to deal with Kushina. Tuan Zhang decided to ignore the Jinchuriki and look back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as the research can be matched with the corresponding software for auxiliary research, Konoha Village will have the opportunity to regain Wood Release. This time, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who was stunned. With Wood Release, Konoha would once again see the glory of the first Hokage, and perhaps the ninja world could restore peace again. Hiruzen, you handle it. I'm doing this for Konoha. After speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left, not forgetting to show off a bit, saying it was all for their good. Kushina spat at his back. Tsunade's boyfriend was killed because of him, and he still has the nerve to say it's for Konoha. Kushina, Tuan Zhang is an elder of the village. You need to maintain respect, Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded. Oh, Kushina casually responded, I have quality, whatever you say goes. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young girl in front of him, pondering for a moment before he couldn't resist the temptation of Wood Release, and asked, can the software Tuan Zhang mentioned really develop Wood Release? No. Kushina pouted, looking at the already confused Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said impatiently, Uncle Third, the software is just an auxiliary computing tool developed for specific needs. At most, it speeds up the research process and reduces workload based on the provided data. As for whether it can develop Wood Release, how can I know if it's useful right now? So professional. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of being left behind by the times, as he didn't understand half of what she said. However, he understood the part about speeding up the research process. Then can you help Konoha Village develop this software? I want to open a store. I'm very busy. Kushina pretended to be impatient. Sarutobi Hiruzen, speechless, couldn't help but want to expose her. Busy? Don't think I don't know that all these things were done by Kyogetsu. You were just a megaphone. This girl spends every day in the Uchiha clan area playing games with a group of people. I don't believe she can come up with such advanced technology. Taking a deep breath, he held it in. What kind of store? Are you short on money? Selling mirrors. I want to make the mirror game popular in Konoha. Fulfilling my late husband's wish. Kushina's expression turned nostalgic as she wiped her clean eyes. It's been 2 days since I last saw him. You dead, Moon. Why don't you come and see me? Sister ISNT here, and I'm lonely and cold at night. Nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded. In the past 2 days, the Umbu reported that Kushina wants to open a store, but I didn't expect it would be selling mirrors. He pointed at the mirror screen in the command center. I don't even have enough mirrors here, and you still want to sell them? Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Kushina leaned over to calm the old man's anger. Give me back the mirrors. They are strategic materials. What if they fall into the hands of enemy spies? Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't he worried about not having enough mirrors because he could almost guarantee that KageyukiGets was alive and in contact with Kushina. The mirrors would only increase, not decrease. Kushina slowly took out a mirror and held it in front of him. Uncle Third, take a look at this. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched her operate. She first clicked on Chili payment, then clicked on bond issuance, and then clicked on the rules explanation, issuing chakra bonds, raising chakra from others. His pupils dilated. He had previously thought of remote chakra transmission, but he didn't expect such an operation. Kushina's actions weren't finished yet. She clicked on Chili Weibo, and a homepage full of selfies appeared. You can follow anyone you want, handsome guys, beautiful girls, young married women, all fine. You can also promote here, letting everyone with a phone see, hear, and receive your will of fire. What a killer move. Sarutobi Hiruzen's breathing quickened. The temptation was too great. Not for the beautiful young women, but mainly to promote the will of fire. Seeing this, Kushina covered her mouth and chuckled. As expected, little KageyukiGets was right. This old man is a pervert. She slowly continued her lines. As for spies, Uncle Third, don't worry. I will help the village establish a real name authentication system. You can let the village's household registration department connect to the system. Each mirror corresponds to a person, and maybe it can help you find spies. Too many heavy blows left Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned. After pondering for a long time, he waved his hand. I'm old. I can't keep up with the thoughts of you young people. I now appoint you as the technical advisor of Konoha Village to help the village update its technology. Directly under the Hokage's office. Okay. Kushina showed a little fox-esque smile, while Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed an old fox-esque smile. At the same time, far away in Miyaboka Mountain, KageyukiGets also smiled. He expected the third Hokage to suddenly delegate power. He had thought it would take some effort, but now it was settled. Son, release 50 of the computing power to prepare the management system and the office software. Help your mother popularize mirrors in Konoha. Received. The changes in Konoha Village were now stepping onto a high-speed train. Chapter 45. Uchiha awakens. Time passed quietly. The summer sun shone down on the mountain graveyard, but it did not penetrate the darkness underground. The aged Uchiha, Madara, lay peacefully asleep on a stone bed, having been asleep for a very long time, so long that people thought he was already dead. Suddenly, cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by coughing, one of his Sharingan opened. The waiting white Zetsu was delighted. Madara-san, you're awake. He immediately sent greetings while relaying the news to the main body of Black Zetsu. The old Madara did not respond, lying still as he reminisced, contemplated, and self-checked. His body was still relatively healthy, but his soul felt weary. Yes, I separated Indra's soul, and I lost nearly half of my own soul. I almost died. Fortunately, although the soul needs time to recover, it seems that my thoughts are less constrained. Remembering the future he had seen, those boasts of Black Zetsu, the 1,000-year plan, Indra, Ashura, the stone tablet. It has now been confirmed that Indra indeed exists, so he can no longer trust Black Zetsu. What should I do next? Slowly, sitting up from his stone bed. Lord Madara. White Zetsu greeted again. Madara glanced at White Zetsu, but still did not respond. Are these White Zetsu artificial humans created by him, or remnants of the ancient infinite Tsukuyami? How was it done back then? The Hashirama cells, the outer path golem, implanting Hashirama cells into the outer path golem for cultivation. And then it came out. Thinking back now, how coincidental. It's oddly amusing that as a non-researcher, he casually created a clone without any doubt, as if it were a matter of course. Madara squinted his eyes. He recalled another clone resembling Hashirama that had not gained consciousness. That might be the only true Hashirama clone. Remembering his old friend, a hint of despondency crossed his gaze as everything that had happened shook his beliefs. Rationality told him that the future information was real, but how could something he had devoted his life to be a lie? Denying the world, denying reality, denying the village built with Hashirama, all for a lie. How could he accept that? Hashirama, can you tell me the answer? Why do I feel like there's no one trustworthy around me? Yet what I want to do is to bring eternal peace to the ninja world. Madara, you always rush things. It seemed like Hashirama's advice echoed in his mind. Madara suddenly chuckled lightly, as if he was happy to receive a response from his friend. This time I'll listen to you. Take it slow, wait for the results to appear. His mind suddenly calmed. He wanted to see what the future would look like without his interference. White Zetsu, Lord Madara, bring over another mirror. Back then, White Zetsu stole 2 mirrors in the Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Madara, here's the mirror. White Zetsu took out the mirror and handed it over. Madara took the cracked mirror and infused chakra into it. After a short while, a pop-up appeared on the mirror surface. Installing Little Pepper OS 2. Free official version yes. Please enter 0. 25 chakra. No, what's this? What about my future? The confused old man could only try to follow the prompts and inject chakra for installation. After a while, system installation complete. Welcome to use Little Pepper OS system. Please complete registration for better service. What is your name, esteemed guest? Looking at the pop-up in the handwritten box, the old Madara carefully followed the instructions and wrote down his name. Uchiha Madara, sorry, esteemed guest. That username is already in use. Please try another. Madara's pale brows twitched. Who dares to use Uchiha Madara? Don't let me find out. So he entered. Senju Hashiramasari, esteemed guest. That username is already in use. Please try another. Madara's forehead was already covered in black lines. Entering again, Madara, sorry. Hashiramasari. Water drift on the other side, esteemed guest. Water drift on the other side. Your username has been added to the Hidden Leaf Village Network Management Center. Your current identity is visitor. Please go to the Hidden Leaf Village Network Management Center to complete real name verification for more services. Verification requires the following materials. Identification. Visitor identity has the following restrictions. Chakra payment withdrawal limit. Limited browsing of Pepper Weibo. Pepper Flying News cannot be used. Madara suppressed the impulse to smash the mirror and finally found the skip real name verification button in the lower right corner, followed by new user guide. Step by step, learning and operating, he finally mastered the basic usage of the mirror after half an hour. Top up play games. There was no way, without completing real name verification, he could only play games, and even the game functions had certain restrictions. For example, a game called Landlord, apart from the system voice. He couldn't see what others were saying. It was all XXXX. However, these games were quite interesting, stacking blocks, eliminating blocks, playing cards, flying planes, farming. It was quite fun. While Uchiha Madara was experiencing the phone's functions, Black Zetsu rushed back. It really wanted to know why Indra's soul had inexplicably detached, but since Madara had not woken up, it let White Zetsu wait until Madara awakened to inform it. It couldn't just wait around wasting time. It was very busy. Nagato needed supervision. That Jiraiya looked very unreliable. It also needed to gather intelligence and write new scripts. Planning for the future, it was exhausting. Additionally, searching for Indra's reincarnation, since the soul had already detached from Uchiha Madara, it should be reincarnating soon. It needed to observe the post-marriage life of the Uchiha clan from time to time. As of now, apart from the mirrors flooding the Hidden Leaf Village, everything else was under control, believing it would soon return to its mother's embrace. In a daze, White Zetsu had already brought it back to the mountain graveyard. Then it heard a series of male and female voices. 3 take 1, don't blow your ball. What? Are there others here again? Confused, Black Zetsu focused its gaze, seeing Uchiha Madara sitting on a stone bed with a mirror in hand, while the clone White Zetsu stood beside him, stretching his neck and staring intently. What is going on? Black Zetsu approached. Lord Madara. The old man didn't look up. Your soul seems to have been wounded. Madara was focused on the screen and casually said, died once. Black Zetsu was shocked, falling into thought. Died once? Could this be the reason Indra's soul detached? The soul thought Uchiha Madara was dead. This speculation was the most reasonable. It couldn't be that Uchiha Madara separated Indra himself. He didn't even have the Rinnegan. So he couldn't have done that. It couldn't help but relax. Previously, it was afraid that Uchiha Madara would discover Indra's soul, because with Uchiha Madara's personality, he would likely seek the secrets within Indra's soul, and then through Indra's memories see him from 1,000 years ago, which would expose the identity of Uchiha Madara's will, inviting suspicion. Well played. Well played. Well played. A series of voices suddenly came from the mirror in Madara's hand, followed by his furious scolding. Trash game? Black Zetsu curiously leaned over, seeing a flashy mirror surface. It had seen this thing long ago in the Uchiha clan's land, just a gaming device. It hadn't paid much attention back then, but didn't expect it to become so flashy now. At this moment, Uchiha Madara switched to a different game, starting with a piece of land. He was planting seeds, watering, fertilizing, and even topping up chakra to speed up harvesting, which was clearly a waste of chakra. Looking back at the old man, Madara's face, seeing him happily immersed in the game, Black Zetsu couldn't help but frown. Is Uchiha Madara going to ruin himself? Your body is very weak. Please control excessive chakra consumption. Randomly found a reason. Madara glanced at it lightly. It's fine. I'm using the chakra from the outer path golem. Completely unexpected as this answer. Lord Madara, there isn't too much chakra in the golem either. Let White Zetsu recharge a bit, the crow will feed back. Madara said blandly. White Zetsu. Thank you. Black Zetsu was completely speechless yet helpless. Its identity was Madara's will, and being taciturn was the principle. As it needed to maintain a unified image with Madara's thoughts, it could stop persuading here, as saying too much could easily expose it. Quietly came to a corner with the main body of White Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Let White Zetsu in the hidden leaf send over another mirror. White Zetsu is too okay. Black Zetsu. Why do you need so many? White Zetsu. I want to try too. Chapter 46. Holiday. The sun blazed down, sweat steaming in the rain. The scorching sun hanging over Mayaboka Mountain. Ha, ha, ha. Balancing on the long, oval mirror at the peak of Slender Mountain. The boy swings his fists and feet in the wind, seeming to be on the verge of falling off at any moment. Yet always manages to stabilize himself just in time. With his long hair cut short, eyes wrapped in bandages, and a bare upper body that is well-defined and athletic without being jarring, complemented by a beautiful face and beast-like ears, the striking contrasts are quite eye-catching. 3 months have not only allowed Mirror Moon to reach the age of 11, but have also significantly improved his physical fitness, doubling his strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance. However, it sounds more beautiful than it is, as he is merely repaying debts from the past. Little Mirror Moon, an old toad at the foot of the mountain, calls out. Mirror Moon is alleviating sore muscles while practicing balance to adapt to blind combat, and upon hearing Shinsaku shout, he pouts unhappily. Thud! He steps heavily, and the long, oval mirror flies up, caught in one hand, while his body descends. Head down, feet up. Whoosh! The sound of the wind rushes past his ears, the bandages around his eyes fluttering, black hair disheveled, fox ears pointing back. As he quickly descends 2/3 down the mountain, Mirror Moon throws the mirror forward, his body flipping 233 degrees. Thud! Barefoot landing on the mirror, his body glides through the air in a skateboard stance. Hovering in front of Shinsaku after several spins. With arms crossed and his beast ears twitching, he complains, Shinsaku, it's nap time now, I'm not working overtime. Seeing him like this, Shinsaku suddenly feels less inclined to speak. Originally, he thought to give his kid a few days off for a break to relieve some pressure on his body. Now, he is not so sure. Forget it. The body's energy needs to grow. It can't always be under pressure. The first phase of training is over. Rest for a week, then start the second phase. Shinsaku says expressionlessly. Mirror Moon is taken aback, and his expression gradually transforms. Time off? A week? Is this something he can enjoy? With a joyful scream, he lunges at Shinsaku, hugging him tightly and rubbing his face against him. Shinsaku, you are so great. Ha ha ha. Little brat, let go of me. What kind of behavior is this? Ha ha ha. Having received a short vacation, Mirror Moon happily dives into the Hall of Mirrors, which has changed significantly compared to before. Over the past 3 months, the space of the Hall of Mirrors has been scientifically replanned. The mirror projection area, machine room, experimental area, transfer area, equipment area, and experimental material living area have all been established. The mirror projection area and machine room are adjacent, arranged neatly like blade server racks, with only safe chakra spaces left between each mirror to avoid interference, maximizing space usage. Although the Hall of Mirrors is large, it's always good to be cautious in case of a population explosion in the ninja world in the future. Moreover, this arrangement also facilitates classification, identification, and usage, reducing the computational power consumption of Little Mirror. Both the bright and dark research departments of Konoha Village have fully integrated into the mirror computing system, consuming a significant amount of computational power daily. So, saving even a little is beneficial, as there hasn't been much chakra saved over the past 3 months. The transfer area, as the name suggests, is for important people and locations, allowing them to create teleportation points with the mirrors in their hands for convenient and quick transfers. The equipment area naturally contains equipment. Mirror swords, mirror wings, mirror shields, and most of all, mirror wing accessories. Although the mirrors are much stronger than before, they can still break, and the techniques inscribed on them may malfunction during battle, so spare parts are essential. In the experimental area and material living area, there floats an incomplete fresh corpse, a clone, and a pile of unknown items. Uchiha Mirror Moon, beep beep beep. You beep beep beep. Listening to the vigorous beeping, Mirror Moon's beast ears twitch. This person must be quite happy interacting with his own corpse. Kid, why is this guy so energetic? Has the experimental data collection been completed? The data collection for the mirror shadow and chakra body is basically complete. More materials are needed for soul data experiments. Read the report to me. The chakra body, replicated by the mirror shadow, can host a soul. After the soul is hosted, it possesses the 5 senses of a normal person, and the strength of perception can be adjusted by the caster. The strength of the souls can affect the control of the technique. During the replication process, the strength of the clone can be adjusted based on the output chakra amount. The strength of the clone determines the chakra amount required to maintain it. The higher the strength, the greater the consumption. When the clone hosts the soul, the consumption required to maintain the clone can be supplied by the soul. Little Mirror rambled on a lot, and Mirror Moon stroked his chin. With 5 senses, it seems almost like a normal person. This clone is somewhat impressive. A chakra body with 5 senses. If there's enough chakra, can it achieve immortality? Of course, this also depends on him, the source of the mirror escape, not dying. Can it eat food? Just casually asking. It consumes chakra. Other food will only cause it pain and be expelled from the body. Suddenly, it feels wrong. He asks in shock, "You really fed it something?" Fed it some mirrors, a wooden bowl, soup, fabric, shoes, shurikens, explosive tags, smoke bombs, poison, a small half-corpse, 5 nature ninjutsu, and 71 different degrees of compressed chakra. Little Mirror calmly recounts a horror story that frightens Mirror Moon. He now understands why this guy curses so fiercely. Just hearing it once sends chills down his spine, and this guy has experienced it all, possibly more than once. It's too brutal. Fortunately, he can't see. Otherwise, he would definitely have psychological trauma. Eating one's own corpse? This guy must have exceptional mental fortitude. Kid, we are honest people. We must have morals. Remember to blindfold people when doing this in the future, and don't forget to apologize afterward. Understood, material no. Imsuri. Little Mirror is quite sincere. Shinsaku. Uchiha Mirror Moon, you beep beep beep. Sighing, Mirror Moon shakes his head. He fears that in this messy language environment, Little Mirror might learn bad habits and feels the need to instill correct values in him. Kid, we can't learn from him and use such foul language. We should be a good kid who loves aunties, loves dads and moms, loves labor, loves science, has morals, speaks civilized, and is polite. Understood, Dad. Nodding in satisfaction. He continues with the previous question. What does 71 types of compressed chakra mean? Testing the clone's reactions to different chakra in terms of taste, smell, and touch. So detailed. Are there any results? No. The material is not cooperating with the experiment, so the results cannot be determined. It would be strange if it cooperated. Another question comes to mind. Does this guy have mating desires? If needed, we can try to add it. The soul contains all the information from its previous life. Mirror Moon strokes his chin. How about we try adding it? In the future, if there's a chance. He would like to resurrect the fat guy to chat and ask what the Pure Land looks like. That guy is so lecherous. Visiting a brothel is a must. Well, it's all for the sake of a brother. Understood. Uchiha Mirror Moon, you are a devil. A devil. Shinjin, listening to the conversation between Mirror Moon and Little Mirror, is on the verge of collapse. During this time, he has endured unimaginable suffering. And the key is that this chakra body can repair itself infinitely, causing him to endure endless torment. What do they want to do now? What desires? Is this something a person could think of? But before he can shout, the little brother and a nameless evil fire rise together. They really came? His hands begin to lose control. Uchiha Mirror Moon, let me go. I'll confess everything. My name is Shinjin, codename B. An orphan taken in by Konoha's orphanage at 3 years old, graduated from ninja school at 10, joined Root at 25. A loud cry. Detection material, Zenju, soul strength has significantly decreased. How could this happen? Discovered soul essence, purity extremely high. Other unknown. Let's research slowly, but be sure to clean up and create an isolation zone first. Now, tell me about current events. Chapter 47. Short on money in the Hall of Mirrors. Jingwei changed to a lying position and floated in the air to listen to the report. Bailyu's latest 3 animal experiments have failed, and the daily active users of the mobile phone have exceeded 5,000. Another failure? Disappointed, he shook his head. Without Orochimaru, it's lacking a bit. Why hasn't the third ended the war to bring him back? Have we collected any useful data? We have established a classification of biological cells, including extraction, separation, in vitro culture, fusion. I don't quite understand. The things that Yu Shaojing mentioned made Jingwei realize he couldn't comprehend. Stop. Give me something I can understand, like when they might succeed, and whether the abilities of the Hashirama cells can be digitized and replicated onto me. Based on the progress comparison of experimental breakthroughs over the past 3 months. It is expected that research on Hashirama cells will yield results in 5 years and achieve primary application in 7 years. The basic knowledge database is insufficient, and we cannot currently carry out the cell gene digitization project. How long has it been? Does Danzo have so much money for research? He had to consider the worker's wallet as it related to when he could eliminate him. Currently, there is no evidence of Danzo experiencing a shortage of funds. It seems his life is still quite long. Over the past 3 months, he has thought a lot. The research on Hashirama cells relies entirely on money and lives. Aside from Danzo and the future darkened Orochimaru, others in Konoha simply can't manage it. Moreover, with the emergence of Yu Shaojing, his thoughts are no longer limited to Hashirama cell transplantation, but rather to the data collected during the process. This data can enrich Yu Shaojing's database, helping him better understand bodily energy, sage body of Hashirama, and would release. Otsutsuki Ishiki's words to Kawaki left a deep impression on him. The fruit of the god tree condenses the chakra of the planet, containing all information about everything from the planet's birth to its death. Therefore, consuming the god tree fruit allows one to update their own information and inherit these powers to become a new Otsutsuki. Reverse reasoning. If he could analyze the chakra information of powerful beings and then extract and utilize it, theoretically, he could also update himself using this information. It might not reach the effects of consuming the fruit or transplanting Hashirama cells, but the safety would definitely be higher. Whether consuming the god tree fruit or transplanting Hashirama cells is just a simple and crude method of forcibly inserting this information into the body. There will definitely be rejection reactions or outright explosion. It's not the best choice. If Yu Shaojing hadn't appeared, he would have had to choose this method. But with Yu Shaojing, an AI supported by chakra that can have almost infinite computing power, he can obtain power in a safer way. The idea of his sister breaking through dimensions seems unreliable, but one point he finds very reasonable. Those Otsutsuki are merely slaves to power. He wants to be the master of power. This process requires time, money, resources, talent, and massive chakra. Time is on his side. Staying in Mayaboka Mountain is very safe. Money, resources, and talent. Danzo has them, and what's his mind? Massive chakra is being worked on. The mobile phone penetration rate is good, with 5,000 users. There must be quite a few people in the neighboring villages of Konoha using it. He is very grateful for Sarutobi Hiruzen's support. Without his trust in the mirror, Kushina wouldn't have been able to sell it. There are 271 mirrors outside the village, with 100 in the daimyo's mansion, 3 in the research department of the Cloud Village, 2 in the garbage bin of the Rock Village, and the rest are currently with merchants. The daimyo's mansion has already connected to the monitoring range, and the daimyo has specifically allocated funds for Konoha to establish a chakra storage account for the officials and their relatives to provide daily chakra use. Wow, Jingwei didn't expect the daimyo to use it. It seems nationwide promotion is just around the corner. However, the situation in the Rock Village is a bit annoying. What's with the garbage bin? How's the chakra revenue? Compared to yesterday, the deposit rate has increased by 5. 6. Game revenue has decreased by 3. 9 year-on-year. Daily chakra income is 520 units. After deducting 20 costs, the 2 major research departments consume 40 of computing power. Daily monitoring takes 20, new game development is 2, and other research, equipment, soul, chakra digitization, etc. expenditures are 15, with an income of 15. 6 units. The total existing chakra amounts to 31,612. 69 units, of which 30,113. 25 units are user deposits that cannot be used, with 1 for 199. 44 units available for use. Not bad, not bad. Getting closer to 100,000 units. Jingwei is satisfied with accumulating so much chakra in 3 months. In the future, during fights, he'll just throw area ninjutsu, and it has to be large scale. Ha ha ha. It is not recommended to waste chakra. According to data analysis, every time we enter a new stage of Hashirama cell research, the computing power consumption increases by 5-10. After entering the next stage, our chakra will enter negative revenue. Negative revenue? Am I really going to have to pay out of pocket? Didn't I want to earn chakra back then? Jingwei felt a bit numb. However, over 30,000 units isn't really a lot. Even the chakra sealing technique of Yu Shaojing isn't filled up yet, and so far, he hasn't stored a single unit in that space mirror. What to do? Should he let the Konoha side server bear a bit more computing power? Konoha has its own server group, but of course, Yu Shaojing can take over at any time. Already increased twice. This is the limit. They are reserving for the war and will not invest more chakra. Troublesome. Then how about reducing monitoring consumption? He can't cut research expenses, right? It is not recommended to tighten spending. It is advised to increase mirror promotion and enhance user consumption desire. Since last month, the recharge rate of users has been declining. Help me call Kurama. No money. Can I borrow some? Starting to call Kurama. Kurama is playing a game. Kurama is swearing. Kurama's game has failed. Kurama, smash the mirror. Call interrupted. Jingwei decided to think about Yu Xiaojing's suggestion, ignoring it isn't an option. He can't just dress as a girl and live stream to make money. Promotion has already reached its limit. Currently, in wartime, who would do business in other ninja villages? Promoting it among the common people in the Land of Fire isn't easy either. It requires official support. Moreover, people in places like the daimyo's mansion aren't actually quality users. They are all spending money to buy chakra, without producing any themselves. So, the only option now is to increase user consumption desire. Using the balance to activate additional computing power, accelerate the development of Battle Royale and CS games. Received. He has recorded a lot of game plans from his previous life in the database. But because minigames are quick to produce, yield quick results, consume less, and have lower risks, he has been too lazy to work on large games. After all, what if it flops due to not fitting the environment? We want to spend time and effort on our D and quality content when they can make quick money since players are naive and rich. And he has a monopoly? It seems that these Ninja World bumpkins are not so easy to deceive. As for why he chose these two games, it's simply because they are simple, compared to Honor of Kings, which requires creating a large number of characters and balancing them, and Genshin Impact, which needs a storyline and maps. The workload of FNS games can only be considered a slightly larger minigame, but it's still not easy. This isn't just about a few guns and two models. It requires completing a whole game engine system, including a rendering engine, physics engine, collision detection system, sound effects, script engine, animation, AI, network engine, and scene management. All of these need Yu Xiaojing to invest a lot of computing power, which is essentially chakra, and he fears that it might go to waste. But now, there's no choice. He must invest once to test it. If it fails, then he'll only make mini-games in the future. Is there anything else worth paying attention to? Uchiha Madara has reappeared online. Username, the water drift on the other side. Jingwei was taken aback. This old guy's not dead? Who is that in the space mirror? Could it be a split soul? Headache. What actions does he have? Playing games. Uchiha Madara is playing games? How disrespectful to the name of Madara. Dad, this month in the space mirror, Indra's soul has attempted to use time-space ninjutsu twice, but was stopped by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara stopped Indra's reincarnation? What's going on? Has this guy seen the future and become better? My head hurts. The report from Yu Xiaojing made Jingwei feel a headache, completely unable to guess Uchiha Madara's thoughts. Let's get some attention. Okay, Dad. He decided to throw away his worries and leave all the work to Yu Xiaojing. For him, a blind man who can't see anything. Going home is the real business. It's not easy to finally have a holiday. Spending time with family is the right thing to do. By the way, why isn't Team I's Sister S package returned after nearly 3 months? Chapter 48. Sarutobi Hiruzen captured by the Riverside small building in a dark room. Thanks to the strongest Go-Go for the rocket. Go-Go, you're really nice. I'm about to split open. Look, what a broken thing. Crack, crack, crack. A blind person is holding snacks and watching videos. After returning home, Jingwei realized he had nothing to do. After being trained by Shinsaku for a long time, suddenly having a holiday made him not adapt well, feeling like something was missing. People really are greedy. The key is that there's no one to accompany him, which is very uncomfortable. His sister is not home in the Land of Wind, and Kushina has successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of Konoha with her skills. Now she is probably showing off somewhere and can't be found. As a blind man who can't see the road, he can't go anywhere and can only listen to videos in the small dark room. Speaking of which, these people in the ninja world have a really strong ability to adapt. After listening for a long time, there are various live broadcasts of games, fighting, cooking, and even live broadcasts of brothels. Unfortunately, he can't see, and his ears are filled with which is uncomfortable. So many people are giving rewards. Shouldn't I take some commission fees? Jingwei then remembered he forgot to collect money. Son, issue an announcement, thanking the vast number of users for their support. Chili Live has officially ended testing and is now operating. In the future, all reward platforms will charge a 15 service fee, and there will be a 1 service fee for withdrawals. Use this part of the revenue to open another computing power to create a delivery system and give some benefits to merchants and delivery personnel, setting up a framework to help them quickly adapt to chakra transactions. Received. Bored. He really wanted to go out and play. He switched to Face Sun and opened the family group. The mirror screen automatically closed, short videos opened. And at the same time, Chakra transformed into text signals for non-visual text chatting, which had a touching feedback speed. In the family group of 6. Huaiwe, are you there? Huaiwen, how you in? QB Huaiwe. I'm on holiday. Does anyone need a beast-eared handsome guy for personal service? Huaiwe, say something. I'm so bored. Huaiwe, someone come talk to me. Even if you're not a person, it's okay. Thought. Huaiwe, don't you want me anymore? Heartbroken Huaiwe. I'm just a poor, helpless, unloved little blind person. Curling up in loneliness QB. Little blind person, can you stop sending random messages? I'm trying to play a game, and all your pop-ups are annoying me. It's a promotion match. Finally, someone spoke, and Jingyue, who was almost bored to death, instantly felt overjoyed. Huaiwe, QB, are you playing Warplanes? Let us team up and play. QB, get lost. You blind person, don't try to trick me again. I haven't forgotten how you made me lose the last match. It's not that it hasn't been tricked before. This blind person can only complete simple chakra conversion information, and complex or fast ones can't be converted at all. Even playing a game of Landlord takes forever to wait. Huaiwe, QB, you've changed. QB, change your grandpa. Huaiwe, do you want to see a picture of little Dodgy sleeping? QB, great father-in-law, please allow your son-in-law to bow to you. Bowing in just 3 months. This fox has changed a lot. Achievement, harass QB for promotion. Achievement, tailed beast quasi-father-in-law. In the Hokage office. The daimyo has recently been very satisfied with the village and has increased the funding significantly. You guys should pick some antiques and jewelry from the plunder goods and have a rotating team send them to the daimyo's residence. Don't participate in the surprise attack on Awagakure. Let the reconnaissance team record everything for the strategists to analyze. Focus on Awagakure's steam ninjas. In this war, our gains have been sufficient, and the main goal now is to test and adjust the tactics of the new war system while ensuring everyone's safety. Yes, Lord Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed the communication, stretched his back, and relaxed. His gaze swept across the various mirrors on the table, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. In these 3 months, the village has not only been flourishing on the battlefield. Since Kushina became an advisor, the village has changed almost every day. First, a set of systematic office software was launched, followed by all departments being equipped with dedicated office mirrors, which began to speed up the village's public affairs processing efficiency. As familiarity with the office software increased, this efficiency continued to rise. Then, the mirror phones were widely sold, and the real name authentication system was integrated. The nearly free, fun, and easy-to-use mirror phones allowed the village to complete a population census in a short time. Those who bought the phones but were afraid to authenticate their names were individually checked by Kushina with the security department, and one spy after another was exposed, bringing smiles to everyone in the security department. Now, Kushina's prestige in the security department is at its peak. Even Deputy Captain Uchiha Hakadai cannot match her influence. There is also the chakra payment system, which is very important. Kushina taught him to launch a chakra crowdfunding campaign called Support Frontline on his Weibo homepage. As a result, in just 1 week, over 100 cards of chakra appeared in his account, and at that time, the mirror phones hadn't fully spread yet. This is a bit terrifying. For this reason, he personally went to revise the simplified chakra refining technique tailored for civilians, making it more stable, simpler, safer, and less prone to growth potential. At the request of the daimyo, he released the lowest level task in history, an F-level task, chakra for money, and specifically arranged personnel to monitor the exchange rate. The more people sell, the lower the exchange rate. Chakra physical strength labor, and we can't let everyone just sell chakra. Currently, the village is in a state of war with a high chakra exchange rate, and there are already bold merchants in the village supporting chakra payments. All of this makes him feel like he is dreaming, but what comes next is something that can make him dream every day. He picked up the mirror phone on the table. It's time to relax. He opened Chili Live, pulled up the follow list, and found a name called Love Learning. Love Life. Then, boom, boom, boom. Welcome the esteemed number 1 Emperor, the strongest shadow, into the live broadcast room. A line of golden characters with fireworks and sound effects floated back and forth on the screen. Inside, a girl from a poor family who couldn't afford clothes and could only keep moving her body to stay warm suddenly showed a surprised expression. Her sweet voice blurted out, "The strongest Gidge, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Sizzle hearing this. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a shiver run down his spine, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, and with a tap of his finger, a rocket shot up on the screen. The esteemed #1 emperor, the strongest shadow, sent a rocket. Thanks to the strongest Go-Go for the rocket, Go-Go. You're really nice. I'm about to split open. Look. The girl on the screen showed her wound. What the hell? With a gasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen bled on his desk. So stimulating. Who can resist such a fairy? He put down the phone to calm down. But his eyes couldn't look away. At this moment, bang! The door to the Hokage's office was wide open. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up in shock. In a fitted uniform, a short skirt, and knee-high socks, a head of red hair danced in the light. Uzumaki Kushina, the vice president of the security department's discipline committee, was performing her duties. Catch him for me, she commanded. Yes, Kushina-san. Two figures quickly rushed into the office, and before Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, he was pressed onto the desk. Who am I? Where am I? It seems I'm about to socially die. Uchiha Itachi snatched the phone away. The woman inside was still showing her wounds. Disgusting, get that away. Kushina-san, this is quite serious. There are records of large tips, which constitutes the crime of promoting bad behavior. The excitement in the voice was unmistakable. They were capturing the Hokage. Even the clan leader wouldn't dare do this. Following Kushina was just too exhilarating. Was Konoha village really going to run rampant? In contrast to her subordinate's excitement, Kushina, who had seen her fair share of big scenes over the past 3 months, remained much calmer. With a wave of her hand, she ordered, take him back for 24 hours of detention education. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally processed everything. Crime of promoting bad behavior? Does Konoha village even have this law? Not to mention bad behavior, visiting a brothel in Konoha is not even illegal. Kushina, stop messing around. Konoha village doesn't have this law. He was the Hokage, and being caught for looking at beautiful women would ruin his reputation. Humph. Kushina snorted coldly. There is now. Our president just established this law. If you have questions, go talk to her. President? Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. He couldn't believe that anyone besides this reckless girl, Kushina, would have the guts to create new laws. Kushina approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still pinned to the desk, looking down at him. Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. This was a woman he could not offend. It was over. Can I at least wear a hood? Uncle is begging you. Kushina struggled to hold back her laughter and turned to her two subordinates. Put a hood on the third Hokage and take him back. Yes. And so, the highest leader of Konoha village was escorted out of the office by two Uchiha. Kushina didn't go back. She leaned against the wall, laughing so hard she thought she might die. Chapter 49. Return to the village plan giggling. Haha, I can't stop laughing. In the Hokage's office, Kushina was doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, the Umbu appeared, removing their monkey masks to reveal Sarutobi Shino's bewildered face. Have you laughed enough? My father is still the Hokage. Can you show him a little respect? You still dare to say that? If it weren't for you reporting to Aunt Paipa, would I have come to catch the Hokage? Shino was left speechless. Because his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, tipped female streamers every day, he was exhausted when he got home. And then his mother, Sarutobi Paipa, noticed something was off and questioned him, resulting in the son betraying his father and his father experiencing social death on the spot. My father can't really be detained for 24 hours, right? Relax. How could they really detain Uncle Hiruzen? Aunt Paipa is waiting halfway. It won't delay your family's dinner. Oh, the store was still hosting a battle machine contest. I'll go back now, bye. Waving goodbye to Shino, Kushina left the office. She was living good life now. Occasionally, she would go to the research department to develop software, pretending to copy and paste what Suki had completed. Every week, she would take half a day to work at the network management center, helping to solve some problems. Sometimes, she would take the security department to catch spies to boost their performance. Of course, most of the time, she was playing between two game shops. The number of people buying mirrors had significantly decreased. The villagers had the basics, and those coming to buy were mostly merchants and tourists from other villages, along with some spies. The shop had basically become a gaming hall, where a group of people would come to chat, play games, and hang out when they had nothing to do. Sister, my boyfriend hasn't shown up for days, so I can only play games in the shop to pass the time. I can't go train, right? She didn't want to. Who trains seriously? Games are much more fun, while darting between buildings. She suddenly remembered she hadn't turned off her phone's silent mode. Seeing the messages on the screen and a long string of photos of a little white fox sleeping, she immediately beamed and pulled out a shuriken mirror. Transform. Crimson Wings, answer your call. 3 seconds later, Kushina soared high into the sky, transforming into a red streak of light as she rushed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. In a dark room, A blind man was playing a vegetable stealing game. Hanayuki, Kaibai, come here. I found an excellent mine. Search the water's edge on the other side. This person is rich, but has no friends. Kaibai, coming. 5 seconds later. Kaibai, what the hell? This person is really rich, not even raising a dog, and still accelerating growth. This person is a newbie. Hanayuki, maybe it's Uchiha Madara. These days, can you help me steal some with my account? When too many people find out, I can't see to steal anything. Kaibai, what the hell, Uchiha Madara? I don't believe you for a second. It's 50-50. Hanayuki, 80-20. Kaibai, 60-40. If you want less, I'm not doing it. Hanayuki, don't go overboard. You still owe me for the mirror. Kaibai, 70-30. Staying up late is tiring. I need to earn some hard-earned money. Hanayuki, how can a tailed beast be so stingy? It's not like you're lacking in chakra. Kaibai, this is called being frugal. A tailed beast chakra doesn't come from the wind. I've set a small goal for myself, to earn 100 million. Hanayuki, how much do you have saved now? Kibi, Hong, Jin, Hanayuki. Kaibai, damn it. Yesterday, I ran into a beast and multiplied my earnings by 200. I lost all my dowry money. Hanayuki. Kagetsu felt that this fox's development direction was not quite right. Kaibai, your wife is outside. Kagetsu was taken aback, then smiled broadly. 5 minutes later, the two were sitting on the sofa in the dark room, cross-legged, sharing snacks. What happened? How did it become a holiday? Kushina stuffed chips in her boyfriend's mouth, admiring his handsome, tired look. It was said that the first phase of training was over, and they were adjusting things. Ah, yum. Kagetsu opened his mouth wide, taking in both chips and fingers. Giggling gross. How many days? Kushina playfully withdrew her fingers. Good, dare dislike me? Kagetsu pretended to be fierce, shaking his fox ears. How cute. Then, there was a sudden scream as she tackled him on the sofa, mercilessly teasing his beast ears. Smack. Kagetsu pushed her hand away and sat up. Don't touch. It's ticklish for a week. Don't be stingy. How do you want to spend it? Kushina leaned on his back, continuing her playful antics. Why not enjoy it when her boyfriend had such conditions? The sensation was fantastic. Kagetsu rubbed his chin. As a blind man, there's not much I can do. He couldn't see. Even with Suki's assistance in transmitting images, there was a delay. He would hear the sound first before seeing the image, creating a sense of disconnection. How about I do your makeup and dye your hair, and we go camping and have a picnic? Kushina suggested. What about identity? If there's suddenly another person next to you, the umbu will definitely be suspicious. As for Uncle Hiruzen, it doesn't matter. He already confirmed I'm alive. So he can guess it too. But Danzo will definitely cause trouble. Kushina bared her teeth playfully. Now that I'm somewhat established in Konoha village, why not just take him out? A strong killing intent filled the air, and Jingwe hurried to stop her from taking out her worker. Wait a minute. The research on Hashirama cells needs his little treasury and support team. Those Roots people only listen to him, so let's drain him dry before we act. What do you suggest then? Kushina was done thinking. Her brain cells were too precious to waste. Jingwe stroked her chin, deep in thought, her pair of white beast ears unconsciously swaying back and forth. Kushina leaned in and started playing peekaboo with her fingers and ears, enjoying herself. You give me a disguise, and tonight I'll sneak into a mirror outside the village, then come back tomorrow as someone from another village. She thought of a way to obtain a legitimate identity. MHM, Kushina quickly caught both ears, excitedly ravaging them again like she had won a battle. Then you post a recruitment notice outside the store, and I'll pretend to pass by. You insist on hiring me even though I'm reluctant, and in the end, I can only reluctantly work for a few days. What do you think of this plan? Jingwe gestured as if acting out the script. The feel is amazing. The feel? Hinata clan ancestral hall. Creak, the heavy door was pushed open from the outside, and sunlight flooded the room. Inside, a girl in plain clothes squinted her eyes, trying to shield herself from the blinding light while hiding her hands in her sleeves. Stop hiding, as if I don't know you come here to play games every day. A woman stood at the door, backlit, with a graceful demeanor and a playful smile. The girl rolled her big white eyes before pouting and playfully rushing into her mother's embrace. Mother. The woman hugged her daughter, gently stroking her back, with warmth evident in their mother-daughter bond. The two were Hinata Kyuka, who had been confined, and her mother. Let us go bathe and change, then sincerely apologize to our ancestors. We'll be able to return to the village by tomorrow morning. Great. Hearing that they could return to the village, the usually quiet Kyuka couldn't help but jump up, having been locked up here for 3 whole months, feeling suffocated. Hey! The woman raised her hand and lightly tapped her daughter's head, frowning. Have you forgotten all about the etiquette? Kyuka hugged her head, looking pitiful. The woman, unaffected, frowned even more. Her eldest daughter had changed significantly just for being out for a while. No longer as dignified and steady as before, she had become more lively. While this would be a good thing for others, it wasn't for the eldest daughter. She was a member of the main family and should present herself with dignity. When we get back, we'll redo the etiquette lessons. No more nonsense from now on, firmly scolding her. She thought it was better to discipline her now than to have her embarrassed by the clan later. Kyuka pouted. Mother, shut up. The woman stopped her daughter's whining. If it weren't for the son asking for leniency and saying he would marry you, and your purity being high enough, you would already be separated from the family. Kyuka's eyes fell. So what if I'm separated? Who needs his leniency? Yes, just being overly sentimental. Shut your mouth. Smack. A crisp slap landed on the girl's fair face. Kyuka looked at her mother in disbelief, covering her face with her hand. How long had it been since she was hit? The woman suppressed her soft heart and scolded. You are a daughter of the main family. How can you speak like that? Being willful, acting out, and showing ingratitude. Where have all the things I've taught you over the years gone? Tonight, you will kneel before our ancestors for the whole night. If you don't reflect on this by tomorrow, then don't come back to the village, so you don't embarrass your father. Kyuka's eyes filled with tears. At that moment, she deeply hated her Hinata identity. Chapter 50. Guardian Dog of the Courtyard. Mountain Graveyard. My vegetables. Gibi. Why, you two bastards. An old man's angry shout echoed underground, causing the white Zetsus and Uchiha Obito to tremble. Uchiha Madara didn't know how long it had been since he had been this angry. His calmness and composure were thrown into the trash. My vegetables have been stolen. They keep stealing, planting one round and stealing another round. These two guys are simply inhumane. This is outrageous. I feel so cheated. I must steal them back. He picked up a mirror, clicked on Huayue's farm, and then pointed to the vegetables in the field. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a big dog jumped out of the screen, startling him so much that he nearly dropped the mirror. Looking again, he saw a line of prompts on the screen. You were bitten by the guardian dog Wonkai on the hand, losing 0. 0-1 card. You were bitten by the guardian dog Wonkai on the butt, losing 0. 0-1 card. Can I even raise a dog? Uchiha Madara finally stepped out of his own little world and opened the door to a new world of robbing and stealing. The magpie perched on the branch as the moon rose, and the cicadas chirped, startling the night wind halfway through. Are you done? I can't hold it anymore. I feel like we're almost there. Just hold on a bit longer. I can't hold it anymore. I need to come out. Just a bit longer. It's almost there. People say it takes 60 minutes for a perfect experience. I really didn't know it would take this long the first time. I wasn't prepared. I can't help you. Fine, you go first. Be careful not to let it fall off. In the dark room, Kushina watched her boyfriend, who wore a cloth cap, with a serious expression as he dove into the mirror, unable to hold back any longer. Uff, hee, I can't hold it anymore. She laughed so hard she bent over, feeling that she had avenged herself halfway. Then she tidied up the bright red hair dye on the table and poured warm water into the basin. Just as she finished pouring, Jingwei casually emerged from the mirror, looking relaxed. That was comfortable. I almost suffocated. He comfortably lay back in the chair. Come on, let us continue. I'm ready to face anything. Hee. Kushina covered her mouth and giggled, glancing at the clock. It should be time to take it off. She began to remove Jingyue's uniquely styled headpiece, revealing 2 large ears. Before long, Jingwe's black hair transformed into red. Kushina compared it with her own hair and immediately smiled. It's exactly the same. From now on, you'll be Uzumaki-hum. Let me think. Uzumaki-moon, how about that? No, it sounds too feminine. I want something more masculine. Jingwe flexed his newly developed biceps. Kushina naturally placed her small hand on it and squeezed it with a smile. It feels nice. How about Uzumaki mirror? Can we be a bit more creative? Jingwe retracted his arm to avoid her taking advantage. Kushina, displeased, pinched his ears. Then what do you want to call it? Uzumaki noodle. Jingwe thought of this super cool villain. No, how about Uzumaki bamboo shoot? Kushina disagreed. She didn't like the meaning of noodle, which implied decay. Then what about Uzumaki Naruto? Kushina slightly paused, looking at Jingyue's profile and the mustache above. The one who existed in another future and could never appear again seemed to overlap with Jingyue at this moment. Was it coincidence? Perhaps this was another kind of encounter. Wife. Jingyue wondered why Kushina had suddenly gone silent. Kushina regained her senses and looked at Jingyue with an extra fondness. Call me mom. What the hell? Jingyue was shocked. Hurry up and call. Kushina leaned closer to his ear, whispering seductively. There's a reward if you call. No way. This girl really likes this? It's so thrilling. Gulp, feeling the warmth at his ear, Jingwei swallowed hard. What a joke. How could I, Uchiha Jingwei, lose my pride and self-respect for a little temptation? Mom, he just wanted to fantasize. His mood was excited, looking forward to the reward. Kushina was overjoyed, hugging her little boyfriend and smearing saliva on his face. Moo, moo. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Mom will wash your hair for you. Jingwei was immersed in joy as Kushina began to help him wash out the hair dye residue. Throughout the process, her tenderness and maternal love overflowed, washing and blow-drying his hair before styling it with bangs that covered his face. Next came the makeup, a whole set of liquids, creams, and powders, ensuring there were no traces of the little fox's whiskers left on his face. The originally tedious process felt timeless to Jingwei, as occasional little rewards kept him engrossed and unable to extricate himself. The two of them were busy until late at night. By then, Jingwei's appearance had transformed. Short red hair with bangs covering his eyes, slightly darker skin, and a few more freckles on his face, giving him a look that felt changed, yet unchanged. From a distance, he would definitely be unrecognizable, but up close, it would be hard to deceive acquaintances. Unfortunately, Kushina had no makeup skills. It seemed to have failed. Should we start over? Kushina's tone revealed her eagerness. Doing makeup for her boyfriend was just too much fun. Jingwei dismissed her thoughts. Forget it. There's not enough time for another go, and it should be fine if I can't be recognized. I'll just play around for a few days. How about trying a female outfit instead? That's easy. Just wear my clothes. Kushina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. My girlfriend seems a bit weird. She either wants me to call her mom or want me to wear women's clothes. It's getting late. You should sleep soon. We have to get up early tomorrow. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. He escaped into the mirror, as if fleeing. TSK so stingy. Kushina pouted, her eyes twinkling with a plan. When big sister comes back, I'll definitely ask for her help. Hee. She happily returned to her room to replace her shadow clone and sleep. Hinata Ancestral Land, located 10 kilometers outside of Konoha, was a residence of the Hyuga clan before they moved to Konoha. Now it serves as a plantation for the Hyuga clan and the location of their ancestral shrine. Late at night, the flickering candlelight cast shadows in the dim shrine, where Hinata Jinkai knelt alone, murmuring to herself. Not going back means not going back. I don't want to live that kind of life. Main family, main family, main family. Why do we have to distinguish between the main and branch families when we are all the same? I envy the Uchiha. Jingwei can do whatever he wants freely. Thinking of Jingwei, she took out a mirror from her inner clothing, and the reflection revealed her face in the candlelight, with a faint handprint visible. Are you dead or not? You must be alive. If you are alive, you're not mine. If only I were not a Hyuga. Then I would have definitely snatched you away at school. Too bad I'm not. I'm so jealous of Uzumaki Kushina. Clearly, everyone fought daily at school. So why did you all fall for her after graduation? I'm much prettier than her. The girl's face was filled with frustration and disbelief. Hey, if you were alive, come out and talk to me. We're teammates after all. Sai Jinkai sighed and put the mirror aside, knowing Jingwei couldn't hear her. So she decided to let the mirror keep her company in kneeling punishment. Time passed slowly. The sounds of insects and frogs faded, and Jinkai's head began to nod as she knelt, almost falling asleep. Startled, she woke up just as her head was about to drop. Heart racing, she patted her chest, almost hitting the ground. She adjusted her kneeling position. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the mirror out of the corner of her eye. Her eyes widened in shock. A head with strange ears was surfacing from the mirror. What kind of monster? As that thing emerged, its head turning, a terrified Jinkai acted without thinking and raised her hand to slap it. Slap. Winky face, thud, the thing fell to the ground. Jinkai felt relieved, stood up, and cautiously kicked it. No response. Is it dead? Byakugan. For safety, she activated her Byakugan. She was startled. She had seen this person countless times with her Byakugan. Although there were changes, how could she possibly not recognize him? Moreover, there were those hollow eye sockets. Jingwei, her eyes moistened, and she covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from shouting out. Chapter 51. Jinsai's decision. Jinkai never expected that her punishment would lead her to a man. Thus, unprepared, she found herself beside the boy, at a loss. Wake him up? No, if he wakes up, she couldn't look at him so closely. He is so good-looking, but it's so annoying. She had been rejected so many times. It was really embarrassing. Why did he dress up like this? Is he going to masquerade? Those ears look like they're real flesh. She reached out to touch them. So soft. They really are. The whiskers are real too. What is this guy doing? Why is he so cute? Which girl could resist this? The jealousy towards Uzumaki Kushina grew stronger and stronger. Jinkai glared with wide eyes in anger. Jingwei tilted his head and let out a groan, seemingly about to wake up. Slap! Another soft punch landed. His head tilted, deeply unconscious. Phew, luckily. I reacted quickly. Jinkai calmed her racing heart. She didn't want Jingwei to wake up so soon because only now did she feel that Jingwei was hers. Suddenly, the mirror beside her floated up, the surface lit up, and a Sharingan appeared, followed by a somewhat stiff voice. Hello, please don't treat my dad like that. Startled, Jinkai jumped back into a fighting stance, staring incredulously at the mirror. Who are you? Why are you using Jingwei's voice? I am the artificial intelligence you, Xiaojing, the son of Uchiha Jingwei. Artificial intelligence? Jingwei's son? Jinkai was puzzled. Yes, Dad created me. Please elaborate. It's a secret. Jinkai was caught off guard and speechless. I'm Jingwei's best friend and loyal teammate, and I have to keep secrets? Your identity has not been authenticated by the Konoha Village Network Management Center and is classified as an illegal account. Trust level, low. Yu Xiaojing replied bluntly. Konoha Village Network Management Center? What is that? Jinkai, who hadn't returned to the village for 3 months, had fallen into ignorance. At this moment, the Sharingan on the mirror disappeared, and a projection of Konoha Village appeared, followed by Yu Xiaojing's introduction. The Konoha Village Network Management Center was established by my mother, Uzumaki Kushina, for the prosperity, stability, and harmony of Konoha Village, aimed at, with a flurry of over 10,000 words, all praising Uzumaki Kushina as hard work. This little redhead is so shameless. That was Jinkai's takeaway. Fortunately, she understood that the Konoha Village Network Management Center authentication was the real name authentication on the mirror. And since she hadn't returned to the village, there was no authentication. My name is Hinata Jinkai. Check it out. I'm really your dad, Jingwei's good friend. The mirror flickered as it processed data, and then photos and information scrolled by. Hinata Jinkai, 13 years old, main family of the Hyuga clan. Born in Konoha on June 2nd, 26. Father Hinata Mitsuyoshi, 7th elder of the Hyuga clan. Jinkai pointed at the screen. Yes. That's me in the photo, and my task record has Jingwei's name on it. The mirror transformed back into the Sharingan. No transformation technique effect. Identity, trustworthiness, 78. Why only 78? Missing proof, medical report, guarantor. Unable to exclude the possibility of looking similar. Fine, I'll concede you're right. Can you please stop being so robotic when you talk? I'm trying my best to learn how to speak. How long have you been learning? How did Jingwei teach you to learn like this? 81 days. Dad is usually very busy and rarely talks to me. This guy is still so unreliable. Let me teach you. When speaking, you should adjust your tone and speed according to the context and meaning. What is context and meaning? Context refers to the environment and state in which one finds oneself while speaking, and semantics is, in the dimly lit ancestral hall, candle flames flicker, and a girl converses with a mirror beside a fainted boy. From how to speak to family theory, from the southern sky to the northern land, from a moon hanging atop trees to the moon falling with the crow's cries. In a hall of 10,000 mirrors, the trial mirror's right half, belonging to Moon's small mirror, expanded a full third of its core ritual array in just half a night. It's hard to imagine that all of this is merely a language module. Yanjin Kai stretches lazily, noticing the faint light coming through the high window. Knowing it's getting late and there are things to be done. Thank you for listening to so much nonsense, Moon's small mirror. She is very happy. She has never spoken so much since she was born, feeling completely transparent. It's not nonsense. You have taught me a lot. Moon's small mirror's way of speaking has become no different from that of ordinary people. Jinkai beams, feeling great to confide in a voice that is exactly like Mirror Moon's. Her gaze shifts to the sleeping Mirror Moon, the tightly closed eyes beneath the red bangs making her heart ache. I said I would leave something behind for you. Her gaze gradually becomes determined, her right hand igniting chakra as she slowly reaches toward her right eye. In the future, we will see the same scenery with the same eyes. Her white teeth bite down on her red lips. PFFTum. Jinkai lets out a muffled grunt, a fine sweat appearing on her forehead as a line of blood runs down her cheek from her right eye. So this is what it feels like to remove an eyeball. Without pausing, she extends her hand toward Mirror Moon's right eye socket. The mirror beside her hovers, and Moon's small mirror observes everything with the Sharingan, while Jinkai's permissions within the system are also increasing. When that white eye is moved into Mirror Moon's eye socket, the permissions are defined. Uchiha Mirror Moon, Uchiha, Mirror Flower, Uzumaki, Kushina, Uchiha, Hyuga Jinkai. Permissions granted. Moon's small mirror's voice emerges. Your actions are meaningless. Dad has a complete plan to retrieve his own or stronger eye. Jinkai closes her right eye, but her left eye reveals a smile. You don't understand emotions. Some things only matter to oneself. This is what I owe him, and once I repay it, I won't be tangled up anymore. Moon's small mirror's computing power is being drawn out. Based on the behavior guidelines of the Hyuga clan, you will face the following outcomes. A 50 chance of being sealed as a branch family, a 35 chance of having the other eye taken and being imprisoned, and a 15 chance of being secretly executed. Is advised a defect. Jinkai bitterly smiles upon hearing this. She hadn't even thought about the consequences. Send Mirror Moon back to the mirror. I'm too weak to escape. With my rookie strength, I will be caught by my family before I even left the land of fire. And even if I weren't caught by my family, I will be taken by enemy countries. It's better to honestly strive for that 50. I can help you escape and gain power. You? Jinkai doubts. How can you help, being an AI without a body? Through chatting, she roughly understands that Moon's small mirror is not human, just a thing called a program. My database shows that there is a branch of Otsutsuki on the moon. They possess the same Byakugan as you and have a higher level of development. Moon's small mirror pulls up the data recorded by Mirror Moon. There's Byakugan on the moon. Jinkai is astonished, finding it hard to believe. From Dad's data, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan combined with Otsutsuki chakra will evolve the Byakugan into the Rinnegan. If Mirror Moon were awake, he would definitely format this thing. Rinnegan? Jinkai has never even heard of it. It's an eye that can cut through the moon. Jinkai is stunned. If I have this ability to cut through the moon, can I walk horizontally in the Hyuga clan and then take Mirror Moon back home and lock him up? The thought is beautiful, but she doesn't plan to defect. She shakes her head. I can't defect. It would implicate my parents and sister. Moon's small mirror is still calculating. It calculates the outcome of your actions. The chance of your father being dismissed from elder status is 70, and the chance of your parents becoming branch family is 80. Suddenly, there arises an impulse to reclaim her eyes for her parents, who regard the honor of the main family as life. Becoming branch family is harder to bear than killing them, and her sister would definitely also be implicated and ostracized. But she hears Moon's small mirror continue. I can fabricate the scene of you being abducted, which would minimize the impact on your family while you remain absent. Because emotions have not yet formed, it has not calculated emotional harm. Jinkai deeply lowers her head upon hearing this. Moments later, a determined Byakugan opens. Help me become stronger. I want to end the system of the Hyuga clan and help my sister break free from the cage's constraints. Chapter Namuihai Jinkai. Moon's small mirror. Boom. At dawn, a loud explosion erupts, and a fireball rises from the Hyuga ancestral hall, waking everyone from their slumber. Swish, swish, swish within moments. Dozens of figures appear outside the ancestral hall. Who dares to steal from the Hyuga? Unforgivable. Two old men with Byakugan speak with anger. Jinkai, a woman exclaims, rushing straight into the fire scene without hesitation. What are you all standing around for? Put out the fire and save people. Quickly, come help put out the fire. The two old men shout loudly, and the crowd rushes into the ancestral hall to extinguish the flames. The fire is quickly put out. 10 minutes later, the Hyuga clan members surround a charred corpse, waiting for the forensic report from professionals. A young Hyuga approaches the charred body, his eyes scanning the corpse's attire and mask, frowning as he looks at the upper arm area where a flame tattoo is faintly visible. Dark Department standard attire, crow face mask with a flame pattern. It appears to be a Konoha Dark Department. He squats down to remove the already charred mask resembling a crow from the corpse, revealing a blackened face, and then activates his Byakugan to examine further. Male, age between 35 to 40, with multiple internal injuries confirmed to be from gentle fist attacks. The body shows signs of poisoning, and the half-body disappearing wound is suspected to be caused by an explosive tag. The deceased is determined to be a Dark Department ninja, with the primary cause of death being poisoning. Based on the existing conditions, it can be analyzed that at least 2 people infiltrated the ancestral hall to attack Jinkai. One was killed by her using poison and explosive tags after engaging with her, but was overpowered by another person or several people and taken away. After the young man finishes analyzing, the scene falls into a dead silence. The Konoha Dark Department has taken the head of the Hyuga clan. This is an earth-shattering event. The dirty and disheveled woman clutches a mirror with trembling hands, the only thing her daughter left behind. I will go to the third Hokage for an explanation. She storms out with an angry expression. Stop! An old man shouts to halt her. The woman comes to a stop, her shoulders shaking. The old man ponders for a moment, looking at the woman. I will notify the third Hokage. You need to calm down and not escalate the conflict. This could be a trap from an enemy country. Saying this, he takes out his mirror phone to contact Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage's residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen is in a terrible mood because his phone was forcibly locked with a child lock. A Hokage's phone with a child lock, can you believe it? No high spending allowed. All spending records will be synced to his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, and he can only play games for an hour, ending all enjoyment in life. Then worse news arrives. The child of the Hyuga clan, Elder Hayashi, has gone missing, and half a Dark Department member was found at the scene. He immediately sends Shino to swiftly lead the Dark Department and expert team to investigate. 1 hour later, even worse news emerges. According to the information and photos sent back by Shino, he matched a similar person in the archive system. Kinkaku, Special Jonin, 25 years old, archived, yellowed, ID photo, ING. Moon Small Mirror helping others, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a cigarette in his mouth, compares the two images and information with a worried expression. No need to say, this Dark Department member is real. But he is not one of his people. Danzo, if you're going to cause trouble, at least clean up after yourself. What does it mean to leave a mess? In recent months, Danzo has been encountering one problem after another, causing him to lose patience with his former friend. He dialed the only contact number for Root using the office phone, unwilling to connect to the Konoha communication network, keeping only one external communication channel. At the Root-based research department, Danzo was inspecting experiment tables, petri dishes, researchers operating mirrors to observe and record, rows of data flashing quickly on the screens. Although the experiments failed, I have already found a direction. Ordinary organisms cannot withstand the powerful vitality of the first-generation cells. We need experimental subjects with the same bloodline as the first Hokage. Like the Senju clan, the disheveled and fanatical appearance of the researcher, Bairu, made it seem like he would succeed in the next experiment. Completely unaware of how dark his boss's expression was, Hiruzen wouldn't agree to waste lives on experiments. Danzo understood his old friend, who was too emotional. We don't need the Hokage's consent, we just need the Senju clan to agree. If they see hope and would release, they will voluntarily become experimental subjects. You're thinking too simply. Danzo interrupted Bairu from continuing. His single eye narrowed. The Senju clan has already been integrated into the household registration system. The Hokage would know if even one person was missing. To conduct experiments on the Senju clan, Hokage's permission is still needed. You should produce some results quickly, just like you said, to show people hope. Danzo said blandly before leaving, while Bairu stared with blood-red eyes, throwing himself into work. Danzo returned to his office. His mood had been quite poor lately, providing Bairu with everything he wanted: money, resources, Hashirama cells, experimental subjects, and that software. But the research progress did not satisfy him. 3 months, not a single visible result. It might be that he was too impatient, but he wouldn't admit it. Sigh. It seems I need to think of a way to call Orochimaru back to the village quickly. He sighed and knelt in front of a small table. He picked up the mirror on the desk to play with, experiencing Root's own phone. This was the only good news recently, but how to put it? Compared to the phone during the Sand Village invasion, it was a bit better, but compared to the phones now popular in the village, trash. Calls, videos, pictures, texts, contacts, nothing but basic functions. Forget it, at least it works. Danzo, Lord, the third Hokage is calling. The operator outside knelt, holding the mirror phone. Danzo expressionlessly took the mirror, frowning at the incoming call display, noticing that his subordinates couldn't even get this function right, failing even at copying homework. He calmed his mood and connected the call. Hiruzen, Danzo, do you know about Shinji? Danzo's pupil in his single eye suddenly contracted. The question from the other end reminded him of the lost Sharingan. Why did Hiruzen suddenly ask this? Did he find Shinji and discover the Sharingan on him? This matter cannot be acknowledged. I don't know. The next moment, the voice on the other end took on an angry tone. Shinji's file is archived, not dead or missing. Danzo, stop hiding this. This matter is very serious regarding the leakage of bloodline limits. Bloodline limits? They really discovered it. He was even more certain that Hiruzen had found clues about Shinji and discovered that Sharingan. I don't know. Do we not even have this little trust anymore? Hiruzen, turning the tables. There was silence on the phone. Danzo smiled slightly, still so indecisive. You can share the information on Shinji, and let my subordinates help you investigate. Once I get the information, I will definitely crush this traitor, secretly vowing. This matter does not require your intervention. Beep beep. Leaving one sentence, the call was disconnected. Danzo looked at the screen that returned to the desk, his eyes narrowing. See, whoosh, a figure appeared. Lord Danzo, has the Umbu had any recent movements? Before dawn, an Umbu team led 2 medical ninjas out of the village. Investigate and eliminate if you find why. Understood. In the Hokage's study, Hiruzen put down the mirror and lit a cigarette. He wanted to trust Danzo, but his eyes fell on a stack of documents on the table. This was Danzo's recent private research expenditure list. The Konoha office system has become highly unified. So even if Root has not connected to the office system, its external procurement cannot be hidden because their procurement targets are using the Konoha system. Research expenditures are more than mine as Hokage. What can I trust you with? If you're going to cause trouble, don't let me know. Besides, it's giving me a headache. First, think of a way to appease Hinata and Hikari. He raised the phone again. Hiruzen was having a headache, and Hinata Kinai, who had run away from home again, was also having a headache. The one-eyed girl walked through the woods, a Sharingan mirror floating beside her. Don't tell Kyo that this I was given by me. I won't lie. Don't tell Kyo where I am. I won't lie. If you can't, just learn. I'll teach you. Oh, thank you. Good attitude. Where's the passage? I don't know. Suddenly, the girl stopped moving, turned to look at the mirror. What? You don't know how to get to the moon? Moon mirror. You're too unreliable, boo-hoo. Kinai felt she had been tricked. Especially since the other party wasn't even a person, she couldn't help but doubt her IQ. Whoosh, 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 several mirrors flew out from the floating mirror beside her, rising into the sky and spreading out. Then the mirror floated in front of her, and the Sharingan on the mirror switched to Byakugan, and the voice of Moon Mirror appeared. Byakugan adaptation complete. According to records, the passage is an underground cave with luminous spring water. I will use Byakugan to scan the route. Just follow me. Kinai pouted unhappily at the Byakugan in the mirror. Hey, this is the eye I gave to Kyo. Why are you taking it out again? Dad will go to Konoha. Having Byakugan increases the chances of trouble by more than 99. Moon Mirror explained. That won't do. I have to give it to him. Sometimes women can't be reasonable. I have a part of my father's soul. Essentially, we are one. You are not. You don't even have a body or emotions. Kinai disagreed. I'm learning about emotions. As for the body, a glow projected from the mirror, and light particles quickly gathered into a humanoid shape. Black hair, beard, beast ears, eyes closed. It was indeed the image of Kyo. Kinai was stunned at the sight. At this moment, the floating mirror merged into Kyo's body, and those closed eyes suddenly opened, countless curse markings flowing through the pitch-black eye sockets. And after a moment, the eyes closed again. He spoke. Hello, my name is Moon Mirror. Little stars shone in Kinai's one eye. Kyo with black hair looked better. She touched those beast ears, and then touched the face. It's real, how did you do that? The mirror copied my dad to create a chakra body, and then installed a port to connect to the server. I don't understand, but as long as it looks good, will you be my boyfriend? Kinai wrapped her arm around Moon Mirror's, feeling great because the other party didn't shy away like Kyo. Boyfriend? Is it like my dad and mom? Don't mention that pair of dog men and women. Please don't talk about my dad and mom like that. If you don't want to talk, then will you be my boyfriend? I can't understand my dad's language and behavior logic when facing my mom. I won't be a boyfriend. It's okay. I'll teach you. You just have to agree. Okay, I agree to be your boyfriend. Now that I've agreed, I can't back out. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Jing, and you call me Jinkai. You have to protect me, care for me, and stay with me forever. The rising sun penetrates the forest, drawing lines of gold, and the girl's voice grows fainter. In the hall of 10,000 mirrors, the trial mirror has just increased a third of the spell again, mixed with some chaotic and disordered spells. Chapter 53. Let us talk about something. Morning light spills into the grass. Rustling, something moves slightly. It hurts. Jingwei has a splitting headache, as if someone had beaten her head all night. She touches the grass beside her, feeling the warmth of the sun and the chirping of insects, judging that she is in the wild. She can't help but reminisce. I remember seemingly being transported to a place with the scent of incense, and then my head hurt a lot continuously. Did I get knocked out and thrown out? Are ordinary people that strong now? The speed of the attack is something I can't even react to. My mind is filled with pain and question marks. Good morning, Dad. Jingwei is momentarily stunned. Is this how we greet each other now? All right. He has a kind of comforting presence that belongs to a father. What happened last night? Simulating the creation of a lying module. Jingwei is dumbfounded. Lying? You're telling me right in front of me. I'm preparing to lie. Are you kidding me? Stop. No lying. I'm busy stopping my son from going bad. Creation stopped. Sorry, Dad. I promised others I wouldn't say. You can directly retrieve the logs if you want to know. Jingwei falls silent again. There are white eyes, and the person who willingly gave them to him is someone he can't think of a second. With a serious expression, he says in a deep voice, return the eyes to Jin Kai, or the Hyuga clan won't let her go, and it will implicate her family. No secret information detected. The system is trying to find logical connections. I want to end up breaking Xiao Jing, will I? Stop searching. I've guessed it. Return the eyes. Attempt stop, Dad XXXX said. If you want her to forget you, accept the white eyes. She doesn't want to carry your kindness for a lifetime. Jingwei frowns. Tell her not to be sentimental. Mutual assistance between teammates is natural. Let her think about her family. If she loses the white eyes, the Hyuga clan won't let it go. Xiao Jing's message took a while to appear again. XXXX herself said, Jingwei, I'm not being sentimental. I just can't let go. Please accept the eyes as a way to let me go completely. As for the Hyuga clan, I will become stronger, very strong, and then return to the village. Dad, about the Hyuga clan. Xiao Jing continues to report about the corpse disposal and the plans for XXXX to become stronger. Jingwei doesn't know how to respond anymore. Who would have thought this girl could remember a small kindness so deeply, truly dedicating herself? If there's danger, call me. She is my teammate. He can only say thank you in his heart and apologize for disappointing the beautiful girl. Understood, Dad. I will collect Otsutsuki genes, chakra, and white eye data to help her awaken the reincarnation eye. Nodding, he asks again, what are the reactions of the third Hokage and Danzo? Shimura Danzo has already sent people to the scene, but Sarutobi Shino has long taken the body away. Sarutobi Hizashi persuaded the Hyuga clan to conceal this matter. According to analysis, Sarutobi Hizashi's trust level in Shimura Danzo is currently in the distrust range, but I cannot understand why Sarutobi Hizashi has not taken any action. Sigh. That's human nature. You can't analyze it solely with data. Jingwei sighs. The third Hokage is simply indulging Danzo. These two can be said to be two sides of the same coin, as long as Sarutobi Hizashi is unwilling to face the darkness. Shimura Danzo will always be the shadow of Konoha. The shadow is still a shadow. Just thinking about it is frustrating. I want to hurry back and relax with Kushina. He casually throws a mirror up into the sky. Help point out the way back to the village. Turn right 31 degrees and walk straight for 21 kilometers. Are you kidding me? A half marathon? Jingwei helplessly starts the blind man's trek home. Fortunately, it doesn't take long for Kushina to wake up. Xiao Yiya, are you there? Not yet. Still 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers? You're too steady. Super steady. I forgot to send a hat before. Okay, what do you want for breakfast? I'll go buy it now. Whatever you eat, I eat. Husband and wife are of one mind. Hateful. The little expressions in his mind make Jingwei feel much better. After thinking for a moment, he decides to explain a bit. Wife, let me tell you something. Jinkai anonymously sent me a white eye, and I decided to accept it. In the Uchiha Baozi shop, Kushina stares blankly at the screen. Kushina. Coming back to her senses, she sees a bag of Baozi waving in front of her. Uchiha Hua, Xiao smiles and says, In love, huh? Hurry up and take it. The people behind are waiting. Kushina glances back at the long line, her little face turning red. She hurriedly takes the bag and quickly scans to pay. Sorry. She doesn't forget to apologize after stepping aside. Is a little girl in love? An uncle in the line teases. Which boy told his mom? Another old lady speaks up. Kushina's face turns even redder. I have something to do. Everyone goodbye. She instantly disappears without a trace. The chatter of the crowd behind doesn't stop. Oh, it looks like she really is in a relationship, a woman comments. Puffed. With these juniors in Konoha, who is worthy of our little pepper? A middle-aged uncle scoffs. Kushina's current titles are frighteningly numerous. Hokage's direct assistant, network management center consultant, technical director of the research department, head of the counterintelligence group of the security department, vice president of the ethics committee, big boss of the game house. A jumbled mess. I think my son is pretty good. Another uncle chimes in. Get lost. Your kid had to take the graduation exam twice. And you have the nerve to say that? That's still better than your kid, who only knows how to play with mud. Damn. Want to compare again? Come on. Let's fight. Best out of 5. Bring it on. And then it turned into a bloody storm. At this moment, Kushina is already sitting on a riverbank railing, the morning breeze brushing against her swinging feet. A girl gives her boyfriend an eye, and it's even an anonymous gift. It makes her unable to feel any anger. She feels pity and moved for Jinkai. But being moved doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Why didn't she think of it? Will Mirror Moon develop feelings for Jinsei because of this and break up with me? After all, I'm clumsy and can't do anything right. My temper is bad. And I'm a Jinchuriki. A gust of wind blew, lifting the girl's red hair and stirring up my heart full of insecurity. Ding! The phone notification sound. I look down. Why, wife, where's my breakfast? Giggles. Kushina laughed out loud. Her mood instantly brightened. Isn't it better for this idiot to keep it a secret? It just makes things awkward. I placed the pancake on the mirror. Mirror Moon is delivering food to his dad. Buzz the ripples spread, and the pancake sank into it. Then I sent a message. How you in? Can I go thank her? Huaiwa. Later, she went to the moon. How you in? Huaiwa. Lost her eyes and didn't dare go home. Went to the moon to recruit little brothers to support her. Don't tell anyone. How you in? What moon? What little brothers? The more I hear, the more confused I get. Kushina was puzzled. She had seen the future, but didn't know you could recruit little brothers on the moon. Huaiwa. There's a big Otsutsuki branch on the moon. The kind that makes you want to kick your feet. Kushina's heart trembled. She had a shadow over Otsutsuki. The future scenes were too tragic. How you in? How do you know? Huaiwa. I've seen the original script and know the hidden plot. Kushina's hands trembled, thinking of a possibility. How you in? Are we married? Mirror Moon took a long time to reply. Huaiwa. No, the plot doesn't have me and my sister. We probably died early. Kushina brushed away her dazed red hair. Promise me, you must marry me this time. On a small path, Mirror Moon stood silently in the middle. The rising sun poured over him, making his heart burn. Definitely. Chapter 54, entering the village, dark clouds covered the bright sun, but the air became even more stuffy. This damn weather, it's really hot. Indeed, it's uncomfortable to guard the gate on such a hot day. At the entrance of Konoha village, two Chunin were fanning themselves with a mirror while complaining. Just then, tap tap tap, a wooden stick tapped the ground at the gate, catching their attention. Huh? They lifted their eyes, and a strangely dressed boy appeared with the stick. Wearing a straw hat, red hair covering his eyes, 3 whiskers on each side of his face, and a white t-shirt printed with the Uzumaki clan's emblem. The two exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. It seemed he was a stranger. So they approached. The child stopped. This is Konoha village, and registration is required to enter. What's your name? Why are you here in Konoha? Take off your hat for a photo. Mirror Moon helplessly took off his hat. Uzumaki Naruto, here for sightseeing. Suddenly, the two's eyes flashed with shock. It seems like 10 minutes later, Mirror Moon was wandering aimlessly on the streets of Konoha, while a piece of information was sent to the two information heads. On the street, Mirror Moon touched his wrist, where a long wristband resembling a watch was locked on, and smiled wryly. This device was developed by himself. The wristband has a small strip of round mirror that matches with Konoha's sensing network, allowing it to lock onto his position within the village at any time. It's standard equipment for every visitor entering the village. To avoid being too conspicuous, he didn't rush to the store but wandered around instead. It had been a long time since he was in human society, and he wasn't very accustomed to it. Listening to the sounds, there weren't many pedestrians on the road, probably because it was still wartime. After wandering for a while, he felt bored. He couldn't see anything, so wandering the street felt somewhat pointless. As he hadn't seen any scenery at all, it wasn't very interesting. Lying at home made him want to come out, but now as a blind person, nothing felt right. He might as well have stayed home and slept. He really wanted to put on the Byakugan. Should he go to Miyaboka Mountain to study the Byakugan instead? First accompany Kushina for camping and then go back. Thud. Suddenly, Mirror Moon heard something fall beside him. Dad, I can't do it anymore. A child's voice. Kai, get up. The road of youth doesn't allow for laziness. Run another 1,000 meters, and I'll buy you a soda. A man's motivational voice. Oh, I can feel the youth. Dad, no wonder you're my son. Hey, Dad. The wave of youth blew Mirror Moon's bangs into disarray. Winky face so motivational. He thought he already knew who it was. In Konoha village, the only pair so passionate were Might Guy and his son Might Kai. Mirror Moon felt it was time to test his training results. With his head held high, he gave a thumbs up to the father and son. I challenge you. Debeo. Ding. A big white-toothed smile shone brightly. Opposite him, the bearded young man and his 2-year-old bushy-browed son were taken aback for a moment. Then their expressions gradually became excited. Oh, Dad, passion. The passion is boiling. Ha ha. My youth is already burning. The father and son stood straight and gave Mirror Moon a thumbs up and a big white-toothed smile. I'm Might Guy. I am Might Kai. In unison, accept the challenge. Then, 3 running figures appeared on the streets of Konoha. Game House, Konoha Village Central Branch. Byu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bang, bang, bang. 3 + 1. Thump, thump, thump. Outside the store, steam rose while inside. The cool air was filled with game sounds, a leisure area with fruits and drinks, and a group of focused gamers, making it a gathering place for game enthusiasts. Aside from those heading to the front lines, Mirror Moon had bought everything he needed, and the shops became gathering spots for gaming fanatics. While another one was naturally in the Uchiha area, where fewer people went during the day since there was no air conditioning. Kushina was sitting behind the counter, holding a mirror. How you in? Are you there? Huaiwa. I'm in the village. Ran into a tough opponent. I'll take care of them and come. How you in where? I'll come too. Why wah? This is a man's battle. Can't talk. I'm about to get surpassed. Stinky Moon, you don't take me for fun. Pouting, she glared at the door outside. After thinking for a moment, she activated her Kageyuki's heart eye to look for someone. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a ringing sound came from the store. Looking over, Hinata Yako was pouting while switching games to answer a call. Mom, what? Okay, I'll be right back. Yako's expression changed several times in an instant. Nervous, anxious, scared, worried because the voice was a bit loud. Everyone looked at her. Sorry, I have something at home. I need to go. Without giving anyone time to react, Yako rushed out of the store. The others exchanged glances, not paying much attention. With the popularity of mobile phones, such sudden calls to go home were not uncommon. Only Kushina furrowed her brows. Mirror Moon had already told her about JoinsTeam, so she could guess the content of Yako's call. Sai feels quite indebted. She had learned that Mirror Moon had saved the lives of these two sisters, and Yako's actions were likely influenced by both gratitude and feelings. But this self-harming act of repaying kindness made her feel uneasy. It's all that old dog Danzo's fault. It really makes me grind my teeth in anger. Kushina, are you coming or not? Yako's teammate, Jino, called out. Kushina instantly switched to a smile and turned around, waving the recruitment notice she had just written. There's no time. Everyone needs to train, and no one is watching the store. I'm planning to hire a few long-term workers. Jino nodded. That's true. Recently, Minato and Haruna have been coming less. After all, this is a ninja world that values strength. No matter how fun games are, they are just a pastime. And training to become stronger is the mainstream. That's their dish. Last time I played as the landlord, I multiplied my winnings by 200 times. And my balance is exactly 100 cards. ISNT this better than training? Uchiha Mingji flaunted his balance on the screen. Fool. ISNT physical training necessary? Jiraiya retorted at his teammate. Can my ninjutsu wash the floor? Mingji refused to back down. Kushina sighed and shook her head. As expected, they are just children who never grow up. Unlike someone like me who has a family, mature and steady. She picked up the recruitment notice and went to post it at the door. This recruitment was originally an excuse left for KageyukiGets, but now it seems they definitely need to hire someone. Her sister has been on a business trip for so long and should be back soon. By then, her good days will be over. Just as she finished posting it, a voice came from behind. Excuse me, can I work here? Turning around, she saw a 16 or 17-year-old girl with green hair and glasses, standing behind her with a gentle smile. Kushina squinted slightly, a sly smile appearing on her lips. Sure, of course. Yakura, 16 years old, a jonin from Sunagakure, wielder of the Shikutten bloodline limit. Sent by Chiyo as a spy to investigate why Konoha village has such clear insights into Sunagakure's movements. She found out, or rather, there was no need to investigate. Anyone on the street could tell. The mirror phone, she had seen this thing spread in Konoha, almost reaching the level that everyone has one. It transmits information over super long distances, including images, and can even store and transfer chakra, which is terrifying. She could already imagine how Konoha ninjas are changing their combat methods now. Unlimited chakra mode. In the future, they will dominate the battlefield. To prevent this day from coming, she must uncover the secret of the mirror phone. It's easy to get a mirror phone in Konoha, but it's hard to understand it. Several of her Sunagakure colleagues have gotten one, but soon after, they were all caught. She didn't buy one, but she learned that the secret of the mirror phone lies not in the mirror itself, but in the technique, a brand new technique. Thus, she set her sights on the developer of this new technique, Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After waiting for 3 months, she finally got an opportunity. Chapter 55, Employment Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures quickly darted among the buildings of Konoha, neck and neck, attracting the attention of countless Umbu. It was KageyukiGets and Kai, while Might Guy, being just over 2 years old, had naturally fallen behind. Ha ha ha, nice speed, Naruto, but I can still accelerate. Might Guy laughed heartily as he increased his speed and pulled away. KageyukiGets smiled slightly under his straw hat, hands forming seals. Lightning release. Crackle crackle. Sparks flew all over his body. Whoosh, instantly accelerating past Might Guy. His speed blew off the straw hat, revealing his tightly shut eyes and full face. At Game House. Whoever arrives first wins. Debeo. A voice accompanied a slowly falling straw hat. This provoked Might Guy. Using ninjutsu, that annoying Naruto. Youth does not fear cheating. Open a door. Open. Whoosh, accelerating again. Sure, of course. Kushina looked at the smiling girl in front of her, thrilled at catching a spy. This was an achievement for the 8th generation. Miss, let us go inside and talk. We need to conduct an interview. After all, we are a big company and have high standards for our employees. She pushed open the door and gestured for her to enter. Yukura's intuition told her something was off. This Uzumaki Kushina was too enthusiastic. But the opportunity was right in front of her, and she couldn't give up for the village. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I will work hard. After bowing and apologizing, she entered the store. Kushina followed her in with a sly smile, but just as she was about to close the door, a hand pressed against it. Turning back. It was a boy with sunglasses, someone she had met a few times, her boyfriend's teammate. Shimizu-senpai. She looked at him in confusion. Yamanaka Shimizu adjusted his sunglasses and spoke flatly, Boss, I also want to work. Kushina was speechless. The Yamanaka clan's young leader was here to work? Is this a joke? Senpai, don't joke around. I'm very busy. I'm not joking. Shimizu's expression was blank, and his gaze seemed to be fixed on Yukura. He had followed Yukura for 3 months, wavering between capturing her and not capturing her. Rationality told him to capture her, but his body couldn't take action. It was a strange feeling, always giving himself excuses that she hadn't done anything dangerous for the village yet. Yukura, who had just entered the store, turned around and met Shimizu's gaze. Seeing his unblinking stare, she thought it was over. Her disguise seemed to have been seen through. Her right hand slowly moved to the back, ready to smoke bomb and escape. Kushina tilted her head, looking at Shimizu, then at the spy. She was very confused. Were they intimate? Should she capture the spy or not? She sensed that after these two met, their chakra subtly changed, and importantly, there was no hostility. This made it difficult for her. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. Then let us interview together with this young lady. Our company has high requirements for employees. Thank you. Shimizu stepped into the store. Yukura's hand also came out from behind her. Bang, Kushina separated a shadow clone and waved her hand to the two. Okay, let us go upstairs. Just then, the two figures almost simultaneously stopped at the door, and then 2 loud voices echoed through the shop. I touched the door first. Accept defeat. No one can defeat me. Nito ma, K Naruto. No, youth does not fear failure. Naruto, I will definitely surpass you. The 2 Kushinas in the store simultaneously covered their faces with their hands. What to do? My boyfriend is an idiot. 10 minutes later, on the 2nd floor of Game House, a spy, a young clan leader of the Insect Clan, a blind man, a hot-blooded lower ninja, and a hot-blooded child. 5 abnormal people sat in a row, undergoing an interview with a Jinchuriki, a room full of abnormal humans. Kushina sat opposite the 5, propping up her long legs wrapped in black stockings, writing on a clipboard, then looked at the opposite side. From left to right, please introduce yourselves. Her expression was serious, radiating a mature air, though her face didn't quite match that. First was Yukura. My name is Shaku. I'm 16 years old, good at burning bugs. She glanced at Shimizu beside her, cooking. Next was Shimizu. He adjusted his sunglasses. Yamanaka Shimizu, good at eating. I'm good at that too. My guy suddenly laughed. Quiet. Kushina glared at him. Ex-winky face. The red-haired girl is so scary. Kushina withdrew her gaze. Continue. It was KageyukiGets' turn, and everyone looked at him because his animal ears were too eye-catching. Naruto Nizan, you're on top. Ex-winky face. Kushina's gaze made Mike Guy shut up again, so scared. KageyukiGets stood up directly and announced loudly. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, a man who will help the Uzumaki clan thrive. Kushina's small face immediately matched her hair color. Thrive? Isn't that for me to do? You idiot. She shot him a glare. Sit down. Oh. When his wife spoke, KageyukiGets could only obediently sit down. Shimizu glanced at the two, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. There's no escape now. This kid finally dares to show himself. The last to introduce were Mike Guy and his son, who had inexplicably joined the interview team. The two stood up simultaneously. Mike Guy, we are the Azure Beasts of Konoha. X2 ding. The white light flickered, making people dizzy. Kushina's head ached, feeling like there wasn't a normal person around. Suddenly, ding, a message arrived on her phone. She glanced faintly at her boyfriend across the table and weakly announced. Full-time work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. with 1 day off, 5,000 Ryo per month, meals included. Part-time workers earn 20 Ryo per hour. From 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. daily. Those willing to stay, come over to sign the contract, and then directly train for the job. As soon as she finished speaking, four beams of intense light burst forth. Dad, 5,000 Ryo. No, wait. It's 10,000 Ryo. Thud, thud. The father and son immediately knelt before Kushina. Boss, please accept our bow. Thud. Their heads hit the ground. Kushina instantly dodged, frightened. The enthusiasm of this father and son was terrifying. She had no idea what this 10,000 Ryo meant for the financially struggling might father and son. Shizumi's mouth twitched, struggling to imagine what it would be like to work with them in the future. Yakura stared intently at Shizumi, knowing that this guy had definitely discovered him. But why didn't he expose him? Considering that he didn't kill him before, could it be? This can't be. We're enemies after all. She really couldn't think of any other reason. The blind Mikitsuki smiled slightly. It was all fate. He also just remembered that Might Dai seemed to be financially strapped, so he thought to help out a little with Might Guy. A one-for-one exchange for those below the 6 paths. However, he didn't force it, just offered a position, and whether they accepted or not was up to them. He just didn't understand what Shizumi was going crazy about. Could it be that he wanted to experience life? The recruitment went smoothly. Aside from Mikitsuki, who was a part-timer, everyone else became full-time employees. Chapter 56, Discovery Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was staring intensely at the large mirror on his desk, where a blind red-haired boy with beast ears and facial hair was reflected. It looked so much like him. He received a message from the guard that someone who looked very similar to Uchiha Mikitsuki had entered the village, and it turned out to be true. The siblings, Mikitsuki and Mike Flower, were too good-looking with very high recognizability. He opened the office system and found the entry and exit records. Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki, heh. He couldn't help but laugh. That's right, this kid finally decided to come back. But then he frowned again. Why disguise himself? Was there really something in the village that he feared? It seemed he needed to have a talk with him. At the root base, the same situation was occurring, but with slightly different content. Are you sure he is Uchiha Mikitsuki? Danzo asked, kneeling in the room, looking at the image in the mirror with doubt. Although his hair color and outfit had changed, the resemblance was very high, and he was blind. Arudambu knelt outside the door. Danzo stared at the image, deep in thought. Why hadn't this kid returned before? And why did he suddenly come back now? Recovering from injuries? Why disguise himself? Did he discover something? And what about these mirror mobile techniques? Did they have anything to do with him? One question after another troubled him. Over the past 3 months, he had already confirmed that Uchiha Mikitsuki was not dead, because Kushina's mirrors were continuously selling out. He needed to find a place to settle and bring the person back tonight. The source of the mirror technique was related to the future of Konoha, and he couldn't let him act recklessly. Staying at root was the safest choice. If he couldn't solve the problem, he would solve the person who created the problem. Bringing him back and brainwashing him was the right solution. Second floor of the game house. Reception, sanitation, guidance, the job content was probably these. Full-time employees could go down to work, and part-timers could stay. Kushina waved her hand, sending everyone out. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Why did you suddenly make me recruit everyone? That was a spy. Her chakra has a hint of Sunageku's flavor. But it seems Shizumi is familiar with her, and they shared a deep gaze upon meeting. Kushina said, naturally leaning close to her boyfriend and touching the extra pair of ears. Mikitsuki stroked his chin, his expression indicating understanding. So that's it. No wonder Shizumi came for the interview. Did you know? She asked, playfully scratching the tips of his ears in circles. Heh, if I guessed correctly. That girl is called Yakura. She spared Shizumi's life before, and then Shizumi spared hers, and now. Mikitsuki smiled, swatting away that hand. Greedy. Kushina pouted. It's very itchy. I was planning to cut off these ears. They're useless and just a hassle. Then I'll be gentler. Kushina wasn't planning to give up. Getting into it. Mikitsuki smiled wryly, having no choice but to let her be. Yakura was probably here for the new technique. Under Kushina's push, there were no purchasing restrictions for mirrors in Konoha. Anyone who wanted to buy could take them out of the village, and even wholesale was fine. They needed to collect chakra, and, of course, the more users, the better. So what do we do? With a backbone, Kushina was too lazy to think. Of course, we give it to her. Not only that, but we should also send more mirrors. Naturally, it should be a gift from Shizumi. I'll find him later to chat. Helping him like this, he should give me some benefits in return. A mature plan took shape in her mind. You're so bad. Clearly, you want to get the mirrors to Sunageki. Kushina lightly tugged on those ears and then leaned in again. But I like it, in a few years. I'll show you something even worse. You'll definitely like it more. Mikitsuki laughed and reached out to pinch her face. Kushina blushed and spat. A little girl was no match for an experienced person. By the way, we can't go camping. After thinking for a moment, she said, why? Kushina was puzzled. She had even bought the ingredients. Mikitsuki smiled wryly. The disguise technique is too poor. The third Hokage and Danzo have discovered it. Kushina was startled. She hurriedly flipped through her phone to check the monitoring records and found it was indeed true. This old dog really doesn't rest. What should we do? Leave now? Miketsuki shook his head. Leaving the village directly now or using the mirrors to exit would raise unnecessary suspicion. If they find out that I can eavesdrop and teleport, it would be troublesome. Let's wait until tonight and catch some materials. Miketsuki explained the plan to Kushina, while downstairs, Yakura pulled Shizumi into the storage room. Thud! Shizumi was pushed into a corner, and then a hand reached out in front of him. Zing, an orange-white fireball, hot and reflective, appeared on his sunglasses. Why didn't you capture me? Yakura stared at Shizumi. She needed to understand the reason, or it might affect future actions. Shizumi remained expressionless, calmly raising his hand to adjust his sunglasses. You haven't committed any acts that harm Konoha yet. Yakura was speechless. What kind of reasoning was that? Can't you see I'm a spy? I can see it. Shizumi remained calm. Yakura smiled. Do you think a spy wouldn't cause harm to your village? I've been watching you for 3 months, and indeed, you haven't caused any harm. Shizumi calmly responded. The fireball extinguished, and Yakura weakly leaned against the wall behind her. 3 months. That meant this jerk discovered her the moment she entered Konoha and had been following her all along. The key was that she hadn't noticed at all. How embarrassing. You don't need to feel inferior. I actually quite recognize your hiding and disguise techniques. Shizumi looked her up and down, taking in her fitted tank top and cropped pants, then offered some consolation. You jerk. Yakura glared at him in embarrassment and anger. To her, this consolation felt like mockery. You follow me for 3 months, and now you say you recognize my hiding and disguise techniques? I want to kill you and then kill myself. Zing, the fireball appeared again, glaring fiercely at Shizumi. Catch me, or I'll kill you. Jiwei calmly pushed her away, ignoring the scorching fireball, and walked outside. It's time to work. Everyone has signed the contract. Yitsong watched Jiwei disappear into the storage room, unable to calm down for a long time. He weighed the options between running away and staying. What kind of people are these? He stomped his foot in anger and walked out of the storage room. Jiwei didn't go to work, but returned to the second floor, where he saw Jingyue leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Seemingly hearing him come up, Jingyue turned around with a smile. Senior, are you interested in marrying a foreign wife to bring glory to Konoha? Jiwei stared at her eyes, obscured by red bangs, for a long time, and a rare smile appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you think I can't beat you. Hee. Jingyue tilted her head playfully and went inside, gesturing for him to come in and talk. Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses and followed her in. Clicked the door, closed behind them, and it remained shut for nearly 2 hours. No one knew what they talked about. They only knew that a month later, Suna Village also used mirrors. Chapter 57. Shock at 9 p.m. Only 5 employees and 1 boss remain at the game house. At the store entrance, Kushina walked past the 5 people standing in a row. Are you all familiar with the work content? Super familiar. No problem at all. The enthusiastic father and son replied. Very good. Kushina nodded. Tomorrow, Jiwei and Jewel will work in one group, and the day after, Might Dai and you two will work in another group. From now on, we will alternate between work and rest. Any problems? No. Good, dismissed. Goodbye, boss. The Might father and son bowed warmly to Kushina before leaving with Jiwei, leaving only 2 little red-haired ones at the store entrance. Kushina pretended to walk with her hands behind her back, exuding a boss-like demeanor. Uzumaki Naruto. Boss. Jingyue cooperated fully. Kushina approached and pinched his face. Do your duty well tonight. Don't think that because we're from the same clan, I will take care of you. If you lose just 1 mirror, get lost. Yes. Speak louder. Yes. Boss. Okay, I'm leaving. The bad boss left, and the poor temporary worker returned to the store, locked the door, and after running around the store, went upstairs to shower, turn off the lights, and sleep. Everything seemed so normal. In the darkness, however, several gazes were focused here. Lord Bing, when do we act? After midnight. Wait until he falls asleep. He's just a genin and blind. The opponent has a record of independently killing jonin. We must be careful. Yes. Only sound could be heard, but no one was seen. On the second floor, Jingyue lay on the bed, communicating with you, Xiao Jing, guiding the actions for the night. Son, report the information. Yurihara Hizashi already knows your location and is currently in conversation with Orochimaru. The root team is scheduled to act after midnight. Send something shocking to the third Hokage to control his arrival time. I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up when it's time. Received. Jingyue pouted. Since they're going to send something, he felt a bit bad not accepting it, but it was a pity about the camping trip with Kushina. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking to his only remaining active disciple. Teacher, according to Uchiha Kyoka's reconnaissance, we can confirm that the steam ninja from Iwagakure is a Jinchuriki. The video showed Orochimaru's pale face. A Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked, his expression serious. This was not good news. Daring to use a Jinchuriki on the battlefield meant that Iwagakure had mastered the power of tail beasts. Remembering the explosion Kushina caused on the sea earlier, this absolute power was not something ordinary ninjas could contend with. Teacher, I want to return to the village to do research, Orochimaru requested. He was now very fascinated by new types of techniques, feeling that they would greatly help him. With the situation stabilizing, soon a village was retreating, and they were just robbing, which was not interesting anymore. He didn't want to waste time on the front lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru on the screen and felt it was time to end this war. The revenge had been taken, and many spoils had been brought back. The daimyo's emotions were stable, and the data collection for the new war system was nearly complete. As for the destruction of Suna village, it was unnecessary. Not to mention the enormous cost, the spoils that could be obtained were very limited. Notify Shikaku and the others to gather the troops and transport the last wave of spoils back by the end of the month, then withdraw from this war. Okay, teacher. The call ended. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, feeling deeply worried. The Jinchuriki from Iwagakure could already be used in actual combat, and other villages would likely not be far behind. It would be troublesome in the future. He needed to digest this news. At this moment, he remembered that he still needed to meet Jingwe. He was puzzled as to why Jingwe hadn't shown up or returned to the village, but, out of trust, didn't press Kyoka and Kushina. Now that he had the chance to meet him, he naturally had to go. He stood up from his seat and reached for his phone. Ding. Just then, a message popped up on his phone. He looked down. Shocking. It turns out unlocking a child lock only requires these 3 steps. Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened as if he had seen the glory of the top streamer fill the live stream. Heaven helps me. He sat back in the Hokage's chair and started to unlock the child lock on his phone, and this operation continued until the early hours of the morning. Midnight was silent and quiet, with the wind high saying murder. Swish, swish. Swish, several shadows rushed down the street and climbed onto the roof of the game house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 people, all dressed in black cloaks, making it impossible to discern their identities. The leader made a hand gesture. Then one person guarded the rooftop, another guarded downstairs, while he himself descended to the 2nd floor through the middle window. The other 2 went to the left and right windows, then simultaneously used special techniques to silently remove the windows and enter the 2nd floor. After they entered, 2 mirrors silently floated behind the 2 guards on the rooftop and downstairs. The next moment, the 2 felt the space distort, and suddenly it became bright in front of them, realizing they were surrounded by a group of red-haired beauties and dumplings. Happiness came too suddenly. Finally here. If you didn't come, I would have suffocated. Sisters go. In the hall of mirrors, Kushina, who had been waiting for half a day, raised her arms, and the shadow clones rushed forward with dumplings. Xena, let's go. Bang, bang, bang. X2 the scene was too brutal, and the footage could not be aired. All that was known was that Kushina successfully launched a beautiful ambush. Yu Xiaojing successfully collected 2 materials, and then Konoha village gained 2 soulless corpses. The scene shifted. The other 3 had no idea that as soon as they entered the house, their 2 teammates had already disappeared. At this moment, they easily found the room where Jingwe was located. The leader made another hand gesture, then took one person into the room while another stood guard outside. The 2 silently approached the bed, exchanged glances at the sleeping Jingwe, who was exposing his belly, and cautiously moved closer. The orders above were to capture him alive. Seeing that the target was still asleep, they took out a bag of powder and sprinkled it on Jingwe. Zzz. A faint sound suddenly entered the 2's ears, accompanied by a hint of burning smell. The pupils of the 2 instantly dilated. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout Konoha village, the fire lighting up the streets. Startling countless Umbu and ninjas and figures appeared on the rooftops to observe. At this moment, swish, swish, 3 figures rushed out of the flames one after another. One was a beast-eared boy surrounded by lightning in front, and 2 youths in tattered clothes behind. The 3 moved incredibly fast, seemingly heading towards the gate of Konoha village. So fast, the observing ninjas were astonished by the speed of the 3. Who are these people? Without forehead protectors, their identities could not be discerned. They're heading towards the village entrance. A few people should intercept them and not let them leave the village. Notify Lord Hokage. Those who are watching should take action. But there's no need for them to communicate. Sarutobi Hiruzen is already chasing after the three of them. Damn clickbait, if I click in again, I'll chop off my hand. As Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed through the night, he glanced at the houses engulfed in flames and felt extremely frustrated. Previously, he had successfully unlocked the child lock with the help of the shock department, and just as he was pleasantly surprised, another notification popped up. Shocking. A young girl treats an octogenarian like this. Seeing this news, how could the righteous Hokage not care? So he clicked in. He then entered a live stream of a granddaughter taking care of her sick grandfather. Instantly, disappointment and comfort filled his heart, and with a shake of his hand, he sent a donation, then expressed a wave of the will of fire before exiting the live stream amid the host's endless thanks. Just after he exited, another notification popped up. Shocking. A young girl alone with her beloved dog late at night. Just what? It's driving me crazy. So he clicked in again, entering a live stream of a girl training with her ninja dog for the Chunin exam. There was no way around it. Effort should not be wasted. So he once again left a donation and encouraged them with a will of fire. Just as he exited, yet another notification appeared. Shocking. Chapter 58. For Konoha Chirp Chirp Chirp. In the darkness, a figure quickly approached the edge of Konoha village, dragging lightning with it. Suddenly, the lightning disappeared, and the figure was swallowed by darkness. So slow. The village gate was less than 200 meters away, and KageyukiGets had to cancel the lightning release effect to slow down. He had accidentally killed one earlier, and these two materials could not be wasted. Whoosh 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 ding ding ding. Sparks burst forth in the darkness as he heard and identified the shuriken flying towards him. Haha. Seeing that his opponent kept up, KageyukiGets chuckled and charged toward the gate. KageyukiGets reported that the third Hokage was coming, and his goal was to gather materials and leave the village in a normal way. He could not meet him. After all, the relationship between the third Hokage and Danzo was too complicated. Otherwise, he could have talked to him about selling mirrors throughout the Land of Fire. Stop. Halt. Two Chunin guarding the gate raised their kunai with serious expressions, blocking the last line of defense. KageyukiGets formed seals with one hand, and two mirrors appeared beside him. Mirror ninjutsu. Midnight headlights boom. Boom. Bright lights illuminated the night. My eyes. Damn. Tens of thousands of lumens temporarily blinded the two guards at the gate. Whoosh, closing his eyes, KageyukiGets brushed past them and burst out of the gate, breaking through the village's perception barrier and into the woods. Whoosh whoosh, the two from the root organization followed closely behind, diving into the woods without hesitation. Then, a boy smiled and wait. Mirror ninjutsu, multiple flash. Boom boom boom. The light, bright enough to illuminate the sky, flickered continuously. The two guards, frightened, had to close their eyes and step back, quickly forming hand seals. But KageyukiGets didn't need to form seals and struck first. Mirror ninjutsu. Crystal jumble swish swish, swish boom boom boom. Sharp mirrors covered the entire space, penetrating the bodies of the two and pinning them in this mirror jungle, making it clear they were about to suffocate. The boy attempted to capture their souls. KageyukiGets arrived at the edge of the mirror jungle. He wanted to see if he could capture souls outside the Hall of Mirrors. If possible, there would be many applications in the future. Directly attacking the soul sounded promising. Received. Two sharp mirrors extended from the mirror thicket, piercing through the heads of the two, forcing them to swallow their last breath early. Then something invisible left their bodies. Buzz, the mirror jungle flickered with fluorescence, and the reflections on the surrounding mirrors showed two struggling shadows, which disappeared in just a second. Number of souls captured. 1. Unknown force interference detected. Interference intensity probability related to soul will is 65. Very good. KageyukiGets expressed satisfaction. Being able to capture was good news. The information contained in souls was far more than normal chakra. Next time, he would try to catch a bloodline limit for research and see if he could extract information about the bloodline limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen will arrive in 5 seconds. With a wave of his hand. Crack, crack, crack. The mirror jungle collapsed, and he then dove into a piece of mirror. Thud, thud, two corpses fell to the ground, a piece of mirror embedded in the soil. After 2 breaths, whoosh, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived late. Chakra suddenly disappeared. Hiding? Or space-time ninjutsu? Realizing he couldn't sense KageyukiGets' chakra, he approached the 2 corpses that had been pierced through. A fatal blow. He concluded and surveyed the battlefield. No signs of ninjutsu, no shuriken. It should have been a deadly strike using the previous strong light to interfere with their vision. Very clean and efficient. This kid's tactical skills are better than his father's. He couldn't help but praise. Huh. His gaze was drawn to a faint light, a mirror stuck in the mud. Why would there be a mirror left behind? Is it a hint for me? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned in deep thought, unable to avoid overthinking. Kyogetsu was attacked the night he returned to the village, and even disguised himself to return, indicating how desperate those who wanted to kill him were. No wonder he didn't dare come back. Someone in the village really wanted to harm him. Now, he could understand why Kyuka and Kushina had to hide news about Kyogetsu from him, and he was glad he had trusted them at the time and didn't delve deeper. Otherwise, he might have harmed Kyogetsu, tightly gripping the mirror in his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't often get angry, couldn't hide the fury in his heart. Who exactly is it? His gaze returned to the two corpses. At this moment, whoosh 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 the Umbu, Jonin, appeared one after another. Shinjiro, wearing a monkey face mask, stepped forward. Lord Third, 3 unidentified corpses were found on the rooftop of the game house on Central Street, on the second floor and the street below. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned terrifyingly pale. 5 people. If these individuals were not spies from other villages, but all came from within the village, then to mobilize 5 people for an assassination. This person's influence in Konoha would not be small. However, everyone in the village had no reason to act against Kyogetsu. Everyone was enjoying the conveniences his mirrors provided. Feeling a severe headache, hand it all over to the intelligence department. Give me all the information on these people. Yes. A group took the 2 corpses back to the village, and multiple departments began to get busy. The Konoha entry and exit office checked registration records. The residency department compared photo information, and the intelligence and medical departments cooperated to collect information from the corpses, along with Kyogetsu's helpful assistance. Then, a report was presented to Sarutobi Hiruzen at dawn. 3 cancellation records, one of which was a ninja cancellation record, and 2 were orphanage cancellation records from Konoha. At the root base, in a certain room, trash, crash, clink clang, a table was flipped over, and cups scattered all over the floor. They're all useless. Danzo was extremely furious. 5 people captured a blind Shunin, and the team leader was even a Jonin. He now had serious doubts about the quality of the root ninjas. After venting for a while, he calmed down. This matter could be hidden from others, but not from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice came from outside. Lord Danzo, Lord Third requests your presence. On a morning when dark clouds covered Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair with a serious expression, lost in thought. The ninja and orphanage cancellation records. If he couldn't guess who these 5 people belonged to, he would be a fool. The only ones in Konoha with the authority to cancel records were him and Danzo, and that authority was given to him. Why? Didn't Kyogetsu know how important he was to Konoha? The eyes fell on the office mirror screen, and recent events were organized into a table, with several pieces of information coming into view. Danzo's research funding increased. A member of the Hyuga clan was lost due to an attack, and last night, Kaigetsu was also attacked. One could also speculate that the attackers could be from Root, not to mention the earlier theft of Kushina's data and the 2 lost Sharingan. Some guesses lingered in the air. At that moment, knock knock knock, creak the door was pushed open, and Danzo entered the room with a blank expression. The office suddenly became very quiet, and neither of them spoke. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to break the silence. Why did you go after Kaigetsu? I only sent someone to protect him. I didn't expect his reaction to be so intense. Danzo calmly recited his lines. Protect him to his bedroom? Hiruzen said coldly. As the on-site report showed, a person was blown up in the bedroom. The Sharingan must not be lost. I need to take him to Root for protection. Danzo half closed his eyes, remaining calm, dismissing it as a small matter. Hiruzen stood up from his chair, his gaze focused on Danzo's bandaged right eye. Let me see your injured right eye. Suddenly, Danzo's hands clenched tightly in his sleeves, unable to maintain his calm. This matter was unavoidable unless they turned completely against each other. Seeing Danzo's silence, Hiruzen confirmed his suspicions and questioned, "Why are you doing this?" Danzo pondered for a moment. "See you burning fiercely. Think about Uchiha Madara. Think about the teachings of my teacher. For the sake of Konoha, I cannot let the Uchiha possess that power again. We no longer have what release Hiruzen." This time, it was Hiruzen's turn to fall silent. The teacher, Hashirama Senju, had once commented that the Uchiha clan was inherently evil. Danzo seized the opportunity. Kaigetsu is still a child. He cannot control such immense power, and that power will only lead him to lose himself. I'm doing this for Konoha. Chapter 59. Danzo's Deceit. I do all of this for Konoha, also for Uchiha Kaigetsu himself. In Hokage's office, Danzo continued his monologue. From the moment he handed over the mirror to Kushina Uzumaki, it was clear their relationship was unusual. Would you stop them, given your emotional tendencies? Oomph. You can't even bear to let the Jinchuriki leave the Uchiha to return to their own home. In the future, if an Uchiha with a Sharingan marries a Jinchuriki, will you feel at ease? Can you sleep soundly? And as for the Uchiha clan, having an Uchiha like KageyukiGets with a Sharingan would only make these already unruly individuals even more reckless. Wake up, Hiruzen. Losing the Sharingan is the best choice for Uchiha KageyukiGets, and for Konoha, I am helping him, helping the village. Danzo's impassioned speech successfully KO'd Hiruzen, who slumped back into his chair, unable to refute. After contemplating for a long time while smoking, Hiruzen thought about how KageyukiGets didn't return to the village because he knew there were people who would be detrimental to him. He likely had an instinctive connection to his Sharingan, realizing its presence in the village. However, considering his willingness to help establish the Kaijin system for the village, he should still believe in the village and trust him as Hokage. KageyukiGets had believed in him, his uncle Hiruzen, since childhood. This sudden return was likely a test, but the outcome seemed to disappoint him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have avoided seeing him. Konoha cannot lose the Kaijin. They must regain KageyukiGets' trust. With this thought, he looked back at Danzo. I will return KageyukiGets' Sharingan once I confirm he is reliable. Danzo's expression turned cold, not expecting this former friend to trust Uchiha KageyukiGets so much. His thoughts raced. What he had swallowed could not be regurgitated, and not only that, he wanted to consume even more. Returning to his calm demeanor, he said, "It seems you have made a decision. Handing it over is fine, but not now." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, waiting for more. Danzo continued, "We need to regain control of Wood Release in the village and have the ability to counter the Sharingan and the Nine Tails first, so..." He fixed his gaze on Hiruzen's eyes. For Konoha, in order to avoid an imbalance of power after handing over the Sharingan, Hiruzen, we must fully initiate research on the first Hokage cells, allowing Konoha to once again possess Wood Release. Conveniently, the resources we acquired from the Wind Country can be used as research funding. Hiruzen fell completely silent, seemingly persuaded. In a dark room of a riverside building, a pair of early lovebirds were eavesdropping while lying on the sofa, swinging their feet. Wow, the third Hokage is really something. The newly enlightened KageyukiGets complained while rolling his eyes. Why can't I use the Byakugan? He had equipped the Byakugan gifted by Shinkai, but it seemed he couldn't use it, which was quite awkward. Completely a loss. Kushina looked displeased. The third Hokage is really weak. She then looked at her boyfriend with wide eyes. As long as I can see you, I'm content. Sigh, I don't know how to describe the third Hokage's personality. KageyukiGets shook his head. Hiruzen trusted him greatly, but he was also allowing Danzo to run rampant, which made it hard for him to respond to Hiruzen's trust. However, Kushina's focus was not on this. She was thinking about the relationship between Uchiha and the Jinchuriki. Do you think that if we got married in the future, the whole village would oppose it? KageyukiGets looked at his girlfriend with his new colored contact lenses and white eyes, gently stroking her smooth red hair, and smiled. What are you afraid of? At that time, I'll just elope with you, and we'll take your sister and Ji to travel the world. By the time we defeat Otsutsuki, we can even travel the universe, and we won't come back for hundreds of years. Think bigger. Konoha is just my beginner's village. Elope? Kushina's eyes sparkled as she rolled over and pinned KageyukiGets down. How about you take me right now? I'm already bored in the village. Let me think. KageyukiGets rubbed his chin, knowing she was just idle. Taking Kushina out to play wasn't out of the question, but he needed to think of a legitimate reason. He couldn't really elope, or else the entire Konoha would blow up. And how would he earn chakra? After thinking for a moment, he rolled off the sofa, and Kushina curiously sat up. Seeing KageyukiGets bite his thumb, draw blood, and perform hand seals, he exclaimed, summoning technique. Boom, a large scroll appeared. A contract scroll? As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina could distinguish the purpose of the scroll. KageyukiGets nodded. This is the contract scroll from Mount Mayaboku. From now on, you'll be able to leave the village openly. Just say you're going to train. That's great. Kushina happily jumped onto KageyukiGets' back, her long legs locking around his waist, her hands and feet excitedly flailing. Hey, you're going to drop me. KageyukiGets immediately lost his balance. Oops, I'm going. X2 boom. The two fell into a pile. That hurts. Kushina rubbed her thigh. You still have a nerve to say that? KageyukiGets, who was underneath, rolled his eyes in annoyance. Ding dong ding ding, their phones rang simultaneously at that moment. They picked them up in sync. 6-person household group. Flower Moon full. I have a tailed beast here. It's been following me for 2 days. Should I catch it or not? Flower Moon. KageyukiGets and Kushina exchanged excited glances. Flower Moon. Sure. I'm about to go broke. Chakra is computing power, and computing power is strength. Flower Moon full. Then prepare. I'll call you when the opportunity arises. Good round. Sister, take me to play. Flower Moon full. Kushina, stop messing around. The higher-ups in Konoha can't eat properly if you don't show up for a day. Good round. Don't worry, my little KageyukiGets has already thought of a way. It can be handled today. Flower Moon full. What way? Good round. Going to Mount Mayaboku. Flower Moon full. Kaibai. Who are we catching? This lord excels at winning people over with virtue. The Kaibai felt it was his duty, as the leader of the tailed beasts, to lead them into the information age. Hua Yu. How you on? Hua how you on? Yu Xiao Jing. Jiolama. Who are you up there? Hua Yu my son. Jiolama. Hello, uncle. Worshipping. Yu Xiao Jing. Hello. My name is Yu Xiao Jing, not uncle. How you on? Get lost, Jiolama. Don't embarrass me. JoinsTeam's tailed beast is super speechless, playing games and hanging out online every day, being stingy, and now daring to have ideas about Deji. Definitely has seen all sorts of messy things online. Hua how you on? Shut up. Let's talk business. The head of the family is speaking. Hua Yu. Kneeling to listen to the holy sound. How you on? Kneeling to listen to the holy sound. Jiolama. Kneeling to listen to the holy sound. Yu Xiao Jing. Zizi. Kneeling to listen to the holy sound. Hua how you on? Uchiha Jingwe. Don't cause trouble. Look at how burned little Jing Siyu is. Yu Xiao Jing. And my central processing technique array is very stable and not affected by high temperatures. Hua how you on? Feeling exhausted. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the dark room, a pair of lively treasures are rolling around laughing together. Jokes aside, business still needs to be done. Defeating the Jinchuriki and capturing the tailed beasts is not difficult, but persuading the tailed beasts still requires Jiu Lama's involvement. So Jingwei went back to Mayaboka Mountain to establish connections, asking the sage Shinsaku to invite JoinsTeam to Mayaboka Mountain to study the perfect control of the tailed beasts in the name of the 3 great sage lands. With the involvement of Sage Shinsaku, plus the fact that Jiraiya had also trained at Mayaboka Mountain, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to let JoinsTeam regularly visit Mayaboka Mountain. Chapter 60. Can you please respect me? The sun at 9 o'clock shines on the Konoha village market. Jiwei, Yitsong, 2 workers, and Watergate, Haruna, Yishan, and Yun-Si, for bar-goers, all look bewildered at the overturned game house. Are we going to class? Or not? Yitsong asked Jiwei beside her, a bit worried about her spy mission, wondering if the boss had been taken out. Yes, the latter replied succinctly. As the Oil Woman clan's young clan leader, Jiwei knew quite a bit about last night's events, and Jingyue's successful escape was not a big deal. Are we going to hang out? Or not? Haruna asked Watergate a similar question. Hang out. Watergate also replied concisely, then walked toward Jiwei, needing to understand the situation since he hadn't come due to the 10th Squad's invitation. He quietly asked what happened. Jiwei adjusted her sunglasses. He came back yesterday, and then the shop turned out like this, but he is fine. Watergate's blue eyes widened, realizing he missed something. The key is, Jingwei returning to the village could indeed be dangerous. Damn, who is it? The usually gentle Watergate felt anger rising in his heart. Just as he wanted to ask again, he saw Jiwei shake her head, indicating that this was not the place to talk, and he could only give up on his inquiries. Let's go, clean up the first floor. Bai Yun-Yishan took the lead into the house. After finally getting a day off, they still had to work. He didn't want to know who caused this mess. Senji-Yin followed angrily. Everyone followed into work. This shop, which is said to belong to JoinsTeam, is actually shared by everyone. JoinsTeam has never made a penny from the shop. All the revenue basically went to the shop's drinks and snacks, as well as the fund for this group of people to feast. Isn't Jiwei going to introduce us? Haruna picked up a mirror from the ground and asked with a smile, clearly recognizing the two. New employee. Jiwei replied perfunctorily, not saying too much in public. Yitsong rolled his eyes at him and introduced himself. My name is Zhua, a new employee hired by boss JoinsTeam. Please take care of me in the future. I'm Sarutobi Haruna. If you encounter trouble in the future, just mention my name. Haruna acted like a big sister. Wolf and Watergate, nice to meet you. Watergate smiled brightly. Senji-Yun, the future owner of this shop, what the? Bang. Before Senji-Yun could finish, a fair fist slammed him to the ground. Idiot. Don't create more trouble for JoinsTeam. She has a boyfriend. Haruna felt speechless about this idiotic teammate. Although she held a hostile attitude towards Jingyue's feelings for JoinsTeam, Given the circumstances, she could only offer her blessings. Yishan stepped over the serene teammate, casually kicked him twice on the backside, and kept a serious expression. Yun Yishan, welcome aboard. Hello everyone. Yitsang awkwardly laughed, burying his head in cleaning, not understanding how this group of completely different personalities became friends. Before long, other regulars from the game house also discovered their base had been raided and rushed to join the repair work. Even the people from the Uchiha main store came to help. Uchiha Hozuki led a group of people, with capable ones fixing windows, doors, walls, and roofs, while the less capable cleaned up, served tea, and cheered. There was also a group of slackers squatting at the door playing games, as no one was leaving. Not only were people not leaving, but more were arriving. Suddenly, two green figures, one big and one small, appeared on the street. Dad, the roof is leaking. My guy pointed at the charred second floor. Guy, that is extinguished youth. Let us reignite the fire of youth. Ding. My guy flashed a big white smile. I got it, Dad. Charge. The two rushed into the shop, enthusiastically joining the repair work. Winky face, Spy Eat Song watched the shop crowded with people inside and out, feeling overwhelmed. Are these people from Konoha all crazy? Or just bored? Shaking her head speechlessly, she focused on her work. After all, she was an employee. She couldn't just slack off with everyone at the door. At this moment, Jiwei and Watergate quietly slipped out of the crowd to a corner in the back alley. What happened yesterday? Watergate asked first. Jiwei, with hands in her pockets leaning against the wall, a swarm of small bugs flew out from the collar, and after a moment, she spoke. 5 people attacked Jinghua late at night. All were killed by him, and he escaped from the village and is now missing. He probably won't show up for a while. Do you know who it was? Watergate's expression was not good. Jiwei fell silent. He had learned some things from his clan leader father last night, but couldn't share them with Watergate. Jiwei. Watergate fixed his blue eyes on Jiwei, clearly noticing something unusual. After a moment, Jiwei couldn't stand the gaze and had to say, "You're just a civilian ninja. Knowing too much is not good for you. Maybe Jinghua is avoiding contact with you for this reason." Watergate's gaze sharpened. JoinsTeam and I said that I will become Hokage in the future. Jiwei was clearly stunned. Future? What the hell? But he heard Watergate continue. JoinsTeam and I saw the future. I will be the 4th Hokage. In the future, we will face enemies so powerful that they will bring despair. Jinghua created the mirror phone to unite all humanity against the crisis. Jiwei fell silent, digesting this information. Such explosive news, and Jinghua didn't even tell him. Really not considered enough. Next time he sees him, he has to give him a beating. Even if he can't win, he has to try. Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's route, the shadow beneath the village, was the one who took Jinghua's eyes that night. Last night's attack is closely related to them. Watergate was stunned, root, underground shadow, taking eyes. Each piece of information bombarded his mind. Why not seek help from the 3rd Hokage? Huh, Jiwei sneered. Do you think Danzo would be afraid of the 3rd Hokage, knowing if he dared to act? The village is far more complicated than you think. Watergate lowered his head in deep thought. A person who can possess their own dark side and organization indeed holds immense power, but he cannot understand Danzo's intentions. Why does he do this? Shibi took out his hand from his pocket, adjusted his sunglasses, and asked, "Do you know Uchiha Madara?" Watergate nodded. How could he not know the legendary figure of the ninja world, who was on par with the 1st Hokage? Shibi continued, Kyojutsu possesses the same power as Uchiha Madara, a formidable power, and that is the only reason I can guess. The two fell into silence. Kyojutsu did nothing wrong. He became the enemy of the village simply because of a pair of eyes, causing them to waver against the village's higher-ups. After a while, Watergate straightened up, his eyes flashing with determination. I want to join the Umbu. I want to know more. I want to become stronger. I will become Hokage. There are still powerful enemies in the future. We cannot let these people block our path forward. Shibi stepped forward and placed a hand on Watergate's shoulder, the sunglasses reflecting sunlight. Count me in. Tell me more about that future. A few days later, 2 young boys appeared in the Hokage's direct Umbu. The scene shifts back to the present. La la la. Once again, Kushina successfully tricked Sarutobi Hizashi and hummed a little tune as she arrived at her shop. After greeting everyone, she went straight to Yakura. Waving her hand, she called Yakura, "Come here, boss." Yakura approached with confusion. Then, Kushina seriously took her hand and handed her a large bunch of keys from the shop. "Yakura, you will be the manager of this shop from now on. The shop, the players, and the basement safe are all entrusted to you. Good luck." The words basement safe were emphasized. At that moment, Shibi and Watergate happened to return, smiling at her before turning to another side. Yakura looked at the keys in her hand and then at the clueless Shibi. I'm a spy. Please show some respect. Chapter 61. The Tailed Beast. The wind rises. Swirling yellow sand, the sun and moon reduced to dust. In the land of wind, 30 kilometers north of Sunagakure, lies the Windless Gorge. The gorge, once a crucial grain production area in the land of wind due to its abundant water sources and fertile land, has now become a frontline camp for Awagakure, with Sunagakure constantly thinking of reclaiming it. In the midst of the dust storm, where the sun and moon are obscured, this lush gorge seems unaffected by sand and wind, resembling a paradise. At this time, at the entrance of the gorge, a convoy emerged from the yellow, curtain-like sand barrier, struggling to navigate the narrow passage. However, it seemed even more difficult inside the passage, as the powerful wind pressure not only obstructed the sandstorm, but also hindered the entry of people. Horses neighed, and people shouted commands, struggling against the strong winds to push the carts forward, making progress exceptionally hard. The leader shouted, "Send a signal. Please, Lord Han, come help us." Upon hearing this, his subordinates desperately took out a signal flare, but as soon as it was shot, it vanished in the wind. "Boss, this isn't working. Damn it. Brothers can't hold on any longer." Just as everyone was exhausted, a roar echoed from within the gorge, carried by the wind. Boom, boom, boom. A red figure wearing a hooded cloak rushed in quickly, dragging the supply carts into the gorge one by one, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. "Long live Lord Han." The people cheered around the man in the hooded armor, then began to reorganize and set off towards the camp within the gorge. Meanwhile, on one side of the gorge, two pairs of eyes watched this scene from the cracks in the rocks. "There seem to be a lot of supply carts," said Rasha. "I know," Rasha replied, closing her right eye, her left eye's pupil spinning and opening as if it were not a real eye. It has been over 3 months since her return from the defeat in the Land of Fire, and she had just healed from her severe injuries. With both arms missing and her left eye blind, this period had been the darkest time in her life. Fortunately, she had Karura's companionship and comfort, as well as Chiyo's customized prosthetic limbs and eye, making her feel stronger than before. With her left eye's pupil restored and her right eye opened, she formed hand seals and channeled chakra into the ground. "They must not receive supplies. I will attract their fire, and Karura, prepare to burn the supplies." Understood. Karura used earth release to burrow into the mountainside. Not long after, rumbling sounds echoed as sand and gold burst from the ground and rushed towards the convoy. Roar! But at that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the convoy, and amidst the rising steam, a red shadow smashed through the sand and gold. A great battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, on the opposite mountainside of the gorge, a mirror reflected light, illuminating the battlefield below. When you encounter ambushes of this level in the future, you must pay attention to the following points. Stay calm, run. In the crevice of the mountain, a long-haired girl was instructing her 3 disciples. It was Kyuka and teammate. "Sister Kyuka, what should we do if we lose the supplies while escaping?" Akimichi Dingzu raised his hand to speak. "Fool, if you lose your life, what use are the supplies? The wild boar in the mountains knows how to survive." Kyuka glanced at Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku, teach your 2 teammates." Shikaku was speechless, thinking, "I didn't even say anything. Can't I just be a bystander?" Then, under Kyuka's glaring gaze, he reluctantly switched to teaching mode. Kyuka smiled slightly, happily taking on the role of a carefree mentor. She had no time to babysit. Watching the magnetic release battle and capturing the tailed beast was the real business. After bringing her 3 new disciples to the land of wind to deliver goods, she could have returned to the village long ago, but she stubbornly stayed for 3 months under the guise of training her disciples. The reason, of course, was to capture a tailed beast. Her brother's chakra acquisition plan seemed to be very successful, but as his sister, she felt she might be holding him back. As her progress in studying Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu was very slow, she couldn't let her brother be the only one working hard. She had to step up in other areas, like capturing a tailed beast for her brother to research. Originally, her target was Shikaku, but due to wartime reasons, Sunagakure's vigilance was beyond imagination, and she had been unable to find an opportunity to enter. Fortunately, during one delivery, she encountered that steam ninja from Awagakure. Knowing the plot, she realized this was the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, and her thoughts inevitably became lively. Thus, she took the initiative to undertake reconnaissance tasks to increase her interaction opportunities with the Jinchuriki. Currently, the Jinchuriki was alone and facing enemies, which was an opportunity. Silently calculating the number of Awagakure ninjas in the gorge and their support speed, It seemed there was not enough time to capture the five tails. The gorge was quite large. But no matter how big it was still just a gorge. With the speed of ninjas, they could arrive quickly. Troublesome. I need to intercept. She took out the mirror to send a message. Mayabuka Mountain. In a small house hanging on a tree, a mirror rippled, and two figures emerged from it. Inhale. Exhale. Kushina took a deep breath. Every time I go to the Hall of Mirrors, I have to hold my breath. How do you manage to stay in there all day? Kyogetsu shook his head. I don't know. Ever since I was revived, I've been able to maintain my inner breath, and chakra will automatically keep my body sustained. He suspected that he could now survive in the universe, provided he could withstand cosmic rays and low temperatures. Kushina lay down on the small bed, her eyes surveying the room. The room was tiny. One couldn't even stand up straight. Aside from the bed and the mirror, there was nothing else. She wiggled her little feet that were hanging off the bed. Is this really where you live? It's so small. My feet are hanging off the bed. It's just a place to sleep. No way. We need to build a bigger one in the future. Come on, I'll first take you to meet the frogs. Kyogetsu pulled Kushina out the door, taking her around Moka Mountain to meet the toads, as she would be coming often in the future. They met Fukasaku and Shima, as well as the three brothers of Bunta, and finally went to the temple to see Gamamaru and the sleeping little fox. Upon entering the temple, they saw a drunken large toad poking at a giant mirror, mumbling to itself. I told you not to steal my vegetables. I'll let the dogs bite you to death. Damn, who dares to poison my dog? The water from the opposite shore has drifted, and I remember you. Winky face, the two little figures looked speechless. Is this the temperament of a sage? Great Toad Sage, this is my girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina. I brought her to see you, Jingwe shouted, speaking lightly for fear the other party couldn't hear. Lower your voice, I can hear you. Don't wake up little Daji. The Great Toad Sage waved his hand, currently too focused on playing games to act confused. Looking at the two, his murky, horizontal pupils slightly focused, then he smiled and said, the little girl looks really cute. Hello, Great Toad Sage. Kushina bowed to greet him. At this moment, a bubble floated over and a little fox was quietly lying inside. In the ceiling space, Kurama was excited. Quick, ask how the little one is doing. How is Daji? Will she be alright? Kushina was originally prepared to ask, having heard Jingwe talk about Daji's soul damage. It will take 2 or 3 years. It's necessary. Her soul is too young. The Great Toad Sage returned his gaze to the screen and poked at it a few times. Oh, thank you, Great Toad Sage, for taking care of Daji. She bowed again. It's nothing. I quite like the little one. The Great Toad Sage's gaze shifted away from the screen, looking at the two with a smile. Of course, if your boyfriend can steal a guy called the water from the opposite shore, I would be very happy. The two were once again at a loss for words. Jingwe glared with his true Byakugan. Don't even think about it. I, Uchiha Jingwe, conduct business with integrity and fairness. Cheating? Impossible. But the Great Toad Sage frowned, having noticed Jingwe's Byakugan. Your eyes are very pure. Chapter 62, about to get beaten. Your eyes are very pure, reminding me of someone. The Great Toad Sage took a sip of alcohol, his murky eyes seemingly looking back in time. Who? Jingwe was curious. Go on. Don't disturb me while I play games. The Great Toad Sage didn't answer and began to shoo them away. Jingwe was speechless, but he could guess who it was, either Kagaya or Hayamura. We're leaving. A new game will be out in a couple of days. I'll give you a beta testing spot. He waved casually. Goodbye, Great Toad Sage. Kushina was much more polite. The two left. The Great Toad Sage watched the now empty doorway. Tun. He took a big gulp of alcohol. This old toad has lived too long, relying on alcohol to view the world lightly. Now he had a game to play. The powers of Yui and Hayamura had unexpectedly appeared in the same person again. Who knows if that's good or bad? He poked at the mirror again. Jingwe and Kushina had just exited the temple when they received a live broadcast sent by Jinghua. The screen showed landslides, sand and gold swirling, and steam rising. A great battle was underway. Did that guy, Rasha, manage to connect? Jingwe watched as Rasha waved his hands, unable to tell if they were real hands or prosthetics. This boiling release is really strong. Kushina, being a Jinchuriki, was more concerned about the man from Awagakure. Kurama, come out and take a look. Even the Jinchuriki is using boiling release, and you just play games all day. It drives me crazy. He didn't forget to educate his ungrateful child. In the ceiling space, Kurama, who was focused on stealing vegetables, looked up in confusion. Boiling? Is that boiling water? Want to test me? Do you believe I'll confiscate your mirror right now? Zing! The next second, golden light burst from Kushina, startling Jingwe, who was enjoying the live broadcast. What? Ninetales chakra mode. What'd you do to Kurama, wife? He couldn't help but recall the scene in the anime where Kushina helped Naruto beat Kurama. And after that beating, Kurama looked really thin. 0-0-0. Kushina jumped up and down, feeling the surging power within her. I, Uzumaki Kushina, am invincible. At this moment, a message from Jinghua popped up on the mirror. Flower Good Moon Round. Get ready, a Wagakure support has left the camp. You guys disguise yourselves as Sand Shinobi to intercept. Give me 20 minutes. Jinghua looked at the message, then at his lively 24K pure gold girlfriend. Flower Moon, sister, let us switch. How about you go intercept? Good round, sister. Quickly look at my skin. Selfie 2333. ING Flower Good Moon Round. Jinghua and Kushina exchange smiles. In the land of wind, Windless Gorge. Wow. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Rasha and Han shook the earth and cracked the mountains. My goodness, is this still a ninja battle? In the mountains, Hachi looked like he had never seen the world before. A small scene, if I took some medicine, I could take down too. Akimichi Dingswa stated he brought medicine. As he couldn't forget after watching Jaimara show off. It seems like it's not very safe here, Jinghua. Riku looked at the falling debris around, worried that the small crack would collapse and crush them. Don't panic. Jinghua put the mirror back in her ninja tool pouch, then formed hand seals. Bang, a shadow clone was created. You guys follow the shadow clone to run to the mountaintop. I'll hold the rear. Sister Jinghua, let us go together. Hachi felt there was no need to hold back. Listen, Rasha can fly. Jinghua seemed very authoritative, and with one sentence. The three members of Team 8 didn't dare to refute, following the shadow clone to escape. Once the three left, she fabricated the mountain tremor to knock the mirror being live-streamed to the headquarters down the mountain and shatter it. Then left behind one mirror to go intercept the Wagakure support team. 2 seconds later, a small golden figure emerged from the mirror. Lord Han, save me, ah! With a scream from the sand gold, this Wagakure supply convoy no longer had a single survivor. Hiss! The five-tails Jinchuriki Han was enveloped in rising steam, reflecting his furious mood. Han said nothing, his red pupils intensely fixed on the sky, staring down at Rasha, who had his arms crossed, the steam inside his armor pressurizing. He became a Jinchuriki at a young age, and through hard training, he could skillfully control the five tails, thus gaining the village's recognition. But now those who recognized him had all fallen before him. Anger was accumulating. In the sky, Rasha stared expressionlessly at Han, but his peripheral vision swept over Jiaoyuo, who was stuffing explosive tags into the supplies. He didn't take an opponent who couldn't even fly seriously. To this day, the only opponents he deemed worthy were his teacher, the third Kazekage, and that kid from Konoha. His eyes inadvertently glanced at his own hands, these prosthetics, with a price of growth. And in that moment of distraction, Han seized the opportunity. Now, woof! The steam suddenly erupted. Bang! Han was propelled into the air by the immense steam pressure that had reached its limit, his takeoff speed even surpassing sound, like a supersonic rocket shooting straight at Rasha. So fast, Rasha was terrified, not expecting the opponent still had a trick up his sleeve. The sand gold gathered layer upon layer in front of him, but it was far from enough. Bang, bang, bang! The sand gold was easily scattered by Han, as if it were paper, and in an instant, he was in front of Rasha. Raising his hand, he swung his fist. Boiling release. Monster strength unmatched. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Rasha's chest with both hands. The prosthetics shattering in an instant, and the next second. Zing boom! He was like a bullet out of a chamber, crashing into the mountainside. The cliff cracking to reveal a deep pit, showcasing the strength of the blow. Rasha! Below! Jiaoyuo let out a desperate scream. In the air, as Han was landing, he noticed the sand shinobi girl beside the supplies, and instantly guessed the reason for her presence there. Boom! Woof! The moment he landed, the steam roared, and he charged straight toward Jiaoyuo, seemingly wanting to crush her. Kururo's tearful eyes held resentment as he formed hand seals. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions buried all supplies in a sea of flames. Han, seeing this, was furious and accelerated again. Kururo controlled 10 shurikens, preparing for a desperate fight. But at that moment, Super Big Ball Rasengan. A surprised exclamation startled both of them. Then a sphere of light descended. Boom! Ugh! Before he could react, Kururo was blasted away and crashed into a rock, losing consciousness while Han, being the main target, was engulfed by the massive sphere of light amidst his screams. In the sky, the little golden figure, Kushina, smiled, satisfied with her performance. From the timing of her entrance, Speed, to the size of the Rasengan. She considered it perfect. The strongest ruler, Uzumaki Kushina, was referring to herself. Done, kiddo, let your dad come collect. Idiot, get out of the way, Kurama urgently reminded. Kushina's pupils contracted as a dark red figure with 5 tails rapidly approached in the white light of the Rasengan, followed by a fist the size of a cooking pot. Oh no, I'm gonna get hit. She was scared and closed her eyes. Chapter 63. There are too many freaks in this world. A mirror suddenly appeared, just in time between Kushina and the deep red fist. Han, covered in dark red chakra, made a puzzled expression with his remaining sanity. He then realized his fist did not shatter the mirror, but instead sank into it, and his whole body followed. In an instant, he found himself in a pitch-black deep space, rapidly colliding with a barrier. Boom! Bang! The barrier shattered, and he came to a stop. Roar! An angry roar, but it couldn't spread in this airless deep space. Outside the 2 layers of barriers, 2 floating, ghostly figures opened their eyes simultaneously. Oh, a newcomer, and it's alive. It's a tailed beast. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me. I don't feel pain. I don't feel pain. I don't feel pain. Kushina repeatedly chanted with her eyes closed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, and there was no pain as she had imagined. It really doesn't hurt? She opened her eyes and touched her body. Everything was fine. Is this Ninetales chakra mode so resistant to damage? Kushina was puzzled, and Mirror Moon almost laughed out loud at her appearance. Are you just waiting to get hit? Didn't your sister teach you not to daze in a fight? It was both funny and helpless to see Kushina's poor fighting skills. This girl had spent all her time in the village with very little combat experience, and in recent years, she had learned his bad habit of slacking off and not training. So now she had power but couldn't control it. It seemed that he couldn't just play with her. He really needed to take her training seriously. Kushina heard Mirror Moon's voice, looked around, and found there was no trace of the Iwagakure Jinchuriki. Where'd he go? Of course, he's sending you to the VIP room. Do you really think you can withstand a punch from a Jinchuriki with 5 tails? Mirror Moon rolled his eyes in annoyance. Kushina giggled, hugging her boyfriend's arm. Aren't you here? For saving my life, I can offer myself. As she said this, she leaned in to get close, but Mirror Moon pushed her away and shot her a glare. In a fight, don't just use your eyes, you also need a sense. Don't be stupid, or I'll change girlfriends, and you'll just be a ghost worrying. Kushina's mind inexplicably conjured an image of Mirror Moon and Jinsai being affectionate, and she floated around, venting her anger at the air. She shook her head vigorously. No way. Mirror Moon ignored his little girlfriend, who was lost in her thoughts, sent a message to his sister, and casually moved a mirror over. Come on, let's go watch a fight. Kushina's mood switched from cloudy to sunny upon hearing this. She took a deep breath and dove into the mirror, trying to hold her breath longer in the airless Hall of Mirrors. Hall of Mirrors. Uchiha Mirror Moon beeped. Uchiha Mirror Moon, you're not human. Please, spare me. I won't dare again. Get up, you bastard. You've embarrassed Lord Danzo. As soon as they entered, they heard the lively roars of the materials in the experimental area. So noisy, Kushina frowned. Every time she saw these people, it blurred her perception of life and death. They were clearly dead, but still alive. Kiddo, reduce the chakra supply to them by half from now on. Those who perform well can have it increased appropriately. Mirror Moon felt it was a bit noisy and casually issued the order. Received. Then the materials cursed even more fiercely, but fortunately, their voices were isolated, and the 2 couldn't hear them. Mirror Moon and Kushina ignored these guys and ran to the front of the space mirror to watch the show. At that moment, 2 ghosts were fighting over Han, who was confused because he couldn't see the souls. Mirror Moon stroked his chin, suspecting that these 2 were fighting so eagerly because they could possess. Can their souls use Han's body? Yes, souls can enter any living body, but they will face varying degrees of rejection. This confirmed his guess. He decided to use the lowest configuration of mirror shadows to prevent them from possessing. Mirror Moon could adjust the strength of the mirror shadow clones. Received. In the other space, the appearance of a Jinchuriki shattered the balance between Uchiha Madara and Indra that had lasted for more than 3 months. Oh, a newcomer, and it's alive. Uchiha Madara mocked, but inside he was fully alert. With only half a soul, he was no match for Indra. The latter didn't want to waste his limited power by killing him. Now that a Jinchuriki had appeared, it meant an endless source of chakra. The other party wouldn't be afraid of consumption anymore. Sure enough, zing! Indra's soul ignited with purple chakra and charged towards the Jinchuriki. Tail beast. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me. Bang. Amidst the wild laughter, a bony fist shattered the barrier and charged towards the next layer. Upon sensing the Jinchuriki's surging chakra, he decided to stop holding back. As long as he could obtain the tailed beast, he would have an endless supply of chakra to replenish his soul power. Then he could get rid of Uchiha Madara, and no one would stop him from leaving this wretched place. Troublesome, Uchiha Madara complained, quickly giving chase. The other space was vast, but both of them were extremely fast, and soon they broke through another layer of barrier to find Han, who was transformed into the Five Tails. Indra dove towards the confused Han, attempting to enter his body to possess him. However, universal pull. Indra missed and flew away. Uchiha Madara. He glared angrily. This bastard was just a troublemaker. Huh. Uchiha Madara calmly floated above Han with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow at Indra, full of provocation. Roar. The transformed Han was pulled away from his spot, confused about what was happening, and could only roar twice to cheer himself up. You're looking for death. Lightning flashed, and Indra's handblade was already in front of Uchiha Madara. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, both Indra and Han were sent flying. Huh. Indra laughed instead of getting angry, unleashing chakra to rapidly rebound toward Han. Oh no. Uchiha Madara secretly cursed himself for falling into the trap, hurriedly shooting forward in pursuit while extending his hand. Universal. Buzz buzz ha. Uchiha Madara and Indra suddenly stopped their movements simultaneously, looking suspiciously beside them, where a mirror had appeared without them noticing, and an identical version of themselves stepped out of the mirror. What is this? Am I seeing things? The next second, the mirror disappeared, and their respective clones lunged at them, while their souls simultaneously fell to yearning, desiring to enter this body. Then, amidst their confusion, they merged into one. After a moment, two pairs of eyes opened simultaneously, revealing disbelief. The perfect match of the chakra body. Uchiha Madara clenched his hands, feeling the complete sense of touch and power. The sensation of rebirth. Indra's eyes opened the kaleidoscope, and the ethereal state of the soul was no longer present. Although not at their peak, they could exert nearly 70 to 80% of their strength. While the two were experiencing their new bodies, the confused Han finally found his target. Roar! He howled, unleashing his fury. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of light bullets swept towards the two bastards who had toyed with him for so long. However, sealing technique, absorption system. 3 minutes later, a massive pure white beast floated serenely in the void. There was no choice. This world had too many abnormalities, and small creatures had to be careful when going out. Chapter 64. Practice brings true knowledge in the Hall of Mirrors. KageyukiGets and Kushina floated in front of the spatial mirror, watching a live broadcast of the Gundam battle. Are you kidding me? So strong? Seeing the five-tailed beast being casually beaten and then banished by an illusion, KageyukiGets had a new definition of Uchiha Madara's and Indra's strength. Kid, weren't you supposed to use the lowest configuration? Target's soul strength exceeds the critical value. The effect of the mirror technique is overridden. The target uses their own chakra to completely control the clone. We have lost control over them. Indeed, there's no perfect technique in this world. This operation to aid the enemy has made them look foolish. Uchiha Madara and Indra possessing bodies, and they are immortal, able to live forever as long as they have chakra. Are they invincible? The root of the mirror technique lies with you, old man. If you die, the technique will unravel. No more words, only tears. Your sister wants you to broadcast. She wants to watch too. Kushina watched the movie while playing on her phone. Oh, KageyukiGets casually tossed his sister's mirror shadow onto the spatial mirror. Kushina thought for a moment and then said, I'll go home and get some snacks. What do you want? Juice, ice cream, jerky as they talked. KageyukiGets suddenly felt something was off and looked at Kushina in surprise. Wife, have you learned to control your inner energy? The Hall of Mirrors had no air, and she had been there for nearly 10 minutes. Scared? Kushina also felt startled. It seems so. Idiot, you're using my chakra to maintain your body. Kurama was suitable for explaining this. Kurama said it was because of its chakra. Kid, help me open a passage home. Kushina asked KageyukiGets to open the door to go home and get snacks. KageyukiGets remembered that Naruto could indeed fight in space. He continued to focus on the spatial mirror, watching the two powerful figures battling, and he couldn't help but think of those questions. After seeing the future, what are Uchiha Madara's thoughts now? Why did he throw a part of himself into the mirror? Did he discover a secret behind the mirror, or was it purely to banish Indra? Double the Uchiha Madara, double the troubles. This is a hassle. Can't fight them. However, one thing he was clear about was that he couldn't let the two in the alternate space decide the outcome so easily. They both possessed space-time ninjutsu, and Indra had tried to use it multiple times, but was interrupted by Uchiha Madara. Once a victor was determined, they would come out, and these two top-tier materials of the ninja world must not be allowed to escape. With this thought, the tone was set. At this moment, Kushina returned with a pile of snacks. There was no jerky at home, so I grabbed some potato chips. You eat first while I go deliver some to my sister. Be careful. Don't worry. KageyukiGets picked up the potato chips, focused on watching the live broadcast, ready to assist the weak and strike the strong at any moment. In the alternate space, the battle was intense. Uchiha Madara and Indra had already obtained bodies, and with the restrictions on their power lifted, plus a tailed beast lying nearby, they weren't afraid of running out of chakra as long as they won, fighting more recklessly. Boom! Buzz! One purple and one blue Susanoo clashed with swords, and the light burst between them, filling the void with energy. As the impact ended and the light dissipated, the blue Susanoo was half destroyed, losing both swords and one wing, while the purple Susanoo only lost one sword and one arm. Ha ha ha! So refreshing. I, Uchiha Madara, am willing to call you the strongest under Hashirama. Uchiha Madara seemed to be enjoying the fight, not caring that he was at a disadvantage. The purple Susanoo held its sword horizontally, and in the cockpit, Indra said coldly, "You can't defeat me. Submit to me, and I might spare you." Confident of victory, Uchiha Madara, with only half of his soul, had a natural disadvantage in both chakra amount and power compared to Indra, and he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals with both hands, consuming soul power to refine chakra, a hint of defiance appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Don't say we're like living people now. Wake up, you're a dead man." Swoosh! The damaged Susanoo recovered and charged at Indra again. Overestimating himself, Indra was simultaneously repairing his Susanoo while wielding dual swords to counterattack. Boom! The Battle of Giants continued, full of special effects, but lacking any technique. Uchiha Madara actually didn't want to compete in Susanoo. Compared to this pure chakra competition, taijutsu and ninjutsu battles were his strengths. But the way of fighting was often determined by your opponent and the environment. Indra, with a complete soul, had the advantage in chakra and naturally needed to play to his strengths. Moreover, Uchiha Madara could absorb and deflect ninjutsu, making the Gundam battle inevitable. The battle between the two continued in the land of wind, Windless Gorge. Cough, 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 crash. Rocks slid down from the huge pit in the mountain wall. Rasha staggered out, spitting blood, his body covered in a layer of cracked sand gold. Han's strike had broken several of his ribs, and his internal organs were also severely injured. Underestimating the enemy again, frustrated with himself, if it weren't for his hands being injured, he would really want to slap himself. He looked down. The battlefield was in ruins, all supplies burned, and that steam ninja had vanished. Garuro. He saw a figure lying among the rubble. He hurriedly controlled the sand gold to take himself over, thankfully not seriously injured, just unconscious. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a group of rock ninjas rushed over. "Lord Han, have you seen Lord Han?" "No, I saw a sand ninja." "Damn. Brothers, go catch him. Charge." Severely injured Rasha, seeing a group of rock ninjas coming fiercely, dared not stay, quickly taking Garuro to the sky. "It's the magnet release ninja from Sunagakure. Quickly stop him. Lord Han must have been killed. Retrieve Lord Han's body." Tatuichui. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rock ninjas shouted as they fired stone bullets into the sky, chasing after Rasha until he disappeared in a crevice on the mountainside. Slurp Hyuka licked the ice cream with her little tongue, turning her beautiful eyes to observe the fleeing Rasha and the rock ninjas jumping in the lower part. How tragic. She turned back to continue watching the live broadcast. The two people inside are the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. The more I watch, learn, listen, and practice, I really want to battle with them. Hyuka took out another mirror to send a message. "Flower Moon, practice brings true knowledge. Little brother, I want to fight with them. Help your sister think of a way." Sending hugs. "Flower Moon, sister, take me with you." In the Hall of Mirrors, KageyukiGets pressed down on the wildly jumping Kushina, then replied to the message. "Flower Moon, don't think too much, sister. I can't lose you. This annoying little brother." Hyuka bit into the ice cream fiercely. "Flower Moon, are you looking down on me?" "Flower Moon, sister, there's no air in there. Do you want to fight for a few minutes and then call a timeout to catch a breath?" Flower Moon. This was something she hadn't considered. "Flower Good Moon round. No way, I don't care, I just want to have a fight with Susanoo and them. You have to think of a way for me. Otherwise, don't expect to eat the meals I cook in the future." Ever since the chakra earning plan began to show results, Hyuka unknowingly started to believe in and rely on her brother. "Flower Moon, sister." Winky face. "All right, let me think. Hee hee hee. Kyuka happily licked a bite of ice cream. It's great to have a younger brother to bully. Good round. Sister Kyuka is bullying me. Flower good moon round. I'm relying on him right now. You handle it yourself. Good round. Chapter 65 Mirror Shadow VR1. Zero Test Version Hall of Infinite Mirrors. Stinky Moon, ah woo woo. Kushina, pinned down by Kyuka, struggled with her claws. Don't mess around. I'm thinking of a way. Do you still want to go in and get assistance? Upon hearing this, Kushina immediately stopped, turned around, and handed the juice pile to Kyuka's mouth. Dear, have some drink to refresh your mind. Kyuka rolled her eyes in silence. Refresh my mind? This is orange juice, not 6 walnuts. And definitely not 6 nuclear bombs. Took a couple of sips. The sun is simulating the adjustment of the mirror shadow. The purpose is to remotely control the clone with the main body to ensure the safety of the main body. Received. Mirror shadow adjustment project confirmed. Analyzing required conditions. Retrieving data and filtering materials. Extracting all mind-body transformation technique data from the Yamashita clan. Extracting soul research data. Extracting spiritual energy data. Extracting illusion technique data. Extracting mirror shadow data. Several mirrors flew in, and various data quickly jumped. Extraction complete. The first simulation is starting. Kyuka nodded at a row of screens. The heart turn can perfectly transfer the soul, matching the perfect reception of the soul by the mirror shadow. However, the damage taken by the heart turn will feed back to the main body. It seems that Kyuka wants to use illusion techniques to achieve the effect of heart turn, thus avoiding the risks of heart turn. Not bad. Satisfied, he turned back to continue watching the live broadcast. Modifying a technique takes quite some time, and he didn't let Kyuka use all the computing power because Uchiha Madara and Indra also need to fight for a long time. The three of them watched from day to night. Finally, when Kushina returned after buying a late-night snack. Simulation successful. Mirror Shadow VR1. Zero Test version packaged. Can enter the App Store, home version, for loading. Kyuka and Kushina were both overjoyed. Good son. Son is awesome. The two gave a thumbs up to the Sharingan in the Hall of Infinite Mirrors. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Eat, then have fun. Kyuka picked up a skewer while loading. I'll take this to my sister and tell her the good news. Kushina prepared to deliver the remaining skewers. Sister can't use internal energy, so she can only stay outside. Kyuka glanced at the just-loaded Mirror Shadow VR and hurriedly said, Don't go. Send a message to let my sister come over. Using the Mirror Shadow with the main body will make her dazed. It's not safe for her outside. We'll go to Mayaboka Mountain together later. Oh, Kushina put down the bag and sent a message. Before long, the three of them gathered and brought skewers to Kyuka's room in Mayaboka Mountain. They hung a 60-inch color TV on the wall to broadcast the live stream. Kyuka on the left, Kyuka in the middle, and Kushina on the right. The three of them sat side by side on the small bed, eating skewers while studying how to use the Mirror Shadow VR. Little Kyuka enhanced the chakra analysis function when embedding the Mirror Shadow. The first use requires the person to inject at least 0.5 calories of chakra and a full body photo for the program to scan and extract sufficient information for over 5 minutes. All this information will be recorded in the Mirror Shadow database, and future use can connect directly via a payment system or mirror channel. Kyuka was reading the manual for comprehension. The capabilities of the Mirror Shadow had already been cracked by little Kyuka, creating an interface similar to a game character generation. Scan? Record? Don't need to wear clothes while taking pictures? Kushina picked up a skewer and asked curiously. You cannot wear them. Hee. Kyuka wiped his saliva. He was 11 now and thought he could attend a preschool training class. How annoying. Kushina covered her face and threw a flirtatious glance. You two heretics can stop now. Kyuka felt the skewer in her hand tasted wrong, with a hint of dog food flavor. The two continued to silently read the manual. The intensity and location of the clone generation can be chosen. You can even choose the pain sensitivity. It must be 0. Who else can hit harder than me without feeling pain? Oh, Kushina stuffed the skewer in her mouth, cheeks puffed out like a ball. Losing the sense of pain will affect strength feedback, and reactions will also become sluggish. Kyuka was seriously looking at the screen, doing a multiple-choice question. Is the birthplace of the moon serious? Mgulu. Jinkai arrived at the moon. I asked little Kyuka for her contact information, but she was unwilling to give it. Kushina felt a bit disappointed. She had always wanted to thank Jinkai. Kyuka pretended to be deaf and mute, saying nothing. Kyuka looked at her brother's rolled eyes, sighed in her heart. What a good girl. The three of them ate skewers, chatted, and created characters, while in another space, a winner was about to emerge, or rather, without external interference. Uchiha Madara would definitely lose. In another space, two figures interacted and maneuvered. Chit chit chit. Bang bang. Da bang. Uchiha Madara held a black stick in his left hand and fought closely with Indra's thunder sword. In this place, without gravity, their combat power did not unleash fully. The Battle of Susanoo had already ended and returned to hand-to-hand combat, because Uchiha Madara was left with only half a body, and his soul power had weakened and could no longer recover. Indra naturally would not waste his strength anymore. Clang! The electric light collided with a black stick. Indra pressed down on Uchiha Madara with both hands, the kaleidoscope facing the Rinnegan. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender or die. He still wanted to subdue Uchiha Madara. He was very satisfied with his body now. He could feel that this chakra body replicated himself, and as long as there was chakra to replenish, he would be immortal. He no longer needed to reincarnate. He would have enough time to rule the world. So having a fighter and rival who was the same as him would make his future less lonely. Uchiha Madara struggled to hold the stick with one hand, and upon hearing the other's invitation, a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. You praised me a couple of times, and now you think you're great? In my prime, you were just a bug slightly bigger than an ant. Indra was furious. Lightning surged in his hand. Chit chit chit. Crack. The black stick forged with Yin-Yang release actually broke, showing Uchiha Madara's weakness. A pair of Rinnegan glared angrily. The last bit of strength was squeezed out. Shinra, Tensei Virumbang. Indra was blown away, and Uchiha Madara could not pursue. The Rinnegan in his eyes faded back to ordinary eyes, looking down at his body, which was collapsing inch by inch. A bitter smile. Am I at my limit? It's a pity I couldn't send the information out. He looked again at Indra, who was stabilizing his body and coming at him again to kill. Sending it back seems useless. This guy will be the first to kill me after going out. This damned life. When I meet Hashirama in the Pure Land, I will definitely be laughed at, but I won't be able to see this half of my soul. Uchiha Madara, Washina. As Indra and his roar drew closer, Uchiha Madara calmly faced the approaching end. Suddenly, a mirror appeared between the two, and then a long-haired figure with a graceful body emerged. Then, swish, magenta chakra burned, and the skeleton grew wildly. Bang! Taking Indra's attack. Susanoo. Who? Uchiha Madara was stunned. Who is this? Indra asked this question for him. Susanoo faded, and the girl reached into the mirror, slowly drawing out a long sword. The horizontal sword coldly gazed at the opposite side, like a fairy standing aloof from the world, observing the ants of the living. Scarlet lips uttered, Uchiha, Kyuka. Chapter 66. Are you ready to kill me for revenge? In the vastness of deep space, a sword-wielding girl confronts a lightning youth. Mirror Flower dances with her sword, trying to adapt to her new body in the zero-gravity environment. How should I put it? It's pretty terrible. Just now I used it, but my chakra and ocular power couldn't keep up. However, that's to be expected. Mirror Moon made Little Mirror promise safety, so the weakening of the clone was inevitable. Plus, there's the zero-gravity environment. She realizes she can't move. Across from her, Indra glares at Mirror Flower, harboring immense hostility towards the Uchiha clan. I will kill all of you, Uchiha. Indra's anger flares up. Mirror Flower points her long sword forward provocatively, saying, then come over. Wah, I can't get over there. Indra's anger is ignited, and he thrusts forward with a lightning strike. Mirror Flower holds her Kusanagi sword in front of her chest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Clang. The girl spins and flies into the endless deep space, disappearing from their sight. Uchiha Madara and Indra are momentarily stunned. They can't even fly in a vacuum. After all this time, she's just a rookie. TCH. Indra smirks and turns to exchange glances with Uchiha Madara, preparing to continue their previous confrontation. Suddenly, a buzzing sound fills the air. A mirror appears between the girl and the two. A red-haired girl strikes a fighting pose. Vortex Kushina is here. Come over. Kushina beckons to Uchiha Madara. Me? Uchiha Madara points to himself, wanting to confirm, as it seems from Mirror Flower's actions that they are not targeting him. Kushina squints. Winky face. Sorry, I got it wrong. She struggles to turn around, but doesn't seem easy. Uh-oh, why can't I turn around? Chakra. Use chakra to cover your body to create the desired thrust. Uchiha Madara can't help but offer guidance. Oh. Kushina quickly channels her chakra. Thanks. Boom. Chakra suddenly erupts. Thanks. The red-haired girl spins and vanishes into deep space. Uchiha Madara is utterly speechless. Are you all here to make me laugh? Only Madara and Indra remain on site, both pondering. Why did these people suddenly appear? Their souls entered a mirror and then appeared in this space. Uchiha Mirror Flower. A name surfaces in their minds. They exchanged memories when their souls separated. In unison, Mirror Ninjutsu. Uchiha Mirror Moon. Are you calling me? A voice suddenly appears between them. They look over in surprise. A black-haired boy with beast ears is rolling his eyes at them. Both of them are not foolish and quickly realize that the owner of this alternate space is Uchiha Mirror Moon, and they have been under his observation the entire time. I know you, Uchiha Mirror Moon. Submit to me, and I can make you a being above others. Indra thinks this boy is talented. Possessing such a vast alternate space will surely be of great use in the future. Mirror Moon ignores this power-hungry idiot and turns his gaze to the dwindling Uchiha Madara. Sensing the gaze, Uchiha Madara smiles and says, "Are you ready to kill me for revenge?" He suspects that Mirror Moon already knows he was behind Black Zetsu's actions that led to his and those Konohan ninjas' deaths. Do you still want to execute the Moon Eye plan to exterminate humanity? Mirror Moon counters, needing to confirm Uchiha Madara's thoughts, considering keeping him alive. Is the future real? Uchiha Madara questions back. My sister once said, the future is uncertain. Once you see it, it is no longer the future. The answer can only be sought in the future. Mirror Moon provides an answer this time. Uchiha Madara falls silent, realizing he hasn't seen through things as clearly as a little girl. Looking at his slowly collapsing body, he shakes his head. I wasted a lifetime and no longer have time to search. Can you help me transfer my memories to my original body? Don't worry. I have no interest in the Moon Eye plan anymore. Mirror Moon observes the different Uchiha Madara before him, contemplating. It's clear that the current Uchiha can still be salvaged, and he needs more workers willing to give him a chance. With a finger point, a mirror appears beside Uchiha Madara. Little mirror, infuse 100 chakra. Buzz. A large amount of chakra surges from the mirror, diving into the broken body, and recovery begins. Go on, this world still needs Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara feels the overwhelming chakra and is astonished. Hard to imagine a half-grown boy having such a vast amount of chakra. Bastard. Indra is anxious, having labored to injure him, and now he is causing trouble. He immediately transforms into a lightning thrust. Mirror Moon calmly turns back, annoying. Swish, a mirror appears in front of him. Buzz Indra didn't expect this situation, and before he could react, he thrusts into it and disappears. Then, in the depths of the void, 3 differently colored light points collide. This is a mirror ninjutsu, transfer assisted by Mirror Little Mirror. Mirror Moon can't teleport this far by himself. Uchiha Madara looks at Mirror Moon using mirror ninjutsu with interest. Alternate space, teleportation. This boy may not be strong, but he can maintain an undefeated stance in most battles. Putting away his admiration, he asks, "Why do you want to help me?" He is puzzled. It's not wrong to say he's an enemy of Mirror Moon. Mirror Moon redirects his gaze to this legendary figure in the ninja world and then looks up at a 45-degree angle. I just said, this world needs Uchiha Madara. The universe is vast, and the enemies are strong. He feels good after putting on a show, rather than killing Uchiha Madara. He hopes the other party can cooperate with him to study the Rinnegan and help capture Otsutsuki to study the Tsutsuki, which is the best way to become stronger. Universe? Enemies? Uchiha Madara is confused and doesn't mind why the other party is speaking with his head tilted. Mirror Moon feels uncomfortable with his neck craned and turns back, lamenting that his disguise transformation hasn't been practiced well. He shrugs. Think about Otsutsuki Kaguya. You don't think there's only one Otsutsuki, do you? Uchiha Madara's pupils constrict, recalling the woman who appeared in the future vision. Mirror Moon continues. The Otsutsuki clan is an extraterrestrial race. They roam the universe, planting divine trees to harvest fruits, thus evolving themselves. Of course, everyone in the places where they planted trees is dead, similar to the result of your Moon Eye plan. The amount of information is overwhelming, and Uchiha Madara is trying hard to digest it. He was just playing well in the sandbox, thinking he could rule, but now he's suddenly told there's a desert full of kings, which is a bit hard to adapt to. How many are there? How do you know? His eyes activate the Rinnegan again, staring intently at Mirror Moon's Byakugan, trying to see if he is lying. The Great Toad Sage prophesied the end of the ninja world. Mirror Moon says seriously and solemnly. How many specifically? I don't know, but each one has Byakugan and Rinnegan. Rinnegan? Everyone has it. Uchiha Madara is shocked. Based on his judgment, Mirror Moon doesn't seem to be lying. Additionally, the memories obtained from Indra serve as evidence, and he basically believes in the existence of the Otsutsuki clan, but he still needs more information. He asks again, what about you? You clearly died? Mirror Moon helplessly shrugs. Mirror ninjutsu seems to be able to resurrect. The Great Toad Sage prophesied that I could save the world. So I was resurrected early to do unpaid labor for you guys as fertilizer for the divine tree. His expression is a mix of helplessness and unwillingness. Training is exhausting. Can we change the savior? The unwilling expression left Uchiha Madara speechless. What kind of savior is this? Is that great toad sage accurate in his fortune-telling? So what do you plan to do? Although Madara was disappointed with the ninja world, he didn't want to see its destruction. The Moon Eye plan in his mind was just to make the ninja world better, to create a perfect world. Jingwei pointed to the explosion in the distance. We'll talk more about it later. Since you don't want to be the villain, go deal with Indra first. Madara glanced at the battle over there, and then at the unreliable boy in front of him. He sighed. Keep an eye on the tailed beasts. Don't let Indra steal them. Chapter 67. Intense battle in the void. Whoosh. Boom. Dense clusters of light and arrows exploded continuously as they chased the purple giant. Little Jing, give me another 50 cards. Jinghua shouted loudly, her chakra flames immediately igniting. The arrows in Susanoo as hands were continuously shot out one after another. The crimson Susanoo had only reached its third form, but her eyes were already bleeding. Because the chakra source chosen by the clone was a direct connection to the Jing channel with an external dual mode. Not only the clone, but even the original S eyes were bleeding. This was unavoidable. To develop the Manjiki, the body had to feel it. Odadada. Kushina stood inside the orange fox, her hands outstretched, light points raining down on Indra. Compared to Jinghua, she was extravagantly over the top. Chakra? ISN T at infinite? Are you outlining a human? Chakra doesn't T cost anything. Just aim and shoot. Kurama was anxious, using its chakra. Wouldn't it be better to buy skins and grow vegetables with so much chakra? Don't bother me. I've hit it several times. Hitting a few times out of over 100, you should have some face. What can I do if he runs around? In fact, Kushina was also very helpless. The time was too short to grasp the essentials of fighting in a zero-gravity environment, so she could only choose to shoot from a distance. Don't say it's her. Even Jinghua had just managed to achieve free flight, and in combat, she was completely crushed by Indra, who had been here for 3 months. On the other side, bang, boom, Indra swung his sword, knocking away arrows and light clusters, but more still hit him. He was thoroughly annoyed with these two women. He thought he could easily tire out the two little girls, but who would have thought they were two hangers-on? It was one thing to be a Jinchuriki, but even that Uchiha girl's chakra seemed endless. He couldn't keep this up. Continuous fighting made him sense his soul power rapidly declining. Their mobility was limited, one hit to solve it. Seeing the two women moving sluggishly, his Susanoo sheathed its sword and switched to a crossbow, drawing the bow and aiming. Whoosh, the light arrow sped away. Be careful, I can't take it. Kurama sensed the power of the arrow. I know. Watch me blow it up. Da-da-da. The rain of light clusters met the arrow. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted at the arrow's tip, just under 100 meters from Kushina. Finally, buzz, a flash of white light. Boom. The giant light cluster covered nearly 100 meters, and a powerful shockwave spread out. Kushina, Jinghua shouted. Although she knew it was just a clone, it still felt terrible. Damn, I'm too weak. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with a sense of powerlessness. Sister, I'm fine. Kurama can take a beating. Kushina's voice came through. Kurama felt like it was being praised, yet also like it wasn't. As the light cluster and shockwave dissipated, in the line of sight was a fox wrapped in 9 tails, the surface of the 9 tails cracking like burning orange flames. You're too weak, little girl. Hand over control to me. Kurama was ready to take action himself. Okay, don't hold sister back. Kushina was not pretentious. She knew she was weak and immediately logged off. The next second, the 9 tails spread out. Huh, your Lord Kurama is back. You little brat. Wait for me. Kushina's voice turned masculine as Kurama logged on. Suddenly, chitter, chitter, chitter. Thunder and lightning appeared above the orange fox's head. Kurama was momentarily dazed. Game over. Puffed. The electric light instantly broke through the fox's shell, piercing through and splitting Kushina in half. Russell the clone and tailed beast weapon simultaneously collapsed. And as Kushina's consciousness just returned to the treehouse, she saw on the screen that she had been taken down. Kurama, you piece of trash. It's not my fault. That bitch ambushed me while I was switching accounts without any martial ethics. Kurama expressed innocence. Why are you attacking me as soon as I come out? Quick, 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 log back in. The view returned. Indra frowned as he watched the girl disintegrate and disappear. Not a living person? No soul either. He realized he might have been fighting in vain. The opponent's body, like his own, was composed of chakra, But the difference was that when the body exceeded its limit, it would collapse since there was no soul to stabilize it. In other words, the opponent might just be a projection. What the hell is this? Even if I run out of energy, I'll still die. Before he could think more, the Crimson Susanoo had already charged in with a knife. Jinghua, filled with anger, swore to avenge Kushina. Chitter Indra transformed into lightning once again. Lightning instantaneous movement instantly dodged Susanoo's blade and reached outside Jinghua's Susanoo cockpit. Zulfust. Jinghua was startled and quickly drew the Kusanagi sword. Clang crack. Bang. The moment the sword was drawn, Susanoo was broken, and Indra, holding the lightning, charged in fiercely. Chitter. The Kusanagi sword was also instantly infused with thunder. Clang. The two bolts of lightning collided, and Susanoo slowly dissipated. This time, Jinghua used her chakra to brace her body and was not knocked away. But Indra was not done with just one strike. The Mangeki began to condense. Amaterasu whoosh. Black flames ignited right next to the girl. Ugh. The scorching pain made Jinghua clench her silver teeth, and the petals of her right eye's Mangeki began to spin. Within an instant, 3 crystal flowers bloomed on her body, from budding to full bloom. From transparent crystal to black flame flowers. In just 3 breaths, the black flames on her body disappeared completely. Indra was stunned and couldn't help but praise. Very nice eyes. You can have them back. What responded to him was Jinghua's delicate scolding and 3 black flame flowers. Indra hurriedly retreated, but Jinghua thrust her sword forward relentlessly, with 3 black flame flowers beside her seemingly having a mind of their own, blocking Indra's movements. Difficult to deal with. 1 against 4, Indra felt it was troublesome. The purple flames on his body surged, and his massive bone fist swung. Jinghua's eyes widened. Bang, bang, bang. The black flame flowers were immediately shattered, and the zero-gravity environment left her unable to dodge and got knocked away. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Lightning instantaneous movement Sheena. In a flash of electricity, Indra charged in, delivering a fatal blow to the unbalanced Jinghua. The lightning pierced through her body, and Jinghua's pained yet excited smile emerged on her face. You are strong. Let us. Continue. Before she could finish, her body reached its damage threshold and disintegrated. Another chakra body. Indra was stunned, confirming his suspicion that these 2 girls were just projections and wouldn't die at all. Supersized Rasengan. While Indra was in a daze, the golden girl raised a giant ball and charged back in. Indra frowned. He easily dodged the still unskilled Kushina with just a slight movement. Stop. 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 What the hell? Quickly balance your chakra, you idiot. I'm trying. The panicked girl was flying far away. Indra raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning formed, aiming at Kushina. Your opponent is me. Jinghua, fully revived, swung her sword again. Clang. Lightning collided with the Kusanagi sword, and the battle began again. Is this ever going to end? The collapse of adults often happens in an instant. Indra is on the brink of collapse. Who wouldn't break down with infinite resurrection and infinite chakra? Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, hovers on the edge of the battlefield. He doesn't rush to join the fight, but chooses to watch instead. Watching is nerve-wracking. If he were in Indra's position, he would also be exhausted. It resembles the Edo Tensei of Senju Tobarama, yet seems not so evil. It seems I should get along well with them. These little guys have developed something remarkable. Chapter 68. Indra's seal KageyukiGets lies on the belly of a dazed pure white beast, bored, watching a live stream. He doesn't go to help because Uchiha Madara told him to keep an eye on the 9 tails, fearing that Indra would steal it. Madara said that if Indra were to obtain a tailed beast and fuse it with their current chakra bodies, he could very likely transform into a humanoid tailed beast. Not a Jinchuriki, but a humanoid tailed beast with the characteristics of a tailed beast and a human soul, combining the powers of both, immortal and indestructible. So boring. My sister uses infinite resurrection to make Indra a test stone, somewhat like playing a game and fighting wild bosses in the last life. Oh, a light bulb went off in my head. Why not transform this alternate space into a game world? Virtual reality. Isn't that cool? KageyukiGets is excited. Which player can resist the temptation of a virtual reality game? He read countless novels in his last life. Dad, the current available chakra balance is 404 cards. Please be cautious in creating new projects until a new source of chakra is found. A real damage hit from Suki KageyukiGets. How to get to this? I had over 1,000 cards in savings. Game development. 391 cards. XXXX withdrawal. 110 cards. Ant withdrawal. 233 cards. Don't say anymore. Can we use the savings? He thought of the 30,000 cards in user deposits. To ensure the safety of deposits and to maintain sufficient trust in the payment function, user chakra cannot be used unless it is related to survival safety. This is a foundational rule you set yourself. Suddenly, he wanted to slap himself twice. According to the analysis, an area can be established to create a mirror shadow replica game zone, so there is no need to recreate an entire world. Sai sighed. You don't understand. What he really wants is that otherworldly effect from online game novels, but thinking about it, that's not very possible without money. The required computing power would likely be astronomical. Just like KageyukiGets has said, creating a world. Let's do a crowdfunding. How's the Mirror Shadow VR adjustment going? By collecting usage data from my aunt and mother. It has now been updated to 3.0. KageyukiGets nodded. Alright, let us make the soul collection function into an ANN and bind it to the Mirror Shadow, calling it Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Also, let's create Pure Land Insurance, 2 cards for 1 share. As long as users continuously purchase insurance for over 3 months, accumulating over 20 cards, and activate this program upon death, their souls can be reborn in the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss here, where they can build a new home. Rebirth will deduct 20 cards for insurance fees, and the excess will automatically transfer to their Pure Land account. 1 life for 20 cards? Isn't that fair? Let us also create Chakra Tombstone ANN, which will be sent to their relatives and friends after death. KageyukiGets thought it through. Building a new world is everyone's responsibility, and he could earn a little pocket money. Dad, what's wrong? Are we the villains? KageyukiGets rolled his eyes. We are definitely the good guys, protecting world peace and all humanity. There is no one more righteous than us. He was furious. Oh! KageyukiGets was thinking about making funeral expenses while his sister was being influenced by 2 unparalleled masters. Chirp, chirp, clang, clang. 2 bolts of lightning continuously intertwined and collided in the void. It's clear that Kyuka has adapted to fighting in a zero-gravity environment. Go, sister. Kushina has completely transformed into a sparkling cheerleader. The weakened soul makes Indra dare not recklessly extract chakra to use Susanoo. The battle has shifted from ninjutsu to taijutsu. Mainly, the girl he is facing is of average strength, not worth using Susanoo against. At this moment, Kyuka again unleashes her Chidori blade, and Indra easily predicts the hit area, lightning flashing before him. Clang! As the electric light clashed, 1 foot had already been planned to kick out. Kyuka saw it, but had no time to react. Did she not realize her body couldn't keep up with her sword? Uchiha's admonition appeared just in time. Bang! Kyuka was directly kicked away, her lungs shaking. Indra flung the thunder from his hand while forming seals. Fire release. Fireball barrage. Swish, swish, swish. A series of fireballs flew toward Kyuka, who was rolling in the void. It's too late. Kyuka knew that by the time she steadied herself, the attack would have already landed on her. Little girl, where is your Susanoo? Uchiha's voice echoed in Kyuka's ears through chakra amplification. A pair of Sharingan glared angrily. Crimson chakra emerged, bringing forth a skeletal frame, and in the next second, lightning and fire struck. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly engulfed in flames. Swish! A figure shot out from the flames, and Kyuka surged back to the battlefield at incredible speed. Annoying. Indra glanced at Uchiha and then turned back to Kyuka, his face full of irritation. The opponent's chakra seemed endless, and with Uchiha by the side, if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. He must think of another way. Lightning reappeared in his hand to counterattack. Chirp, chirp. Clang, clang. The 2 fought again in one place. Uchiha watched coldly, his admonishments ringing out one after another. Stop only thinking about speed. Ineffective speed will only waste energy and slow down your attack rhythm. Is your Sharingan just for show? You still go to receive attacks after seeing them? Kyuka, already exceptionally talented, continues to strengthen her skills under Uchiha's guidance. Not bad. Uchiha nodded. In fact, this isn't the first time he guided Kyuka. He had previously pointed her out once in the future. He saw, recognizing her talent. Seeing that the need for guidance was becoming less, he knew it was time to deal with Indra. He was willing to believe KageyukiGets' words about future strong enemies because he could see not a shred of ambition in this kid. He's just a worthless layabout. The type who could lie in bed for a lifetime without turning over. But this also indirectly proves that the future enemies are indeed very strong. Even a layabout can spring into action. However, this kid looks unreliable. How can he save the world? In contrast, his sister Uchiha Kyuka looks much more reliable. A bit like a savior. trouble, having been a villain my whole life. Nearing death yet worrying about the future of the ninja world. Hashirama, you're better off. Dying ends everything. Suddenly, he froze. Right now, he is a soul plus chakra body. So what if he had Hashirama's soul and let that kid process it a bit? His expression gradually twisted. He split off a shadow clone, and his main body formed a high-concentration chakra sphere in his hand, then shouted to the battlefield, "You two little girls, lock him down together." Good. Kyuka ignited with red flames, a skeletal hand reaching for Indra. "I'm coming." Diamond lock. Kushina wasn't too slow either. Several silver chakra chains flew out from her body. Indra was frightened, knowing that Uchiha Madara was preparing to strike. Bastard. Purple chakra erupted, the skeletal frame growing wildly. Kyuka's right eye glared angrily, blood flowing out. Youth crystal flowers bloomed one after another rapidly on the skeletal frame, and the purple chakra was gradually peeled away, revealing a hole in the Susanoo that hadn't even had time to take shape. Crash! The silver chakra chain took the opportunity to drill into Indra, who was tightly bound. "Oh no!" Indra exclaimed in shock as a powerful pulling force came from his body. Damn it! The golden light enveloping Kushina erupted with astonishing power, pulling Indra out of Susanoo. Then, Kyuka used her bone hand to immediately grab him. With the Vajra seal and Susanoo, Indra was momentarily unable to move. Well done. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but praise, throwing a chakra ball. At the moment the chakra ball touched Indra, both his real body and shadow clone attacked simultaneously. Summoning technique. Heavenly Star. Boom. A massive summoning array appeared in the void, and then countless plants, earth, and stones flew out, followed by a conical mountain. Uchiha Madara actually summoned an entire mountain. The mountain, affected by the gravitational pull, broke apart as it emerged and flew towards Indra, reassembling on his body. Indra struggled unwillingly but was powerless. After enduring a fierce battle, even the strongest bull would be exhausted in the field. In the final moment, when his vision was sealed, he glared at the indifferent man. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 69. Sealing Kuratsuchi in the empty space, a huge sphere appeared, with 4 people and 1 beast on it. The feeling of solid ground was wonderful. Kushina happily jumped up then. Hey, go back. I will come back. Once again, she flew into deep space. The 3 watched her leave, turned to each other, knowing there were still issues to resolve. Chirp. Kyuka's Kusanagi sword appeared beside her with a flash of lightning. Speaking first, Uchiha Madara, we can release your soul and send you to the Pure Land. Translation, we can kill you. Sister, no need to be so cruel. KageyukiGets still wanted to recruit Madara as a subordinate. With Indra, Kyuka understood that the younger brother wanted to use Uchiha Madara to open the Rinnegan. However, now that they had captured Indra, they could look for Ashura's reincarnation later. They didn't need to keep this dangerous element. Uchiha Madara, I don't think we need to make it so complicated. The ready-made one is just fine. What if Ashura reincarnates into my son? It would be troublesome. KageyukiGets was afraid that Ashura would reincarnate into the child he and Kushina had. Kyuka retracted her Chidori blade, feeling this possibility. After all, she couldn't just attack her own nephew. Are you two trying to awaken the Rinnegan? How about asking for my opinion? Uchiha Madara, after listening for a while, understood the gist. The 2 siblings had a disagreement about whether he would live or die. Kyuka glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Return my brother's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he had just guided her, she would have already gone to fight. Little girl, don't be so angry. Madara smiled calmly. If you really want to awaken the Rinnegan, I suggest keeping your brother's eyes on my real body for a while. KageyukiGets and Kyuka both showed confusion on their faces. Madara continued with a smile. There is still some of Indra's and Ashura's power within my body. I can guide them into the kaleidoscope. I have experience. The siblings exchanged glances, then looked at Uchiha Madara. What do you want? Kyuka asked. She didn't believe Uchiha Madara would help them for no reason. Madara's eyes scanned this space as if he were contemplating. He wanted to know more truths, experience stronger powers, engage with the Otsutsuki, and see those who had passed away. Having wasted half his life, he had too many things he wanted to do. He returned his gaze to the siblings and smiled. I was already tired of this world, but this kid has sparked my interest again. Give me a chance. I want to see a different future. KageyukiGets? Kyuka turned to her brother, knowing without guessing that he must have said something chaotic about the future. Hee, isn't this just the strength in numbers? KageyukiGets scratched his head awkwardly. He just wanted to recruit a worker to share the pressure of buying a Lamborghini as the boss. Suit yourself. Kyuka rolled her eyes, but didn't say much more. She had already realized that she was at most a martial artist, But her brother was different. He was developing towards integrating the strength of the entire ninja world, and crucially, others were willingly offering their chakra. It was unimaginable what terrifying events would occur in the future when everyone used the mirror phone. KageyukiGets smiled when his sister recognized his decision. He looked at Uchiha Madara. Madara, I now appoint you as. After thinking for a moment, the first dance king of the Avengers. Avengers? Madara looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Kyuka supported her forehead, speechless at her brother's bad taste. She had seen his memories and naturally knew what it was about. KageyukiGets widened one eye, his gaze intense. Avengers mean avenging victims against their perpetrators, which is to avenge humanity against external invaders. Since the Otsutsuki invasion is inevitable, we will take the initiative to seek revenge. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. It seemed somewhat interesting. But he heard KageyukiGets continue. Your current duty is to guard Indra and assist in research work, with a monthly salary tentatively set at 50 chakra, paid daily. Currently in debt of 100 chakra. Winky face, Uchiha Madara's eyes, which had just lit up, dimmed again. This little brat was indeed not an ordinary person. And the key was that he really owed him. Give me more. The consumption from sealing Indra was too great. With this little chakra left, I fear I won't survive 2 months. His soul had already been drained of too much chakra and was very weak. Recovery required a large amount of chakra. He could choose to fuse with the tailed beast next to him, but he didn't do it. One reason was that the result of merging 2 chakra bodies was unknown. The second was that he felt these 3 little guys, and that future seemed quite interesting. There was no need to make their relationship hostile, and of course, he might also be afraid of being killed. Is that so? KageyukiGets thought about whether to add more. 50 chakra seemed a bit excessive for Uchiha Madara's status. At this moment, Kyuka spoke. Guide me in my training, and I will give you extra chakra every day. KageyukiGets silently gave his sister a thumbs up. 666, sister. You understand capital. Uchiha Madara looked at the serious-eyed, beautiful girl and smiled. Compared to KageyukiGets, this false Uchiha, Kyuka was much more standard. He actually had the thought of accepting a disciple, lingering over the death he would face in the future. However, it wasn't so simple for him, Uchiha Madara, to take in a disciple. I can teach you, but first, you need to complete a trial. I want to see if you're worth teaching. Come on. Clang. Kyuka drew her Kusanagi sword, ready to fight. Uchiha Madara calmly took a half step back. His monthly salary was only 50. If he got cut once, he might lose half a month's pay. It's not about fighting me. It's about Kuratsuchi. Seal it. Seal. Kuratsuchi. The siblings spoke in unison. Uchiha Madara nodded. They were indeed siblings, as they could connect their words. First, help me contact my real body. I'll explain the plan. Kid, go prepare a toilet, the kind with poop. The 3 Uchiha huddled together to discuss the major issues in the ninja world, while the 5-tailed Mu King stared blankly with contact lenses on, and a golden Kushina joyfully explored the void. Ha ha ha, I can fly. So much fun. The darkness of dawn enveloped the mountain graveyard. Kuratsuchi, summoned, hurried back, driving white Zetsu. It had been busy lately because it couldn't find the reincarnation of Indra. The Rinnegan had already appeared, and the Outer Path Golem had also been summoned into the ninja world. In fact, Indra's and Ashura's chakra were no longer needed. But the inability to find Indra's reincarnation was too strange, making it feel alert. It hated this feeling of being beyond control. Upon arriving at the Outer Path's Golem, Elder Madara was still sitting on the stone chair like a deadbeat, playing games, while white Zetsu curled up in the corner, also engrossed in a piece of mirror. This was quite speechless. I stepped forward and respectfully greeted Madara-sama. Elder Madara, absorbed in the game, did not respond. Madara-sama. Black Zetsu raised his voice. You're back. Wait for me to finish this match in 5 minutes. Elder Madara, with his one eye focused on the screen, casually brushed him off. Speechless, I took out my own mirror and played for a while. Surprisingly, this mirror game was quite engaging, making it hard to stop. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. While playing, Black Zetsu began to feel something was off, as if someone was watching him. Confused, he looked up and saw a Sharingan smiling back at him. Lord Madara? Elder Madara's wrinkled old face broke into a smile. Fun, right? Before Black Zetsu could comprehend what Madara meant, he heard a delicate shout. Seal. What? Startled, he turned around to see a stunning girl with black hair, her small face serious as she molded the sealing technique, the patterns climbing up his body. Then he felt his vision twist, and a toilet filled with yellow water came closer. Heart-wrenching. Splash Chapter 70 Original Splash. The black shadow fell into the toilet, yellow water splashing out. Bang, a round lid immediately closed on top. The black sealing technique wrapped around the toilet and its lid, revealing a seal character on the toilet's body. Phew, the seal was successful, and Mirror Flower let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. Elder Madara commented indifferently, his gaze returning to the screen. Mirror Flower assisted Elder Madara in launching an ambush, successfully catching Black Zetsu off guard. Black Zetsu has been sealed. Charge! Save Lord Black Zetsu. Hurry, steal the toilet. At this moment, the white Zetsus finally reacted, one by one bursting out from the walls, charging to try and take the toilet. Clang! Chatter! Mirror Flower drew her sword to confront the white Zetsus. So stinky, what kind of hobby is this, old Madara? Mirror Moon covered her nose, seemingly ignoring the white Zetsus, and disdainfully tossed the toilet into the corner of the alternate space, unable to understand why Uchiha Madara would seal Black Zetsu in a toilet. Ask your sister. Elder Madara focused on the mirror in his hand, the sealing of Black Zetsu having no impact on his game. Me? Mirror Flower casually killed a white Zetsu and raised her perplexed pretty face. You did this in the future. I'm just borrowing your idea. Elder Madara explained while looking down. Nonsense. I would never do something as disgusting as putting someone in sewage. Mirror Flower pouted, killing another white Zetsu. She was a little fairy. How could you do such a thing? The sewage is my idea. It needs a bit of originality. Elder Madara said with a hint of pride. The essence of this sealing technique is the sewage. Even if Kaguya revives in the future, she won't want this son anymore. The siblings fell silent. This old man had a strong sense of revenge. Mirror Moon didn't want to fight, so she leaned over to see what game Elder Madara was playing. What are you playing? Shooting planes? Can you keep up with your old age? Isn't farming better? Seeing the old man playing a shooting game with disdain, she wondered why he wouldn't just farm more. If you don't farm, how can I steal? Elder Madara glanced at Mirror Moon. Don't underestimate my reaction speed. He frowned, feeling something was off. How do you know I farm? Ex-winky face, oh no. Slipped up. Hey hee hee, don't old people like this? In a couple of days, there will be a new game. I'll give you a beta test qualification. Mirror Moon quickly changed the subject, making sure not to leak that she had tricked Kurama into helping her steal his crops. What game? Elder Madara was successfully diverted. A battlefield game, 100 people play together. Super exciting. Sounds good. Hurry up. These games are never satisfying. It's already the fastest. Developing a game requires a lot of chakra. By the way, is Fei Yuan with you? He thought of that old 6. The path on the right, go straight to the end. Elder Madara pointed out a route. Mirror Moon looked in that direction, deciding to resolve this issue. Sister, I'm going to find Uchiha Fei Yuan. Say hi to Big Sis. Mirror Flower released a handful of Chidori shurikens, finishing the last few white Zetsus. I'll go with you. She sheathed her sword and walked towards her brother, feeling uneasy. Hey, just a reminder. I'm not afraid of dying, but at least one of you should stay to protect this Mangeki. There are still 40 or 50 white Zetsus outside. Elder Madara reminded. Mirror Flower's brows furrowed. This was a problem. Uchiha Madara couldn't leave the Outer Path's golem, and injecting Indra and Ashura's power into the Mangeki would take a long time, requiring someone to protect it. Mirror Moon thought of this as well, but there was no immediate solution. Sister, I'll go by myself. You all think of a way first. I'll deal with Fei Yuan, this ticking time bomb. Be careful. Mirror Flower instructed. Don't worry. With a big smile, he ran towards the right passage. The underground graveyard was vast and interconnected. Mirror Moon cautiously advanced. Her one non-functional Byakugan open. Why can't I activate my Byakugan? Is my talent too poor? The Byakugan also needed to be activated. However, it wasn't as exaggerated as the Sharingan requiring life, and with effort, one could generally open it. Still, he had been trying hard for 2 whole days, practicing for an hour each day, but there was no progress, which was a bit disheartening. After all, even little Mirror Moon could use the Byakugan by manipulating chakra, but he couldn't. Sigh with a sigh, he reached the end of the passage and couldn't help but frown. No one. There were signs of previous habitation around, but no one was in sight, and his senses reported that there was no one nearby. With no choice, he took out the mirror to call for help. Flower Moon, wife, I want you. Kushina and Kurama were in the alternate space reasoning with the 5 tails. So round. Moi. Was the next second, Kushina cheerfully bounced out of the mirror. What's going on? Use the divine mirror to sense if there are any people nearby. Okay. Kushina closed her eyes, fully activating the divine mirror. Sister, Elder Madara, and us. One by one, she reported. Is that it? Kushina shook her head. No, just the 4 of us. Mirror Moon's brows were tightly knitted. This is troublesome. Deep within the underground water veins, a figure completely covered in white was darting at 300 miles per hour. It was Uchiha Feiwen, escaping with the help of White Zetsu. Why did Uchiha Madara team up with Uchiha Mirror Flower to eliminate my will? Feiwen asked the White Zetsu on his body. I don't know. When I saw Black Zetsu being sealed, I felt something was off and immediately came to inform you. This White Zetsu was activated by Black Zetsu specifically for Uchiha Feiwen. They'd spent 3 months together and had a good relationship. Feiwen was in a state of confusion, completely unaware of the situation. But one thing was certain, he had to escape again. Damn it, where are we? The border of the land of lightning. Let's go. Okay. The White Zetsu led Feiwen into the ground, going upwards. In no time, they emerged from beneath a dilapidated temple. Hiss! The White Zetsu separated from Feiwen. This place is far from human habitation. You should stay here for a while, and I will help you gather information from the outside. Thank you. The proud Feiwen rarely expressed gratitude. He had already regarded this White Zetsu as a true friend. What is thank you? The White Zetsu asked in confusion. As there was no such word between Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and the other White Zetsus. Feiwen smiled slightly, feeling that the White Zetsu was so pure, much simpler than humans. Thank you is puffed. The expression on Feiwen's face shifted from a smile to disbelief, as a White Zetsu head spun up into the air. Equally astonished, Kagaya's remnants, a cold voice echoed in the dilapidated temple. Feiwen stiffly turned his head. A middle-aged man in a white haori and black cloak, his hair gathered on top of his head and trailing down his back in a long braid, met his gaze with a pair of indifferent eyes. In an instant, Feiwen felt himself locked down by a terrifying pressure, unable to move a single finger. Little ghost, your bloodline is not bad. With some training, you might barely attempt to become a tool. Chapter 71. Faking Death Under the Outer Path's Golem. An internal meeting of the Uchiha clan was underway. Feiwen must have been rescued by the remaining White Zetsu, which meant that old Madara's safety issue needed to be prioritized. Jinghua proposed the central idea of the meeting. It would take a long time to inject the powers of Indra and Ashura into the Mangekyou Sharingan. During this period, either White Zetsu or Feiwen might attack Madara. Anyway, I can't leave the Outer Path's Golem. It will take at least 2 years for the power infusion. You all figured out, the old Madara declared, taking on the role of a hands-off manager. Hashirama said it can be left to the younger generation. I'll just play a game. The siblings exchanged a look of disdain. I'll stay, Jinghua decided. After all, I need to train with him. You should call me Madara-sensei, the old man corrected. Jinghua huffed, still resentful about the old man tricking the siblings. What about Konoha? If we defect, the Uchiha clan and Kushina will be implicated. Jinghua's expression grew serious. Fugaka was actually quite good, and he didn't want to betray him. Over the past 3 months, with Kushina's help, the Uchiha clan had been interacting well with the village, no longer appearing as outcasts. Jinghua's defection could very likely ruin that relationship. Jinghua's pink lips curled into a sly smile. Wasn't Danzo sending people to lie in wait to catch me? Then let me die once like you did. Jinghua's eyes lit up. It seemed feasible. We must strategize. We need to deceive everyone. In the Land of Wind, at the Konoha Village Expedition Force Camp No. 1, a small oasis. Team 8, Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji sat by the water having breakfast. Why hasn't Sister Jinghua come back yet? Kiba asked, a bit worried. Jinghua's shadow clone had returned them to the camp yesterday, and then disappeared, and they hadn't seen her since. Don't worry, Sister Jinghua is super strong. I think the Sannin and Lord White Fang aren't her match. Right, Shikamaru? Choji said, munching on a rice ball, confident in their new Jonin's abilities. Narashikaku was fiddling with a mirror in a makeshift pen. It was a gift from Jinghua, one for each of them. He smiled and nodded. Do you think Sister Jinghua has a boyfriend? Kiba leaned in, whispering. Choji, shove him away. Get lost. No one is good enough for my goddess. But I always see her quietly messaging someone with a mirror, laughing while she does it, Kiba said, clutching his chest in mock pain. She must be chatting with her clan. Last time I saw the group was called the 6-person household, Shikamaru recalled. The 6-person household? Jinghua is gone, and there's only Jinghua at home. This 6-person household. Kiba said, tears streaming down his face. Does that mean Sister Jinghua already has in-laws? Shikamaru and Choji exchanged speechless glances at their teammates in pure thoughts. Stop thinking about it. No matter what, Sister Jinghua won't like you, Shikamaru shot back. At least you need to have the strength of the Sannin to be worthy. You, with your playful heart, will never make it, Choji added. Kiba's heart ached. Fortunately, he didn't dwell on it for long when the beautiful girl with her new mermaid braid appeared. You guys are here. Get ready. We're heading back to the village. The three turned to see Jinghua's gentle smile in the dazzling morning light of the desert. Soon, a four-person team left the oasis, and moments later, another team followed suit from the camp. The next night, darkness enveloped the borders of the land of fire. The flickering light of a campfire danced in a small grove. We've finally entered the land of fire. We're safe. Kiba exclaimed, watching two wild rabbits roasting over the fire. Yeah, last night we couldn't even light a fire and had to eat rations. This smells so good. Jinghua, I feel better now, Choji said, staring hungrily at the rabbits. Gazing silently at the fire, Shikamaru's throat betrayed his thoughts with a swallow. Jinghua smiled softly. Don't rush. The timing isn't right yet. She flipped the rabbit over and brushed it with oil, then began to share her cooking tips. Don't think that just because we've entered the land of fire, we're safe. During missions, we must never let our guard down. If we can avoid a fire at night, we should, as it can attract danger. If we absolutely have to light a fire, we need to set traps and alerts. With Sister Jinghua here, we're not afraid, Choji said, his eyes never leaving the roasted rabbit. Jinghua chuckled. Hee, don't say that. A single person's strength is always limited. Even someone as strong as Uchiha Madara will have his day of reckoning. Her eyes turned to Choji, her gaze casually sweeping past the trees behind him. Sister Jinghua, do you have a boyfriend? Kiba finally asked after holding it in for so long. No, Jinghua replied, turning the rabbit, her beautiful eyes reflecting the firelight. What kind of boy do you like? Kiba pressed on. What kind of boy? She pondered, her lips parting like jade, lost in thought. Shikamaru and Choji perked up, listening intently. At least someone stronger than me. The rabbit is ready to eat. The trio exchanged glances. In terms of strength, it seemed none of them met Jinghua's standards for a partner. Sayax 3 to 4 began to eat. The moon passed its zenith, and the campfire had long extinguished, leaving only darkness between the trees. In the distance, three shadowy figures emerged. Action, the leader commanded. Swish, swish, two figures silently approached swiftly. Whoosh, dust scattered into the air, slowly falling into the forest. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Three cloaked figures arrived at the extinguished campfire, staring at the four sleeping. Take the target, disable their limbs, and leave the Inuzuka clan alive to fake the scene. The leader coldly declared. Danzo only needed test subjects. The other two drew kunai and moved forward. Sizzle. But at that moment, sparks flew from the four sleeping bodies. The three black-clad figures' eyes widened in anger, and they quickly retreated. B00M. The flames that erupted the next second illuminated the entire forest. Swish, swish, two figures sprang from the flames, greeted by a rain of exploding tags and kunai. Whoosh, 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 B00M, B00M. The two were instantly engulfed by the explosions. Ha ha ha, little trash, trying to sneak attack us. Do we look like fools sleeping by the campfire? Kiba laughed as he jumped out from behind a rock. Idiot, be careful. There might still be enemies, Shikamaru warned. Peering out from the other side, with Jinghua and Choji behind him. It turned out the campfire was just a bait trap. Kiba shrugged it off. What are we afraid of? Let us blow them up again. We have plenty of exploding tags. Oh, is that so? A teasing voice responded. Of course. Who is asking? Kiba's pupils dilated, and at that moment, a cold glint reflected in his eyes. A long sword was cleaving toward him. Kiba. He heard Shikamaru and Choji's shocked cries in his ears. I'm going to die. But the next second, chirp, 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 a flash of lightning struck. And he felt his vision flip. He was lifted into the air. Run. The echo of Jinghua's voice rang in his ears, and in his spinning vision, there were flashes of lightning, three black-clad figures, a girl, and blood and fire. Chapter 72. Worker app late at night in Konoha village. Ding ding ding. A hurried, ringing echoed through the Hokage's residence. 2 minutes later, in the study, a large and a small screen on the desk displayed images. In one corner of the large screen, the figures of a girl and three men in black flickered, about to leave the screen. The shooting position seemed to be a fixed point without control. The small screen showed a shaky image accompanied by heavy breathing, indicating the shooter's dire situation. At that moment, a bloodied face appeared on the small screen, a boy with 2 cuts on his face. Third Hokage, I am Narashikaku. We were attacked about 8 kilometers south of A076. The attackers are 3 elite Jonin, and we are being pursued by shadow clones. Jonin Uchiha Kyuka is holding off the 3 alone. The situation is dangerous. I left a mirror there. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out another mirror and quickly operated on it while speaking. I have contacted the nearest outpost for support. Konoha's chakra reserves are now open to you. Do not conserve chakra. Prioritize preserving your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the large screen in shock. A white light erupted, accompanied by a huge sound. The power felt even through the screen, and then the image flipped and turned black, clearly indicating that the mirror used for filming was affected. Kyuka, worry surged. Third Hokage, the shadow clone pursuing us has disappeared. It should have been good news. But Shikaku's voice did not convey happiness. Move north and meet up with the people coming to support you. Sarutobi Hiruzen made the safest decision, then pointed at the contact list in the mirror to search, but he could not find Uchiha Kyuka's name. Her mirror had completely vanished. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes weakly. This pair of siblings truly faced many disasters. All he could do was pray that Kyuka was safe. Otherwise, Kyuka might never return to Konoha. But often, things do not go as hoped. 10 minutes later, a deep pit appeared on the large screen, with a grass-cutting sword stuck in the middle, its blade reflecting the moonlight, along with a headband with a strand of unburnt black hair. In the mountain graveyard, Kyuka was trimming her sister's hair. Sister, how can you bear to cut such beautiful long hair? Kyuka looked at her sister's hair with pity. Her beautiful straight black hair was gone just like that. We need to leave something behind at the scene, and since you cut your hair first, as your older sister, I have to accompany you in growing it back. Kyuka sat gracefully on a stone bench. She didn't care about her hair and thought it was fun to grow hair together with her brother. What hairstyle do you want? How about a bob? Whatever. Kyuka was flipping through feedback with a mirror and had no mood to care about hair. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not announced her death yet and was sending people to search and investigate the scene. Uchiha Tony Kyuka stroked his chin, having to worry about his sister's hairstyle. Short layered hair is a bit mature. His sister wasn't even 15 yet. Short hair looks cool, but it wastes her beauty. A bob might be better, but should it be the student style or first love style? First love style because I like it. He cheerfully styled his sister's hair. On the stone chair beside them, Madara Uchiha looked displeased as he put down the mirror in his hand. He must have lost again. Kid, is your game not done yet? He remembered the new game Kyuka had promised. It will take a few days. I have no chakra left. Kyuka focused on the scissors in her hand. In addition to the Indra war and power consumption, Kyuka had also been providing technical and chakra support to the Violets on the moon, and the consumption was too large. The balance had already dropped below the safety line, so she dared not use it all for game development. Do you have a Jinchuriki girlfriend and still lack chakra? Madara leaned on his head, watching the sibling haircut scene, the warmth and tranquility seeming to calm the mood. This gloomy graveyard seemed a bit different. A smile crept across the old man's lips. Don't mention that stingy Kyubi. Just let it die. Kyuka was annoyed. Clearly, it was a landowner, always stealing vegetables to earn a few cents, which only proved that the richer one is, the stingier they become. What about the Five Tails? Hasn't it been persuaded after 2 days? Kyuka remembered they still had a tailed beast. For the past 2 days, Kushina had been in the other space, supposedly assisting Kyubi in persuading others with virtue. It seemed the results were not great. Hee hee. Kyuka sneered and casually tossed out an 80-inch mirror. See for yourself. In the other space. Kyubi. Mu King. Bang. The chakra-shaped Kyubi collided with the fully formed Five Tails, and a melee battle between the tailed beasts was taking place in the void. In the distance, on a large ball floating in the deep void, 3 people and 1 corpse were present. The living were Kushina, Madara Uchiha, and Han, while the corpse was Han, who had died from the tailed beast extraction. The 3 enemies were currently playing cards while holding a mirror. 3 against 1. How long were they going to play? Han glanced at the distant battle. He seemed to have come to terms with his death. There was no way to not come to terms with it, as he could not beat any of the big shots here, and even the body he was using was a gift from a big shot. Who knows? Madara was calculating the cards while looking at the screen. No, it should be soon. Kyubi is too stingy and hasn't given out much chakra. Kushina's face crinkled with worry over her bad hand. I have a straight. I still have 3 cards. Han reported his cards and then asked, why don't you tell everyone about the apocalypse? He already knew that aliens would attack the ninja world in the future and was willing to believe it. Because the person who told him this news is called Madara Uchiha. Whether he believes it or not, he has to believe it. Reality is like this, filled with helplessness. But speaking of which, a dead person is not worth Madara lying to him. You big guy, haha. Madara excitedly played out a straight. You must be a fool. Little girl, tell him why. Kushina's face twisted as she hadn't played a single card yet. Who would believe something that happens in 40 to 50 years? And besides, there are Otsutsuki in the ninja world. If everyone knows, they might come and wipe us out first. Hurry up and play. Han thought for a moment and felt that made sense. King Bomb, a 3. Successfully cleared all cards. I can't believe it. I have a bomb. Why is your luck so good as a dead person? Madara's mentality exploded. Oh, maybe it's because you only died halfway. Kushina was very sad. She hadn't played a single card. Are you coming again? Han looked at the screen, which had increased to a balance of 21 cards, and asked, what can I do? This body needs chakra to consume. I want to help earn some food to live a little longer. He had calculated that without fighting. The body's daily chakra consumption was between 0, 2 to 0, 5 cards, as long as he earned a few thousand cards. He could live for 100 years easily while maintaining a youthful state. Thinking this way, it seemed that dying was not too much of a loss. Losing continuously is boring. Kushina pouted unhappily, not wanting to play anymore as she watched the two-tailed beasts fight. Not coming. My salary has already been advanced to 3 months later. If I come again, there will be no one left. If you want to make money, ask that kid Kyuka. He is the child of prophecy. For the first time in his life, Madara was worried about money, which felt quite novel. He opened the worker app to look for tasks. Chakra Taste Tester, 0. 5 cards time, requirements. Chakra Life Forms, Publisher, Moon Kyuka. Chakra Touch Tester, 0. 5 cards time, requirements. Chakra Life Forms, Publisher, Moon Kyuka. Chakra Stability Tester, 0. 5 cards time, requirements. Chakra Life Forms, Publisher, Moon Kyuka. There were more than a dozen small tests related to chakra and souls. After hesitating for a long time, everything is for the sake of living, so he accepted them all. Han fell into deep thought. Uchiha Kyogetsu, the child of prophecy. Zheng the Mirror appears. Manager of the Avenger Sales Department. A monthly salary of 30,000 with commissions. Are you in? Chapter 73. Tailed Beast Contract. Kyogetsu has always wanted to take the mirror to other villages. He is too poor, and his chakra earnings are getting less and less. The information compiled by Kyogetsu shows that Orochimaru will return to the village this month, which will definitely lead to a significant expenditure of computing power. Unable to find other sources, he thought of Han, the deceased Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. However, this person seems hard to persuade. I refuse. I will not betray the village. Han's response was very straightforward. It's just selling a mirror. Everyone can enjoy a game. Kyogetsu tries to persuade. You play the game, I make money. Han raises the mirror in his hand to show his balance of 21,000. Don't think I don't know. You're collecting chakra. This is your balance. Personal property is managed by the system, and without your consent, no one can use it. Kyogetsu cursed inwardly. This little thief is quite clever. He then pointed to the fighting Kai-Bai. If you don't believe me, go ask the tailed beasts. They won't lie. I haven't taken advantage of even 0.01 chakra. Everything is clearly priced. Exactly, we are all honest people, Kushina chimed in. Uchiha Madara propped his head on one hand, watching the show. He popped a small ball of chakra into his mouth, frowned, and found it too sweet. He immediately wrote down the test results on the mirror, 0.5 chakra plus 0.02 chakra received, and started the next one. Han shook his head. He still couldn't make a decision that might harm Iwagakure based on just a few words. After all, the other party were all from Konohagakure, and they had killed him. Seeing this, Kyogetsu could only make one last effort, saying, I admit I have my own selfish motives. But selling mirrors is still about connecting the wisdom of all ninja world to save the world. It shouldn't be a one-person job. It requires everyone's efforts to share the fate together. We are all saviors. The ninja world belongs to everyone, whether alive or dead. All lives born and dying in this world are the protagonists of this world. After pausing for a moment, seeing that Han still had no reaction, he shook his head, realizing he wasn't the protagonist, and he couldn't talk his way out. If you still don't want to, forget it. Once I handle the 5 tails, I'll send you to the Pure Land. No longer insisting, he turned and flew towards the 2 fighting-tailed beasts. Those 2 guys will be better off giving in their chakra instead of fighting. Honey, wait for me. Kushina immediately followed when she saw he was about to cause trouble. Han frowned, contemplating Kyogetsu's words. Connecting the entire ninja world, everyone is a savior. He increasingly found this kid interesting. Uchiha Madara propped his chin with a smile on his face, stuffing another ball of chakra into his mouth. Then, ugh, phew, what is this? It smells like shit. It took him a while to recover. This 0.5 is indeed hard to earn. He patted Han on the shoulder. Hey kid. Han also looked at this ninja world legend. Madara pointed his eyes. This pair is called Rinnegan in its complete state. It can communicate with the 6 paths to connect to the Pure Land. which is standard for the Tsutsuki clan. So don't think going to the Pure Land means you're safe. The Pure Land is also connected to the ninja world, and they will drain all chakra associated with this planet. On the other side, the two-tailed beasts were rolling around, grappling like ruffians. Ba-ba-ba, Gibi, Ju-Chai-Dal, human's lackey. The five tails Mu roared, its five tails wildly whipping at the trapped Kai-Bai. It's bad enough to be captured, and now a tailed beast is causing trouble. Can't you understand human language? I'm saving the world. This is about saving the world. Feeling exhausted. These tailed beasts are so difficult to communicate with. Kai-Bai divided five tails to wrap around Mu's tail, locking it down. Get lost. Humans are the source of all evil. Exterminating them is the only way to save the world. Mu's hatred for humans was evident. Kai-Bai was momentarily stunned. What you said makes a lot of sense. If it makes sense, why don't you let me go? I can help you kill your Jinchuriki, and we can escape. Mu started to reverse persuade. Are you treating me like a fool? If the Jinchuriki dies, I'm done for two. Kai-Bai's disdainful gaze couldn't be hidden. Dying is better than being controlled. Tailed beasts will never be slaves. Kai-Bai, where's your dignity? The now immobile Mu cried out slogans. Kai-Bai was completely speechless. It had run out of options, and its attempt to win people over had failed. It's been a whole day and night. Is it really that hard to sign a contract? Idiot! Is this your way of winning people over? KageyukiGets and Kushina flew in with their laughter. Kai-Bai sulked, feeling embarrassed. Humans! Ugh! Steam! The steam from Mu's body rose with their arrival. Over the years, the countless days and nights of imprisonment had filled it with extreme hatred for humans. Boil release. Monster strength unmatched. Damn it. Boom. Kai-Bai could only let out a sound. Its already energy-depleted chakra body exploded on the spot. The two-tailed beasts hadn't used all their strength before, more like they were just playing around. Now that it involved humans, Mu no longer held back. Buzz. A tailed beast ball began to form in its mouth. KageyukiGets frowned. Subduing the tailed beast was more troublesome than he imagined. Wife. Hearing the call, Kushina clenched her fists, full of excitement. Watch this. Adamantine sealing chains. Whoosh. 5 silver chakra chains flew from her back, wrapping around Mu in an instant. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The chains then tightened, visibly indenting into Mu's pure white body. Mu let out a miserable scream as its body could no longer move, and the tailed beast ball in its mouth also dissipated. This was the sealing power of the adamantine sealing chains in effect. Wife, you're amazing. KageyukiGets didn't hesitate to praise. The adamantine sealing chains could even strangle Kai-Bai to death. It's a piece of cake. Kushina was super happy to be able to help. Bastard. Mu glared angredi. KageyukiGets flew in front of it. He snapped his fingers. So, here, tailed beast contract. Zheng, a mirror with the word seal appeared out of thin air. With a tap of his finger, the seal disappeared, and with another tap, the mirror grew to 60 inches, and some text appeared on it. Mu looked on in confusion. Tailed beast contract, trial version of the Avengers. Then it became even more puzzled. What the hell? Shifting its gaze to the boy before it, it heard him coldly say, either I let Uchiha Madara control you to extract chakra, turning you into an emotionless chakra drinking machine, or you sign the contract to provide chakra yourself, thus living a 9-to-5 life. You choose. He added, don't think about dying. There will always be a time for your resurrection. He never considered getting another Jinchuriki. This thing was really only useful for high-end play, and it was better to keep it outside as a mobile chakra storage. Mu's eyes reflected KageyukiGets' figure. An endless hatred erupted in its pupils. But when its gaze shifted and saw a pair of Rinnegan staring at it, it realized it was doomed. When its gaze returned to KageyukiGets, its mood had calmed down significantly. Being easily controlled, it couldn't be angry. Even if it was furious, it couldn't fight back. It fluctuated between becoming an emotionless chakra drinking machine and living freely. In fact, there was really no choice. What does a 9-to-5 life mean? Upon hearing Mu's question, KageyukiGets broke into a big smile. Got it. Meanwhile, Han had lowered his head at this moment. Chapter 74. Employee-tailed beast contract of the Avengers. Trial. Party B. 5 tails Mu must provide at least 2,000 chakra to Party A Avengers every month in exchange for the Alliance's protection. Party B shall provide services to Party A in a labor capacity, while Party A shall pay Party B in a technical manner. The specifics of the labor are to be determined, with attendance marked twice daily at 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. The final interpretation of this contract belongs to Party A. On July 20th, 39 years of the ninja world. Party A, Uchiha KageyukiGets, legal representative of the Avengers Alliance. Party B, 5 tails Mu Wong. Well, that's about it. With a bit of chakra and a handprint. We're in this together. This is my first time being a boss, so I'm not very familiar with it. Let's start cooperating, and if it doesn't work out, we can discuss it further. Kageyuki pushed the contract mirror in front of Mu Wang. The latter looked speechless at this so-called contract. Paying money and providing protection. Doesn't that just mean paying a protection fee? But the situation is stronger than the individual. So he could only press his hoof on the contract mirror, and then saw the mirror's technique wrap around his hoof. Next, Kageyuki bit his finger, applied blood to form a seal, and pressed it down, causing the blood to merge with the technique and disappear into Mu Wang's body. This contract mirror is actually a type of binding seal. Once the sealing was complete, Kageyuki tapped the contract mirror, causing it to shrink and fly into Mu Wang's body. Now, you can summon this mirror at any time. When you input chakra, just tap work and pour it in directly. If you encounter danger, tap emergency shelter, and you can hide in a different space. The contract mirror serves as your ID badge and is also an employee benefit. You can even use it to play games. Kageyuki introduced it to him, noting that Mu Wang wasn't very interested in becoming a Jinchuriki. He just wanted chakra. Mu Wang attempted to summon the mirror and then recalled it, going back and forth a few times before operating it in front of the mirror. Suddenly, he thought of a question. How much is 2,000 chakra? Kageyuki flew to the mirror, clicked work, and said, input chakra into it. A white tail then tapped the mirror, and chakra began to flow in. Then he saw numbers bouncing in the upper right corner of the mirror. 0, 1, 0, 5. 1 stop. Kageyuki called a halt. This is 1 card. You just need to submit this amount each month. He had inquired about some tailed beast chakra issues from Kurama. For example, the amount of chakra and its source. Aside from Kurama, who is a freak, the chakra regularly present in the bodies of other tailed beasts is equal. Depending on the tailed beast, the amount is generally between 2,000 to 1,500 chakra, but tailed beasts can refine a large amount of chakra at any time, making it seem like they have infinite chakra. As for how much chakra Kurama has, that guy is stingy and won't say, but it's speculated to be no less than hundreds of thousands. After all, half of the 9 tails can give chakra cloaks to tens of thousands of allied forces. So he would believe it if someone said it was 1,000,000 cards. Regarding the source of chakra, tailed beasts can instinctively convert natural energy into chakra. Mu Wang nodded, not a lot, within what he can accept. He then asked, if I give you 2,000 chakra, can I leave? Of course. Kageyuki started operating the mirror again while explaining. If you are in the different space and tap emergency shelter, it will turn into a teleportation channel, allowing you to select your desired destination with a tap. However, since you are still in your probation period, not all locations are open to you. For example, you can't go to Konohagakure. Kageyuki was still introducing it when Mu Wang excitedly tapped his large tail. Buzz, and he disappeared. If he wasn't mistaken, the point he selected for teleportation was the trash can of a Wagakure. The child locked onto Mu Wang and would pull him back in case of danger. Received. He didn't directly pull him back because he thought it was highly likely that Mu Wang would escape back on his own. He waved to Han on the Daibutsu, preparing to address the next issue. Have you made up your mind? Sign a contract or go to the Pure Land? Han was silent for a moment and asked, can I also go out? Seeing Mu Wang could go out, he felt he should at least relay intelligence back to a Wagakure. However, if he couldn't sell the mirror, how could he make money? Kageyuki answered as a matter of course. Han gritted his teeth, signed the contract. Kageyuki smiled in satisfaction and summoned another contract mirror. Employee contract, non-disclosure agreement, monthly salary of 30 cards. You set your own working hours, and you must recruit at least 500 new people each month. 20 minutes later, Kageyuki was performing a curse seal on Han, who had just signed a contract. Buzz! A battered Mu Wang fell out of the mirror. Damn you, Noki! He roared angrily. Clearly, Mu Wang failed to regain his footing this time. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, the iconic building that Tsuchikage office had turned into ruins, and a small old man with a face full of anger floated in midair. He was the 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki. He slowly descended to the ruins, frowning. Just now, the 5 tails had launched a sudden attack, and after being injured, it suddenly disappeared. Summoning technique? Han had been captured by Sunagakure, and then the 5 tails suddenly appeared in the village. How despicable. He felt he had guessed the answer. Kulme, Lord 3rd, reinforce the offensive against Sunagakure. Yes. After giving the order, Noki left with his hands behind his back, completely unaware of the shattered reflective shards lying in the ruins. In the different space on the Daibutsu, the 2 humans and 1 beast were seated in 3 places. 3 times compressed chakra, 0. 1 soul energy, what kind of thing is that? Uchiha Madara took the experimental product out of the mirror and tossed it into his mouth while contemplating life. Kaigetsu had relayed all the information about Tsutsuki to him, and now he had many ideas, especially the idea of revenge, which greatly appealed to him, killing the enemy first. However, it seemed unfeasible to take down Tsutsuki in his current state, as his chakra body could only grow weaker relying solely on his soul for support, making it difficult to become stronger. Damn, so spicy. Uchiha stuck out his tongue, which was now bright red. He picked up the mirror and wrote a test report. Swish chakra ignited on his body. He was surprised to find his power increasing, but just 5 seconds later, the chakra flames extinguished, and a feeling of weakness washed over him. Did I just lose out? That burn just cost him 2 cards. Furious, he tapped the worker's customer service. Customer service, Kaigetsu is here to assist you. The recent test burned 2 to at least 20 cards of chakra. Hello, sir. According to the detection, your previous physical condition does not have 20 cards. 10 cards. Sir, you do not have. Not even 10 cards? Uchiha was mentally exhausted. 2 cards, that is definitely real. All right, sir. Please place the mirror on your chest and consume the previous formula again. I will provide compensation of 5 to 10 times based on the actual situation. Uchiha seemed to have found a path to wealth. On the other side, Muwang was at work with the mirror, while also exploring other functions of the mirror. Now he felt that paying this protection fee didn't seem like such a loss. At least he made a stylish escape and felt quite good about wrecking Naka's home. Han was in a dilemma, struggling with where to go. He originally wanted to return directly to Iwagakure, but coincidentally, the mirrors in Iwagakure had all shattered due to Muwang, and crucially, he had been cursed by that insidious little guy, making it impossible to relay the intelligence upon returning. Returning to the village had lost its meaning. He didn't want to sell the mirror in Iwagakure, as that felt like betraying the village. So he decided to sell the mirror elsewhere. After all, he had to sell it to avoid salary deductions. He still needed to eat. He checked the teleportation points: Kumogakure, Wind Country's Windless Gorge, a location in the Grass Country, a location in the Rice Country, a location in the Valley Country. These locations are where traders are located. He couldn't go to Kumogakure, as his intelligence would definitely be there. He couldn't go to the Wind Country either. He only had 21 cards in savings, and going to the battlefield could easily cost him his life. So he could only choose other places. It was so hard to decide. Let's study mirrors. Then, he started playing games. Meanwhile, in the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors, Jingyue, who had struck it rich, was spending money. Chapter 75. Consumption in the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. Jingyue floated in front of the trial mirror, sensing the special qualities of the tailed beast chakra. How should I put it? The quality is very high. A ninja without Nin strength might explode their own chakra with just 1 card and go berserk. Therefore, he had to set up a sealing technique to receive this chakra separately. How much has been received? Currently receiving 200 cards of 5 Tails chakra. Analysis report. Chakra has dropped to a dangerous level. Insufficient computing power for analysis. Jingyue rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit helpless the more he earned. The less chakra he seemed to get. He wanted to try to extract boil release from the 5 Tails, but he had no choice but to wait until he had saved up more. Dilute the tailed beast chakra for storage and prioritize getting the game done. With tailed beasts, he wouldn't give up on earning chakra. The number of humans is significant, and even 1 card per person is astronomical. Received, starting dilution. The tailed beast chakra is of higher quality than ordinary human chakra, so it needs to be diluted before use. Otherwise, it would affect stability when applied to techniques. The technological methods require high frequency and precise operations to support calculations, and stability is more important than anything else. Of course, combat is another matter. As long as the body can withstand it, the higher the quality, the better. Dilution complete. Current available balance is 1,111 cards. All services paused. All resources will be invested in expanding computing power, and the development of the Battle Royale game will be completed within 1 hour. No need to pause. Let the 9 Tails pay. There's no reason for it not to pay when Muwang has. He picked up the mirror and entered the 6-person household group. Huaiwe, 9 Tails. Do you want to play the new game in an hour? 9 Tails, give me a number. Very concise and straightforward 3 words. Jingyue was a bit shocked by this wealth. Has this fox changed its ways? He was quite puzzled. What had stimulated this stingy fox? However, he didn't care. He just wanted the money. Huaiwe, 1 million cards. 9 Tails, get lost. At most 2,000. Huaiwe, what happened to giving me a number? 9 Tails, just asking if you want it or not. Huaiwe, yes. Thank you. Boss. The 9 Tails actually didn't want to give Jingyue chakra, but its tsundere personality made it hard to be direct. Now that the five tails was in front of it, it had a way out, so Jingyue's balance increased by 2,000 cards of nine tails chakra. So satisfying. Converting it into ordinary chakra would exceed 10,000. The kid threw himself into developing the game. Okay, do we need to speed up the Pure Land and chakra offerings? Yes, yes. With a wave of his hand, Jingyue said they weren't short of this small amount of money, and several apps would soon be added to the App Store. But he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to develop new computing power, analyze the Nine Tails mode, and boil release. He aimed to crack these two abilities and then reverse engineer them so that he and his sister could use them. Dad, directly analyzing requires a large amount of five tails and nine tails chakra. Through pre-calculation, the chakra we input needs to be at least in the millions. And this is just for analysis. How could this be? Jingyue was stunned. The two research departments in Konoha, plus the assistants from Shaojing, had not even consumed 50,000 in 2 months combined. This million seemed a bit exaggerated. The database lacks sufficient data on chakra and its derived ninjutsu and applications. Forcing the analysis of higher-level chakra under insufficient basic data will waste more computing power and time. It is recommended to complete the database before starting the analysis of advanced chakra applications. Jingyue realized that he had overlooked that Shaojing's analysis capabilities depended entirely on the database, and he hadn't asked it to analyze ninjutsu, mainly because he was short on funds. All right, establish a comprehensive catalog of chakra classifications, starting with analyzing lightning release. And if there are any questions, just ask me or your aunt. Her lightning release is stronger than mine. Received. A large amount of chakra was invoked by Shaojing, generating mirrors that climbed up new types of techniques and arranged neatly, completing the new server group. Jingyue thought for a moment. Has the chakra extraction from Uchiha Madara been completed? No. His current soul needs a large amount of chakra for replenishment and has not generated chakra on its own. Dad, I discovered something special about the soul. What is it? He asked curiously. After the soul exhausts its energy and collapses, it does not completely disappear, but leaves behind a mass of the original body's pheromones. When this mass is injected with chakra again, the soul will be reshaped, but without the original body's consciousness. The mirror image cannot replicate it anymore. What does that mean? Jingyue was a bit confused. Reshaped? No consciousness. Please look at the experimental subject, Living Area 1. With questions, he flew over. This was where he obtained his first soul, the place of sinew. Inside was empty. This was because ordinary people could not see souls. He casually summoned a mirror and activated the mirror image to shine inside, revealing a broken phantom floating there, motionless. It gave off a ghostly vibe. What state is this? After connecting with the desire perception, the soul's strength quickly declined, and the final copy completely collapsed, leaving only a mass of pheromones. Is this like being reduced to ashes from excessive indulgence? Jingyue listened to Shaojing's narration, stealing a guilty glance at the remnants of Sinew's soul. At least it died in pleasure. Just don't come looking for me at night. I attempted to analyze and found that it matches the DNA information extracted from his corpse by the Konoha Research Department, estimating that this mass of pheromones has over 90 probability of being the original body's genetic information. Preliminary conclusion. The release of desire causes a separation effect on the soul, separating into pure soul essence and pheromones. I am currently repeating this process on Material 2. Material 2? Repeating? Jingyue's eyes widened as he glanced next door. And sure enough, a guy was stretching vigorously. He immediately turned his head. Don't look, don't look. It would only dirty Jinsai's eyes. He activated a new project and decided to allocate some computing power for this research. Received. Are there any other special matters? The money was almost spent. It was time for him to go out and accompany his girlfriend. There are a few. The mirror image can be input into the space mirror for transfer in an alternate space, eliminating the need for the Hall of 10,000 mirrors as a transfer point. Not bad. This reduces the risk of exposing the Hall of 10,000 mirrors. Not many people know about the Hall of 10,000 mirrors, aside from the experimental materials. Only the members of their 6-person household group know, and he hadn't told Uchiha Madara either. There are weak energy responses appearing in some areas of the alternate space. Analysis results. Energy generated from battles. Jingyue frowned slightly. This indicated that the energy converted from chakra does not disappear. Can it be recovered? I can't do it, but Tail Beast can. The recovery speed of chakra in the alternate space becomes extremely slow. Analysis results. Insufficient natural energy in the alternate space. Can only absorb these floating energies. Jingyue nodded. So the process of chakra converting into ninjutsu is equivalent to an energy restoration process. Continue. Material Uchiha Madara. Jingwei gave up accompanying his girlfriend and listened to these interesting tidbits. Chapter 76. Eating, playing chicken. The clouds are thick, covering the sky, and the rain falls like sad pearls. On a rainy day, 3 young boys entered the gates of Konoha village, carrying long swords, forehead protectors, and a strand of scorched hair. Hours later, a ninja casualty report was delivered to the Uchiha clan. Root organization. Lord Danzo, none of Team A has returned, confirming all are deceased. In a dimly lit small room, the Root Umbu reports the intelligence. Danzo's single eye remains calm. What about Uchiha Kyuka? Given the level of destruction at the scene, unless she possesses space-time ninjutsu similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, there is absolutely no chance of survival. What a pity. Sizzle Fish enters the hot oil. A girl in a cartoon apron skillfully cooks delicious dishes, her fair little hands brushing past her delicate earlobes as she tucks her playful short hair behind her ear. The scent of smoke and fire rises from the silent mountain graveyard, and soon the enticing aroma spreads. Under the outer path statue, an old man plays games with 2 half-grown children. Sniff, sniff, so fragrant. The old man sniffs the aroma, feeling a hint of being alive. Let's jump into the city together later. Remember to pick up the gun first. Don't end up as a box again. Kyuka's expression is serious. Supported by the chakra of King Mu and Kurama, the chicken dinner game was packaged and released the day before yesterday. Feeling like returning to the glorious years of a previous life. This is quite enjoyable. In the world of Naruto, playing chicken dinner, can you believe it? Moreover, the feedback is pretty good. In just a day or two, many people in Konoha and Miyaboka Mountain are playing with frogs, with about 70 to 80 players alive in each match. I know, last time we were just unfamiliar with the game. The old man wipes the sweat from his hands. Last time, the time before that, you said the same thing. Kushina casts a disdainful glance. This old man is really a scammer. The old man feels the disdain and turns to glare with his one eye. What kind of look is that, little girl? If it weren't for that guy in your belly giving the tailed beast team a heads up, our Uchiha team would have won chicken dinner ages ago. Kyuka smiles at the two. Uchiha Madara and I are playing chicken dinner, and Uzumaki Kushina is my girlfriend. If it weren't for the Tsutsuki in the ninja world, peace would probably have come soon. Hee. A sinister laugh comes from Kurama in the ceiling space. The infiltrator Kurama quickly opens the tailed beast house group. Kurama. They jumped into End City. King Mu okay. Kurama. This time be sneaky. We only have 2 people. Those 2 wildlings can't be trusted. King Mu. Don't worry. I'll use the sniper this round. In another space, on the giant sphere of planetary devastation, Uchiha Madara samples a new chakra recipe, holding a mirror while writing and drawing, and a tailed beast plays games distantly with its tail. Life is like this. If you can't resist it, you can only enjoy it happily. Others don't know, but they adapt pretty quickly. The focus returns to the outer path statue. Jump, jump. All right, charge. With a command from Kyuka, the old man Madara and Kushina jump out of the plane, and the 3 rush towards End City, shaking off the wildlings in their team. Since it's still a test, the game doesn't have solo or duo modes yet. It defaults to 4-player squads. And if there aren't enough players, wildlings or bots are automatically filled in. I have a spray gun. Who wants it? Me. M416. This house is really rich. Who is 556 ammo? The 3 quickly enter the zone and start scavenging the houses, while danger quietly approaches. Tailed Beast House Group. Kurama. First take down the strongest little blind guy. The 3-story building rooftop at 7 o'clock. 3 seconds later. Bang. Kyuka only hears the sound of a gunshot. You were knocked down by King Mu using a 98K. Damn. Kurama. You reported again. Just looking at the name, you can tell that Kurama is spying on Kushina, struggling to crawl toward the wall. Honey, I'll come help you. Old man Madara, cover me. Kushina immediately stops scavenging and crouches to rescue him. No problem. Tot. The old man Madara picks up an M4 and starts outputting. At this moment, Kyuka comes over with a tray. Clatter dishes are placed on the stone table. A simple 4 dishes and a soup. Time to eat. Oh, got up to deal with them. Okay, first deal with the sniper on the right. Right away, my level 2 helmet is broken. Let me use some medicine. The 3 are half-hearted. Kyuka stands with her hands on her hips, glaring at the old and young trio. Unknowingly, her cooking changed from 2 servings to 4 servings, and the key is these 3 guys don't eat properly every day. This is really frustrating. Deep breath. Don't be angry. Little Fairy 1T, get angry. Those who provoke her usually end up dead. The Sharingan unknowingly activates, aiming at the source of all evil. Her own brother, Uchiha Kyuka. Killing intent spreads. Kyuka suddenly shivers. This feeling is familiar. Bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat waiting to be processed. She looks up. Sure enough, a pair of Sharingan is filled with killing intent. Sister, time to eat. Between selling teammates and selling herself, he instantly chooses to sell teammates. Leaving the mirror behind, he picks up his bowl and starts eating. And then Kurama laughs. Kurama, first take out the old man and the little girl. The little blind guy is useless. King Mu okay. 1 minute later, the stone table is filled with the sound of eating from old and young. The atmosphere is strange. Kyuka looks up and meets Kushina's gaze. Blink, the big white eyes drift towards the older sister. Kyuka, sister's angry. Kushina nods and blinks. Aunt came today. Kyuka blinks. Oh, no wonder. Let us be good these days and not provoke her. Kushina, okay. Old man Madara sees the two little ones exchanging glances and seizes the chance to reach for the fish fillet with his chopsticks. The fish tastes good, but being old and toothless makes it inconvenient to Debwan. The fish fillet is naturally the most suitable for him. Clap, who knew a pair of chopsticks would suddenly attack and knock his chopsticks away. Staring in disbelief, it's Kyuka. His chopsticks have already poked into the fish's belly before him. Do you understand respect for the elderly? It must be taken back. The chopsticks strike again. Clap, another pair of chopsticks comes in, holding his chopsticks down. No need to look, it's that little girl Kushina. These two little ones can even coordinate. Old man Madara can only watch helplessly as his fish fillet is snatched away. Sister, eat fish. Kyuka picks up the delicious fish meat and places it in his sister's bowl, smiling at her. Kyuka's beautiful eyes glare playfully at her brother and then look at the equally smiling Kushina, finally sweeping over the annoyed old man Madara. She definitely saw the scene of the three fighting for the fish, but finally breaking through the clouds. Don't bully the elderly, time to eat. At this point, the atmosphere at the dining table returns to normal. Got it. Old man Madara is eating fish. Kyuka happily picks up the other half of the fish fillet and sends it to old man Madara's bowl. Old man Madara eats vegetables. Kushina follows suit and puts vegetables into the old man's bowl. Old man Madara looks at the bowl full of dishes. Then at the children at the table. A strange emotion wells up in his heart, an emotion he has never felt before. Having squandered his life, perhaps he has really missed many important things. Fortunately, his gaze sweeps over the three in front of the table. Dingling, a bell rings, disturbing the four who are eating. Mine. Kushina puts down her chopsticks and looks at her mirror. Then her expression suddenly becomes excited. It's Uncle Third. Hurry and give me the script. Chapter 77. Funeral days of continuous rain add a touch of sadness to Konoha Village. Graveyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kushina, Minato, Hachichi, Kakashi, Dingzu, and many Uchiha clansmen stand under umbrellas in front of a newly erected tombstone. Ino, Shika, and Cho lower their heads in sorrow. They have lost another teacher and deeply suspect that Team 8 specializes in beautiful female teachers. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato look at the tearful Kushina, trying to find clues. They don't believe that Kyuka just died like that, so suddenly, so unexpectedly. But they were destined to be disappointed, because Kushina was afraid of being exposed like before. So she cut up an entire basket of onions before going out, and now she couldn't stop crying. Sister boohoo sniff, sister boohoo sniff sniff. Kushina's tears made people feel heartbroken. Uchiha clansmen who were familiar with her, such as Hua Xiao, Ming Ji, and Atian, all came forward to comfort her. Moved by her deep feelings, seeing her crying to the point of almost choking, they helped her leave the cemetery, and then others gradually left as well. The rain continued to fall, washing over the two adjacent tombstones. Suddenly, countless shattered mirrors swirled in the air, and before long, they transformed into a beast-eared boy wrapped in bandages around his eyes. The boy stood silently in front of the tombstone, his expression sorrowful. You finally dare to appear, Jingwe. Sarutobi Hizashi's voice suddenly came from behind. Startled, Jingwe turned and jumped sideways to the right. Countless fragments of mirrors floated on the back of his right hand, forming a blade of shattered mirrors, and his expression was very vigilant. Don't get excited. It's me, your third-generation uncle. Sarutobi Hizashi hurriedly spoke to calm him down, guessing that Jingwe would come to see his sister one last time, so he had been waiting nearby for a while. Third-generation uncle? The shattered mirror blade was held in front of him, and Jingwe became even more guarded. Why did you send Umbu to hunt me down? Why can I sense the eyes in the village? Why is my sister? His voice grew agitated as his left hand trembled toward the tombstone. He scored himself 99 points for this act, out of a full score of 10. He came to perform this act on the suggestion of the old man Obito, claiming it would make people more convinced of Jinghua's death. Sarutobi Hizashi was at a loss for words, looking at the bandaged eyes filled with guilt in his heart, not expecting his guess to be correct. The kaleidoscope and its holder had a connection. He didn't team mention Danzo, fearing that Jinghua would seek revenge on him, which would truly push them into opposition. Moreover, he couldn't return the eyes now. Deep down, he still somewhat agreed with Danzo's words that Jinghua was still too young and the kaleidoscope was too powerful. The atmosphere fell into silence, filled with vigilance and guilt. Uncle can guarantee that no one in the village will ever harm you again. Come back, Jinghua. Let your uncle take care of you. Sarutobi Hizashi broke the silence. Huh, Jinghua sneered. You want to imprison me to create mirrors for you? His tone grew colder. My sister had me help the village before, but now that she is gone, Konoha can forget about getting a single mirror from me. Sarutobi Hizashi was stunned. It turned out that the return of the mirrors to the village was due to Jinghua's request. What a good child she was. No, both siblings were good children. But why had it come to this? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Crack the sound of shattering startled Sarutobi Hizashi. He saw Jinghua cracking and turning into shattered mirrors. Is this a mirror clone? He hurriedly tried to persuade him again. Jinghua, return to the village. Think of Kushina. She cares about you a lot. Kushina. The shattering stopped, and Jinghua floated half in the air, seeming to hesitate. Seeing that his words were effective, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a surge of joy in his heart and spoke again. Yes, Kushina. She is very sad right now. If you don't return to the village, she will definitely be even sadder. Jinghua pondered for a long time after hearing this. First, return my eyes. All right, you return to the village first, and I'll give them back to you after a while. Sarutobi Hizashi was trying to deceive him. Before the wood release was successful, Danzo would never hand over the kaleidoscope. Don't think you can trick me. Jinghua directly exposed him, and his body began to shatter faster. Don't harm Kushina, or I will do everything I can to recover all the mirrors from Konoha. Accompanied by his final warning, he completely disappeared from the cemetery, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi standing in a daze for a long time. He stared at the spot where Jinghua had vanished, lost in thought. Jinghua knew the eyes were in the village. He currently held hostility toward the village. Kushina was his last bond with Konoha. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hizashi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that entrusting Kushina to Jinghua back then was the right choice. Otherwise, there would be no room for turning back now. He needed to talk to Kushina and have her help persuade Jinghua. Outside Konoha village, Minato returned home in a daze, ignoring the rain on his body as he lay on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Since that incident, he had not seen Jinghua again, and he never expected to see her again at a tombstone. The sudden death left him feeling unprepared, making it hard to accept. She was so strong. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door brought him back to reality. He got up to open the door, surprised to see the visitor. Kakuzu? Outside the door, Kakuzu had bandages wrapped around his head, forcing a smile. Can I come in and sit? Minato quickly stepped aside to let Kakuzu in. After they sat down and poured water, both remained silent, the atmosphere feeling a bit strange. Just as Minato was about to ask Kakuzu why he was there, Kakuzu finally spoke. Are you about to join the Umbu soon? Minato was stunned. This was confidential information. How did he know? But he heard Kakuzu explain. Haruna and the others said you've been mysteriously disappearing recently, and with the Chunin exams coming up, you haven't found anyone to team up with. So I asked my cousin at the archives to check your records and found out your clearance level has increased. What do you want to do? Minato frowned. Kakuzu, however, continued to speak to himself. Can I trust you? He looked directly into those blue eyes and slowly said, half of Jinghua's disciple. Minato's pupils suddenly contracted. 10 minutes later, target incapacitate and take away. Ino Shikucho only injure but not kill to fake the scene. A segment of dark video played repeatedly. Minato furrowed his brows tightly. These people were targeting Jinghua. This was the video I secretly recorded that night while setting the trap, using Dingzua's mirror as surveillance. Kakuzu explained the source and then analyzed. You should have seen it. This group of black-clad people is targeting Jinghua, and they are very likely from within the village. Minato's mind instantly flashed to those who attacked Jinghua, Root, Danzo. They wanted to capture Jinghua to force Jinghua out. Kakuzu looked at Minato seriously and said, So, I want to ask you, who is about to join the Umbu, to help me investigate the truth. If it's really an enemy attack, I can accept it, but I can't accept a betrayal for my own. Minato fell silent for a moment and nodded. All right, he didn't team mention Danzo and Root. He would become Hokage and solve it personally. Inside the small building by the river in the Uchiha clan, Kushina was wiping her tears while organizing clothes and daily necessities. Jingyue's holiday was about to end, and since her sister would not be coming back, she would definitely be spending more time living in Miyaboka Mountain in the future and needed to take more clothes. Is Kushina home? Sarutobi Hizashi's voice came from downstairs. Kushina hurriedly picked up a mirror to check her reflection. Her eyes were red and swollen, still teary. Third-generation uncle. She went downstairs with a crying tone. Then she began to accept the baptism of the will of fire. Chapter 78. Uchiha Obito's salvation plan at the mountain tomb. Jinghua and Kushina were washing clothes. Sister, I tell you, the third-generation uncle actually wants me to seduce Koff. Use bonds to bring Jinghua back to the village. Haha, I'm dying laughing. Kushina, with bubbles in one hand, laughed so hard she almost fell over. She thought of ways to wander around herself. How could she possibly bring Jinghua back? Jinghua smiled and said, he has no choice. The mirror technique communication has already been established, and Konoha has become dependent on it. Danzo over there won't hand over the eyes, so he can only persuade Jinghua through you. He wants to have his cake and eat it too, but doesn't want the bear to cry in pain. The third-generation uncle is fine as a second-in-command or a kind old man, but as a leader, Kushina genuinely felt that Sarutobi Hizashi was not suited to be Hokage. So that's why he can't leave Danzo. All right, let's go to Miyaboka Mountain to dry the clothes. Wearing clothes that were air-dried underground is uncomfortable. Kid, open a door. The two girls pick up wooden basins and dive into the mirror. It's really convenient. Under the outer path golem, Kageyuki and Old Man Obito are squeezed onto a stone chair, fighting with the tailed beasts, in a CS small room 2v2. The fulfilling holiday only has one day left, so of course, we have to have fun. Who would have thought that just taking a break would lead to so much happening? Byakugan, tailed beasts, Uchiha Obito turning good, Indra's seal, Kurizetsu causing trouble. A lot of things happened, and there's no time to play. Master Obito rushed over with a seal, and Muwang's sniper is too accurate. Staying too far away is a disadvantage. All right, be careful. That fox hasn't come out yet. It's definitely plotting something. 104 to 103. Our Uchiha will crush the tailed beasts. The two threw smoke bombs, and as the smoke rose in the container, they rushed in quickly towards the opposite side. Then a lewd head poked out from the container. Fire in the hole. Tada. B00M. What the hell? When did he go up there? Quickly throw a flashbang. Too late, big damage. That bastard is too sneaky. Then, Uchiha's team versus the tailed beast team score. 104. Uchiha tailed beast friendly exchange group. Kubi, old man, is the little blind kid coming or not? On the other side, Stinky Fox, do you want to dance? Hanayuki, sneaky guy, do you dare to come out and shoot? Muwang, too reckless Uchiha, this is called IQ. Kaibai, their brains just got blown up by me. Now they're IQ injured. Muwang, On the other side, real duel in a different space. Angrying Hanayuki, exactly, do you dare to fight? Come over here, ING. Kaibai, what era are we in to still be fighting? Use your brain, ING. A friendly exchange continues. Not long after, Virum young Uchiha Obito walked out of the transmission mirror in the mountain cemetery, looking at the two online trolls, one old and one young, sitting on the stone chair, speechless and shaking his head. As the atmosphere opened, everyone stopped. Meeting time. A meeting concerning the entire ninja world and even the whole universe began hastily, presided over by Uchiha Obito, with participants Old Man Obito, Uchiha Kageyuki, Uchiha Kagehana, Uzumaki Kushina, and Observer Kaibai. The 80-inch mirror transformed into a whiteboard, and young Obito pointed at Kageyuki, who was discussing shooting techniques with Old Man Obito. Kage, tell us about your salvation plan. Me? Kageyuki was taken aback. Obito nodded. It's you? Aren't you the prophesied child of the toad? Come up, and tell us how you plan to save the world. Don't tell me you don't have one. He really doesn't have one. He just wants to earn some chakra, do some support, and wait for his sister to take him home. Of course, he can't say that. Helplessly, he stood up on stage. Go for it, dear. Kushina waved her hands in encouragement, and she and Kagehana started washing bedsheets again. It's so cool that her husband is the savior. She didn't know that Kageyuki just wanted to gather power to help his sister realize her ideas, and saving the ninja world was just a side task. Kageyuki's eyes scanned his sister and girlfriend washing the sheets, the Old Man Obito playing games sneakily, and the supervising young Obito. Wasn't he this a bit disrespectful to Otsutsuki? Cough, clearing his throat. He tried to make something up. My plan is to use mirrors to collect chakra, and then firepower to blast them away. Clap, clap, clap. The only supporter, Kushina, applauded. That's great. Just thinking about it is exciting. She was already fantasizing about the scene of thousands of tailed beast bombs being launched together. Clap, clap, clap. Old man Obito saw someone applauding. Although he didn't hear what was said, he clapped a couple of times just to be polite. Kushina, come here. Help me wring this out. Kageyuki handed her half of the sheet. Oh, okay. The latter quickly got to work. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's expression was as speechless as it gets. What nonsense is this? His Rinnegan stared at Kageyuki. Otsutsuki can absorb chakra. Kageyuki suddenly realized. He forgot the hasty improvisation. Using endless chakra to infinitely resurrect the mirror shadow clones. Blast him away. Anyway, as long as there's chakra, there's no need to worry about not having a solution. In the future, let Kaibai cooperate with him to develop a heavy particle mode to equip the mirror shadows, killing whoever stands in their way. Uchiha Obito reluctantly nodded. All right, you can go down. Okay. Kageyuki quickly stepped down. Uchiha Obito pointed to the mirror whiteboard and wrote, Eliminate Otsutsuki. This is our goal. Any problems? Everyone obediently shook their heads. Young Obito then wrote, Strength. Shouldn't we improve our strength? Nods. All right, since we have a consensus. Next is my plan. Young Obito turned around and started writing on the big screen. Humanity's highest combat power. Gather the tailed beasts to reach a strategic consensus, including possible use of force. Use some tailed beasts to attempt to activate the outer path golem. Disobedient ones will be fed whole. Select one person to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki to explore the 6 Paths realm. Undying Legion. Collect the souls of the strong, reshape their bodies, unify. There will research chakra. Enhancement methods form an army of the dead in the ninja world. Chakra collection. Promote mirrors, prevent wars, increase population, popularize chakra among the common people, stockpile endless chakra as a backup for the Undying Legion. Doomsday plan. If salvation fails, everyone enters a different space to rebuild their homeland. Young Obito finished writing, turned back to face the wide-eyed crowd, and spoke expressionlessly. This is roughly the plan. The 10 Tails Jinchuriki is currently the highest power achievable and is essential to deal with Otsutsuki. I found that chakra bodies can still be enhanced. So the Undying Legion will also be the backbone in the confrontation. Chakra is the foundation of everything. As Kageyuki said, we need to gather the power of life on this planet. The entire venue fell silent. Jaws dropped all over the place, and Kageyuki stopped washing sheets. Old man Obito, is this guy really me? Want to be another Korizetsu? Kageyuki, 666, with Obito in charge. This wave is solid. I could just relax. Kageyuki, as expected of Uchiha Obito. Kushina, what the heck? Kaibai, if you meet other tailed beasts, be sure to persuade them more. Do you have any thoughts? Uchiha Obito asked. Everyone shook their heads in unison, extremely agreeable. Seeing no one had any objections, Obito continued. The official execution time of the plan is set after Kageyuki and Kageyuki go into action. Of course, there are some things that need to be done now, like retrieving a Rinnegan to give the mirror the ability to absorb chakra. Kageyuki's eyes lit up. Chapter 79. You've got the wrong person. The gloomy sky, a weeping nation. Tada, raindrops pattered against the water surface as a red-haired boy dashed by. So impressive. Go for it, Nagato. A purple-haired girl shouted loudly by the river, while an orange-haired boy next to her, arms crossed behind his head, wore an unhappy expression. TCH, what's so impressive? I could do it too in the future. A large hand pressed down on his head. Haha, just talking won't do. You need to train hard. Yahiko. A white-haired young man laughed heartily, patting the orange-haired boy's head, making him pout in displeasure. These four were Jiraiya and his little 4, 5, and 6, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, who was running on the river, amazed by the child's talent. 3 months have passed, and both Yahiko and Conan are still struggling to refine their chakra, while Nagato is already able to walk on water. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is despairing. It's no wonder he inherited the legendary Rinnegan. All right, I'm going to gather ingredients, and you all better not slack off. Make sure to train the 3 little ones well. Jiraiya wants to go nearby to find food and gather materials. Sigh, it's been a long time since I've seen a beautiful lady. Inspiration is running dry. Teacher Jiraiya, I want to eat big crabs. Bang before Yahiko could finish his sentence. Jiraiya transformed into white smoke and disappeared. Mayaboka Mountain. Kyojetsu has returned for vacation, and he has brought along his little girlfriend Kushina. This girl has poor combat skills and also needs training, so the two decided to team up. At this moment, he is absent-mindedly playing a game with Kushina while leaning against a large rock, waiting for their instructor Shinsaku to arrive. He is troubled by a question. How can he obtain the Rinnegan? This is very important. Uchiha Madara envisioned using the power of the Rinnegan in conjunction with mirrors to allow commoners to refine chakra without having to learn. It's a brilliant idea. He understands very well how difficult it is for commoners to learn chakra refining techniques. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen had each simplified the chakra refining technique once. But even after being simplified into a useless technique, most people still couldn't learn it and had to buy chakra instead. Konoha Village is a ninja village. And if it's this hard to popularize refining techniques, the difficulty of promoting it throughout the ninja world can be imagined. So, this is something that needs to be resolved first. But the question remains, how to get the Rinnegan? Just guarding Nagato makes him feel troubled. Should he negotiate? Nagato, your eyes have quite the personality. Could you give them to your senior brother? He is afraid that it would lead to an immediate battle, and Jiraiya would definitely think he's gone dark. It's not that he can't win. With himself and his sister plus their chakra backup, as long as Jiraiya doesn't use a one-for-one ninjutsu, he would definitely lose. But he can't kill his teacher. Moreover, his character is that of a savior, kind, brave, just, and self-sacrificing. All of these describe him, and he cannot commit such an act. He needs to think this through. It's troublesome. Quack, human. I heard that you can get a mirror game console here. A green toad, half the height of a person, looks at them with eager eyes. KageyukiGets ends his thoughts, smiles, and raises his small hand, making a mirror float in front of the green toad. Hey, can you use it? Thank you, I can. I've seen the toads play with it for a long time. I'm quite familiar with it. The green toad happily catches the mirror. So you're a friend of QS. I'm Uchiha KageyukiGets, and this is my girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina. Let us add each other as friends and play together in the future. Sure, quack. I'm called Toad Green. After chatting for a bit, the eager toad hurried off to play the game. This kind of request for a mirror is quite common, and KageyukiGets is used to it. The toads in Mayaboka Mountain have very random body sizes, so they don't all live together. Therefore, even after living there for 3 months, his mirror hasn't been able to cover Mayaboka Mountain yet. Is training here tiring for you, KageyukiGets? Kushina put the mirror back in her pocket and has no desire to play anymore. Training is so uncomfortable. Sister is now apprenticed to Uchiha Madara and doesn't have to go on missions. She can supervise her training every day, so there's no way to slack off. I can only choose to accompany my boyfriend to relieve my mood. Tired. This one word contains all of KageyukiGets' bitterness. He points to a long path on the ground that has a different color from other places. This path was run out by me alone. Kushina looks at the endless sunken path in shock. How about I just follow sister to cultivate? The environment at Madara's place is a bit worse, but it's actually quite good. KageyukiGets hugs her shoulder and gives a charming smile. Woman, you can't go anywhere. It's difficult to get another one in the pit. There's no reason to let her slip away. Kushina looks at KageyukiGets with tearful eyes. Husband, Daji and little Q are still young. They can't lose both their father and mother at the same time. The one who survives would be the most painful person. Let me bear this bag of rice. KageyukiGets rolls his eyes coldly, having seen through everything. Heck, quite the show. But these are all leftovers from my games. Seeing her sob story fail, Kushina's expression instantly changes and she puts her hands on her hips. Oof. She pouts and turns her head away. You bad guy. If you don't coax me, I want to talk to you. Huh. Little KageyukiGets, Kushina. You're quite on time. Just send off one toad and another one comes. Without needing to look, they know Shinsaku has arrived. KageyukiGets and Kushina stop their playful banter and greet him. Shinsaku-sensei. X2MHM good. Shinsaku's gaze sweeps over the two kids in front of him with a kind expression. Then let us start the next phase of training. Kushina had previously asked about the Sage Arts training, and the other party didn't say anything and tacitly agreed to include her. Is Shinsaku-sensei going to teach us Sage Arts? Kushina asks curiously. Shinsaku shakes his head. You both still need to undergo a lot of training. Only when your physical energy, mental energy, and chakra control reach the standards can you start practicing Sage Arts. Then let us train. Kushina is determined, as she still has a backup by her side. Shinsaku shakes his head again. I don't have time to always accompany you two little ones. Before you meet the requirements for practicing Sage Arts, I will arrange for others to guide you. Others? KageyukiGets and Kushina exchange puzzled looks. Then they see Shinsaku forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang, white smoke rises. and a familiar voice that hasn't been heard for years comes from the mist. Boss, what are you doing? I'm very busy. What the? KageyukiGets' heart sinks. Jiraiya. He immediately recognizes who it is. He didn't expect Shinsaku would summon Jiraiya. If Jiraiya sees him in Mayaboka Mountain, it equates to Sarutobi Hiruzen knowing his whereabouts. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knows, then Danzo will know. And if Danzo knows, he will cause trouble. Once Danzo causes trouble, he'll have to take him out early. Wouldn't he lose his most important worker, who will provide him with experimental data in the future? Danzo's monthly investment in research exceeds tens of thousands of chakra, not to mention money, manpower, experimental subjects, resources, and so on. One can only say, Shinsaku, you're really a pitfall. He turns around and slips away. KageyukiGets, I'm not. Don't say that. You've mistaken the person. Chapter 80. Jiraiya on the forehead of the giant stone toad, a pair of long-separated master and disciple, are enjoying the breeze of Mayaboka Mountain together. I was revived early by the great toad sage. It told me that there would be danger if I left Mayaboka Mountain, so I've been training here all along. But how can I endure it? Last week, during the vacation, I secretly returned to the village, and that night, I was attacked by the Konoha Mbu. The day before yesterday, I used a shadow clone to go to the village again and was blocked by Uncle Third. He has already admitted that the village took my eyes. So, Sensei, please don't tell Uncle Third that I'm in Mayaboka Mountain. I'm scared. KageyukiGets speaks tearfully, saying all the truth. He really is scared of not having workers. Jiraiya listens to his disciple's account, feeling increasingly incredulous and indignant. His most respected teacher, his most beloved village leader, would treat his favorite disciple like this. Don't be afraid. I'll go get your eyes back right now. Thank you, Sensei. KageyukiGets wipes his tears that he has tried so hard to hold back, having no hope for Jiraiya's promise to get back his eyes. This is something he has to do himself. After several incidents, it has become very clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not move against Danzo. It's always a light touch. Can you not disclose my whereabouts? There really is danger, as the great toad sage said. I'll summon a fortune teller. Jiraiya thinks for a moment. He can't ignore the great toad sage's words, so he nods. Okay. Jingwe let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to deceive him. He conjured up 4 mirrors, operated on 3 of them, and handed them over. Teacher, this is a gift for you and the 3 junior disciples. I've improved the technique and the mirror escape. In the future, we can use this to communicate. After returning to the village, we can register it to connect to the Konoha intranet. Jiraiya's eyes lit up upon seeing the mirrors. This was his source of inspiration. He excitedly hugged his disciple. Jingwe, I will definitely help you get justice. Senpai, Jingwe. The master and disciple embraced tightly. Shortly after, Jingwe and Kushina were studying at Mayaboka Mountain when Jiraiya dispelled the reverse summoning and rushed back to Konoha. He had a group of disciples to take care of and guide. He couldn't afford to be slow. That night, a weary Jiraiya appeared in the Hokage's study in Konoha. You finally decided to come back, Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in home clothes, smiled happily at seeing his disciple. The matters regarding Jinghua, Jingwe, and Danzo had kept him in a depressed mood recently. He had even watched fewer streams. However, Jiraiya did not respond to his teacher's joyful mood, but instead asked seriously, Teacher, what's wrong with Jingwe's eyes? He still held on a hope that it was a misunderstanding from Jingwe. Sarutobi's mood fell again, his brows furrowing deeply. Have you seen Jingwe? Where is he? He retorted. Seeing that his teacher did not answer directly, Jiraiya felt uneasy and continued to ask, I want to know if Jingwe's eyes are in the village? The 2 locked eyes for a long time. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to deceive his disciple. Jiraiya felt as if his heart was struck. But he still wanted to believe his teacher, convinced that there must be a reason behind it. Did Jingwe make a mistake? I saw that he had to be a Kugen. Although I didn't ask at the time, I couldn't help but feel suspicious. Sarutobi shook his head. He is fine, always helping the village solve major problems. For Konoha, Jingwe is truly a great contributor. If his talent were just a little worse, there wouldn't have been any issues with the Manjikyu Sharingan. Then why do this? Stealing his eyes, the Umbu assassination, he's still a child. How will he view the village in the future? How will he view you as Hokage? Jiraiya's voice grew a bit uncontrolled. Everything Jingwe said was true. The study fell silent, and Sarutobi quietly smoked his pipe. After a long while, he slowly spoke. The Manjikyu Sharingan is too powerful. The village currently has no power to counterbalance it, so restrictions must be made. He took the blame for Danzo. Jiraiya didn't believe that a Manjikyu Sharingan required such counterbalancing. If they were this scared of a Manjikyu, Wouldn't they want to kill Nagato if they saw a Rinnegan? Sarutobi fell silent again, knowing he couldn't persuade Danzo to hand over the eyes. They couldn't have internal strife in the village, especially since they were still at war. Seeing his teacher like this, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly. His anger lessened a bit, but the lines on his forehead deepened. Is this the village's decision? He could almost guess that his teacher could no longer make a decision on this matter. Don't ask. Sarutobi put down his pipe. I will do my best to negotiate and return the eyes to Jingyue as soon as possible. Jiraiya confirmed his suspicion. It was a decision made by the higher-ups of the village. The reappearance of the Manjikyu made some people uneasy, and there was nothing to be done about it. It was clear that they wouldn't be able to retrieve the eyes in the short term, but I promised to help him get his eyes back. It would be embarrassing to go back like this. How about giving me a random Byakugin or something to explain? Sarutobi almost choked. Byakugin? Sharingan? He was now worried about Jingyue's situation being known by the Uchiha clan and other families in the village. That could really lead to trouble. Konoha could end up in pieces. Don't think about those unnecessary things. Help me reassure Jingyue. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and left, going to the cemetery to check on his disciple Akimichi Gimar, but returned to the land of rain empty-handed. Not entirely empty-handed, though. He registered the mirrors, so he could watch the Ragged Girl anytime. Then his little C, Little Wu, and Little Lu received gift from their third senior brother. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Mirrors, Jingyue sighed. Sai, ive compromised. Although he had known for a long time that Jiraiya wouldn't be able to get back the eyes, he still felt a bit disappointed with the outcome. Since that was the case, it was impossible to communicate with Jiraiya about retrieving the Rinnegan. As Jiraiya hurried back and forth, he caught the attention of the underground organization route in Konoha. Jiraiya? He asked back. Danzo, hearing that name, was slightly puzzled. The Umbu in front of him reported. After returning, he stayed at the third Hokage's house for half an hour, then went to the cemetery, lingering for about 10 minutes at the graves of Akimichi, Gimar, and Cat Dan, and finally registered the mirrors before leaving. He only stayed for an hour. By the way, he registered 4 mirrors. Besides himself, he also registered 3 names: Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. These 3 have permissions outside the village. Only stayed for an hour? Danzo narrowed his single eye, feeling something was off. Jiraiya usually used the communication frog for information. Was it to register the mirrors? The cemetery, lingering only at Akimichi, Gimar, and Cat Dan's tombstones. His eyes brightened. Jiraiya must have known that Uchiha Jingyue was still alive. No, he must have seen Uchiha Jingyue. Send someone to track Jiraiya. The next evening, in a small house in the rain. Wow, so cool. Thank you, sensei. In front of the game, Yahiko and Konan were overjoyed. Even the usually silent Nagato had a happy expression. No child could resist such temptation. Ha ha ha. I'm glad you like it. This is a gift from your third senior brother, Uchiha Jingyue. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Thank you, Brother Jingyue. Teacher, is Brother Jingyue handsome? Konan chatted while playing. Super handsome. I heard he received love letters from girls every day when he was in school. Jiraiya recalled his past chats with the 3 disciples. Wow, I want to meet him. The little girl's eyes sparkled with stars, already imagining the appearance of the brother she had never met. Ha ha. You all have already added his contact information on your phones, so you can message him anytime. Jiraiya chuckled. Really? Konan began to rummage through her things. Uchiha? Is it the Uchiha with Sharingan? I heard he is super powerful and can knock people down with just a glance. Yahiko looked curious, as if he had heard rumors about the Sharingan. Nagato, who had been looking down, raised his head at the mention of it, revealing his Rinnegan, appearing very interested in the Sharingan. Meanwhile, this pair of eyes was also reflected in the Hall of Mirrors. In the Hall of Mirrors, Jingyue gazed at the Rinnegan and the red-haired boy. Sorry, little Nagato, I don't want to steal your eyes either. It's all Uchiha Madara's fault. In the future, when you play PUBG, your gun will hit Uchiha Madara 100 in the head, even with your eyes closed. Not long after. Ding ding, the notification sound. Konan, is it brother? I'm Konan. Thank you for the gift. Ha! Jingyue smiled slightly. Congratulations, and good fortune. Yuawa. Hello, little sister. I'm your third senior brother. Uchiha Jingyue. Konan, receive your red envelope. Konan, thank you, brother. Can I see what you look like? Yuawa. Photo, ing. Jingyue uploaded a picture of himself with Kushina. Konan, brother, you're so handsome. And you have big ears. Is the one next to you your girlfriend? Yuawa. Yes, that's your sister-in-law, Uzumaki Kushina. I'll bring her in to introduce you. Yuawa created a group chat. Good round. Konan. Hello, sister-in-law. Congratulations and prosperity. Xiaonan. The little girl who just started chatting online is very enthusiastic. and her small wallet is getting fuller. Chapter 81. I grab one. Jingyue is lying flat and floating in the hall of 10,000 mirrors, deep in thought. The retrieval of the Rinnegan is only a matter of time. This pair of eyes does not originally belong to Nagato, so there is no psychological burden. But how can I obtain the Rinnegan without offending anyone, and ideally completely remove myself from the equation? This is a science. Transformation technique plus rubrique. Simple and crude, but it doesn't establish credibility. When Jiraiya thinks about it later, he'll inevitably suspect that this kid lost the Rinnegan right after meeting him, especially since he is Byakugan, which adds to the suspicion. It carries risks and lacks technical content. It must not be done. Shift the blame. There's a shadow of blame that must be used. How many of Danzo's subordinates are in the Land of Rain? There are 12 recorded, and another person just tracked Jiraiya to his vicinity, so there are currently 13. Tracking Jiraiya? Why? This order was issued without triggering any keywords, so there are no records. Well, at least money is saved. Add Jiraiya, Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiao Nan to the keywords. Received. Jingyue stroked his chin. Tracking Jiraiya is a fortunate coincidence. He initially planned to wait a few months to avoid suspicion. Now, Danzo truly deserves to be my top worker. He understands the boss's thoughts very well. Reward him with a package that makes him feel utterly satisfied. Next, I need Danzo to see the Rinnegan. This task must be left to Madara, as he is more familiar with the Rinnegan. Then Danzo can grab the eyes, and it wouldn't be too much for me to take one from the middle. This way, everything is perfectly unrelated to me. Ding ding, a message comes in on the phone. How you in? It's time to eat. Eating now. Seeing the message, Jingyue's mood improved. Why well, I'll be there soon. The kid shared all of Danzo's eyes in the Land of Rain with Uchiha Madara, telling him that he was busy training and to figure it out himself. Also controlling the pace to leave one eye for Danzo to take the blame. In the Land of Rain, hidden in the shadows of night and rain, the village of Amigakure. Years of war have left this ninja village desolate, with few pedestrians on the streets. At this moment, a young rain ninja, wearing a metal eye mask, walks through the dimly lit long street, stepping through the rain towards the large bridge that connects to the outside of the village. After submitting a mission scroll and registering an exit record, this rain ninja went through a series of procedures to cross the bridge and left Amigakure. In the late night, the young rain ninja arrived at a desolate place, looking around as if waiting for someone. After a long time with no one showing up, he frowned and took out a mirror. Unexpectedly, the next second, an arm suddenly reached out from the mirror and locked around his throat. The rain ninja struggled in terror. Is there really a ghost in this world? Lord Danzo, save me. His neck was twisted by a great force, his head tilted, and he left this world. Then, a person emerged from the mirror. Uchiha Madara, a legend in the ninja world, made a dazzling entrance. Jingyue's ability is quite useful, but his personality is too lazy. Madara shook his head helplessly. After all the trouble, the work still came back to him. If it weren't for the extra pay, he would really want to beat him up. Several small black sticks appeared in his hand and were inserted into the rain ninja's corpse. Hand seals. The rain ninja's already broken neck surprisingly reattached itself, and when the eyes hidden under the metal mask opened again, they were a pair of Rinnegan, indicating that he had clearly been turned into a puppet by Madara. Next, this body will be used for action. There are only about 10 mirrors in the Land of Rain capable of teleportation, all in Danzo's subordinates' hands. Therefore, Jingyue sent a false message to lure one out to eliminate him, using the mirror in his hand to establish a teleportation point in the Land of Rain. Another drizzly morning in a small house in the rain. You three need to train well. I will guide your senior brothers and sisters, and will be back before lunch. Jiraiya was giving instructions, as he now needs to guide Jingyue and Kushina while also taking care of the three little ones. Luckily, he doesn't have to go to Jingyue's side every day. Assigning tasks and checking periodically is enough. Goodbye, teacher. Please say hello to our senior brothers and sisters for us. As the three little ones said their goodbyes, when the agreed time came, Jiraiya turned into smoke and was summoned to Maibuka Mountain. Meanwhile, a figure appeared 100 meters away from the small house, wearing a black raincoat with a hood. Sensing the barrier, it seems there really is a secret. Lord Danzo's guess was correct. This is a ninja from Root. Not far from him, a person without a heartbeat quietly observed him. Jingyue's actions are truly unnecessary. If he just snatched it, that would have sufficed. After all, those eyes are mine. The puppet of Uchiha Madara shook its head, displeased with Jingyue's flashy methods. Both chose to lie in wait, standing 100 meters away without taking a step forward. Time passed slowly. An hour later, the door of the small house finally opened, and a little girl came out first, followed by a red-haired boy. The two hidden figures immediately perked up. Yahiko, stop playing. Come and practice shuriken. Seeing Yahiko still not coming out, Xiaonin shouted from inside the house. Oh, coming right away. Yahiko's voice came from inside the house, clearly having fun. Nagato, let's go pull him out. Xiaonin took the lead, with Nagato assisting, and soon Yahiko was dragged to a tree to begin practicing shuriken. 100 meters away, the root ninja looked confused upon seeing 3 children. Just some kids? The shurikens were thrown haphazardly into the tree, most of them falling to the ground. The empty-handed Yahiko picked up the scattered shurikens, glancing at his 2 serious companions, and his eyes turned. Nagato, has Jiraiya-sensei taught you ninjutsu? Nagato threw a shuriken and nodded. The teacher taught me the body replacement technique and wind release. Yahiko instantly became interested. Did you learn it? I learned it, but I'm not very skilled yet. Show us how you use it. For Yahiko, who hasn't even properly refined chakra, ninjutsu is fascinating, and he really wants to see it. Xiaonin paused her throwing, curiously looking at Nagato. Under the gaze of the two, the already introverted Nagato immediately stopped his actions, feeling a bit awkward. Seeing his 2 companions staring at him without blinking, Nagato reluctantly nodded. All right, you 2 step back a bit. I can't control the power yet. Uh-huh. The 2 stepped back 2 paces, excited to watch the performance. Wu-chun, clap. Nagato clasped his hands together. Chakra erupted, his clothes and hair flying wildly, and a pair of Rinnegan slightly revealed. The hidden root ninja looked surprised. These eyes? I feel like I've seen them in some book before. He hurriedly took out a mirror to aim at Nagato and take a picture. Not far away, Uchiha Madara's puppet showed a sinister smile. Surprised, huh? There's something even more surprising. Hand seals, wind release, gale palm, whoosh, bang. The wind burst open on the water surface, splashing water over 2 meters high. Nagato is amazing. Xiaonin excitedly clapped her hands in applause. So cool. Do it again. Yahiko cheered. Seeing his companion's approval, Nagato felt very happy. He formed the seals again. Who knew? Thud. His heart suddenly raced, and then all his strength uncontrollably surged towards his eyes, causing his whole body to slowly float into the air. What? His eyes widened in shock. Sensing a crisis, Xiaonin, Yahiko, run, he shouted loudly to warn his 2 companions, feeling himself losing control. Nagato, Nagato. Yahiko and Xiaonin were worried and ran towards Nagato instead of retreating. Buzz. A repulsive force spread out. X2, the 2 exclaimed as they were blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, Nagato floated towards the river surface. His cheeks began to thin as power surged forth. Rumbling, the river water, influenced by an invisible force, surged upwards, transforming into several water dragons spiraling around Nagato. Amazing! Yahiko and Konan, who struggled to get up from the ground, were left in awe. Momenslate. Splash! The water dragons collapsed and fell into the river. And then Nagato closed his eyes. Plop, he fainted and fell into the water. Nagato! The 2 children disregarded their injuries and hurriedly dove into the water to save him. Chapter 82. Seizing the I-2 Konoha village route. Bang! Get it back. You must bring it back to me. Danzo excitedly slammed the table. And the mirror screen on the table displayed a scene of a child floating with water dragons swirling around him. Such powerful strength. The Rinnegan. The legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths. Ha ha! Even the heavens are helping me, Shimura Danzo. With this little brat's current performance. If I had discovered him a few years later, I would have had no chance at all once he mastered this power. But now it's different. I completely have the ability to seize the eye. With Uchiha Kagetsu's eternal life from the Sharingan in front and the sages I am merging behind. Isn't it the heavens helping him? First, use the Sharingan to obtain eternal life and endless chakra. Then install the Rinnegan to gain the power of the sage. I, Shimura Danzo, am the chosen one. His future will no longer be just a Hokage. He will be the ruler of the ninja world. Suppressing his excitement, he clicked on the Rain Village spy group on the mirror. Everyone, listen up. Fully cooperate with Operation Ding to seize the Rinnegan. Send. On this day, the entire root organization hidden in the land of rain sprang into action. However, they didn't have time to act before Jiraiya returned, and the operation had to be put on hold. In a small house in the rain, Jiraiya, called back by a phone call, now looked serious as he stared at the unconscious Nagato, whose cheeks were sunken. This is a sign of overdrawn life force. The Rinnegan's loss of control has turned his life force into chakra. It's too dangerous. If it continues for a bit longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nagato needs to quickly control the power of the Rinnegan. Teacher, Nagato won't be okay, right? Conan, whose head was wrapped in bandages, looked worried. He'll be fine. Just eat well, sleep, and rest for a few days, and he'll recover, Jiraiya reassured. It's all my fault. I made him perform ninjutsu, which led to this. Yahiko's face was pale, filled with guilt. Jiraiya reached out to pat the heads of the two little ones, smiling. It's not your fault. It's my impatience that caused me to mismanage the teaching pace and teach Nagato dangerous ninjutsu too soon. Teacher, the two little ones lowered their heads, feeling that the teacher was comforting them. Yahiko, Conan, Nagato slowly awakened. Nagato, Nagato. Yahiko and Conan hurriedly leaned in. The two bandaged heads appeared in Nagato's view, making him feel deep guilt. I'm sorry. He uttered an apology before fainting again. Nagato. Teacher, quickly check on Nagato. The small house was bustling again. In the following days, since Jiraiya needed to take care of Nagato, Kagetsu and Kushina had a self-study. A week later, Myobo-Kuzan. Kagetsu. Kushina. Swish, swish. In an open space, a black-haired boy and a red-haired girl, both sweating profusely, dragged a giant stone sword of the same kind while roaring and charging at each other. Engaged in combat training, the heavy stone sword plowed a deep groove into the ground. Yeah. Muscles tensed and veins bulged as they exerted force. The stone sword rotated 180 degrees. Bang! The giant stone sword, larger than them, collided passionately, sparks flying, but the sword showed no cracks. The specially made stone sword from Myobo-Kuzan was of excellent quality and weighed a full ton. They were essentially fighting with a 2,000-pound weight. The two faced off with their swords, glaring at each other defiantly. How can I not win at least once if I'm your girlfriend? Kushina bit her teeth, struggling with the weight. Kagetsu rolled his eyes. You still have a nerve to say that? I washed all the clothes this week. Humph. Kushina snorted coldly. So there's nothing to discuss? Yes, definitely. Kagetsu was resolute. His sister set the rule that the loser would wash the family's clothes, and he had already done so for a week. Seeing that she couldn't argue, Kushina widened her eyes. You forced me into this. With a pout, she tiptoed, her red head leaning in. Moo. Don't come over here. Facing the approaching cherry-like lips, Kagetsu felt a resistance in his heart, but his body sometimes didn't listen. Bia, and then he was immediately floored, followed by, huh. Kushina let out a delicate giggle, and with great force, a miracle occurred. Bang! Boom! The stone sword was flipped and crashed to the ground. Uchiha Kagetsu, 8 consecutive kneels. 10 minutes later, the two rested against their stone swords, which were stuck in the ground. After more than a week, they gradually adapted to the training. In the morning, they did weighted morning runs around Myobo-Kuzan twice, followed by eating, meditating, then weighted combat training, and in the afternoon, chakra and ninjutsu practice. Life was repetitive but not boring. You lure them out while I attract fire. Be careful, my wife. Can you wish me some good luck? Watch out for the bombs. You little brat. Just as they were having fun, suddenly, you two little brats are so comfortable. Jiraiya appeared before them, arms crossed, after disappearing for a week. The two froze, simultaneously hiding the mirror behind them like children caught playing with their phones during class. We were just resting. We're still sweating. Kagetsu struggled. Exactly, teacher, look. It's still dripping. Kushina stretched her head to show the beads of sweat on her forehead. It was too hot. Jiraiya was speechless and looked up at the sun. It's only about 9:30 at most. If I remember correctly, your training time is until 11. He looked back at the guilty-looking two. Crack, 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 his knuckles cracked. Squinting his eyes, he said ominously, Do I need to personally step in to help you train? The two shook their heads in sync. No need. Then hurry up and train. Jiraiya roared. Right away. X2 Kagetsu and Kushina hurriedly pulled out the stone, sword from the ground. Clang, clang, bang, bang. They got to work. Jiraiya watched the two. Ha! Switching from frown to a smile, he shook his head. These two were exceptionally talented, but love to slack off too much. Finding a stone in the shade to lean against, he took out his mirror phone and began watching videos. This thing is amazing, one after another. The sizzling hot figures dazzled the eyes. He slurp in no time. Myobo-Kuzan echoed with lewd sounds of drooling. Suddenly, his heart jolted as he sensed the barrier set up in the land of rain being triggered. Hands forming seals. Bang, reverse summoning. The two, who were in the middle of their fight, stopped and looked at each other. Hey, sharing the same sly smile. Are we going? Kushina was eager to try. She naturally knew about Uchiha Madara's plan to retrieve his eyes. Feeling that Nagato was in a bit of a dire situation because of Madara, but they were also trying to save the world, they could think of a way to make up for it later. It was all Madara's fault. Kagetsu thought for a moment. Let's see the situation. If we can avoid going, we will, but he stroked his chin. I can't tell Jiraiya about the long-distance teleportation yet. If we go, it'll be through projection. I've loaded the Mirror VR onto their 3 phones. It should be easy to explain. Kushina eagerly took out the mirror to watch the battle. The rain in the land of rain is tireless, and the joyful children are unaware of danger. Dodododo Yahiko and the others are practicing shuriken under a tree. Suddenly, Nagato stops his movements and gazes towards the grass 100 meters away. Is Nagato unwell? Conan, seeing him standing still, approaches with concern. Nagato shakes his head. No, I just feel very uneasy, as if something is about to happen. Don't be paranoid, Yahiko says, pointing his thumb at himself. I will protect you. Nagato smiles, warmth rising in his heart. Meanwhile, a crisis suddenly arises 100 meters away. Chapter 83. The Eye Heist 3. A week ago, Uchiha Obito successfully infiltrated Danzo's Eye Heist team with a puppet and is now bored, listening to his so-called captain's commands. Sanchi, since Jiraiya's location, roots Umbu Ding orders. Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan, hidden under a metallic eye mask, shows disdain. What is there to be afraid of? He pretends to form seals. After a moment, he detects no presence of a fourth person. Ding frowns. Where did the person go? Jiraiya hasn't come out after entering the house. Could it be a trap? Can't think too much. Opportunities are rare. The combat team splits into 4 to intercept at the house. San-Air, you 2 come with me. I'll catch the Rinnegan brat, and you 2 grab the other 2 brats as hostages. The rest will be in charge of support. His eyes scan the temporary subordinates. Since they were all spies, their strength was lacking, and they could only rely on a sea of people against Jiraiya. Action. Swish, 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 6 figures crash into the sensing barrier, scattering in all directions. 100 meters is fleeting for a ninja. The 3 kids were throwing shurikens at that time. DOD Yahiko's shuriken hits the target successfully, and he looks proudly at Nagato and Conan. Nagato swish, Nagato is gone. Then, swish, Conan is also gone. The little girl's late scream pierces the air. Yahiko instantly realizes that his companions have been captured. Damn swish before he can curse. He is also grabbed, a damp cloth covering his mouth and nose, consciousness gradually fading. Boom! In his increasingly blurred vision, a small house in the rain explodes, as if a group of people is fighting, growing further away from him. Jiraiya, Sensei. The Eye Heist plan of Root goes smoothly. An hour later, 3 Root ninjas successfully hide in a safe house on the border of the Land of Fire. Then they begin to extract the eyes. News comes back that most of the people blocking Jiraiya are dead, and Jiraiya is pursuing. So it's safer to extract the eyes now. Pushia. The unconscious Nagato lets out a miserable scream. These guys are extracting the eyes without anesthesia. Conan and Yahiko are awakened by Nagato's voice, and when they see the bloody scene, anger flickers in their eyes. The 2, bound and gagged, struggle desperately, with Conan's hands trying to reach into her pocket. Just a touch, if I could just touch it. Root Ninja, San-E places the Rinnegan into 2 transparent containers. Hearing the noise and glancing at the 2 children on the ground. What to do with these brats, adult? Root Ninja Ding takes the 2 containers indifferent. Take the red hair brat first. The one who can awaken Sage Eyes is definitely not an ordinary person and may be useful. If Jiraiya comes, he can be used as bait. The rest, dispose of. Understood. San-E takes out a kunai and walks towards Yahiko and Conan, while San-Air carries the unconscious Nagato. Watching the kunai glinting coldly approach, the 2 children are terrified. But at that moment, zing, something flashes past Conan from behind. Who is it? San-E is alert. Pucci. Before the words are finished, something stabs into his heart, followed by a sharp pain. The scream attracts Ding and San-Air's attention, and they see a black and red figure holding short blades with mirrors, executing San-E. Thud. San-Yi's corpse falls in front of Yahiko and Conan. Excitement flashing in the eyes of the 2 children. Senior brother, sister-in-law. It is Kageyuki and Kushina who appear. Ding and San-Air focus their eyes. Upon recognizing the 2, they are all astonished. The striking red-haired girl and the bandaged-eyed boy. Nani, Uzumaki, Kushina, Uchiha, Kageyuki. These 2 are on Root's key watch list, so they can't be unfamiliar, but more questions arise. Why are they here? San-Air blocked them. Ding orders. while he himself runs out with the Rinnegan. Although he doesn't know what is happening, the Rinnegan cannot be lost. Hearing this, San-air lifts Nagato in his arms, kunai drawn to hold against his throat. He threatens Kageyuki and Kushina. If you dare take a step forward, I'll kill him. MMM. Yahiko and Konan wriggle excitedly. Humph. Kageyuki snorts coldly and directly shoots the mirror blade from his hand. San-air is momentarily stunned, not expecting the opponent to disregard the hostage's life. Could it be because they can't see? The opponent doesn't care, so he won't either, lifting Nagato to shield himself. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the mirror blade that was about to hit Nagato takes a turn. Puchi. With a painful cry, a hand holding the kunai drops to the ground. Swish, the beast-eared boy's cold face appears in an instant. Bastard. San-air roars, using Nagato as a weapon to smash towards the attacking Kageyuki. Bang! Cough. Kageyuki grunts, taking the hit and embracing Nagato as he flies back, successfully rescuing him. Rasengan. With Kushina's cooperation, it arrives in the next second. San-air, with a severed hand, cannot use ninjutsu. His feet push back, and at the same time, his remaining left hand throws shurikens. Boom! The Rasengan crashes into the ground. Swish, 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 3 shurikens shoot towards the stiff Kushina. Puchi, ouch. Ouch. This girl knows she can't dodge, using her arm to take the shurikens. 50 hurts this much. I'll use 20 next time. Hearing Kushina's injury, Kageyuki's face shows anger, and he reaches out with one hand towards San-air. San-air, who is escaping towards the entrance, feels a stab at his waist, realizing there is a mirror there, Uchiha Kageyuki's mirror, but is too late. Mirror ninjutsu. Mirror spike insertion. Puchi, mirror spikes pierce through his body from the waist. Ah! Thud, he collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. Wife, take care of them. Kageyuki puts down Nagato and rushes towards the entrance to chase the last person. Got it. Kushina squints her big eyes, feeling a little happy inside. She pouts again, work hard. Uzumaki Kushina, you can do it. I can't let him worry from now on. She decides to start training hard tomorrow. She pulls the shurikens from her arm and then helps Yahiko and Konan untie their ropes. Kageyuki chases out of the hideout, discovering the outside is a forest, and the other party has long disappeared. With my mirror, you can't escape. He throws a mirror sword and leaps into the air to pursue. He needs to leave a live capture to take a Rinnegan back, so he doesn't use teleportation directly. Not only make Danzo take the blame, but also to have his research team study the Rinnegan. The research level on the moon side completely depends on the external data resources provided. Having more research data is always good. The mirror sword speeds forward, catching up to the root ninja with the codename Ding in just a few minutes. Hee. Kageyuki has a wicked smile. Kid 0. 05 carat ultra low configuration child version, tailed beast bomb, 20 carats loaded. Received, 400 luminous bombs fully loaded. Zing, a mirror with a backside technique appears. Chapter 84, Acting. On the border of the Land of Fire, a large-scale escape is taking place. Byubu, bang bang bang. Like raindrops chasing shadows, exploding around or on him, leaving him ragged and wounded. Fortunately, the power isn't great, as long as he's not hit consecutively. It's not fatal. Shadow clone technique, bang bang bang. The shadow splits into 4, each running in different directions. Byubu, the light points shoot without hesitation at one of them. Zing 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 bang bang bang. Damn it. Ding gritted his teeth, swinging his kunai to knock several light bullets away, glancing towards the sky. How did this guy find out he was the main body? Confused, he had to dispel the shadow clones to recover his chakra, knowing that if he kept this up, he would definitely be worn out, and since the opponent could fly, escape was nearly impossible. He had to take him down. It's now or never. Hand seals. Inhale. Take a deep breath. Turn around. Wind release. Vacuum serial waves to Titri. Byubu. The breath shot like bullets into the sky, while the light bullets rained down. The chase turned into an open exchange of fire. Bang bang bang. Around Ding, light orbs exploded one after another. And in the air, Poo Mirror Moon also had cuts appearing on his body. After a full 20 seconds of mutual fire bang, damn it, the mirror sword under Mirror Moon's feet was shattered, and he fell. Ha. Ding gasped for breath. Not daring to stay, he turned to run during this brief moment. Hiss. The pain in his right leg stimulated his nerves, making him gasp. Looking down, heart sinking, he thought he was done for. His right leg's bone was exposed. It had been hit multiple times during the exchange, and now his mobility was compromised, making escape impossible. Gritting his teeth, he turned around again, ready to take down Uchiha Mirror Moon. Lord Ding. At that moment, A person suddenly shouted and jumped out from the forest. With a metal eye patch and scars all over, it was a companion from Root. Sanchi. Ding felt a surge of hope. Lord, quickly throw away the mirror. Uchiha Mirror Moon can sense mirrors within 1,000 meters and control those within 600 meters, Sanchi urged anxiously. Ding was stunned, so that is how it is. However, he did not throw away the mirror, but instead took out 2 Rinnegan and handed them over. I've been injured in my leg. You take the eyes back. Unexpectedly, Sanchi directly refused. Lord, I'll hold them off. You throw away the mirror and run. That's an order. Ding scolded sharply. Lord, I'm a sensing ninja with weak strength. I can't escape the pursuit. Let me stay. Sanchi insisted. Ding's cheeks twitched, his eyes fixed on Sanchi. After sending a message with the mirror, he destroyed it and handed 1 Rinnegan to Sanchi. At least I'll send one eye back, whoosh. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a beam of light obliterated both of them. From the source of the beam, Mirror Moon retracted the emptied mirror from his hand, his face twitching. Truly an actor, damn it. He pulled out his phone to check. It displayed. Intercepted information: the eyes are located 50 steps south of M931. Uchiha Mirror Moon is with Jiraiya. He can sense and control mirrors within a kilometer, cannot carry mirrors during battle. Sanchi has issues. Yes, this Rudambu has been acting him. This guy has 2 eyes are all fake. He modified the message, removing the 75 steps and the issue with Sanchi, then sent it to Danzo. Received. Ding ding. A message from Uchiha Madara came. On the other side, Mizuhira. Kid, what are you doing? I was having fun acting. Hinajetsu. Yes, playing you. The eyes in his hand are fake. On the other side, Mizuhira. Of course I know that thing is fake. Can I just have some fun? Damn it. Mirror Moon felt numb. Everyone else had around 800 Sharingan, and he was the only fool. He had no mind to talk to Uchiha Madara anymore and went to dig out a Rinnegan, then returned to his hiding spot. In the hiding spot, the 3 little ones were listening to Kushina's persuasion. What's there to fear without eyes? Your 3rd senior brother also had his eyes plucked out, and he is still super strong now. Kushina comforted the newly blind Nagato. No wonder senior brother always keeps one eye closed, Conan realized. Damn it, why do people always like to poke out eyes? I'll definitely make them taste this pain too, Yahiko said angrily. Is it because of his Sharingan? Nagato's eyes were bandaged, his face pale, clearly still in pain. Your senior brother knows medical ninjutsu. When he comes back, he'll help ease your pain. Kushina patted the boy's head, which was the same color as hers, continuing to boast to distract them. I tell you, your senior brother doesn't just have an ordinary Sharingan, but the legendary Mangeki Sharingan that only Uchiha Madara possesses. Tailed beasts are like little puppies in front of him. What to say, tailed beast? Is it very powerful? Like a little puppy, is it very obedient? If it's so powerful, why was it poked in the eye? Get lost. You're the dog. The kids' questions came in a string, with a real tailed beast in the middle. Who would have thought Kurama could hear even the clones talking? Kushina felt a headache coming on. These kids not only lack culture, but also can't be easily fooled. Tailed beasts are monsters as tall as several floors, roaring every day to scare little kids. And as for why they got their eyes poked out, it's because your senior brother was protecting me. As she said the last sentence, a hint of sadness and happiness flashed in her eyes. You were the one scaring the kids. Wow, how romantic. Did you guys get together because of this? Conan asked curiously. Of course not. We were already together. We just argue a lot. Hee. Kushina secretly smiled. Yahiko wondered, why do tailed beasts scare little kids? Because they're too bad at games and can only bully kids to find confidence. Kushina spoke whatever came to her mind. Get lost. Uzumaki Kushina. I'll sue you for defamation. Tailed beasts can play games too? The 3 kids were surprised. Of course. Kushina picked up Conan's mirror and opened the Battle Royale leaderboard. Look at this bottom-ranked tailed beast team. Kurama is the 9 tails, an orange fox with 9 tails. And Mu Wong is the 5 tails, a monster horse with 5 tails. Really? Yahiko and Conan exclaimed in amazement, then noticed Nagato hadn't team moved, looking at the bandaged eye. Feeling distressed again. Can Nagato get his eyes back? Will he not be able to see or play games anymore? Tears welled up in Conan's eyes. Kushina lowered her eyelids. Knowing that those eyes would never return to Nagato, the Rinnegan did not belong to him. Yahiko frowned and said, Can I give one of my eyes to Nagato? I don't want it. Nagato rejected excitedly. Kushina was stunned, then pointed to a fresh corpse. You don't need yours. There's a pair over there. Chapter 85 Mirror Shadow VR in reality. Eye transplants are impossible, but in the ninja world, it becomes very easy. When Jiraiya arrived, Mirror Moon had already transplanted eyes for Nagato. Of course, they couldn't be used yet and needed recovery time. After all, they were just ordinary eyes. And Nagato wasn't Uchiha Madara, who could be plugged in and used immediately. He also knew the Rinnegan was lost. In the hiding spot, after calming Nagato and the others, Jiraiya pulled Mirror Moon and Kushina aside. Why are you two here? Their sudden appearance inevitably raised suspicions. Conan sent a distress signal. And then we projected over. Mirror Moon shrugged. Projected? Jiraiya didn't understand. Teacher, look at me. Kushina attracted Jiraiya's attention. Then her whole body began to disintegrate and disappear. She knew her bragging skills were lacking and just walked away. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Kyogetsu casually summoned Conan's mirror to activate it, facing the screen toward Jiraiya, and clicked on the Mirror Shadow VR icon, explaining, I embedded my bloodline limit into the mirror. As long as both mirrors have this software and are friends, we can project remotely through their connection. Of course, the software needs to be kept open. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. This function, so powerful. He immediately thought of its uses, a war without casualties, remote support, or meetings. He took out his own mirror and searched, but couldn't find it all. Why isn't it in the App Store? The software is not open to the public. The simple Mirror Shadow VR has no monetization points. Only a fool would open it up for free. Jiraiya became anxious. Why? This ability can reduce casualties in the village. My eyes are still in Konoha. I hate using my abilities for war. Just a simple sentence made Jiraiya fall silent. This child has grievances against the village. But he can't be blamed. It's the village's fault. No more words were exchanged. He took out 2 severely shattered mirrors. Let's see if there's any use left. I want to see what's inside. Those people's? Kyogetsu took the mirrors. Everything else is destroyed. We only salvaged 2 that are also severely shattered. Jiraiya's expression was serious. The appearance of the mirrors made it hard for him not to think of the village, as currently only Konoha had equipped the mirrors. Kyogetsu injected chakra into one of the mirrors, and it slowly began to restore, but the techniques on it were already fragmented, and the icons on the screen were a mess. Pretending to check, he noted that these techniques were rough copies of his own research with very single functions, only communication and video, and did not include a self-repair function. So the techniques were damaged when the mirror shattered. Hearing that it was a copy, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief. It might not be the village. He urgently asked, can it be repaired? Kyogetsu focused on examining the technique structure. Complete repair is impossible. I can only attempt to restore part of the contact list. He pointed his fingers to the back of the mirror, connecting several techniques, and then flipped the mirror over. The contact list icon had been restored. Clicking in, there was only one name left. 0. He handed it back to Jiraiya. You can call with just a click. Do you want to try? But it's best to use a transformation technique first. Jiraiya fell silent, hesitating as he took it. Teacher, my projected chakra is gone, goodbye. Nagato, Yahiko, Conan, goodbye. Kyogetsu's clone began to dissipate, waving goodbye. Goodbye, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Remember to come visit us. As the 3 children bid farewell, Kyogetsu completely disappeared. Jiraiya then put the mirror back in his ninja tool pouch, lacking the courage to look at the results. He called to his 3 disciples, let's head back. This place isn't safe. But at that moment, the mirror began to vibrate. Konoha Village, Root Organization. The eyes are 50 steps directly south of M931. Uchiha Kyogetsu is with Jiraiya. He can sense and control mirrors within a kilometer, but cannot carry mirrors into battle. Danzo looked at this message, his heart racing. This was the last message sent back by his subordinate Ding, after which all 13 mirrors of the Eye Capture team disappeared from the contact list. Annihilated. His expression darkened. After a moment, he stood up and took a long knife from the rack. Someone, Lord Danzo, several subordinates appeared at the door. Come with me to the border. Yes. Danzo donned his gear and prepared to take action personally. The losses en route had been significant in recent months, and there were few trustworthy and reliable people left. His eyes shifted to the mirror. A disappeared name reappeared in the contact list. The mirror was repaired? He handed the mirror to his subordinate. Connect the call. Yes. The Rudombu took the mirror and initiated the call. 10 seconds later, an angry face appeared on the screen. Umbu, you are Root. Return the eyes. Jiraiya. Danzo didn't expect it to be Jiraiya who repaired the mirror. This couldn't be hidden, as currently only Konoha ninjas use the mirror for communication. Jiraiya, remember? You are Konoha ninja. He scolded in a typical counterattack manner, then decisively cut off the communication. He was not wrong. The Rinnegan had to be eliminated in enemy territory, and rather it was Jiraiya who had the suspicion of aiding the enemy. However, one thing was certain. The Rinnegan had been obtained. His mood improved significantly. Let's go. On the other side, Jiraiya stared at the face on the mirror for a long time without speaking. He was a Konoha ninja, but, teacher? Yahiko's call brought him back. He and Conan supported Nagato out from their hiding spot and saw their teacher lost in thought. Jiraiya came back to his senses, and guilt flashed in his eyes as he looked at Nagato. Let's go. We need to train hard when we return. He didn't know if it was his fault or the village's fault, but Nagato was definitely not at fault. In a different space, Kyogetsu was not concerned with the aftermath. He was collaborating with Uchiha Bido to control the power of the Rinnegan. 12 pentagonal transparent mirrors formed a regular dodecahedron. With a Rinnegan locked within, the power of the Rinnegan was beyond imagination. Relying solely on those low-quality chakra mirrors couldn't control it properly. There were two solutions: increase the quality of the chakra or limit the power of the Rinnegan. Increasing the quality of chakra was impossible. Not to mention the consumption would increase, the ability would also be excessive. Additionally, the structure of the small mirrors, the database, servers, clients, etc., all techniques were stabilized at one quality. Increasing the chakra quality would mean starting over, which was too costly. So, the only option was to limit the Rinnegan. Hence the need for Uchiha Bito, the original owner of the Rinnegan, to step in. He injected his chakra into each face, and then Kyogetsu used techniques to stabilize it. Finally, the two worked together to seal it, weakening the Rinnegan to a level that the small mirrors could use. And then the ability of the Rinnegan to absorb chakra was transferred to the mirrors. Chapter 86, 3 Years Sealed. X2, in the alternate space. Kyogetsu and Uchiha Bido aimed their hands at a regular dodecahedron, simultaneously using sealing techniques. Buzz. The 12 pentagonal transparent mirrors flickered with fluorescence. Chick-chick. 12 chains of techniques extended and wrapped around the Rinnegan, followed by countless chakra threads connecting to the optic nerves. As the fluorescence faded, and the Rinnegan suddenly rotated twice. Rinnegan connection successful, integrating into the chakra recovery system. Expected time, 2 hours. With the voice of the small mirror, the sealing of the Rinnegan was completed. What kind of ninjutsu is this, kid? Uchiha Bido couldn't understand the existence of the small mirror. It could help the user complete nearly all tasks and control massive amounts of chakra, and it was incredibly obedient. It's not ninjutsu. He's my son, a powerful artificial intelligence. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Kyogetsu didn't have the mood to explain to an old man. He casually tossed the Rinnegan into the Hall of Mirrors, allowing the small mirror to start a new research project. Sigh, chakra is going to run out again. Uchiha Bido felt a strong sense of disdain. This was very irritating. He stretched out his hand. Salary, pay up. Sealing the Rinnegan was not volunteer work. Kyogetsu pulled out the true Byakugan. What's salary? I advance you 3 whole months' salary. At most, it will offset. Pay. How can I be a capitalist? 1 Rinnegan is worth 150 cards? You won't give me at least 10 000 cards? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Mirror Moon extended a palm. 500, no more than that. Understand, being a boss isn't easy these days. Am I still allowed to buy a Ferrari? Are you sending me to beg? 8,000. Uchiha Madara glared with his Rinnegan, ready for a fight. 888. Here is a lucky number. I've already been generous enough. It's a waste of chakra to fight. Give him some more. Hee 7,000. Any less, and I'll unleash Indra. You're going too far. Is it worth it for a little external thing? 1,000. External thing? You actually give me that. 6,500. Do you think my chakra comes from thin air? 2 guys, both over 100 years old, argued until their faces turned red. In the distance, Han and King Mu glanced back at them, shook their heads, and continued playing their game. With such characters saving the world, this world is doomed. Let's all enjoy life while we can. With the Rinnegan successfully connected to the mirror, chakra will no longer belong solely to ninjas. Next, Mirror Moon started training seriously and stopped causing trouble, leading a repetitive yet fulfilling training life. Every day involved completing Jiraiya's training tasks, eating at the mountain graveyard with his elder sister, helping Little Moon with her burdens, playing games, and arguing with QB Uchiha Madara. And if Madara was in a good mood, he would teach some yin-yang release dance techniques. Sometimes he would secretly go shopping in Konoha with Kushina, projecting to accompany Nagato and the others on training outings. There were also trips where the mirror was transported by merchants to various places. He would check out the rain in the land of rain, feel the wind in the land of wind, plant his own vegetables in the land of rice, immerse himself in the hot springs of the land of soup, listening to the water sounds, build a small house on the ruins of the land of whirlpools, and lie on the sea watching the sunrise. Life was exhausting, yet fulfilling and joyful. Before he knew it, this kind of life had passed for nearly 3 years. During the 3 years, at the end of July 39, Danzo, after acquiring a kaleidoscope, obtained a Rinnegan, but this I was quite disobedient, often sucking its user dry, leading to an increase in research funding. In August, with the last team from Konoha escorting spoils back to the village from the Land of Wind, Konoha's retaliatory war against Sunagakure officially ended, and Orochimaru settled in the Konoha Research Department. That same month, Sunagakure's spy Yakura, with the help of kind-hearted people, successfully sent new techniques and a large number of mirrors back to Sunagakure. Strangely, at the end of the month, she returned, continuing to act as the store manager under the name Yakura. In September, as Konoha increased its investment in research on Hashirama cells, Danzo's route shifted focus to research on the Rinnegan. In October, Sunagakure completed the setup of a mirror-based server, with the first batch of communication mirrors deployed, forcing Iwagakure out of the Land of Wind's borders within a month, recovering from a nearly collapsed situation. In November, the furious Tsuchikage Inoki attempted several incursions into the Land of Wind, but was ambushed by Sunagakure, suffering significant losses. By the end of the month, the missing Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, returned to Iwagakure, bringing back a batch of mirrors and new techniques. In December, Iwagakure withdrew its troops. From then on, the three great nations of Fire, Earth, and Wind tacitly agreed to a ceasefire. Konoha had no time to study would release. Sunagakure suffered heavy losses and recuperated. And Iwagakure focused on researching mirrors, new techniques, and Han, who had transformed into a chakra body. In January 40, Little Moon finally managed to save enough to complete the analysis of lightning release and mastered the ability to convert chakra into lightning, starting fire release simulation analysis. In February, Iwagakure made progress in the research of new techniques, successfully building the mirror server and subsequently equipped troops with communication mirrors for small-scale testing in the Land of Rain, causing ongoing small-scale conflicts in the Land of Rain. In March, Hanzo of the Salamander, unable to endure the disturbances, launched a surprise attack on the Iwagakure troops at the border of the Land of Earth, suffering a great defeat. But Iwagakure did not take the opportunity to launch a large-scale offensive, seemingly reluctant to escalate the war. In the same month, Tsuchikage Inoki intensified the development of new techniques, and from then on, surrounding small nations became the training grounds for Iwagakure. In May, Little Moon completed the analysis of fire release, and due to breakthroughs in Konoha's research, the computational burden increased, forcing Mirror Moon to significantly reduce the computational power for ninjutsu simulation analysis. In June, 3 ninjas from Kyomogakure infiltrated the Uchiha clan territory in Konoha, encountering the Uchiha Security Department patrols and suffering overwhelming fire-style attacks. 2 were obliterated while 1 escaped, and Kyomogakure successfully obtained new techniques from beginner to master and some mirrors. In August, the new game Glory Showdown launched, with daily earnings breaking 2,000. That same month, a child fell into a coma due to excessive spending on skins, prompting Mirror Moon to add anti-addiction and spending restrictions. In September, the first blood samples and chakra from the Otsutsuki clan were sent from the moon, and Mirror Moon classified and stored them. In October, Konoha's first official human trial for Hashirama cells recruited volunteers, putting a strain on Little Moon's computational power for ninjutsu analysis and various studies. In November, the second trial. In December, the third and fourth trials. That month, aboard Kushina began learning sage techniques. In January 41, a year after the ceasefire, the people in the Land of Fire gradually began to recover, and mirrors became widely circulated among the populace, easing Mirror Moon's tense chakra reserves. In February, a video of the first experimental subject utilizing would release spread throughout Konoha, causing a sensation, and the number of volunteers increased to 15. In March, the first experimental subject died suddenly. Danzo concealed the news and released a pre-recorded video to continue recruiting volunteers extensively. In April, all prior experimental subjects died suddenly. The first analysis report on the Rinnegan from the Root Research Department was completed, including ability analysis and biological analysis. And the computational power supplied by Little Moon to the research department reached the limit of the current chakra and could no longer increase. In May, the total number of volunteers reached 50, and the research department noticeably felt the existing computing system slowed down. They called upon Konoha's reserve chakra to set up additional server groups, and the reward for chakra increased. In June, several videos of experimental subjects using would release were released. That same month, Kushina learned sage techniques and secretly taught them to mirror flower. In July, the number of volunteers exceeded 100, and the Root Research Department discovered that the Rinnegan and Hashirama cells mutually suppressed each other to some extent, causing Danzo to be overjoyed. Thus, following the policy of integrating the Senju clan into Konoha during Hashirama Senju's era, the Senju surname experienced a second large-scale disappearance. In August, the effective data collected by Little Moon from Konoha significantly decreased, while the amount of repetitive invalid data increased, prompting Mirror Moon to adjust most of the computational power and start his own research. At the same time, a death list and evidence appeared on the phone of the Umbu member Minato Namikaze, which was soon transmitted to Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the same month, the wood release experiments were halted by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who recalled his disciple Orochimaru, cut off all research funding, resources, and chakra supplies, sealed the first Hokage's cells. And Konoha issued the strictest ban on human experiments. But how could those who had already seen hope stop? Danzo began to squeeze his own wallet. In September, 3 cases of missing infants appeared in Konoha. In October, the number of missing infants increased to 8, leading to strengthened patrols by the Konoha Security Department. And no further cases of missing infants were reported within the village. In November, the last volunteer died suddenly due to resource issues. Danzo paused the research on the Rinnegan and focused all efforts on Hashirama cells. In December, numerous cases of missing infants emerged in the surrounding villages of Konoha. In January 42, Little Moon completed the analysis of wind release, and gene editing technology entered initial application. Mirror Moon's chakra reserves met the standards to begin practicing sage techniques. In the same month, he mastered sage techniques and preliminarily used the Mirror of Origin. In February, Little Moon failed to reserve sage chakra, but successfully gathered natural energy. In March, the total number of missing infants reached 60, and another piece of information was sent to the phone of Umbu member Minato Namikaze. Chapter 87 evidenced the victory banner fluttered in the wind, like jade in the frost. A young boy. At the peak of Miyaboka Mountain, a 13 or 14-year-old boy sat cross-legged in meditation. Dressed in white, the wind rustled his clothing, while his black hair was still as calm as still water in the breeze. His tightly closed eyes, adorned with orange eyeshadow, spoke of the power of nature. 2 months ago, Jingwei had already completed a similar sage mode to Naruto, but he was bored and kept playing with different flowers. Current coordination status: spiritual energy 101, physical energy 98, natural energy 102, sage chakra generation stable. Current coordination status: spiritual energy 101, physical energy 99, natural energy 101, sage chakra generation stable. The chakra detection report for Xiaojing was broadcast once a minute, and Jingwei adjusted the ratios of the 3 types of energy based on the results to train his control. It was impossible for everyone to consume chakra with absolute precision when using ninjutsu. It was like pouring 1 liter of water into a cup without a scale, relying only on feeling and experience. Except for a few exceptionally talented individuals, most people found it difficult to achieve it perfectly. Jingwei was training this nearly microscopic level of chakra control through Xiaojing. The conventional methods of training chakra and the training in Miyaboka Mountain had long been cleared by him, and this was currently the only method discovered that could continue to train control, allowing his control to rise sharply over 2 months. During this process, he also collected a lot of data on sage chakra. The so-called 1:1 ratio for sage techniques did not need to be very strict. An overall error within 10 could complete sage mode, though it would cause acne on the face. An error within 5 would result in a shadow state with horizontal pupils. The sage chakra generated with 10 and 5 errors felt nearly the same in use, differing only in appearance, 1 ugly and 1 better looking. Now, he could basically control the error to around 3, and he could even unleash a wave with a 1 error. As for wanting to reduce the error to 0, he felt that apart from Xiaojing, no real person could achieve it, but Xiaojing could not use sage chakra. Suddenly, the eyeshadow around Jingyue's eyes faded, as if he had closed sage mode, but he had not truly done so. Current coordination status: spiritual energy 100, 1, physical energy 100, 1, natural energy 100, 2, quality of sage chakra slightly improved, recording status. State imported into the database, simulating gene fragment generation. Difference between new and old gene fragments 0. 3. Within a safe range. Simulated genetic information written into DNA. Simulation complete. Analysis success rate exceeds 99. 99, safety level, extremely high. Executing writing, chakra coverage. Blue chakra, like liquid, rose from the mirror below and enveloped Jingyue's entire body. 2 hours later, gene information replacement successful, cell expression update complete. The blue chakra liquid faded, and Jingyue's body recorded this new sage mode. The research in Konoha over the past 3 years provided Xiaojing with a wealth of data, helping him build a massive database. The most abundant data included knowledge on cells, DNA, genes, cloning, and other aspects of human biology. With the support of the database, combined with research results on chakra and the soul, Xiaojing deduced a method for self-updating genes by using chakra based on the information about wedge provided by Jingyue. When he reached a certain extreme state during a specific time period, Xiaojing would record this state and turn it into a bodily memory. It could only be considered a fine-tuning of gene information, using the information from his own body to update himself, and he needed to have reached that state himself. He barely saw a glimpse of the wedge, leaving a lot of room for future effort, but it was also very difficult. Gurgle. A thunderous sound came from his abdomen. Jingyue opened his eyes wide, a bitter expression appearing on his handsome face, and he rubbed his stomach. He was very hungry. Self-updating consumed a lot of energy, and the body's response was hunger. The solution was to eat. He stood up from the mirror and was about to jump down the mountain. Dad, data analysis indicates that subject number 9 from the Root Research Department will stabilize in half an hour. Do you need to intervene in the results? Hinjuesquintith, no intervention. It's about time to reel it in. The research on Danzo's side could have succeeded long ago, but Jingyue intervened in the progress, directing it toward his desired research direction. Now, with effective data decreasing, Danzo no longer initiated other research, so there was no need for intervention. It would be better to eliminate Danzo and free Orochimaru and Hibi from these research experts, allowing them to study what they liked. For example, letting Orochimaru research Edo Tensei, not corpse reincarnation, and letting Hibi study the fusion of bloodline limits. He sent the information on the missing infants to Minato. He needed to create some chaos. The Root had perception barriers and plenty of defenses, so stealing from Danzo needed to be done unexpectedly, as he didn't know whether Danzo would use his Anaji now. Received. Ding ding. Message notification sound. He took out the mirror. How you in? Madara wants you to come and get your eyes. Jingyue's face lit up with joy. His left eye was better too. It was double happiness. Huaiwa. Wife, let me eat below. How you in? No way. I haven't prepared anything. Huaiwa. It's just 2 bowls of noodles. Please help me prepare a bit. I'm really hungry. How you in? A certain red-haired being's expression collapsed. Konoha village. Dressed in an Umbu uniform, Minato Namikaze appeared in the Hokage's office. Lord Third, my subordinates have obtained information on the missing infants. Behind the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, stopping his work, and picked up his pipe. Where? In the outskirts underground. The details have been uploaded to your phone. Minato's eyes turned cold. In his 3 years in Umbu, he had seen too much darkness, but nothing compared to the actions of Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, sighing slightly in his heart. Danzo, oh, but Danzo, can't you be more careful? He had some suspicions in his heart, but without evidence, he did not delve deeper, as that was his usual way of handling things. He picked up his phone to check. Besides text, there were several images, one showing a person moving things at a hidden entrance in the woods, and another showing burnt infant corpses, which still had branches and green leaves growing from them, clearly a sign of failed experiments. He looked up at Minato. He didn't expect Root to violate the ban and continue conducting experiments. Was it that person who sent the message? Last year's experimental subject incident had also resulted in an anonymous tip that Minato had received, and he suspected it might be Jingyue. Root's security was extremely tight. He couldn't think of anyone besides Jingyue who could control a mirror to obtain intelligence. However, given the speed and content of the information gathered, Jingyue must have worked hard to obtain it. Minato nodded. He also guessed it was Jingyue, as he trusted him to hand over the collected evidence. Can we contact him? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Minato shook his head. No, like last time, sending a message shows the user does not exist. Even if we could contact him, he wouldn't say anything, let alone that we really can't reach him. But this guy really, why not contact me? Doesn't he know how worried I am? Is it because of Kushina's matter that he feels embarrassed? Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He was very worried that Jingyue would go to other ninja villages. Intelligence showed that Sunagakure and Iwagakure had both used the mirror communication system in small ranges, so he wasn't overly worried. Minato lowered his head, suspecting that the third also guessed who the anonymous person was. Over the past 2 years, he had investigated many matters, and he felt that the third's actions were wrong. The matter of the stolen eyes was done by Danzo, but the third had not punished him after learning the truth. He believed this was the main reason Jingwei had been hesitant to return to the village. The Hokage was in cahoots with the murderer. If it were him, he would also hide away. Jingwei had never done anything wrong from the beginning to the end, yet in the end, he didn't even have the chance to visit his sister's grave. Fortunately, Jingwei was kind. Not only did he not defect, but he also collected evidence against the dark forces to uphold justice. Truly worthy of being my teammate, Sister Jinghua's brother. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood up from his seat. Call on Shino and Shuwei. The situation with Ruta is complicated. I will go with you. Be confused when confused, but be clear when clear. We must set an example to maintain the image of the Hokage, and Kyogetsu, who might be secretly watching. We can't let him be disappointed again. Besides, if I don't go, things might escalate. Yes, Minato responded, gathering people. Then Sarutobi Hizashi led Sarutobi Shino, Namikaze Minato, and Yamanaka Shuwei to set off. Chapter 88. Madara's death. The Root Research Base, expanded several times, is a massive laboratory. 5 rows of cultivation chambers filled with green liquid stand upright, with several researchers bustling about with mirrors in hand. Beep, beep, beep. A cultivation chamber flashed a red light. Alarm! Alarm! Life signs of Subject 26 are fading. A white-haired researcher rushed over, and after several operations, his face showed disappointment. Get 2 people to clean this up. Yes, Deputy Minister Byruhu. 2 people ran over to extract the infant's body from the tank. Not far away, Danzo and Orochimaru watched this scene with expressionless faces, coldly facing the departure of a life. Each of these children corresponded to different configurations of the first-generation cells. They only needed one successful case for transplantation. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Danzo's right eye, his eyes sparkling with excitement. When he first saw the Sharingan and Rinnegan, he joined Danzo's research team without hesitation. That night, Uchiha Kyojutsu's displayed power was mesmerizing, overpowering Chiyo, Rashi, and the Nine Tails, all because a lowly genin awakened a special pair of eyes. When he learned about the specific abilities from Danzo, he could hardly contain his excitement. Flower Moon Symbiosis, Tailed Beasts, Immortality. For someone who wants to learn all ninjutsu and grasp the truths of the world, immortality is an ultimate temptation. Danzo felt the heat in Orochimaru's gaze. But it didn't matter. Dealing with Orochimaru only required a glance from him. So, he was more concerned about another issue. Are you sure this time will succeed? It was no wonder he doubted. There had been too many failures. Hee. Orochimaru's characteristic hoarse laughter, his gaze shifting from Danzo's right eye to the display screen. The system showed a success rate of 21. 1. Statistically speaking, there was no reason for it to fail completely. I really want to meet that little brat, Kyogetsu. This new technique is simply born for research. There must be higher applications. Or should I take out Danzo and help that little brat get back his eyes? He could see the greater value of the mirror technique and the new technique. Research could be done anywhere, and it didn't matter whether Danzo was there or not. I hope so. Danzo frowned, feeling as if he was being locked onto by a vague, killing intent, which made him very uncomfortable. I hope to hear some good news soon. He turned and walked out, not wanting to stay with Orochimaru any longer. That snake was very dangerous. Orochimaru watched Danzo's back, smiling as he licked his lips with his long tongue. The research resources for this month haven't arrived yet. If they don't come soon, the success rate will be uncertain. As Danzo reached the entrance, he paused slightly. Don't worry. He left those 4 words and disappeared into the laboratory. 5 minutes later, in the base office, Danzo listened to the financial report with a dark face. Lord Danzo, we are really out of money, his subordinate said with a face. Root has a total debt of 333,000 Rio. High interest loans of 100,000 Rio. Outstanding goods payments of 1,040,000 Rio. And chakra debt of 404 cards. Why is there so much debt? Danzo thought he should be quite wealthy. After becoming a ninja, money was just a number. His subordinate took out a mirror and sent over a statistical report. Not to mention equipment and other resources. Just the cultivation liquid alone is unsustainable. 1 barrel costs 5,000 Rio, and the remaining 42 cultivation chambers will require a base expenditure of 210,000 Rio every month if nothing goes wrong. Right now, it's 205,000. 000 Rio, and another one just died. Danzo felt a headache coming on. Root had lost financial support from Konoha. All research had to come from his own pocket. And no matter how thick his family background was, it couldn't hold up. He waved his hand. I understand, you can go. Waving off his subordinate. Danzo looked at the container on the table that held the Rinnegan. He couldn't use this eye at all. His right hand rested on the bandaged right eye, and his expression became grim. Why? Why is power right in my hands? Yet I cannot use it. The Rinnegan was unmanageable, and the Manjikyu Sharingan had a cooldown of 20 years. Damn it. Just a little bit more. It's all that Sarutobi Hizashi's fault. How could research not have sacrifices? They all volunteered. What does it have to do with you? I act like a whore, yet you set up a signboard. At least give me something. You just want to take advantage. The more he thought, the angrier he became. No, research absolutely cannot stop. I need to get money. Who in Konoha is the richest? The answer was obvious. The Hokage. Should I take him out myself? Ding ding, the phone notification pulled him out of his thoughts. He opened it to see the Hokage is leading the Umbu to the research base and will arrive shortly. Crash. The mirror phone shattered. Sarutobi Hizashi. Danzo was filled with rage. Not only was he not giving money, but he was also coming to raid. He hid the Rinnegan in a secret compartment, sealed it, and angrily rushed out of the office. He had to stop Sarutobi Hizashi outside. 2 minutes later, a black technique crawled out from the mirror on the desk, extending towards the secret compartment position. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Mirrors, a progress bar appeared on one of the mirrors. Seal cracking progress 1. And in the underground of the mountain graveyard, the legendary figure of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, was about to break free from his decaying shell and enter a new state of life. Kyogetsu, Kyuka, Kushina, and the young Madara were watching. The old Madara, with his eyes closed, shakily grasped the life support connection to the outer path golem, making a move to tear it apart. Old Madara, you died so tragically. Slurp slurp Kyogetsu, with wide open eyes and his left eye closed, was eating noodles, looking quite sad. His left eye had just been transplanted back and was recovering, crying, Old Madara, take care. I will miss you. Give me a bite. The graceful girl Kushina wiped away her sad drool and rubbed her noodles. Winky face, the old Madara stopped his actions, his expression indicating he wanted to take the two down with him. He didn't even have to look to know which two little rascals they were. The young Madara's face twitched, wanting to hit someone. Kyogetsu, Kushina, stop messing around. Kyuka shot a glare, her beauty radiating through her 17-year-old form, wearing a high-collared fan robe that showcased her stunning figure. Kyogetsu pouted, muttering softly, isn't this just the right atmosphere? Ah. He picked up a chopstick of noodles and extended it toward his girlfriend's mouth. Ah. Slurp Kushina took a bite, secretly laughing in her heart. Will this old man die from anger? Old Madara heard this, but had gotten used to it, angrily continuing to pull the life support line. He had suffered enough in this broken body, which was both stuck and slow, and sometimes even had intermittent crashes. But then he stopped, turning back to ask, hey, Kyogetsu, what will happen to my game account when I die? Will I get my money back? Of course not. The account will be canceled, and the balance belongs to me. Kyogetsu answered as if it were natural. I run a serious gaming company. There's no reason for refunds. Wow, I should have asked. Old Madara put down the life support line and called the young Madara over. Quickly bring the mirror. I can't let Kyogetsu take advantage of the balance transfer. And don't forget those 2 million pounds of vegetables in the warehouse. Thus, this suicide ritual was delayed for another half an hour. Half an hour later, with a puff sound, the biological Uchiha Madara died. Zung. The chakra body Uchiha Madara's aura surged. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power. I really want to unleash Indra and have a fight. In the past 3 years, he has been researched, for Mirror Moon quite a lot, earning a considerable amount of chakra, so his soul has been nourished very abundantly, making him capable of fighting. Don't. If you fight Indra again, his soul will surely scatter. My sister and I are counting on his chakra to open the reincarnation eye. Mirror Moon said anxiously. He has extracted a lot of Indra's chakra for research and can sense his weakness. I'll fight with you. Mirror Flower activated her Sharingan, eager to try. She had worked very hard over the years. Ha ha ha. Good. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with this disciple and wanting to test her level. Open the door, kid. Mirror Moon pointed at the dead old man on the stone chair with chopsticks. Lord Madara, shouldn't you bury yourself first since your corpse is still warm? Madara looked at his own corpse, feeling that this kid had a point, but why did it feel so strange? Kushina couldn't help it and spat out her noodles. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Should you just go and bury yourself? Ha ha ha. She laughed so hard that she leaned against her boyfriend. Mirror Flower held back her laughter. Stop messing around. Mirror Moon, take us up. Oh. Mirror Moon casually threw out a mirror leading to the mountain graveyard. Her elder sister didn't know how to use inner breath, and if she went to another space, she could only use Mirror Shadow VR, which she didn't like. Mirror Flower took Uchiha's fan and stepped into the mirror. Madara picked up the scythe, thought for a moment, and formed a seal. Who? A fireball incinerated his own corpse on the spot. This saves a lot of trouble. He nodded in satisfaction. You two ones clean up. With a command, he stepped into the mirror. BD, Mirror Moon, and Kushina were shocked. I incinerate myself? Let's watch the fight. Kushina pretended she didn't hear and rushed into the mirror. Cleaning up? Impossible. Damn, that sly woman. Mirror Moon reacted and was about to chase after her. Dad, the seal has been broken. Since fighting is off the table, I can only get a reincarnation. I had to comfort myself. I started refining Sage Chakra on the spot. Danzo was preparing to conclude his project. Naturally, what he sent out had to be retrieved. Chapter 89. Danzo's death. The root research base is located at the entrance of the village outskirts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his 3 capable Umbu, had been in a standoff with Danzo and his group of root Umbu for half an hour. As a ninja from Konoha, daring to stand against the Hokage, one must say that Danzo's control over his subordinates is truly strong. Danzo, hand over the children, and I won't pursue further. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes scanned the row of murderous root ninjas opposite him, lamenting that the power of root had exceeded control. Didn't I say? This is an important base of root. Please leave. Danzo feigned ignorance tactically. Do you think I would come without evidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen hinted, you can't hide what you've done. Don't be stubborn. Just surrender. It won't really harm you. Danzo fell silent. He could hear the implication in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but he no longer had the capital to give in. He'd spent all his money. Success was within reach, and he didn't want to wait for the next time. It had been 3 years, and no one understood his feelings of guarding power for 3 years without being able to use it. No one could stop him from gaining power, no one. The overflowing resentment turned into malice, and the atmosphere on site became tense, with root ninjas sensing their leader's determination. They all held their breath and touched their weapons. On the opposite side, Minato's hand reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a special kunai. Insect crawled out of Jiwei's body, and Shin's assistant was placed behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. Why did it feel like Danzo wanted to turn against them? Just asking him to hand over the children shouldn't lead to this. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent ringing broke the eerie silence, coming from Danzo. Collecting his malice, Danzo took out a mirror. Bailu, Lord Danzo, you've succeeded. The status of subject number 9 is completely stable. The moment he saw the message, his single eye widened, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He put away the mirror and looked back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could soon gain power and must not let anyone destroy it. His single eye narrowed, and he said sharply, "This is the core of root. There are no children here. Leave quickly." Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a mirror to show evidence. The evidence is conclusive. Danzo, don't act stubbornly. Hand over the children. What a joke. A few forged images can be considered evidence. Hiruzen, you are becoming more and more backward as Hokage. Danzo sneered, thinking it was some evidence. He didn't even capture the inside of his laboratory, just an entrance and a cremation point. Seeing Danzo still quibbling, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to save him face. He swiped his finger across the screen, and a live broadcast appeared, showing the internal situation of the research base, with incubators containing infants vividly in view. He turned the screen toward Danzo. If the images are forged, why don't we go in and talk? 7. The Umbu-clad Minato placed his hand on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shin's shoulders. Whoosh, the 3 disappeared, and Jiwei, who was left behind, also transformed into insects and scattered. This was an insect clone. Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo was stunned, quickly realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen attracted him and his subordinates while secretly sending that oil woman to infiltrate and place a Flying Thunder God mark. Damn! Sly Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chase! With a wave of his hand, a group turned around and entered the base. In no time, they arrived at the eerily quiet laboratory. Orochimaru and a group of researchers stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Hokage, still not regaining their senses. While Bailu had already begun excitedly telling the Hokage about his research results. Lord Third would release. Konoha will once again would release. Bailu pointed to the incubator labeled number 9, where a baby about 6 months old was curled up inside. This child has successfully fused with the first Hokage's cells. The physical data is nearly perfect, and the vitality is very robust. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Minato, and the three reflected in the eyes of each incubator and the infants inside, all with darkened expressions. Counting roughly, there were 41 infants here, but the number of missing persons was 60. The slightly deranged Bailu completely failed to see the Hokage's expression and took out a tray containing a small sapling. Lord Third, look. This is a wood release formed from a drop of blood after being detached. I believe you will surely be able to use wood release in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at the sapling in the tray. His uncertain gaze shifted to his rebellious disciple. Orochimaru? Orochimaru understood the teacher's meaning. He wanted to get an exact answer from him. The power of the wood release bloodline limit is very stable within this child. One simple sentence made Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood very complicated. Achieving results in research is a good thing, but this is an illegal research project. To use the research results openly and conduct further in-depth studies, someone must take the blame and bring this to light. Either he takes the blame, or Danzo does. Ha ha ha. Just as he thought of Danzo, his voice appeared. Hiruzen, do you see? I succeeded. I am right. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others turned around to see Danzo, standing at the door, looking very excited. Everything I have done is for Konoha. I have restored wood release to the village. Everything is my effort. What right do you have to criticize me? A whoosh, a white shadow flashed, and the voice abruptly stopped. In that instant, everyone failed to react to what had happened. The next second, a column of blood spurted out between the root ninjas, more than 2 meters high, and looking at the source, it was Danzo's headless body. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and a brief silence fell over the scene. Danzo was dead. Dead in front of everyone's eyes. Dead among a crowd of experts. No one saw clearly, and no one could react. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the headless corpse, still standing, and cried out in despair. This is his teammate. This is another side of him. This is his best friend in life. Thud, the corpse fell in response to his shout. Danzo! The group of root ninjas finally realized one thing. Their leader was gone. However, Orochimaru, Minato, and Shibi were not concerned about whether Danzo was dead or alive. They shifted their attention to the other side. There stood a handsome young man with black hair, white clothes, beast ears, and mismatched eyes. One black and one white. None other than Kyogetsu. What are you staring at? It's really disgusting. I need to wash up properly before putting it back on. Discarding the head with a single eye that refused to close, he washed his hands with water release, looking fearless. Having been trained by Jiraiya, Shinsaka, and Uchiha Madara for nearly 3 years, he truly didn't take the people in front of him seriously. Just a moment ago, he had taken out the Rinnegan for a stroll, and then saw Danzo there ranting passionately, completely unguarded. He felt embarrassed not to make a move. In Sage mode, he was like a bullet, super fast. Kyogetsu! Minato shouted excitedly. He missed this teammate too much. Kyogetsu heard Minato's voice, looked up with a smile, and waved at him. Hi, did you miss me? From now on, I'm a rogue ninja, so remember to come catch me. Madara's plan to capture the tailed beast might just make him a villain. Thinking about it felt good. Minato and Shibi had black lines on their foreheads, thinking how audacious he was. Both understood Kyogetsu's intention to kill Danzo. After all, Danzo had been prying and hunting them repeatedly, and even they wanted to take Danzo down, it would be unreasonable not to kill him. However, that last strike was indeed powerful, fast, and ruthless. They hadn't even seen it clearly. For Lord Danzo's vengeance. They didn't know who shouted. And then a group of root ninjas rushed towards Kyogetsu. Chapter 90 continuation for Lord Danzo's vengeance. Kill him. Revenge. 20 or 30 root ninjas surged with killing intent, roaring as they brandished their weapons. Their leader was dead, their faith was shattered, and they had lost all meaning to live. Kyogetsu closed his left eye, and the veins on his right eye bulged. Byakugan. He smirked slightly. It was another harvest season. It was just right to test his training results. And by the way, he could also collect some soul essence from Moonlight Kyogetsu. He rarely killed as a righteous person, and his soul materials had always been insufficient. Today, he could stock up significantly. Whoosh mirrors appeared around him, and a shattered mirror blade floated 3 inches above his hand, stepping forward. Ha ha ha, come dance. Whoosh with a loud laugh. He transformed into a white shadow, rushing into the crowd without even activating Sage mode. He lifted his leg and kicked at the person in front. The newcomer didn't have time to react before his foot struck the abdomen. Bang! Thud thud thud. The first person was kicked away, crashing into several people behind and taking him down with him. Kyogetsu swung his right hand sharply, and the shattered mirror blade fragmented into more than 10 pieces, shooting towards those incapacitated people, about to turn them into a sieve. Zulfust. Minato and Shibi were amazed by KageyukiGets' speed. Just that one move showed that, even combined, these root ninjas were no match for KageyukiGets. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Where did this kid get to be a Kugen? Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of the root ninjas. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression serious. He couldn't let the ninjas of Konoha slaughter each other. Cling, cling, cling. As he swung his kunai, he knocked down all the shattered mirrors. Huh! Seeing the Hokage take action, perhaps it was the Uchiha blood in him that excited KageyukiGets. He ignored the miscellaneous fish coming at him and charged straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ha! Uncle Third, catch this! He pushed his palms out, unleashing a powerful strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to fight, but KageyukiGets was too fast. He could only raise his arm and punch to meet the palm. Bang! My hand! In the moment their fists clashed, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt something was off. A surge of chakra seeped through his punch into his body. He hurriedly used the force to retreat and create distance, staring at KageyukiGets' Byakugan. Gentle fist. Where did your Byakugan come from? The shattered mirrors danced wildly, killing several nearby root ninjas before swirling around. Stop it, all of you! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at the root ninjas. They looked at each other, then at the dead bodies on the ground, hesitating before stopping their attacks. KageyukiGets charged forward again, saying, there are bad people prying eyes, so naturally there will be good people delivering eyes. The gentle fist was, of course, learned in secret. In the future, it would be far more useful against Otsutsuki's body techniques than ninjutsu. He swung his palm to strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare be careless and retreated while dispersing the chakra from his hands. KageyukiGets, when you return to the village, Uncle won't blame you for Danzo's matter. He is saddened by Danzo's death, but since Danzo is gone, the village cannot afford to lose you. KageyukiGets. KageyukiGets looked around and then at Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling a bit disheartened. It seemed this fight was not going to happen. I'm not going back. I'm going to find my sister unless you give me the Edo Tensei. There was no way he would return. The outside world was so free. Who would go back to playing ninja games with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, interpreting this as KageyukiGets wanting to find a way to revive Kyuka. Otherwise, why would he want Edo Tensei? He advised, Edo Tensei is an evil forbidden technique, not true resurrection. Kyuka wouldn't want you to go astray because of her. Come on, return to the village. Beside him, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with interest. This seemed more interesting than Hashirama's cells, right? His gaze turned towards Danzo's corpse, recalling that this guy had a Rinnegan, and then he slightly disappeared into the laboratory. When Obito saw Orochimaru slip away, he understood what he was up to and stealthily followed, but neither of them found anything afterward. On the other side, Minato's expression behind the mask was fluctuating. Hearing Kyuka's name again made him feel a bit sad. That girl, who was both a teacher and a friend, had ultimately passed through his life. No way, I'm leaving. Cracked KageyukiGets made a face, and his body began to mirror. Having taken everything back, Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer going to fight him. There was no need to stay any longer. KageyukiGets, Minato shouted. KageyukiGets, return to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged. Bang! The mirror shattered, and KageyukiGets transformed into countless stars, disappearing without a trace. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a breath, looking 10 years older. His best friend had died at the hands of his most beloved junior. Who could bear such a thing? But this was not KageyukiGets' fault. This child had always been a victim. Lord Third, Minato, and Shinzu came to his side. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted their shoulders, feeling very pleased with Minato. Good character, strong strength, and a firm will of fire. The key was that he had actually learned the flying Raijin technique. He was a candidate for Hokage. Get to work. Konoha's future is in your hands. Then he began dealing with the aftermath. He would incorporate the root members, train the 41 children in the storage room, and arrange them into the research department to stabilize their vital signs. He would educate Orochimaru, Obito, and others involved in the research, and then collect the data. There was also a pot that needed to be placed on Danzo's shoulders. In short, it was very busy, in the hall of 10,000 mirrors. Compared to 2.5 years ago, the changes here were not significant. There was just an additional laboratory and several sets of research equipment, all running under chakra control, all thanks to Danzo's contributions. KageyukiGets' figure emerged from one of the mirrors. Uchiha KageyukiGets. Danzo's roar followed. He had brought this guy's soul in. Moonlight KageyukiGets had already fitted him with a chakra body. Don't shout, I can hear you. Kyojetsu rubbed his ears in an annoying manner while holding a mirror, officially sending a friend request to Minato. After hiding for so long, it felt awkward to pretend to be dead upon meeting again. Stealing a brother's love interest was quite troublesome. The friend request was not immediately accepted. Minato was probably very busy right now. He looked up at Danzo, who was fuming and ready to burn him again. He couldn't help but be stunned. Why does he still have my Mangeki? At this moment, Danzo's right eye is actually his Mangeki Sharingan. But it's worth noting that the material called Shinjer didn't have it during the copying process. I detected a small amount of Sharingan power in his soul chakra. Analysis result. Long-term transplantation and use have formed a memory of the Sharingan in both body and soul. Test result. Only possesses the basic abilities of the Sharingan, cannot be turned off, and will continuously consume chakra. Jingwei stroked his chin, feeling it was not very useful. Not to mention the time, the ability is incomplete, and it cannot even be turned off. If it can't be turned off, then isn't he constantly consuming chakra? Hurry up with the research. Don't let him live too long and waste chakra. Wasting is shameful. He won't allow that to happen. Okay, Dad. On the other side, Danzo immediately became anxious upon hearing this. What do you mean by not letting him live too long? He is already a soul. If he dies again, he will have nothing left. Uchiha Jingwei, everything I do is for Konoha. You're still young and can't understand, but I absolutely have no malice. I'm just temporarily keeping your eyes safe. He desperately defended himself. Jingwei ignored him. The kid locked him in a soundproof room. Received. Uchiha Jingwei, I'm doing this for Konoha. For Konoha, Danzo's voice suddenly stopped, and the whole world became quiet. Jingwei waved his hand, and his right eye flew over. Kid, help me change eyes. The right eye needs to be transplanted back, and to comprehend Susanoo, one must have both eyes. After understanding it, it won't matter. He and his sister had discussed it. After understanding Susanoo, they would merge one eye. First, he would give her one eternal Mangeki, and he has Byakugan. This was the final decision and intention of Jinkai, which he would continue to use. His sister clearly expressed her refusal to inherit the Rinnegan, and even rejected the transplantation of Hashirama cells, because she firmly believed that a power that cannot achieve 100 compatibility with oneself, even if it may be temporarily strong, will ultimately leave flaws. Her goal is very high, and she will try to make the best choice when possible. And her choice is to trust her brother. Chapter 91. Huazi Jingwei returned to the mountain graveyard after changing his eye, just in time for his sister and the three of them to also return. Haha, not bad, not bad, worthy of being my disciple. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, looking satisfied as he walked out of the mirror first. TCH, if it weren't for you being so shameless, my sister would have won long ago. Kushina lost. And that's that. His sister and Kushina were supporting each other from behind, both of them without their coats. And their upper clothing and over-the-knee socks were in a state of battle damage. Jingwei couldn't help but glare at Uchiha Madara. If he didn't know that this old man liked men, he would have fought him. He had never even torn Kushina's and his sister's socks. What's going on with you guys? Hearing Jingwei's question, Kushina immediately glared over, angrily saying, Stinky, how much chakra did you give this old guy? No matter how hard we hit, he doesn't run out. Jingwei immediately realized what was going on. His sister's chakra was drained by Uchiha Madara. He awkwardly said, it's not a lot, just about 50,000. Kushina was confused. How many thousands exactly? 150,000. Uchiha Madara chuckled. This is the hard work fee from 2 years of cooperation and research. Damn, are you raising tail beasts here? Kushina cursed this amount. Let alone her from the Uzumaki clan. Even tailed beasts would kneel upon seeing it. Jingwei smiled apologetically. Converted tailed beast chakra, it's a most 30,000. You wasteful man, you're not allowed to give him chakra anymore. Kushina was already considering taking over the financial power. 150,000. Why not give it? This is all earned by me. Little Jing, give me a Huazi. Uchiha Madara sat on a stone chair and tapped the mirror. Huazi 1 card route, deduction successful. Thank you for your patronage. The voice of Little Jing echoed, and then a Huazi appeared on the surface of the mirror, which Uchiha Madara skillfully ignited with fire release. He took a deep puff, inhaling a third of it, then closed his eyes to enjoy for a moment before exhaling. That's refreshing. This chakra smoke is just to my taste. Over the past 2 years, he had been cooperating with that thing called artificial intelligence in research. Big to soul chakra information extraction and compression, small to chakra smoke, alcohol, and food, he had studied it all, discovering many good things while making money. For example, Smoking huazi not only refreshes the mind and activates chakra, enhancing soul strength, but can also temporarily improve various indicators when using chakra. The key is that it looks cool while fighting. It's a must-have for home and combat, though the downside is that it's expensive. X3 The three young boys and girls were speechless. This Uchiha Madara has really been spoiled. In the ceiling space, Kurama also imitated and knocked on a mirror in his hand. Uncle, give me a huazi. Jinghua came to her brother's side and touched his face, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with concern. Why didn't you call me when you took the eye? She complained with worry. Jinghua smiled, holding his sister's hand. The palm felt slightly cool. Just Danzo. It's something that can be resolved with a wave of the hand. I still did it in front of the third Hokage. Why didn't you call me to deal with Danzo? Kushina pouted. She had been wanting to fight Danzo for a long time. Digging eyes, spreading rumors, stealing things, capturing my sister, human experimentation. So many things. The more I think about it, the more itchy my hands get. Jinghua glared at the little red-haired boy, worried that if he dealt with Danzo, the entire Konoha village would be in chaos. She then looked at her brother and asked, is he okay? She regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen as an elder. Besides the eye issue, he often took good care of them. Jinghua lowered his gaze and shook his head, feeling a bit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite nice, but Danzo must die. There's no way to consider his feelings. Suddenly, Kushina beside them was engulfed in golden light, activating her nine tails chakra mode. Everyone looked over in confusion. Wife, are you bored? Jinghua asked. Kushina also looked confused. Kurama, are you bored? She tossed a question back. Cough, cough, cough. Refreshing. Cough, cough. The sound of Kurama coughing violently echoed in her mind. She instantly reacted, her red hair dancing. You bastard, Kurama. You dare to smoke in my belly. She closed her eyes and sank into the ceiling space, preparing to launch a fox-beating operation. The whole place fell silent. Cough, cough, a bad example. Uchiha awkwardly coughed, casually tossing the cigarette, but into the mirror. This thing made of chakra could be recycled. Throwing it away would be a waste. He looked at Jinghua. Are you really not planning to transplant the Rinnegan? As a teacher, he naturally hopes that his only disciple can inherit everything from him. Facing the Rinnegan, which could drive the entire ninja world crazy, Jinghua disdainfully shook her head. I don't want those things from you, stinky man. Uchiha Madara's face darkened. If she didn't want it, that was fine. But insulting him was too much. Little Jing, your sister says you're a stinky man. The technique of shifting contradictions. Jinghua's beast ears twitched twice. Not caring. I'm a vixen, not a man. I'm not within the attack range. Hee. Jinghua chuckled, touching her brother's big ears, finding them super cute. Uchiha Madara had no way to deal with such shameless people. What are you planning to do with this Rinnegan? It's best not to let it fall into the wrong hands. Jinghua stroked his chin, looking at his little girlfriend who had her eyes closed, beating the tailed beast in the ceiling space. Wife, do you want the Rinnegan? Kushina opened her eyes, her proud little head shaking. I don't want those stinky men-s things. Uchiha Madara felt a bit offended, thinking, what is wrong with these girls? Why does my Rinnegan make all of you dislike it? Pucci Jinghua chuckled and took Kushina's hand. Let's go, take a bath and change clothes. The boy opened the door to the hot springs in the land of hot water. Then Jinghua and Kushina dove into the mirror to take a bath. Ever since a merchant passed through the land of hot water with a mirror, they had become regulars at the hot springs. Let's put it aside for now. I'll research it later. Jinghua accepted the reincarnation eye with tears in her eyes. Sigh, it feels like chakra is going to be tight again. Uchiha Madara, sitting on a stone chair, was playing a game with one hand and pulled out a cigarette to light it with the other. Taking a puff and blowing out smoke rings, he reminded, make sure to train your eyes to open Susanoo in time. I need to see the limit of the 10 tails Jinchuriki to plan the next step. He was worried this idle kid would forget about serious matters while playing. Don't worry, it won't delay anything. Jinghua was indifferent. After all, it was his son, Yushao Jing, who was doing it. Seeing Uchiha Madara playing games while holding a cigarette made him envious. No, it was jealousy. Are you still here? Shouldn't you be watching over Indra? I'm paying you. Uchiha Madara's thumbs danced as he replied without looking up. It's so boring to be the only one in such a big space. And there's also an outer path golem here. 2 years ago, Han returned to Awagakure with a batch of mirrors to make a living and was then captured by Onoki into the research department, where he was studied every day. The Five Tails Mu King was wandering around somewhere and generally didn't return to the alternate space unless in danger. So aside from playing games on the God Tree, Uchiha Madara was really bored. Jinghua frowned. His Pure Land insurance project seemed to have failed. For nearly 3 years, not a single soul had entered, diving into the mirror to research. Meanwhile, In the ceiling space, a nine-tailed fox was bound to a magma ball with silver chains. Feeling frustrated while doing this, "Hey, little girl, let me go. What's wrong with me having a smoke? It's just chakra. It won't affect anything. Did you hear me? I'm angry. If you don't let me go, I'll go on a rampage. Hurry up. I still want to rank up. At least let go of my hand." It turned out that Kurama couldn't defeat Kushina. Chapter 92. Pure Land Insurance Project Failure. As of today, a total of 23 33-foot Pure Land Insurance policies have been sold. With a cumulative revenue of 4,666 cards and a total of 222 people insured, with 112 insured persons deceased, leaving 2,442 cards unclaimed. 112 people? Where are they? In the Hall of Mirrors, Jingyue posed a soul-searching question. Previously, he thought not many people bought insurance, but it turned out quite a few did. However, why wasn't there a single newcomer in the alternate space? The current log records 31 deceased insured persons, 24 of whom had their devices in standby mode when they died and did not activate Pure Land. 3 had no devices nearby, and 4 were already dead when they activated their devices. The word awkward could just be written on his face. The situation was clear. The program had a bug. No one knew when they would die, and by the time they were dying, it was too late to activate the program. This was indeed hard to handle. The process of collecting souls required a lot of chakra, and the program couldn't be kept running all the time. Forget it, let's suspend it, and wait for Orochimaru to steal the Edo Tensei and directly handle the souls of the strong. Received. Stopping the insurance. He thought about how the 2 research departments in Konoha Village had merged into one, which should allow for self-sustaining computational power in the future. All computational power from Konoha would stop providing support, only maintaining monitoring and data collection, while focusing entirely on ninjutsu analysis. Received. The ninjutsu analysis was to enrich the basic information database of chakra in preparation for the digitization of chakra, and also needed for developing ninjutsu. He summoned the reincarnation Eye and Byakugan casually. How's the chakra collection on the moon? A total of 3,671. 6 cards collected, consuming 2606. 8 cards. 2 years ago. With the help of Yu Shaojing, Jinkai went to the moon, during which she was supplied with a lot of chakra and mirror ninjutsu equipment. But she had been refusing to contact him. However, since a year and a half ago, there had been small amounts of chakra and blood samples returning from the moon, gradually increasing, indicating that Jinkai had stabilized her footing on the moon. Jingyue also started researching the Tsutsuki on the moon. What's the progress? The Tsutsuki, moon, genes, and chakra, collected from 211 people. The average chakra quality is 0, 2 times higher than that of ordinary ninjas, with the highest being 2, 5 times, and the lowest being below that of ordinary ninja chakra. A small amount of special genetic pheromones was found in the chakra, which produces a boosting effect when combined with XXXX's Byakugan, but it is not enough for evolution. These pheromones will rapidly dissipate with chakra consumption, with a retention rate of less than 1/10,000th. Analysis result. The purity of the bloodline is too low and the quantity of chakra-form information pheromones is insufficient, making it difficult to be recorded as gene fragments. Solution 1. Biological experiment, bloodline purification, rejected by XXXX. Current execution plan 2. Filter Tsutsuki chakra to extract enough genetic information. Then purify and compress Tsutsuki chakra infusion to complete gene updates. Progress. 71. Estimated remaining time. 651 hours. Jingyue nodded. Not even a month, right? At that time, I'll first experiment on my Byakugan, and if successful, then proceed with the gene update for Jinkai. This time, Yu Shaojing did not respond immediately. It took 2 minutes for her to speak. XXXX disagrees. She needs power. Needs power? Is she in danger? He couldn't help but worry about this teammate. Intelligence shows that the Tsutsuki clan on the moon has recently had another negotiation breakdown, and both sides have erupted into small-scale conflicts. Jingyue frowned. He had learned some conditions on the moon from Yu Shaojing over the past 2 years. The Tsutsuki on the moon had originally been guarding the outer path golem, which was quite harmonious and beautiful. But ever since Uchiha Madara, this troublesome guy, summoned the outer path golem, things went wrong. Both the main and branch families believed it was the other's responsibility and began to split. He didn't know what they were thinking, nor did they come to the ninja world to search for the missing outer path golem while just bickering. He guessed it was probably because they didn't know the specific location of the outer path golem and were just anxious. Notify me immediately if there's any danger. Received. Dad. While analyzing your and XXXX's cells, I found that there are some similar fragments in your genes that can complement each other, indicating that it can repair some genetic defects. Same origin? He quickly realized that Uchiha and Hyuga descended from the same ancestor, so it's normal for their genes to be similar. Could this genetic information be applied to self-updating? If it could, that would be impressive. He still had genetic information from Senju Hashirama and over 100 members of the Senju clan. Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, this is like a small Kaguya. Data analysis shows it's feasible. But the two recent gene editing experiments have both failed. Urine XXXX cells produced gene collapse phenomena after the editing information was written. Sure enough, success wasn't that easy. The ability to self-update could only use its own information to update itself, while writing in foreign genetic information was beyond the scope. It had never succeeded. Even gene editing was so difficult. Achieving the effect of wedge was even more needless to say. This process is far more complex than turning a cell into a person. Just fully digitizing the body and soul is already a challenge, let alone compressing and covering. The technology for the wedge is too difficult. Putting aside all the chaotic thoughts, he focused on the Reincarnation Eye. Start the Reincarnation Eye research project. It is not recommended to start this project. Analyzing the Reincarnation Eye requires high concentration chakra, and the current chakra revenue cannot support the consumption. Moreover, the digitization project is not yet completed, and even if successful, it cannot be converted into a power increase. That makes a lot of sense. It's just that this broken reincarnation eye seems to be a hot potato. Do you want a violet flower? It's a small big tube wood. It should be usable, right? After 30 seconds, she said she doesn't want the stuff from smelly men. Why are women all the same? Silently feeling sad for Uchiha Madara. Only Hashirama loves him. The Rinnegan never expected there would be a day it would be disliked. This thing is dangerous for ordinary people to use. And it feels wasteful to leave it there, but it's hard to dispose of. It's a bit of a headache. It could be decomposed using the Mirror of Origin. With a probability of over 75 to restore it to 6 paths chakra, Moon reminded. Jingyue's eyes lit up. How could he forget that? Since mastering sage techniques, he has been able to use the Mirror of Origin. This double-sided mirror has two states, decomposition and restoration. Decomposition can break down almost anything, similar to dust release, breaking matter down to atoms. Restoration is to revert ninjutsu and chakra constructs back to chakra. It looks very impressive, but in reality, it's super inconvenient. The speed of decomposition and restoration is extremely slow, so slow that it takes a minute to decompose an A3 paper, and it's not faster than burning it. Using this mirror does not consume chakra, but depends on one's own strength in mastering the mirror. In other words, one is too weak. Sahi sighed and flew towards the Mirror of Origin, pressing the Rinnegan onto it. Buzz! The mirror trembled, and the Rinnegan was drawn in, indicating that the restoration had begun. Jinghua hurriedly flew to the back of the mirror to see what would come out, but after waiting for a long time, nothing appeared. Looking at the front, the Rinnegan pressed against it showed no reaction. Why is there no response? Is the Rinnegan too advanced? It makes sense after all. It is a 6 paths level thing. How could it move at the same speed as an A4 paper? It seems he will have to wait a long time. Gathering his emotions, he glanced at Danzo, who was busy. He is going to be dead in at most 2 days. Satisfied, he nodded and prepared to return to Mayaboka Mountain to develop the kaleidoscope. Ding ding, the phone rang. Toad Sage, project it over and help me out. I'm leaving. Chapter 93 Compassionate Strings, non origin. Land of Rain. Outside a small house in the rain, for figures kept overlapping and interacting. Clink clank. Water release. Water chaos wave. Wind release. Gale palm. Paper shuriken. Yahiko, Nagato, Conan versus Jiraiya. The battle was very intense. After 3 years of careful teaching, the 3's strength far surpassed their peers in ordinary ninja villages, likely at the Chunin level. Inside the small house, a mirror on the table rippled, and Jingyue emerged from the mirror. Arriving at the door, he pulled out a black chakra umbrella from the mirror and walked into the rain. The chakra creations were mostly things that Uchiha Madara and Moon had studied together out of boredom. The principle involves the Rinnegan and Yin-Yang release, including the previous Wazi as well. Moon's lack of power using the Rinnegan amazed Uchiha Madara with its precision. Plus, Moon could mix various flavors and buffs of chakra, leading to the creation of special chakra cigarettes and alcohol. Arriving at the edge of the battlefield with the umbrella, the 4 noticed him. Senior brother. Conan was the first to exit the battle, running excitedly towards him. The 9-year-old girl seemed a bit childish, but already had the makings of beauty. Running up close, she leaped at him. Jinghua had to throw away the umbrella to catch her, and then his fox ears were attacked. The little girl loved pets and enjoyed fluffy little animals, treating him like a cat. Stop messing around, get down, or your sister-in-law will get angry. Conan clung to him and pouted. Kushina is the stingiest. She won't even let me touch a projection. Where is she? In the hot springs. She has never soaked before. As the little girl's tears of sadness flowed, Jiraiya, Nagato, and Yahiko walked over. Senior brother, did you just see my water release? Jingyue-senpai. Yahiko was lively, while Nagato was shy. Of course I saw it. You've gotten stronger again, Yahiko Nagato. Jingyue greeted with a smile. Haha, I really envy you. You're always surrounded by girls. Jiraiya kept winking, not wanting to say goodbye, but also not wanting to leave without a word. Jingyue glanced at him and couldn't help but find it funny, pulling out 3 shuriken-shaped mirrors from his pocket. Here, one for each of you. It's a gift for your departure. He distributed them. What is this? Yahiko flipped it over and over. A mirror shuriken? But it doesn't have a sharp edge, Nagato wondered. The back has a technique with a character wing. It must be a ninja tool. Conan was more observant. The 3 didn't pay attention to the words departure gift. Try inputting chakra, Jingyue suggested, and the 3 little ones obediently injected chakra into them. He gifted them the Mirror Wing Transformation Device V12, 7 flagship version, which had been updated many times over the years and was now a versatile tool for both offense and defense. Chakra binding successful. For the first activation, please input at least 1 card of chakra for charging. After logging in, you can use the account balance for payment. The mirrors emitted a prompt sound. Account? Yahiko was confused. You idiot. It's a phone account, Conan reminded. Oh, the login was completed quickly, and 15 minutes later, the red wings fluttered and flew in the rain. Ha ha ha, I'm flying. Senior brother, I love you. Below, Jiraiya withdrew his gaze, hooked his arm around Jingyue's neck, and raised his hand to raise an eyebrow at him. There's no reason why I, as your teacher, shouldn't have it. Jingyue disdainfully glanced at him and casually summoned one to land in his hand. This teacher, always mooching off things. He, good disciple. Jiraiya happily operated it, making it more convenient to collect materials in the future. I killed Danzo. Suddenly, Jingyue blurted this out. Jiraiya paused in surprise, then continued to operate the transformation device. If you killed him, then you killed him. I'll plead for you with the teacher. It won't affect normal life when you return to the village. Jingyue and Danzo were sworn enemies. He couldn't persuade his disciple to give up hatred because Danzo definitely wouldn't give up. I don't plan to return to the village. Jingyue looked up at the 3 flying higher and higher in the sky, as if reminiscing about his once ordinary life. He really just wanted to be an ordinary person. The great Toad Sage's prophecy says the future enemies are too strong. I need to get stronger and find partners. I might even become an enemy in the ninja world. He placed his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. You don't need to worry or fret. By then I'll be an old man of 70 or 80. If I die, I die, but I'm different. I have a hard life, sigh. He sighed, looking up to the sky again. When will he be able to break through this sky? Sister is right. One cannot have peace in the ninja world. Jiraiya just wanted to ask the great Toad Sage if this prophecy child was serious. I will always believe in you. When Jingyue looked back at Jiraiya, he was already a blurred figure in the rain. Half an hour later, the 3 who landed felt sad about Jiraiya's departure. As the senior brother, Jingyue comforted them sincerely, encouraging them to train hard and help sell mirrors for him in the land of rain whenever they had the time, splitting the earnings 70-30. The next day, Jingyue began to focus on developing the kaleidoscope in Mayaboka Mountain. During this time, he contacted Minato, and just a few days later, he met Minato in person, who came with Jiraiya after Jiraiya returned to the village and started teaching Minato sage techniques. The 2 fought after meeting, the kind of fight that left them bruised and battered. Minato was genuinely angry, feeling that Jingyue had been out of touch. In the same week, because he couldn't find the Rinnegan, Orochimaru secretly infiltrated the Hokage's residence to spy on the Forbidden Technique scroll and began learning Edo Tensei, intending to ask Edo Tensei Danzo about the whereabouts of the Rinnegan. Unfortunately, he was destined not to find out. A few days later, Edo Tensei was copied by Moon and then handed over to Uchiha Madara to learn, but it was a bit difficult. A month later, Jingyue mastered Susanoo and began collecting tailed beasts, and then Takigakure lost the 7 tails. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of lightning boom, with a loud crash, a dilapidated temple was flattened. Swish, swish, 2 figures suddenly darted out from the dust, a middle-aged man with a long braid and a short-haired boy, one chasing and the other fleeing, both wielding black rods. The boy, looking around 15 or 16, was covered in tattoos. The middle-aged man calmly followed behind. If Jingyue had seen them, he would have been stunned, because these 2 were none other than the missing Uchiha Figen and one of the future big bosses, Sishin. In just 2 breaths, Sishin caught up with Feigen. Damn it. Feigen gritted his teeth. This was the 66th time he was running away, and it seemed he was about to fail again. 2.5 years ago, this person named Sishin had planted some curse seal on him, turning him into his tool. During that time, he suffered endless abuse, being forced to constantly use the curse seal to unleash the power within him. This was an incredibly powerful force. He could feel that he could crush all his past enemies now. With this power, who would still be a tool? Of course, he wanted revenge, but he just couldn't defeat Sishin. Sensing a presence behind him, he turned around and thrust the black rod fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. Boom. After a few short exchanges with the black rods, Feigen revealed a flaw and was kicked away, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a pit. Sishin approached the pit, expressionless, looking at the unconscious boy and frowned. Too weak, this body is still not perfect enough. Bam, the boy suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared. Sishin squinted. Ninjutsu? For thousands of years, he had been in recovery and hadn't spent much time in the ninja world, but he knew of the existence of ninjutsu, a low-level use of chakra. He didn't expect to be played by such a low-level thing at this moment. Shaking his head, since that's the case, it wouldn't be bad to go out for some training. He turned and left. Feigen had no intention of going anywhere. Although this body was always on the verge of collapse, it would be more than enough by the time the seal thawed. 10 kilometers away, Feigen, wrapped in a white Zetsu cloak, emerged from the ground. Finally escaped. Thank you. No need to thank me. Lord Feigen, you are our only hope. We hope you can help us rescue Lord Kuro Zetsu. The voice of white Zetsu appeared from his body. Feigen wasn't very interested in rescuing Kuro Zetsu. He just wanted to kill Uzumaki Kushina. Let's go to Konoha. Chapter 94. Capturing the Tailed Beasts. In another dimension, a beetle with 6 wings and a tail was pinned to the ground by a light yellow Susanoo. The situation is roughly like this. We, the Avengers Alliance, are a legitimate saving unit. As long as you sign the employment agreement, you can enjoy protection. If you don't sign, Jingwei flashed a charming smile at the 7 tails, Chomei. Clang! A glowing 40-meter-long sword fell from Susanoo. I sign. The 7 tails readily poured chakra into the contract mirror in front of it, looking quite aggrieved if it had an expression. It had been doing fine in that sealing jar in Takigakure, but suddenly someone rescued it. Then it was pinned to this ball and listened to a bunch of incomprehensible words for over half an hour. And it had been pinned for over half an hour as well. Damn it, just say sign and I won't understand. Bullying the tailed beast is fun, huh? Having Sharingan makes you great, huh? Not treating me like a person, huh? Isn't that just right? Susanoo dissipated, and Jingwei patted its head with satisfaction, wiped the blood from his eyes, and signed his name on the contract mirror. All right, after the employee training is done, go have fun. King Mu seems to be in the land of birds. You can go find him a play. From now on, pay 2,000 chakra every month. And do whatever you want other times. That makes 3 of us. Not bad, not bad. Tailed beasts are indeed easy to talk to. By the way, remember to join the group. Lord Madara is coming to train new employees, and I have an appointment with my sister to catch the one tail. Jingwei waved at Uchiha Madara, who was puffing on a cigarette and floating around in the void, playing games. Up to the high ground, 2 minutes. Madara's expression was focused. Sai Jingwei shook his head and dove into the mirror, disappearing, leaving the bewildered 7 tails confused, as it, being a dirt turtle, completely didn't understand what that human said. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Madara turned off the game with a frustrated expression, floating towards the confused 7 tails with a cigarette in his mouth. Hey, newcomer, I'm Uchiha Madara. What's your name? Uchiha Madara? As a tailed beast, the 7 tails had never felt so small. In the land of wind, Sunegakuure. The defeat 3 years ago had severely damaged Sunegakure's reputation with the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, almost to the point of losing trust. In the past 2 years, the feudal lord even transferred some missions to Konoha, making the already impoverished village suffer even more. Life was tough. At this moment, outside Sunegakuure, 2 hooded figures in windbreakers walked slowly against the wind and sand. This broken village doesn't even have a barrier. I should have just teleported inside. Arriving at the entrance of Sunegakuure, Jingwei couldn't help but complain as he lowered his hood. Being cautious is never wrong. We're here to pick up the one tail, not to fight. Jinghua also lowered her hood, her lips curling up under the veil, feeling good. Traveling around with her brother was the most enjoyable. Because they feared there might be special barriers, they chose to enter the village through normal means. Stop. Who are you? 2 sand ninja guards appeared holding spears. Jinghua's eyes flashed red. Where's the Jinchuriki? In the northern prison. Thank you. Linking arms with her brother, the sibling pair entered Sunegakuure. while the two guards seemed oblivious and returned to their posts to continue watching the gate. The two walked along the dirt-paved streets of Sunagakure, which were all in dull yellow. It looked very earthy. There weren't many people on the street, and the shops were few and far between, which was a rare relaxation for the siblings who hadn't shopped in a long time. One after another, they visited all the open shops. Using the universal currency exchanged from their own money, the currency from the Land of Fire was useless here. Sis, candy hawthorn. This takoyaki is also good. Wow. There are dates in the dried fruits. Sis, you eat some, and send some byKushina. Jingwe held a big pile of snacks, not only eating for himself, but also shoving them into his sister's mouth. Jinghua had candied hawthorn on one side and dates on the other, her little face puffed up. She chewed for a long time before finally swallowing, only to have another ball shoved in. She felt that if she kept eating like this, she wouldn't be able to fight this year, but she was very happy. Tailed beasts could be caught anytime, and her brother's company was worth it. The siblings strolled leisurely toward the northern part of the village, like two tourists, but Sunagakure currently did not accept tourists. At the top of the Kazakage building, a pair of eyes scanned the leisurely brother and sister crossing the street through the window. Outsiders? As the moon rose, the siblings finally digested the food in their stomachs and infiltrated the northern prison of the village. It was easy to recognize. The largest room was it, and the guards dared not approach. Whoosh, a mirror shot into the cell, landing in front of an old man. The meditating Fubuki opened his murky eyes. His aging body didn't react quickly, and it took him a couple of seconds to realize that this was a mirror. But why did a mirror suddenly appear? Old man, you're about to be ambushed, ha ha ha. The one-tail, Shikaka laughed nervously in the ceiling space. Oh, Fubuki surprisingly remained calm. Buzz two figures emerged from the mirror. Hi, Grandpa Fubuki. Jingwa waved to greet him. Hello. Jingwa was also very polite. Fubuki calmly assessed the two, and after a while, he spoke. From your appearance, you don't seem like bad people. We are certainly not villains. We are members of the Savior Squad. My name is Uchiha KageyukiGets, and this is my sister Uchiha Kyuka. We are here to invite you and Shikaku to join the Savior Squad to save the world together. KageyukiGets is trying hard to put on a brave face, while Kyuka is a bit blushing. Hee. Fumifuka chuckles. I'm too old. I don't have the energy to save the world. It's okay. KageyukiGets summons a mirror and faces the old man. Son, mirror shadow soul projection enhancement. After 10 seconds, a middle-aged man with a blank stare steps out of the mirror. Fumifuka's calm expression finally shows signs of disturbance. This is what he looked like when he was young. I can reshape a new body for the dead. How about it? Will you join? We really need to save the world. KageyukiGets tries hard to persuade, preferring to talk than to act. Fumifuka shakes his head. Death is a release for me. And please do not desecrate the dead any further. As expected, only the protagonist can use verbal tricks. KageyukiGets smiles bitterly. The old man clearly does not believe him. Let Shikaku come out to speak. His friend asked me to help him escape from his misery. You, a monk, shouldn't be restricting a small animal's freedom. Friend? Fumifuka's old mind can't keep up. KageyukiGets doesn't want to explain. Shikaku, the Nine-Tails asked me to bring you a message. Only a one-tailed cat can enter the game for a duel. Shasha chakra overflows, and the surrounding sand and stones stir. Stinky fox. Old man, let me out. I want to kill it. Fumifuka hears Shikaku roaring in the ceiling space. They really are friends. His gaze towards the brother and sister changes. These two children, like him, have been recognized by the tailed beast. So that previous Savior Squad might also be real. The wind shadow is coming. Kyuka reminds him that she felt someone spying in the afternoon. KageyukiGets throws a piece of mirror into Fumifuka's body and points to the mirror on the ground, realizing that the soul entered on its own before death. The tailed beast is not a weapon. I don't want to see Shikaku being forced to be sealed again. You should be on good terms, right? After saying this, he pulls his sister and dives into the mirror. He didn't take Shikaku directly. Tailed beasts that have a good relationship with the Jinchuriki are not easy to handle, as killing the Jinchuriki will lower the tailed beast's favorability. The village, Shikaku, and the tailed beast are not weapons. Fumifuka's murky eyes flash with astonishment as he picks up the mirror and puts it into his sleeve. 3 breaths later, the figure of the wind shadow appears outside the cell, frowning as he surveys the inside. Where did that pair go? It was clearly in this direction. Did you see anyone else? Fumifuka puts his hands together and shakes his head. After staring for a long time, the wind shadow turns and leaves. Fumifuka shouldn't be lying to him. Old man, you're lying. You broke your vows. Ha ha ha. In the ceiling space, Shikaku is playing with a mirror and laughing loudly. Fumifuku shakes his head. I didn't say anything. He takes out the mirror and starts operating it. In the latter half of the night, several groups, including the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki group, the Uchiha Tailed Beast Friendly Chat group, and the Avengers Work group have new members joining. Chapter 95. Infiltration. The morning light spills over the Hidden Leaf Village, game house. Senji-yun, get up. Clean the sofa before opening the store. Sister Yakura, no. The green-haired girl drags the homeless boy on the sofa, waking him up and starting to clean the shop. Before long, a pair of green-clad father and son arrive at the store, and then the game house starts operating, with customers arriving one after another. At 10 o'clock, Kushina, who had a good time at the main store, returns to the branch with a big bag of snacks. With KageyukiGets' training at Mayaboka Mountain coming to an end, her journey of cultivation is also complete, and she returns to her daily gaming life. There was no way KageyukiGets and Kyuka wouldn't take her to catch tail beasts. Gulme, gulme, gulme. Specialty from Sunagakure. Everyone gets a share. With a loud shout, a group of people gathers around. Boss is mighty. Love you, Kushina-senpai. Idiot, it's senpai, Kushina-senpai. A large bag of snacks is instantly divided up, and Kushina goes to greet her employees, Yakura and the Mato father and son, and then sees her peer group huddled in a corner, not knowing what they are doing, so she quietly approaches. The few of them are not playing games, but are huddled together, listening to Haruna speaking mysteriously about something. At that time, it was so sudden that even the Hokage didn't react. Danzo's head was gone, and everyone present was dumbfounded. After all, Danzo was a peer of the Hokage, and also a shadow-level powerhouse. Shadow level? What a joke. Even KageyukiGets' little strength is a struggle to fight me. He didn't even do as well in school. Senji-yun is not very convinced. TCH, what do you know? Kyuka's younger brother can't be weak. At that time, KageyukiGets was so young, 2 or 3 years younger than us, so of course he looked weak. He argues. But Danzo was really bad. He kidnapped so many children for experiments. I heard that not many of those kids survived. Dingswa is indignant. Not just children. Ask Yun. How many people are left in the Senju clan now? If the experiments hadn't been stopped, we would have been visiting his grave by now. Yama is equally indignant. The few of them look towards Senji Yun, who lowers his head sadly. In the past 2 years, there's been no large-scale war. Yet the Senju clan has vanished without a trace. The Danzo incident has been classified by the Hidden Leaf Village as an illegal evil experiment, with Danzo bearing all the blame as the mastermind behind the scenes. Kushina, who was eavesdropping, was about to join them in cursing Danzo for relief. Little girl, be careful today. There's malicious intent around, very strong. The Ninetales suddenly reminds her. Malicious intent. Kushina is not surprised but delighted. After nearly 3 years of training, she finally has a chance to use it. Who is it? Where are they? She asks quietly in her consciousness. The other party's chakra concealment technique is very clever. If it weren't for that malicious intent targeting you, I wouldn't have sensed it. Notify Kyuka and KageyukiGets. The Ninetales is rarely serious. Kushina, learning from KageyukiGets, strokes her chin. Sister and KageyukiGets are busy looking for the 4 tails, so I'll confirm the target first. After making her decision, she tosses the remaining half of a date into her mouth and heads towards the back door of the shop. Soon, a pair of red wings flies towards the back mountain. Across the street from the shop, a hooded figure looks up at the sky. Can fly. Troublesome. Then he turns into an alley and disappears. Half an hour later, at the waterfall in the back mountain of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kushina sits cross-legged on a giant rock, her eye sockets adorned with orange eyeshadow. She started learning sage techniques earlier than KageyukiGets, but at that time it wasn't perfect and would result in frog transformation. Later, after KageyukiGets developed the self-renewal method, she reached this level through repeated corrections. Suddenly, a pair of horizontal pupils open, gazing into the woods. Come out. Sha-sha, a foot presses down on the bushes, and a person walks out from behind the tree. Since you can find me, it seems I've underestimated you. Uzumaki Kushina. He removes his hood, revealing a youthful face and a pair of blood-red eyes. Uchiha Fuyuen. Kushina is clearly taken aback, not expecting the visitor to be him. Her brows furrow. She feels a bit complicated about this person, just for having killed KageyukiGets once. She wants to kill him, but after all, she was the one who killed Oil Girl Choyu first. Let's talk reason first. I'm very sorry about Choyu. At that time, I was under the influence of Sunagakure's poison and couldn't control myself. Ha. Fuyuen covers his face and laughs, his expression gradually becoming twisted. Seeing this, Kushina feels uneasy. Is this person perhaps mentally unstable? The laughter suddenly stops, and a Sharingan locks onto Kushina through his fingers, killing intent suddenly appearing. Then go down and apologize to Choyu. Whoosh in an instant, he is before Kushina, swinging his fist down. So fast, exceeding half of Kyogetsu's speed. Kushina is slightly surprised, but in Sage mode, her speed is even faster. She clenches her right fist and strikes first. Bang! Crack! The dark and light fists collide, and the giant rock beneath Kushina's feet cracks open. Then Fuyuin is sent flying. Whoosh boom! The mountain shakes. Is that it? Looking at the mountain wall, Kushina clapped her hands, feeling that Fuyuin's revenge was somewhat hasty, not even understanding the strengths of both sides. Be careful, Kurama warned. Kushina also sensed something unusual at the same time, but the opponent's speed was too fast to lock onto. Whoosh's shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Behind you. No time. Death. Fuyuin's expression was cold, half of his face covered by a black mark, a black rod piercing forward with force. Biafik. The black rod pierced through Kushina's chest in her incredulous gaze. Cough, your power. Ha! Fuyuin sneered. This is the power of a god. Although he hated the abuse from Chiharu, he had to admit that the power that guy gave him was indeed strong, and this was only the first form. Oh! Kushina nodded. Bang the next second, she turned into white smoke. Shadow clone. Fuyuin was momentarily stunned, then felt a dark cloud pressing down on him. Sage art. Super giant Rasen Shuriken. In midair, Kushina pressed down a giant sphere of light. Huh, just in time to try this out. Fuyuin chuckled lightly, reaching out his left hand covered in black marks towards the Rasengan. Buzz. In an instant, the Rasengan was absorbed and the black marks turned red. Thud. Kushina landed, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, revealing a shocked little face. Ninjutsu absorption. You're cheating. Oh my, did this guy eat a sage pill? Should I call him husband? Wait, there's still Kurama, very stable. But I need to be careful using ninjutsu again. Clap. She clapped her hands. Kurama. Awo. Zing. A golden light shone, her eyes turning into cross-shaped pupils. Opposite, Fuyuin clenched his left fist, feeling the power within his body, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. So that's how it is. He looked at the shining Kushina. Just right. Absorb a tailed beast, and then go find that guy for revenge. He raised his left hand and aimed. ZZZ, a red sphere gathered. Kushina's expression froze. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Clap. The seal was stamped down. Congratulations, Minato. You'll be a Jonin from now on. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered his congratulations. Thank you, Lord Third, for your support these past 2 years. Minato bowed in thanks. Danzo has been cleared out, and he didn't want to stay in the Umbu anymore. The darkness of the Umbu wasn't suitable for him. Where have I supported you? It's clearly your abilities that have been relied upon. And Tsunade always complains that I give you too many tasks. She should be happy now. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow with a teasing expression. Minato's face turned red. Lord Third, I don't boom. An explosion sounded from afar. The two looked at each other in shock. The back mountain? Nine Tails Chakra. Chapter 96. The appearance of the tailed beastland of Earth, Iwagakure. Kageyuki rested his hands behind his head while shopping alongside his sister, casually checking the surroundings. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, had quarreled with Itsukage and ran away, and they planned to rescue Han first. This idiot had insisted on taking a batch of mirrors and new jutsu tutorials back to the village after seeing Iwagakure's defeat. As a result, Noki saw that this kid could still live without a tailed beast and wondered what the principle was. He was then added to Iwagakure's research department, participating in research work. It was miserable. Since it wasn't time to leak the mirror's space teleportation ability, he didn't directly rescue him. After all, a clone generally wouldn't die. So letting him experience the harshness of society was also good. He shouldn't be cooped up in the village all day. It's troublesome if I can't find the entrance. Why hasn't the Byakugan upgraded yet? Son, report your progress. Kageyuki felt a headache. The laboratory holding Han was in the mountain, and without the mirror technique, he couldn't even get in. Gene Fusion Progress 6. It's been a week, and only 6. It feels like it will take a long time. Kai Hannah touched her brother's ear. You should first think about how to find the Four Tails. Han won't die. There's no rush. Fine, then we won't rescue him. Kageyuki decisively listened to his sister. After thinking, finding someone in the ninja world is easy to say but hard to do. Common sensing techniques, Kagura's hard eyes, Kurama's sensing, etc., require the other party not to hide their chakra. But Otsutsuki, this runaway Jinchuriki, would obviously hide his chakra. Then they could only use a map to find him. Sister, let's leave the village. Kai Hana linked arms with her brother, and the two slowly walked out of a Wagakure. The so-called hard searching with a map means throwing a few mirrors into the sky and then looking with their eyes little by little. There's no other way. After all, this Jinchuriki shouldn't be running around instead of staying at home. However, just as Kaigetsu threw out the mirror, a warning from Suki came. Dad, Mom has encountered a strong enemy. Konoha Village Back Mountain. When Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Minato arrived, they saw a mess. Golden Kushina was fighting against the tattooed man. The two figures twisted and turned, every blow creating shockwaves. They were both amazed, astonished at the power of the two, and shocked at the tattooed man's identity. Uchiha Feiyuin, stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted sternly. Feiyuin, stop! The death of CHG cannot be blamed on Kushina. Minato wanted to salvage the situation for this former comrade. Feiyuin, who was in combat, said nothing. He felt he had no way to express his grievances. Even if he could speak, he would only say, look clearly, it's not that I want to keep fighting. It's this woman who won't stop, okay? He only felt that Kushina was excessively strong. As soon as he showed even the slightest distraction, he would get hit. Lightning Speed Fist. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Oda, da-da-da-da. Thick Root. Kushina shouted names she borrowed from Kaigetsu while fighting, her small fist dancing out of sight, relentlessly pounding the opponent. Training at my Bokuzen wasn't in vain. There were also 3 Uchiha as sparring partners, plus a tail beast. She just wanted to say, who else? With just one wedge state, Feiyuin really was no match for her. Watching from the sidelines, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Minato gradually realized that it seemed to be an advantage for their side, so they weren't too anxious. Kushina was being measured in her strikes, generally only injuring without killing, so the two of them calmly observed. The training in my Bokuzen really paid off. Kushina had mastered the power of the Nine Tails to perfection. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved. Konoha Village gained another strong fighting force. Minato's expression was much more serious. Feiyuin's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Those tattoos seemed to be some kind of cursed seal. It was indeed very interesting. A hoarse voice suddenly interrupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced over. Orochimaru, didn't I tell you to reflect at home? After the main culprit Danzo's death, as an accomplice, Orochimaru had been placed under house arrest by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it seemed he couldn't be contained. Sensei, without me, Danzo would still capture those kids, but with me, maybe a few could survive. Orochimaru's eyes fixated on the black marks on Feiyuin's body, wanting to study them. He came earlier than Sarutobi Hiruzen, no. He came earlier than Kushina and Feiyuin, because below was his secret laboratory. At that time, he was researching the impure world reincarnation, and then the laboratory shook twice. After which he witnessed the entire battle between the two, knowing that Feiyuin's power came entirely from those marks. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless by his disciple's retort. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lord Third. A few more figures arrived, including Kakashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and other elite jonin. H0, quite lively, huh? Jiraiya was typing frantically on his phone, writing his novel. As more and more people arrived, Feiyun, who was in combat, realized that he couldn't kill Kushina here, and he might not even be able to defeat her. His mind raced. He had to change locations to a place more advantageous for himself. With that thought, he deliberately showed a flaw, quickly crossing his hands in front of his chest. Boom, boom, boom. Cough in an instant, Kushina landed several punches on Feiyuin, who immediately spat blood and flew backwards. Boom. The ground cracked, and Feiyuin fell into a pit. Ha ha. Kushina laughed with her hands on her hips. You can't handle it after I used only 5 of my strength? Today, I'll give you a refreshing feeling and take revenge for Yaya. Saying that, she flashed into the pit to deliver another punch. No, leave him alive. Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted to stop her. Feiyuin, who was spitting blood in the pit, showed a mocking expression. Kushina sensed something was off. However, the next second, a black vortex that had already been prepared appeared, and then both Kushina and Feiyuin vanished. Not good. It's a space-time ninjutsu. The atmosphere in Konoha immediately became tense. The Jinchuriki was lost. At the border of the land of lightning, in a ruined area, a black vortex suddenly appeared. Plop plop, 2 figures fell out. Ouch. The shiny Kushina lost her balance and fell on her butt. She got up and glared at Feiyuin. You think you can win just by changing the location? Hee. You're gonna die, Feiyuin said with a sly smile. Kushina looked around in confusion. The weeds and dead trees were nothing special, and there was no feedback from her sensory perception. Kurama, did you find anything? No, but I feel very uneasy. I'll let Q shake people. Be careful. Kurama suddenly reminded her. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, black rods appeared on each of Kushina's limbs. The pain made her weaken and kneel on one knee, and this move also reminded her of some information that Q had told her. Otsutsuki style. She reached out to grab the black rods and pulled them out forcefully. Clang clang turtle, come out and roll for me, she shouted into the air. Don't lower yourself to the level of lower beings. A voice floated from behind her. Kushina suddenly turned around. Tsun was elegantly walking over, and then she realized she couldn't move her body. Sweat dripped down her forehead. This was a pressure from a superior being towards an inferior one, unrelated to strength. It was because Kushina had experienced too little real combat. Siyuen's gaze shifted to Kushina's chakra cloak. So, this is the Jinchuriki? Good chakra. Fei Yuen, since you brought me a good thing, I 1T hit you this time. Gulp Fuen on the ground unconsciously swallowed hard. Tsun coldly glanced at her own useless tool on the ground and reached out towards Kushina. Little girl, move. Kurama roared. I want to. Kushina gritted her teeth, struggling to control her body. As that hand got closer and closer, despair flashed in her eyes. But at that moment, whoosh, a mirror sword like lightning suddenly stabbed out from her waist, where she kept her mirrors. Yeah. Chapter 97, Madara, Kyuka versus Tsuyun. Just as Tsuyun was about to seize Kushina's chakra, whoosh, a mirror sword like lightning suddenly stabbed out from her waist. Tsuyun's eyes shifted slightly, and the hand that was about to touch Kushina moved down. Slap! Just before being pierced by the mirror sword, the hand caught the sword's tip, then pulled. Whoosh, the ambusher was pulled out and lifted high. It was a boy with beast ears and a kaleidoscope. Kyuka. Damn, even this level of ambush failed. Kyuka, who was caught by Tsun, gritted his teeth. Waiting behind the mirror for this perfect close-range attack opportunity, he never expected to still fail. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Chidori Flojiji. Thunder light burst forth in an instant, enveloping the three of them without distinction. He wanted to use Susanoo, but his hand had already been caught, making it unsuitable to use. The paralysis made Tsuyun frown. Ugh! Kushina let out a muffled groan and finally broke free from the suppression. Here you go. I can leave. Kyuka interrupted her speech. Kushina gritted her teeth, not wanting to hold her boyfriend back, and enduring the paralysis flew out of the range of Chidori flow. Then at lightning speed, she took off while grabbing Fiyuan and throwing out a pile of mirrors. Still too weak. Siyuen's fingers twitched. Virun, the electric light, was quickly absorbed. Grabbing Kyuka's wrist, he lifted him in front of him, expressionless. You will be a perfect tool. From a physical contact, he could feel that this boy had no flaws and could perfectly bear his power. He was the first in 1,000 years. The wedge is not something that can be carved casually. Most people would explode because they couldn't bear the power after being carved. And Fei Yuen was just a backup who managed to endure. He immediately began carving the wedge, a black mark creeping up Kyuka's wrist. Perfect, damn it. The left eye kaleidoscope widened, and a clone appeared behind Tsun. Chidori, it was almost a close-range Chidori. However, whoosh, Tsun vanished, and the clone's Chidori stabbed into himself with a glance. The clone also disappeared in an instant. Kyuka glanced at the black mark on his wrist that was fading, his expression serious. Then he continuously scanned the surroundings with his kaleidoscope. In just a few seconds of fighting, he was completely at a disadvantage. The opponent didn't even use force. The gap was really huge. He couldn't lead them into a different space. Not only could they teleport, but they might also leave behind spatial coordinates. Escape. Don't linger in battle. As his thoughts raced, he felt pain in his arm. Whoosh whoosh, his limbs were pinned by black rods. Ugh, it really hurt. Kyuka winced in pain, thinking of the big boss from Naruto coming to blow up the fishing pond. No solution. If it weren't for leaving you as a tool, you would already be dead. Tsuen calmly appeared, grabbing his neck, preparing to carve the wedge again. Then I really have to thank you. Kyuka glared with his left eye. Whoosh, a clone appeared in the sky a kilometer away. Switch. Clang clang. After saying that, the black rods fell to the ground, and he disappeared. He exchanged places with the clone and teleported away. Tsuen looked at the bloody black rods on the ground, then at the falling mirrors in the sky. He praised, not bad ability. Yeah, quite good. A strange voice appeared behind him. Tsuen turned around expressionlessly, and behind him stood a man and a woman. The man, with a cigarette in his mouth, exuded a dominant aura, his pair of Rinnegan eyes radiating confidence and excitement. The girl's beautiful face bore anger, her Sharingan filled with killing intent. Not easy to deal with, for words flashed in Tsuyuen's mind. His body couldn't withstand high-intensity combat, nor did he have much chakra to use for battle. It wasn't that he didn't want to have more chakra, but mainly because his body couldn't handle it. In Naruto, Siyuen's body was modified to carry more chakra, but he couldn't do that now. Who are you? The man smiled slightly. Uchiha Madara. Siyuen was taken aback. Uchiha Bito? He had heard this name before. It seemed quite impressive among lower beings. Shina. The nearby Kyuka didn't have the habit of introducing herself. She charged over with a mirror blade. Anyone who dared to hurt her brother must die. Whooshwo. The figure vanished, and a sword slashed through the air. Uchiha Madara immediately glared in a direction with his Rinnegan. Universal Pull-A black rod appeared in his hand and stabbed towards the air in front of him. Whoosh, but at that moment, Siyuen appeared half a body length in front of him, a strange smile tugging at his lips. 3 black rods suddenly pierced Uchiha Madara's forehead. Theoretically, he should have been taken down, but in reality, the black rod in his hand that was stabbing forward showed no signs of stopping. Not dead, Siyuen was clearly startled by the scene that surpassed common sense. The black rod stabbed into his arm as he hurriedly blocked it. Were you? The answer to him was Kyuka's sword slashing again. Whoosh, he vanished again. Uchiha Madara took a deep drag from his cigarette, forming hand seals. With the cooldown for Universal Pull, he could only change skills. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing the flames erupted, instantly turning the area of hundreds of meters into a sea of fire. Mirror Flower swung the mirror sword and leaped into the air, floating with a pair of kaleidoscopes to observe the situation in the fire. Sure enough, there was a vortex of flames, indicating that Sien was absorbing it. Chicha. The mirror sword beneath him was covered in lightning. 1,000 birds blade thud. With a kick, he sent the lightning mirror sword flying towards the mini Sien, who was absorbing the flames. Annoying. Sien's irritated face was quickly covered with a black mark, entering the first wedge state. With a sudden swing of both hands, whoosh, the flames were dispersed, followed by a black rod being thrown out. Ding! The lightning mirror sword was knocked away. Sien produced a black long stick in his hand and looked at Ban and Mirror Flower with a serious expression. Uchiha Ban pulled out the black rod stuck in his head, and his head quickly restored. This ability is indeed difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the immortal body, that last attack would have been quite troublesome. The first style's data had been shared by Mirror Moon, but was still hard to guard against. This ability is too practical. His current strength was still quite a distance from his peak before death, but it was very enjoyable. His expression changed to excitement as he took out a mirror. Little mirror, number 7 spicy stick. All right, Lord Ban. A spicy stick immediately floated out of the mirror. It was refined from tailed beast chakra mixed with soul essence, activating a 5-fold burning effect of chakra in exchange for a 100 strength boost. Developed by Little Mirror, Uchiha Ban completed the trial. It was a method of power enhancement only applicable to chakra bodies. He took a bite. Ban's expression turned painful and ferocious, his chakra surging throughout his body. Ha ha ha, this is really flavorful. Again, whoosh, his figure disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Sien holding the black rod. Let's dance. Sien snorted coldly and raised his foot for a straight kick. How fast? Got a bit too excited. Ban only had time to show a surprised expression. Bang! He was sent flying. This show-off. Mirror Flower's corner of his mouth twitched, swallowing a chakra pill, and his chakra began to burn. Complaining aside, he didn't move slowly. His right eye kaleidoscope glared, and a bloodline flowed down. Youth. Sien looked down at the 3 crystal flowers blooming on his body, feeling the chakra being drained from within. Fancy stuff. The absorption ability of the wedge activated, and the half-grown crystal flowers began to twist. Mirror Flower formed a seal with one hand. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. The crystal flowers exploded, enveloping Sien in blue flames, but in the blink of an eye, the blue flames disappeared, and Sien followed suit. Mirror Flower frowned, moving the kaleidoscope left and right to search for a figure. Where are you looking? Sien's emotionless voice appeared behind him. Oh no! Zing zing! Mirror Flower's pupils constricted, his whole body pierced by 8 or 9 black rods. Unable to move. Stupid, lowly creature. Behind him was Sien's contempt. TSK, paper doll. He should have died, but Mirror Flower mocked while forming double seals. Crack! Sien was astonished. Why didn't he die again? Before he could finish his surprise, a strong energy erupted from Mirror Flower. Boom! A small mushroom rose. Damn! Uchiha Ban, who had just returned, hurriedly took a defensive stance to withstand the impact. This little girl is really ruthless, a 100 pain sensation self-explosion. Truly worthy of being my Uchiha Ban's disciple. Just as he praised his disciple, a black rod swept towards him. A master can't lose face either. A black rod appeared in his hand to meet it. Clang. Ding ding dong. Sparks flickered in the dust. Chapter 98. Fierce Battle with Cien. Mountain Graveyard. Thud Fei Yuan was thrown to the ground, angrily glaring at the pair of dog men and women in front of him. His wife knocked out the barrier to seal the space. This guy can teleport. Who knows if sealing the space will be effective, so knocking out multiple times as insurance. All right. Under Mirror Moon's orders, Kushina delivered a large meal set to Fei Yuan and then set up the barrier. Mirror Moon himself summoned a large number of mirrors, big and small. Kid, give me a physical exam, especially the right wrist. There are unusual residues. He felt unclean after being touched by Cien and didn't dare to go to the Hall of Mirrors. Buzz, 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 chakra flowed through the mirrors, the techniques extending one by one, connecting to him, with 2 more wraps around his wrist. Initiate scan. Kushina finished the barrier and ran over, her small face brimming with springtime, looking at Mirror Moon. My man is reliable and save her once again. Honey, I'll go help. Using projection. Understood. She dove into the mirror to play VR in my Boku Mountain. Mirror Moon watched Kushina leave and thought for a moment. Kid, notify King Mu and Chongming to start work. Open the tailed beast chakra channel for your aunt and Lord Ban. Deploy the electromagnetic cannon module in another space. Load and charge to find an opportunity to attack. Received. This is for my sister and Ban to use tailed beast chakra, temporarily becoming pseudo-Jinchuriki. They are chakra bodies. The more chakra, the stronger. As for the electromagnetic cannon, it is an attempt. In another space, there is no resistance. Using the mirror's spatial teleportation ability to build a resistance-free infinite barrel. Theoretically, if the energy is sufficient, it can accelerate to the speed of light. Dad, I've discovered special data residues on you. Sampling extraction requires more samples. Mirror Moon squinted, revealing the kaleidoscope. Kid is ready to log in. Received. At the border of the land of lightning, the small mushroom had long dissipated, and more than a dozen large and small pits appeared on the ground. The battle is still ongoing. Clang clang. Uft. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Ban, who couldn't dance, Mirror Flower, who exchanged life for stamina. The cannon fodder spirit fox Kushina and Cien swinging the black rod in a pair of in. So annoying. Ugh. Chixian roared Inanja, swinging the rod with all his might in a sweeping motion. Bang, bang, crack, boom. Everyone was sent flying by this strike. Buzz, a black spatial vortex appeared. Uchiha Ban flipped in the air and landed, his Rinnegan instantly locking onto a target, raising his hand to grip. Universal pull just as Cien was about to move. He was pulled by a force. Mirror Flower then activated his ocular technique. Youth, the crystal flowers blossomed, and the spatial vortex collapsed. Damn it. Cien was furious. He was fed up with these flies. He didn't know how they created these will-bearing bodies. They couldn't shrink or be absorbed, couldn't be killed even when hit. And with a half-baked Rinnegan, any spatial fluctuations triggered the universal pull and Shinra Tensei, making escape impossible. At least he needed to activate the second wedge to escape successfully. But with his current body, once he activated the second wedge, he would die. If forced to reincarnate, the wedge on Fei Yuan would disappear, leaving him with only 2 days of life. The key was that Fei Yuan's wedge hadn't thawed, and the person was missing, causing him to feel restless, this troublesome fool. Kushina. The effect of the universal pull ended, and the spirit fox Kushina rushed in with a punch, ready to avenge her humiliation. Puffed. Buzz. Several black rods pierced through her head and body, and then the black rods released disruptive chakra. Cien didn't even glance at her, turning to intercept Ban and Mirror Flower's attack. Kushina's combat experience was still lacking a lot, and even the Spirit Fox mode couldn't make up for it. So, Shameless Chakra was disrupted, and her body collapsed. Cien seemed to have found a way to barely take down the opponent. Why barely? Because 10 seconds later, she killed her way back. Die for me. A heavy punch struck. Buzz. Again, several black rods pierced through her body, and the clone was disrupted and collapsed. 10 seconds later, she appeared again. Are you kidding me? Just a touch, and I'll die for an assist. She angrily glared at the 3 fighting, this time not charging directly. Trash. Wasting my chakra, let me log in. Kurama couldn't stand it. Come on. I don't believe you can do it. Kushina is offline. Watch and learn well. This is the 1,000-year battle experience of this lord. Kurama is online. Whoosh instantly joins the battlefield. In the arena, Obito and Kyuka are attacking from both sides, but their rain-like attacks fail to injure Cien even a bit. Instead, wounds keep appearing on both of them. At this moment, Cien performs a flying thrust and knocks the weapon out of Kyuka's hand. Before Kyuka can react, a black staff whip comes swinging in, and with a smack, they are sent flying. Seishin doesn't go for the finishing blow. It's pointless because he realizes that disrupting the opponent's chakra seems to consume more energy for him. Moreover, there's still Obito behind him with a stick ready to stab him. Clang! A backhanded staff blocks Obito's attack. Then he raises his hand, and 3 invisible black sticks shoot out. Obito seems to be familiar with the opponent's fighting style and immediately dodges to the side. He dodges too, but gets hit by one, quickly reaching to pull it out as this thing disrupts chakra. Taking advantage of this gap, Seishin raises his hand again. Obito knows he can avoid this time, and his Rinnegan focuses. Shinra Tenseiba's nothing is deflected. Obito reacts instantly. Got tricked. This old 6 is using a bait skill. Seishin, with his hand raised, smiles slightly, wondering what Obito will use to block. Countless nearly invisible black sticks shoot out. Whoosh, a golden figure flashes between the two. Ha ha ha. You. Under Kurama's control, Kushina's clone wields 9 glowing chakra tails to launch a powerful strike. However, in the blink of an eye, it is turned into a sieve. Amidst 3 confused gazes, the clone collapses. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Kurama has never felt so embarrassed. Is this your 1,000-year battle experience? Kushina retorts. Damn, he was able to predict my attack. Seishin is furious. Ha ha, Kurama did well. No wonder he is my summoning beast. Obito is overjoyed and about to launch another attack. Suddenly, a white tail grows behind him. It's me, King Mu. I will now provide you with chakra. King Mu's voice echoes in his consciousness. Obito is taken aback. Then his mouth curves up. This is a feeling he's never had before. Is this the right way for humans and tailed beasts to coexist? Not a bad feeling. Then let's dance together. Both hands clench into fists. Hiss. Steam rises all around, and his power escalates. Seishin is stunned. This chakra is getting stronger. Whoosh, as the steam accumulates to its peak, the potential bursts forth. And Obito's speed increases again, with his fist appearing right in front of Seishin. Boil release. Unmatched strength. So fast. He barely has time to raise the black staff to block. Crack. The black staff is broken by Obito's fist, and then the fist presses against his chest. Bang. Whoosh boom. Seishin is sent flying 88 meters into a small mountain. Whoosh boom. Obito follows closely into the small mountain. Bang bang. Boom boom. In just a few seconds, the mountain is gone. Whoosh bang. 2 battered figures tumble out of the dust. Seishin is covered in blood, and Obito's form is scattered. Flower Girl, take over. Obito shouts, and his body dissipates. The side effects of eating spicy strips kick in. With such a significant chakra boost, some side effects are to be expected. Seishin stands up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. How did this guy suddenly get stronger? He almost capsized. He reaches out to activate space teleportation. Ding! A crystal flower blooms. Teleportation interrupted. TSK pouting. Suddenly, the surroundings are enveloped in scale powder, obstructing his vision while his body feels numb. Poison. The absorption ability activates immediately. To a sound of wind breaking behind him, Seishin, already on guard, quickly bends down. A sharp blade glides closely past his scalp. Seishin then makes a quick countermove, but finds nothing. No one. There's no time to absorb it. The poison is getting deeper. He needs to leave the area of scale powder quickly. He randomly dashes in one direction, but then a pulling force locks onto him. Not good. Universal pull outside his line of sight. Obito returns. Seishin's poison body fails to escape immediately. Then it quickly breaks through the scale powder. Appearing in front of a fist. Boil release. Unmatched strength. Chapter 99. In hand clap. The attraction of universal pull, combined with the impact of unmatched strength, should have been a thunderous decisive blow, but it is now firmly caught by a single hand. Obito's gaze shifts to his fist and Seishin's hand, gaining a clear understanding of the Otsutsuki's power. He is not at peak strength, but that blow just now was definitely above peak level, yet failed. Meanwhile, the opponent's strength is incomplete. His gaze moves to Seishin, who now has a horn growing from his head and has entered the second form of the wedge. His face reveals a quest for power. I really want to see your full strength. Seishin remains expressionless, tightening his grip on Obito's fist. The fist is crushed. Ugh. Obito immediately breaks into a cold sweat. You don't deserve to see it. Seishin still remains expressionless. Crack. As his words fall, a sound of cracking emerges from his body. Huh. Obito chuckles lightly. Looks like you've reached your limit. Sishien's gaze flashes with fierce light. Obito also glares with his Rinnegan. Shinra, Tensei ding, ding ding. Dozens of black rods are repelled, and Sishien leaps back. With the sound of wind sweeps across the sky. Kyuka, with a cold expression, grows wings from her back and dives down, holding lightning. After the battle, her self-esteem suffers a serious blow. This gap in strength is too damaging. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lightning approaches, and Sishien calmly stretches out his hand. Clap. One hand passes through the Chidori and accurately grabs Kyuka's delicate neck, then twists without any pity. Crack. Her head separates from her body, and Kyuka goes offline. She was never a match. Now entering the second form of the wedge leaves her with no ability to counter. However, as the body disintegrates, a mirror appears. Thump! Sishien's heart skips a beat. His battle instincts tell him danger, extreme danger. Meanwhile, in another space, a glowing mirror passage is cycling with a nearly invisible iron ball, being infinitely accelerated. Crack, crack, crack. The mirror passage suddenly develops cracks. Chakra consumption, 710,000 calories. Acceleration has reached the limit. The space is about to become unstable, firing. Bang! The mirror that Sishien sees suddenly explodes into powder. But it seems something came out of the mirror before that. Why does my lower back suddenly hurt a bit? Looking down, he sees that everything below his waist is gone. Where's my lower back? Where's my butt? Where are my long legs? His internal organs slip out from the opening. Who's plotting against me? Sishien roars, the pain causing tears to involuntarily spill from his eyes. Thump! The broken body falls to the ground. Obito and Kushina are both stunned. From their perspective, a large piece of the clouds above just suddenly disappeared. What did Kyuka do? The attack even reached the atmosphere. The energy released from the acceleration actually blew away the clouds. And as for the iron ball, it nearly vaporized instantly due to air friction after coming out. Buzzing a mirror on the ground, a troubled-looking Kyuka emerges. 710,000 calories, and there's a limit. This broken electromagnetic cannon is useless. The electromagnetic cannon consumes too much. 710,000. My sister could probably shop for a year with her Susanoo. Moreover, the upper limit of its power might not even be as strong as Guy's 8 Gates kick, because Guy can distort space. It needs to be pressed against the face. Otherwise, the iron ball will instantly lose its remaining potential energy, which might not be enough to seriously injure Otsutsuki. This money-burning gadget is too impractical, and it only worked this once by surprise. Walking over to Sishien, this guy no longer had the imposing demeanor he just had. Half of his body was missing, intestines flowing out and blood spewing, looking as if he were about to die. What was that attack? Sishien seemed to be still brooding over the previous strike. Electromagnetic cannon. You fantasy types wouldn't understand. The mirror sword appeared in Jingyue's hand, pointing at Sishien's forehead. Not only did you make me empty my wallet, but I also owe a mountain of debt. I really hate this. With a thrust, the sword pierced into the head. Sishien stared at him, then unwillingly closed his eyes. He turned around to Ban, Kushina, and the older sister who had just projected herself, blinking his eyes. It's over. Everyone, let's disperse. The three were momentarily stunned. Let's go home for lunch. The third Hokage must be anxious. Kushina rolled her eyes and nodded, disappearing. Then I'm off. Jinghua also vanished from the spot. Uchiha Ban spat a flame at Sishien's corpse. Jing, just landing the finishing blow isn't enough. You need to learn to destroy the evidence. After saying that, he glanced at the burning corpse, and his body disintegrated, ending the projection. Jingyue's mouth twitched. It was just as expected of you. He summoned a mirror and dove into it, but just as he was sinking into the mirror's surface, the mirror passage closed. Whoosh, something flashed into the mirror behind him. Mountain Graveyard. Bang, bang, bang. Lord Fei Yuan. Bang, bang. Wake up. Two white Zetsus were desperately hammering the barrier, trying to wake the person inside. But it seemed Kushina had been a bit too rough, and Fei Yuan was in a deep sleep. Oh, so loyal you found this place. The two white Zetsus shuddered with fear and turned around. Jinghua was tossing the mirror, teasing them. Whoosh, whoosh, pft. The mirror pierced their foreheads, instantly killing them. Jinghua walked over, casually picked up a bag of chips from the stone table, opened it, and started eating, kicking the white Zetsu's corpse as he did so. So weak. He looked disgusted. With one hand forming seals, he released the barrier and squatted down to check on Fei Yuan. The wedge in his palm had disappeared, and his chakra had changed quite a bit compared to before. After a moment, he frowned slightly. All attribute chakra. I remember he only had fire and earth types. His expression was filled with confusion. Do you want to know? I want. Jingwen nodded, but then seemed to sense something was off. his body suddenly retreating as his eyes frantically scanned around. Who was speaking? Before he could get an answer, a cool hand suddenly clamped down on the back of his neck. Jingwei turned his gaze to the left and saw a face emerging from his shoulder. Pale skin, pale horns, and black golden eyes. It was Otsutsuki Ishiki. Because the wedge on Tsishian's body had completely thawed, even if his corpse turned to charcoal, Ishiki could still resurrect. He awkwardly offered chips. Want some, bro? We probably don't know each other. You just broke my vessel, Ishiki said blandly. Vessel? How much? I'll compensate. He pretended to be clueless. Ishiki met Jingyue's eyes and smiled. Okay. The hand clamping down on his neck began to plant a wedge, and a black mark slowly emerged. Previously, he chose to reincarnate at the last moment to enter the mirror. During the battle, these people could always revive, making him realize that continuing to fight was meaningless. It was better to shrink down and go find the real body to counteract. Jingwei seemed to sense something was wrong, and his kaleidoscope suddenly activated as he tried to use his ocular technique to escape. But in an instant, his vision went black, blocked by a large hand. This ability is quite troublesome, Ishiki teased. Don't do anything reckless. My boss is the legendary Uchiha Ban of the ninja world. He has my back in this place. If you dare to touch me, be careful he'll kill you. Jingwei struggled desperately, but it was futile. After a while, his half-body and face were covered in black marks. So smooth, as expected from a quality vessel. Satisfied with the successful engraving, Ishiki released his hand. It was much easier than when he engraved the wedge on Fei Yuan. Whoosh, taking the opportunity, Jingwei flashed back and looked at his arm. What have you done to me? Ishiki ignored him, his eyes focused on a direction, towards the outer path magic figure. Kagaya. A mocking glint flashed in his eyes. Then he turned back to Jingwei and asked, Is it that Uchiha Ban who brought you here? What is his relationship with Kagaya? Jingwei snorted in response. Ishiki paid no mind to Jingyue's attitude and said blandly, Enjoy your last bit of arrogance, my vessel. Suddenly, the black marks on Jingyue's body began to turn red, disappearing in just a moment. How could this be? Ishiki was astonished. He had never encountered this situation before. Suddenly, he thought of something and glared at Jingwei with his golden right eye. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The black rods pierced into his forehead, heart, and throat, instantly killing him. He caught you, huh? Jingwei chuckled. Crack clatter, the next second, his body shattered into mirrors, and the black rods fell to the ground. The situation was clear. It was a clone. Bastard. Elegance could no longer be maintained, and Ishiki roared, venting his anger for being deceived. The entire graveyard trembled. You're so noisy. A cold voice suddenly appeared. Ishiki turned sharply, and it was Uchiha Ban and Jinghua. You dare to play me? He gritted his teeth. No one had ever dared to toy with him like this. Is this the complete form? So ugly. Ban looked him up and down, calmly taking out a stick of bright red spicy strips and putting it in his mouth. QB Chakra. Jinghua wiped her red lips, calling forth power. This time she didn't let Kushina come, focusing chakra to do something big. Whoosh whoosh, golden light flashed, and the spicy strip QB mode was activated. This chakra. Ishiki's expression became serious. Chapter 100. Wedge. In the hall of 10,000 mirrors, Kushina sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, fully extracting chakra. She initiated customer deposits. Super compressing to ignite tailed beast chakra. Received. Jingwei sent a command to the screen. Simulating self-weight particle mode, using high compressed chakra as an accelerant to ignite tailed beast chakra, temporarily boosting strength at the cost of large consumption. The wedge on Fei Yuan's body disappeared. He aimed to take down Otsutsuki Ishiki in one go. Buzz. Rumble. The entire mountain graveyard trembled. A large amount of chakra was concentrated and ignited, with Ban and Jinghua's bodies engulfed in fiercely burning golden chakra. A frenzied aura erupting from them. The pseudo-heavy particle mode was still lacking, with the power overflowing significantly, unable to achieve the stability of the original version. Ha ha ha. Good kid. I feel invincible. Ban laughed madly, sensing his immense power at that moment. He was absolutely capable of defeating Otsutsuki Ishiki. Jinghua's expression was serious, as she was fully controlling the power, which had already surpassed her limit of control. Ishiki was silent, glancing lightly at the Fei Yuan on the ground, already harboring thoughts of retreat. He had no confidence in resolving the chakra displayed by the opponent in a short time, and what he needed most, having forcibly resurrected on Tsishian, was time. With a glare from his right eye, he initiated the first move. Daiko Kuten. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of gigantic black-red cubes appeared out of thin air, filling the entire cave and blocking their line of sight. The coward wants to run. The experienced band sensed it first, transforming into a stream of light. Bang, bang, bang. The cubes were smashed open one by one. However, there was no trace of Ishiki left. Not only him, but even Feiyuan had vanished without a trace. The person has run. The complete form of Ishiki was not the half-baked Sishin state. Wanting to escape, Ban and Jinghua simply could not stop him. Next time, I absolutely won't let you get away. Ban gritted his teeth and swore, his body slowly collapsing. In the first battle of Otsutsuki Ishiki, there was no clear winner. In a certain alternate space, Buzz Ishiki stepped out from a black vortex. Uchiha Madara, and those little ghosts, one day I will turn you into ashes. Cough, cough, and Yu awakened, having woken up once before, but the sudden pain from the wedge on his body caused him to faint again. Hearing the noise, Ishiki looked down at the person in his hand, his expression gradually calming. He brought Feiyuan in front of him. Tell me, who are those people? Feiyuan, still not fully awake, heard the voice which sounded a bit familiar, and focused his gaze on the person in front of him. What the hell? I don't know you. Ugly. Get lost. Spitting out all the grievances he had suffered, Ishiki's face displayed his fury. The next second, he felt the world spinning. Bang! He was smashed into the ground, his already unclear mind becoming even more muddled, and he fell into unconsciousness again. Ishiki stepped on his face, looking down coldly. Useless. Once again calming himself, he grabbed Feiyuan and began to carve the wedge onto him anew. That little ghost using the mirror was too slippery. It's better to be cautious. Time is running short. Find a safe place to keep Feiyuan to prevent him from being captured again, and train him desperately to accelerate the thawing of the wedge. Imprinting process record completed. Detected soul energy data, initiating isolation analysis. Recording physical information data process. In the hall of mirrors, data streams danced across a row of mirrors. Data reception completed. Allocating high concentration chakra. Initiating comprehensive analysis. After much searching, I found it effortlessly. Haha, this it hurts. Jingwei watched the flashing data streams while laughing and holding the wound caused by the black stick. He successfully deceived Ishiki with a clone created using the Mirror Realm's duality, allowing him to carve the wedge onto the clone. Uxiajing also recorded the entire process of Otsutsuki carving the wedge and obtained a data compression package of Otsutsuki Ishiki. What needs to be done next is to analyze the carving process, analyze the principles of data conversion, and analyze the data packet compression method. Kiddo, increase the computing power to accelerate the analysis. Dad, we have no chakra left. We just used 550,000 card from the reserve during the battle and need to replenish it quickly. The minimum standard for analyzing the wedge requires a chakra expenditure of 5 cards per minute. And with the existing research and tasks, the average expenditure exceeds 9 cards per minute. Chakra earnings are already less than expenditures. Even maintaining the current computing power requires opening up new sources. No money, this is a headache. He took out his phone and opened the Uchiha Tail Beast Friendly Group. Why, what big boss help? Mu Wong, Cho Ming, QB Showa Mu Wong. No money. Cho Ming, I just paid. QB, your wife just drained me dry. How you in? Get lost. Shoha, what are you guys talking about? Opposite Shore Shui Piao. Jing Kid, where's my fighting subsidy? I lost over 1,000 this time. Jing Wei held his forehead. No one is reliable. It's giving him a headache. Huahao Yuan. ISNT, they're a dragon vein in the land of wind. His eyes lit up. How did I forget about this? Still, my sister is reliable. Huayua. Sister, let us go travel to Lulon. How you in? Husband, I. Huayua. All right, let me first send a message to the 3rd Hokage to report safety. That place ISNT dangerous. Just consider a trip. Huahao Yuan. Kushina, do you have any sunscreen left? Better bring some moisturizer. It's dry over there. Haiyun. The full set, same as the Fire Country's daimyo's wife. I told Uncle 3rd Hokage that I would go back in a few days. Opposite Shore Shui Piao. Just came back from a fight to relax. Let us form a 5-man team in the canyon. Need a marksman, mid laner, top laner, and support. I'm the jungler in the national server. QB, requesting to battle as mid laner in the national server. Mu Wong, joining as top laner in the national server. Shoha, so what are you guys actually talking about? Cho Ming, same question. In the Hokage office of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen received a video from Kushina. Uncle 3rd, I can't come back for now. In the screen, Kushina floated in a void with nothing around. Kushina, where are you? I'll send someone to get you. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a jolt in his heart seeing this background. I don't know. It seems to be an alternate space. Can we contact Mayaboka Mountain? Have Sage Fukasaku perform a summoning. Tried, but it didn't work, but I've thought of a solution. So you don't need to worry. Be sure to be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at that void without any doubt. 3 days later, one afternoon, 3 deep red wings sped through the sky above the desert of the Land of Wind. Believing that Ashiki was likely finished, Jingwei and the others dared to go out. Soon after, they landed on a sandy hill, overlooking a deep canyon with a large oasis and the buildings standing in the center of the oasis. Lulan, an independent small country within the Land of Wind, was not swallowed up due to its royal family controlling the power of the dragon vein. Moreover, because it was unwilling to join external wars and had a tense relationship with the Land of Wind, it remained neutral. Although it's called a small country, its total area is about the same as Konoha Village. Jingwei read the intelligence collected by UXIEGing from the Sunagakure server. Sunagakure had invested quite a bit of effort into new techniques over the past 2 years. Didn't that puppet master come? Jinghua was referring to Baiju, the one who caused trouble by crossing into the future in a movie. No, Jinghua shook his head. There's no one named Baiju in Sunagakure's ninja files. However, I did find 2 on the compensation list. One age 13 and the other 16, both died 3 years ago in the surprise attack on the Land of Fire. History changes unexpectedly. Why think so much? Sister, let us go take a look. I've never played in the oasis before. Kushina eagerly pulled Jinghua and jumped down the mountain, their cloaks fluttering in the wind. Sighed Jingwei sighed. He came here to work, while these 2 were just here to play. Forget it. Let them enjoy themselves. With their strength, there are no opponents except for Otsutsuki, so there is no danger. He then jumped down, touched the ground with his index finger, closed his eyes, and activated the Vortex secret sensory technique. His sensing ability penetrated underground, and after 10 seconds, it encountered a powerful chakra response and was overwhelmed. Wow, such violent chakra. Jingwei felt a bit dizzy. His mental power was being interfered with. Kiddo, how much has the Earth release analysis progressed? 97. Clear the stock and speed it up. Received. Will be completed in 30 minutes. He planned to directly dive underground to take a look, so he needed to use Earth release. His usual level of Earth release was fine for normal use. But in the current situation, it might not be enough. The feedback earlier made him realize that the geological interference around the dragon vein was extremely strong. Without sufficient mastery of Earth release, he would not be able to get close, so he needed UXIEGing's assistance. He planned to get a little closer and then set up mirrors and techniques around the edge of the dragon vein, hoping to mine some scraps. The chakra of the dragon vein was too enormous and appeared unstable. Given his current conditions, being able to collect scraps would be very satisfying. Jingwei was working, while Jinghua and Kushina had already entered the center of Lulan. This place, while called a country, looked more like a town, bustling with people. After so many years of war in the ninja world, many war-weary individuals had fled here. The Queen of Lulan seemed to have a good personality, providing shelter for these people to settle down. As soon as Kushina arrived, she was ecstatic. Wow, the architecture here is completely different from the outside. Slow down. Jinghua, habitually observing, knew that understanding the terrain was essential when entering an unfamiliar place. Sister, look over there, there's a jewelry store. Kushina didn't care about that and rushed into the jewelry store, and Jinghua shook her head and followed, both instantly captivated by the dazzling array of trinkets. Sister, look. It's a blue stone pendant from the Land of Stone, and there's a pearl from the Land of the Sea. Kushina seems to know her stuff. Ha ha ha. The little girl has a good eye. Our shop is having a promotion today. Buy a pendant and get engraving service for free. Do you want to buy one? A middle-aged man with a friendly smile approached. How much? The wealthy customer was ready to spend, as she had exchanged quite a few universal coins before. To her surprise, the middle-aged man shook his head. You 2 must be visiting Lulan for the first time. We don't use money to buy things here. No money? Then what do we use? Kushina asked in confusion, and Jinghua also looked puzzled. We trade with items, the middle-aged man explained. Trade with items? The 2 girls were baffled. The man smiled slightly and continued. Lulan is remote and surrounded by desert, so not many people come here. We don't need money. We trade by exchanging items. Anything is fine, as long as both parties feel it's suitable. Kushina's eyes immediately lit up as she took out her mirror phone and activated it. Hey, uncle, take a look. The middle-aged man's pupils dilated and then quickly contracted. This, could it be the legendary phone from the Land of Fire? This middle-aged man really knows his stuff. Kushina proudly lifted her head. That's right. Not long after, the 2 girls walked out of the shop with a huge pile of accessories. Discovering a new world, Kushina pulled Jinghua along to start shopping. This is much more enjoyable than spending money. There's no need to calculate prices, and she hates doing math. Chapter 101, The Third Wheel. I'll take all the roasted potatoes. Are 2 mirrors enough? 3 mirrors, and all the fried chicken is mine. 10 portions of each juice, 4 mirrors. Boss, keep the skewers coming until I say stop. That's 10 mirrors. Kushina went wild, leading Jinghua to successfully loot the entire snack street. Now, the two were tired from shopping and found a place with clear water and green grass for a picnic. Ha 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 ha. Sister, this is so refreshing. She laughed while wiping her greasy hands. Mind your manners. Jinghua shot her a disapproving glance, nibbling delicately on her skewer. This girl has completely been influenced by her younger brother. There's no saving her now. TCH, no way. Yaya said we should live freely. Kushina started peeling a roasted potato. Jinghua looked at her with a slightly serious expression. Free? He died freely before. Just look at yourself and count how many times you've died against Sishian. Kushina pouted her lips but quickly put on a smile, bringing the peeled potato to Jinghua's mouth. Sister, eat the potato. Jinghua glanced at it and reluctantly took a small bite. Seeing this, Kushina squinted her eyes into crescent moons. I've been working hard. It's just that guy is too strong. In 2 years, I'll definitely be able to beat him. Just don't get lazy. Jinghua set the minimum requirement. In 2 years, she should have the strength to defeat Sishian. As it stands, she couldn't do it herself. First, there's the issue of ability. Secondly, it's about battle experience and hard power. Training alone won't cut it. The two sat comfortably on the grass, watching the water, eating snacks, and chatting, enjoying the afternoon. Excuse me, do you still sell mirrors? A timid girl-esque voice came from behind. Of course we do. Kushina turned around enthusiastically, only to have her eyes widen in shock. It was her, a girl with the same hair color as hers, looking about 12 or 13, wearing a princess dress that exuded elegance and nobility. The key was that she had seen her before in that future on Daji's head, that third wheel. There was no way to mistake her. What were the odds of running into her? Could this be the legendary fate? So flustered. Do we know each other? The girl looked confused. Jinghua also looked at Kushina strangely. Both were red-haired. Could they be relatives? Kushina's muscles tensed all over. No, we definitely don't know each other. It's impossible for us to know each other. She quickly pulled out a stack of mirrors. Swish, she rushed over and put them all in the girl's hands. All for you. I don't need so many. The girl was in a daze. She just wanted to buy one after seeing others play with them. No problem. Take them back for your parents, relatives, and friends. Someone will use them. Kushina felt guilty and just wanted the girl to leave quickly. She was much more dangerous than Jinkai. Mirror Moon's legitimate. I am the legitimate one. The dazed girl stared at the mirrors in her hands, then pushed them back. Thank you, but I can't accept this. It's too precious. Not precious. They're just mirrors. I have plenty. Kushina pushed them back again, wanted her to just take them and go. I can't accept them. The girl firmly pushed them back. No, you must accept them. Kushina pushed again. I can't accept. Push back. You must accept. Push forward. And meanwhile, Jinghua squinted her eyes, watching the two of them in a standoff, feeling that there must be something going on. So she waved at them. Little sister, how about you be our tour guide for a mirror's payment? Sure. No. Chakra stability at position 17 confirmed. Absorption module, starting work, estimated income of 0. 3 cards per minute. Chakra stability at position 31. Not bad. The income from one pit is more than the protection fee for the tailed beasts. In the underground of Lulon, Mirror Moon excitedly dug along the edge of the dragon vein, earning 0. 3 cards per minute. That's more than 1,000 birds in a minute. And in less than 4 minutes, it's 1 Kakashi, and that's just the income from 1 mirror. This is thrilling. The more he worked, the more invigorated he became. He created a small hole every few meters along the edge of the dragon vein, then placed a mirror inside and set up a technique. These techniques not only stabilize the small holes, but also gather the chakra leaking from the dragon vein to provide absorption for the mirrors. In total, he placed over 300 mirrors until the earth escape of the little mirror couldn't go any deeper, with chakra income reaching 10 cards per minute. Back in the hall of 10,000 mirrors, the rapidly expanding balance also made Mirror Moon start to feel inflated. Ha ha ha. My son's computing power is fully operational. Let us get that wedge out. Based on priority criteria, under the condition of normal operation of income, priority is given to returning deposits to prevent the collapse of credit from causing adverse effects. Mirror Moon decided to quickly gather the tailed beasts and make them pay the protection fee. Gugu, his stomach growled, reminding him that he needed to eat. What time is it? Are they still in Milan? 1921. Aunt and mother are negotiating with the Queen of Lulon about establishing a mobile phone specialty store. All right then. Not wanting to disturb them, Mirror Moon grabbed some snacks stored here to fill his stomach. With his mouth full of snacks, he flew over to the Mirror of Reversion to check the Rinnegan. It's less than 1/10 gone. Complete decomposition is estimated to take a year. Has there been any analysis result from the chakra restored by the Rinnegan? The chakra extracted from the outer path golem is similar with higher purity, and both energy level and stability are very high. It contains the yin-yang essence of all things, determined to be chakra of the 6 paths level. Direct absorption is recommended. Mirror Moon thought this might be the chakra of the sage of 6 paths. Can I awaken the Rinnegan? No. Even if you absorb chakra restored from one Rinnegan, your body won't be able to bear the Rinnegan. My body is so weak, I can't even attract a Rinnegan. They all say I'm perfect. Even the most perfect seed needs to grow. The thawing process of the wedge must also be a process of strengthening the tool. You're getting more philosophical with your words. Excerpt from XXXX Daily Chat Records. It seems that Little Mirror has been hanging out with Jinkai a lot. Back to the topic. Can I decompose the other Rinnegan, too? After all, he is a man with 2 Rinnegan. The estimate is 50. Only 50? What if I decompose the outer path golem? At the reminder of Suki Shukyu just now, he thought of the outer path golem's Kaguya, 10-tail shell, and whether the chakra restored would also be at the level of the 6 paths. It should be useful. You can try. Thinking of it, he teleported to the outer path golem outside the mountain graveyard, then pressed the mirror with the ability of the return to source mirror onto the outer path golem. Decomposition was still incredibly slow. Completely decomposing this body would probably take hundreds of years. Of course, he didn't actually plan to decompose it. The 10-tails Jinchuriki was still needed. He just wanted to use a bit of Kaguya's bathwater. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Can Black Zetsu be decomposed? He stroked his chin. Let's not try it for now. Decomposition is too slow, and it would be troublesome if it ran away. He would wait until his abilities improved to try again. The return to source mirror does not require energy to operate. The extent of its ability entirely depends on his own strength and mastery. He set up a chakra storage channel and teleported back to continue snacking. For the next few days, they didn't go to collect tailed beasts, focusing instead on digesting the gains from their battles. Uchiha Madara urged him to quickly revive Hashirama, saying he wanted to practice the Susanoo with the great Buddha in preparation for the Otsutsuki. His sister trained even harder, also pushing her younger siblings. Jinghua felt helpless. Every day was either watching Suki Shukyu's analysis progress or training in Mayoboka Mountain, with life being quite uneventful. It was just that Kushina had been acting a bit strange since returning from Lulon. Chapter 102. Another one-done land of water in a cave somewhere. The old bastard is finally dead. Fei Yuan's depressed mood eased the moment he saw the one style turn into powder. But now is not the time for celebration. You still have his wedge, and one day you will be possessed by him. A white Zetsu emerged from the wall. Fei Yuan's expression darkened. This guy always brings up the wrong topic. However, this issue does need to be resolved. As for how to resolve it, he gazed intently at the thick fog outside the cave. Gather a few white Zetsu. I need information on the Mist Village. Every shinobi village has research institutions, and he wanted to use the disguising abilities of white Zetsu to take over the research department of the Mist Village. The white Zetsu came to his side. We have had people in the Mist Village for a long time. Uchiha Madara sent us to infiltrate the upper echelons years ago, and we can already influence some decisions. Fei Yuan was taken aback, not expecting the Mist Village to have been controlled already. Can we make the research department of the Mist Village serve me? The white Zetsu shook its head. The research department is directly under the control of the Mizukage. Fei Yuan activated his Sharingan, his eyes showing a fierce light. Then let the Mizukage become one of us. Deep in Mayoboka Mountain, in a temple, the great toad sage was watching videos, and beside him, a 2-meter-tall white fox slowly opened its gem-like big eyes. Awake? The white fox Daji focused her gaze. In front of her was a giant toad, a huge mirror, and a group of dancing toads in the mirror. Memories slowly returned. It seemed she had been asleep for a very long time. Where's my father? The great toad sage? The great toad sage stroked her soft foxtail. Right here in Mayoboka Mountain. Sense it, you can do it. Hey, hey, hey. 2 figures ran through the morning Mayoboka Mountain, sweating youthfully. While running, Jingyue's gaze kept shifting to Kushina beside him. Her red princess outfit was soaked with sweat, the long skirt was worn down, and the heavy ornaments on her head made it look cumbersome. She had been wearing this type of outfit for days, and he hadn't seen her beloved short skirt and long socks for a long time. He felt something was off with his girlfriend and wondered if she could be sent back for repairs. Are you doing okay lately? He asked cautiously. Upon hearing the question, Kushina perked up as if the heavy outfit had become much lighter. Ever since she put on the princess dress, she felt that Jingwei had been looking at her more often, with those little glances every day. Sure enough, this guy likes this style. That's Sarah, the Lulon princess. Won't be able to take my place this time. This uncomfortable outfit wasn't worn in vain. She reined in her thoughts and tried to keep her smile gentle and dignified. Very well, husband. Do you have any instructions? Her voice was exceedingly soft, and Jingwei felt goosebumps all over. Oh no, my girlfriend is really broken. Wife, if there's a serious problem, let's go treat it. It's not like we don't have money. If it doesn't work, just kill me, and I'll use the Rinnegan to revive. What's serious problem? What do you mean by killing me and reviving? Can't you wish for something better for me? Huff, puff. Kushina suppressed her anger, reminding herself that she was a lady, that she had to be dignified, and that the little fairy had no temper. Once again, she forced out a soft smile, her eyes sparkling. Husband, what do you think? So annoying. Thud bang. Jingwei fell flat on his face, completely shocked. The next moment, he jumped up, opened his kaleidoscope, and lightning coiled around his hand. Monster, I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Hurry up and reveal your true form. Don't make me take action. He had reason to suspect that Kushina had already been possessed. Kushina clenched her small fists in her sleeves. I endure, I endure. I endure. Oomph. You have nothing to say now, right? Jingwei was pleased. You can't even see through my eyes. It seems you have some skills. If I don't get my wife back soon, I'll have to beat you back to your original form. He spread the lightning dragon in his hand. Great heaven dragon. Earthly Buddha. Fanny. Seeing Jingyue's exaggerated pose, Kushina suddenly gained some clarity. Her small hand adjusted her outfit. Ripped the princess dress was torn into a strapless short skirt, instantly making her feel refreshed and alive again. Huh? Jingwei was taken aback. What the heck? How am I supposed to attack like this? Whoosh with a flash of red. He felt someone lock his neck. Kushina had completely mounted him. The corners of her lips curled up. She was finally back to normal. Hey, you're not following the rules of martial arts. Who has a serious problem? Who's not human? You better explain this clearly today. You are the one acting strange. It's your fault. This argument was pointless, but fortunately, a white fox came to break up their playful scuffle. Mommy and Daddy, why have you both gotten smaller? Jingwei, Kushina, and Kurama all turned their attention in unison. Daji, are you okay? You've grown so much. So beautiful. Daji has returned and has grown bigger. Thus, when Jingwei resumed his journey to capture tailed beasts, he had a mount. 2 days later, at the border mountains between the land of earth and the land of water, the trio and the fox walked leisurely. Kushina, with her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. Kurama had confirmed it was the chakra of the four tails, located 2 kilometers at 5 o'clock. Ever since being captured by Fei Yuan and taken away from Konoha, this girl had no intention of returning to the village, living wildly. Kushina was still the strongest. Jinghua stroked that little red head, praising Kushina, causing her little head to tilt high. With Kushina and Kurama's perception, finding tail beasts was truly convenient. Her beautiful eyes looked at the father-daughter duo playing games together, teasingly saying, unlike some people who can only play games. However, her words were destined to hit the air. Dad, run. You're ruined. Daji walked on all fours, using her 8 tails to play games without looking at the road. Stay still in the grass. I'll lure them over. 2 for the shooter. Jingwei lay on her back, resting on a big tail, completely ignoring his sister's teasing. Haha, got him. This idiot. Daji clearly didn't hear, surprised to find so many fun things in the world after a nap. Let's fight a dragon. I need to absorb some blood. Okay, Fox brother, don't come. Just take the upper tower. Sigh. Mirror Flower feels so powerless. At least Kushina is obedient and knows how to work. The comforting little white hand reaches out to pat the little red-haired one. It's empty. Where are they? Are you all there? Hurry up and finish so you can take me along. Kushina has already climbed on a Daji's back, holding up the fluffy tail to watch them play games. Suddenly, Mirror Flower feels a dark future ahead. Being this sister is exhausting. Fortunately, Kushina didn't get a play in the end. Before they could start the next round, they encountered the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, a young man with red hair wearing purple clothes. At that moment, Old Purple was farming. And then Daji, who was playing games and not watching where she was going, stepped right over him. And then Melt Release, Scorching River Flow Rock Technique. And then Daji in battle mode, QB in battle mode. And then, who are you? Old Purple lay on the ground, looking shocked at a group of cute little ones. Avengers Adios. Mirror Moon returns. The saviors of the ninja world. Kushina returns. Oh yeah, Daji made a peace sign. Mirror Flower silently backed away. Old Purple felt like he encountered a bunch of lunatics today because he didn't check the calendar before going out. Mirror Moon took out a contract mirror and kindly handed it over. Come on, sign it or I'll kill you. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, was easy to get along with, so in the end, Mirror Moon didn't kill him to extract the tail beast. They just signed a protection fee contract and added a few groups before letting him go. Chapter 103 Little Black. While Mirror Moon collected another batch of tail beast chakra, in a land of water, Kirigikure, in a prison. Drip drip crack, a stream of water flowed into the prison, opening a cell door. Whoosh, the water condensed into an 18-year-old girl in a white-haired prison outfit, while inside the cell, a green-haired boy shorter than 145 centimeters opened his eyes. Thanks, Kyoka. On the same day, behind Konoha Village, a laboratory full of instruments and mirror computers. Orochimaru stared with his slit pupils at the man screaming under the dirt. Hee, looks like it worked him. Rustle, the dirt fell away. And the man was still the same man, stopping his screams and looking dazedly at Orochimaru. His eyes seemed to say, I cooperated so much, and you're still limp? Orochimaru frowned. Failed. He was using Edo Tensei on Danzo, but it seemed it didn't work. Could it be that Danzo's strength is too strong? So he switched to a slightly weaker dead body. That night, in the Hall of Myriad Mirrors, Edo Tensei completion rate 61, meeting soul summoning requirements. Well done, Working Snake. Mirror Moon was delighted. After waiting for more than a month, Orochimaru finally completed Edo Tensei to the point of being able to summon a soul. As for why it failed, Danzo had long been reduced to dust, leaving only soul essence and some scraps. Being able to summon a soul means replication can be done, and replication means Uchiha Madara could be made to work and build a force, then maintain peace in the ninja world and promote mirrors throughout the ninja world. He would invest more chakra into computational power to quickly analyze the wedge, cracking the secret of the Otsutsuki deification. Send the Edo Tensei tutorial to Madara. Take out the phone. Hanajetsu, Madara, study hard. Aim to use Susanoo tomorrow. Across the water, Shui Piao. 10 seconds later. Shui Piao, what the heck? In another dimension. 1 second, Uchiha Madara was chewing on a cigarette and researching spicy strip number 8 with Moon Mirror. In the next second, he jumped up from the ground explosion star. In these 3 years, he had let go of his thoughts, then experienced family, took on disciples, played games, and everything he had never experienced before. But what he wanted to experience the most was still to become comrades in arms, fighting alongside Hashirama. The key is if Hashirama is there. With his perception and wood-release mastery, he should be able to leave behind a technique of Otsutsuki. Because wood-release cannot shrink. Tomorrow, Hashirama, don't be scared. He picked up the mirror to compare the content of Edo Tensei and Orochimaru's teaching videos. He had already seen the content of Edo Tensei. But learning the technique is not easy. Senju Tobarama had hidden some things, and now he just needed to fit Orochimaru's research into it. One night is enough. The next day, at the mountain graveyard, Mirror Moon, Mirror Flower, and Kushina leaned against a Daji-themed sofa, snacking and watching Uchiha Madara perform Edo Tensei. Uchiha Madara brought a brand new white Zetsu, unopened, without even consciousness. He also brought Hashirama's cells, a summoning scroll, and the mirror, then lit incense in a furnace and murmured for a long time, his expression wavering. Madara, are you done yet? The snacks are almost gone, Mirror Moon urged. Hurry up. Daji and I have jumped on a plane 9 times, and it's still not done. Kushina was busy playing chicken with Daji, and the results were evident. Mirror Flower said nothing, just had a face full of disdain. This teacher is so low. Uchiha Madara glared at these little brats. You don't understand anything. But he didn't hesitate anymore. Biting his teeth and forming hand seals, Edo Tensei began. The hesitation took a long time, but the casting time was short, only about 10 seconds. As the dirt covering white Zetsu dissipated, the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, reappeared, opening a pair of confused eyes. Edo Tensei? Hashirama frowned, his gaze then locking onto the caster, his brow furrowing even more. Madara. Didn't he expect to see you again, Hashirama? It was a happy reunion for old friends, but Hashirama had a serious face, raising a hand to point at Uchiha Madara. Reproaching him, Madara, you've disappointed me too much. He believed Madara was still trying to control him to destroy Konoha. Uchiha Madara turned his back, feeling upset, squatting down and drawing circles on the ground. What is going on? Hashirama sensed something was off with Madara, just as he was about to speak again. Russell? His Edo Tensei body began to collapse, and the light of the soul flickered. This was a sign of Edo Tensei being released. Child, Mirror Shadow. Busy eating snacks, Mirror Moon hurriedly reminded Moon Mirror. At the same time, as Hashirama's Edo Tensei body collapsed, another Hashirama walked out of the mirror. 2 seconds later, he opened his confused eyes again. What the heck is going on? Feeling the sensations from this new body like that of a living person, it was as if he had come back to life. At that moment, a small notebook was handed to him. Great God, could you please sign your name? I need several signatures to distribute in the village. Turning his head, he saw a pair of young boys and girls staring at him with big eyes. Who are you? Hashirama questioned. Uchiha Mirror Moon, boyfriend of Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina, girlfriend of Uchiha Mirror Moon. This pair, who didn't seem very smart at first glance, suddenly made Hashirama feel that perhaps there was another reason behind Madara as Edo Tensei. He looked at Uchiha Madara. Madara, what the hell is going on? Uchiha Madara finally stopped drawing circles, seriously gazing at Hashirama. The end of the world is coming. We old folks need to put our armor back on and take the field again. Next is Madara and Hashirama's two-person world, where Madara reveals the future and the plan one by one. Meanwhile, Mirror Moon, who wanted a signature, didn't he want to be a third wheel and set off again to collect tailed beast chakra? Stinky Moon Moon, bad sister, wah. You don't take me to play. I want to defect and become a rogue ninja. Wah, mommy, I want to go play too. Kushina and Daji synchronized, wiping non-existent tears, both appearing at the gate of Konoha village. Due to recognition issues, Mirror Moon abandoned his wife and daughter, then set off with his older sister towards the land of lightning's Kimogakure. In the land of lightning, in the Kumarai Gorge, two pairs of red wings descended on a mountaintop. The mountain wind blows gently, swaying the windbreakers as the newcomers take off their hoods, revealing Jingwe and Jinghua. The two watched the little black kid, Kirabai, performing a singing and dancing routine on the surface of the sea below. Kirabai is 10 years old and became the host of the Eight Tails 2.5 years ago. Jinghua looks at her older sister. Jinghua brushes away the hair that flies in front of her face. Let's talk first, he's just a child. Whoosh, several shurikens suddenly arrive. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Without forming any hand seals, a wall of earth rises from the ground beneath the two. This is a self-defense system that Jinghua had made after completing the earth-style analysis, currently being tested. Kid, shut down the defense system. This thing is useless. Jinghua said with a helpless expression, declaring the defense system a failure. Given the situation just now, if it weren't for this earthen wall, he would have already counterkilled the opponent. To a master, this thing is just trash. The earthen wall collapses, revealing a young one-eyed Cloud ninja holding a knife. Who are you? Hey, uncle, don't get excited. We are investigators from the Tailed Beast Protection Association. Jinghua waved his hand with a friendly smile. Jinghua silently put her hood back on. Tailed Beast Protection Association? Investigators? The Cloud Ninja was confused. What on earth is that? Uh-huh. Jinghua nodded, explaining. The Tailed Beast Protection Association is a profit-oriented public welfare organization dedicated to ensuring that tailed beasts and humans coexist peacefully. We are here to investigate the living conditions of the Eight Tails, Gyuki. The confused Cloud Ninja was even more puzzled. Why couldn't he understand a single word? Tailed beasts. Protection Association, peaceful coexistence. I love it the most. A little black kid suddenly appeared, singing and dancing. The Cloud Ninja gritted his teeth, shouting at the little black kid. Kirabai, who let you come out? Hurry up and hide. Doesn't this idiot know it's dangerous now? In the next moment, Jinghua had already reached Kirabai's side. Kirabai, right? Come and greet the other tailed beasts and hosts. Let everyone introduce themselves. Jinghua smiled widely, holding a mirror, which displayed multiple small screens with various people and tailed beasts. First was an elderly man, Fuku. Hello, little one. I am the host of Shikaku, the one tail. Shikaku, haha. Kid, hurry and let Gyuki join the group. Old Purple, the host of the Four Tails, Old Purple. Sun Wukong, long time no see, Gyuki. King Mu Aba. If someone threatens you, just blink. Jinghua will find a way to rescue you. Chome, are you sure you can see? This kid is wearing sunglasses. Kushina, I am Uzumaki Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. You Cloud Village have always wanted to catch me. It's so hard to write the report back to the village. Karama, little black kid, don't be afraid. We're not good people, wahaha. Kirabai listened, his eyes gradually brightening behind his sunglasses. This was the scene he had dreamed of, interacting with tailed beasts. The Cloud Ninja next to him was already dumbfounded. What kind of organization is this, gathering so many tailed beasts? He must report to the Reikage. At this moment, Jingwei took out 2 contract mirrors, smiling as he handed one to Kirabai. Come sign, join this big family. Kirabai looked at the young man across from him, who had a sunny smile, and his hand unconsciously reached for the mirror. No, ooh. In an instant, the cloud ninja was suppressed by a terrifying aura, unable to move or speak. His eyes moved, trying to find the source of the aura, and saw a stunning girl whose hood revealed a pair of flower-patterned crimson eyes. Sharingan? No, it's not. There are no Tomo. Could it be? A thought flashed through his mind. Impossible. His eyes filled with fear as he was frightened by his own speculation. The legendary kaleidoscope, Sharingan. Meanwhile, during this process, Kirabai and Gyuki had also signed the contract. All right, that's it. The mirror has new members guiding you. Jingwei patted Kirabai on the head. If you're in danger or being bullied, just call for help. Tailed beasts and hosts are the successors of the Sage of 6 Paths, responsible for maintaining world peace. They exist beyond the constraints of ninja villages and nations. Don't be bound to become weapons of war. Kirabai studied the phone, nodding in a way that suggested he understood, but not really. Jingwei didn't care whether he understood or not. As long as the contract was signed, the chakra of the 8 tails, Gyuki, was counted as his. Next up was the 2 tails. He called his sister to the next stop. Sister, we buzz. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sucked into a spatial vortex. Jingwei. Jinghua was startled and quickly took out her mirror. Little mirror, where is Jingwei? Huaiwei. Kiri village, sister, don't come over yet. Jinghua frowned slightly, then transformed into petals scattering in the air. At that moment, the cloud ninja relaxed his whole body, finally regaining control. He quickly grabbed Kirabai, who was still studying the mirror phone, and rushed towards Kiri village. He didn't understand what had happened, but he had to let the Reikage know. Time rewinds to the land of water, Kiri village. Didn't he eat yet? Hurry up. A voice of scolding drew the attention of those around. 2 members of the Kiryumbu were shoving a bound boy into the Mizuki's building. It seemed they had captured an enemy prisoner. Soon after, they appeared in the Mizuki's office. Mizuki-sama, the bloodline elimination unit has captured a Uchiha, the Umbu reported. Behind the desk, an elderly man with closed eyes raised his head. And although his eyes were closed, it felt as if he was watching the bound boy. Bastard, the Uchiha will never let you go. The boy, tightly bound, was furious, glaring at the Mizuki with a Sharingan, trying to exert killing intent as damage. The Mizuki smiled slightly. Finally not useless. It was clear that this Mizuki was disappointed with his own bloodline elimination unit. He stood up from behind the desk, walked in front of the Uchiha boy, and reached out to press on his head, seemingly intending to do something. Stop glaring. Your eye technique is ineffective against me. The boy, however, smiled strangely. And at the same time, a black mark crawled up his left arm. What about this? Bang bang. The binding rope snapped and fell away. A black rod shot straight towards the Mizuki's heart. The Mizuki was astonished. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized his body was trapped by 2 Kiri ninjas. Youpht. Chapter 104, Experience Otsutsuki. In the equipment warehouse of the Mizuki's building, a dozen people quietly infiltrated. Be quick, I can't hold on for long. A gray-blue-haired youth from Kiri whispered. Got it. Thank you, Okarama Yagura said, having made many friends who opposed the blood mist over the years. They were now preparing to take down the Mizuki. The Kiri ninja, named Ao, nodded. I'll keep watch. He then went outside, while the others entered the equipment warehouse to grab weapons. Clang. A white short knife was drawn, gleaming with cold light. Good thing it's still here. Kirigeku's JZ tightly hugged the short knife, his charming face pressed against the scabbard, rubbing it affectionately. Love-struck, the chubby Wakanohara, Tofu sneered. JZ revealed sharp teeth, exuding killing intent. Stop fooling around. Yagura warned. Now is not the time to argue. He walked to a weapon rack, looking curiously at the coral rod above. Why did the water mirror technique fail back then? With doubt, he picked up the coral rod, infused it with chakra, and a piece of grayish debris appeared before his eyes. What? My mirror turned to stone? Originally, this was a piece of the Yata mirror, from which he had developed a powerful ninjutsu. Now the fragment had turned to stone, making it hard to accept. Not willing to give up, he took out the fragment and tried to infuse chakra. 1 minute. 2 minutes. No reaction at all. Could it really be useless? Just when he was about to give up, Shasha fragments collapsed into fine sand and began to spin in place. Yagura watched this change and couldn't help but feel nervous. Any change is a good thing, but what if there's no movement at all? Suddenly, buzzed the swirling fine sand, emitted ripples in space. And when all the fine sand disappeared, a stunningly beautiful beast-eared boy appeared. Damn, what are you doing, Shinsaku? Images began to overlap in Yagura's mind. KageyukiGets felt a darkness envelop him, and he found himself in an unfamiliar place. With his extensive experience in reverse psychic abilities, his first reaction was that he'd been tricked by Shinsaku again, but then he sensed something was off. Clang, clang, clang. What was with the dozen or so people in mist ninja attire simultaneously drawing their blades at him? Who are you? Why are you here? Suka, the puffer fish demon, pointed a finger at his face. KageyukiGets glanced around and awkwardly smiled. I want to know too. Honey. Suddenly, he heard a scream, and then soft jade was in his arms, leaving KageyukiGets even more confused. He quickly pushed the woman away. Kushina's nose was fine, and it would be troublesome if she caught a whiff of him. Who are you, big sister? I already have a wife, okay? To his surprise, the woman in his arms instantly changed her expression. Clang! A cold light flashed, and the sharp point of a short blade was aimed at his forehead. You dare to marry another woman? The woman exuded killing intent. KageyukiGets didn't pay attention to the woman. His gaze was entirely drawn to the short blade. This knife, no doubt about it. It was the token of love that Kushina had given him. He had been foolish not to notice at the time, as she had already liked him then. KageyukiGets, he raised his hand to take it. Whoosh, the woman stepped back with the knife, clearly not wanting him to get it. At this moment, KageyukiGets also remembered who this woman was, the mist ninja girl he had tricked. Big sister, that's my knife. Now it's mine. KageyukiGets had an angry expression, hating scumbags the most. Is the Yata mirror with you? Another voice emerged. Who's speaking? KageyukiGets scanned the surroundings, not seeing anyone moving their lips. Yagura was furious. If it weren't for good upbringing, he would have started cursing. KageyukiGets looked down beside him. This height, this green hair, this baby face. Yagura? It felt like there couldn't be another one like him in the entire ninja world. Answer me. Is the Yata mirror with you? Yagura remembered that it was this guy who shattered the Yata mirror years ago. It's here. KageyukiGets answered honestly. Yagura waved his coral stick. Hand it over. KageyukiGets casually conjured a stack of mirrors and took one out to hand over. Here, take it. Yagura wanted nothing more than to immediately kill this guy. I said the Yata mirror, the divine artifact Yata mirror, the one that can replicate. Right, this is it. KageyukiGets pointed at the mirror's surface, reflected Yagura. And then a replica of Yagura appeared. Yagura was momentarily speechless. This guy really wasn't lying. Here, KageyukiGets placed the mirror in his hand, and then walked toward the others with the mirror. Everyone put down their swords. It's not good for me and Yagura to fight. Come on, a small token of respect. Let us add each other as friends and play some games together. He directly handed out mirrors to everyone, completely unconcerned about being in enemy territory. This time everyone was dumbfounded. The mist ninjas looked at Yagura, then at KageyukiGets, and then at this guy handing out mirrors, feeling like they didn't seem like enemies. One by one, they received the mirrors, curiously playing with them. Yagura looked at the flashy mirror in his hand, then at the carefree KageyukiGets, feeling a bit disoriented. What's going on? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded, and the entire water shadow tower shook violently. The mist ninjas were astonished and rushed outside. This chakra. KageyukiGets narrowed his eyes and followed them out. The water shadow tower was lifted off its roof, and the water shadow was also lifted off its pineapple cover, still two of them. A 10-meter-tall water giant stood in the transformed battlefield of the water shadow tower, facing off against a boy with a Sharingan tattoo. In the head of the water giant, there was also an old man with both legs broken, eyes closed, stabbed through the heart, and intestines spilling out his abdomen. How tragic, but he had quite a strong life force. KageyukiGets could discern that this old man should be the third Mizukage, and the one opposite him didn't need any identification. It was none other than Uchiha Hiyori. I didn't expect this guy to come to the land of water and take on the Mizukage. What does he want? He couldn't figure out his intentions even if he tried, so he thought about how to capture him or simply eliminate him. Hiyori's wedge was thawing, and he wanted to observe and study this process, but the risks were evident. If he used the rebirth technique, there would be trouble. Fortunately, it seemed that this guy could only activate the first state of the wedge for now, and he himself didn't seem to have a sure win. He looked at the battlefield. The mist ninjas emerged one by one to protect their Mizukage. Even Yagura and the others who had just escaped from prison were no exception. It's one thing for their own people to rebel, but letting outsiders attack is another. The problem was they couldn't really fight back. Hiyori was in the first state of the wedge, Theoretically, his hard power wouldn't be much stronger than Kawaki from Boruto's era. But he could use ninjutsu and had the Sharingan, which created a significant gap. Anyone below the Jonin level couldn't last even one round against him. And without a shadow level ninja, they couldn't suppress him. Even if he went up to help, he could at most defeat him. But he wouldn't be able to stop the space teleportation from escaping. Space teleportation, now that was troublesome. Dad, the wedge detected data related to space-time. And once the analysis is complete, you won't be troubled. How long will the analysis take? At the current speed, it will take at least 180 days to analyze the space-time portion, and the application time will be even longer. It felt like this son was teasing him as a father, but he had no evidence. Far water can't quench near thirst, so he needed to find external help. He took out his phone and sent a message. Huaiwe, Gramps Madara, come deal with the little Otsutsuki. Huaiwe, Gramps Madara? Huaiwe, hey. Uchiha Madara ignored him. What's the kid Uchiha Madara doing? Digging up the graves of their two brothers with Senju Hashirama. All right then. Change of external help. The tailed beast wouldn't do. Those guys could only serve as power banks, and coming out to dismantle the Mist Village would only worsen the tailed beast's negative image. Sigh. Let Konoha's rogue ninjas handle their own problems. Let them see the Otsutsuki. He clicked the screen to gather people. Konoha Village. Kushina brought Daji to the game house of the Uchiha clan, as her size was too large to fit inside. Sister Huashao, please look after Daji for a moment. I need to go to the Hokage's office. Daji, you behave and play games here. Oh, after giving her instructions, she left to report and inform about the sound that was made after leaving the village. Go on, go on. Uchiha Huashao came out of the pastry shop and was stunned when she saw the 3-meter-tall white fox. Daji, what have you been eating? How did you grow so big? Who would have thought that the little one that used to lie on Kaogetsu's head was now almost 2 stories tall? Boo-hoo, Sister Huashao, I didn't want this either. Daji sat on the ground, crying her heart out. She couldn't even go home now. Don't you know transformation jutsu? Can't you just shrink down? Huashao vaguely remembered this fox had once tricked her with transformation jutsu. Daji slapped her forehead. All right, Sister Huashao, you're so smart. She formed hand seals. Heya. Boom, white hair, fox ears, a 5-year-old girl resembling Kaiogetsu appeared. Ha ha ha. I can go home now. So cute. Huashao was instantly captivated and couldn't help herself. At this time, hearing that Daji was returning to the village, Minato arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, wandered around, but couldn't find Kaiogetsu and Daji, and was just thinking of asking someone. Ding ding ding, the phone rang, and when I opened it I saw... Anyway, Shimon called the 3rd Hokage, told them about the Otsutsuki matter, and let them come and experience it. Haniwe video, and then for Haniwe. Link, HTTN, VR. Jingying VR. DL Haniwe has granted you access to Jingying VR delivery permissions. Chapter 105. Instant kill boom. 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 The water giant's heavy fist struck down one after another, while Fuyuin leisurely walked about, even finding time to knock down the approaching Mist Ninja. Uchiha. The Mizukage roared, his life force rapidly fading. He was dying. Ambushed and severely injured, he had only managed to hold on until now with a secret technique. But it was not enough to deal with the person in front of him. He hated himself for being careless. The Mist Village might descend into chaos after today. Ha! Mizukage, is this all the strength you have? So weak. Feiyin mocked disdainfully. He could clearly feel the gap between himself and ordinary ninjas. Aside from being at the level of a Kage, he was nothing. The original plan was to assassinate the Mizukage and then have White Zetsu disguise himself, thus taking control of the Mist Village. Unexpectedly, the 3rd Mizukage was not to be underestimated. Even with a pierced heart, he could still shine briefly. Scanning the surroundings, all the Mist ninjas who could come had arrived. It seemed the plan had failed, and he needed to think of another way. Although it had failed, he was not in a hurry to leave. There were some things he needed to do. Looking at the Mist ninjas, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Xin, I'm here to avenge you. The black stick in his hand pointed directly at the Mizukage within the water giant. Starting with you, Dai. Whoosh like lightning, he burst forth, the black stick breaking through the water giant, and he entered. Then only a soft sound was heard. Fuyuin appeared behind the water giant. Splash! Thud, the water giant collapsed, and the already severely injured Mizukage fell to the ground, covering the wound on his neck in disbelief as he turned around. His throat was cut open, and he could no longer speak. Mizukage. The Mist ninjas gasped in shock. Their incredibly powerful leader had been defeated by an unknown little brat. Damn it. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Yagura rushed in angrily, a water dragon spewing forth from his mouth. He also wanted to defeat the Mizukage, but not by an outsider. Overestimating himself, Fei Yuan's half-face covered in black marks turned cold, his left hand extended. Zing! In an instant, the water dragon was absorbed. Ninjutsu absorption. Yagura was astonished. At this moment, the black marks on Fei Yuan's body turned red. The hand he raised aimed at Yagura. Here you go. Buzz the palm glowed brightly. A massive light sphere enveloping Yagura, turning his purple gaze into a white blur. It's over. The range was too large to evade. Buzz. Boom. The light sphere exploded, the shockwave leveling the Mizukage tower. Yagura. Suigetsu and Getsu gasped. They hadn't expected such a change to occur in a single encounter. The opponent's strength exceeded imagination. Coupled with the third Mizukage being within the explosion's range, the mist ninja present felt a profound despair. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps grew closer in the smoke, and Fei Yuan walked out slowly. His cold gaze swept around, and the surroundings fell silent. The mist ninjas didn't dare to breathe. He was very pleased with this effect. Splash. Suddenly, a water pool on the ground splashed, and a white-haired girl emerged from the water, drawing her sword. Kushina. Fei Yuan's gaze shifted, his blood-red Sharingan glaring. Jinjutsu. Sharingan Wu, the white short sword stopped 10 centimeters from his body, and the girl's eyes had gone blank. Heh! With a cold smile, he raised his hand, the black stick aimed at the girl's heart, thrusting in without any mercy. Jeigetsu. Suigetsu's face twisted. He was about to lose his second teammate. Clang! There was no splatter of blood, nor any scream. The black stick was blocked by a pale, yellow bony hand. Who? Fei Yuan frowned, watching as Jeigetsu was grabbed away by the bony hand, and then a soft, youthful voice appeared. Don't you recognize me so quickly, Fei Yuan? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. A pale yellow half-skeleton, from within the bone structure, a red-eyed, black-haired boy had blood trickling down, and the skeleton's two bony hands each held onto Jeigetsu and Yagura. Jeigetsu and Yagura had complex expressions. Uchiha Kagetsu. Fei Yuan gritted his teeth. If it weren't for this bastard, he would have killed Uzumaki Kushina long ago. Kagetsu smiled slightly. Don't be so agitated, how about we chat? I can help you revive Xin and CHG. This kid is now a ticking time bomb. If we can stabilize him, it will be less of a hassle. Get lost. Swinging the black stick to stab, Fei Yuan clearly did not want to chat and did not believe him. Swish. The black stick stabbed directly into Susanoo. Trouble. Kagetsu pouted, knowing that this guy wouldn't talk nicely unless he was pinned down. He quickly released Jeigetsu and Yagura, then dissipated Susanoo. This thing was a waste of chakra in high-level battles. Whoosh with a flap of his wings, Kagetsu took to the sky just before the black stick could stab him. Fei Yuan threw the black stick while simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique whoosh. A fireball shot up rapidly. Don't waste it. Kagetsu dodged the black stick, and a row of mirrors floated in front of him, arranged in formation. Mirror release. Rinnegan. Sealing technique absorption formation. The fireball crashed into the mirror formation and was reverted back into chakra for absorption. This was Kagetsu using the power of the Rinnegan. Since he couldn't use all of his abilities, he could only rely on quantity, but fortunately, Kagetsu was best at multi-threaded operations. What? This ability to absorb ninjutsu surprised Fei Yuan, and he also found it troublesome. He could fly and was not afraid of ninjutsu. How to fight? Dad, the request for projection from Minato and the others has arrived. In the air, Kagetsu smiled slightly. Fei Yuan, come here, an old friend. He threw out several mirrors, and then figures flashed. 5 figures were successively reflected in the mirror. When Fei Yuan saw these 5 people, his eyes suddenly widened. Top, 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 top. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namikaze Minato. The 5 landed, and the venue fell silent. If Fei Yuan was surprised, the mist ninjas were terrified. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that is the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. How could he be here? Look, the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Why are people from Konoha here? Are they here to attack us? It's over, it's over. Amidst the discussions, Kushina spread her wings and flew towards Kagetsu, while the other 4 sensed their own states while quickly scanning the surroundings. The 4 had different reactions, but all were secretly amazed at the power of this Jingying VR. Although they couldn't exert their full strength, this ability was enough to change the future of the war. Mist Village people, I'm the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am here only to capture the rogue ninja, Uchiha Fei Yuan, who is possessed by aliens. Please do not misunderstand. After a brief explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze locked onto Fei Yuan. Fei Yuan turned back, Don't be so stubborn. Whoosh, in an instant, the figure opposite blurred, and then a soft sound was heard. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it as he looked down at his chest. A black stick had pierced through his heart. Zulfust, Hokage? Ha! A look of disdain appeared on Fei Yuan's face, which was covered in red marks. Who would have thought that in the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand locked around his neck? Fei Yuan was taken aback. How are you not dead? Fei Yuan, everyone makes mistakes. Your current situation is very dangerous. Let's help you. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke earnestly. Minato had told them about the Otsutsuki matter, and he chose to believe because Fei Yuan's strength was abnormal. What qualifications do you executioners of war have to preach here? The trapped Fane struggled and roared, a long curved horn protruding from the back of his head. Crack! A palm pressed against Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm, and 5 fingers closed. Ugh! With 100 pain perception, Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt a massive pain in his arm, stimulating his nerves, and then, snap! His arm was brutally broken. Sarutobi Hiruzen screamed, but Hikage had no intention of letting up. His other hand formed a knife shape and thrust forward. Thud! It pierced directly into his throat, and then his hand transformed into a claw. Crack! His neck was twisted off. Dead? Yaguro was in a daze. It seemed so. Tsukuyomi was also stunned. The Hokage just died? Not just them. The others from the Mist Village also wore incredulous expressions. First the Mizukage, now the Hokage. Just like that, they were gone. Teacher. Lord Third, Jiraiya and Minato rushed in, filled with rage, fully engaged. Orochimaru, however, was very cold, releasing several small snakes and retreating to the side to conduct research. In the sky, Kyojetsu was also dumbfounded. The second wedge. This meant that the unsealing degree of Hikage was very high, and the will of Otsutsuki could occupy the body at any moment. Chapter 106, Diging Graves. In the Konoha village cemetery, 2 masked figures sneaked in, each carrying a shovel on their shoulders. In no time, they arrived at the grave of the second Hokage to start digging. These 2 were Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. They had just dug up Uchiha Izuna's grave and were now about to desecrate Tobirama's grave. Hurry up, there's no one around. We can dig up Tobirama's grave. Madara was very excited. I'm crazy for accompanying you to dig up my brother's grave. Hashirama rolled his eyes, thrusting down hard with the shovel. I also dug up my brother's grave. It's a small matter, all for the peace of the universe. Madara's small shovel danced in the air, and before long, they saw the coffin lid. Ha! Watch me twist your skull off. Excited, he lifted the coffin lid. Hashirama silently gazed at the hard-working Madara, feeling like he was back in their childhood. This guy, I should have talked to him more back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been deceived and used by Kaguya. Madara at this moment opened the coffin and took out a skull. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked a few times. Laughing, I wanted to do this for a long time. Tobirama, you have your day too? Ha. Hashirama's forehead bulged with veins, and he raised his hand for a Senju iron fist. Bastard, don't desecrate my brother. Bang. Oh, boom. Dust flew up in the cemetery. Who is there? Oh no, someone else robbing the grave. Damn, it's the second Hokage's grave. Someone come. A group of Konoha ninjas flew into a panic. However, they were destined to gain nothing. The 2 grave robbers had already started their evil summoning ritual deep underground. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Roar Style 3. Great Pickled Egg. Swish, swish, swish. The second wedge Hikage leisurely dodged Minato's attacks and absorbed Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Whoosh, a special kunai, flew towards him from behind, and Minato used Flying Thunder God to flash over. Grabbed the kidney and liver. The blue orb slammed down. Heck, garbage. Hikage sneered. Thud! The black rod cut through first, severing Minato's arm, followed by a spinning kick. Slap! Cough! Zulfust! Whoosh boom! In surprise, Minato crashed heavily into a building. Damn it! Jiraiya clasped his hands together, his hair growing wildly. Wild Lion's main technique. Hikage coldly watched the white hair sweeping towards him, and in the next second, he vanished from the spot. The target Jiraiya was stunned, only to hear the mocking voice behind him. The legendary 3 ninjas? A joke. Thud! A black rod pierced through Jiraiya's shocked expression. Hee-ha! Hikage laughed sinisterly. In the second wedge state, he felt his power exploding. He was invincible. What Mizukage Hokage, what legendary 3 ninjas, what geniuses were all trash in front of him. He just wanted to say one thing. Who else? Kid, you did well. You've awakened me so quickly. The sudden voice wiped the smile off his face. Hikage's eyes widened. He was too familiar with this voice. Kaguya, next, you can sleep well. I will help you destroy this despairing world. A strong drowsiness surged through KageyukiGets' heart. No, I don't want to sleep. I Haven T avenged the Shinju. The struggle in his heart was futile. The wedge had already thawed to 80. Enough for Ishiki's consciousness to dominate this body. 5 natures. Great multi-shadow clone technique Sarutobi Hiruzen reappeared, and this time he didn't hold back, directly unleashing his ultimate technique. Zung, 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 zung. Water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. 5 different elemental attacks fell simultaneously, but KageyukiGets kept his head down with no reaction at all. As the light of the 5 elements illuminated his face, he suddenly raised his head, his left Sharingan disappearing, revealing a golden triangle. Zung, all 5 elemental ninjutsu vanished. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Bang, bang, bang immediately. His shadow clones were shattered, and KageyukiGets' figure appeared beside him in an instant. He got faster again. There was no way to dodge. In his eyes reflected KageyukiGets swinging the black rod. Sarutobi Hiruzen could clearly feel that he was completely no match for his opponent. Is this what Minato called Otsutsuki? So strong, there's no one in the ninja world who can defeat him. In despair, Shinra Tensei. Bang bang. The powerful repulsion sent him flying, and, at the same time, KageyukiGets was also pushed away. Who saved me? Sarutobi Hiruzen searched while flying back, his gaze sweeping over a figure in black hair and red armor. Uchiha Madara. KageyukiGets, no, it's a Shiki roaring. Why is this guy everywhere? Uchiha Madara lit a newly developed Huangalu, chuckling as he exhaled a smoke ring. Haha, I didn't have enough fun last time. Let us continue. Zung chakra flames ignited, and he initiated the attack first. The two immediately engaged in battle. Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen, just stabilizing himself, was shocked. What happened to this world? It suddenly felt so unfamiliar. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Little monkey, it seems you Haven T made much progress these years. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze. That voice. Tobirama, don't be so harsh on your disciple. That last 5 nature great multi-shadow clone was not bad. Another familiar voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in tears. Teacher. These two were indeed his teachers, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. After reviving Tobirama and Izuna, Uchiha Madara finally had time to check his phone and immediately projected himself to the battlefield. Is this Otsutsuki? My brother is actually at a disadvantage. Ni-san. I'm here to help you. An Uchiha clansman leaped over the 3 and joined the battlefield. Little monkey, watch the battle well. This will be your future enemy. Tobirama patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder and vanished into the battlefield. Madara, I'm coming. Hashirama also joined in. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, do a big Buddha, and I'll give you a cover. Little mirror, open my balance for Hashirama and Izuna. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily with a black rod sticking out of his forehead. Then Hashirama and Izuna felt a massive amount of chakra enter their bodies. The great battle immediately escalated. When Jiraiya and Minato projected themselves back, they were dumbfounded. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha something, the battlefield exploded. Conversely, the Mist ninjas were stunned. What the hell are you Konoha ninjas doing? If you want to come and tear down our Mist village, just say so. We will not resist. Resistance is useless. You are too strong. In the air, Kyojetsu didn't let Kushina join the fight. There were already many people fighting, and there was no point in adding more. He also didn't reactivate that pseudo-heavy particle mode. Since the analysis of the wedge, it has always been the maximum power expenditure without any deposits, unless he uses depositor funds again. Furthermore, the non-source open wedge 2 clearly shows that it is a copy of the first, and it is estimated that it still cannot be retained. Let's treat it as an opportunity for Senju Hashirama and the others to come into contact with the Otsutsuki clan early. He thought to himself, why not take this opportunity to expose Hashirama and then use Hashirama's name to whitewash Uchiha Obito? Then they can maintain peace in the ninja world, and he can just relax and earn chakra. Then he would wait for the secret of the Otsutsuki datization to be cracked, and then install various abilities in a dataized form onto himself, becoming invincible. So he controlled the mirror to take photos and videos, letting Kushina, a small high-ranking official from Konoha, gather a bunch of friends and subordinates to start a live broadcast. Brothers, the battle situation has reached a critical state, and the Mist Village has been destroyed. Here, let us strongly condemn the extraterrestrial invaders morally. Kushina passionately hosted. Uchiha Obito, who was parasitized by Otsutsuki, has already gained the upper hand. Does Otsutsuki know this? Come, let me tell you this Otsutsuki. H0H0. The recent surge was due to the collaboration of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobarama. Speaking of Uchiha Izuna, he is the brother of Uchiha Obito and also an old rival of Senju Tobarama. What we see now is the Susanoo enveloping the giant Buddha. Do you know what Susanoo is? Let me give everyone a brief introduction. How come it can't hit anything? It seems that the giant Buddha attacking mosquitoes is not advisable. Brothers, we need to learn from this. Being big and looking strong doesn't work for every situation. We need to base it on. The exclusive reward channel is open. Everyone can reward their favorite players through the avatars at the bottom of the screen. And chakra will be replenished to the players in real time, allowing them to become stronger and create brilliance again. Meanwhile, Konoha Village was in an uproar. Chapter 107. The Escape of Otsutsuki. Gamehouse Uchiha Main Store. Stop playing, everyone. Quickly watch Kushina's live broadcast. It's super exciting. Uchiha Fire exclaimed excitedly. Uchiha Mingji tilted his head. Exciting? Did Kushina go into the sea? Get lost. What nonsense is in your dog brain? Hinata Miko kicked her teammate. Damn, it's really exciting. Look at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi exclaimed. Wow, really? How do they all come back to life? ISNT that the traitor Obito? So strong? Is this real? Didn't Kushina say he was parasitized by aliens? The aliens are so strong. The third Hokage can only watch and can't intervene. As everyone was discussing, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the game house. Uchiha clan members, listen up. All of you reward Uchiha Obito. He had just confirmed the truth of the incident with the third Hokage and immediately came to notify the clan members to support with chakra. The game house in the center of Konoha Village was already bustling. Senjin jumped up from the sofa. Quick, quick, quick. The second Hokage is fighting aliens. Everyone reward him. I support Uchiha Obito. byKushina was the first to sing a different tune. That's the villain. Senju Yin glared angrily. But he is handsome. byKushina said with a little hand, launching a rocket onto the screen. I support Uchiha Izuna. He is even more handsome. Yamashiro Ichi chimed in. Damn. Senju Yin fired 2 shots directly. Yesan 3 shots. Yin 4 shots. You 2 enough. Haruna came over to hold him down. Everyone, reward Minato. A few were confused. What is the use of rewarding Minato? Konoha Village Ninja School. Kakashi, who are you rewarding? A little girl with a mask held a mirror close to the little white-haired boy. Uchiha Obito, the little white-haired boy, said expressionlessly. A head, wearing goggles, stretched out. Annoyed, Lin, don't listen to him. Of course, it's a reward for the first Hokage. Uchiha Obito is a traitor. The cool little white-haired boy glanced over. Idiot. They are fighting a common enemy. The first Hokage doesn't lack chakra. Rewarding Uchiha Obito is more valuable. It seems so. Kakashi is really smart. The little girl began to reward Uchiha Obito. The boy with the goggles mindset exploded. Similar scenes unfolded all over Konoha Village, with massive amounts of chakra gathering, and then all went into the pockets of the unscrupulous platform. Red wings circled above the mist village, where below was a sea of trees. Otsutsuki was about to run. Jingwei observed the battlefield while filming. After killing Hashirama and Obito once, Otsutsuki's attacks became conservative, clearly knowing that the opponent was already in an invincible position. Sigh. He sighed. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt regretful. Below, Yagura looked at the disheveled village, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. The moonlight reflected 2 pairs of red wings in his eyes, biting his lip. He didn't know what he was thinking. What should we do? Suigetsu asked. What else can we do? Just wait to rebuild the village. We can't just go up and die. Ching's tone was very dejected, as the displayed strength of Konoha made him feel despair. The surrounding mist village members were silent, and a heavy atmosphere lingered. On the battlefield, swish, 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 clang, clang. Countless vines danced wildly as 5.5 figures intertwined. Why 5.5? Minato would occasionally come up to assist with Flying Thunder God, while Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't get involved at all. Otsutsuki looked up at the red figure in the sky, thought for a long time, and still didn't make a move. The other side was flying around openly in front of him, neither attacking nor doing anything. It was clearly trying to lure him into action. It's time to leave. Otsutsuki prepared to retreat, without resolving the issue at its root. There was no point in continuing to fight. These people were indestructible. Although he had the advantage in strength, he couldn't match them in chakra, especially since he knew Uchiha Obito still had trump cards he hadn't used. It was better to wait until he was fully unfrozen before seeking revenge. Thus, for the first time in his life, he used ninjutsu, Shadow clone technique boom, boom, boom. One transformed into four, scattering and shrinking, instantly disappearing without a trace. PS running. Tobirama shouted. Uchiha Obito reached out to one direction and gripped it. Universal Pulsing 1 Otsutsuki was pulled back. Boom, but the next second, it turned into white smoke. Damn, this guy actually learned ninjutsu. Otsutsuki using ninjutsu was not a good omen, meaning he would be harder to deal with in the future. He hadn't run out of the range of wood release yet. Watch me. Within the range of wood release, Hashirama's perception increased. Clap. Both hands slapped together, and branches danced like a swarm of snakes, as if chasing something. Obito, Izuna, fire. Okay. The two brothers simultaneously formed the hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique X2 would release fueled the flames, instantly creating a sea of fire. The fire burned for a long time, but it seemed it couldn't burn Otsutsuki. When the flames extinguished, the mist village was no longer in existence, and a long-standing fog also dissipated at this moment. He ran? Uchiha Izuna frowned. I can't sense his chakra. Hashirama shook his head. It's a pity there was no flying thunder god marking. Tobirama was a bit annoyed. In this battle, he felt like a side character, just like a junior. He looked at that junior. Kid, did you mark it? Minato shook his head. Too fast, couldn't touch it. His fists were tightly clenched. This level of battle made him feel powerless. What Kushina said about the future was indeed true. Don't be discouraged. We have many people. We will always find a way. Uchiha Obito pointed at a yellow crane tower to comfort him. He knew this was also unavoidable. On Jingyue's side, the chakra reserves were insufficient, and they were powerless to stop the opponent from escaping. Side Four's side, pondering what to do next time, they encountered Otsutsuki. Suddenly, they felt a strong resentment coming from around them. The five looked around, and they saw a group of angry eyes, the anger from the entire village of Kirigakure. Fortunately, the people of Kirigakure didn't dare to act, but their anger was uncontrollable, as their homes had been destroyed by these Konoha ninjas. What a great grievance. Cold sweat dripped down the five's foreheads. Uchiha Madara glanced at Hashirama and winked. Should we kill them all to silence them? Hashirama glared with both eyes. You dare? Madara silently turned around, holding a cigarette and drawing circles. Hashirama was speechless and looked at his brother. Tobirama thought of a way. He wanted love and peace, not war. Tobirama, now you think of me? Why didn't you treat me like a person when you were flirting just now? But the necessary things still had to be done, and he waved to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The monkey came over. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the beautiful women of Kirigakure with Jiraiya, was summoned and hurried over with a retracted lewd expression. Teacher. Tobirama patted his shoulder. Think of a way to appease the people of Kirigakure. We want love and peace, not war. A confused Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. Swish, Jiraiya vanished on the spot. This ungrateful disciple. He looked for Orochimaru, who had been slacking the whole time, but he was missing. He could only look at the innocent and kind Minato, showing a kind smile. Minato, hearing that your dream is to become Hokage, come, take on the burden and experience the work of Hokage. For the first time, Minato felt that the third Hokage was also cunning. Then his tender shoulders bore a weight that he shouldn't have at his age. Chapter 108, Reconstruction. In the mist, Ishiki looked far towards Kirigakure, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. 81. Soon you lower beings will all become fertilizer, Suddenly, he held his forehead. One of his Byakugan turned into a Sharingan. Are you waking up? The consumption was too great just now. It turned out that the consciousness of non-source was awakening. After a while, both eyes transformed into Sharingan. Thud cough. Non-source knelt on the ground, sweat breaking out all over his body, filled with the fear of being controlled. He looked at the diamond-shaped black mark on his palm, and despair flashed in his eyes. It seems there isn't much time left. If there is a next time, he wasn't confident that he could wake up again. Bang! His fist smashed into the ground. Damn! What do I have to do to get rid of him? Hey. Maybe I can help you. A hoarse voice came from a mist. Who? Non-source red eyes fixed on a spot. And then he saw a person walking out of the mist. Orochimaru. He assumed a fighting posture. Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin and also Jiraiya's teammate. Thus an enemy. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. Don't be nervous, he. I'm also half a criminal of Konoha now, and I'm only interested in research. Non-source obviously didn't believe him. Orochimaru didn't care. I successfully helped Konoha develop wood release. You can trust my abilities besides. His golden pupils met non-source eyes. You have no time and no more choices left. Non-source fell silent, and after a moment, he glared fiercely at Orochimaru. Don't play tricks. I can take you down any time. In the ruins of Kirigakure, after leaving the matter of Kirigakure to Minato, Hashirama and the others surrounded Kagetsu. Kagetsu, come back to the village. The matter of the Otsutsuki is clear, and we can think of a solution together. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't forget to advise. Right now, he actually had a headache. The sudden appearances of Otsutsuki, the first and second Hokages, and Uchiha Madara caught him off guard. Should he still be Hokage? Kagetsu shook his head. Ishiki has run away as the source of the mirror release. I need to hide next. If I die, the first Hokage and the others will all disappear. And it'll be very difficult to unite the power of the ninja world again. Uchiha Kid, I want to know more. Tobirama said expressionlessly. The inexplicable resurrection. The inexplicable fight. Everything was inexplicable. Kagetsu glanced towards Kushina's direction, as if there were troubles. Madara, you speak. My girlfriend is arguing with someone. After saying that, he ran away. A group of big shots silently watched his retreating figure. Madara, are you sure he is the child of prophecy? Hashirama asked. Uchiha Madara awkwardly twitched his lips and took out a cigarette to cover up his embarrassment. Give me back my knife. Don't even think about it. This is mine. Kagetsu arrived to see two girls, one red and one white, baring their teeth and fiercely pulling a white short knife, neither giving way. Kushina and Kaguya. Once they started fighting, they were locked in a standoff. After watching for a while, he decided to intervene. I said get lost. X2. He silently walked away, confirming that this was something he couldn't interfere with. As he walked through the ruins, all he could see was crying, cursing, and sadness. Kirigakure was gone. The Mizukage was gone, and homes were gone. It was tragic. Kagetsu, not far away, Minato waved at him, and beside him was a group of new generation Kirigakure ninjas represented by Yagura. After this battle, Kirigakure was divided into two factions. One faction was the revenge faction. They did not accept any compromise and only wanted revenge against Konoha, and now these people were all in prison. The other faction accepted Konoha's assistance to rebuild Kirigakure and was willing to befriend Konoha. Yagura was the representative of this faction and was currently negotiating reconstruction matters with the trial Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Arriving beside Minato, he naturally put his arm around his shoulder. What is wrong, Yagura? Don't joke with me. Minato was embarrassed and angry. He was just a poor laborer who was tricked by the third Hokage. Then he became serious. Help me out. Open your mirror VR. We are short on manpower here, and I plan to let people from the village come over to help. A small matter. You provide the chakra. No problem. Kagetsu flicked his hand, adding the mirror VR to the App Store, and casually placed a row of mirrors on the ground. Then Minato sent out a push notification in the group, and soon, one by one, Konoha ninjas projected out from the mirrors, and in just a few minutes, nearly 100 appeared one after another, startling the still frightened people of Kirigakure. Yagura swallowed hard. This ability to remotely deploy troops was a bit terrifying. He looked at Kagetsu and asked, is this also the ability of the Yata mirror? Sort of. I made a slight modification. Kagetsu said casually. You called it a slight modification? Remote communication, remote deployment, remote chakra transfer. You're just a war machine. Yagura pointed out and cautiously asked, can this communication mirror be shared with Kirigakure? Kirigakure is too far from the inland. If they have this communication capability, it would greatly enhance the village's connection with the outside world, but I guess the other party wouldn't agree, as this communication method is a major weapon. No problem. Oh, if it doesn't work then, Yagura looked uncertainly at Kagetsu, who then revealed a big smile and waved his hand. Small mountain-like mirrors appeared before everyone. Yagura and the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas were dumbfounded. These are part of Konoha's apology, right, Yagura? Kagetsu winked at Minato. Brother, I can only help you this much. The rest you handle yourself. Minato made an effort to ignore this increasingly good-looking brother and struggled out of his grasp. Right? This is a small apology from Konoha. Next, I will send someone to help you set up your own mirror release server group. Then Minato and Yagura led a group of people from Konoha and Kirigakure to get busy. Kagetsu planned to take Kushina to find the two-tailed beasts of Kirigakure. Since they were here, he might as well take care of it. Of course, he first had to mediate the fight. Headache. Just as Kagetsu walked away, an adult led a group of children projected into Kirigakure. Konoha Village, Class 1, Team 3, Uchiha Bido is here. The boy with wind goggles shouted with excitement. Haha! Konoha Village, Class 1, Team 3, my guy is here. The passionate little green. Two idiots. The little white-haired boy cast a disdainful glance. Kakashi, I'm going to fight you. Hee, Obito is so passionate. The girl with facial markings covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Rin, is this the Hidden Mist village? It's so shabby. The boy from a privileged background glanced around in disdain. Asuma, don't say that. It seems like your father, the third Hokage, was also involved in the reconstruction of the Hidden Mist village. The girl with red eyes revealed the truth. Fine, Hong. Clap, clap. The leading teacher clapped his hands to stop the children's noise. Today's outdoor practical lesson is to help rebuild the Hidden Mist village. For every villager's recognition, you earn 1 point, which counts toward your final grade. Disperse. With a wave of the teacher's hand, the children happily began to work or cause trouble. This was specially sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to improve relations between the two villages. Nothing is more suitable for this job than children. And the key is that their safety is not a concern. Soon, the group of kids formed teams and began to wander around the Hidden Mist village. Kakashi Guy Obito and Rin teamed up together. What should we do? Rin looked troubled, feeling completely out of place among the busy figures. How about moving bricks? Kakashi glanced at them, thinking that was all they could do. Oh, helping out while also exercising. What a genius idea. As expected of you, Kakashi. The three silently watched as Guy, full of enthusiasm, went to move bricks. Obito withdrew his gaze, and a red shadow appeared in the corner of his eye. Hi, Kushina ne. Upon closer inspection, it looked like she was fighting someone. He turned to sneak a look at Rin and Kakashi. Rin, let me introduce you to someone super amazing. He grabbed Rin and ran, wanting to shake off Kakashi, the third wheel. Kakashi, with a look of disdain, stepped forward. A two-person world? Did you ask me? Suddenly, thud, something bumped into his back. He turned around. Oh, sorry. A small girl with beast ears and white hair was pitifully holding her head and apologizing. Kakashi was stunned. So cute, and no problem. Huh? Where did she go? Looking again, there was only the girl's back and her swaying large ears. Chapter 109. Vesen Moon Bang. Bang. Boom. Two figures, one red and one white, intertwined and fought. Do you still have any shame stealing from others? Kushina elbowed her opponent back and reached for the knife. The Crescent Moon's body was very flexible, twisting her waist to avoid the outstretched hand. With a charming smile, what I steal is mine. Unless you trade your man for me. Get lost. Jinghua wouldn't like a bad woman like you who steals. Kushina reached out again to grab the short knife. Bang. Crescent Moon knocked her hand away, her eyes brightening. So his name is Jinghua and Crescent Moon. Sounds good together. Well, load of nonsense. Kushina raised her hand to throw a furious punch, but it was all dodged. What the heck? This woman is really slippery. Kurama, give me some chakra. I want to take down this little third wheel. Personal grudges are not within the scope of service. Kurama, in the ceiling space, calmly played games. The two were fighting without using real strength, purely testing techniques, which was Kushina's weak point. Unable to continue the struggle, if she couldn't win in strength, she would resort to verbal attacks, which she was good at. Jinghua couldn't outtalk her. You don't even know Jinghua's name. Why are you holding on to it? Crescent Moon twirled the short knife in her hand with a smile. Now you know. Kushina was momentarily speechless. Knowing is useless. He doesn't like you. Crescent Moon smirked. That's fine, I just want the person. Kushina was once again at a loss for words. This person doesn't care about face. How can she keep arguing? Crescent Moon looked amused. Suddenly, her hand was empty. Looking closely, she saw a boy playing with a short knife had appeared beside Kushina. Don't bully my wife. She is weak in taijutsu. Jinghua smiled as he tucked the short knife behind him. Yeah. Kushina wrapped her arms around her boyfriend's arm and made a face at Crescent Moon. Naya. Look. This is mine. Jinghua affectionately ruffled her red hair, finding her triumphant look amusing. He turned back to Crescent Moon and saw her glaring with killing intent, causing him to feel a headache. You must be from the Kirigakure clan. I'm Uchiha Jinghua. Back then, I might have said something that led to misunderstandings while trying to save my life. I'm here to apologize. I'm sorry. Crescent Moon stared intently at the two without speaking, and the atmosphere grew silent. Suddenly, Mom and Dad, a small white-haired girl pounced onto Jinghua. He raised his hand in confusion, holding the beast-eared little loli who resembled his sister when she was young. Daji? Ha. Transformation jutsu. Isn't it amazing? Can I sleep in your room tonight? Daji proudly shook her beast ears, which were identical to Jinghua's. Amazing. Kushina and Jinghua praised. At this moment, Crescent Moon was stunned. Dad? Comparing looks and images again. What the heck? They already have a child? Are people from Konoha Village this mature? Forget it. I was just being overly sentimental. Luo, M.O. turned and left. Just as Crescent Moon walked away, Obito and the others came over. Kushina. Kushina turned back, puzzled. Obito, why aren't you in class? Jingwei was taken aback by the voice and looked at the big villain. The teacher sent us to the hidden mist village for a practical lesson. Obito explained while pulling Rin over. This is my best friend, Noero Rin. Rin, this is the developer of the Mirror Mobile, the boss of Game House, Uzumaki Kushina. Hello, Lady Kushina. Rin bowed in greeting. Kushina was considered a high-ranking official in Konoha now. Hello, Rin. Kushina greeted with a smile, then looked at the white-haired figure behind them. Aren't you going to introduce the one behind you? Obito frowned and pouted. I don't know him. Obito. Rin's eyes widened. Obito helplessly prepared to introduce him. But unexpectedly, Kakashi stepped forward. Lady Kushina, I am Hatake Kakashi. Speaking to Kushina, his eyes were secretly glancing at Jingwei and the Daji in his arms. Why do these two have beast ears? Jingwei felt his gaze and smiled gently, pretending to be surprised. Hatake? Same surname as Konoha White Fang. As soon as he spoke, all attention was drawn towards him. So beautiful. So cute. Obito and Rin instantly couldn't take their eyes off. Kakashi replied seriously. That's right, he's my father. Senior, are you also a ninja from Konoha? A ninja? Jingwei seemed to be reminiscing. I used to be, but I'm not anymore. He smiled at the three. My name is Uchiha Jingwei. This is my daughter Uchiha Daji. Perhaps you have heard of me. Manjiki Sharingan? Obito exclaimed in shock. The only genius in the Uchiha clan to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan besides Uchiha Madara in decades. Of course, he had heard of it. The hero of the Sand Village battle? Rin had clearly heard of him, but didn't he sacrifice himself? Kakashi frowned, his focus different from his two classmates. Why hasn't the senior become a ninja? Jingwei set Daji down, his expression slightly serious, his gaze deepening, a solemn aura surrounding him. The three little ones were instantly affected by the atmosphere, their expressions becoming focused. Jingwei slowly opened his mouth. Ninjas only exist within the confines of villages and nations. The ninja world is currently facing numerous crises, with alien invaders lurking menacingly. If someone with my strength remains confined to the identity of a ninja, I will be forced to participate in wars and slaughter each other. What hope would there be for the ninja world then? Therefore, I choose to break free from the shackles of being a ninja, to cast aside the meaningless wars between countries and ninja villages, and to seek a path that aims for peace for the entire ninja world and to defend the planet against invasion. Wow, how great! Obito and Rin's eyes sparkled with stars. They believed it. Kakashi fell silent in contemplation. His intelligence led him to think more deeply. But he also somewhat recognized what KageyukiGets has said. It seems that the existence of ninjas has always been to serve war and slaughter. KageyukiGets secretly glanced at their expressions. The effect of persuasion is good. Let's expand the vision first. This ninja world has changed, and I hope it will have a good ending in the future. He patted Kakashi's white hair. You are still young. You don't need to take my words to heart. Improving your strength and showcasing yourselves is what you should focus on right now. Got it, senior. Kakashi nodded. KageyukiGets pushed Daji towards the three of them. Daji, I have some matters with your mother. You can go play with the kids. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, please take care of Daji. Daji is only 5 years old. Just the right age to be with Kakashi and the others. After entrusting the fox spirit to the three little ones, KageyukiGets and Kushina went to find the Three Tails and Six Tails to sign contracts. At this time, a significant meeting was being held in Konoha Village. The plan to deal with the Otsutsuki summarized the following points. To seek ultimate power, to gather the life and death forces of all beings in the ninja world to form a community of shared destiny to save the world, and to place war beyond the planet. The conference room was playing footage of previous battles, with Uchiha Madara on stage discussing his plan, while below were Hashirama, Tobirama, Izuna, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and many high-ranking officials and clan leaders of the village. Because Hashirama and Tobirama were present, the others weren't too afraid of Uchiha Madara. The plan is basically like this. Everyone knows the strength of the Otsutsuki, so let us hear your thoughts. Madara finished his speech. Clap, clap, clap. Hashirama applauded. He was deeply moved by Madara's idea of a community of shared destiny, and Madara finally began to believe in others. However, he was the only one clapping. The others below looked at the screen with furrowed brows. The strength of the Otsutsuki made them feel powerless. This was just an incomplete form. Moreover, that plan was also quite exaggerated, as the living would provide chakra for the dead to fight. After a moment, Tobirama stood up first. Since we plan to involve the entire ninja world, let's hold a 5 Kage Summit. Chapter 110. The Vanishing Orochimaru. The news of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's resurrection, along with the Otsutsuki, quickly spread throughout the ninja world, and the 5 Kage Summit was subsequently convened. Except for the now-cold Mizukage, no one dared to skip it. However, this had nothing to do with Kyogetsu. He was invited but did not attend. Anyway, he could use the mirror escape, so safety and stability were the priorities. Rinnegan byKushina, Manjikyu Sharingan, Hashirama Cells, Indra's Soul Chakra, the Wedge, a data package, Massive Chakra, Nine-Tailed Beasts, and the Outer Path Geto Mazo. Everything that could be collected has already been gathered. All that remains is to wait to grow stronger, and there's no need to waste time. The contracts for the Nine-Tailed Beasts have all been signed. While he and Kushina were finalizing the contracts for the 3 Tails and 6 Tails, his sister secretly snuck into the hidden Cloud Village and persuaded the 4-year-old 2 Tails Jinchuriki, using a bag of dorayaki, to sign the contract with a wooden figure. The protection fees for the 9-tailed beasts, the massive chakra from the dragon vein, and the revenue from mirror escape mobile phones were all advancing rapidly. Dad, Uchiha Madara sent a message requesting you to disclose all the secrets of mirror escape and hand over the mirror escape server for joint management. Kyogetsu, who was doing some auxiliary work in the Hall of Mirrors, received this message. He replied that it was fine. He would create more mirrors to set up a server system for him and then make the source code public, including the mobile client code. He suggested that he proposed to include the entire ninja world in one server to ensure mutual trust. By the way, games and software should also be included. All applications running consumption of chakra would increase by 300 and the excess would be diverted. Received. If they want it, then let them have it. Let them operate and take their cut, while saving the computing power of Moon Little Mirror for other tasks. How about Orochimaru? He knew that Orochimaru found a non-source, not the original, but did not expose its location. Knowing that he could teleport through mirrors, he hid in a place without mirrors. Orochimaru was also very cautious. He only took samples and brought them back to the lab for research. Last night, he just completed the analysis of the non-source blood sample. I have already entered the first set of data into the database, and am comparing it with the analyzed data. Kyogetsu frowned, feeling that Orochimaru was playing with fire, but he didn't dare to act recklessly, lest he lose even this bit of information. Shaking his head, he decided not to think too much. Becoming stronger was the right path. Buzz, a mirror rippled, and Kyuka entered the Hall of Mirrors. She looked extremely exhausted, her whole body drenched in sweat, clearly just completing intense training. Ever since she was brutally beaten by Jigen, her training had become increasingly intense. Kyogetsu felt heartbroken watching her. His fingers moved slightly, and the tiny amount of chakra that the Rinnegan decomposed flew towards his sister. You should also pay attention to your health. I only have one sister like you. Kyuka watched the chakra merge into her body, and her fatigue was instantly alleviated significantly. Seeing the concern on her brother's face, her heart softened, and she smiled warmly. Then a hint of mischief appeared on her lips. I just going to take a hot spring? Do you want to join your sister? Kyogetsu's mind went blank at that moment. His face instantly turned red, and he shyly said, Sis, in 2 months, I'll be 14. Oh, you're getting shy now. Who was it when you were little? Sister and brother, let us wash together. Mimicking her brother's childhood manner, Kyuka's bright eyes sparkled with teasing. Sister. Kyogetsu blushed with anger and began to smoke, baring his teeth and ready to go down with his sister. Teasing her little brother made Kyuka feel much more refreshed, and she laughed as she dove into the mirror to go to the land of water for a hot spring. Kyogetsu watched his sister leave for a long time, and memories of their joyful times as children resurfaced in his mind. Come on. He encouraged himself and wholeheartedly devoted himself to work. The 5 Kage Summit lasted for half a month. After Hashirama's bowing, Madara's Susanoo, and finally the Susanoo wrapping the Great Buddha bowing, the meeting ended harmoniously. When the Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Reikage returned to their respective ninja villages, limping and bruised, all major countries ceased all acts of war, and peace in the ninja world came very suddenly. Subsequently, the 5 great ninja villages sent people to the neutral country of the Land of Iron, and after obtaining consent, they set up the main server room for mirror escape there and operated it together. At the same time, historical shadow-level powerhouses were resurrected in chakra form and joined Uchiha Madara's army of the dead. A month later, the mirror escape mobile phone began to gain traction throughout the ninja world, ushering in the information age of the ninja world. Another month later, the Byakugan gene enhancement was completed, but the opening of the reincarnation, I encountered difficulties. The reincarnation I could only be activated when high concentrations of Otsutsuki chakra from the moon were input. Once the chakra was exhausted, it would revert to the byKugen. They had spent half a day enhancing the gene, only to slightly reduce the requirements for chakra concentration. In other words, they had failed. Neither KageyukiGets nor JoinsTeam possessed the conditions to maintain the reincarnation I with their own chakra. Fortunately, Moon Little Mirror deciphered the gene information that activates the reincarnation I within the Otsutsuki chakra from the moon. Thus, KageyukiGets transplanted it back into the byKugen for the body to adapt, waiting for the research results of the wedge to emerge. At the same time, Kyuka completed the fusion of her right eye's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. 3 months later, with the secret assistance of Moon Little Mirror, Orochimaru developed a wedge thawing inhibitor. 6 months later, Orochimaru disappeared, which made KageyukiGets feel a sense of urgency. 11 months later, a Rinnegan was completely disassembled, and the 6 paths of chakra extracted were all injected into Kyuka. In another space, the location of the Otsutsuki stone tablet was a black vortex spun. Tap Tap Ishiki and Orochimaru appeared. They finally pinpointed the spatial coordinates here. Ishiki sighed. Orochimaru glanced around. The oppressive black clouds, the desolate land, and the small mountains engraved with 6 patterns. When he saw the pattern at the very top, he was momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting to the single horn on Ishiki's head. The same horn, 2 by 2 in a group, what does it imply? In the past 2 years, he helped H-Jin suppress the wedge, studying its secrets and developing cursed seals from it. Unexpectedly, the cursed seal wasn't completed, but Ishiki successfully reincarnated. Seeing that he was able to research something to suppress the wedge, Orochimaru felt he had some talent and spared him a snake's life. Noticing Ishiki still lost in thought, he quietly formed hand signs. A black rod pierced his arm, followed by Ishiki's cold gaze. Your body has already been planted with a spatial seal by me. With your inferior space-time ninjutsu, you cannot escape. Orochimaru broke into a cold sweat. How long had it been since he felt fear? Then a smile appeared on his face. Hee, is this your Otsutsuki planet? So desolate. Ishiki retracted his gaze, just a barren planet used as a gathering place. He looked again at the patterns on the small mountain. It will never be possible to gather again. What do you need me to do? Orochimaru asked, wanting to understand the other party's purpose and then find a way to send intelligence back. He regretted not hiding a small piece of mirror. That little brat, KageyukiGets' mirror, seemed capable of crossing spatial limits. Ishiki looked down at the ground. Then something suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Orochimaru's vertical pupil showed surprise, then frowned. Dead? On the ground lay an Otsutsuki corpse. Extract the genes from the corpse and help me create some helpers. Ishiki stated his request directly. Although H-Jin's body could carry his reincarnation, recovering to his peak would take a very long time. With his current strength, it was impossible to conquer the ninja world. Those natives could exhaust him to death unless he took down Uchiha KageyukiGets first. But that brat was too sneaky and rarely showed himself. Even when he did, it was hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. So he needed helpers. Not possible. I don't have that kind of technology, nor the equipment and test subjects. Orochimaru looked at Ishiki with great interest. The fact that the other party could make such a request meant he must have relevant technology in hand. Ishiki glanced at him expressionlessly. Then his golden eyes widened again. Zing bang bang bang. Thud thud. Ah, help. Let me go. A pile of equipment, mixed with a bunch of white zetsu, suddenly appeared. These will do for now. As for the technology, I will organize a set of wedge data for you. Orochimaru looked at the mountain of white zetsu and research equipment, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Staying here doesn't seem bad. Meanwhile, in the depths of space, a small yet energy-rich blue planet. This is home to a race that calls itself gods, the Otsutsuki. Today, these gods discovered they had lost something. Therefore, the Otsutsuki took note. They must retrieve the body of Otsutsuki Jigen. A deep voice emanated from this planet, reaching the ears of all Otsutsuki in the universe. Chapter 111. The direction home in the blink of an eye. The ninja world welcomed the first anniversary of peace. During this year, the various countries and ninja villages chose to lie low under the deterrence of Hashirama and Madara. After all, bowing while summoning the Susanoo Buddha was too sincere. No one could refuse. The mirror phone was also pushed throughout the ninja world during this process, enjoying unprecedented popularity and bringing everyone closer together. Another 6 months later, a good news came from Suki KageyukiGets. Dad, the analysis work on the creation process of the wedge is complete. Upon receiving the news, KageyukiGets immediately went to the Hall of 10,000 Mirrors. Results: chakra information extraction and data conversion, chakra restoration and absorption technology, soul information data conversion, gene information data conversion, gene data coverage. The secrets of the wedge were revealed. Can you create my wedge? KageyukiGets asked impatiently. If he could create his own wedge, it would mean transcending life and death. Yes, but there's a failure rate. Why? The gene coverage of the wedge requires an absolutely strong gene to cover an absolutely weak gene. From the data collected from Orochimaru, only pure-blooded Tsutsuki can achieve this. If the wedge is made from your current gene data, it cannot achieve coverage, and there is a high probability of partial coverage and partial fusion. So the vessel will only acquire some of your genes, and reincarnation will likely fail. KageyukiGets immediately realized that perhaps the Tsutsuki recognized the strength of their own genes, which is why they developed the wedge. Of course, there is an advantage. If he has a wedge that is not from the Tsutsuki, he doesn't have to worry about being seized. Extract the key pheromones from Hashirama and Indra to create the wedge. And I want to see what happens when my information is converted into data and the imprint wedge is unfrozen. Understood. The technological accumulation over the years has already made gene editing possible, and coupled with the cracking of the wedge, it can fully extract the genes of the strong and transplant them onto oneself. This method is theoretically much safer and faster than Uchiha Madara's direct transplantation. But the downside is that it is unlikely to become strong instantly. Training and developing these genes are still required. The simulation lasted for half a year, during which multiple data from various people were extracted for repeated simulations. He tried his own, his sister's, Kushina's, Minato's, Jiraiya's genes. Except for the abnormal simulation results of Minato and Jiraiya, the others were quite successful. He suspected it was due to bloodline relations, as both of them were genuinely from commoner backgrounds. The world of Hokage indeed places importance on bloodlines. Because Indra and Hashirama's genes are not absolutely strong genes and share common ancestral genes with the four of them. The result was that after the wedge was unfrozen, the genes showed fusion, complementarity, and enhancement. However, the degree of fusion varied. Fortunately, only some adjustments were needed to select the optimal values. However, KageyukiGets discovered some abnormalities in his soul. Dad, I found an anomaly that seems to be a spatial mark while scanning your soul information. KageyukiGets was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly broke into a cold sweat. When he was fighting with Kizashi, he was touched. At that time, he used his main body to save Kushina without fail. Are there activation traces? At this moment, he was extremely worried. Ishiki could shrink and hide his chakra. As long as he did not show malice, he could be undetected even if he was beside him. I don't know. I still can't determine if it's a spatial mark. It hides in the essence of the soul and cannot be touched. KageyukiGets frowned. Regarding the soul, KageyukiGets had studied for many years. The soul is divided into two parts, the essence and the information, one being innate and the other acquired. A standard complete soul has 30 essence and 70 soul chakra. The essence possesses uniqueness and distinctiveness, which also determines that the strength of the soul cannot be copied or analyzed, but can be refined into chakra or soul essence. Soul chakra represents information, such as memories, genes, etc. Although it accounts for 70, it essentially relies on the essence. The two are equally strong or weak. Without external interference, the ratio will not change. How did you discover it? Logically, KageyukiGets shouldn't be able to detect anything in his soul's essence. The theoretical matching value, including the non-replicable essence in the soul data model, is 70, but your matching value has always been 69. 9, always 0, 1 apart. I could only perform repeated scanning calculations, and finally found that its fluctuations at a certain moment had a 15 similarity to the spatial imprint. So I made a conservative judgment. A guess flashed through my mind. This spatial imprint should be unrelated to the form. Closing my eyes, I sank my consciousness deep into my soul to perceive and explore that 0, 1. It was there at the deepest point, very faint, seemingly the origin of the soul. Gently touching it, my consciousness suddenly became hazy, and when I woke up, I found myself floating in the void. In the distance, there was a point of light, both near and far. This was the sensation of spatial transmission. As long as I reached that point of light, I could go to the other end of space. I began to move forward, wanting to explore what lay on the other side. But taking a step was so difficult, as if I were walking through a viscous liquid. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The more I walked, the easier it became, as if I had broken free from certain shackles. Suddenly, I stopped. Why am I here? Who am I? What am I supposed to do? I felt as if I had forgotten many things. I turned back to take a look. Behind me was a row of figures, aging from close to far, from a 1-year-old baby to a graceful youth, all semi-transparent. They seemed to be walking forward. Suddenly, a little fox jumped out, and my heart trembled. Then my soul retreated, bumping into one shadow after another behind me, and memories gradually returned. At the same time, a scene flashed across the mirror of the hall of 10,000 mirrors. It was a door, with a pair of severely faded couplets on the sides. Mirror Moon suddenly awoke with a start. Sweat trickled down my cheeks, and the feeling of panic and weakness spread from my soul to my whole body. My chakra was nearly depleted. If it weren't for Daji's sudden appearance, I would have died. How long has it been? 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds? I felt like a long time had passed. What happened in between? Your life state rapidly declined. Daji was unconscious for 1 second and has now awakened. A door appeared on the mirror of space, with words on both sides and above that I don't recognize. I've taken a picture. A mirror floated in front of me, the familiar door and the faded, damaged couplets were faintly visible. People are like flowers. Spring is good again. The wine is full, and the dream is even more fragrant. Flowers are good, and the moon is full. Mirror Moon was completely stunned. Tears flowed from her black and white eyes. Home. That was her home. There were loved ones there. Haha, she couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the way home had always been within her. She quickly calmed down. The previous process that felt like spatial transmission was problematic. It was a passage that only the soul could traverse, and the cost was enormous. Not to mention the consumption of chakra, body, and spiritual energy, it seemed to also erase memories. Every step there was incredibly difficult, and those shadows left behind were the detached soul chakras, each step stripping away her memories. But at the same time, her steps became lighter, as if she were undergoing transformation. Realizing this, a flash of understanding crossed her eyes. This was a passage from a lower dimension to a higher dimension. The original world existed in a higher dimension. What did Otsutsuki Kaguya do to reach a higher dimension? She abandoned her body, abandoned herself. How could she possibly do that? Abandon her sister? Abandon her wife? But she really wanted to go home. It had only been over a decade. Her mother was surely still there. She wanted to see her. She was torn. She decided to ask her elder sister for advice. What is Aunt's current state? Her elder sister had been playing with cultivation and often closed herself off for the past 2 years. Cultivating, please do not disturb. Chapter 112. Epilogue 1. At the highest peak of the Cloud Thunder Gorge, a woman sat cross-legged with her heart facing the sky, her eyes closed. Around her, terrifying lightning snakes flickered in and out, accompanied by deafening roars, yet the woman and her long black hair remained motionless. Crack! Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound split the sky, and a bolt of lightning coiled down from the clouds. It looked as if the woman was about to perish under the thunder. But as the lightning approached within 3 feet, it transformed into a gentle little snake and flowed into her body. Then, lightning patterns climbed up her forehead, morphing into a blue-purple lotus. At that moment, her beautiful eyes opened, and electric light flickered within her gaze. Indeed, it was possible. Mirror Flower smiled as she successfully drew natural energy from the thunder. Mirror recorded the status. Okay, Aunt. After her brother embarked on the path of gene enhancement, Mirror Flower was unwilling to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor alone, so she embarked on a special cultivation path, trying to complement her brother. From her brother's memories, she had seen concepts such as nurturing chi, understanding the Tao, and cultivating immortality. Although they were just concepts, they provided her with significant inspiration. As fellow cultivators, once they reached a certain level, it was easy to draw parallels, especially after cultivating immortal techniques. Since learning the mystical techniques of my byKushina, she began searching for her own path of immortality. She had visited the Dragon Cave and the Wet Bone Forest, and even consulted with the first Hokage under Uchiha Madara's introduction. Of course, she ultimately realized that the first Hokage's immortal techniques were primarily due to the sage body, but there were still many useful experiences. After natural energy was downgraded, it became chakra. The Sage of 6 Paths distributed chakra to everyone, allowing people to possess chakra while also downgrading humanity itself. All things in nature have spirits. Humans are actually creators of natural energy, which is why they can produce chakra without cultivation techniques, as chakra is a form of energy that is even lower than humans themselves. Once the human body adapts to lower-level energy, it cannot accept higher-level energy anymore, and even the chakra from immortal techniques cannot be stored. If one wants to re-accept higher-level energy, they must refine their body with natural energy again. Thus, she comprehended the wind at my byKushina, understood the earth at the Dragon Cave, learned water with the help of Kushina in the wet bone forest, and then spent a year at the highest peak of cloud, thunder, gorge mastering lightning. Next, she would visit a volcano rich in natural energy to comprehend fire, as well as the essence of life, yang, and death, yin, refining her body, sublimating the power of her soul, and breaking free from the shackles of chakra. Once the status recording was complete, her brother's fluffy big ears poked out from a mirror. Mirror Flower smiled and reached out to touch him, but then heard Mirror Moon speak. Sister, I found the passage to the original world, in a hall of 10,000 mirrors. Mirror Flower placed her palm on her brother's forehead, and her right eye's eternal kaleidoscope opened. Flower Moon coexistence. The fusion of the kaleidoscope's power enhanced this skill, allowing it to cool down prematurely. The spatial passage lay deep within the soul. Only through coexistence could both souls make deep contact. In a daze, the siblings appeared in the void. They exchanged glances but could not speak. They looked toward that bright point, holding hands as they moved forward, their forms gradually transforming from teenagers to children. After taking a few steps, Mirror Moon lagged behind by nearly half a body length, then fell further and further behind, until only their two hands remained tightly clasped together. Mirror Flower turned back, her gaze filled with confusion as she assessed Mirror Moon. Who is he? He feels so unfamiliar. Yeah, I don't want to let go of the hand I'm holding. Mirror Moon also wore a bewildered expression. Just then, the little fox appeared once more. In the hall of 10,000 mirrors, the siblings suddenly awoke, drenched in cold sweat. Brother, report. 5 seconds, everything is the same as last time. The siblings looked at each other. They couldn't help but laugh. This method worked. Then they fell silent again. Sister, I just forgot you. Mirror Moon spoke softly, sadness flickering in his lowered eyelids. He was a bit afraid to walk through that passage. Suddenly, delicate arms wrapped around him, gently pressing his face against her chest, surrounded by heartbeats and fragrance. You didn't let go of my hand, did you? Mirror Flower softly replied. Kageyuki hugged her sister from behind. I will never let go. If not, then maybe we shouldn't go. The ninja world is already at peace, with countless reluctances for her family from her past life. How could she bear to part with her family in this life? Kageyuki gently ruffled her brother's hair, her smile warm. Having seen her brother's memories, she understood his longing for another world, where his loved ones were. He wanted to go back, and she wanted to go too. The passage stripped away lower-level chakra, which is why we lost our memories. As long as we rid ourselves of chakra and fundamentally enhance our soul energy, we would lose many fewer memories. Kageyuki directly provided a basic plan, expressing her determination. Sister, Kageyuki tightly hugged her sister. She was always thinking of him. Kageyuki pushed her brother away and pinched his cheek, laughing. Starting tomorrow, make sure to supervise Kushina's training. Don't leave her behind. Who would want to leave me behind? Kushina suddenly appeared, hugging Daji. The siblings looked over and smiled at each other. Kageyuki smirked. We found an interesting world we want to live in, but unfortunately, you're too weak to go. How dare you call me weak? You terrible sister. Wah! Kageyuki, come and take care of your wife. She's gone mad. Kushina pounced on Kageyuki, and the two instantly got into a playful scuffle. Kageyuki ignored his sister's plea for help and watched them fight with a smile, while Daji floated over to his side. Dad, are you going to walk through that dark passage? Just now, I somehow ended up in a strange place and saw you walking with a cool shadow. Kageyuki ruffled her head. Yes, we will go together in the future. Confirming the direction they would take, Kageyuki began to quicken his pace. Based on the current optimal simulation results, we will modulate the genetic information of Indra, Hashirama, Azura, the Hyuga clan, and the Otsutsuki clan from the moon to customize our 4 wedges. These 4 sets of genes represent the direct lineage of Yumura and Yui. After fusion, they will contain part of Kaguya's bloodline genetic information, which can also be understood as the Kaguya bloodline wedge. Why is it partial? Because there are also the outer path golem and the tailed beasts. In fact, we could directly summon the soul of the Sage of 6 Paths to obtain his genetic information, but there are too many uncertainties in summoning this old man. As long as we have a substitute, there is no need to summon an ancestor. Customization means enhancing and repairing individual genes while maintaining personal characteristics. After all, his goal is not to become Kaguya. For thousands of years, The bloodline gene inheritance from generation to generation has not meant that all genes become weaker. Some genes have been optimized and diversified in this process and need to be preserved and assisted in their growth and evolution. Of course, this is also to prevent becoming a vessel for Kaguya. However, this concern is somewhat excessive. Kaguya has already fused with the divine tree, and her will, Black Zetsu, has been sealed. Without Black Zetsu, which is suspected to activate Kaguya's soul cannot be activated. In fact, he also has data on the Otsutsuki style, but currently, he does not dare to use it. Dad, can I modulate the fifth wedge? 5? Who is the last one for? Slightly puzzled. Has this son become acquainted with new friends after Jinkai? For myself. You? Kageyuki was surprised. You have no body and no soul. How can you use it? XXXX, help me find a genetically weak vegetative body on the moon, and F for the soul, I have collected quite a bit of pure soul essence over the years, and I will write my emotions and memory data into it to modulate a soul that belongs to me. After obtaining a soul, I can modulate my own wedge for that person, and once thawed, they will have a body. I have simulated it, and the success rate is very high. Kageyuki was speechless. This kid had clearly been planning this for a long time. Forget it, after so many years, there are feelings involved, and besides, if he leaves the ninja world, he will have to pass on the mirror escape to him. The mirror's phone has already penetrated the ninja world, and beings like Madara and Hashirama also need mirror escape to maintain themselves. Leaving does not mean sacrificing the ninja world. When creating your wedge, include my data to reach the level of being able to use mirror escape, and don't forget to write an artificial intelligence to leave in the Hall of Mirrors. It can't be worse than you. Thank you, Dad. The voice of Little Mirror was filled with happiness. Kageyuki waved his hand. Get to work. Yes. Next, Kageyuki, Kushina, and Jinkai, who was far away on the moon, along with a certain vegetative person, successively engraved the specially made wedges within half a month. A year later, the most hard-working Kawana was the first to complete the thawing. Her vitality, chakra, and ocular power greatly enhanced, and the completed fusion of her kaleidoscope had a faintly special feeling. Moreover, with the completion of attributes, she could use yin-yang release and would release, significantly increasing her affinity for natural energy. Then came Kageyuki, whose situation was similar to Kawana's, but the difference was that he felt a special sensation in his Byakugan, with a hint of fluorescence in his pupils. Kushina was a bit exaggerated. Her wood release was stronger than the siblings, and she also acquired a Dao Seeking Ball. But there were no noticeable changes in her eyes, leaving it unclear whether she had not awakened or had failed. As for Jinkai and Little Mirror, they only knew they had succeeded, knowing that Kawana had signs of awakening the Rinnegan. Kageyuki had Little Mirror extract the chakra from the wedge to absorb the technique and apply it to the mirror, freeing the remaining Rinnegan from Uchiha Madara for decomposition. The two Rinnegan's 6 paths chakra, Outer Path Golem chakra, Nine-Tailed Beast chakra, Sage chakra, and Kaguya's bloodline. Under multiple enhancements, 2 years later, Kawana's right, I finally awakened the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. Chapter 113, Epilogue 2. In the summer of the 48th year of Hokage, Kageyuki was 20 years old, Kawana was 23, and Kushina was 21. The 6th year of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara reappearing in the ninja world also marked the 6th year of peace in the ninja world. Major ninja villages, from their initial unwillingness to accept the ceasefire, have gradually changed their mindset to enjoying peace. With the efforts of Hashirama and Madara, communication between various countries and ninja villages increased, and they began to support each other with resource exchanges. The appearance of Mirror Shadow blurred the lines between life and death, and much hatred was resolved either actively or passively. Then the Mirror Phone brought real-time news, games, videos, and live broadcasts, enriching the entertainment of the entire populace like never before, allowing remaining contradictions and hatred to fade in a relaxed and joyful life. The entire ninja world did not wish to return to the previous war period. In the Hall of Mirrors, lively music echoed. Beneath the half-completed Outer Path Golem was the busy figure of Kageyuki, tall and slender. His large ears swayed with the music, and his long hair tied back swayed rhythmically, while one eye, as clear as blue crystal, was known as the Rebirth Eye, perhaps due to coexisting with his sister Daji. The 20-year-old young man ultimately did not grow in a handsome direction, but instead followed his sister's footsteps, becoming increasingly beautiful. In order to show his masculinity, he even specially practiced to develop an 8-pack abs and did deep squats every day, but hey, enough said. Every time Minato sees him, he blushes. Over the years, he has rarely appeared in the ninja world, focusing on research and training to prepare for going home. 20 years have passed, fearing he would be too late to return. Since realizing he could go back, his sense of belonging to the ninja world has gradually faded. Of course, he would occasionally go out, like for Fugaku and Makoto's wedding and Shibi and Yoko's wedding, as well as getting Minato a year-long subscription to a custom shop. But then he didn't dare to show up again. He needed to guard against Otsutsuki's surprise attacks, and also needed to defend against Sarutobi Asuma, wanting to beat him up. Mainly, he was focused on his research work. The homemade Kaguya bloodline wedge had long been completed and thawed 3 years ago, and during this process, his body adapted to the rapidly growing strength through continuous training. Strength is not something that can be plugged in and used immediately. It's truly incredible that someone like Naruto Uzumaki could become 6 pads level in 3 days without even having time to adapt to the change in strength and be able to defeat Madara and Kaguya. This kind of performance is no longer genius, but rather a monster. Someone like me, a noob, can't compare it all and can only rely on training and some external aids to ease the shock. So, he began to concoct the chakra of the 10 tails. With Kaguya's bloodline, sage techniques, reincarnation eye, and kaleidoscope, his strength has already reached the 6 pads level. But trying to master the entire Rinnegan again in this dangerous ninja world is still very necessary. After all, the higher the realm, the stronger the soul's intensity will be, making the journey home safer. However, there are a few problems. It's difficult to split just 10 tails, even if my sister already has the Rinnegan and doesn't need it. What about Kushina and Daji? I can't just leave them behind. Also, will absorbing the 10 tails turn me into Kaguya? Will Mao be influenced by the 10 tails? Will reviving the 10 tails get me beaten up by the entire ninja world? Considering these questions, he decided to concoct the 10 tails chakra himself. Analyze Kaguya, the 10 tails power to create the Kaguya 10 tails seal and integrate these powers into his genes. Then, with the entire ninja world's chakra as support, he would awaken the Rinnegan and Sharingan. Theoretically, there is nothing wrong with that. After all, the Rinnegan and Sharingan are the powers of the 10 tails. But the 10 tails chakra is not easy to concoct. Zizizi. Pop, pop, pop. The chakra concocted halfway twisted and bubbled, becoming wild. What the hell? Jingwei controlled this mass of chakra and threw it towards the mirror of origin. Buzz 2 minutes later, it returned to a small, stable, pure natural energy. The increase in strength made him more adept at using the mirror of origin. After the chakra is decomposed, it becomes chakra, and when chakra is decomposed, it becomes natural energy. Energy decomposed from natural energy cannot be perceived. This is the result of practice. He waved his hand, and that ball of natural energy flew over and was absorbed into his body, causing all his cells to leap and devour it, finally refining a strand of pure soul energy to supply his soul's origin. It's so good. I really want to restore all chakra into natural energy. He shook his head and discarded this dangerous thought. A little is fine, but too much is beyond his control. His sister, this pseudo-cultivator, could give it a try, though it's also precarious. The Otsutsuki, a race with an extraordinary physique, needs to rely on the divine tree to downgrade natural energy into chakra for absorption and use, which shows the danger involved. He took another mass of chakra from the outer path and thought for a moment before adding a bit of the outer path's residue. He got 50% of Kurama's chakra. Silence. Jingwei stabilized the chakra in his hand and looked up strangely. Kurama, suddenly remembered that Moon Xiao Jing was not around. He forgot. That little brat transformed into a human and went to the moon for a double date. Moon Xiao Jing's seal was very successful. 3 months ago, he detached with self-awareness from the Hall of All Mirrors and officially became a person. Now contacting him is no longer just calling. It requires sending messages or voice calls, and whether he replies depends on how busy he is. He looked at the ritual array on the right side of the trial mirror, which had changed significantly, and felt a bit unaccustomed. February. Call his new AI. Here. Retrieve Kurama's chakra, taking 50% of the chakra in my hand as the base. The new AI is not very smart yet and needs clear instructions. Otherwise, it will make mistakes. Okay. Some orange chakra flowed out from the space mirror and was injected into the outer path chakra in his hand. Zizizi pop, the outer path chakra became somewhat unstable upon contact with Kurama's chakra, seemingly excited. Fortunately, since this chakra was decomposed from the mirror of origin, it was not violent. 15% of Neo Gui's chakra, 7% of Zhongming's chakra. As the chakra of the nine-tailed beast was added one by one into the outer path chakra, These chakras did not expand, but instead condensed toward the center, solidifying into substance. Ow! Accompanied by a slightly cute howl, a palm-sized, ugly little ten-tails appeared in the hall of all mirrors. Dong, what the heck? Jingwei joyfully flicked its forehead with his fingernail, and after many attempts, it finally worked. Ow! The little ten-tails was angry and opened its mouth to bite his finger. Oh, you've rebelled against me. 10 fingers launched a continuous attack. Dong dong, dong, dong dong dong. A military tune was played on the spot. Woo, the little ten-tails seemed to sense the strength of the person in front of it, wrapping its 10 tails around its head and whimpering into a ball. Unable to fight anymore. Ha ha ha. Jingwei laughed wickedly. So small and still dare to be fierce, truly brainless. He grabbed it, squeezed it, and played with it for a while. It had a soft, cork-like feel, not as comfortable as being touched by his wife. So ugly from now on, you'll be called Clown by February. Make chakra cookies. The next moment, a cookie appeared out of thin air. He stuffed it into Clown by's mouth, and this guy was not polite at all, crunching down and finishing it in the blink of an eye. All right, you've eaten. Now it's time to settle the accounts. Clown by looked up in confusion. Feeling malice, Jingwei smiled slightly. February, extract chakra equal to the cookie from it for analysis. Then a syringe flew out. Ow! A wretched scream echoed. Start analysis. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the land of iron, 5 pale figures emerged from a black vortex. Gather all the tailed beasts within an hour. Don't keep me waiting, said a person with horns on his head. Yes, Lord Ishur, replied the 4 people with grass on their heads. Then 2 black vortices opened. Chapter 114, Epilogue 3 in the Land of Ghosts, the place of the Wraith Seal. Ow! Several black-purple evil energy dragons roared and danced wildly. Swish, swish, flowing long hair passed through the energy dragons. There were 2 women, one of whom was Jinghua, who was about to enter her flowering years. Over the years, she has traveled around to comprehend the way of nature. Water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, stone, grass, wood, yin, yang, life, and death. Indeed, everything has a spirit, and natural energy is everywhere, which she has experienced and recorded one by one. 2 days ago, she traveled near the land of ghosts and sensed the unusual natural energy. So she came to take a look. Upon observation, she discovered the oddity of yin-yang natural energy, the righteous and the evil, that is, the wraith and the witch, the so-called 2 sides of the divine. So she decided to intervene. After all, it was an easy task, and this thing is quite weak. Jinghua swiftly shuttled between the black-purple energy dragons, inserting black sticks into their bodies, and soon they stopped moving. Methreya. Dingling. A woman named Methreya released a ball of light from her hand. Jinghua jumped high, and, as her bangs flew, the kaleidoscope and Magatama Rinnegan were revealed. Sage art, blossoming youth. A large crystal flower bloomed, absorbing the black-purple energy dragons. Buzz. The light released by Methreya shone on the transformed black-purple crystal flower, purifying it. 2 hours later, Jinghua played with a black and white crystal flower. Good and evil are just a thought. The heart gives birth to life. No wonder the Otsutsuki needs to downgrade natural energy for use, to eliminate the possibility of spirituality and ensure safety and stability. The crystal flowers were then absorbed by her. The soul refinement solidified a bit more. It was time to find her brother to try again. She took out the mirror and submerged in it. In Konoha Village, a celebration was underway. The annual Nin exams for the entire ninja world, after 6 years of rotation, were once again hosted by Konoha Village, in the Uchiha clan's riverside small building. Bang! A beautifully carved, beast-eared little loli pushed the door open. What greeted her was a red-haired woman lying on the bed with her fragrant shoulders half exposed and a black ball floating above her head, rising and falling with her breath. Pouting, she then drew in her breath. Mom, wake up. The porridge is getting cold. The woman on the bed was drowsy. What is it, Daji? Your dad kept me up half the night. Let me sleep a little longer. These 2 are the adult Kushina and 11-year-old Daji. Kushina didn't mean to wake up. She grabbed a thin blanket and covered her face, falling back asleep. Momo. Daji, frustrated, blew bubbles and went over to pull the thin blanket off the woman, letting the air fully contact her skin. Get up. You promised to accompany me to watch the match today. Kushina picked up a pillow and covered her face again, saying, go by yourself. Phone password 123456. Payment password 654321. Buy whatever you want to eat. She was really tired and didn't want to move at all. Kyogetsu was not human. He was a beast. Yes. Why? Daji made a small gesture with her fingers, grabbed Kushina's phone, and ran outside, afraid she would suddenly wake up. She jogged all the way to the gaming house, buying a bunch of snacks to eat while playing and waiting for people. This year's Chunin exam had Obito, Rin, Kakashi, and Guy participating, and as friends, they naturally had to go and watch. Due to the peace in the ninja world and the new ninjutsu courses set up in the Ninja Academy, Kakashi did not graduate early. "Good morning, Daji." "Good morning, Sister Daji." Two familiar voices appeared beside her, pulling Daji's attention away from screen. "Brother Fugaku." "Sister Makoto." "Good morning, little Itachi." The visitors were Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and their 2-year-old son, Uchiha Itachi, who had married 3 years ago. The serious Fugaku nodded with a smile, while Itachi blinked his big eyes, looking very eager to touch Daji's fox ears. "Where's your mom?" Makoto reached out to pet her son's fluffy fox ears. Daji waved her hand, saying, "Hi, don't mention it. She's asleep." She grabbed a handful of snacks and stuffed them into Itachi's arms. "Eat, little Itachi." "Thank you." Itachi politely accepted, knowing that refusing was pointless. Seeing this, Makoto smiled and said, "Let's go. Sister will take you to the Chunin match in the clan leader's special area." "No need," Sister Makoto, Kakashi, and the others said they would take me to the special area for the contestants' families. I forgot you were good friends with them." "Then Sister will go ahead. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Sister Makoto. Goodbye, Brother Fugaku. Goodbye, little Itachi." The family of 3 left leisurely, while Daji continued to eat and play. After a while, a girl with purple facial markings ran over. "Good morning, Daji." Daji looked up. "Good morning, Rin. Are you ready to go?" Rin showed a helpless expression. "Sigh, I still have to go call Obito. If he goes alone, he'll definitely run into old grandpas and grandmas." 10 minutes later, the 2 girls dragged a boy with a pillow out of the Uchiha clan grounds and then met up with a white-haired figure, heading to the exam location together. The Uchiha clan members also began to head towards the match location, and the clan grounds gradually became empty. At this moment, 2 figures with white skin and black patterns emerged from underground near the Riverside building. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 white Zetsus, one marked with 11 and the other with 13. The Ninetales was inside. The 5 Kage were all in Konoha, so don't make too much noise. The visitors were not friendly. Meanwhile, inside the small building, Kushina suddenly opened her eyes. The girl has malicious intentions, very close. Kurama reminded in the ceiling space. Kushina's pupils transformed into crosses, her senses fully activated. The chakra hiding technique resembled white Zetsus after 4 years. These guys finally couldn't hold back. Without pausing for long, she dove directly into the mirror without even putting on clothes. White Zetsu reappeared. But the one returning could definitely not be Uchiha Fugaku. Being cautious was never too much. Chakra disappeared? Discovered? Contact Orochimaru to use the long distance to see where they are. A spatial vortex appeared as 2 white Zetsus entered. Near the border forest of the land of birds and the land of wind. Rustle. Yellow sand swirled as a giant beast revealed itself, clearly a one-tail Shikaku. "Kingmu. Shomei. I'm here, ha. After Fubuki died, he released it before using the mirror to escape, and others thought it had died with Fubuki. Then it conveniently went to join the long-escaped 5 tails and 7 tails. Hey, where are the others?" After waiting for a while, without seeing them appear, Shikaku felt something was off and took out his phone to prepare for a call. But at that moment, boom, the ground trembled, and a giant beast covered in blackened wounds burst out of the forest. "Kingmu." Shikaku immediately took a battle stance. Kingmu also saw Shikaku. "Shikaku, quickly enter the alternate space. Tell Kyojetsu about Boom. Kingmu let out a tragic cry as his massive body was instantly embedded into the ground. At the same time, 2 white figures with black patterns floated into the air, one holding lightning and the other a purple-black mass. If Kyojetsu were there, he would definitely exclaim, "These days, White Zetsu also has tattoos." The tailed beast seemed not very strong, right? Who said otherwise? The 2 casually teased. However, it made Shikaku feel like facing a formidable enemy. Its instincts warned of danger, extreme danger. "Quick, run." Kingmu struggled. Shikaku no longer hesitated and activated the mirror's escape function. The tailed beast wouldn't die, but transmitting the message was key. However, using this thing seemed like it would be troublesome. The white Zetsu with the purple-black hand raised it. Crack, boom. The mirror shattered in an instant. Shikaku was astonished. In the next second, it felt as if a mountain was pressing down on it, followed by a rain of lightning. It's over. It would have been better to stay in the jar. 5 minutes later, the 2 white Zetsus held 3 Pokeballs in their hands. Which one next? The white Zetsu with the number 21 tattoo on its forehead asked. First, Hand over the chakra to Lord Ishiki, then go catch the nearest four tails. Replied the one with the number 9 tattoo on its face. All right. They then sank into the ground. Chapter 1:15 Epilogue 4 Extracting 10 Tails Genetic Sequence. Compatibility with your body is less than 5. After covering, 85 will become non-human, making it not recommended for use as a wedge. Recommended to decompose it for stable natural energy absorption. Listening to the report from the AI, February, KageyukiGets felt very bad. It was all for nothing. He had spent so much effort for nothing. He grabbed the little 10 tails and started to squeeze it. Illo! The little Chubi screamed, baring sharp teeth and trying to bite. You dare! KageyukiGets extended his finger as if to flick it. Ugh! Chubi instinctively shrank back. KageyukiGets stroked his chin. Should I decompose you or raise you a bit more? After all these years, I'm not lacking in chakra, but I do need high-quality chakra. The chakra from the 10 tails seems good. While he was thinking, his sister entered the Hall of Mirrors. KageyukiGets did it again. He looked at his sister, who appeared increasingly ethereal, truly showing signs of evolving into a fairy. Sister, are you really willing to part with all this cultivation? Six Tomo Rinnegan, Sharingan, Sage Body. Which one isn't something that ninjas dream of? But his sister only wanted to reach a higher dimension. I don't care about the world of paper figures. I'm not interested in becoming a deity. She placed her hand on her brother's forehead. Let's begin. KageyukiGets casually created a cage and locked the little 10 tails inside. Here we go. The two closed their eyes, and their souls arrived at the passage leading to a higher dimension. Darkness, nothingness. Only a distant light point calling out to the heart's desire. The siblings exchanged glances and nodded. KageyukiGets took a step forward, while Kuhana stayed behind to observe the state. Over the years, they had tried many times and summarized a lot of experience. The process of going from a lower dimension to a higher dimension was essentially a transformation of the soul, shedding impurities and burdens to elevate. It was akin to the ascension of cultivators in novels. This passage could be understood as a backdoor loophole for ascension. But even so, the last stretch still had to be walked by oneself, and it didn't seem very safe. So they found a reliable method. Kuhana would scout ahead, while KageyukiGets controlled the rhythm of this spatial passage. When the soul turns into a child, and only the last memories remain, Jingyue will remind with soul resonance. Jingyue focuses intently, watching her sister step forward one step at a time. After targeted training, she walked the first 10 steps without leaving a phantom, and only at the 11th step did she leave a faint outline. A small fox appeared in confusion, and after a moment, it skillfully sat down beside Jingyue to watch Jinghua walk. It wasn't the first time. Daji was already used to it. Jinghua seemed to sense something and turned back, smiling at her brother and the little fox before continuing forward. At the 16th step, she left another phantom, then 20, 23, 26, 29, 31. By the time she reached 50 steps, she almost left a phantom with each step, her age regressing from the blossoming years to that of a young girl. At this point, having covered more than half the distance with about 30 steps left, seeing victory approaching, she turned back once more, waving to the one person and one fox at the starting point, indicating that she still remembered. Jinghua looked at her sister's appearance from years ago, and together with Daji, gave a thumbs up and a big smile in return. Jinghua moved forward again, while Jingyue silently counted the steps. 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Clearly, there were still about 20 steps left, but a light point appeared directly in front of Jinghua, and then Jinghua's form twisted and was absorbed into the light point. It was so sudden that it caught everyone off guard. Sister! Sister! Jingyue's eyes widened in fear, and Daji darted out immediately. Very quickly, without the slightest feeling of obstruction that Jingyue had experienced, she left a series of long phantoms behind. 9 tails, 8 tails, 7. Finally, when only 1 tail remained, she dashed into the light point. Then those 2 long rows of phantoms merged into one, shattering layer by layer, leaving 2 small light clusters that followed into it. Daji! Jingyue was stunned. Did they both go over? Why was Daji able to run so fast here? She didn't dare to follow because Kushina was still in the ninja world. What if she couldn't come back after going over? She would be heartbroken. In a hall of 10,000 mirrors, sister, with her eyes wide open, she immediately checked on Jinghua in front of her. The effect of flower and moon cohabitation was still there. The current body was still alive, but the soul was nowhere to be seen. Her sister really went over. Why did the distance suddenly shorten when there was still a gap? Were those light clusters left by the phantoms? Memories? Power? Or something else? Stopping her thoughts, she reached for a mirror, pulling out a huge sleeping fox. Then, she took a bit of her sister's and Daji's blood. She wanted to try using the impure world reincarnation to summon their souls, and see if she could clarify the situation over there. But at that moment, a ripple flashed across a mirror, and Kushina, bare-bottomed, dashed in. Hubby, there's a white Zetsu. Time rewound. In Konoha village, the Chunin exams were in full swing. At the exam venue, a team match was underway. Konoha village, Kakashi, Obito, Rin vs. Amage Cure. Yahiko, Nagato. Conan, wind release. Gale palm earth release. Doghead, Wall Nagato's wind technique was blocked, and a pair of paper wings flew into the sky, raining down paper sheets towards Kakashi behind the wall. Obito, Rin shouted. Look at me. Obito proudly puffed out his chest, just forming a hand seal. Yahiko came in from the side. Water release. Water disturbance, wave what the heck. Splashing water drenched him, turning him into a wet chicken on the spot. Ha, little disciple. You've been eliminated. Yahiko laughed as he ran past Obito, rushing towards the back row where Rin was. Obito sat down on the ground with a bitter melon face. Obito, you big idiot. A white-haired, beast-eared figure stood at the railing, adding insult to injury. Even more frustrating. At this moment, the back row was invaded by Yahiko, and seeing that Rin was about to be eliminated, a white shadow flashed by. Clang! A short blade clashed with a kunai. What? Yahiko was surprised to see Kakashi, who was entangled with two teammates, appearing here. Shifting his gaze, he saw Nagato's head buried in the ground, awkwardly smiling at him. Eliminated? Speechlessly retracting his gaze, he looked at Kakashi. Little disciple has some skills. He smiled and launched an offensive. Clang, clang, clang. At the sidelines, Jiraiya, holding a popsicle, leaned in with a grin toward Tsunade. Is it hot, Tsunade? Come cool down. His eyes fell into a ditch. After years of peace in the ninja world, he had lost the idea of running around everywhere and just wanted to find someone to create a little Jiraiya. Tsunade rolled her beautiful eyes and took the popsicle, poking her little tongue into it. Your 3 disciples are about to be defeated by your grand disciple, and you still have the mood to flirt with me. Ha ha. They're all my students anyway. It doesn't matter who wins. Next door. Rin, run. Kakashi, go for it. Oh my Obito. Huh. Daji, holding a bag of chips, was jumping up and down with excitement at the railing. A pair of big hands picked her up. Daji was blocking the people behind. Minato gently rubbed her head. Wow, Daji was still flailing her arms. It's okay, Minato. We're quite happy watching Daji. Don't you think so? Haruna smiled and asked the people around. Definitely more entertaining than the match, Hachi agreed. Minato wanted to hug Daji, so just say it. There is no need to find an excuse. Yakura teased. Does Daji still want chips? Dingswood dropped the empty bag and pulled out his backpack. Minato was speechless. So it's still my fault? He noticed that Daji in his hands seemed unusually quiet and was about to check. Suddenly, bang! In an instant, with a puff of white smoke, Minato, along with Daji, flew away using the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, a huge fox appeared in the outskirts of Konoha village. Daji? Minato called out. At this moment, a hand reached out from the mirror on Daji's body and then pulled her into the mirror. Then the mirror floated, displaying Jingyue's face. Jingyue, what happened to Daji? Minato asked worriedly. Jingyue forced a smile. It's nothing. The screen disappeared, and the mirror fell. Minato caught it with a frown. This guy is hiding things from me again. Chapter 116, Epilogue 5, What Happened to Sister and Daji? Why do they look like? Kushina looked at the motionless Jinghua, her hands trembling slightly. Although their bodies still had vitality, she could feel that they were already dead. Their souls had gone to a higher dimension. What? Kushina was shocked. She knew that her sister and husband had always wanted to go to another world, but she had always thought this was like installing a mirror passage. Just a matter of going through a mirror. She never expected it to be like this. Abandoning their bodies, the souls going to another world. What is the difference from death? What exactly were they researching? Jingyue didn't notice Kushina's changing expression. She was very anxious now. Her sister and Daji were in an unknown situation over there, and Ishiki was here, causing trouble again. The reappearance of White Zetsu meant the return of Uchiha Obito. But after all these years, Ishiki's wedge should have been unsealed, so the person appearing now was Ishiki Tsutsuki, who inherited Obito's legacy. Now they appeared next to Kushina and showed malice. The conclusion was obvious. Ishiki wanted to make a move on Kushina. The purpose of the attack was nothing more than to use Kushina to force him to show up or to obtain Tailed Beast Chakra. He wasn't afraid of Ishiki. It was just that this timing was very annoying. In February, he sent messages to all Jinchuriki and tailed beasts to confirm their status. OK found Shikaku, Muwang, and the mirror of Chongming completely destroyed. Jingwei was stunned, and Kushina came back to her senses. The two looked at each other. These three guys are in trouble. In February, he sent the news of the missing tailed beasts and white Zetsu to Uchiha Madara. Issue an emergency evacuation notice, instructing all tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to seek refuge in Konoha village. Received. What should we do, my dear? Kushina finished dressing, ready to act at any moment. She could sense KageyukiGets' urgency, wanting to resolve the trouble quickly. KageyukiGets summoned a mirror and said, Madara and the others are targeting a counterattack against the Tsutsuki planet. They have long been prepared to deal with a major Tsutsuki like Ishiki. Let's first try using Edo Tensei on my sister. Saying this, he pulled out an inactive white Zetsu from the mirror and prepared for the ritual. Oh, Kushina quietly watched from the side, but her troubled expression revealed many questions in her heart. I am a reincarnation of a high-dimensional soul, KageyukiGets suddenly spoke. He could see through his partner's thoughts instantly. Kushina was taken aback, remaining silent and waiting for KageyukiGets to continue. KageyukiGets spread out the scroll, placed blood samples on it, and adjusted the Edo Tensei technique. Edo Tensei connects to the Pure Land. He now needed to link to the spatial imprint in his own soul. While working, he spoke. This world is just a story in that world, and you're all characters within the story. The one who writes the story continuously creates enemies and disasters to highlight the protagonist. My sister hopes we can break free from this and wants to eliminate the root of the disasters. Kushina's worldview shook. KageyukiGets pressed his palms together. Bang! Edo Tensei. The Edo Tensei enveloped the white Zetsu, and Kushina stared blankly, finding it hard to accept for a moment. Can my sister come back? At this moment, the Edo Tensei faded, revealing the white Zetsu inside. She immediately fell silent. The answer was obvious. The Edo Tensei had failed, and her sister could not return. KageyukiGets closed his eyes to calm himself. The failure of Edo Tensei might mean that her sister had already taken over her body, or it could be that Edo Tensei was ineffective against high dimensions. But one thing was certain. Her sister and the others would definitely not find a way back, since there was no coordinate like him. The probability of his current soul quality reaching that place was not low, but he didn't know if the memories would be complete or if he could return. In fact, it didn't matter whether he and his sister could come back. But what about Kushina? She wouldn't leave him. A pair of slender arms wrapped around him. Her red hair entwined with his black hair, warm breath brushed against his ear. I want to find my sister. She knew KageyukiGets would definitely go, and of course, she wanted to go too. The constantly appearing enemies were very annoying, especially in a world that could be destroyed at any moment. She just wanted to live peacefully. KageyukiGets turned his head and gently kissed her soft pink lips. Implant my sister's Rinnegan. You can use the Hanagetsu symbiosis to absorb the power they left behind to enhance your strength. Thanks to the Rinnegan's ocular power and the effects of Kagaya's bloodline, the cooldown of Hanagetsu symbiosis was greatly reduced. At the same time, by absorbing the physical energy of his sister and Ji, along with Kushina's own quasi-six paths level strength, he should be able to break through again. Kushina nodded firmly. KageyukiGets' gaze swept across the Hall of Mirrors. It was time to end this journey in the ninja world. February, notify Minakes to get ready. I'm leaving. Received. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Village Combat Center, the signal for the one tail was lost, confirmed missing. The two tails, Jinchuriki, safely arrived at the wooden village. The three tails, Isabu, arrived safely. The four tails, Jinchuriki, Old Purple, was injured and confirmed that the attacker's appearance was characterized by black-striped white Zetsu, capable of absorbing ninjutsu, with a facial mark of the number 9. The ability of this white Zetsu was to control lightning, with power exceeding the shadow level range attack. The five tails. One message after another was compiled into the hands of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, causing his brows to furrow tighter. At the same time, three-tailed beasts had gone missing, unable to send back any messages. It seemed they were well aware of our situation. He looked at the row of screens before him. What do you all think? Inside the screens, a group of shadow-level big shots fell silent. Uchiha Madara, I suggest activating the A-level contingency plan. The opponent's ability to absorb ninjutsu comes from the Otsutsuki. Ishiki has arrived. Hashirama, I second that. With the two top figures of the ninja world agreeing. No one else voiced any objections. Thus, Tobarama made the decision. The ninja world entered a state of readiness for war, and each village's chakra reserves were brought under unified regulation. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama went to oversee the total server of the Iron Country, while shadow-level figures from each village. Orders were issued one after another, and the peaceful ninja world that had been calm for many years grew tense again. In the alternate space where the Tsutsuki Monument was located, Aya, the Ten Tails agitation made Orochimaru, who was working, frown. His golden and blue eyes radiated impatience. So noisy. I really want to cut you open for research. He had been confined in this place by Ishiki for many years, and his research had been quite enjoyable and successful. He had endowed 4 white Zetsu with powerful abilities, and he himself had even transplanted 2 divine techniques and found the code for immortality. But there was no one to appreciate it. Apart from him, there were only those 4 surviving white Zetsu. Ishiki rarely appeared except to deliver supplies, maintaining a mysterious demeanor. However, he had the divine technique long-range vision, which allowed him to see everything that happened in the past and present, so he knew what this guy was up to, stealing things to cultivate the Ten Tails. Just a few days ago, he brought back a cultivated Ten Tails embryo, which then made so much noise that he couldn't continue his research. He took the 4 white Zetsu and left, which was so annoying. He needed to find a way to lift the spatial seal on him. That idiot Jiraiya was always hanging around Tsunade and never thought of a way to find him. If he didn't get rescued back to the ninja world soon, it would be gone. His long-range vision could see everything except the future, and of course, he saw the approaching Tsutsuki. He muttered to himself while working. As a black vortex appeared, and Orochimaru's mismatched eyes glanced sideways. It was 2 white Zetsu. Orochimaru, where's the 9 tails? The white Zetsu with the mark of 13 on its face commanded. Whoosh, an invisible wind blade instantly cut toward 13, but the latter was unbothered. The wind blade collapsed half a meter away from it, reverting to chakra, which was absorbed by it. Fool, ninjutsu is ineffective against me. Have you forgotten your own research results? 13 mocked. However, swoosh, the mismatched eyes closed in, and a syringe with a cold gleam pierced into its body. Not good. 13 thought to itself. Buzz. Sure enough, the cursed seal instantly spread across its body, rendering it immobile. At this moment, Orochimaru released the syringe, and a scalpel sprang out, poised to decapitate. Bang! His pale hand was firmly grasped by a whiter hand. It was another white Zetsu, 11, who intervened. Sorry, Orochimaru, but Lord Ishiki needs to capture the tailed beasts. This white Zetsu 11 seemed to be the rational type. Orochimaru gazed into its eyes, and a smile immediately appeared on his face, his tongue licking his lips. The disappearance of the tailed beasts has raised their alertness. Now, they're all in Konoha village. 11 released its grip. Thank you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru waved his hand and turned back toward the laboratory table. At this moment, 13 also broke free from the cursed seal and regained mobility. Damn it! It glared angrily at Orochimaru. Number 13. 11 scolded. Oomph. 13 snorted coldly. A spatial teleportation opened, and the 2 white Zetsu left one after another. At the laboratory table, Orochimaru revealed a hint of a smile. I hope it's not too late. In a mountain forest in the land of Earth, white Zetsu 9 and 21 hovered above the bubbling lava. The 4 tails ran away. Our operation will be exposed. Let's go back and find Orochimaru to reposition. They were about to teleport. Buzz white Zetsu 11 and 13 appeared. All the tailed beasts are in Konoha village together. Chapter 117, Epilogue 6, Iron Country. At the location of the Ninja World Mirror Technique Total Server Group, the strategic chakra storage point of a ninja world. This place stored the data of over 8 million people and more than 30 million chakra cards throughout the ninja world. Over 8 million. Although it cannot represent the total population of a ninja world, it is roughly close. However, it is far from a speculation of 100 million people during Kyogetsu's time. Fortunately, there is no shortage of chakra. Of course, there are more than just this one chakra storage point. Every ninja village and country has its own storage point, and this chakra is the largest shared by the ninja world. As for outside the ninja world, no one knows how much chakra exists in Kyogetsu's alternate space. The importance of this place can be seen from the introduction, so it must be guarded by the strongest. For example, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. On the roof of the server room, the 2 sat side by side in the snow. After a hard-won peace, these Otsutsuki really make people uncomfortable. Hashirama stretched. Having witnessed his ideals turn into reality after being revived over the years, he absolutely cannot let anyone destroy it. So this is the meaning of the Avengers' existence, to eliminate them at the root and move the war out of the ninja world. Madara was constantly tapping on his phone screen. He was fixated on the Avengers, but it seemed like that KageyukiGets kid wasn't very invested and hadn't shown up in years. He doubted whether he had been deceived. He could only rely on himself. After a while, several black pills popped out from the screen. Excited, he handed the pills to his friend. Hashirama, try my newly formulated super spicy Miley Sue. 100 times chakra burning speed, 20 times power enhancement. Only we can handle it. Before he became artificial intelligence, KageyukiGets had left him a chakra hormone formulation program and some raw materials to handle on his own later. Then the door to the new world opened. Hashirama looked at those Miley Sue pills, then at Madara's eager eyes. Get lost. He decisively refused. And Madara turned his back and started drawing circles. Hashirama remained unmoved. This stuff stimulates chakra to explode, thereby enhancing the combat power of the chakra body. 100 times. Last time he ate a small piece of 50 times spicy strip, it made him burn off a whole 200 calories. Izuna and Tobarama were even worse. They had been deceived a few times and still hadn't paid off the chakra they owed the bank. They are chakra bodies, and chakra is life. Without extracting soul power, they cannot produce chakra on their own and can only rely on working to earn money, like cooperating with KageyukiGets for experiments, which is now gone. Suddenly, Hashirama frowned. He reached out to Madara. Give me a few. Madara happily handed them over while stuffing one into his own mouth. Otsutsuki technique, come out. Shing, shing. Hashirama and Madara's chakra transformed from blue to red and began to burn, shortly condensing into a red chakra cloak. After so many years of research, there were always some results. They looked up. The technique was floating above them, expressionless and gazing at the two. Over the years, he had been gathering intelligence. The secrets of Kyujin, the secrets of the immortals, the secrets of endless chakra, all had been mastered by him. Here, stored chakra that even he found terrifying, which he wanted to take home. However, it would require some effort now. It seems you were well prepared. Of course. Hashirama and Madara jumped up, while another Hashirama below pressed his hands on the roof. Would release. The technique of Fang Shield. A wooden shield resembling a fanged demon face closed in, protecting the server room. Then a forest covered the battlefield. In Konoha village, the Chunin exam was in full swing, with cheers echoing through the competition venue. Suddenly a black vortex appeared on the street, and 4 white Zetsus emerged from it. They surveyed their surroundings, finding the street empty. Where's everyone? White Zetsu 21 asked. 11 pointed to the competition venue. They're probably all watching the match. Ha ha ha. Let's make a big scene. 13 laughed. Their laughter attracted 2 members of the security department patrolling nearby. Who are you? Please show your ID and entry permit. 13 saw an appetizer had arrived and was about to take action. Crack. Boom. Boom. 2 bolts of lightning suddenly struck down, incinerating the 2 security department members on the spot. 9. What are you doing stealing kills? 13 glared. What are you in a hurry for? There are plenty over there. 9 said dismissively, turning towards the competition venue. However, at that moment, fire release, great fireball, fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Large and small fireballs suddenly attacked, and the 2 previously charged security members had somehow restored to their original state. Clearly, they were projections created by Kyujin. Seeing this, 13 turned anger into joy and dashed toward the fireballs. But it seemed something was expanding from him, and then all the fireballs instantly disintegrated into chakra, which he absorbed. Nanny. Chakra absorption. The 2 security members were shocked. Use taijutsu. The 2 immediately lunged at 13. You guys don't need to act. Let me handle this. 13 excitedly welcomed the 2. I heard your bodies are made of chakra. Let us see if you can withstand it. He joined his hands together. Clap. Another wave of intangible energy expanded. Crack crack strange sounds came from the 2 security members as they felt their control over their bodies diminishing. They looked down at their bodies, which were starting to collapse. How could this be? The 2 were astonished. But 13 shook his head. Chakra with consciousness really can't be absorbed. With a wave of his hand. Boom. Boom. The 2 security members exploded into pieces. In just a moment, the Konoha Village Combat Center received intelligence uploaded by the security department. It was confirmed that the facial 9 white Zetsu could control lightning, with speed and strength surpassing that of elite Jainin. The 13 white Zetsu, possessing the ability to absorb and decompose chakra objects, had a restraining relationship with the Kyujin's existence, and it was advised to prioritize elimination. The abilities of 11 and 21 were unknown. It was speculated that they both possessed space-time abilities. The combat footage and the report from the female strategist made the arriving high-ranking officials frown. Nobody expected the enemy to be so quick and so direct. Their bold appearance must have some reliance, or it was to attract our attention. The third Tsuchikage spoke first. Tobarama thought for a moment. To restrain the Kyujin, their strength is not weaker than that of the Kage level. They want us to fight with living bodies. He quickly proposed a combat plan. More intelligence on the other two was needed. They would test again. 5 Kage levels would form a group, with 2 real bodies and 3 Kyujin projections. 3 Kyujin would hold them back, while the 2 real bodies would prioritize handling 13. Okay, everyone nodded. Someone, notify the 3rd Hokage to suspend the Chunin exam. All personnel must evacuate immediately. The Chakra War reserves of Konoha village were opened, and the 3rd Reikage, 3rd Kazekage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 2nd Mizukage, Izuna Uchiha formed the first strike group. Chapter 118 Epilogue 7 Zabuza Hashigaki, go. Guy, Hashin, go. In the Chunin exam venue, the current competitors were Konoha village versus Kirigakure, with plenty of supporters on both sides. Minato, with a heavy heart, looked at his 3 lively disciples. Suddenly, he frowned, sensing something unusual. Not just him, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others also turned to look in one direction. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the main stage spoke up. Emergency evacuation notice. The Chunin exam is suspended. Please, everyone. Everyone froze for a moment, then quickly sprang into action to help evacuate civilians. Meanwhile, the 3rd Reikage, 3rd Kazekage, 2nd Mizukage, 2nd Tsuchikage, and Izuna Uchiha blocked the 4 white Zetsus that were taking over the road. Where is Otsutsuki Ishiki? The 3rd Reikage asked first. TCH White Zetsu 9 pouted and extended a hand. The 5 felt a warning bell go off in their heads, just as they prepared to unleash their secret techniques. White Zetsu 21 narrowed his eyes. Boom! Thump thump. The ground beneath the 5 collapsed. Their bodies felt as if they were crushed by an entire mountain, all sprawled on the ground. Then, crack, 5 bolts of lightning descended. So strong, this thought arose in their minds simultaneously. One was forced to control, the other to attack, unable even to flee. They mobilized their chakra, preparing to endure. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 bolts of thunder exploded, but the expected damage did not come. A giant red figure covered in cracks withstood all the attacks. It was Uchiha Izuna's complete body Susanoo. Well done, Uchiha Izuna. The 3rd Reikage, lying on the ground, managed to give a thumbs up with difficulty. The other 3 shadows lay on the ground, unable to move. 21 gravity, let's go, the Susanoo is about to collapse. Izuna's eyes bled as he squeezed out information through his teeth. The opponent's attack was unexpectedly strong, and if it weren't for the large amount of chakra supporting him, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 3rd Reikage's body radiated lightning, and he stood up and walked out. Splash, rustle, rustle. The 2nd Mizukage turned into a puddle of water seeping underground. The 2nd Tsuchikage used Earth Style to burrow underground, and the 3rd Kazekage was the worst off, unable to move due to gravity affecting his sand iron. Seeing this, Izuna used his last bit of strength to control the Susanoo and lift him outside. Bang! Immediately, the gravity concentrated, and the Susanoo, along with Izuna, was crushed. The Uchiha clan's inherited Susanoo is quite capable. 21 praised. Cracked the ground under the 4 white Zetsus suddenly cracked open, as if white light was seeping through the gaps. Underground, a cube grew larger between the hands of the 2nd Tsuchikage. Dust release, original world separation technique of. As a cold snort sounded, an invisible ripple expanded around. Buzz the ground began to collapse, and the 2nd Tsuchikage, along with his jutsu, was disintegrated. The remaining 3 shadows were shocked. 2 were eliminated in an instant. Ninjutsu is such trash. It's better not to bring it out and embarrass yourself. 13 mocked. Damn it. The 3rd Reikage was furious, unleashing his lightning chakra mode. His hair standing on end. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In a flash, he was in front of 13, launching a 4-finger thrust. 4 books through the hand. A face with the pattern of 11 suddenly appeared between the 2, fist clenched to meet it. Boom! A small mushroom rose in Konoha village. Command center. The mirror images all collapsed. The life signs of the 3rd Kazekage and the 3rd Reikage dropped. Everyone faced the dust-filled screen in silence. The white Zetsu 21, who could crush a complete body Susanoo with gravity. The white Zetsu 13, who effortlessly absorbed ninjutsu and decomposed chakra bodies. And the white Zetsu 11, who stood firm against the 3rd Reikage. Except for the white Zetsu 9, who looked a bit weaker, the others were hard to deal with. Tobarama broke the silence. All-out attack, chakra bodies to rescue people, living beings to restrain white Zetsu. 13's ability to decompose chakra bodies is too restrictive for them, effectively nullifying most of their combat power. Look at the screen. Suddenly someone shouted. The screen showed green, wood flying around. Would release. The scene reversed. As the battlefield's dust settled, the third Raikage and third Kazekage lay on the ground, and the second Mizukage was disintegrating. Is this the shadow? 13 stepped on the third Kazekage's face. So weak, even Orochimaru is stronger. 9 poked the motionless third Raikage with a finger. Don't underestimate Orochimaru. He masters true divine techniques. 11's expression was serious. 13 scoffed, but had nothing to say. Their abilities were all pseudo-divine techniques. Due to being white Zetsu, their bodies could not withstand the power of divine techniques, making them all modified, downgraded products. Unworthy even of name. Suddenly, cracked the ground beneath their feet split open. 13's gaze sharpened, and his ability activated. However, countless trees pierced through the ground like snakes. Sage art. Would release. Birth of the tree realm. 13 was surprised as he was taken up into the sky by his companions. It was 21 activating anti-gravity. Yo, the white Zetsu have tattoos now. They look so ugly. The teasing voice came from behind. It was Kyogetsu and Kushina's voices. The white Zetsu turned around sharply. At this moment, Kyogetsu's left eye's eternal kaleidoscope pattern transformed into petals containing arrows. His right eye a blue Rinnegan, and he was surrounded by green chakra. Kushina's left eye had a golden cross, her right eye a 6-tomo Rinnegan, and her golden wind coat moved without wind. Their states looked very formidable. 13. 11 shouted. 13 grinned and clapped his hands. Clap. Buzz. An invisible energy swept across the entire area, also passing over Kyogetsu and Kushina. Zing zing, the Rinnegan mode and Kurama mode of the two disappeared simultaneously. Kushina was confused. Where's my skin? Kyogetsu smirked. Not bad. This 13's ability to decompose chakra is quite impressive. Kushina glanced at the unharmed wood release. At least the wood release and sage art are fine. Then let me try my mirror release. Kyogetsu extended his hands, and over a dozen double-sided mirrors emerged around him. Mirror release. Source mirror blade whoosh whoosh whoosh. They shot out. 13. A small matter. 13 confidently activated his ability again. The mirror blades pierced into the body, and the ability failed again. The white Zetsu were momentarily stunned. What happened? 9 asked. It's an entity made from the power of all things. 13's expression was constipated. Would release mirrors. It was countered. Quickly pull the mirrors out. This thing is decomposing our bodies. 11 reminded. They finally noticed that the places where the mirrors had pierced were collapsing, with no chance of healing. At this pause, the trees from the birth of the tree realm closed in the air, forming a closed battlefield. In the air, Kyogetsu smirked. Their strength was still too weak, and the decomposition speed wasn't fast enough. This is the mirror blade that relies on the source mirror ability, capable of dealing real damage. The damage isn't enough, so let's make up for it with quantity. Kyogetsu unfurled his wings and flew into the sky, again extending his hands to summon rows of mirror blades. Suddenly, whoosh, crack, 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 a powerful pressure descended, and the mirror wings shattered instantly. Damn, the sudden attack was too strong. Even in Sage mode, Kyogetsu was caught off guard. As if hit by a palm, he plummeted vertically. Boom! Into the ground. Husband. Below, Kushina was furious. She clapped her hands. Clap. Wood release. Wooden man technique rumble, rumble, rumble. A gigantic wooden R-hood with wooden dragons rose from the ground, swinging its fists towards the 4 white Zetsu in the air. 21 aimed both hands at the wooden man, activating the gravity ability. Whoosh. Boom. The ground beneath the wooden man sank, its feet deeply embedded, showing how heavy the gravity enhancement was. Kushina clasped her hands, her small face fierce, as the wooden man raised its fists again to withstand the gravity. 21 was sweating coldly. This woman's chakra is insane. You all step back. I'll take care of it. 11 clenched his fist to meet the wooden man's fist, while the other 3 white Zetsu stepped back. Then they saw the wooden fist smash into 11. The fist driving him into the tree. Boom! Creak! Creak! Kushina controlled the fist, grinding it back and forth a few times. My man dares to hit. Her eyes then looked at the other 3, ready to strike. Here, take this. The voice of white Zetsu 11 came from the fist. Not dead. Kushina turned back in confusion, and the next moment. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden man's fist, palm, and wrist shattered inch by inch. What? Surprised eyes fell on the place where the fist had shattered. White Zetsu, 11's muscular arm, was recovering. It seemed to have the ability to absorb taijutsu attacks and enhance its rebound. The unharmed Kyogetsu landed beside Kushina, having just observed the opponent's ability through his perspective. When being hit by the wooden man, 11's chakra significantly increased, and then he unleashed a powerful strike. No wonder the third Reikage fell instantly. It turns out he was taken down by his own move. This guy's taijutsu is invincible. Kushina reacted instantly. Jingwe nodded. This white Zetsu restrains taijutsu, and without intelligence, it can easily backfire. Just now, the second Hokage transmitted information. 9 controls lightning, 13 disintegration ninjutsu, and mirror shadow, 21 gravity. Kushina's mind raced, adding 11, the physical immunity, magical immunity, and control output is quite comprehensive. She clenched her fair fist and shifted her gaze to the 4 white Zetsus that had regrouped. No fear of not having fun in battle. On the opposite side, the 4 white Zetsus formed a triangular formation, with the 1 in the middle, 13, muttering to itself. My ability is ineffective. It must be the main body, Ishiki-sama. Hurry over. It seemed to be conducting a long-distance call. Ishiki-sama, the plan has changed. 13, come to me. Ishiki's voice came through, sounding urgent. Something has happened. 13 immediately opened a spatial passage. Whoosh whoosh hey, where do you think you're going? Don't run around. Jingwe and Kushina rushed in, interrupting the teleportation. Chapter 119 Epilogue 8 Boom. 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 The east of Konoha turned into a sea of trees, with towering giant trees entwined layer upon layer, making it difficult to see the situation inside. Only the occasional tremors reminded those outside that the battle within was fierce. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Shadows flashed one after another. It was the shadow level team, led by Tobarama Senju. Everyone looked up at the overwhelming sea of trees, feeling shocked and complicated. Konoha has produced another Senju Hashirama. Tobarama arrived by the sea of trees and found the unconscious third Reikage and third wind. Still alive, someone, send them to the medical department. Inside the sea of trees, the 6 paths quickly flickered in and out, constantly exchanging offense and defense. Jingwe and Kushina were pursuing White Zetsu 13. This guy's ability was too restraining against the mirror shadow. Hashirama and Madara had already engaged with Ishiki, and they couldn't let it use spatial teleportation to provide support. But the other 3 white Zetsus wouldn't allow it. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder struck one after another without pause, while the writhing vines acted as guardians, blocking all of them. Well done. Hee. In response to Jingyue's praise, Kushina returned a big smile, then immediately became serious. She needed to multitask. Controlling would release while fighting White Zetsu. She was no longer the rookie from a few years ago. Under her cover, Jingyue quickly advanced. Using the perspective and long-range capabilities retained from the evolution of the rebirth, to lock onto 13 among the trees, then focusing his left eye's Sharingan. Using the rebirth eye to enhance the Sharingan's range and angle. Mirror realm. Twin birth suddenly, 13 felt a chill on its back, sensing something appearing behind it. It had the information about Jingyue and naturally knew what it was. Without a moment's hesitation, its ability activated instantly, attempting to disintegrate that clone. Buzz whoosh almost simultaneously. Jingyue and the clone exchanged places, swinging out the mirror blade in his hand. Draw sword / woe. A powerful pressure descended at that moment, covering both him and 13, making it impossible to swing the sword again. Boom! Countless splinters exploded. They were both slammed down by gravity, sinking into the trees. Got you. Seeing this, Kushina aimed her left hand at them, forming a tiger grip, and the rapidly growing tree vines immediately surged towards their location. Whooshty! 11 shaped his hand like a knife and launched a surprise attack, while Kushina controlled the wood release. Whoosh in an instant. The seeking orb expanded into a barrier. Bang! It firmly caught 11's strike then. My hand? What power is this? 11 recoiled in fear, retracting his hand blade, with the index and middle fingers partially turning to ash and shattering, unable to regenerate. The power to kill you. Kushina glared back with her beautiful eyes, sending the seeking orb flying at 11. But at that moment, whoosh, crack. Above, thunder gathered into a thick purple lightning bolt, striking down and splitting the trees above her. Damn it. Kushina had to retract the seeking orb for defense, but didn't forget to control the trees to attack the 3 white Zetsus, creating an opportunity for Jingyue to kill 13. On a battered tree trunk, Jingwei, under heavy pressure, couldn't even lift his head, and his bones creaked. If it weren't for his body being enhanced plus sage mode, this gravity technique alone could have severely injured him. Through the perspective of the rebirth eye, he observed that 13, less than half a meter away, was in a similar situation, but worse. Its body was already beginning to cave in, and around them was a 2-meter diameter pit. It seemed this gravity technique was an area skill, with a minimum range diameter of at least 2 meters. The gravity was stronger than last time, indicating that the smaller the range, the stronger the force. As a black vortex appeared, 13 wanted to take advantage of both being unable to move to escape. Mirror release. Return to source mirror blade whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen mirror blades appeared above it at that moment. Then fell under the influence of gravity. Stop. 13 was instantly pierced and began to disintegrate, and the spatial teleportation was forced to interrupt. Save me. 13's cry for help momentarily stunned the other white Zetsus. Jingwei locked onto the dodging tree vines with his rebirth eye perspective, targeting 21. Mirror realm. Twin birth. In the next moment, the clone appeared behind 21, and the blade struck down. 21 reacted quickly, forming a gravity field around its body, preventing the clone from attacking. At this moment, Jingwei smiled slyly. The gravity on his main body was lifted. It seemed this gravity could only be applied to one place at a time. He sprang up, forming hand seals with one hand. Return to source mirror blast. Bang, bang, bang. What the heck? Ah! All the mirror blades on 13 exploded, and under the true damage of return to source mirror, it was instantly cut into fragments, then gradually disintegrated into shards. Jingwei's byKushina saw a small white snake cut into 3 segments among the fragments. He casually tossed it into a different space. He looked at the other 3 white Zetsus. They were also watching him. With the rebirth, eye, and Sharingan, Jingwei's mobility was suddenly so strong that almost no one could keep track of him. He could kill whoever he wanted, unless they were stronger than him. Otherwise, they basically had no chance of defense. Jingwei smiled slightly. Now I can use ninjutsu. He brought his hands together. Clap. Whoosh. The chakra mode of the rebirth eye was activated. The 3 white Zetsus were astonished. Losing their suppression over ninjutsu created major flaws in their combination, making it impossible to defeat these 2. Ha ha ha. And Kushina happily posed with her hands crossed, only able to use would release with all her chakra, feeling terribly frustrated. Whoosh. Sage Fox mode activated simultaneously. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. The 2's powers were completely unleashed. In the snowy wind of the land of iron stood another sea of trees, larger, more lush, and even more despairing. The chakra bodies of Hashirama and Madara could not be Ishiki's opponents, but when they increased by dozens of times and had tens of millions of chakra as support, the situation changed. Ha ha. Exciting. Uchiha Madara was covered in deep red chakra, with the same facial patterns as Hashirama, resembling a battle maniac. He popped another Marisu in his mouth, stepping on air and chasing an invisible opponent while throwing punches. Boom! 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 This guy really is. Sai Hashirama had a black rod stuck in his face, staring with his Rinnegan, picking up a mirror to glance at the wildly fluctuating chakra output, shaking his head helplessly. Even with a lot of money, it can't be wasted like this. Can we still live like this? From now on, the money at home must be managed by myself. In fact, he also knew that this situation seemed unavoidable. Ishiki's abilities were too practical, and the way to defeat him was simple. Exhaust him. Use the strength of the entire ninja world to wear him down. With a focused mind, he controlled the wood release to block tracking and prevent teleportation, extracting sage chakra to supply Madara through the black rods, sharing vision with the Rinnegan. A perfect support. He and Madara had rehearsed for years. Ishiki was feeling frustrated. Uchiha Madara's strength was many times greater than last time. He couldn't even hope to gain the upper hand, let alone defeat him. And then there was this would release. It couldn't be minimized, absorbed chakra, sensed, interfered with teleportation, blocked paths, and assisted, just as disgusting as it could be, treating him like he wasn't even human. He had tried attacking, but no one knew how thick this would release forest was, and it could grow at any moment. He was always right in the middle. Damn it. If he had known, he wouldn't have come alone. He should have brought white Zetsu along. Now he couldn't even use spatial teleportation. The situation was dire. He couldn't delay any longer. He might really be taken down. The byKushina locked on a Hashirama. First dealing with the wood release ninja. The golden right eye glared. Great Black Heaven Chapter 1, 20 Epilogue 9. Swish swish. Several huge cubes suddenly appeared above Hashirama, who didn't even move. Crash! Boom, boom, boom. The wildly growing trees caught the cubes and threw them aside. But the next second, puff, 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 black rods pierced through him like a sieve. Hashirama forced a smile. Madara, you really have faith in him. With a complaint, he turned to wood and fell. It was a wood clone. Ishiki frowned. These useless ninjutsu were really problematic. Sorry. Madara angrily popped another piece of candy. Dare to hit Hashirama. Ishiki is coming for you. Accelerating. He raised his hand for a punch. Slap. Ishiki spread his palm to catch the punch, then retaliated with an uppercut. Slap. Madara tilted his head to dodge, gripping his wrist with his left hand. The two locked eyes, their hands intertwined. Ishiki glared with his right eye, and Madara's Rinnegan was equally quick. Swish, swish, Shinra, tensei ding, ding, ding. Boom! With splinters flew, the black rods were knocked away, but Ishiki remained in place. Impressive. Madara couldn't help but admire. Whoosh, a tail covered in shells grew behind him, the three tails chakra arriving. One tail swept over. Swish, Ishiki shrank and vanished. TCH Madara pouted. He still preferred Mu's boil release, maximum power boost. Below Madara, Hashirama warned. Swish, Ishiki appeared beneath him. Bang! Cough! A fist suddenly struck Madara's abdomen, sending him flying. Ishiki didn't pursue and directly opened a teleportation portal. Whoosh, 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 vines flew, breaking the black vortex. Would release could absorb chakra. Shadow manipulation. Madara transformed into a whirlwind and smashed down. Boom! The battle intensified again, and it was clear this fight would last a long time. Not long after, countless mirrors flew out from Hashirama's mirror, and a live broadcast of the entire ninja world began. In Konoha village, the sea of trees slowly sank underground, and the battle was over. After the four white Zetsu lost their abilities, their fate was already sealed. With the wood release blocking them, they didn't even have a chance to escape. The sea of trees disappeared, and Kushina landed but couldn't see Mitsuki. How's Mitsuki doing? Tobirama and a group of shadow-level ninjas surrounded her. Kushina, hands on her hips, gave a thumbs up and a big smile. All set. With me, Uzumaki Kushina, there's no problem. Where's Mitsuki? Tobirama scanned around, but didn't see Mitsuki. Kushina pouted. He has other business, by the way. He asked you to organize people for the live broadcast to gather chakra. Now is the time. Smart. Tobirama suddenly realized. Isn't this an opportunity for the entire ninja world to recognize the Otsutsuki? No wonder he's Mitsuki's son. Hurry. Someone quickly go notify the representatives of the various ninja villages to relay the situation to their countries. Let's watch the live broadcast together. A group of people, under Tobirama's call, left the beautiful hero Uzumaki Kushina and quickly took out their phones to take action. And then the entire ninja world began watching the live battle between Hashirama and Madara against Otsutsuki. The veil of this extraterrestrial race was completely unveiled. The entire ninja world watched the live broadcast, while Mitsuki played with snakes in the alternate space, dead snakes. February analysis results. Spatial coordinates, due to damage, can only determine a range between 365,427 and 366,991. Mitsuki narrowed his eyes slightly, then chuckled. Spatial coordinates, it seems that Orochimaru is calling for help. Back in the day, Orochimaru hid the non-source and studied it. Then he disappeared. I thought our slippery snake was gone, but it turns out Uncle Snake, as expected, infiltrated the enemy's rear. Load the spatial module. Try all of them. Received. Moments later, large-scale black vortices appeared continuously in the alternate space. In the alternate space of the Otsutsuki stone tablet, Orochimaru was using his clairvoyance to watch the live battle between Madara and Hashirama versus Ishiki. The chakra body limit amplification could actually crush Ishiki. Should I consider it as well? The chakra body can achieve immortality, and the upper limit isn't low, but the consumption is a bit large, and it also requires a sufficiently strong soul to support it. However, in front of the Otsutsuki god, he's still an ant. The clairvoyance gave him a broad view, but it also filled his heart with despair. One Otsutsuki could be dealt with in the ninja world, but several Otsutsuki gathering the power of the entire ninja world could only touch one. What about that entire clan? Those Otsutsuki elders who had eaten countless fruits? What about that Otsutsuki god? The ninja world couldn't deal with it at all. The key is that they are coming. His gaze shifted to Mitsuki's alternate space. Has that kid started? He saw Mitsuki continuously opening teleportation channels in the alternate space. Excited, he licked his lips. Over 100 channels opening simultaneously? This chakra usage method is really exaggerated. This kid always goes missing. He must have 2 alternate spaces, an enviable talent. Orochimaru couldn't observe the Hall of Mirrors. So when observing Mitsuki, he often couldn't find him. Swish a black vortex appeared not far away. Orochimaru picked up a chair and flashed to the edge of the vortex to throw it inside. He has spatial restrictions on him and couldn't pass through the time-space channel. In a moment, a mirror was thrown back. Hee. Orochimaru smiled as he caught it, then dove into the mirror. And then, diamond lock whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kushina's talent skill directly bound him in a classic pose. Then Mitsuki, with his Sharingan, appeared before him. Speak, what have you been doing all these years? Tell me everything you can disclose. Be honest. Kushina chimed in. Hee. Orochimaru chuckled, not at all concerned about his situation. You're still as unexpected as before, you little brat. Mitsuki glared. Don't try to get close to me. Don't think that giving me a Kusanagi sword will let you off the hook. You are now aiding the Otsutsuki traitors. Exactly. Don't get close, traitor. Kushina played along. Orochimaru was unfazed and continued to laugh. Whether you let me go or not doesn't matter. More Otsutsuki will soon find their way to the ninja world, and we will all die. Bidi. Orochimaru was sent back to Konoha village by Mitsuki, followed by a massive shock in the ninja world. In the alternate space of the Otsutsuki stone tablet, a new batch of guests arrived. Ishiki stole an important item from the Otsutsuki clan, and 3 Otsutsuki were investigating nearby star systems and would soon arrive here. Orochimaru was sharing intelligence while leading a group of shadows on a sightseeing tour. What? At least 3 Otsutsuki are coming? The 3rd Kazekage was shocked. The other shadows also looked grim. Ishiki was still fighting, chakra was dropping thousands per minute, and how could they handle 3 more? The key is that without the power of the Uchiha and Senju, it's difficult to harness chakra. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. For now, there are only 3. Once they see the state of the ninja world, more will surely come. The entire venue fell into a terrifying silence. After a while, Tobirama stared at Orochimaru and asked, "How many of them are there in total?" The latter replied, "Not many. It's very difficult for higher life forms to reproduce. Only a few hundred." A few hundred? Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. How can we fight against that? Tobirama continued to ask, "What level is Ishiki in their group?" Orochimaru pointed to the juvenile 10 tails below the high platform and replied casually, "He is just a tree planter." The entire venue was once again silent. Just a tree planter. Tobirama's expression turned serious as his gaze swept over some equipment and then shifted back to Orochimaru. "Those white zetsu are your enhancements?" "Just some trash," Orochimaru said dismissively, regarding them as mere inferior products of divine arts. Tobirama stared at him for a moment. "Continue your research." Chapter 121, Epilogue 10. The arrival of the Otsutsuki clan spread this catastrophic news throughout the ninja world. But it couldn't affect Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama from defeating Otsutsuki Ishiki. They really defeated him. At this moment, Ishiki's body was punctured by tree vines, swaying in the wind like a candle in the breeze, with a pair of dim eyes still filled with unwillingness. Considering the 20 times the power of Edo Tensei Madara combined with 20 times the power of Edo Tensei Hashirama, plus infinite chakra and tail beast chakra, it was already impressive that Ishiki was able to hold on for so long. Who knows if this bastard left behind any wedges? Madara took a puff from his post-fight cigarette and expressed his concern. Let's think about how to deal with those 3 next. The souls of others can't withstand 100 times the chakra burn. Hand me one. Hashirama reached out for one, feeling quite annoyed after just receiving bad news. What else can we do? Just burn chakra together with a dozen shadow-level ninjas. Madara handed him a cigarette, easily lighting it for his friend without a hint of panic. Sai Hashirama took a deep breath. Then they saw Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama sitting under the corpse of Otsutsuki Ishiki, smoking cigarettes and exhaling clouds of smoke. This battle lasted a full 24 hours, consuming nearly 5 million of their chakra. If 3 more come, they might as well go bankrupt. While the shadow-level leaders were in distress, Kyogetsu and Kushina arrived on the moon. Creak! Bang! The heavy and magnificent palace doors swung wide open, and Kyogetsu held Kushina's hand as they stepped onto the red carpet inside. Luxurious halls came into view, with 2 rows of servants standing along the red carpet, at the end of which was a throne. On the throne sat a stunning woman with purple hair and a single eye, leaning to one side with one hand propping up her cheek, looking quite lazy. That single eye, like Kyogetsu's, was a Rinnegan. Beside her stood a white-eyed man who looked 90 like Kyogetsu. The 2 were smiling as they watched the pair walk closer. KageyukiGets waved his hand. Kyuka, little Q. Long time no see. Kyuka, with the assistance of little Q and abundant resources, had long since ruled the entire moon, becoming its supreme queen. In the palace dining room, two pairs of men and women sat around a table eating. Orochimaru used his clairvoyance to see that Ishiki had not properly cleaned up after stealing the body of Otsutsuki Jiraiya, leading to it being discovered shortly after and discarded. Now the Otsutsuki were searching the entire universe for the body thief. It was only a matter of time before the ninja world faced them head-on. Little Q was eating a piece of meat while describing the current situation. Kyuka sipped from her wine glass, her water-blue eyes fixated on the trembling fox ears, looking enviously. But little Q did not. Ahem. Kushina coughed heavily twice, signaling her authority. Hee. Kyuka chuckled lightly. What's the rush? I have a man. Saying this, she threw a flirtatious glance at little Q, who immediately cut a small piece of beef and fed it to her. Kushina pouted, looking at her own man. KageyukiGets helplessly cut a piece and passed it over. Are you guys listening to what I'm saying? Listening. Do you need me to use the giant Rinnegan? Kyuka elegantly ate her food. KageyukiGets shook his head. No need. The Otsutsuki have hundreds of people. Killing one or two will only lead to more. It's already determined that with just the strength of the ninja world, we can't defeat them. Kyuka's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She had seen Ishiki's battle and knew she couldn't defeat him alone. You should have a plan, right? KageyukiGets nodded, but I don't know if it's feasible. What do you need little Q and me to do? Kyuka put down her wine glass, her expression serious. KageyukiGets also set down his utensils and spoke solemnly. Kushina and I will leave this world one after the other to seek a method and bid farewell to you. Kyuka was stunned, and little Q's eyes flashed with reluctance. He knew a bit more. The strength and number of the Otsutsuki clan were definitely not something a small ninja world could contend with. Dealing with them could only be approached from a different angle. And the method KageyukiGets thought of was to ask the author to change the settings. This world has already deviated from its original trajectory, but the settings remain the same. To verify this method, Kushina would go first to make some changes. If successful, it would resolve the issue with the Otsutsuki. And if not, he would think of another way. 3 months later, in March 2022, in a certain community's bathroom on the 5th floor of a flower market in Chuan province, bright red blood dripped from the bathtub. In the water, a beautiful young girl lay pale, gradually losing her life and leaving this world. Who would have thought that the next moment, black marks appeared on the girl's naked body, and the cut on her wrist slowly healed. Moments later, the mark returned to her forehead, transforming into a black diamond. Cough, cough, cough. The girl suddenly coughed violently and miraculously came back to life. So what if I'm a love child? Why be so upset? The girl stood up from the bathtub. Splash. She stumbled and nearly fell. Her head was dizzy from blood loss. Shinjoer, you're really ruthless, not even afraid of death, and worried about what others say. Truly, there's no one like you. The girl carefully crawled out of the bathtub and approached the mirror, discovering that the person inside had a beautiful, youthful face. All her development focused on nurturing offspring, and she was momentarily stunned. A pair of small hands lifted and weighed something. Wow, this amount. Could it be that Uzumaki Kushina has come to this? Huh. The smile gradually turned sinister. This youthful girl with a giant lantern-like appearance is none other than the reincarnation of Uzumaki Kushina, now named Xinjoer on her identification card. She was fortunate enough to receive the memories of the other party. Buzz suddenly. Energy began to gather in midair. Kushina sensed it for 2 seconds and smiled. Snap the next moment, a crystal-clear Magatama crystal fell into her hand, inside of which an orange fox was sleeping. She tapped it. Hey, Kurama, wake up. After waiting for a long time with no response, she wondered if it was because the chakra hadn't come over. Kurama is a collection of chakra, and only by having the soul absorb natural energy can it grow. Not wanting to think about it anymore, she had important things to do. First, she needed to sense her physical condition. There was spiritual energy, physical energy, but no chakra, and she could sense natural energy. She formed hand seals. Nothing happened. It seemed ninjutsu was out of the question. Fortunately, the improved seals were all driven by the soul. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to inscribe them without chakra. She dressed, filled her stomach, and searched for how to go about her new life. However, the more she looked, the more her head hurt. This passport looks so troublesome. And this body is only 18 years old. What to do? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door came. Who is it? She called out impatiently. Your sister. A pleasant female voice came from outside the door. Kushina tilted her head. Huh? Didn't this body have no relatives in this city? So she retorted, get lost. I'm busy with anti-fraud, eh? Uzumaki Kushina. If your butt itches, I can help you. Kushina was stunned and quickly realized. It was really her sister. She was about to get beaten up. Chapter 122 in the story, Sister. You worry me to death. Kushina hugged a tall girl with long black hair the same age tightly, not letting go. It's okay, I'm fine now. Jinghua gently rubbed Kushina's wet hair and smiled warmly. After her reincarnation, she had also been anxious, coming to this area every day to sense the situation. Although 3 whole months had passed in the ninja world, Jinghua had only arrived 7 days earlier than Kushina. After a moment of calming down, they both sat down in the living room. Where's Jinghua? I didn't sense his soul fluctuations. The Tsutsuki sent word, asking me to come and try to save the ninja world, Kushina said while eating a small piece of bread. Jinghua frowned. How we do that? Go to the new life to find AB for training settings and add a natural enemy or fatal flaw for the Tsutsuki. Why not just draw it dead? She thought that method was more direct. Kushina shook her head. Jinghua believes that our ninja world is already a parallel universe. No matter how we change the plot here, it won't be effective. The only possible way to succeed is to add reasonable settings. The starting point of the ninja world is here, and the changes should also start here. All right then, let's go now. Jinghua stood up, her long black legs straightened. Kushina looked at her with longing eyes. What long legs? Are we going abroad? Sis? Do you have a passport? Have you ever been on a plane? Do you know where AB lives? Do you have money? Her head was throbbing. What is the problem? Jinghua took out her phone and dialed a number. The other side picked up instantly. Uncle Wong, is my dad's plane still around? That's good. Help me get 2 passports. Just want to travel and unwind. No, I'm going with a friend. Does the passport need her information? Good. Jinghua looked at Kushina. What is your name? Let me see your ID. Kushina hurriedly handed over her student ID. Xin ID number. Jinghua reported the information. Kushina's expression was numb. Private jet? Sis, what kind of reincarnation did you get? The only daughter of a billionaire. Jinghua replied calmly. When she first arrived, she happened to encounter the billionaire's daughter who was traveling and got robbed. The robbers crashed, and the daughter perished. So she moved in. Kushina just wanted to go to the bathroom and cry for a while. A suicidal, illegitimate daughter and a billionaire's only daughter. Reincarnation really is a skilled job. Jinghua didn't care about Kushina's expression and pulled her arm to go outside. Hurry up. The time difference on both sides will keep Jinghua waiting too long. Let me eat another piece. I lost too much blood earlier. Kushina reached out to grab some bread and the Karama Magatama from the table. What bread? I have a national banquet chef on my plane. I really want to die once more and restart. Sis, what is your name again? Hewing you. What about Daji? In my pocket. How can you sense me when you clearly have no chakra? Natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy combined. What does that make? Sage art? Not too stupid. Amidst Kushina's continuous setbacks, the 2 reincarnated powerhouses embarked on their journey to the new life. 2 days later, Edo Publishing reported on March 5th. Rumor has it that someone witnessed a well-known manga artist being beaten by female fans. Edo Publishing reported on the afternoon of March 5th. A well-known manga artist personally refuted the rumor, stating that the news from yesterday was false. Then, the Naruto manga suddenly released a special episode featuring Uzumaki Kushina and her guiding jonin Uchiha Jinghua. At the same time, a new setting was added, Thunder Tribulation. All beings of 6 paths level or higher must endure the heavenly thunder tribulation. The higher the level, the stronger the heavenly thunder, and it cannot be avoided. If successful, the heavenly thunder will temper the body and lead to rapid advancement. If defeated, they will be reduced to ashes, with their souls dissipating. Note, the probability for those who do not cultivate through their own efforts is 0. The release of this setting caused an uproar among manga fans. All believing AB had gone mad, turning a perfectly good bloodline supremacy into a hard work flow, ruining an excellent manga, and many abandoned it. In the ninja world, shortly after Kushina left, the Tsutsuki Kinpu and his group descended. 5 minutes before the Tsutsuki descended, in outer space, Hashirama and Madara floated here, looking back at the blue planet behind them and smiling at each other. They were once again fighting side by side. Why do we have to fight in space? I'm not very good at it. Hashirama smiled wryly. This time it's a drill. We could just watch. Madara was chewing on a cigarette. Jinghua had already provided the intelligence on the Kinpa trio. He was confident he could handle it, so it was better to use it for training. The army of the dead in the ninja world was preparing for battle. Chakra activated, and the sound spread. Swish swish. Tobirama, Izuna, Mizukage, Wind Shadow, Earth Shadow, Lightning Shadow. A long line of 15 shadow level and super shadow level powerhouses stood in outer space, all solemnly gazing into the depths of the universe, ready for action. After a moment, Buzz 3 figures emerged from the black vortex. Waiting for us. Tsutsuki Momoshiki chuckled. Ant's confidence. Urashiki teased. Kenshiki, leave none alive. Yes, Lord Momoshiki. The red giant axe was in hand, and the great battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, this scene was broadcast on all public screens across the ninja world, and all the citizens stopped to watch. Konoha, Kimogakure, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, all 5 major ninja, the village's active shadows, fully armed, looked up at the sky. Jinghua also watched this battle. He knew it was just an appetizer. The Kempa trio was not strong, and in terms of hard power, they could never compete with 15 shadow-level beings who could infinitely revive. And indeed, that was the case. The battle lasted for 5 days. Uchiha Madara had been trying hard to slow down the pace for training purposes, but the Kempa trio still couldn't hold on and died in a pool of blood. Then, Jinghua skillfully disassembled the corpses to provide Uchiha Madara and others with high-level chakra to nourish their souls. After that, there was a seemingly calm half-month. Under Orochimaru's 1,000-mile eye, it was discovered that the higher-ups of the Tsutsuki were also watching the ninja world with the same eyes. Kagaya, Ishiki, Kinpu, and the disappearance of the 5 Tsutsuki drew their attention. A spatial passage connecting the ninja world was opened, and the Tsutsuki battle team was ready to go. The ninja world has entered a state of total war, preparing to face the enemy. At this moment, under Orochimaru's observation, the Otsutsuki suddenly stopped all actions, becoming very anxious and panicked. In the residential area on the outskirts of Konoha village. Knock, 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 Mr. Minato Namikaze. I am the technician number 66 you requested, here to serve you. A sweet and charming female voice echoed in the old building. Creaked the door, next door opened, and a lewd old man in sunglasses poked his head out, then was surprised. You, how come you're even more beautiful? Hi, hello, creepy uncle. The girl with a pretty face and beast ears waved at the old man with a sweet smile. Okay. Creaked the door in front opened, and a hand reached out to pull the beautiful girl into the room. Teacher Chun, this is my brother. A guy. Bang. The door was shut. You little brat, Minato, you're hoarding it all for yourself. The old man's voice echoed. Ha 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 ha. Jinghua saw Minato's face turn green and laughed uncontrollably on the sofa. The Otsutsuki is about to arrive, and you're here messing with me instead of preparing for battle? Minato looked speechless. Relax. They'll be done for soon. Jinghua waved his hand. Minato was confused. Jinghua restrained his expression and smiled. I'm leaving. Going to be with Kushina. Don't be sad. I'll upgrade your adult store membership to a lifetime one. If you think you can avoid breaking through the 6 paths level through careful training, then don't break through at all. If you must break through, definitely don't take shortcuts, especially remind your son. Jinghua Minato felt something was off. Jinghua smiled and sank into the mirror. Goodbye, my teammate, and I'm sorry for stealing your fate. Jinghua. Minato rushed over, but only grabbed a piece of the mirror. Boom! A loud thunderclap sounded. Minato flew outside and saw the sky filled with lightning dancing like the apocalypse. Uchiha Clanland, Riverside, small, building rooftop. The warm sun of the past reflects on the small stream. The Riverside small building with you and me, no. It's with you all. La la la, Jinghua hummed a little tune, releasing Daji's body, placing his sister and Kushina's bodies on Daji, and finally lying down himself. The sky grew darker, and the soul's tremors became stronger. He could sense what was about to happen next. Ninja World goodbye. His eyes slowly closed. Half a minute later. Snap. Boom. Black-purple lightning struck down, turning the small building to ashes. Moments later, the sky returned to blue with white clouds, and a ray of sunlight shone upon the ruins.